Chapter 1 Wan Wan, I love you. Wan Wan, I love you. July 31st, 2021. When sending this WeChat message, Shin Feng was standing on the rooftop of the 101st floor of Century Building in Zhanghai City. I looked at the thousands of lights in the dark night below. His expression was calm. Take a leap. There was no hesitation and no fear of death. Because death has become commonplace for Shin Feng. His time was locked. Locked forever on July 31st, 2021. As of today, he has experienced July 31st 299,999 times. Nearly 300,000 cycles, a total of 821.9 years. It's too long. It was so long that Shin Feng had already become numb. Shin Feng was still falling, and the cell phone in his hand suddenly vibrated. Jiang Wan Wan, where are you? This news surprised Shin Feng. In hundreds of thousands of cycles, he had confessed his feelings to Jiang Wan Wan countless times. Jiang Wan Wan's response was either a tease or a joke. Only this time, Jiang Wan Wan actually asked him where he was. But Shin Feng didn't care too much. Because he was about to fall to the ground. Where am I? Shin Feng gave a bitter smile. I am in hell. Also in the cage. Drop. Drop. The alarm sounded shrilly. Shin Feng closed his eyes and subconsciously wanted to pick up his mobile phone from the bedside table beside the bed to turn off the alarm. Because the same day kept repeating, Shin Feng had no way to cancel the alarm in advance. He would be woken up at 6 o'clock every day. For a while, Shin Feng began to doubt his life. Why on earth had he set such an alarm on July 30th? This made it impossible for him to sleep in every day. But today, Shin Feng, who stretched out his hand, was stunned. Because he didn't touch the bedside table, let alone the cell phone. The hand fell into the air. How is this possible? I am woken up by the alarm clock every morning, reach out, take out my phone and turn off the alarm. Shin Feng performed this set of movements 299,999 times. You can't go wrong with your eyes closed. He opened his eyes in surprise and sat up in bed. But the scene before him shocked him even more. White walls, clean white sheets, and air that smells slightly of disinfectant and medicine. There were several instruments connected to his body. Apparently, he was staying in a hospital room. He wasn't lying at home? At this moment, Shin Feng felt that his breathing was about to stagnate. He quickly turned around and followed the sound of the alarm clock to the cell phone beside the bed. He looked at the time displayed on his phone. 6 o'clock. The date is 2021. August 1st. Shin Feng was stunned. In the past 800 years of repetition, Shin Feng has done too many exciting things and has seen all kinds of storms. He thought that his psychological endurance was already very strong. But when he saw the date August 1st, he couldn't control his shock, became dazed, and even trembled. He actually escaped. Escaped July 31st. Escaped from the cage that had held him captive for more than 800 years. Inadvertently, Shin Feng's hand touched something furry. Only then did he come to his senses. When he turned around, he saw a person lying beside his bed. The man seemed to have fallen asleep before. I was awakened by his touch. Wan Wan? Shin Feng recognized this person at a glance. This person he is very familiar with. His best friend, his childhood sweetheart, the one he loved. Jiang Wan Wan. Jiang Wan Wan had a nightmare. She dreamed that Shin Feng died again, and this time, he died in front of her. That's right, he died again. Because Jiang Wan Wan is a person who has been reborn once. She and Shin Feng are childhood sweethearts, and they have been playing together since they were young. Almost inseparable. Although the two never confessed to each other. But the relationship between the two can be described as close. Jiang Wan Wan was discovered by a scout when she was in high school, filmed several movies, and has become a well-known traffic star today. It was not until after that, as Jiang Wan Wan was busy filming everywhere, that she gradually lost the chance to meet Shin Feng again. July 31st, 2021 in the previous life. After Jiang Wan Wan finished filming a movie, she took advantage of the holiday to go back to her hometown, Shanghai, to visit her relatives, wanting to give Shin Feng a surprise. But that night, she received the news that Shin Feng had committed suicide. Since that day, Jiang Wan Wan seemed to have lost her soul. She used to be lively and cheerful, but now she became silent and taciturn. No matter how emotional she is or how smooth her acting is during filming. Off the set, she becomes cold as ice. Only when she visited Shin Feng's grave would she talk to herself a few more words. 10 years later, Jiang Wanwan stood on the Oscar podium. Her acceptance speech consisted of only a few words. Once upon a time, I promised my lover that I would become the most popular actress in the world. Now, I finally did it. Finally, I can go see him. That night, Jiang Wanwan committed suicide at home in the same way as Shin Feng. However, wait until Jiang Wanwan opens her eyes again. She discovered that she had come back to life. And he was reborn on July 31, 2021, which was the night Shin Feng died in his previous life. Just before Jiang Wanwan recovered from her rebirth, she received a WeChat message from Shin Feng. My son Fengzi, Wanwan, I love you. Jiang Wanwan sensed something was wrong, and she hurriedly sent a message asking where Shin Feng was. But there was no response. Jiang Wanwan panicked. She was afraid that Shin Feng would leave her again, so she rushed out of the Century Building and wanted to find Shin Feng. But he found that right in front of the gate of Century Building, a man was lying quietly on the ground. He was unharmed and looked like he was just sleeping peacefully. It's Shin Feng. Jiang Wanwan quickly sent the unconscious Shin Feng to the hospital. The doctor examined Shin Feng and said that he just fainted due to hypoglycemia, but she was still worried. Asked the doctor to give Shin Feng the best equipment for monitoring and examination. She stayed by his bedside until he fell into a deep sleep. Then, she had a nightmare. In her dream, she still rushed out of the Century Building. But in front of the gate of Century Building, what she saw was Shin Feng, who was covered in blood. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan felt someone hit her head again. This frightened Jiang Wanwan awake. The first thing Jiang Wanwan saw when she woke up was Shin Feng, who had already woken up and was sitting on the bed. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan's eyes suddenly became moist. Alive, he is still alive. Although I don't know what happened or what changed during this rebirth. But Jiang Wanwan doesn't care about that at all. As long as Shin Feng is alive, that's enough. She suddenly threw herself into Shin Feng's arms, crying like a child. Shin Feng was stunned. He had never seen that Jiang Wanwan, who acted like a tomboy in front of him, could have such a sentimental and fragile side. Shin Feng, who didn't know that Jiang Wanwan had been reborn, just thought that she was too worried about him before. Shin Feng suppressed his joy at seeing Jiang Wanwan again and hugged the crying person in his arms. He stroked her soft and fragrant hair and whispered to comfort her, "Why are you crying? This is not my eldest brother's style." "I'm fine, don't cry, dear." In fact, Shin Feng also wanted to cry. In the repeated cycle of 300,000 times, Shin Feng had confessed his love to Jiang Wanwan countless times. Jiang Wanwan told him that she wanted to travel around the world, and Shin Feng agreed. Jiang Wanwan told him that she wanted to visit Disney, and Shin Feng agreed. Jiang Wanwan told him that she wanted to have a little girl in the future, and Shin Feng agreed. Jiang Wanwan once had a look of longing on her face and made countless requests to him. But Shin Feng never fulfilled any of the promises he made to Jiang Wanwan. Because no matter how far he and Jiang Wanwan had progressed the day before, everything would be back to zero the next day. He simply couldn't accompany Jiang Wanwan forever, and he couldn't travel around the world with her to the ends of the earth forever. This feeling of powerlessness was like a knife stabbing Shin Feng in the heart again and again. And now, he is finally free. He can finally no longer be bound by time. Finally, I can promise her that I will stay with her till old age and spend my life with her hand in hand. Burying his head in the hair on Jiang Wanwan's neck, Shin Feng whispered softly into Jiang Wanwan's ear. "Wanwan, I love you. Chapter 2. You may not believe this, but I will be getting married in an hour. Chapter 2. You may not believe it, but I will be married in an hour." Jiang Wanwan cried very loudly. Shin Feng said this very softly. Jiang Wanwan, who didn't hear clearly, raised her little face and looked at Shin Feng with misty eyes. "Did you just say anything?" "I say, Wangu, you really act like a woman when you cry." Shin Feng wiped Jiang Wanwan's tears and said with a smile. "Jiang Wanwan." After Shin Feng's joke, Jiang Wanwan calmed down a little. After all, more emotions were released when he first met Shin Feng last night. She pushed Shin Feng away, her almond-shaped eyes widening. "You are the one who looks like a woman. Your elder brother didn't cry at all, he just had a brick in his eye, do you understand?" "Well." Shin Feng smiled dotingly and rubbed Jiang Wanwan's head again. Jiang Wanwan slapped Shin Feng's hand away. She always felt that there was something wrong with the Shin Feng in front of her. In her memory of her previous life, Shin Feng was just a little follower who always followed her around. He has a stable and easygoing personality, is honest, and even has a little low self-esteem. It's all thanks to Jiang Wanwan's protection. This is also why Jiang Wanwan was given the nickname Wangu. As a result, Shenfeng now doesn't look honest at all. He even touched her head like she was his grandfather. Could it be that I was in a coma last night and my brain was damaged? No, I have to go find a doctor to check you out. Jiang Wanwan said this and was about to go out again. Shenfeng hurriedly stopped her. I know my own body very well, I am definitely fine now. Your body is fine. I'm looking for someone to check your brain. Jiang Wanwan said. Shenfeng, I don't think there's anything wrong with my brain. No problem. What were you doing lying in front of Century Building last night? You were lying so peacefully, as if you were dead. I don't believe you fainted while passing by there. Jiang Wanwan's words made Shenfeng raise his eyebrows. Lying at the door of Century Building? He picked up his phone and checked WeChat. In the chat history with Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Wanwan's last reply to him was "Where are you?" It matches his memory of last night. But he clearly attempted to jump off the building last night, so why did he end up lying peacefully at the door of Century Building? Shenfeng thought about it, but came to no conclusion. I just don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, what happened to him before was already magical enough, so this is not a big deal. But in the end, Shenfeng couldn't resist Jiang Wanwan and was forced to undergo a full body examination. The result is very healthy. There's nothing wrong with my brain. For some reason, Shenfeng felt that Jiang Wanwan's expression was a little regretful. Shenfeng smiled and asked, "There's nothing wrong with my brain, you seem disappointed?" Jiang Wanwan, yeah, I was hoping your coma would make you smarter, what a pity. Shenfeng. Although he was speechless, Shenfeng still had a smile on his face. The repetition of the cycle 300,000 times once made Shenfeng's emotions numb and even ruthless. Only when he stays with Jiang Wanwan will he feel like a normal person. Now that he has broken out of the cycle, Shenfeng feels very happy looking at Jiang Wanwan, who was more lively than before. Hey, look, isn't that Jiang Wanwan? It seems so. Who is the man next to her? He looks quite handsome. Is he her boyfriend? I haven't heard that she has a boyfriend. Wow, did you see some explosive news? Take a picture, take a picture. There are many people and eyes in the hospital. When Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan were about to leave the hospital, they saw several young people pointing in their direction. Jiang Wanwan realized that she had forgotten to bring her sunglasses and mask. She and Shenfeng are both in college now. When she was in high school, Jiang Wanwan became famous for filming several dramas. In recent years, Jiang Wanwan can be considered a second-tier star. He is still somewhat well known in the circle of young people. Shenfeng also saw those people pointing and talking. He thought about it and decided to keep some distance from Jiang Wanwan. Pretend to be a stranger, or a cousin or something like that. Shenfeng remembered that Jiang Wanwan cared a lot about her celebrity status. She also solemnly promised Shenfeng that she would become the most popular actress in the future. To this end, Jiang Wanwan has been working hard. So she cares a lot about her reputation as a star. Every time Jiang Wanwan goes out to play with Shenfeng, she dresses up like a dumpling. Whenever you go to a bank, you'll be treated as a suspicious person and be watched by security. Although Shenfeng has already made up his mind that he wants to grow old with Jiang Wanwan. But in the long cycle, he had long understood that loving someone does not mean holding her in your hands all the time. It's about making her happy and letting her do whatever she wants. Therefore, if Jiang Wanwan just wants to be a good star now, Shenfeng is willing to be patient for now. He had endured it for a long time anyway. But just as he was about to distance himself from Jiang Wanwan took a step towards him first. Tilting his head, he asked softly, "Fengzi, let me ask you something." The WeChat message you sent me last night, was it from your heart, or were you provoked by something? Shenfeng was stunned. Only then did I realize that what Jiang Wanwan said was, "Wanwan, I love you." After hesitating for a while, Shenfeng said, "If you can accept it now, then it is the truth. If you don't want to accept it, just treat me as being stabbed." Shenfeng hadn't finished speaking yet. He paused for a moment. Because Jiang Wanwan had already pulled his arm in a very manly manner and held it in her arms. Then, he said loudly to the stunned passers-by with a smile on his face, "I'll give you a big melon. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend." Shenfeng was dumbfounded. Is this still the Jiang Wanwan who takes public opinion extremely seriously and acts like a thief when she goes out with him? Even in 300,000 cycles, he had never seen her like this. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting to be photographed? Run! Jiang Wanwan, with a smile on her face, suddenly pulled Shinfeng and ran out. And those onlookers who were as dumbfounded as Shinfeng finally reacted. When they discovered the huge melon, they all screamed and frantically took pictures with their mobile phones. When they chased out of the hospital gate, they were shocked to find that Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng were no longer on the street. Hashtag breaking news. Popular young actress Jiang Wanwan's love affair is exposed. Hashtag Iron Hammer. Jiang Wanwan went in and out of the hospital with a strange man. Hashtag Jiang Wanwan is suspected of being pregnant and having an abortion. Hashtag When Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng were panting, hiding in an alley and taking out their mobile phones to check Weibo. Several trending searches have already ranked in the top 50 on Weibo. Jiang Wanwan panted heavily, patted Shinfeng's arm and boasted proudly, "How about your brother Wan's popularity? It's only been less than 5 minutes and there are already so many trending searches." Shinfeng patted her head lovingly, "Yes, my eldest brother is the best." Then he pointed at Jiang Wanwan's phone, "But brother Wan, do you want to answer the call from your agent?" Jiang Wanwan then noticed that a call popped up on the phone in her hand. The note is, "Agent's sister Lin." Jiang Wanwan's expression froze. With trembling hands, she clicked the answer button, turned on the speakerphone, and said hello softly. And then, "Hey, uncle. Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing to me? Didn't you ask me for leave to go back to Shanghai City to visit relatives? What's going on with this trending search?" Looking at Jiang Wanwan's increasingly embarrassed expression, Shinfeng couldn't help but laugh again. This girl is still so afraid of her agent. Jiang Wanwan waited until the person on the other end of the phone finished yelling before she said softly, "Sister Lin, visiting your husband should also be considered visiting relatives, right?" Sister Lin yelled, "Husband? What nonsense are you talking about? When did you get married?" Forehead. Jiang Wanwan was silent for a moment. She glanced at Shinfeng, then said into the phone, "You may not believe this, but I'm getting married in an hour." "Okay, Sister Lin, if you have anything to say, talk to me later. I have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. Bye." Jiang Wanwan finished the sentence without any punctuation marks in one breath. Then she immediately hung up the phone. He also blocked Sister Lin's cell phone number. Only then did he let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He turned around, looked at Shinfeng, and pushed him. "Is your household registration booklet where you are staying? What? Get a marriage certificate, did you think I was just joking?" Chapter 3, Let me clarify, that is not a rumor. Chapter 3, Let me clarify, that is not a rumor. Weibo is quite lively today. Photos of the popular young actress Jiang Wanwan entering and leaving the hospital with a strange man were exposed early in the morning. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. I have to admit that Jiang Wanwan is indeed very popular now. She is beautiful and has good acting skills. After filming several popular online dramas, Jiang Wanwan is still not as good as those real top-tier and first-line actresses. But among second-tier stars, he is already considered quite popular. Moreover, Jiang Wanwan has almost no negative information about herself, making her a breath of fresh air. So when this news broke out today, almost everyone who follows the entertainment industry was shocked. Those female celebrities who are rivals of Jiang Wanwan spend money to hire professional trolls to stir up trouble. Those trolls who wanted to discredit Jiang Wanwan but couldn't find any dirt on her also took the opportunity to stir up trouble. There are also many marketing accounts taking advantage of the situation. Although Jiang Wanwan is not as popular as the top stars or first-tier stars, how could these marketing accounts miss the opportunity to ride on the popularity of the celebrities? And at this time, Shanghai Civil Affairs Bureau. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, the two hotly searched parties, just received their marriage certificates and left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Wanwan, wearing a mask and sunglasses, held the red book in her hand high. It's like appraising a treasure, putting it under the sun and looking at it over and over again. Finally, he laughed out loud foolishly. I feel like it's really like a dream. Shinfeng also laughed. He also felt like he was dreaming. Unexpectedly, after he broke free from the shackles, Jiang Wanwan suddenly became proactive. Jiang Wanwan, who originally cared a lot about fans and traffic, not only directly confirmed the relationship today, but also made it public. And I brought him here directly to get the certificate. This made Shinfeng feel a little regretful. After going through 300,000 cycles, Shinfeng felt that he should become more proactive. He didn't expect Jiang Wanwan to be more proactive than him. That won't work. With a sudden thought, Shinfeng suddenly approached Jiang Wanwan. He lowered his voice and said, "Wangu, what are your plans after getting the certificate?" Shinfeng wants to invite Jiang Wanwan on a date. At this time, Jiang Wanwan was posting on Weibo. After hearing Shinfeng's question, Jiang Wanwan said seriously, "I'm planning to escape. You can go and read my Weibo yourself." Shinfeng took out his cell phone and opened Jiang Wanwan's Weibo homepage. At a glance, I saw the first pinned Weibo post. "Jiang Wanwan, I saw a rumor online saying that I have a boyfriend. Let me clarify that it is not a rumor. Picture. Posted 1 minute ago." The accompanying picture is the little red notebook in Jiang Wanwan's hand. Shinfeng. He suddenly wondered if Jiang Wanwan was upset by something. Jiang Wanwan was a little too brave today, wasn't she? And Jiang Wanwan is now muttering to herself. When Shinfeng heard it, he realized that she was actually counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, Jiang Wanwan's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Jiang Wanwan pressed the answer button tremblingly. "Jiang Wanwan. Are you crazy? Explain to me right now. Also, if you hang up on me again, I'll go to your house with a knife and chop you up." Even though the speakerphone was not on, Sister Lin's loud voice reached Shinfeng's ears through the receiver. Jiang Wanwan held her phone far away. She said helplessly, "What do you need to explain? I just got the marriage certificate with my boyfriend. Didn't I tell you before? Fuck you. You really pissed me off. I just found an excuse and found a team to write a PR article for you, but before the PR article is finished, you posted a Weibo like this. Why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Because it's hot. Shut up." Sister Lin was furious. "You did this behind the company's back. Do you know how much of an impact this has on the company and you? Jiang Wanwan. I'm asking you a question. Speak up. Jiang Wanwan, you just told me to shut up." Sister Lin almost passed out. She took a deep breath. After calming down, he said, "Jiang Wanwan, do you know what people are saying about you online now? They say you're dating a rich guy, they say you're being kept by a rich second-generation guy, they say you're dating a rich guy, in short, they say all kinds of things. Many of your opponents took advantage of the situation and blackmailed you. Now all the news is negative about you. I had already thought of the PR. I just said you were accompanying a friend to the hospital and played a joke on the fans. But you just showed me your marriage certificate and ruined my PR. Jiang Wanwan, tell me honestly, who is the person you are marrying? Is he a rich second generation? Why did you get married so quickly?" Jiang Wanwan glanced at Shinfeng. After hesitating for a while, he said, "I'm not a rich second generation, and we didn't get married in a flash. I've been thinking about it for a long time." She had indeed been thinking about it for a long time. "I've been thinking about it all my life." You've been thinking about it for a long time, so why don't you tell me? Sister Lin is a little crazy again now. It took a long time for Sister Lin to calm down again. Jiang Wanwan, let me tell you, although I really want to stand on your side, don't forget the contract you signed with the company. You made such a big noise without the company's permission. According to the contract, the company has the right to ask you to pay compensation for breach of contract. Even the senior executives are already discussing this matter. When Jiang Wanwan heard Sister Lin mention the penalty for breach of contract, she was startled. Finished. Before, I was in a spur of the moment and only cared about getting the marriage certificate with Fingzi and showing off the marriage certificate to others. She forgot about her contract with the company and the penalty for breach of contract. In her previous life, she was silent for a year after Shinfeng got into trouble. Then I quit the company and went out on my own. However, the agent was still Sister Lin. Because I have been working alone for almost 10 years, I am used to doing whatever I want. So Jiang Wanwan really forgot that she is still working for others. If a major negative public opinion impact is caused without the company's knowledge, then according to the contract, the company will have to pay compensation. It's over, it's really over this time. She is no longer the golden actress of her previous life. With the little savings she has, it is estimated that it is not even enough to pay a fraction of the penalty. When others are reborn, they make money. Would she be the first person to go bankrupt after her rebirth? Sister Lin, can you think of a way to avoid paying the money? Jiang Wanwan said pitifully. Sister Lin snorted, not paying? If you don't pay, then find a way to suppress the current momentum. You know what the company's top brass are like. Unless you try to suppress your issue, otherwise. Jiang Wanwan was depressed. Sister Lin has a very loud voice. So Shinfeng, who was standing beside her, also heard what Sister Lin said just now. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's expression, Shinfeng knew that this girl was too obsessed and completely ignored the issues of the company and breach of contract. Sighing, Shinfeng suddenly took the phone from Jiang Wanwan. Then he said to Sister Lin on the other end of the phone, "Hello, Sister Lin. I am Jiang Wanwan's husband. Actually, I do have a way to help Wanwan out a little, but I need Sister Lin to ask the company for it." Chapter 4, Shinfeng became famous before his debut. Chapter 4, Shinfeng became famous before his debut. Does Shinfeng have a solution? Jiang Wanwan and Sister Lin were both stunned. Jiang Wanwan knew that Shinfeng was also a true outsider. The type who knows nothing about the entertainment industry. Now even Sister Lin can't solve the problem, but Shinfeng has a way to solve it? Jiang Wanwan immediately pricked up her ears. Shinfeng looked at her with a smile, pinched her ear, and then walked away with his phone. Still not allowed to eavesdrop? Jiang Wanwan became stubborn. She is the eldest sister, and Shinfeng is her younger brother. How can a younger brother speak behind his elder brother's back? As a result, the faster she chased, the faster Shinfeng walked. The slower she chased, the slower Shinfeng walked. Anyway, just don't let her listen. Finally, Jiang Wanwan stomped her feet in anger. "Fingzi, turn on the speakerphone." Shinfeng actually turned on the hands-free function obediently. Jiang Wanwan was happy. Fingzi really didn't dare to disobey her as the boss. I just have to let her eavesdrop. But then, Jiang Wanwan heard Sister Lin's angry roar on the phone. "I want to talk to your husband about serious matters. Get away and don't eavesdrop, or I'll chop you to death." Jiang Wanwan squatted on the ground dejectedly and drew circles. Damn it, Shinfeng actually filed a complaint. After subduing Jiang Wanwan, Shinfeng turned off the speakerphone. He walked aside with his phone and continued. "The general plan is just as I just said. What do you think, Sister Lin?" Sister Lin was quite satisfied. Her tone finally eased. Although this operation is a bit complicated, it does provide an explanation for the marriage certificate issued by Wanwan. Wanwan is one of the company's signature brands after all. As long as there is a way to comb the impact of this incident, the company should not forcefully demand liquidated damages. But speaking of which, Shinfeng, you are really not from our circle. How come you know so much about this news? Sister Lin asked. I'm not an insider, I just know a lot about Wanwan. Shinfeng said. Okay, stop showing off your affection. She sighed and said, okay, let's follow your plan. I'll report it to the company and then look for cooperation and public relations. You just need to follow the plan as well. I will rush from Suzhou and Hangzhou to find you tomorrow and ask you to sign the contract. The two said goodbye to each other and hung up the phone. Shinfeng then walked over to Jiang Wanwan, who was still squatting on the ground drawing circles, and handed her the phone. Jiang Wanwan looked up, rolled her eyes at him, and took the phone. Shinfeng turned around and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he looked back and found Jiang Wanwan still squatting there. Shinfeng smiled helplessly and said, Wangu, stop being upset. You will know what our plan is later. I'm not being upset. Jiang Wanwan said in a muffled voice. Then why don't you stand up? My legs are numb. Shinfeng. Finally, Shinfeng carried Jiang Wanwan on his back and walked all the way home from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Since Jiang Wanwan became a celebrity, her wallet has become fatter and she has bought several houses. In addition to the money given to Jiang Wanwan's parents, there is another set, which is reserved for Jiang Wanwan to live in. It's not too far from the Civil Affairs Bureau. So Shinfeng didn't take a taxi, but walked all the way with Jiang Wanwan on his back. The big star Jiang manages his body very well. Shinfeng didn't feel tired while carrying the woman on his back. He just felt that the sweet and soft person was leaning on his back, which was very enjoyable. From time to time, people on the roadside looked at them. Some girls pulled the hands of the boys next to them, pouted and said, "Brother Wei, look at that young couple, I want to carry them too." The boy looked at the girl next to him and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Why don't you look at how much the girl on her back weighs? If you got on my back, I probably wouldn't be able to straighten my back for the rest of my life." The 200-pound girl was so angry that she sat down on the bench next to her. Then the bench collapsed. Jiang Wanwan, who was lying on Xin Feng's back, glanced at the movement behind her but didn't take it seriously. She is now concentrating on browsing Weibo. On Weibo, Jiang Wanwan had already seen the plan discussed by Xin Feng and Sister Lin, which was slowly unfolding. On the Weibo hot search list, several new trending searches surpassed Jiang Wanwan's popularity and climbed to the top of the Weibo list in just over 10 minutes. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that someone is spending money to buy the popularity behind the scenes. Hashtag the dating variety show Let's Start Dating Today is officially announced. Hashtag the cast of Let's Start Dating Today is revealed. Jiang Wanwan will participate. Hashtag Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate is suspected to be hyping up the new variety show. Hashtag Jiang Wanwan blinked. When did she plan to participate in this variety show and when did she start to hype it up? She curiously clicked on a trending search and started reading. Xin Feng also began to explain the plan to Jiang Wanwan. This dating variety show called Let's Start Dating Today is an online variety show featuring 8 celebrities, 4 men and 4 women, who are paired up for dating. It had not been officially announced yet, but the guest lineup circulating on the internet was rather average. The production budget seems to be quite tight. 6 guests of this show have already been confirmed, but the remaining pair of guests have not yet been finalized. They invited you, but because the show isn't very popular and your worth is a little higher, the production team can't really afford it, so Sister Lin hasn't responded to the production team yet. My plan with Sister Lin is that I will get a job as an artist under Sister Lin, and then I will participate in this show with you. You are at least a candidate that the production team is looking for. As long as Sister Lin agrees to let you participate in the program, the production team will definitely not have any objections to adding one more person to the group with you. In this way, the photos of us that were secretly taken this morning, as well as the marriage certificate you issued, can all be explained as hype for the new variety show. There are countless ways to hype and promote now, so yours won't have that much impact. Xin Feng said. At least it won't be so serious that the company will chase you for liquidated damages. After all, hype and publicity can be considered a normal job for an artist. Jiang Wanwan lay on Xin Feng's back with a look of surprise on her face. You want to be an artist? Fengzi, you've made it big. I've always said that you have a face that can be used in fighting. You would have been famous earlier if you had debuted with me. Xin Feng was helpless. It's not me who has made it, it's you who has made it. In order to prevent my wife from losing everything, I can only sell myself. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. You should say that you benefited from my help. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found a way to debut. Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's just a small matter. We are just friends. There's no need to be so polite. As Jiang Wanwan spoke, she continued to browse Weibo on Xin Feng's back. On Weibo, because Jiang Wanwan caused enough heat in the morning, many people are now discussing this new variety show. However, the most discussed person is Jiang Wanwan. And on the official list of the variety show, there is the newcomer that no one has ever heard of, Xin Feng. Chapter 5 If you weren't fat, why would you be so important to me? Chapter 5 If you weren't fat, how could you be so important to me? On Weibo. Wanwan, it turned out to be hype. I was shocked. I thought my Wanwan was really married. Thermos Cup Wolfberry, I was saying, Jiang Wanwan is still a college student and an actress, how could she get married so early? Mrs. Al, who is this Xin Feng? I've never heard of him. Is he new? Assam Milk Tea, joined together with Jiang Wanwan, they are not going to form a partnership, right, and let Wanwan promote the newcomer? Xing, he is indeed a newcomer in the same company as Wanwan. Look at his Weibo and his interactions with Wanwan. When Jiang Wanwan saw this, she also clicked on Xin Feng's Weibo account. In other words, Sister Lin applied for a new account for Xin Feng. There are only 2 Weibo posts in the account. One is forwarded and the other is just published. Obviously, they were all sent by Sister Lin. The reposted Weibo post was the marriage certificate that Jiang Wanwan had pinned. Xin Feng from Lanyu Entertainment, it is indeed not a rumor. Please take care of me on the variety show, heart, but please don't steal props next time. This clearly indicates that Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate is a prop and is fake. There is also a Weibo post that was just published. Shinfeng from Lanyu Entertainment. Hello everyone, I am Shinfeng. I have just joined the Lanyu family and hope you will support me. The photo below is a selfie that Shinfeng sent to Sister Lin. Although it was just a casual shot, Sister Lin's team is still very professional. In addition, Shinfeng has a good foundation, and he looks particularly sunny and handsome in the photos. Because the topic is very popular right now, there are many comments under Shinfeng's two Weibo posts. Of course, there are good and bad ones. There were many passers-by praising Shinfeng for his handsome looks. There are also rational fans of Jiang Wanwan who are saying things like welcome the new junior brother. But there are also many black fans who deliberately stir up trouble, as well as some irrational Jiang Wanwan fans. These people said all sorts of things. Some people say that a newcomer who just debuted can be hyped with a second-tier star like Jiang Wanwan, so he wonders if he has a backstage. Some people say that this kind of newcomer is not worthy of being on a variety show with Jiang Wanwan, especially a dating variety show. Jiang Wanwan even saw a marketing account spreading rumors, saying that Shinfeng was actually a gigolo kept by the boss of Lanyu Entertainment. This really stunned Jiang Wanwan. The boss of their Lanyu Entertainment is obviously a man. But anyway. Now most of the people do believe that she posted the picture of the marriage certificate just to hype up her new variety show. Sister Lin also sent a WeChat message. Because the rhythm was carried over and it also attracted a wave of traffic, the company did not intend to pursue her. You don't have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind that she would definitely go out and work on her own when she got back. Working for someone else's company all the time is subject to too many restrictions. There is no way to make an official announcement. Although in today's world, young traffic stars are mainly single. But her body contains a soul that has lived 2 lifetimes, so she doesn't care about her personality. When she goes solo, she will post all the photos of her and Shinfeng on her Weibo. She blinked her eyes and suddenly reached out and grabbed Shinfeng's hair. By the way, Fengzi, what's wrong with you? You are an outsider who knows nothing about the entertainment industry. How could you possibly think of such a way to help me out? This plan doesn't seem like something that Shinfeng, an outsider, could have planned. Well, I really don't know much about the entertainment industry. So I just proposed a few ideas, and Sister Lin decided on the specific details. Shinfeng said honestly. Jiang Wanwan looked at him doubtfully. The woman's intuition told her that Shinfeng didn't seem to be telling the truth. Shinfeng did not tell the truth. Because he not only provided Sister Lin with a complete plan. He also knows everything about the entertainment industry, especially what's happening around Jiang Wanwan. In the once-long cycle, Shinfeng had no idea how many times he had read the news about Jiang Wanwan. Shinfeng knew all too well the situation of Jiang Wanwan's company, the situation of Jiang Wanwan's agent, and all the entertainment industry information related to Jiang Wanwan. Looking up at the sky, Shinfeng suddenly smiled again. During those cycles, Shinfeng tried to maintain his sanity and not let himself collapse. Every day I force myself to learn various knowledge and achieve various goals. He has already mastered too many skills and knows countless secrets that are difficult for ordinary people to access. In fact, if he wanted to, he had plenty of ways to quietly resolve the turmoil caused by Jiang Wanwan's official announcement. He even found out some unspeakable little secrets of the boss of Lanyu Entertainment. Based on these secrets alone, he made a phone call. Not to mention pursuing Jiang Wanwan's penalty for breach of contract, Lanyu Entertainment is probably eager to give him money as hush money. Shinfeng had his own selfish motives in deliberately choosing this plan, debuting as an artist, and appearing on a dating variety show with Jiang Wanwan. If you want to make it official, isn't a dating variety show the best way to do it? It was always Wan Gu who took the initiative before, and now it's his turn to take the initiative. Jiang Wanwan's house is a small villa. Because she often films outside and did not go to university in Shanghai, there are usually few people living in the villa. It's spacious, clean, and nicely decorated inside. But the only thing missing is the atmosphere of fireworks. Only after entering the house did Jiang Wanwan dare to jump off from Shinfeng's back. Seeing Shinfeng rubbing his shoulders, Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows. Why, am I fat? He is indeed fat. Shinfeng nodded honestly. Jiang Wanwan immediately glared and raised her hand to hit someone. Shinfeng quickly took 2 steps back and said with a smile, if you weren't fat, why would you be so important to me? The female star's face turned red at that moment. You're so tacky. Are you a wild vegetable root that was just dug out of the ground? Why are you so tacky? Still laughing? What are you laughing at? I'm hungry, hurry up and order some takeout, I'm going upstairs to take a rest. After saying that, she patted Shinfeng and ran upstairs. After entering the room and closing the door with a bang, Jiang Wanwan threw herself onto the bed. His face was still red. That damn Fengzi. He used to be a very honest person, where did he learn all these messed up things? Jiang Wanwan buried her head in the soft pillow and muttered. After a moment, she quietly raised her head again. Ever since Shinfeng sent her a message confessing his love for her last night, Jiang Wanwan felt that even Shinfeng's personality seemed to have changed after her rebirth. The original Shinfeng was a bit like a fool. Shinfeng is now not only proactive, but also smarter, and his words seem to have become much sweeter. He seemed even more likable than before. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan's face turned even redder. She fished out the little red book she had just received today from her pocket, looked at the photo of the two of them with a red background, and soon buried her face in the pillow again. Jiang Wanwan, you are a reborn person at least. She was an Oscar-winning actress in her previous life. Can you please stop being so girly? Stop being so shy. If you weren't fat, why would you be so important to me? But the more she tried not to think about it, the more Shinfeng's cheesy love words echoed in her mind. Ah! Jiang Wanwan screamed into the pillow. Chapter 6 Cooking. Chapter 6 Cooking. Jiang Wanwan screamed at the groundhog. Shinfeng is buying potatoes and green peppers. Jiang Wanwan asked him to order some takeout, but Shinfeng couldn't bear to let his wife eat takeout. He will cook the first meal he has with Jiang Wanwan after his rebirth. In fact, Shinfeng's cooking skills were very poor. My parents cook for me at home, but I eat in the cafeteria when I live on campus. The few times I cooked, it could only be described as horrific. However, during these days of infinite rebirth, Shinfeng had already taught himself to cook. Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, Hualien, China, the United States, Japan, and South Korea. From top Michelin dishes to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Shinfeng couldn't say that he had mastered everything, but he had mastered most of it. There's no way he can't just eat takeout for more than 800 years. Shinfeng went to the supermarket near the community to do some shopping. He almost spent all his savings. He is just a college student, not a big star like Jiang Wanwan. This made Shinfeng feel a little uncomfortable. Because in the past, he often bought things without paying. Just take whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not afraid of being caught. Even if he was caught, he would be back in his own bed when he woke up. Bought some food and returned to the villa. Shinfeng cleaned up the kitchen and started preparing to cook. Of course he knew Jiang Wanwan's preferences. Jiang Daxing loves sweets. Sweet and sour spare ribs and sweet and sour stir-fried pork are Jiang Daxing's favorites. However, because of the need to manage her figure and under the high-pressure sanctions of her agent sister Lin, Jiang Wanwan rarely touches these sweet and greasy meat dishes. Shinfeng specially made sweet and sour pork ribs for Jiang Wanwan, and also fried a few refreshing vegetarian dishes. I also cooked a pot of soup and steamed a pot of rice. In fact, with Shinfeng's current cooking skills, he can cook dishes with higher difficulty. But many times, cooking requires not only skills but also time. About half an hour later, Jiang Wanwan followed the scent and went downstairs. She had just fallen asleep, and she rubbed her eyes and yawned. Then he smacked his lips and said, "Fengzi, has the takeaway you ordered arrived? It smells so good." Then she saw Shinfeng busy in the kitchen. Jiang Wanwan was shocked at that time. Shinfeng is cooking? Fuck, Fengzi, please don't blow up my kitchen. Jiang Wanwan was so scared that she rushed into the kitchen. Shinfeng was helpless. "I'm not a terrorist, why are you so scared?" Jiang Wanwan said with a look of horror, "I wish the people in the kitchen now were terrorists, at least they know which is soy sauce and which is vinegar." Jiang Wanwan still remembers the first time Shinfeng cooked for her. He made a pot of soy sauce fried rice that was so sour that it was blinding. It would have been fine if it was just sour, but Shinfeng even forgot to turn down the heat and ran to get his phone to check the recipe. By the time he came back from looking up the recipe, the bottom of the pot was almost burnt. As the fire burned high, the sour and burnt smell of vinegar filled the entire room. Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng had no choice but to order takeout. When the delivery man came to the door, he smelled the odor in the house and almost fainted. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng with a bit of sadness and anger again. "Fengzi, I have no grudge against you, why are you trying to murder me? Shenfeng knew that Jiang Wanwan was thinking about his past dark history. With an awkward dry cough, Shenfeng said, my cooking skills have improved now. Don't you think the food smells good? It smells good, but who knows how it will taste? Jiang Wanwan muttered. I have to admit that the smell now is indeed very tempting. But Shenfeng's cooking skills cannot be judged by common sense. For your own life safety. Jiang Wanwan finally ordered takeout for herself. Because she was a little hungry after a nap, Jiang Wanwan ordered a takeaway of Kaifeng cuisine from a nearby restaurant. In less than 10 minutes, the takeaway was delivered. Jiang Wanwan was eating a hamburger and drinking a Coke. A few minutes later, when Shenfeng brought the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs that looked delicious, a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots that looked crispy and refreshing, and a plate of fragrant 3 fresh vegetables, and placed them in front of Jiang Wanwan, the hamburger in Jiang Wanwan's hand suddenly lost its flavor. She looked at Shenfeng in shock, as if she was looking at an alien. Fingzi, you did it? What else? Shenfeng handed over the chopsticks. Try the ribs, they are very good. I have a soup in the kitchen, I will bring it over. Jiang Wanwan took the chopsticks blankly. When Shenfeng returned to the dining table with the cooked soup, what he saw was Jiang Wanwan, who was trembling all over and sucking on a pork chop that had been eaten clean. Fingzi, I want to cry. Jiang Wanwan held the pork ribs in her mouth and looked at Shenfeng with tears in her eyes. What's wrong, brother? My cooking is not tasty? Shenfeng was surprised. It shouldn't be. His skills have been honed for hundreds of years, especially the sweet and sour spare ribs, which he has been studying for a long time. I regret ordering takeout. Woohoo, your ribs are so delicious. I really want to eat some, but I'm so full now. Burp. Woohoo. She is so wronged. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Her favorite dish. What else more, Shenfeng's cooking was so delicious, better than all the sweet and sour pork ribs she had ever eaten. But now she really can't eat anymore. Shenfeng was also helpless. Who told you not to believe me? Forget it, then have some soup. Didn't you say before that you wanted to eat boiled cabbage after watching it on TV? I made one for you. However, it takes time to boil the broth repeatedly to make the real boiled cabbage. Today, I didn't have enough time, so I made a simple version of my own. I simply processed it with the broth from stewing pork ribs. It tastes pretty good. When I have time later, I'll make you some real boiled cabbage. As he spoke, Shenfeng lifted the lid of the casserole. A rich fragrance blows towards you. Jiang Wanwan looked at the pot of bone soup that looked like clear water, with delicate cabbages that looked like emerald green. Tears can't help but flow from the corners of my mouth. But soon, Jiang Wanwan turned her head with a look of despair and looked at the big cup of Coke that she had just drunk. He burped a carbonic acid burp. Then I burst into tears. She can't drink anymore, what to do? In the end, Jiang Wanwan drank half a bowl of soup and ate 3 pieces of spare ribs. Only when her stomach was really full did she reluctantly put down her chopsticks. The expression on his face was still very sad and aggrieved. I was wrong, I was really wrong. There was such a delicious meal in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I didn't regret it until I was full. If God could give me another chance, I would never order takeout again. Shenfeng couldn't help but smile and rubbed her head. Okay, brother Wan, these ribs and soup can be heated up and eaten in the evening. Also, just tell me what you want to eat in the future. I am willing to cook for you every day. Cook every day. Jiang Wanwan's face suddenly turned a little red. Yes, now Fingzi is more than just her good buddy and friend. They are a legal couple and will live together in the future. Well, then can you make braised pork? I want to eat braised pork tomorrow. Jiang Wanwan started ordering food. Of course, no problem. Shenfeng agreed. Jiang Wanwan smiled. The premise is that you are not afraid of being discovered by Sister Lin who comes to see you tomorrow. Shenfeng said again. Jiang Wanwan cried. Chapter 7 It comes just in time. Chapter 7 It comes just in time. After dinner. Shenfeng was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, while Jiang Wanwan, who was full, was walking around the room. Hearing the clanging sounds in the kitchen, Jiang Wanwan fell into deep thought. She remembered something her mother had said to her. A family needs both husband and wife to maintain it. If all the troubles are handed over to one person, the family will become very fragile. Just like me and your father, he is responsible for cooking and I am responsible for washing dishes. Now, she and Shinfeng are also husband and wife. If Shinfeng cooks, should she be the one to wash the dishes? Thinking of this, Zhang Wanwan walked into the kitchen. Said to Shinfeng, "How about letting me wash the dishes?" "No, just take a rest." Shinfeng smiled, "Leave this kind of housework to me from now on. You are my younger brother, how can I trouble you with such a small matter?" "That won't work." Zhang Wanwan said seriously, "A family needs two people to maintain it. How can I let you do all the work by yourself? Let me do it. Besides, I'm the eldest brother, I should lead by example, how can I let only the younger brothers do the work? Get out of the way." As he spoke, Zhang the big star squeezed next to Shinfeng. She squeezed her hand into the sink, trying to reach for the dirty dishes. As a result, he didn't catch the bowl, but he caught Shinfeng's hand. Zhang Wanwan coughed lightly and pulled her hand back. Then he put on a serious expression and said, "If you don't let me do anything, I will feel guilty." Since Zhang Wanwan said so, Shinfeng had no choice but to give up his seat. Then, Zhang Wanwan looked at the only dirty bowl left in the sink and sniffed. "You've already washed, what else do you want me to wash?" She glared at Shinfeng angrily. Shinfeng spread his hands helplessly. "I didn't ask you to wash it, didn't you want to wash it yourself? Well, let's forget about it this time. From now on, you will be responsible for cooking and I will be responsible for washing the dishes. If you dare to take my job again, be careful of your brother's punishment." Zhang Wanwan bared her teeth and washed the last bowl fiercely. After cleaning up, Zhang Wanwan still felt a little bloated. She suggested going out for a walk with Shinfeng. Of course Shinfeng was happy to do so. As long as he is with Zhang Wanwan, he will be happy to do anything. Zhang Wanwan put on her mask again and took Shinfeng for a walk in the community. As they walked, Zhang Wanwan asked, "Fingzi, when did your cooking skills become so good? Just look at your sweet and sour spare ribs. I dare say they are better than any other restaurant I've ever eaten at. I taught myself when I had nothing to do. Someone told me that she really likes sweet and sour spare ribs, so I studied it for a long time," Shinfeng said. Zhang Wanwan lowered her head, feeling a little moved. Who else could this person be but her? Unexpectedly, Shinfeng learned to cook just for her. Although this guy was like a goose before, he is actually quite thoughtful. As she was thinking about it, she heard Shinfeng say, "Do you think it tastes good? If even you think it tastes good, then I can make it for that person without any worries." Zhang Wanwan raised her head immediately. A pair of eyes stared at Shinfeng strangely. "Didn't I learn how to make this sweet and sour pork ribs just for her?" She grabbed Shinfeng by the collar. "Who are you learning this for? Do you have someone else in your heart?" "Oh, I see. Are you treating me as a backup? You confessed to me last night because you were rejected by your sweetheart. You were heartbroken and gave up on yourself, so you came to me to confess, right? Well, Shinfeng, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. I really misjudged you." Shinfeng really didn't expect that Zhang Wanwan could come up with so many messed up things in such a short time. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Wangu, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously." Zhang Wanwan snorted. Of course she knew that Shinfeng was joking just now. However, when she heard Shinfeng say that he was going to cook for others, Zhang Wanwan felt really upset. "I was just teasing you just now. But Fingzi, tell me honestly, why did you suddenly confess to me last night? Did something stimulate you?" Zhang Wanwan became serious and asked seriously. Zhang Wanwan always felt it was very strange. She and Shinfeng have been playing together for so many years, but she has never heard Shinfeng confess his love to her. And Shinfeng has always acted as if he was avoiding this matter. How come last night, Shinfeng suddenly came to her and confessed his feelings to her? In addition, Shinfeng was lying unconscious at the door of Century Building last night. Zhang Wanwan always felt that Shinfeng must have been stimulated by something. "It's not that I was stimulated by anything, I just suddenly realized that I was really ridiculous." Shinfeng was silent for a while before answering Zhang Wanwan. He was indeed a bit dull in the past, but not stupid. Shinfeng has always been clear that he likes Zhang Wanwan. However, Zhang Wanwan's parents have never liked him very much. Shinfeng's parents live in the county town below Zhanghai City. "I opened a small supermarket and my life was not too rich, but still pretty good. Jiang Wanwan's parents are entrepreneurs in the county. More than 10 years ago, his family's financial situation has been much better than Xinfeng's. Jiang Wanwan's father and Xinfeng's father were classmates and they had a pretty good relationship. However, Jiang Wanwan's parents have always opposed Jiang Wanwan and Xinfeng playing together. They felt that it was Xinfeng who led Jiang Wanwan astray, taking Jiang Wanwan out to play and not studying hard. In short, it was a preconceived notion that Xinfeng was a bad boy. In fact, it was Jiang Wanwan who took Xinfeng out to play. Otherwise, Jiang Wanwan wouldn't have the nickname Wangu. By the time Jiang Wanwan entered high school, was discovered by a scout, and starred in several movies, the Jiang family became even richer. The gap between them and Xinfeng's family is getting bigger and bigger. At this time, Xinfeng had thought it through completely. He wanted to live with Jiang Wanwan for the rest of his life. But the huge gap in family background made Xinfeng feel inferior. In particular, Jiang Wanwan's father had once looked for Xinfeng. He sternly told Xinfeng not to have any ideas about his daughter. After that, Xinfeng deliberately stopped mentioning the fact that he liked Jiang Wanwan, and never confessed his feelings to Jiang Wanwan. It was not until Xinfeng fell into the cycle of 300,000 times and became mature bit by bit that he gradually saw through it. He loves Jiang Wanwan, and they must be together. Even Jiang Wanwan's parents couldn't stop it. I'm sorry, Wanwan, my confession to you is many years late. He turned his head and looked into the distance, sighing softly. Jiang Wanwan looked at Xinfeng, who was becoming melancholy, and thought about it. Suddenly he whispered, Fingzi, turn around and look at me. Xinfeng looked back in confusion. Then I saw Jiang Wanwan taking off her mask. She hugged his arm. Standing on tiptoe. Like a dragonfly touching the water, she left a soft but sweet kiss on his face. Xinfeng was stunned. Jiang Wanwan put her mask back on out of embarrassment. Then he lowered his voice and whispered, I don't think your confession is late. I think it came just in time. Jiang Wanwan felt that she would never forget it in her life. She had just been reborn and saw the words Wanwan, I love you pop up on her phone. It comes neither early nor late. It came just in time. Chapter 8 Is Jiang Wanwan good looking? Chapter 8 Is Jiang Wanwan pretty? After strolling around the neighborhood, the two decided to go home. Ever since Jiang Wanwan took the initiative to kiss Xinfeng, this girl has become obedient. He just kept walking with his head down and never took the initiative to talk to Xinfeng. However, when Xinfeng talked to her, she would still reply with a word or two. It was rare for Xinfeng to see their eldest brother so quiet. I felt a little funny and very touched. He and Jiang Wanwan are each other's first love. In order to comfort him, Jiang Wanwan took the initiative to kiss him. I think it took a lot of courage. His younger brother is so nice. Xinfeng suddenly felt that he was really happy. Perhaps those 300,000 reincarnations were not the cage given to him by God. But give him a chance. If it weren't for these reincarnations, he would still be that dull and silly boy. He wouldn't have the courage to confess his feelings to Jiang Wanwan, let alone come to this point. He could only watch Jiang Wanwan get married, have children, and drift further and further away from him. Thanks to these 300,000 cycles, he learned a lot of skills. He can cook Jiang Wanwan's favorite dishes and help her solve the problems that give her a headache. When she got home, Jiang Wanwan still felt a little embarrassed. I was so tired from taking care of you last night that I didn't get much rest. I just took a nap for less than half an hour. I was so sleepy. I want to go up and get some sleep first. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan blushed and was about to slip away. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly felt that it was not a good idea to leave Xinfeng alone in the living room for too long. After thinking for a while, she pointed upstairs and said, How about you come upstairs with me and take a rest for a while? Sleeping in one bed? Xinfeng asked subconsciously. Jiang Wanwan's face turned even redder. She glared, What are you thinking? Upstairs, there's a study upstairs, with a sofa and a computer. I asked you to go to the study. Forget it, I don't care about you anymore, I'm going to rest. Looking at Jiang Wanwan, who went up the stairs quickly, Xinfeng reached out and slapped his mouth. I spoke too quickly and said the truth. Shaking his head, Xinfeng also went upstairs. On the second floor of the villa, Xinfeng glanced at the closed door of Jiang Wanwan's room, and then silently walked into the study next door. Sitting in front of the computer, he turned on the computer, took out his mobile phone and called Sister Lin. Hey, Sister Lin, what's the situation now? When Sister Lin first saw that it was an unfamiliar number, she was a little puzzled. However, she recognized Xin Feng's voice immediately. After all, Jiang Wanwan's sudden marriage certificate was a huge shock to Sister Lin. So Sister Lin was also impressed by Jiang Wanwan's husband. Xiaoshun, everything is fine now. What a coincidence that this afternoon, a big scandal broke out in the entertainment industry. A top male star was reported by his ex-girlfriend under her real name, which attracted a lot of attention. Whether it's variety shows or Jiang Wanwan, there's basically no discussion about them anymore. The company doesn't plan to pursue Wanwan's breach of contract fee. Most of the marketing accounts that previously spread rumors about Wanwan have stopped, and only a small number of our rival companies are saying that this variety show is just a smokescreen to smear Jiang Wanwan. Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence! Jiang Wanwan just made some trouble and then a top male star appeared as a shield? But it's always a good thing. But the only flaw is that because you are a newcomer and you debuted on a variety show with a popular person like Jiang Wanwan, a marketing account bought by a rival company is spreading rumors that you are having an affair with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. Although the incident involving that top male star has overshadowed your popularity, it seems that some people really believe this statement. Don't take it too seriously. There are too many marketing accounts like this in the entertainment industry. In response, Xin Feng just smiled and of course didn't take it to heart. Seeing that he didn't care, Sister Lin didn't mention it anymore. Instead, he changed the subject. By the way, Xiaoshun, what's going on between you and Wanwan? Wanwan never told me that she had been in a relationship, so why did you suddenly get the marriage certificate today? Is it a flash marriage? Sister Lin asked curiously. She felt that as Jiang Wanwan's agent, it was a shame that she couldn't be the first to get the news about Jiang Wanwan. Xin Feng thought for a moment and said, "We have actually known each other for a long time. We have been friends since we were young, so it shouldn't be considered a flash marriage. It's just that it was a bit sudden. I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble." After saying that, Xin Feng added solemnly, "I have to thank Sister Lin for taking care of Wanwan over the years. If it weren't for your help, Wanwan would definitely not be as popular as she is today." This is not just a polite remark from Xin Feng. During the loop, Xin Feng investigated everyone around Jiang Wanwan. Sister Lin is no exception. Xin Feng discovered that although Sister Lin seemed to like Jiang Wanwan, she also really cared for Jiang Wanwan. Sister Lin will give all the resources that can be allocated to Jiang Wanwan. If there is an opportunity to audition for a good script, Sister Lin will spare no effort to recommend Wanwan to the director. Sometimes when there are drinking parties that have to be attended to, it is Sister Lin who blocks the drinking for Jiang Wanwan. The company Lanyu Entertainment is indeed a shady one, but Sister Lin is a very good person. It can be said that Jiang Wanwan's ability to get to where she is today in Lanyu Entertainment is really all thanks to Sister Lin. She is really a very important person to Jiang Wanwan. Xin Feng also thanked her sincerely. Sister Lin was quiet for a while. Xin Feng seemed to hear Sister Lin sniffle. Then Sister Lin laughed and said, "Don't be polite. This is what I, as a manager, should do. Speaking of which, you will be my artist from now on, don't worry, Sister Lin will protect you. You are much more sensible than that heartless little girl Jiang Wanwan." Xin Feng smiled. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then Xin Feng hung up the phone. Looking at the computer on the table, Xin Feng wanted to search Weibo. Let us see which first-line star is so kind as to act as a shield for Jiang Wanwan. However, when he clicked on the search box and saw the row of search records, Xin Feng was numb. How to chase a boy. How to make a boy fall in love with you. How to get a guy to confess his love to you. The boy I grew up with doesn't like me, is it because I'm not good looking? Looking at it as a whole, Xin Feng only saw one search record that was unrelated to these. Is Jiang Wanwan pretty or not? Xin Feng. Sighing, Xin Feng rubbed his forehead. It seems that he confessed too late. Otherwise, why would Jiang Wanwan search for these things? He tapped the mouse with his fingers, and with an idea in mind, he clicked on the search record for "Is Jiang Wanwan pretty?" Then I opened the first search result. This is a question on a certain platform, and there are quite a lot of answers below. Xin Feng flipped through it and found that quite a few people were praising Jiang Wanwan. Although Jiang Wanwan is not a top-tier celebrity, her appearance is not inferior to those big stars. All she lacks is experience. So there are still a lot of people who like her. Suddenly, an answer caught his attention. Anonymous user, Jiang Wanwan? What's so good about her? Don't you know that she just had plastic surgery? She's just a head-changing monster. Here are some photos of her before plastic surgery. You can see for yourself. She was so ugly that I don't even want to talk. Picture, 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 picture. I have posted a few photos below. The person in the photo is indeed Jiang Wanwan, but it is obvious that she has been photoshopped. Jiang Wanwan has been naturally beautiful since she was a child. From elementary school to college, she has almost always been the class beauty and school beauty. But Jiang Wanwan in this photo was photoshopped to look dark and fat by someone. Just because they are the same person, she looks somewhat similar to the current Jiang Wanwan. At first glance, it seems as if Jiang Wanwan really looked like this. There are dozens of comments under this answer. Except for a few defending Jiang Wanwan, most of them are scolding her for plastic surgery and head changing. And among these comments, there is also a comment from the original author himself. Anonymous user author, I have some big gossip about Jiang Wanwan here. There are top secret photos of her entering and leaving a hotel with a certain boss. This woman is a green tea money digger. If this answer gets over 500 likes, I will release the gossip immediately. Shinfeng took a look at the date when the answer was published, and it was today. It seems that Wanwan's popularity is too high today, and the public opinion was not favorable to Wanwan at the beginning, so Wanwan's opponents hired black fans to stir up negative information about Wanwan. Shinfeng narrowed his eyes. The entertainment industry is really deep. It would be fine to PS Wanwan's old photos, but he even wanted to hate Jiang Wanwan and her boss going in and out of the hotel. There are really all kinds of disgusting people in this world. Thinking about it, Shinfeng's fingers began typing on the keyboard. There is never true anonymity on the internet. As long as you post information, you will leave a trace. It's just that ordinary people may not be able to find these traces. Unfortunately, Shinfeng is not an ordinary person. He spent 800 years on July 31st, and had spent a long time studying some computer technology. In other words, hacking techniques. In just a few minutes, Shinfeng found the username of this anonymous user. Even his mobile phone number, real name, and identity information. And more secrets of this man. All were dug out. Shinfeng took out his cell phone and dialed the number displayed on the computer screen. Hey, I want to talk to you. He lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Chapter 9 I'm not a knight, I'm her husband. Chapter 9 I'm not a knight, I'm her husband. Lu Cun's mood today was a mixture of ups and downs. Lu Cun is a professional cyber troll, in other words, a cyberstalker. He was employed by Lanyu Entertainment's rival company, and his daily job was basically to discredit the artists under Lanyu Entertainment. Early this morning, his boss called him. It was said that someone posted photos online, which showed Jiang Wanwan and a man entering and leaving the hospital. Lu Cun felt at that time that life had come to him. He excitedly operated the keyboard and mouse and posted some fabricated negative information on the internet. For example, Jiang Wanwan went to the hospital with a man to have an abortion. As a result, before things could get serious, the wind direction changed. First, Jiang Wanwan officially announced the photo of her marriage certificate. After that, the online variety show Let's Start Dating Today was officially announced, and Jiang Wanwan was suspected of hype. The scandals he had created instantly lost all attention. However, Lu Cun quickly adjusted his mentality. Anyway, he was employed by Hey Lanyu Entertainment, not a full-time Hey Jiang Wanwan. Since there is public opinion now saying that Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan's partner, is having an affair with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment, he might as well make up some negative information about Shinfeng. As a result, just as he finished making up his negative information, the scandal of a first-line male star was exposed. Whether it's Jiang Wanwan, Shinfeng, or Lanyu Entertainment. In terms of popularity and traffic, she doesn't even have a fraction of this male star. Lu Cun's negative information has been buried in the sea again. It was written in vain. Just as Lu Cun was covering his head in frustration, the cell phone on the table rang. He picked up the phone and answered it without even checking the caller ID. Hello, who is this? I want to talk to you. Then I heard a low male voice coming from the other end of the phone. Lu Cun frowned and said with a sigh, Who am I asking you? You said you wanted to talk to me? Are you sick? If you have something to say, please tell me now. If not, get out of here. I'm very busy here. There seemed to be a laugh coming from the other end of the phone. Lu Cun, male, 28 years old, graduated from the Visual Communication Department of Yangcheng University. Currently living in 203, Unit 3, Building 1, Fanhua Community, Haiyue Road, Pingqing City. Lu Siyuan's expression changed instantly. Who are you? Is that someone I know? I'm telling you, don't be kidding me. Tell me who you are and don't make me angry. People in their line of work are most likely to offend others. I am also most afraid of being found by others. Now when he heard that the other party actually knew his real name, home address, etc., Lu Siyuan immediately panicked. But that's not the end yet. The person on the other end of the phone continued, your ID number is 13110. You work at Black Rain Studios as a professional online troll. You just started your career in 2016, 5 years ago. 4 years ago, in your second year in the industry, you were hired to discredit a newly debuted female celebrity. You fabricated a lot of negative information about her, which led to the female celebrity being cyberbullied and eventually committing suicide. Although she was rescued, she also suffered from severe depression. And you showed no remorse at all, and continued to do this work in the following years, making a living by fabricating facts, throwing dirty water on celebrities and stirring up trouble. Am I right? Lu Siyuan's face turned pale. What the person on the other end of the phone said was absolutely correct. Especially what happened 4 years ago. It's been a long time since this happened, and the female star was obviously not famous at all. Why do some people still remember this incident? The internet has memory, Lu Siyuan. The voice on the other end of the phone gradually grew colder. Lu Siyuan's voice gradually trembled. Who are you? What do you want to do? Are you trying to blackmail me with that incident 4 years ago? I'm telling you, it's illegal for you to dox me. Blackmail is also illegal. Then if you fabricate facts and cause someone to commit suicide, it's not against the law? In Zhang Wanwan's villa, Shenfeng was talking as he looked at the bad deeds of Lu Siyuan that he had searched on the computer. The expression on his face became increasingly unfriendly. What happened 4 years ago was just a more serious example. Over the years, you have set the tone for so many things, ruined so many people's reputations, and ruined so many lives. Don't you know that? Looking at your WeChat chat history, you've been telling your parents that you're a teacher in a painting studio, right? They are still proud of you. What do you think your parents would think if I sent them all the things you did? Lu Siyuan was completely unable to maintain his toughness. What on earth do you want? Do you want money or something else? I'm just an employee in the studio. I don't have much money. Why did you come to me? What on earth do you want to do? Shenfeng narrowed his eyes. I don't want your money. My request is very simple. Delete the negative information about Zhang Wanwan that you posted and apologize publicly on Weibo. Publicly apologize to Zhang Wanwan, to the little girl who was almost killed by you 4 years ago, and to all the people you have slandered in the past 5 years. Lu Siyuan was silent for a long time. Finally, he said dryly, okay? You are from Zhang Wanwan's side, right? I can do as you say. But there are too many people doing this business, and there are many people in Heizhang Wanwan. There are many people who are more dirty and evil than me. Why did you choose me? Shenfeng's fingers tapped on the phone case. Because I happen to be free right now, and I happen to see you. I'm not targeting Lu Siyuan. If I see someone else fabricating dirt on Wanwan, I will make him suffer the same treatment as you. Lu Siyuan didn't say anything for a long time. Shenfeng didn't hang up the phone either, because he could hear that Lu Siyuan was operating the computer over there. After several minutes, Lu Zuansai said, the negative information on the website has been deleted, and the Weibo account has also apologized. Go and have a look. Are you satisfied? Shenfeng didn't check the Weibo post, but just glanced at the answer fabricated by Lu Siyuan on a certain website. It was indeed deleted. You are definitely not from our circle. Lu Siyuan suddenly said this. Perhaps because he deleted the negative material and apologized, Lu Siyuan's tone suddenly became relaxed. Not as nervous as before. My background is considered clean in our industry. If you check those big black guys, they are much dirtier than me. So, you are comparing who is worse? Shenfeng said. Lu Siyuan shook his head and sighed, no. I just want to say that although you are very powerful and can force me to delete Zhang Wanwan's negative information, can you force everyone in the entire circle? I am just a nobody. When Jiang Wanwan becomes famous, she will have more rivals and haters. Being in the entertainment industry, you are destined to be exploited and targeted. But I don't like her being consumed in such a dirty way. You don't like it? Man, who are you? You're just a hacker hired by her. We are all paid to do things. Don't think too highly of yourself. Jiang Wanwan is not a princess, and you are not a knight protecting a princess. I am no knight. Shen Feng said. I'm her husband. After saying that, Shen Feng hung up the phone. Lu Ciyuan was left alone, staring at his phone in a daze. Chapter 10: A Call from Zhang's Father. Chapter 10: A Call from Zhang's Father. When Jiang Wanwan woke up from a comfortable sleep, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She indeed did not get enough rest last night and was always worried about Shen Feng. I stayed up until about 5 in the morning before I couldn't help but fall asleep. As a result, Shen Feng woke her up again at 6 o'clock. It was almost an all-nighter. After a long nap in the afternoon, I was able to relieve my fatigue. Stretching, Jiang Wanwan pushed the door and walked out of the bedroom. I wanted to go downstairs, but suddenly I remembered that Shen Feng seemed to be resting in the study next door. Her eyes rolled around and she tiptoed to the door of the study. He gently placed his hand on the study door handle and quietly opened it a crack. She wanted to see what Shen Feng was doing. She finally looked through the crack in the door. Just then I saw Shen Feng standing behind the door. The two looked at each other through the crack in the door. Jiang Wanwan. It's over, the peeping was discovered. Jiang Wanwan wanted to explain that she had no intention of peeking. But then I thought again. That's not right, why is she afraid of Shen Feng? Shen Feng is her younger brother, and this is her home. Now Shen Feng is her husband and her property. Not to mention peeking, even if I looked at it openly, so what? Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt justified. She raised her eyebrows and glared at Shen Feng behind the door. What are you looking at? What are you trying to do by sneaking behind the door? Are you trying to scare people? When he heard the door of Jiang Wanwan's room open, he planned to come out to check. However, before he could open the door, Shen Feng pushed it open first. Seeing that Shen Feng was speechless, Jiang Wanwan was quite proud. Shen Feng is still a young boy, how can he be compared with her, a veteran who has been reborn? She pushed open the door and walked into the study. After taking a look at the turned-on computer, an idea suddenly occurred to me. Then he shook his head and looked at Shen Feng and said, "Tell the truth quickly, what are you doing sneaking around in the study? I've been sleeping for so long, have you used my computer to watch something you shouldn't watch to relieve your loneliness?" This person Jiang Wanwan. He is a typical giant in words but a dwarf in actions. Even though she gets shy for a long time after kissing Shen Feng. When it comes to talking nonsense, even 9 oxen can't stop me. After hearing what Jiang Wanwan said, Shen Feng acted as if he was willing to tell the truth. He said sincerely, "I did see something I shouldn't have seen." Jiang Wanwan's eyes suddenly opened wide. His expression also became unnatural. She really didn't expect that things he actually read, that kind of thing. Not only did he read it, he also dared to say it so openly. This kid is getting bolder and bolder. What a pity. I thought you were quite honest before, but I didn't expect all men are the same. Jiang Wanwan muttered to herself. His eyes glanced towards the computer. She suddenly became a little curious about what Shen Feng was looking at. What type does he like? Europe and America? Japan and South Korea? As a result, Shen Feng's next sentence made Jiang Wanwan feel numb. I am a grown man, but I spent a lot of time watching How to Chase a Boy and How to Make a Boy Fall in Love with Me. I felt like my spirit was shocked. Of course I didn't look at it on purpose. I just happened to see the record in the search bar and clicked on it. Brother Wan, you won't blame me, right? Jiang Wanwan felt numb. The kind that feels numb from head to toe. Only then did she remember. Before she confirmed her relationship with Shen Feng, she had searched for these things on her computer. And the records seemed to have not been deleted. Due to a moment of carelessness, Shen Feng saw everything. Jiang Wanwan felt extremely embarrassed. If there was a crack on the ground, she would crawl into it immediately. Shen Feng couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her lowering her head and tapping her toes in silence. On the surface, he pretended to be serious and asked, "Wan Gu, why are you silent? Are you blaming me for seeing things I shouldn't have seen? But don't worry, even if I see more of this kind of stuff, I still like women. I will always be yours, brother. However, after saying these words, Shinfeng felt a little regretful. There is a saying that goes, everything will turn around when it reaches its extreme. There is another good saying. A cornered dog will do something desperate. Shinfeng's words stimulated Jiang Wanwan again and made her anxious. She raised her head with a red face, clenched her fists and glared at Shinfeng, saying, Shinfeng, I'm telling you, don't mention the computer search history again. If you dare to say anything about this again, not only will you no longer be mine, I will also make sure you will never be a human being again. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan bent her fingers. There was a clicking sound. Since his wife was getting angry, Shinfeng certainly couldn't continue to act in a disrespectful manner. Okay, I won't mention it again. I'll just pretend I didn't see it, okay? Jiang Wanwan didn't say anything. She just stared at Shinfeng. Slowly, the circles around my eyes began to turn red. Shinfeng was really panicked now. He originally just wanted to tease Jiang Wanwan, but he didn't expect their brother Wanwan to be so thin-skinned. It would be fine if I was just angry, but I was so angry that I cried. He leaned down and sincerely admitted his mistake. Wangu, don't cry, I really know I was wrong. I won't tease you about this in the future, okay? If you're really angry, why don't you hit me twice to punish me? Or I'll tell you a joke. Before Shinfeng finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan sniffed and interrupted him. I don't want to cry because of this. I'm not that fragile. Why is that? I just cracked my fingers too hard. Only then did Shinfeng notice that Jiang Wanwan was covering the finger that she had just bent and made a crackling sound. Shinfeng was speechless. On the first floor of the villa, in the living room, Shinfeng used an ice pack to apply to Jiang Wanwan's fingers. Seeing that the redness and swelling had subsided, he asked, How is it, Wan brother? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Jiang Wanwan muttered, It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on bringing up those things, would I have threatened you with my fingers? Would my hands have hurt? Shinfeng smiled helplessly. Yes, it's all my fault. Brother, as compensation, how about I cook 2 more dishes for you tonight? What do you want to eat? When Jiang Wanwan heard that there was food to eat, her eyes lit up. After sleeping for an afternoon, the food in her stomach had long been digested. Although my stomach isn't growling with hunger right now, I still feel like eating something. Would you please heat up the spare ribs and stir-fry some cashew shrimp for me? Okay, but there are no cashews at home. Then you can have stir-fried shrimps. No shrimp either. Then go buy it. Jiang Wanwan waved her hand and gave Shinfeng an order. Shinfeng rubbed his hands and hesitated for a moment. Then he said to Jiang Wanwan, Brother Wan, you can buy shrimps, but there is a technical problem that needs to be solved urgently. Jiang Wanwan frowned. What's the problem? I haven't received my salary from last month's job yet, and I spent all the money on groceries this morning. After saying that, Shinfeng took out his mobile phone and opened the payment code. It depends on how much you transfer. Can you give me a little more? Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. She thought it was some kind of problem, but it turned out to be just a lack of money. Jiang Wanwan, a wealthy woman with no shortage of money, immediately transferred 1,000 yuan to Shinfeng. Shinfeng smiled and went out with the money in his pocket. He also specially picked out a lot of expensive ingredients in the supermarket, intending to make a good meal for Jiang Wanwan. At home, Jiang Wanwan, who was waiting for Shinfeng to come back, started checking her phone. Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that most people on Weibo were starting to criticize the scandal of a first-line celebrity and few people were mentioning her anymore. At this point, things have completely settled down. Just as she was thinking about it, the cell phone in Jiang Wanwan's hand suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID on her phone, Jiang Wanwan's eyes narrowed slightly. She answered the phone. Hello, Dad? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wanwan's father Jiangja said in a low voice, I heard from your mother that you went home to get your household registration booklet this morning? Yeah, for work. Jiang Wanwan said in a low voice. Work? Just now your second uncle told me that you posted a picture of your marriage certificate online? That's the company's attempt to hype it up. My second uncle should have seen it, and everyone on the internet knows about it. Jiangja's voice suddenly turned cold. Hype? Hype with that kid Shinfeng, huh? Go home for dinner and tell me if you have anything to say. Pack your things and I'll send a driver to pick you up. After Jiangja finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Jiang Wanwan listened to the busy tone on the phone and the look in her eyes dimmed a little. A moment later, Shin Feng, who was carrying a bunch of ingredients home and thinking about what to make delicious food for Jiang Wanwan in the evening, received a WeChat message from Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, you don't have to come to the villa. You can eat dinner by yourself. My dad asked me to go home. Shin Feng was stunned. He raised his hand to send a message to Jiang Wanwan, but the message on the other end said the other party is typing first. Soon, Shin Feng received Jiang Wanwan's second message. Jiang Wanwan, I'm sorry. Chapter 11, Parting on Bad Terms. Chapter 11, Parting on Bad Terms. Jiang family. Ever since Jiang Wanwan became an actress and bought a house in the city, Jiang's father and mother, who originally lived in the county, moved to the city. Along with their businesses in the county. A black car stopped in front of the Jiang family's door. The driver got out and opened the back door. Jiang Wanwan slowly got out of the car, straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and then walked into the Jiang family. The lights in the villa are dazzling. But the atmosphere in the room was very gloomy. Jiang's father Jiangzhou and Jiang's mother Suyen both sat on the sofa in the living room, not saying a word. Dad, Mom, I'm back. It was not until Jiang Wanwan spoke that the two of them raised their eyelids and looked at her. The two still didn't say anything, they just stood up and walked into the restaurant. Jiang Wanwan also followed her into the restaurant and sat in the seat her parents had prepared for her. She suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Since she was a child, her parents always wanted to arrange everything for her. Even the location of a meal is like this. After pursing her lips, Jiang Wanwan sat down. None of the three picked up their chopsticks first, and none of them spoke first. After 5 full minutes of silence and depression, Jiangzhe finally spoke. Tell me, what's going on between you and Shin Feng? Sure enough, this is what you want to ask. On the way here, Jiang Wanwan had already thought about what questions her parents would ask. I also thought of the answer as much as possible. She followed the thoughts in her mind and whispered, my agent thought Shin Feng was a good candidate, so he signed him as an artist. Because he had just debuted, the company wanted to hype him up, so they asked him and I to be on a dating variety show. The marriage certificate was just a prop for the show. Then why did you go home to get the household registration book in the morning? Jiangzhe stared at Jiang Wanwan under his gold-rimmed glasses. It seemed as if he could see through the truth of every word Jiang Wanwan said. Since childhood, Jiang Wanwan has always felt that Jiangzhe's eyes are oppressive. In the past, she could never tell a lie under such a look. But it's different now. She is no longer the same Jiang Wanwan as before. She was reborn from 10 years later, and she had already experienced separation and death. She is the Oscar winner 10 years later. If she wants to act, even Jiangzhe won't be able to see through her. Jiang Wanwan looked normal, and continued to speak slowly in the same low voice as before. Because the program requires it, the production team needs to check the family situation, so I took it to Sister Lin to make a copy of the household registration book. If you don't believe me, you can call Sister Lin. I've already asked. Jiangzhe narrowed his eyes. Jiang Wanwan's hands hidden under the table suddenly clenched. But the expression on his face did not change at all, and he continued, then you should know that what I said is true. Jiang Wanwan was a little panicked at this time. She did not collude with Sister Lin in advance. She didn't know what Sister Lin said to Jiangzhe, but she knew that she had to stay calm now. Jiangzhe looked at her for a moment. Then he retracted his gaze and said in a dull voice, let's eat. Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangzhe didn't ask any more questions, which meant that he believed her now. Maybe Jiangzhe had never asked Sister Lin before and was just deceiving her just now. If she showed any sign of weakness, she might be discovered. Jiang Zhao and Su Yan started using their chopsticks one after another, and then Jiang Wanwan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food and put it into her mouth. The food is cold. It was even colder than the lunchboxes she had on the set. Moreover, the taste is completely different from the dishes cooked by Shin Feng. She took a few bites and it tasted like wax. Then Jiangzhe spoke again. Go ahead and tell your agent to cancel this dating variety show. You are still in the rising stage of your career, and you are still young. When you have time, shoot more movies and appear less in these messy variety shows. Jiangzhe said as he picked up some food for Jiang Wanwan, especially, don't appear on these variety shows with random people. The chopsticks in Jiang Wanwan's hand froze. She looked up at Jiangzhou and said, if the person I'm working with this time is not Shin Feng, but another star, would you agree? Jiangja pushed up his glasses and said, "It depends on who it is. You are a star now, so you have to be careful about the impact." Jiang Wanwan smiled. She put down her chopsticks and shook her head. "Dad, the variety show is arranged by the company, and we have already signed a contract with the production team. If I don't go, or Shinfeng doesn't go, we will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages, so there is no way to cancel it. I know you have always looked down on Shinfeng because you think his family is not worthy of ours. But now Shinfeng is also going to debut. With his looks, I don't know how popular he will be in the future, but he will definitely be good. Isn't it time for you to put aside your prejudice against him?" Jiangja also put down his chopsticks. He stared at Jiang Wanwan, his voice becoming more serious. "Jiang Wanwan, I know you like Shinfeng. But I hope you understand that your mother and I don't want you to be with Shinfeng. It's for your own good. Even if Shinfeng debuts, what can he bring to you? He has been tied to you since his debut, and in the future he can only be a vampire riding on your popularity. He can't bring you anything. I hope you find a better partner because I hope he can help you reach a higher level. Like Mr. Wang's son and Mr. Sun's son whom I introduced to you before, which one is not better than Shinfeng?" At the side, Su Yan also said, "Wanwan, your father is doing this for your own good. We all hope that you can find someone who is as good as you, who can bring you happiness and a future. Shinfeng is not from the same world as us. Even if he really becomes a star, he can't be compared with you. If you really can't turn down this variety show, forget it. After all, it's arranged by your company. After you can, you have to stay away from Shinfeng. Do you understand? Be good, don't you listen to your parents the most?" Jiang Wanwan lowered her head and said nothing. Suddenly, she stood up and looked at Su Yan and Jiangja seriously. "Dad, Mom, I don't know how you decided that Shinfeng can't bring me happiness. But I feel happy when he's by my side. You don't know how long I've been waiting for him, nor do you understand the feelings between us. I'm sure he's the one I want to spend my life with." Jiangja frowned. "How old are you? Do you know what love, happiness, and liking are? Why shouldn't I know? I'm not a kid anymore." Jiang Wanwan, who had never contradicted Jiangja before, suddenly interrupted Jiangja. This surprised Jiangja and Su Yan. Even Jiang Wanwan herself was stunned. Her eyes were red and she bit her lips. After a moment, she reached out to wipe away her tears. He said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry, Dad. I'm full. I'm going back now." After saying that, she turned and left. Su Yan hurriedly followed behind and said, "Wanwan, you haven't even eaten 2 bites. Where are you going back to? Just stay at home today." At the dining table, Jiangja frowned, took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. Finally, he slammed his fist hard on the table. Jiang Wanwan ran out of the Jiang family and walked alone on the street. Although she already knew that this dinner tonight was destined to be a bad one. But I didn't expect it to end in such a bad way. Walking in silence on the brightly lit streets of Zhenghai City. The bright lights, the hustle and bustle of life, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with her. She didn't know where she was going, or even what she was thinking. Her mind was a mess. As Jiang Wanwan was walking with her head down, she suddenly felt that she bumped into someone. She finally came to her senses and subconsciously lowered her head to apologize. "I'm sorry." Then I saw the other party stretch out his hand, holding a cup of milk tea and a bag of snacks in his hands. Jiang Wanwan raised her head in surprise. Shinfeng stood in front of her and said softly, "You didn't eat enough tonight, I bought you some food. I wanted to walk to your house and send you a message to pick it up, but I didn't expect to meet you here." Shinfeng was still saying something. But Jiang Wanwan couldn't hear clearly. She just felt that the grievances she had just suffered from her parents seemed to have found an outlet to vent. She threw herself at Shinfeng, hugged him tightly, and burst into tears in his arms. Shinfeng held her in his arms and patted her back gently. The world is bustling with traffic. But it seems that this is the only place where she can live. Chapter 12, If you don't like children, then don't have them. Chapter 12, If you don't like children, don't have them. In the pavilion of the street park. The street lights here are broken and it's very dark. Shinfeng was sitting in the dark pavilion, and Jiang Wanwan was sitting in his arms, drinking milk tea and eating snacks. Shinfeng held up his cell phone to illuminate her. Jiang Wanwan did not mention what happened to her at home, nor did she say why she was crying. In fact, Jiang Wanwan was very afraid of Shinfeng's questioning. Because she didn't know how to tell Shinfeng, her parents were very opposed to them being together. But fortunately, Shen Feng didn't ask. In fact, the reason why Shen Feng didn't ask was because he already knew the Zhang family's attitude towards him. Jiang Wanwan's father, Jiang Zhe, had opposed him and Jiang Wanwan being together a long time ago. But to be honest, ever since Shen Feng stepped into that 300,000 time cycle, he has come to terms with it. He doesn't blame Jiang Zhe. Because Shen Feng discovered that if he were Jiang Zhe, he would never agree to his daughter being with the former Shen Feng. What kind of person was Shen Feng in the past? Cowardly, humble, dull, and wooden. As soon as Jiang Zhe talked to him, he became timid and didn't dare to pursue Jiang Wanwan anymore. He didn't think about how to work hard to improve himself or how to be worthy of Jiang Wanwan, but chose to give up on Jiang Wanwan out of inferiority. As for this kind of person, Shen Feng felt that if he were Jiang Zhe, he would not only oppose this kind of person being with Jiang Wanwan, but he would also slap this person hard and ask him whether he is a man. If Jiang Wanwan is a flower in the sun, then Shen Feng was probably just a small insect hiding in the shadow of the flower. Maybe he has his shining points, but only Jiang Wanwan, who truly likes him, can discover them. So Shen Feng never blamed Jiang Wanwan's parents. He blames himself. In the past, he was indeed not worthy of Jiang Wanwan. But now, he is different. He is no longer timid and cowardly, nor is he incompetent and inferior. He has the ability and will definitely change Jiang Wanwan's parents' opinion of him. After eating, Shen Feng wanted to send Jiang Wanwan back to rest. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. With a frown on his face, he said sadly, "Your brother is in a bad mood right now. He wants to play for a while before going back. Do you have any objection?" "No problem," Shen Feng said immediately. "How about going to an internet cafe? I want to play games." "Is that a problem?" "No problem," Shen Feng answered quickly. "Well, life is all about struggle. I've slept for the whole afternoon. If I go back to sleep now, what's the difference between me and a pig?" "No difference," Shen Feng answered habitually. "Jiang Wanwan?" She glared at Shen Feng. Shen Feng seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing and changed his words. "What I mean is, how can you be compared with a pig?" "Jiang Wanwan?" She picked up a stick from the ground, chased Shen Feng and beat him. The two ran in the park on the street for a long time, and finally Jiang Wanwan angrily threw the wooden stick at Shen Feng. Shen Feng turned his head to avoid it, then walked to Jiang Wanwan with a smile. "Do you feel better now?" Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "What a ghost, you are pissing me off to death." But having said that, Jiang Wanwan was still quite touched. Shen Feng deliberately made such a fuss with her, which indeed improved her originally depressed mood a lot. She reached out and poked Shen Feng. "I was tired from running just now, and now I can't walk anymore. Do you know what to do?" "I know. I'll call you a taxi." "Why take a taxi? Just carry me." In the end, Shen Feng obediently carried Jiang Wanwan on his back and walked out of the street park. Jiang Wanwan lay on Shen Feng's back, leaning on his shoulder. Looking at Shen Feng's profile, Jiang Wanwan had a smile on her face. No matter how unhappy she was before, her mood would seem to improve once she saw Shen Feng. In particular, Fengzi now seems to have a much higher emotional intelligence. It's really comfortable to be with him. However, when she thought of her parents' opposition, the smile on Jiang Wanwan's face gradually faded and she became a little disappointed. Shen Feng has been observing Jiang Wanwan's little emotions. Seeing Jiang Wanwan looking lonely again, Shen Feng sighed in his heart. He turned his head and gently touched Jiang Wanwan's face. "You don't have to worry about your uncle. I know their attitude towards me, and I have ways to change their perception of me. Just be happy every day and leave the rest to me, okay?" Jiang Wanwan's face turned a little red. She pressed her head hard on Shen Feng's shoulder and said in a muffled voice, "I don't want to leave everything to you. At least I will wash the dishes in the future, and you can't snatch them from me." Shen Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I won't fight with you. From now on, we'll let you wash our dishes. This way, even if you can't be an actor, at least you'll have a skill and won't starve to death. Then we can open a restaurant. You cook and I wash the dishes." "No, don't we need someone to serve the dishes?" "Then we have to hire someone. And we have to pay him a salary." Hearing Jiang Wanwan really mumbling and calculating, Shen Feng couldn't help but interrupt, "If we have another child, we won't have to hire anyone." Jiang Wanwan, who was thinking, froze in her tracks. Then, the little face turned red. She slapped Shen Feng hard. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why is Fingzi becoming more and more outspoken? Even giving birth was brought up. Then we won't have the baby. If you don't like children, then we won't have it. Shinfeng looked as if he was admitting his mistake and giving in. I didn't say I didn't like children. Jiang Wanwan patted Shinfeng again. Can you please stop misinterpreting what I mean? Is it because you didn't learn Chinese well and your reading comprehension is not good enough? Shinfeng was helpless. So you mean you like children? Do you like boys or girls? Of course I like girls. I don't want to raise a little boy. He's so naughty. Then let's have a little girl later. Is this something you can have just because you want it? Do you think you're buying vegetables at the market and can get whatever you want? No, why are we talking about having children again? Ah. I'm going to piss you off to death just by chatting with you. Jiang Wanwan was confused by Shinfeng, so she just took turns patting Shinfeng's back with both hands and gave him a combination Thai massage. Shinfeng was beaten so hard that he begged for mercy repeatedly. All those times when I teased Jiang Wanwan and pretended to be stupid were fake. But now the begging for mercy is genuine. After all, who can withstand such a combo from Brother Wan? Almost beat up Shinfeng's dinner. After playing and laughing all the way, Shinfeng carried Jiang Wanwan on his back to a relatively remote small internet cafe. This is the old place he and Jiang Wanwan often come to. Before Jiang Wanwan became a star, she had dragged Shinfeng along many times in the middle of the night, climbed over the wall of Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, and come here to surf the internet. Pushing open the old door of the internet cafe, Jiang Wanwan jumped off Shinfeng's back and said excitedly, "Lao Wang, let's go online." Come to think of it, she actually felt a little nostalgic. In her previous life, ever since Shinfeng got into trouble, she had never come to this internet cafe again. By this calculation, she hasn't been here for 10 years. The internet cafe was very quiet, with only a few people surfing the internet. When she shouted, everyone looked at her. Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized that she didn't seem to be wearing a mask. She was just thinking about whether to cover her face to avoid being recognized when Shinfeng leaned towards her. It directly blocks the view of other people surfing the internet. At the front desk of the internet cafe, an old man with barely any hair was eating a plate of dumplings. He is the Lao Wang mentioned by Jiang Wanwan, the owner of the internet cafe. Lao Wang took a bite of the dumplings, glanced at Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng, and suddenly chuckled. It's been a while since you two came here. I heard that this guy is going to be a star too? Although this old man is quite old, he is engaged in the internet industry after all, and is exposed to a lot of news online. Shinfeng smiled and didn't respond. Instead, he said, "Old place, open too. And 2 bottles of Arctic Ocean, cold." Okay. Lao Wang casually clicked on the computer, brought drinks to the 2 people, and without asking for their ID cards, signaled that they could go online. Sitting in front of the computer, Shinfeng wanted to ask Jiang Wanwan what she wanted to play. But when he turned around, he found that Jiang Wanwan was staring at him. The eye circles seemed to be red again. Shinfeng was startled. "Wango, what happened again?" "No. It's okay, Lao Wang didn't clean up, there was too much dust, it flew into my eyes." Jiang Wanwan rubbed her eyes. In fact, when she looked at Shinfeng, she remembered her past life. In her previous life, she had skipped school with Shinfeng countless times to come to this internet cafe. Every time, she would sit here, and Shinfeng would sit next to her. Sometimes they play a few games together, and sometimes they watch movies or TV series. At that time, they were very happy every day. In fact, Jiang Wanwan felt like it was a dream the whole day. She was reborn, and Shinfeng was still alive. Shinfeng confessed his love and they got married. It all seems like a dream. Especially now. When Shinfeng sat beside her, the scenes in her memory overlapped with the scenes before her eyes. Jiang Wanwan felt as if she was in another world. No, not the feeling. She took a long sip of her Arctic Ocean soda. The cold carbonic acid gas mixed with the sour taste of orange went down her throat, stimulating Jiang Wanwan soberly. She rubbed her eyes and laughed out loud. This is the other world. Thank God for giving her a chance to be reborn. Chapter 13, The Invincible Late Brother. Chapter 13, The Invincible Late Brother. In the corner of the internet cafe, 2 people started a game of League of Legends. In the match, no one played ADC in support positions, so the 2 of them took over the bottom lane duo. Jiang Wanwan herself is the type of person who is both novice and playful, and her ability is average. Plus, she hasn't played this game for 10 years, so after much thought, she finally chose a pendant-type auxiliary hero, the magical cat Yumi. This hero's skill Yumi moves out allows it to possess other players and act as a pendant without having to move. Shinfeng thought about it and chose the hero Callista, the Spear of Vengeance. At the beginning, Jiang Wanwan hung behind Shinfeng and leisurely picked up the soda and took a sip. Leaning comfortably on the gaming chair, Jiang Wanwan waved her hand and gave Shinfeng an order. Blow up the other side. Okay, I'll make sure to complete the task. Shinfeng said with a smile. Because the opponent's bottom lane duo was relatively strong and Jiang Wanwan was relatively lazy, Shinfeng did not have any killing intent in the early stage and just honestly farmed the minions. As he approached level 4, he ran to the bushes on top of the tower and sent a signal to Jiang Wanwan, "Brother Wan, put a ward here." Although Jiang Wanwan was slacking off, she was still obedient and immediately planted a vision in the bushes. As a result, less than half a minute after I set up vision, I saw the opponent's jungler running towards me. Although the opponent's jungler scanned this vision, he showed no intention of retreating. The jungler and the opposing bottom lane duo pressed towards Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, who were hiding in the tower. 3 against 1.5. As the 0.5, Jiang Wanwan immediately screamed, "It's over! It's over! Fingzi, run, run!" But Shinfeng not only did not run away, he also deliberately stuck to the opponent's jungler, allowing the opponent's jungler to hit him. Just when Jiang Wanwan thought that Shinfeng's operational mistake would allow the two of them to go home for free, Shinfeng suddenly flashed and widened the distance between them. Fingzi, the bull on the opposite side is about to hit us." Before Jiang Wanwan had time to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the opposing support Minotaur chieftain rushing towards her with his head. However, Shinfeng seemed to have guessed this would happen long ago, and he just launched a normal attack on the opposing jungler closest to him, triggering Callista's passive martial arts stance. Callista, nicknamed Canyon Skateboard Shoes, has a passive ability that allows her to move a short distance after a normal attack. Using this displacement, Shinfeng once again dodged the control of the Minotaur chief. At this time, all the enemies on the opposite side had already gone deep under the tower, and the jungler who first attacked Shinfeng had half of his health reduced by the defensive tower. The previous situation of 3 against 1.5 has now turned into 2.5 against 1.5. But the battle is obviously not over yet. The shooter on the opposite side was a little out of touch just now, but now he finally approached Shinfeng. 2 consecutive normal attacks knocked off a portion of Shinfeng's health bar. Jiang Wanwan became anxious and cast a weakness spell on the opposing shooter, reducing his output. Shinfeng ignored the opposing shooter at all, and continued to stab the opposing jungler with his spear, and constantly used his passive skill to adjust his position. Jiang Wanwan, who had been shouting about dying before, now looked a little dumbfounded. Although she is not very good, she can tell who is good. Shinfeng just used flash and the passive of skateboard shoes to avoid an unknown amount of damage. They should have been killed instantly, but were delayed for another 5 or 6 seconds. When did Fingzi become so fierce? And because the opponent was a little too excited, the opponent's jungler had been beaten to low health by the defensive tower and Shinfeng. Seeing that the situation was not good, he wanted to escape, but Shinfeng, who had already adjusted his position, aimed at him and pressed the Q key. A spear shot out and stabbed straight at the opposing jungler. This spear directly triggered the tearing effect and killed the opposing jungler, taking the first blood. Then, it even pierced through the ADC on the opposite side, who was standing in a straight line with the jungler with a tearing effect. It reduced some of his health. At this time, Shinfeng's own jungler finally arrived. Shinfeng, who was in a bad condition, saved his life with the help of Jiang Wanwan's healing spell, while their jungler harvested the heads of the opposing bottom lane duo. Jiang Wanwan felt a little thrilling. It was originally a fatal wave, but not only was Shinfeng able to turn it around, he also killed the opponent. This is so exciting. Fingzi, when did you become so strong? Jiang Wanwan smacked her lips. Shinfeng was actually a little speechless. I thought I couldn't escape, so I wanted to forcibly replace the opponent's jungler to stop the loss. I didn't expect the opponent to be so excited and just gave away everything. Jiang Wanwan, well, your positioning is also very strong. You dodged a lot of skills. I just dodged one, and they missed the rest. Shinfeng is an honest man. Jiang Wanwan. In fact, Shinfeng's level is really not bad. After all, in the 300,000 cycles, he had played this game countless times just to kill time. Although he is not at the top level, he is also a small master. But he really didn't expect the game to turn out like this. There were multiple junglers on the opposite side, and Jiang Wanwan beside him was not of much use. Xin Feng felt that it would be great if he could replace one of the opponents. In the end, we won. I can only say that the opponent is a bit stupid. Jiang Wanwan was very self-aware and said, he is really an opponent who is on par with me. Relying on the advantage just gained, Xin Feng's bottom lane almost completely suppressed the opponent. Coupled with Xin Feng's own operations, he was suppressing the opponent throughout the whole process. But the situation on Xin Feng's top and middle lanes was a bit miserable. Probably to balance the strength, although the opponent's bottom lane is a pair of idiots, the mid and top are both very powerful. Jiang Wanwan saw that Xin Feng was having a good time while his teammates were suffering. With the idea of helping each other when one was in trouble, she said to Xin Feng, "You can play here by yourself. I'll go take care of my teammates." After saying that, the kitten on the computer screen swayed and floated over to the teammates. A few minutes later, a prompt appeared on the screen that Zheng Dan and Jiang Wanwan were both killed. An old useless guy, damn, do you know how to play this cat? Where is your skill? You will die if you give me a bite of blood. You are too useless. Stop playing LOL and go play Connect the Dots. When Jiang Wanwan saw that she was being criticized, she couldn't bear it anymore. No more drinks. Just roll up your sleeves and pick up the keyboard. Xin Feng observed a 3-second silence for his mid-lane teammate named Yiji Laofei. His youngest brother might not be good at gaming. But if we really want to talk about trolling. I heard some typing on Jiang Wanwan's keyboard, and then a long string of text popped up on the screen. Wan Gawudi, you still have the nerve to criticize me. I sprinkled a handful of rice on the keyboard, and the chickens can move better than you. Wan Gawudi, when you didn't say anything, I thought the system had assigned me a human computer. As soon as you spoke, I realized that the system had assigned me something else. Wan Gawudi, even waste can be recycled, but you are not even worth recycling. Wan Gawudi, I wonder if God thought I was having too much fun today and sent you to disgust me. I can only say that you succeeded in disgusting me. Wan Gu is invincible. There are only two differences between you and the soldiers. One is that you can type, and the other is that it is easier for the enemy to kill you than to supplement the soldiers. Wan Gawudi, why are you silent? No way, there won't be someone who is so bad at gaming that he can't even criticize others? There won't be anyone that pathetic, right? Wan Gawudi, I feel that not only your operation is poor, but your eyesight is also poor, and you can't see the results clearly. Otherwise, how can you, who is 08, have the nerve to criticize me who is 328? The mid-laner, who had just been scolded by Jiang Wanwan and had no place to interrupt, finally found a point of entry. A useless old man, 328? You still have the nerve to say that, isn't it all because of that bot laner who carried you? If I were to fight against a shooter like that, I would have a better record than you even with my eyes closed. An old useless guy, a useless assistant like you should just find a boyfriend to take care of you instead of causing trouble for us. No, you are so foul-mouthed, how can you find a boyfriend? Who is so blind to like you? An old useless guy, boss of skateboard shoes, don't you think so? Seeing that Xin Feng was already going crazy, the mid-laner felt that only if the big guy spoke up himself could he scare this useless support. Then, Feng Fengzi, I am her boyfriend. An old useless man. An old useless person. An old useless guy, excuse me. Chapter 14 Sleeping in One Bed. Chapter 14 Sleeping in One Bed. After having a conflict with the mid-laner, Jiang Wanwan was too lazy to help him. Then he went straight to the road again. A few minutes later, the top laner who was killed and returned home typed subconsciously. Love to eat caramel candied fruit, you cat. Jiang Wanwan glared. Wan Gawudi, think about it again? The top laner took a look at the verbal fight that just happened between Jiang Wanwan and the mid-laner. Finally, he swallowed and added a few more words. Love caramel candied fruit, really cute. Jiang Wanwan was finally satisfied. Although the opponent's mid and top lanes are strong, they are still a little inferior to Xin Feng. In less than 30 minutes, Xin Feng led his teammates to defeat the opponent and won the victory. After finishing a game, Jiang Wanwan felt refreshed looking at her pretty good performance. She patted Xin Feng beside her and said, not bad, Fengzi. I didn't expect you to be so good. You must play a lot. Xin Feng said modestly, I play it occasionally when I have time. Come on, play 2 more games while my hands are hot. You are just blasting people for being hot-headed. What are you talking about? Hurry up and start. The two played a few more games until 12 o'clock, when they won all the games. Shin Feng saw that it was getting late and wanted to take Jiang Wanwan back home. Jiang Wanwan was reluctant to leave, however, and insisted on staying in the internet cafe. Why go home? I'm staying up all night today. Actually, there's a show I've been wanting to watch, so why don't you watch it with me? Shin Feng had no choice but to accompany her and watch TV series with Jiang Wanwan. Because Lao Wang's internet cafe is relatively remote, there are not many people surfing the internet, and even fewer people staying up all night. After 12 o'clock, only Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were left in the internet cafe. When Lao Wang strolled over to Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng, he wanted to ask them when they would leave. I saw that Jiang Wanwan had fallen asleep at some point. Shin Feng deliberately moved his chair closer to Jiang Wanwan so that Jiang Wanwan could rest her head on his shoulder. Shin Feng looked at Lao Wang and made a hushing gesture. Lao Wang nodded and lowered his voice and whispered, "Are you leaving later? Our network administrator who works the night shift is not working today, and there are no customers now. I plan to go home first." Shin Feng helplessly glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who was sleeping soundly, and then said to Lao Wang apologetically, "I shouldn't leave for now, maybe it will be later." "Okay, then you can rest here. I've put the door lock at the door, just lock it when you leave." Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were both customers he was very familiar with, so Lao Wang felt comfortable keeping them in the store. Before leaving, Lao Wang turned off the lights in the internet cafe. The internet cafe suddenly became dark, with only Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's computers still emitting light. The light from the screen shone on Jiang Wanwan's face. Looking at her sleeping face, she looked so peaceful and calm. A smile appeared on Shin Feng's face unconsciously. It must be uncomfortable to sleep while sitting with your head tilted. Jiang Wanwan woke up after sleeping for more than an hour. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth dazedly, looked at the dim internet cafe, and asked, "What time is it now?" "It's past 2 o'clock. Do you want to go back?" Shin Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan mumbled, "Well, but I still want to stay up all night. It's already 6 o'clock now. You've pulled an all-nighter. Do you want to go home and catch up on some sleep?" "Really? All right then." Jiang Wanwan was already confused at this moment, and she just followed whatever Shin Feng said. Shin Feng smiled, rubbed her head, and helped her stand up. After turning off the computer and locking the door of the internet cafe, Shin Feng took Jiang Wanwan, who was still asleep, and walked on the street at 2 o'clock in the morning. There were no pedestrians around, only a few cars passing by occasionally. The night seemed so quiet. It was as if it belonged only to him and Wanwan. Shin Feng really enjoyed this feeling. In the past cycle, Shin Feng really wanted to walk on the quiet streets in the early morning with Jiang Wanwan. But he never succeeded. Because every time it reaches 12 o'clock, he will loop directly back to 6 o'clock in the morning on July 31st. He had no early morning at all. However, although he enjoyed this feeling, Shin Feng still found a taxi. This place is quite far from Jiang Wanwan's villa. If you walk there, it will probably take more than an hour. Jiang Wanwan was so sleepy that she could hardly walk steadily, but Shin Feng was reluctant to let her wander outside for too long. After taking a taxi back to the villa, Shin Feng carried Jiang Wanwan, who had fallen asleep in the car, upstairs. After putting her on the bed, Shin Feng wanted to leave, but Jiang Wanwan somehow grabbed his hand. Quite hard. Shin Feng stood by the bed, hesitating for a long time. Finally, take a deep breath. They are already a legal couple. What's wrong with sleeping together? He also lay on the bed, next to Jiang Wanwan. He reached out and gently hugged Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan uttered him in confusion. She squinted her eyes and glanced at Shin Feng. Shin Feng smiled and said to her, "Go to sleep, good night." "Well, good night." Jiang Wanwan mumbled to herself and fell into a deep sleep again. Shin Feng hugged her gently and wanted to sleep too. But when Jiang Wanwan put all her limbs on him like an octopus, Shin Feng felt that he was having trouble sleeping. Early the next morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Wanwan was awakened by the ringing of Shin Feng's cell phone. She opened her eyes. As a result, at the first glance, I saw Shin Feng with dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Wanwan. Shin Feng. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then, Jiang Wanwan suddenly screamed. Then he used the rabbit kick eagle trick and kicked Shin Feng off the bed. You, Fengzi. Why are you sleeping with me?" Jiang Wanwan's face was like a ripe apple. Shin Feng climbed up from the ground, holding his stomach inside. I carried you to bed last night and wanted to sleep outside, but you held me back and wouldn't let me go. Nonsense, how could I be that kind of person? Probably not. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt a little unsure. Because she vaguely remembered that she had a dream last night. I dreamed that she turned into Yumi in the game, holding Shinfeng's thigh and fighting in Summoner's Rift. She seemed to be holding on tightly because she was afraid of being thrown off. Shinfeng didn't know what this little girl was thinking at the moment. But he felt that he was quite wronged. It's not that he doesn't want to be a gentleman. It was clearly Jiang Wanwan who pulled him to sleep together. As a result, not only did he not sleep that night, but he also got kicked in the morning. Feeling very aggrieved, Shinfeng silently left the room and went downstairs. Seeing his back walking away, Jiang Wanwan felt a little embarrassed. Not only did he wrongly accuse Shinfeng, he also kicked him. Fengzi wouldn't be angry. Should she go find Fengzi and apologize? Thinking of this, Jiang Wanwan quietly went downstairs. I saw Shinfeng making breakfast in the kitchen. Fengzi, I was too sleepy yesterday, so I might have pulled you by accident. I misunderstood you this morning, I'm sorry. Shinfeng didn't even look back at her, he just said, it's okay, Wan brother, I'm not such a petty person, how could I blame you? Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her daughter Fengzi was magnanimous and didn't take it to heart. Soon, Shinfeng came out with breakfast. Jiang Wanwan looked at the fried egg and glass of milk in front of her. He looked at the sweet and sour pork ribs in front of Shinfeng again. The expression on his face fell. You're just blaming me. You're just holding a grudge. I don't believe you. I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs too. Wu, Fengzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood you and shouldn't have kicked you. Shinfeng had a kind smile on his face, do you really know you are wrong? Shinfeng, then repeat after me, Shinfeng is a gentleman. Jiang Wanwan, Shinfeng is a gentleman. Shinfeng, I wrongly blamed Shinfeng. Jiang Wanwan, I wrongly blamed Shinfeng. Shinfeng can sleep with me tonight. Jiang Wanwan, tonight Shin, sleep with you big-headed ghost. Jiang Wanwan blushed. What kind of gentleman is this guy? It seems that the kick was not hard enough. Shinfeng picked up a piece of pork ribs with chopsticks and handed it to Jiang Wanwan's mouth. The tempting aroma made Jiang Wanwan swallow her saliva, and then she opened her mouth. As a result, Shinfeng suddenly put away his chopsticks. I got kicked today, and you misunderstood me. You should at least show some appreciation. Jiang Wanwan glared at Shinfeng, then we can't sleep together, at least, not now. They have just confirmed their relationship for one day, why are they already thinking about having sex? Then you can think of a compensation yourself. If it can satisfy me, I will give it to you. Jiang Wanwan thought about it. Suddenly ran into the kitchen. Shinfeng thought that this girl was going to cook him breakfast to express her apology. As a result, Jiang Wanwan ran out with a kitchen knife in her hand. How about I give you a level 10 disability as compensation? Shinfeng. He silently pushed the sweet and sour pork ribs in front of Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan then put down the knife and a smile appeared on her face. However, she did not eat it immediately, but walked around to Shinfeng. She gently kissed Shinfeng on the side of his face. After the kiss, Jiang Wanwan immediately hugged a plate of pork ribs and started eating, not daring to even look at Shinfeng. Shinfeng couldn't help but smile as he savored the moist feeling on his face. Chapter 15 Pig is You. Chapter 15 The Pig is You. After breakfast, Jiang Wanwan ran to wash the dishes. Shinfeng didn't fight with her for it, and just browsed his phone in the living room. On Weibo, the news about Let's Start Dating Today and Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan has basically been suppressed. Right now, 9 out of 10 pieces of news on the hot search list are related to the scandal of that top male star. It looks like Lu Tianfan is going to be completely confused. Shinfeng said towards the kitchen while browsing the news. Jiang Wanwan in the kitchen responded, yes, and he has done a lot of bad things. This time he will go to jail. He who does evil will perish by his own evil. Shinfeng shook his head and sighed with some regret. What a pity, the money spent by the company and the program team on buying hot searches has been wasted. Jiang Wanwan, who was washing dishes, also felt it was a pity. And it's a bit regrettable. In fact, since she had memories of her past life, she should have known that this top male star named Lu Tianfan would have a car accident in the next few days. However, Shin Feng had just gotten into trouble these few days in his previous life. Jiang Wanwan was so heartbroken that she had no intention of paying attention to any news from the outside world. So Jiang Wanwan didn't have a very deep impression of Lu Tianfan's matter. Shin Feng was browsing Weibo when there was a knock on the door. After looking at Jiang Wanwan, who was still cleaning in the kitchen, Shin Feng got up and opened the door. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a woman cursing, "You damn girl, you really pissed me off. It's okay that you didn't tell me about such a big thing in advance, but you even dared to secretly post on Weibo. You're really capable. I really want to kill you." Halfway through her scolding, the woman noticed that the person who opened the door was not Jiang Wanwan. But when she saw the man's appearance, the woman's expression became strange. Xiaoshen? Morning, Sister Lin. Shin Feng naturally recognized the woman in front of him. It was Jiang Wanwan's agent, Sister Lin. Sister Lin looks to be in her 30s. She has short hair, wears professional attire, and has a very capable and straightforward temperament just like her hot temper. Shin Feng took the suitcase that Sister Lin was dragging from her hands. Smiling, she said, "Come in first. Wanwan is washing the dishes." Sister Lin was led into the house and looked at Shin Feng a little embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, Xiaoshen. I thought it would be that damn girl Wanwan who opened the door. I didn't expect it to be you." "Fine." Shin Feng smiled politely. I sat on the sofa with Sister Lin and poured her a glass of water. In the kitchen, Jiang Wanwan shouted, "Sister Lin. Wait a moment, I'll be done with it soon. This girl will actually have to do housework one day." Sister Lin glanced at the kitchen and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that marriage really does change a person. "By the way, Xiaoshen, you came early enough." Sister Lin took a sip of water and looked at Shin Feng and said. Shin Feng spread his hands honestly, "I stayed here last night." Puff. Sister Lin spat out a mouthful of water. "Ahem, did you sleep here last night?" A gold medal agent from Lanyu Entertainment stared at Shin Feng in amazement. Although these two people have obtained their marriage certificate, they seem to be still college students, right? Are today's young people too open-minded, or are her thinking too old-fashioned? Well, I played outside with Wanwan for quite a long time last night. It was very late when I sent her back, so I rested here," Shin Feng said. After hearing this, Sister Lin felt more at ease. It turned out that it was just because it was too late, so I took a break here. That's understandable. After all, Jiang Wanwan's place is a villa after all. There are still 1 or 2 guest rooms, and you don't necessarily have to stay in one room. After wiping off the water that had just been sprayed out, Sister Lin picked up the cup and took a sip. Chatting, "Did you sleep well last night? You seem to have some dark circles under your eyes." "I slept okay, but Wanwan kicked me when I woke up this morning, and it still hurts a little." Puff. Sister Lin spat out another mouthful of water. You two slept in the same bed?" "Yes." Sister Lin was silent for a while. The expression on his face was somewhat complicated. After a long time, she said, "I feel a bit like I'm watching a good cabbage being eaten by a pig." At this moment Jiang Wanwan just came out of the kitchen. When I heard Sister Lin's words, I immediately became unhappy. "Sister Lin, although I am your precious cabbage, Shin Feng is not a pig. How could you say that about him?" Sister Lin rolled her eyes at Jiang Wanwan. Then he said seriously, "The pig I'm talking about is you." Jiang Wanwan. Sister Lin sighed and placed her hand on the back of Shin Feng's hand. "Xiaoshen, I know this girl's temper very well. How could such a sensible and handsome young man like you fall into her clutches?" Shin Feng smiled. "Wanwan is very good, I like her very much." "Oh, is she good?" "If she were good, there would be no bad people in the world." Jiang Wanwan couldn't help it. "Sister Lin, why are you belittling me like that? I'm not that bad. Besides, even if I'm really bad, I've found a husband. Why are you still single?" When Sister Lin heard this, she stood up immediately. Then he rushed into the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. Pointing at Jiang Wanwan, he said, "What did you just say, you little bitch? I've been single and I provoked you. If you dare to say that again, I'll chop you to death." Looking at the kitchen knife in Sister Lin's hand, Shin Feng finally understood. It turns out that Jiang Wanwan's habit of threatening people with a kitchen knife is a tradition. Jiang Wanwan had already hidden behind Shin Feng and looked at Sister Lin aggrievedly and said, "You were the one who said bad things about me first, and you don't allow me to fight back? Hiss. Sister Lin raised the kitchen knife. Okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Sister Lin. Jiang Wanwan immediately became timid. Only then did Sister Lin put down the kitchen knife. He snorted and sat back on the couch. Looking at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, who were leaning against each other, she suddenly sighed again. It's really outrageous. Even a damn girl like you can find a man, so why can't I find one? Sister Lin is almost 40 years old, and she hasn't even had a boyfriend, let alone getting married. Jiang Wanwan ran over and pinched Sister Lin's shoulders flatteringly. Sister Lin, as long as you are less angry and more gentle in the future, you will definitely find your ideal husband. Alright, stop pinching me. Sit down and let's get down to business. Jiang Wanwan sat obediently on the sofa again. Shinfeng felt a little emotional. Jiang Wanwan was many times more honest in front of Sister Lin than in front of him. The only one who can suppress the younger brother and turn him into a younger sister is probably Sister Lin. Sister Lin took out 2 stacks of contracts from the suitcase and handed them to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan respectively. This is the contract between Shinfeng and the company, as well as the contract between the two of you and the dating program team. Chapter 16 Young People Should Exercise Moderation. Chapter 16 Temperance for Young People. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan looked at the contract in their hands. Sister Lin was explaining some details of the contract to the two of them. We didn't ask for too high a price in the contract with the program crew. After all, we joined the crew to settle things, not to make money. As for the contract between Xiaoxin and the company, since I signed it personally and it didn't go through the company, I can only ask for a cheaper 6-month contract first. Sister Lin said, looking at Shinfeng. Xiaoxin, after you finish this online variety show, you can disappear. The company will not assign you any other tasks. The company will then pay you a few more months' salary, and you can just consider it as free money. Jiang Wanwan snatched the contract from Shinfeng's hand, took a look at it, and frowned. It's really only half a year, and the salary is so low, it's not as much as Fengzi can earn working as a summer intern outside. The total salary for a 6-month contract is only over 20,000 yuan. The monthly salary is only more than 3,000 yuan. After hearing Jiang Wanwan's complaints, Sister Lin rolled her eyes. You still want a high price? You know how shady Lanyu is. I'm glad I didn't ask you to pay for it. Jiang Wanwan was a little unhappy. She put the contract down and said sullenly, how could my Fengzi be worth so little money? When I get back, I will definitely go it alone, sign Fengzi as my artist, and give him the highest priced contract. Wait until he comes home, and then ask him to give me all his wages. Sister Lin. Shinfeng. After being speechless for a moment, Sister Lin continued, I support you going it alone. Lanyu is indeed not suitable for your development. Other companies, when their artists encounter something like this, the first thing they think of is a PR plan. Lanyu, on the other hand, is only thinking about how to get liquidated damages from you. This is a typical case of draining the pond to catch the fish. Fortunately, Xiaoxin found a way to keep it secret for you and shut up those senior executives. Otherwise, you would have to find a way to raise money now. Your contract expires at the end of the year. When it's over, you can change companies or go out on your own. Jiang Wanwan nodded. In fact, it was Sister Lin who gave her the advice to go solo in her previous life. Although Sister Lin is still an employee of Lanyu Entertainment, she has always been thinking about her sincerely. Shinfeng took the contract. After going through it roughly and making sure there were no traps or major problems, I wrote my name on it. After handing the contract to Sister Lin, Shinfeng said, Sister Lin, I have another small request. I wonder if you can satisfy it. You said, as long as it's reasonable, I can help you raise it. I want to advance my salary for the past 6 months, is that okay? After Shinfeng finished saying this, Sister Lin looked at him strangely. Are you in urgent need of money, Xiaoxin? Jiang Wanwan also looked at Shinfeng and asked, if you want money, I can lend it to you? Although I can't afford the penalty, it's still okay for me to lend you some money. Shinfeng smiled and shook his head at Jiang Wanwan. Then he said to Sister Lin, I do need some money. I wonder if it is convenient for the company. Sister Lin thought about it, took out her cell phone and sent a message. After a while, I received a reply from the company. Can. Shinfeng's salary was already very low, and no matter how shady Lanyu Entertainment was, they wouldn't be so reluctant to advance even 20,000 yuan. After signing the contract, Sister Lin talked to the two about the variety show. Because the production team is relatively poor, the few artists they signed, except Wan, are not very famous and their schedules are empty. So the production team said that as long as Wan is free, we can start filming at any time, and we hope it can be as soon as possible. So we are talking about August 5th, which means we will join the group 3 days later.
Xiaoxin, you should have time, right? Xin Feng nodded.
That's good. The format of the show is recording plus live broadcast. Nowadays, live broadcast variety shows are very popular because they can interact in real time and are more realistic.
The filming location is in the ancient capital of Chang'an.
I will stay here for the next few days. We will take a plane to Chang'an together on the 4th.
Sister Lin is quite competent as an agent. The time plan has already been outlined. Xin Feng had no objection, but Jiang Wanwan suddenly became a little hesitant.
Sister Lin, are you going to stay here for the next 2 days?
Sister Lin stared at Jiang Wanwan. Why, you have so many guest rooms, can't I stay in one?
Besides, I didn't stay at your place the last time I came here.
Jiang Wanwan's expression became conflicted.
It's over. It's over. If Sister Lin lived here, how could she eat her sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour stir-fried pork, her braised pork, and her chicken stewed with mushrooms?
Sister Lin would definitely not let her eat any of these high-fat foods. Is she going to have to live a hard life of eating eggs and vegetables every day again?
Sister Lin had no idea what Jiang Wanwan was thinking. She glanced at the conflicted Jiang Wanwan, then at Xin Feng. As if he had thought of something, his expression suddenly became interesting.
She sneered, Jiang Wanwan, I know what you mean. Jiang Wanwan was shocked. Could it be that she just accidentally said the name of the dish she wanted to eat?
Jiang Wanwan, let me tell you, you young people must learn to be moderate and not be too indulgent.
Jiang Wanwan's face fell.
I didn't indulge myself too much. I just did it yesterday. That's because you've only lived with Xiaoxin for 1 day.
If he lived with you every day, wouldn't you be indulged every day?
Sister Lin said seriously. Jiang Wanwan thought about Xin Feng's superb cooking skills.
If Xin Feng cooked delicious food for her every day, she would seem to indulge in eating it.
She lowered her head in embarrassment. It's not impossible to indulge every day.
Jiang Wanwan.
When Sister Lin heard this, she immediately yelled.
What are you talking about? How can you, a little girl, think about these things? Don't you have any shame? What's so shameful about this? Jiang Wanwan felt a little aggrieved. Isn't this human nature? If you tried it, you would definitely be unable to stop.
She was sure that if Sister Lin ate the food cooked by Xin Feng, she would become addicted to it like her.
The taste is absolutely amazing.
As a result, Sister Lin's face suddenly turned red and she slammed the table in anger.
Jiang Wanwan, what are you talking about? Can you please stop being so outspoken?
Fuck it, forget it.
I really don't want to bother with you. But I have to tell you one thing, you can indulge yourself, but you must take protective measures, okay? Protective measures? Jiang Wanwan was puzzled. What kind of protective measures are needed when eating? Eat? What do you mean eat? Sister Lin was also confused. What are you talking about? Jiang Wanwan looked at Sister Lin in confusion. Aren't you talking about the dishes made by Xin Feng?
I indulged myself a bit yesterday. I ate a lot of sweet and sour pork ribs after eating a burger, and of course I ate it this morning as well. But this is not my fault, it's really Xin Feng's cooking skills are so good.
Really, Sister Lin, you must try it. Sweet and sour spare ribs? Yeah, isn't that what you just said? Jiang Wanwan also noticed the strangeness in Sister Lin's expression at this moment. I noticed that something seemed to be wrong.
The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Then, both of them reacted. Jiang Wanwan's face turned red when she realized what Sister Lin had just said. Sister Lin picked up the kitchen knife again.
He glared at Jiang Wanwan and yelled, You ate hamburgers and sweet and sour pork ribs yesterday? So the photo of the stir-fried bamboo shoots you sent me yesterday was a lie. I didn't lie to you. I did eat bamboo shoots. I also ate 3 kinds of fresh vegetables and boiled cabbage. Why don't I eat you to death? Sister Lin rushed towards Jiang Wanwan with a kitchen knife.
Jiang Wanwan was so scared that she held her head and begged for mercy. Stand up, get on the treadmill, and do 5 kilometers first.
Sister Lin yelled.
Xin Feng felt a little sorry for his older brother.
Xin Feng coughed lightly and said, Sister Lin, Wanwan. Shut up.
As a result, Sister Lin, who had been friendly to Shinfeng before, shouted at him angrily, "Xiaoshen, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You are so brave to make sweet and sour pork ribs for Jiang Wanwan. Go to the treadmill and do sit-ups. You can stop when Jiang Wanwan finishes running." Shinfeng finally understood why Jiang Wanwan was afraid of Sister Lin. To be honest, he was a little scared. Chapter 17. The people around him are his present and future. Chapter 17. The people around him are his present and future. At noon, Sister Lin wanted to order takeout. But Jiang Wanwan strongly recommended Shinfeng's cooking skills, saying that if Sister Lin didn't eat the food cooked by Shinfeng, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Since Jiang Wanwan said so, Sister Lin agreed. However, she specifically told Shinfeng to cook some vegetables for Jiang Wanwan and never let her eat meat. Jiang Wanwan felt very aggrieved. She sneaked into the kitchen several times when Shinfeng was cooking, and used the excuse of visiting the set to steal a lot of dishes. Seeing her like this, Shinfeng couldn't help but laugh and said, "If you eat secretly again, you will only be able to serve an empty plate to Sister Lin later. How can I eat that much? Besides, do you have the heart to let me eat only vegetables at noon? I will die." Jiang Wanwan said seriously. Shinfeng also said seriously, "If Sister Lin finds out that you are cheating, you will really die." Jiang Wanwan: Okay, let's do this. Eat less vegetables at noon. I'll cook a special dish for you and bring it to you secretly when you return to your room. Okay? As soon as Shinfeng said this, Jiang Wanwan immediately became happy. She gave Shinfeng a mua from half a meter away. "Fingzi, you are still on Wan Ji's side. Then do you want to get closer and kiss me?" Shinfeng moved his face closer. Jiang Wanwan slapped him in the face. "You wish. We've already kissed each other this morning. We've reached the limit. If we kiss again, we'll exceed the limit." After saying that, Jiang Wanwan picked up another piece of meat from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth. Then he wiped his mouth vigorously to destroy the evidence before walking out of the kitchen. When it was time for lunch, Shinfeng served 4 dishes and a soup. Cumin lamb, wild tofu, braised shrimps with soybean sauce, stir-fried rapeseed, and a pot of stewed chicken soup. The rapeseed was naturally Jiang Wanwan's exclusive dish, while Shinfeng and Sister Lin divided the rest. "Jiang Wanwan, this foodie, has praised you to this level. I have to try your cooking skills, Xiaoshen. Let's see whether it's just her lover's eyes that see beauty in others, or whether you really have some skills." Sister Lin said this and put a piece of food into her mouth. After chewing for a few times, the expression on her face changed. Then, he took several more bites of food. Finally, he swallowed it and said in surprise, "Xiaoshen, did you graduate from New Oriental? How come your cooking skills are so good?" Before Shinfeng could say anything, Jiang Wanwan said with a proud look on her face, "What do you think, Sister Lin? His cooking skills are pretty good. I'm telling you, you didn't eat his sweet and sour pork ribs and boiled cabbage yesterday. That was really amazing." As Jiang Wanwan spoke, she secretly stretched out her chopsticks, wanting to pick up a piece of cumin lamb. The result still didn't escape Sister Lin's eyes. "It's delicious, but you can't eat it." Jiang Wanwan took back her chopsticks angrily. Sister Lin then looked at Shinfeng and said, "Xiaoshen, I'm not praising you, your craftsmanship is really good. Do you have any secrets to cooking? Teach me. If I could be as good as you, I would definitely be able to find a partner." Shinfeng thought about it, and finally said seriously, "In fact, the secret may be practice makes perfect, and you will get it if you do it more. Practice really does make perfect. After all, he has been cooking for himself for more than 800 years. After the meal, Sister Lin, who was full and satisfied, praised Shinfeng with satisfaction. "Then I went to the guest room to rest." When Jiang Wanwan saw Sister Lin leaving, her eyes immediately lit up. She stared at Shinfeng. Fingzi, where is the dish you made just for me?" Shinfeng walked into the kitchen and took out a large piece of golden fried chicken from the thermos lunchbox. The fragrance went straight into Jiang Wanwan's nose. "Fingzi, are you the little chef? Why do the dishes you cook have a golden glow?" Shinfeng smiled and said, "I don't have that ability. You will know after you try it. But don't eat here. If Sister Lin goes downstairs, you'll be discovered. Go back to your room and eat." Jiang Wanwan swallowed and nodded. Then he hurriedly pulled Shinfeng upstairs and went back to the room. In the room, Jiang Wanwan took a bite of the golden fried chicken fillet. After eating, the expression on his face became interesting. "Wow! So sweet, it's honey. Shinfeng reached out to help her wipe the honey off her mouth and said softly, I know you like sweet things, so I made this honey juice especially for you.
You're so nice, Fingzi. Jiang Wanwan ate with big mouthfuls and spoke incoherently.
Only after finishing the whole chicken steak did Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of satisfaction. Oh, it's really delicious. When I think about the fact that I can only eat such delicious food secretly, I really want to cry. Fingzi, you don't know, living under Sister Lin's high-pressure sanctions is really too hard.
Shinfeng rubbed her head. Do you want to escape her punishment in the next 2 days? Do you have a solution? Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up.
I'm going to go home and tell my parents about this.
Do you want to come with me?
Okay.
No. Let me think about it. Jiang Wanwan agreed immediately.
But soon he seemed to remember something and started to worry with his head down.
Jiang Wanwan is in a complicated mood now. She actually really wanted to go with Shinfeng.
She had met Shinfeng's parents countless times. Both of them were very nice people and she liked them very much. But now, her identity is different. Originally she went there as Shinfeng's friend, but now she went there as Shinfeng's wife.
The gap is too big. I secretly asked Fingzi to get married. Will my uncle and aunt blame me? Whether they check Weibo or not, will they already know?
What if they are like my parents and don't agree with us being together?
She felt like she was about to have a headache. Shinfeng could roughly guess what Jiang Wanwan was worried about.
He squatted down and looked at Jiang Wanwan and said softly, don't think too much.
In fact, my parents have been wondering for a long time when I can catch you.
They all like you very much, really. Having said that, Jiang Wanwan still felt nervous. Finally, Shinfeng sighed and used his trump card.
Anyway, I have to go home. I may not be back before tomorrow night.
If you don't come with me, you'll have to eat with Sister Lin, and I won't be able to secretly cook for you.
Then you.
Let's go.
When do we leave? Jiang Wanwan said immediately.
When Sister Lin woke up from her nap at noon, she found that there was no one in the villa. She wanted to take out her cell phone to ask where Jiang Wanwan had gone. As a result, as soon as she opened WeChat, she saw the message Jiang Wanwan had sent her before. Dead girl, Sister Lin, I have something to do and I have to stay out for the next 2 days. I will be back on the 4th, don't miss me too much. Bye.
This Jiang Wanwan actually ran away?
Sister Lin made a phone call immediately. You stupid girl, you are the master of this house.
Now you, the master, leave the guests behind and run away.
What the hell did you do?
And don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to have a good meal behind my back, right? I'm telling you it's impossible. Get back here right now. Jiang Wanwan on the other end of the phone said honestly, Sister Lin, you misunderstood me. I really have something important to do. I haven't told Shinfeng's parents about my marriage certificate yet. I, an ugly daughter-in-law, have to meet my parents-in-law, right?
I'm already on a long-distance bus going to Shinfeng's house.
Oops, it seems the signal is not very good. I'll hang up first. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan hung up the phone.
Sister Lin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. On the other side, Jiang Wanwan let out a long sigh after hanging up the phone.
She looked at Shinfeng and asked, Fingzi, are you almost done cleaning up?
In fact, she and Shinfeng never took a long-distance bus. At this time, the two of them were staying in the dormitory where Shinfeng lived when he was working, helping Shinfeng pack his things.
Shinfeng's summer job is as a lecturer in an after-school training institution of an elementary school.
Although he hasn't graduated from college yet, he has no problem tutoring elementary school students. Accommodation is provided here, and there is a dormitory kitchen where you can cook your own meals.
There are weekends off. Shinfeng has been working here for a month.
When I told my boss that I wanted to resign, he agreed readily.
He also asked Shinfeng for an autograph. It turned out that the boss also saw the news about Shinfeng on Weibo and knew that Shinfeng was going to debut as an artist.
Shinfeng packed his things for accommodation and looked at the dormitory, feeling somewhat melancholy. On the surface, he had only lived here for a month. But in fact, he has lived here for more than 800 years. Every morning, he would be woken up by the alarm clock on this simple hard bed. Because July 31st was a Saturday and he had a day off, he could do whatever he wanted on that day. In this small dormitory, he experienced too much and learned too much. I remembered too much and also forgot too much.
Jiang Wanwan stood beside Shinfeng.
For some reason, she felt that Shinfeng seemed a little lost.
Zhang Wanwan is not very good at comforting people.
She didn't know what to say, so she could only walk to Shinfeng's side and gently hold Shinfeng's hand.
The warmth of Zhang Wanwan's hand brought Shinfeng back to his senses. He looked at Zhang Wanwan with a smile and said, "It's okay, let's go." Here, it has become the past. The person standing next to him is his present and future. Chapter 18. You have to give me a chance too. Chapter 18. You have to give me a chance. After packing up and leaving the dormitory, Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan went to the station and took a bus to Qinglu County under Zhanhai City. There happened to be 2 empty seats in the car, so the 2 of them sat side by side. Zhang Wanwan sat by the window and looked at the scenery along the way. Shinfeng sat next to Zhang Wanwan and looked at her all the way. Qinglu County is not far from the city, about an hour away. Soon, the 2 got out of the car. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar city, both of them were filled with emotion. Zhang Wanwan sighed because in her previous life, she rarely came to this county town after Shinfeng's accident. Because she was afraid of being reminded of someone when seeing the object. She would only come every year to worship Shinfeng and visit Shinfeng's parents. Shinfeng sighed because he had come back here many times in the 300,000 cycles. But it was only this return to Qinglu County that truly gave Shinfeng a sense of reality. A feeling that he was really back. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. The county town is not big, and Shinfeng's home is not far from the station. The 2 of them walked side by side along the street. "Fengzi, that's our elementary school. It looks like it's been renovated. See that big tree? We climbed it together and you fell down. Remember? This store is still there, and it seems the owner is still the same, but he has become an old man." Zhang Wanwan talked non-stop all the way. Although she had come back here many times in her previous life, she had never been in the mood to see the scenery here. Because wherever she looked, all she saw were memories of her and Shinfeng. In her previous life, she didn't want to think about all this. And now, she was eager to recall everything and share their past with Shinfeng. Shinfeng just smiled and listened. Accompanying Zhang Wanwan, they recalled their childhood together. "It's great. A lot has changed here, but a lot has remained the same." Zhang Wanwan suddenly sighed, "At least it can still hold our memories." After walking for more than 20 minutes, the 2 arrived in front of a somewhat old residential building. In the small courtyard in front of the residential building, several old men and women were fanning themselves with palm leaf fans and chatting in the shade. Seeing Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan coming, an old lady suddenly said, "Hey, isn't this their Fengzi? Are you back?" "Yes, Grandma Wang, you're back." Shinfeng nodded politely. Grandma Wang responded and looked at Zhang Wanwan, who was beside Shinfeng. "Hey, did you bring your girlfriend back?" "No, this little girl looks so familiar." Zhang Wanwan took off her mask and smiled at Grandma Wang. "Grandma, you still remember me?" "Hey, Wanwan. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. It turned out to be you, little girl. I saw the TV series you starred in, and they said you are a big star now." "No, I've only filmed a few movies. I'm not a big star." "Grandma Wang, how are you feeling lately?" Grandma Wang said with a smile, very good, very good. By the way, we are having dumplings at home tonight, come and eat together then." "No need to trouble you, Grandma Wang." "Thank you." After chatting with Grandma Wang for a few words, the 2 walked into the residential building. Entering the stairs, Zhang Wanwan smiled and said, "Grandma Wang doesn't look any older. She looks the same as she did several years ago. When I was a kid, I often ate dumplings made by Grandma Wang. They were much more delicious than those at my home." Shinfeng held her hand and walked upstairs while saying, "If you want to eat dumplings, how about I make some for you tonight?" "Really? Okay, I want celery and meat." Going up to the 4th floor, Shinfeng knocked on the door of room 402. Zhang Wanwan looked at the door of room 401. She subconsciously reached out and touched the door handle of room 401. There was a layer of dust on it. A long, long time ago, there lived a little girl here. She often goes to school, goes home from school, and goes out to play with the little boy next door. Grow up together, fall in love together. Get a marriage certificate together. That little girl is her. This was her former home. Mom. Fengzi, why are you back? The voice behind her brought Zhang Wanwan back to her senses. She turned around and saw that the door of room 402 was already open. Shinfeng's mother Tang Ping was standing at the door, talking to Shinfeng. She was a little nervous, but she still stepped forward and greeted Tang Ping. "Hello, Auntie." Just now, Jiang Wanwan was standing behind Shinfeng, and Tang Ping really didn't notice that there was another person in the corridor. After taking a closer look, Tang Ping's face suddenly lit up with a smile. "Isn't this Wanwan? Old Shin, look who's here." Having said that, Tang Ping ignored Shinfeng and pulled Jiang Wanwan into the house. He almost locked Shinfeng out of the door. Shinfeng touched his nose when he saw this, and thought that Jiang Wanwan was Tang Ping's biological daughter. In the room, Shin Jiaogua, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, hurried out when he heard the sound. As soon as he saw Jiang Wanwan, he immediately came over with a smile. "Wanwan, why are you here? Are you here alone? Come on, sit down. You haven't been here for a long time." Hearing this, Shinfeng complained helplessly, "Comrade Shin Jiaogua, what do you mean she came here alone? Didn't you see that I am such a big person? Hey, Fingzi, if you hadn't said anything I really wouldn't have noticed you. Alright, stop making fun of me. Go to the refrigerator and get a bottle of drink for Wanwan." Shinfeng suddenly felt a little sad. As someone who had just walked in, Jiang Wanwan was treated with great preferential treatment. On the other hand, Shinfeng, as the only child of the Shin family, had to be busy serving tea and water to others. "I walked to the kitchen and took a few drinks from the refrigerator." Shinfeng looked at the familiar furnishings in the kitchen and was filled with emotion for a moment. "I'm back home," he muttered, returning to the living room with his drink. In the living room, Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogua were surrounding Jiang Wanwan and asking her questions. "Ask Jiang Wanwan how she is doing, ask Jiang Wanwan if she has been filming recently, and ask Jiang Wanwan how her family is doing." Jiang Wanwan, who had been so arrogant in front of Shinfeng, now seemed like a good kid and answered their questions honestly. Shinfeng put the drink on the table, glanced at Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogua, and said, "Mom and Dad, we came back this time for something." He originally wanted to say that he and Jiang Wanwan had obtained their marriage certificate. As a result, Tang Ping rolled her eyes at him and said, "What are you talking about? Do you have any good eyesight? You know to bring the drink over, but you don't know how to open it?" Shinfeng had no choice but to open the bottle of drink. Then he said, "We came back this time because we have something to tell you." As a result, Shin Jiaogua glared at him again and said, "Get Wanwan a cup. You want Wanwan to drink from such a big bottle of drink." Shinfeng had no choice but to take another cup of water from under the coffee table. Then he said again, "We came back because we have something to tell you, actually." Tang Ping reached out and slapped him. "You just hold the cup, don't you know how to pour it for Wanwan? How can you be so stupid?" Shinfeng sighed. He honestly poured a drink for Jiang Wanwan and handed it to her respectfully. Only then did Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogua feel satisfied. Tang Ping looked at Shinfeng and asked, "Fingzi, what did you want to say just now?" Originally, Shinfeng wanted to slowly nurture his relationship and tell Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogua bit by bit about his marriage to Jiang Wanwan. But Shinfeng, who had been interrupted several times in a row, really couldn't come up with anything now. He said directly, "I married Jiang Wanwan." At the side, Shin Jiaogua, who had just picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, suddenly spit out the tea. Tang Ping was also stunned for a long time, then glared at Shinfeng and said, "You little bastard, are you kidding me?" Shinfeng took out the marriage certificate and slapped it on the table. When Tang Ping picked it up and looked at it, she was immediately stunned. This, it's such an important matter, why did you take so long to tell me after you got home?" Shin Jiaogua snatched the marriage certificate and looked at it for a long time, then started to scold Shinfeng. Shinfeng was helpless. "I wanted to say it earlier, but you have to give me a chance." He has never been idle since he returned home. Chapter 19 Jiang Wanwan, Dad, Mom. Chapter 19 Jiang Wanwan, Dad, Mom. Shen family. Comrade Tang Ping convened the 43rd sofa meeting of the Shin family. Comrade Shin Jiaogui attended the meeting. Comrade Shinfeng is the person on trial. Comrade Jiang Wanwan attended the trial. Bang! Tang Ping glared angrily and slammed the table. Shinfeng, how come you didn't tell us in advance about such a big thing as getting a marriage certificate? You suddenly got married to Wanwan. Did you force her to do that? Tell me. Shin Jiaogua slapped the table and said, "Speak." Jiang Wanwan feels that everyone should be responsible for their own actions. She raised her hand weakly, "Uncle and Aunt, actually." Tang Ping held out her hand and said, "Wanwan, you don't have to speak for this brat. Let him speak for himself. Shinfeng, tell the truth.
Shinfeng spread his hands helplessly. It's mainly because it happened suddenly.
It happened suddenly? Tang Ping slammed the table again. What a sudden move. Getting a marriage certificate is such a big deal. How can it be so sudden?
Shinjiagua also slammed the table and said, "That's right." Jiang Wanwan spoke weakly, "Uncle and aunt, this is indeed quite sudden, because..."
Wanwan, I told you not to speak for him. This kid has his own way.
After Tang Ping finished speaking, she glared at Shinfeng fiercely. "You stinky boy, if you are a man, you should tell me what's going on.
Don't always let a woman speak for you."
"I don't want to speak for him, aunt, please listen to me."
Jiang Wanwan suddenly spoke loudly. Tang Ping and Shinjiagua immediately looked at Jiang Wanwan gently. "Well, Wanwan, go ahead."
It was completely different from the look he had given Shinfeng before. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and then said shyly, "Actually, I was the one who forced Fengzi to get the certificate."
"Fengzi can't be blamed. I was too impulsive." Tang Ping said to Jiang Wanwan in a gentle voice, "It's okay, it's okay. It's good for young people to be impulsive. Besides, I've been looking forward to you two being together for a long time. Fengzi is a slow-moving kid, so we have to rely on you to take the initiative." Shinfeng.
"Shinfeng, Comrade Tang Ping, this was not the tone you used when you spoke to me just now."
Tang Ping glared at him and said, "Shut up. You have no right to speak here."
Shinfeng closed his mouth silently. Afterwards, Tang Ping, Shinjiagua and Jiang Wanwan talked a lot. For example, how the two of them feel now, and whether they are adapting to life with Shinfeng. For example, whether Shinfeng is good to her, and for example, what Jiang Wanwan's family says.
Jiang Wanwan answered the first few questions with a smile, but for the last one, she remained silent.
Seeing Jiang Wanwan fall silent, Tang Ping and Shinjiagua looked at each other. They have both lived for 40 or 50 years.
How could they not understand what Jiang Wanwan's behavior meant?
Shinfeng suddenly said to Tang Ping, "Mom, come here, I want to talk to you."
Tang Ping knew that Shinfeng was probably going to talk about Jiang Wanwan's family affairs, so she nodded.
The two walked to the balcony, and Shinfeng said, "Mom, you know what kind of temper old Zhang's family has. There are no bad people in their family, but they do look down on ordinary people like us. So Lao Jiang has always been reluctant to let me date Wanwan, and he even came to talk to me about this."
Tang Ping's expression was a little complicated. "Fengzi, what are you thinking?
After all, Jiang Zhou is Jiang Wanwan's father. If Jiang Wanwan's parents do not agree with them being together, then I'm afraid their future will be difficult." Shinfeng smiled slightly. "I only know that I love her."
"Don't worry too much, Mom. I've already thought about my future plans.
I have a way to make Jiang Zhou fall in love with me, and I'll also let you all live a good life."
Tang Ping sighed. "What's the difference between good days and bad days? If you can live a good life, your parents will be very happy. You're a grown-up kid now. Since you know what's going on, I won't say much.
But if Jiang Zhou comes looking for you again, remember to tell Mom and Dad.
We are of the same generation as Jiang Zhou. If we say some things, it will be more effective than if you say them." "Thank you, Mom,"
Shinfeng said with a smile.
Tang Ping rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why are you being so polite to Mom? Okay, I know what's going on. Go back and don't make Wanwan feel embarrassed."
The two returned to the living room, and after that, Tang Ping never mentioned anything about Jiang Wanwan's family again. Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little sad in her heart.
They are both parents, so why are Shinfeng's parents so understanding and considerate of her?
But her parents. She knew that Jiang Zhou and Su Yan were doing this for her own good, but that kind of goodness sometimes made her feel suffocated.
While cooking in the evening, Shinfeng told Shinjiagua and Tang Ping that Jiang Wanwan wanted to eat dumplings stuffed with celery and meat. Tang Ping agreed repeatedly.
She needed the dough at home and asked Shinjiagua to go out and buy celery and minced meat. When it came time to make dumplings, Jiang Wanwan also said she wanted to make some contribution. She sat at the table, with her hair tied up and wearing an apron. Holding a dumpling skin in one hand, he carefully scooped some meat filling with a spoon and put it into the skin. She tried to pinch it carefully, but the soft dumpling skin slipped from her hand and the meat filling almost fell out. Jiang Wanwan was so scared that she was in a panic. Shinfeng walked over to her, held her hand, and instructed, "If you put your hand like this, it will be more stable.
When you wrap it, pinch it like this. No, it will come out if you do this."
Shinfeng taught step by step, and Jiang Wanwan wrapped it step by step. It took a long time to wrap up 7 or 8 of them crookedly. Across from them, Tang Ping and Shinjiagua, who had already wrapped 30 or 40 buns, looked at each other. There was smile in both of their eyes.
After wrapping the dumplings, put them in the pot and serve them on the table. The family sat around the dinner table, talking and laughing while eating. Jiang Wanwan picked up the drink and said to Tang Ping and Shinjiagua, "Uncle, aunt, I toast to you." As a result, Tang Ping was a little unhappy. "It's already this time, and you're still calling us like that?" Shin Feng smiled and kicked Jiang Wanwan from under the table. Jiang Wanwan certainly understood what they meant. Just somewhat, and a little shy.
After lowering her head and thinking for a while, Jiang Wanwan blushed and whispered, "Dad, Mom."
"Hey! My dear daughter. Here's a big red envelope for you."
Tang Ping and Shinjiagua were so happy that their faces were full of smiles. I don't know when Tang Ping prepared the red envelope for Jiang Wanwan, but now she took it out and handed it to Jiang Wanwan. At this time, Jiang Wanwan also knew that she couldn't be polite, so she accepted the red envelope and called Mom and Dad sweetly.
This made Tang Ping and Shinjiagua even happier. While eating, Shinjiagua drank some wine. He drank a little too much, and while eating, he said to Jiang Wanwan in a drunken state, "Wanwan, you don't know, back then, Tang Ping and I really hoped that you would be our daughter. At that time, I felt that you would definitely be more promising than Shin Feng. Luckily, Shin Feng managed to catch you, otherwise we wouldn't know how long we would have regretted it."
Shin Feng touched his nose. He always felt that today was not like a daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law, but more like his parents adopting a daughter.
Moreover, this goddaughter is more favored than his biological son.
After eating and drinking, Jiang Wanwan wanted to take the initiative to wash the dishes. But Tang Ping stopped her and sent Shin Feng to wash the dishes. She also said to Jiang Wanwan earnestly, "Wanwan, you are a big star, how can you do something like washing dishes? I'm telling you, from now on, all the housework at home, such as cooking, washing dishes, mopping the floor, sweeping the floor, and washing clothes, you can just leave it to Fingzi." After saying that, Tang Ping shook her head again. No, Fingzi's cooking skills will definitely blow up the kitchen.
Let's not let him cook."
Jiang Wanwan said hurriedly, "Uncle Mom, Fingzi's cooking is really delicious now. He fried chicken steak for me at noon today, and made sweet and sour spare ribs for me yesterday. They were both very delicious."
"Is it true?" Tang Ping was skeptical. "If you don't believe me, I'll cook tomorrow,"
Shin Feng said after coming back from washing the dishes.
"Forget it. I haven't thought about renovating this kitchen yet. I don't expect you to tear it down."
Tang Ping curled her lips. After chatting for a while, Shin Feng got down to business.
"Mom and Dad, actually, I came back this time and there is something I want to tell you. I signed with Wanwan's agency and I'm an artist now. Chapter 20 I know you are pretending to sleep. Chapter 20 I know you are pretending to sleep." Shin Feng deliberately delayed talking about this matter until now.
Because compared to getting the marriage certificate with Jiang Wanwan, this matter is really nothing. He roughly explained the whole story to Shinjiagua and Tang Ping.
Not only did they not express any objection, they even felt a little regretful.
Shinjiagua sighed, "My son has the same looks as his father, so he's not bad looking.
How come Wanwan's company only signed him for half a year? They really don't have good taste." "That's enough." Tang Ping rolled her eyes at Shinjiagua and said, "Didn't you hear Fingzi say that he signed the contract temporarily just to solve a problem? It's good enough that he's willing to sign for half a year."
"But Fingzi, you said you were going to film some variety show with Wanwan later.
Where can we watch it?" "Can we watch it then?" "Shen Feng doesn't know much about this, Jiang Wanwan is more professional." Jiang Wanwan said, "It should be a live broadcast on the internet. You can download an app on your phone." "Yes, it's the one on your phone. Then you can search the name of our program and watch it." "Okay, I'll invite our relatives over later,"
Tang Ping said with a smile.
Jiang Wanwan still felt quite embarrassed. Shinjiagua and Tang Ping went to bed early, and at around 10 o'clock in the evening, they went back to rest.
Jiang Wanwan had been sitting in the car for half a day and was somewhat tired.
She stretched and asked, "Fingzi, which room should I stay in tonight?"
As a result, after she asked the question, she noticed that Shin Feng's eyes suddenly became strange.
Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Wanwan asked curiously.
"My house has 2 bedrooms and a living room,"
Shin Feng said. Jiang Wanwan blinked, and then? "My parents live in one room."
"So?"
Jiang Wanwan's expression also became a little unnatural. "So there's only one room left."
Shin Feng spread his hands.
Jiang Wanwan was suddenly embarrassed. Do I have to sleep in the same bed with Fengzi again tonight?
Although she had slept in the same bed with me yesterday, she had no idea about it.
Today is different.
Not only was she sober today, but she was also at Shin Feng's parents' home.
Jiang Wanwan felt like her face was getting hot.
Shin Feng saw this and suddenly smiled and moved closer to Jiang Wanwan.
He whispered in her ear, "Honey, do you want to go to bed?" Bang! Jiang Wanwan slapped him with her backhand. Shin Feng was beaten so hard that he became numb. Shin Feng said helplessly, "Why are you hitting me?"
I only said I wanted to sleep, but I didn't say I wanted to sleep in the same bed with you.
I can sleep on the floor. Jiang Wanwan now understood and knew that Shin Feng was deliberately teasing her.
Her face turned red, her eyes rolled, and she suddenly took the initiative and said, "I didn't say I hit you because I didn't want to sleep in the same bed with you."
Shin Feng was stunned. "So you agree to sleep with me?"
Jiang Wanwan snorted, "I originally agreed, but since you are so determined to sleep on the floor, I can't refuse you.
You can sleep on the floor tonight."
After saying that, Jiang Wanwan turned around and ran to Shin Feng's room.
Oh no, it seems like she has figured out everything.
Shin Feng sighed in his heart.
How come his eldest brother suddenly became smart? Following Jiang Wanwan back to the room, Shin Feng made the bed for Jiang Wanwan, then brought out a quilt and spread it on the floor.
After turning off the lights, Jiang Wanwan lay on the bed and Shin Feng lay on the floor.
Jiang Wanwan rolled over on the bed, then rolled to the edge of the bed and looked at Shin Feng. Shin Feng was not asleep either. When he raised his eyes, he saw Jiang Wanwan's big eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why, you want me to go to bed?"
"No, I just suddenly realized that you were so ugly."
Shin Feng.
He raised his hand and poked Jiang Wanwan's little face beside the bed. "You found out too late. If you take my mother's red envelope, you will be the daughter-in-law of our Shin family."
Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes.
"Oh, if I tell my parents that only one of you and I can stay in the Shin family, who do you think they will chase away?"
"TSK, Comrade Jiang Wanwan, you are being arrogant because of your favor. This is not advisable. I am willing, why do you care?"
Jiang Wanwan snorted, "I can't sleep, tell me a story, or I will tell my parents that you bullied me."
Shin Feng was speechless. His eldest brother has found the imperial sword. When you are in doubt, bring your parents out. But Shin Feng has no way to deal with it.
The oppressed Shin Feng sighed, and finally succumbed to the tyranny of his elder brother.
Okay, let me tell you a story. Jiang Wanwan smiled with satisfaction.
The story Shin Feng told was about a love story between a scholar and a young lady in ancient times. A poor scholar who was frustrated and unhappy met a rich lady. They fell in love, but were opposed by the rich lady's family. The scholar worked hard, studied diligently, went to Beijing to take the imperial examination, and finally won the top spot. But when he returned home, he found out that the rich lady had just been betrothed to someone else a few days ago. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt quite touched. She is like the rich lady, and Shin Feng is like the scholar. But fortunately, at least she is with Shin Feng now.
What happened next? Did the scholar bring people to the house to grab the bride? Jiang Wanwan asked.
Shin Feng shook his head, "No." The young lady had always been deeply in love with the scholar, so on the night of her marriage, she wore a red dress and hanged herself. The day the scholar returned was the day of the young lady's funeral.
The bright red robe of the champion brushed shoulders with the plain white robe on the coffin. Jiang Wanwan was a little moved after hearing this.
It was only a matter of days before the two of them could live happily ever after.
But fate always plays tricks on us. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her eyes. The scholar must be very sad. Did he commit suicide for love?
Shin Feng, however, smiled mysteriously. Then he slowly shook his head.
There was no suicide, not even sadness.
Because the scholar, who was used to seeing the romantic affairs in the capital, actually no longer liked the young lady. He had already lived a life of debauchery in the capital, and was even engaged to a lady from a wealthy family in the capital. Originally, the scholar was a little worried, not knowing how to break up with the young lady. When he heard that the young lady had died, he even laughed out loud with joy, saying that God had helped him.
What a scumbag! Jiang Wanwan's previous sadness turned into anger at this moment, and she roared, "What happened next? What happened to this scumbag? He must have died a miserable death."
Shin Feng did not reply, but continued, "That night, the scholar went home after eating a lot. It was very late at night, and the scholar was the only one on the street, but he always felt that someone seemed to be following him. But when the scholar looked back, he couldn't see anyone no matter how hard he looked. The scholar was a little scared. He remembered some stories he had heard in the capital and was worried that he might be haunted by the young lady's ghost, so he hurried back home. After returning home, he lay in bed and nothing happened at first, which made him let his guard down. But just as the scholar was about to fall asleep, the door of his room suddenly made a click. Shinfeng lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. The scholar was startled and squinted his eyes into a slit, and saw a woman in red walking towards the bed step by step. The scholar was so frightened that he almost fainted. He suddenly closed his eyes tightly, did not move, and did not make a sound, wondering if he could escape the disaster if he pretended to be asleep. As a result, the woman in red walked up to him, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "I know you're pretending to be asleep." Shinfeng said this in Zhang Wanwan's ear. Just after hearing Shinfeng talk about the wronged souls, Zhang Wanwan felt that something was not right with the development of the story. She quickly wrapped herself tightly in the air-conditioning quilt and closed her eyes. Shinfeng's whisper in her ear scared her so much that she screamed. She kept beating Shinfeng with both hands. "Damn Fengzi! Damn Fengzi! Who told you to tell horror stories? Will you let me sleep at night?" Besides being afraid of Sister Lin, Zhang Wanwan's second greatest fear might be ghost stories. Shinfeng quickly said, "Brother Wan, calm down, calm down. Didn't you ask me to give this scumbag a miserable death?" Zhang Wanwan gritted her teeth in anger. "I didn't ask you to tell a ghost story. You must have done it on purpose. You are taking revenge on me." She threw a pillow from the bed and hit Shinfeng, then buried her head in the quilt, wrapping herself tightly and not daring to show her head. Shinfeng hugged the pillow, looked at Zhang Wanwan who was shivering in the quilt and said, "Wan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told you this kind of story to scare you." Zhang Wanwan ignored him. Shinfeng sighed. "I just wanted to make a joke, but it seems I went too far." He stood up and sat on the edge of the bed, gently lifting the quilt that Zhang Wanwan was wrapped in. As a result, just as he opened it, Zhang Wanwan suddenly stood up and yelled at him. Shinfeng, who was about to comfort Zhang Wanwan, was frightened. Seeing Shinfeng was frightened, Zhang Wanwan laughed out loud. "Fengzi, let's see if you dare to scare your elder brother again." Shinfeng had a frown on his face. He silently covered Zhang Wanwan's head with the quilt again, then went back to the floor to sleep. Zhang Wanwan snorted complacently and lay down to sleep. But she didn't fall asleep even after lying down for half an hour. As soon as she closed her eyes, she always thought that someone would whisper in her ear, "I know you are pretending to be asleep." I felt a chill on my back. Zhang Wanwan was depressed. She is so sleepy. But she couldn't sleep. Zhang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng who was already asleep on the floor. Finally, he got off the bed silently and squeezed onto the mat laid by Shinfeng. Only after lying together with Shinfeng did Zhang Wanwan feel a little more at ease. Her face flushed as she hummed softly at Shinfeng, "I don't want to sleep with you, it's all your fault for scaring me at night." After mumbling, Zhang Wanwan closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. When Zhang Wanwan fell asleep, Shinfeng beside her opened one eye and looked at her. Then he smiled and held her in his arms. Good night. Chapter 21 Are you a keeper's little gigolo? Chapter 21 Are you a keeper's little gigolo? Early the next morning, Zhang Wanwan woke up after sleeping on the floor all night and felt sore in her back. In the morning, I was watching TV in the living room while pounding my waist and legs. Tang Ping, who was making breakfast, saw this scene and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, Wanwan? Didn't you get enough rest last night?" Zhang Wanwan nodded honestly, "I slept on the floor last night." When Tang Ping heard this, she got furious. Sleeping on the floor? That brat Shinfeng dared to let you sleep on the floor? He is rebelling. You sleep on the floor and he sleeps on the bed, why doesn't he go to heaven? Zhang Wanwan said honestly, "Actually, he also sleeps on the floor." Tang Ping. Tang Ping? She ran to Shinfeng's room and took a look. After confirming that there was indeed a bed in the room, he asked in astonishment, "You two, why are you sleeping on the floor instead of sleeping on the bed?" Zhang Wanwan's face turned a little red. Nodded. Tang Ping thought for a long time before finally coming up with a comment. Young people have quite a lot of ideas. Shinfeng, who had just come out of the shower, couldn't help but complain after hearing this, "It's not that I have a lot of ideas, it's that I can't think straight." Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan, it's all your fault. Mom.
Shenfeng bullied me last night.
She hugged Tang Ping's arm with tears in her eyes, as if she felt very wronged.
Tang Ping turned around and picked up the feather duster. Started hunting down Shenfeng.
Jiang Wanwan put her hands on her waist and raised her eyebrows proudly at Shenfeng. Today Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan stayed at home for most of the day again. At noon, under Jiang Wanwan's strong assurances, Tang Ping and Shen Jiaogua finally agreed to let Shenfeng into the kitchen. Shenfeng lived up to everyone's expectations and cooked a large table of delicious dishes. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stewed beef with tomatoes, and fried meatballs are all Jiang Wanwan's favorite dishes. I also fried a few vegetarian dishes, 3 meat and 3 vegetarian, which was quite rich. Tang Ping and Shen Jiaogua initially thought that even if Shenfeng suddenly got the hang of it, his cooking skills would probably only be limited to not blowing up the kitchen. But when they tasted Shenfeng's cooking, their expressions changed immediately.
Fengzi, when did you learn this skill?
It's much more delicious than what your dad cooks. Tang Ping took a bite of the stewed beef and said in surprise. Shen Jiaogua tasted a few bites of the food and was shocked. At home, he has always been the chef.
I think my cooking skills are pretty good.
But compared with Shenfeng's level, it immediately pales in comparison. Finally, Shen Jiaogua nodded and said proudly, I was wondering why my son's cooking skills were so bad.
He is indeed just like me.
Tang Ping rolled her eyes at him. If you had half the cooking skills of your son, we would open a restaurant instead of a supermarket.
TSK, what do you know?
This is called the disciple surpassing the master.
At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shenfeng planned to return to the city with Jiang Wanwan.
Tang Ping held Jiang Wanwan's hand, looking reluctant. It's already this late, it would be better to have dinner before leaving.
If you're any later, there won't be any trains at the station. Shenfeng said. What's the worry if you don't have a car? Ask your dad to drive you back to the city. It's not far anyway. Jiang Wanwan said hurriedly, really, don't bother me.
Dad, Mom, after Fengzi and I finish this variety show, I will come back to see you. Well, alright, Tang Ping looked at Shenfeng again. Fengzi, take good care of Wanwan outside. If you dare to bully her, I won't forgive you.
Shenfeng looked sad. Mom, how about we do a paternity test to see if I was picked up and Jiang Wanwan is your biological daughter? Alright, stop talking nonsense. Drive slowly. Well, goodbye, Mom and Dad.
The two left the community and walked towards the station. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt a little thirsty. I wanted to find a place to buy some water, but when I turned around, I saw Jiang Wanwan was happy.
Hey Fengzi, isn't that your supermarket?
Shenfeng's family runs a supermarket. At first it was just a small supermarket similar to a convenience store. After that, it gradually expanded and became the largest supermarket in the area. Since the business became big, Shenfeng's parents hired someone to manage the supermarket, and the two of them stayed at home every day to enjoy their retirement.
Jiang Wanwan pulled Shenfeng's arm and asked, Fengzi, do you think the store clerks know that you are their eldest young master? Shenfeng poked Jiang Wanwan's face. If I were the young master, would you be the young mistress? Go away, you are such a talker. I'm thirsty, let's go buy a bottle of water.
Jiang Wanwan pulled the mask on her face and dragged Shenfeng into the supermarket. The two female cashiers were chatting at the cashier counter. When I saw someone coming in, I subconsciously said welcome. After saying that, one of the female shop assistants suddenly looked at Shenfeng. Then he was stunned.
Shenfeng? Are you Shenfeng?
Shenfeng didn't expect that he would actually be recognized. Although this is their supermarket, he hardly ever comes here.
When did he become so famous?
He turned around and looked in confusion. When the female clerk saw Shenfeng's face clearly, she suddenly became excited.
Is it really you? You look so familiar to me.
I saw you on Weibo the day before yesterday.
Am I seeing you in person? The female clerk actually ran out from the front desk excitedly.
Shenfeng then realized that the female clerk recognized him from his previous Weibo post.
Is this considered a fan? Shenfeng was a little hesitant for a moment.
To be honest, in some ways, he can be considered a man who has lived for a long time. But this is probably the first time I meet fans. After a light cough, Shenfeng nodded, it's me. Jiang Wanwan, who was standing by, heard this and quickly pulled Shenfeng aside, whispering, you are so stupid.
You should say no now. Oh, no.
Shenfeng immediately changed his words. But it was obviously too late.
The female clerk ran to Shenfeng excitedly.
He took out his phone and turned on the camera. While standing next to Shinfeng, he asked, "Can I take a photo with you?" However, when she asked this question, she had already taken a selfie. Both her and Shinfeng were captured in the picture. So passionate. Shinfeng thought to himself. I never thought that he would have such enthusiastic fans just by posting a photo. It seems that his appearance is still very recognized. At this time, the female clerk had finished taking the photos, and then asked Shinfeng excitedly, can I ask you a question?" "You ask." Faced with enthusiastic little fans, Shinfeng felt that he should still show them enough kindness. He had made up his mind that no matter what the fan wanted to ask, he would answer it. "Why are you able to appear on the show with Jiang Wanwan right after your debut? Are you the gigolo paid by the boss of Lanyu Entertainment? Are you related to him?" the salesgirl asked. Shinfeng? Chapter 22 I Wish You a Bright Future. Chapter 22 I Wish You a Bright Future. When Shinfeng heard clearly the question from the enthusiastic little fan in his heart, Shinfeng felt numb. Asking in front of others if he is a gigolo or if he has connections? Is this a fan? Can this be a fan? Are all fans this kind of people? Shinfeng felt that his young heart was traumatized. How can you ask such a question? Are you not my fan? The female clerk was also stunned when she heard this. Then he reacted and said as if it was a matter of course not, are you kidding? Without any works and just a photo posted online, how many fans do you think you can have? She snorted, don't underestimate me because I'm just a clerk. This is actually a part-time job. My main job is self-media, specializing in posting entertainment gossip. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on Weibo. I was a little excited because I saw a big fresh melon walking in front of me. Why, you don't think I'm your fan, do you? But you look pretty handsome. If you really acted in a movie, you would probably be famous. Why can't you think straight and insist on taking this path? The female clerk said. Which way did I go? Shinfeng was speechless. Don't pretend. If you know, you know. There are a lot of gossips about you on the internet. Ever since you and Jiang Wanwan officially announced that they would be on the show together, many people have been saying that you are having an affair with the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. It's just that Lu Tianfan's incident broke out and overshadowed you, otherwise you would have been a hot topic in the past few days. After the female clerk finished speaking, she glanced at Jiang Wanwan behind Shinfeng. As an experienced star, Jiang Wanwan takes much better care of her face than Shinfeng. She was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so the female clerk didn't recognize her. Instead, he smiled and reminded Jiang Wanwan's girl, is this guy your boyfriend? Do you know the negative information about your boyfriend on the internet? He is being kept by someone's boss. You should stop being with him. Who knows how dirty he is? Jiang Wanwan was actually a little angry when the female clerk asked Shinfeng questions just now. Now the female clerk ran up to her and talked nonsense. Jiang Wanwan couldn't hold back her temper anymore. She pulled Shinfeng and pulled him behind her. Then he said to the female clerk viciously, I think you are the one who is kept. I think you are dirty. Hey, do you have any qualities? The salesgirl's face changed. Who said support first? Who has no manners? Jiang Wanwan blared at the female clerk, if you have nothing to do and you want to read gossip online, that's fine. If you want to make money by spreading gossip as your main business, that's fine too. But if you take the so-called gossip and the so-called scandal as the truth, then you have a problem with your brain. You bring those gossips and scandals to the owner and ask them questions recklessly. Not only do you have problems with your brain, but your character is also problematic. I'm telling you. I know exactly what kind of person my boyfriend is. I don't need you to point fingers at me. Finally, let me warn you again. Be careful with your words next time. I don't like to fight now. If I'm still in a bad mood and you dare say this to me, I will make sure you get a beating from the society. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan took Shinfeng and left. The remaining female clerk stared at her phone for a long time. Finally, she snorted and curled her lips, she's crazy. After saying that, he raised his phone and took a photo of Jiang Wanwan holding Shinfeng. Then he posted a Weibo. Insider V, come and eat melons. Real shot of a walking melon. Shinfeng and his girlfriend came to our supermarket to buy things. His girlfriend is of poor quality and she curses. Shinfeng also plays big, he really deserves to be a person with a backstage, wow, picture. After pulling Shinfeng all the way out of the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan angrily let go of Shinfeng. She gritted her teeth and waved her fist angrily. What kind of person is this? How can she be so well-mannered? My good mood for the whole day has been ruined by her. Shinfeng looked at the extremely angry Jiang Wanwan and whispered, "Don't be angry. To be honest, I am the victim." He wasn't that angry, so why was Jiang Wanwan so irritable? As a result, Jiang Wanwan reached out and hit him. Do you think I'm just mad at her? You're enough to make me mad too. Don't you think about it? How can you have fans now? You foolishly admitted your identity. Also, she asked that question just now, why didn't you refute her? Don't you have a temper? Shinfeng smiled and touched her head. Isn't it that you are here to vent my anger? I think your scolding was pretty good. You said everything I wanted to say. Humph, I was thirsty to begin with, and I'm even thirstier after scolding you. Jiang Wanwan turned her head away and said in a muffled voice. Then I'll go back and buy you a bottle of water. No. Jiang Wanwan grabbed Shinfeng and said, You still have the nerve to go back after all this? Shinfeng smiled bitterly and said, That's the supermarket my family runs. Why should I be embarrassed to go back? Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, it seems so. Only then did she let go of his hand. Shinfeng went back to the supermarket and bought a bottle of water. When paying, the female clerk saw that Jiang Wanwan was not beside Shinfeng, so she said to Shinfeng, Your girlfriend has a really bad temper. But you're also a scumbag. You're being kept by the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment, promoting a love variety show with Jiang Wanwan, and you have a girlfriend in private? TSK, that's awesome. The female clerk kept muttering to herself and didn't take Shinfeng seriously at all. She was not afraid of Shinfeng getting angry at all. At worst, Shinfeng would beat her, and she could use this as evidence to continue posting online to gain attention. He can also extort some money from Shinfeng. She earns this money and is eager to make things bigger. Anyway, she knew that Shinfeng was a newcomer. Apart from being suspected of being kept, he doesn't have much power at all. She can still afford to offend a star of this size. In the end, Shinfeng neither hit her nor scolded her. Just quietly took the water and paid. After paying the money and about to leave, Shinfeng suddenly spoke. Without even looking at the female clerk, he said as if talking to himself, Actually, I don't care what you say about me. But you just made our husband angry, so I'm a little angry too. No one has ever taught you how to respect others or speak like a human being, right? Okay, I'll teach you. After saying this, Shinfeng turned around and left the supermarket. The salesgirl was shocked at first. But when she saw Shinfeng walking away without doing anything, she curled her lips. You can say such soft words even when you're being harsh. You really are worthy of being called a pretty boy. I thought you wanted to do something to me, but this is all you are. Trash. She thought to herself and continued to post on Weibo. He started writing a post, complaining about how he had just been verbally abused and threatened with violence by Shinfeng and his girlfriend. As a result, when she was halfway through writing the article, she received a call from the supermarket owner. There was only one sentence on the other end of the phone. You don't have to come tomorrow. Then, he just hung up. The female clerk was stunned, but then snorted coldly. If you don't want to come, then don't come. I come to work in your shop just to kill time. Do you really think I care about your crappy job? She makes money from Weibo, not from working in a supermarket. But she had just hung up the phone and was about to continue writing her essay when her mobile mailbox indicated that she had received a new email. The salesgirl opened it and took a look. His face turned pale in an instant. In the email, her name, address, life story, all the celebrities she had blackened or offended, and related blog posts were all sorted out. At the end of the email, there are a few words attached. I sent a private copy of these emails to every celebrity you've hacked. I hope these stars teams can teach you how to speak human language. I wish you a bright future, Ms. Zhang Wenjia. On the bus from Qinglu County to Shanghai City. Jiang Wanwan was leaning against Shinfeng and resting. Shinfeng held his cell phone and looked out the window. A line of words appeared on the phone screen. The email was sent successfully. Chapter 23. Are you still quite proud? Chapter 23. Are you quite proud? At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan took a bus back to the city. However, the two of them did not return to the villa immediately. According to Jiang Wanwan, if they go back now, dinner will definitely be under Sister Lin's high-pressure control again.
So she has to eat dinner out. The two found a barbecue restaurant, bought a lot of skewers, and then ran to Lao Wang's internet cafe with the skewers.
I stayed in the internet cafe watching TV series and eating skewers. Jiang Wanwan was particularly proud of herself and ate 2 skewers of meat in front of Lao Wang, which made Lao Wang so angry that he ordered a takeout. However, because Jiang Wanwan was very full after eating the food prepared by Shinfeng at noon, she couldn't eat too much of this greasy food at night. So there were a lot of skewers left after grilling. In line with the principle of not wasting, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to take the skewers back home. Of course, Jiang Wanwan didn't intend to give these skewers to Sister Lin. She knew very well that once Sister Lin saw these skewers, it would be like Sister Lin had evidence of her eating skewers in the evening. She is definitely going to die. So Jiang Wanwan planned to sneak home and bring the skewers back to her room secretly. At night, eat it as a midnight snack. She quietly opened the door of the villa, holding Shinfeng in one hand and holding the skewers in the other, and walked in carefully. Seeing that there seemed to be no one in the room, Jiang Wanwan let out a long sigh, picked up the skewers and ran back to the room. As a result, I had just run 2 steps when I heard a cold call from the kitchen.
Jiang, late. Jiang Wanwan's body stiffened.
She immediately put her hands behind her back and hid the skewers behind her. At the same time, he winked at Shinfeng, indicating that Shinfeng should take the skewers away quickly.
Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have been friends since they were young, and have been working together for many years.
He immediately took the skewers that Jiang Wanwan hid behind her back and planned to slip away.
Jiang Wanwan also covered for Shinfeng at this moment, and greeted Sister Lin with a smile, saying, "Sister Lin, I'm back, did you miss me?" While Jiang Wanwan was talking, Shinfeng went upstairs stealthily.
But, Old Ginger is still spicy. Even though Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan cooperated so well, they still couldn't escape Sister Lin's eyes. Sister Lin didn't even look at Jiang Wanwan, but looked at Shinfeng, who was about to go upstairs.
"Xiaoshun, come here,"
Sister Lin said softly.
Shinfeng coughed lightly. "Sister Lin, I'm going to put something down." "Come over,"
Sister Lin shouted. Shinfeng had no choice but to walk over silently with his hands behind his back.
"Put your hand out."
Shinfeng obediently stretched out his 2 hands.
"My hands are empty."
Sister Lin raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Wanwan. I noticed that Jiang Wanwan had her hands behind her back, looking around at the scenery.
"Jiang Wanwan, stretch out your hand."
Shinfeng put his hand behind his back first, and then Jiang Wanwan stretched out her hand.
"Both hands are empty."
Sister Lin rolled her eyes.
"Do you two think I'm stupid?
Both of you, reach out together."
Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan looked at each other.
They stretched out their hands together.
"It's all empty."
Then Sister Lin walked behind the 2 of them and picked up the bag of skewers that Shinfeng had just thrown away. She held the skewers and looked at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan.
"You two work together really well. You really have a tacit understanding," she said sarcastically.
Jiang Wanwan smiled proudly. "That's right, things he and I ate secretly in school back then, and when the teacher came to check, we got away with it that way."
As a result, Sister Lin slapped Jiang Wanwan on the head very quickly.
"I told you were fat and you gasped."
"You seem pretty proud of yourself, aren't you?" Jiang Wanwan's expression wilted again.
Sister Lin looked at the skewers in her hand and suddenly said with a smile, "But, it's just skewers, do you have to hide it?
Do you think I'm going to punish you for eating kebabs outside?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes suddenly lit up. "No?"
Sister Lin's smile suddenly disappeared. "Of course.
Get on the treadmill." Jiang Wanwan. Seeing Jiang Wanwan leave, Shinfeng also sighed.
"I plan to quietly go to the treadmill and do sit-ups." But Sister Lin stopped him.
"Wait a moment, Xiaoshun. I have something to ask you."
As she said that, Sister Lin sat down on the sofa and stuffed the skewer of meat into her mouth. Then he said to Shinfeng, who was sitting opposite him, "Xiaoshun, I want to ask you something, you must answer me truthfully."
Something happened in the industry this afternoon. Several celebrity agents received an email that exposed the true identity behind a Weibo marketing account.
This account isn't very big, but it often posts negative information about celebrities to gain attention, so many celebrities actually dislike her.
But there are too many small marketing accounts like this.
If we have to control every one of them, celebrities will not take other jobs, so few celebrities will pursue them. The email they received this time not only exposed the identity of the marketing account on Weibo, but also compiled the fabricated negative information she had posted, some slanderous Weibo posts, including many Weibo posts she had deleted. With these things, it's entirely possible to get the owner of this Weibo post to come in for some tea. Shinfeng raised his eyebrows, spread his hands and said, "So what do you want to ask, Sister Lin?" Sister Lin looked at Shinfeng deeply and said, "I want to ask, do you know who exposed this marketing account?" Shinfeng was silent for a moment. Then he smiled and nodded slightly. "It's me." He knew that since Sister Lin asked this, there must be evidence. It would be meaningless to play dumb now. Sister Lin took a deep breath. "Really? I have several good friends who are agents in the industry, and they all received this email. They contacted Zhang Wenjie, the owner of the Weibo account, and Zhang Wenjie said that it was Shinfeng who exposed her." Shinfeng nodded. Then he gave a brief account of what happened in the afternoon. From the time when Zhang Wenjie insulted him and angered Zhang Wanwan, to Zhang Wenjie's unscrupulous behavior when he went back to buy water, Shinfeng told the story very calmly. "I don't really mind her, but since Wanwan is so angry, it's okay to punish her a little." After hearing this, Sister Lin suddenly rubbed her forehead and smiled bitterly. "Give me some punishment? Your punishment is too harsh." If any of those stars wanted to sue her, she would at least pay tens of thousands of dollars in compensation. Especially since you found a lot of her deleted Weibo posts, they not only contain rumors about celebrities, but also rumors and hype about major social events. She defamed a celebrity, the most she could do is pay compensation and apologize. But she spread rumors and caused panic, which is enough to warrant detention. Shinfeng shrugged, "This has nothing to do with me. I'm just an email sender. The records in the email are all true, and none of them are made up by me. Since she sent them herself, she should be responsible for her remarks." Sister Lin ate another skewer. After taking a sip of water, he finally said, "Forget it. I don't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I think it's quite refreshing for you to do this. And several of the agents seem to be quite grateful to you. You are somewhat popular in the circle. But I want to remind you that you'd better refrain from doing this kind of thing in the future. Doxing someone else is also an infringement of copyright. If Zhang Wenjie exposes you again, it will also damage your reputation." Shinfeng knew that Sister Lin was doing this for his own good, so he smiled and nodded in agreement. "But I'm still a little curious, where did you get this technology? I studied it before, but I don't have any skills. I can't compare with professionals." Sister Lin didn't doubt it. After eating 2 more skewers and talking to Shinfeng for a few words, Sister Lin waved at Shinfeng. "Okay, it's okay, go ahead." Shinfeng nodded and went upstairs to rest. At this moment, Shinfeng felt a little relieved. It seems that Sister Lin is not going to let him do sit-ups. Escaped a disaster. As soon as I reached the stairs, I heard Sister Lin say, "I asked you to do sit-ups, but who told you to take a rest?" Shinfeng. Well, he still thought Sister Lin was too kind. Chapter 24, Not Playing by the Rules. Chapter 24, Not Playing by the Rules. The next day. Early in the morning of August 4th. After breakfast, Sister Lin took Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan to the airport. In fact, generally speaking, just because someone officially joins the crew on the 5th does not mean that filming will start on the 5th. Even if you take a flight on the morning of the 5th and arrive on the evening of the 5th, you are not considered late. But Sister Lin said that Shinfeng is a newcomer. Shinfeng had never been involved in filming a drama or variety show before, so joining the crew early would allow him to get familiar with the environment and adapt. Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan had no objections. Zhonghai City is not actually that close to Chang'an City, but the plane is still very fast. In less than 3 hours, the 3 of them arrived in Chang'an City. Sister Lin had already contacted the program crew and told them the time their plane would arrive. So as soon as they left the airport, they got on the program crew's car. Head straight to the filming location. On the way, Zhang Wanwan asked the staff and found out that the recording location was not in the urban area of Chang'an City. Instead, it is in the county town under Chang'an City, Lanyu County. What is the format of our variety show this time? Is it a love variety show where we just show our love and live our normal lives? Zhang Wanwan asked again. The director said that although this is a dating variety show, the format is very special, said a staff member. Special? How special? Then I can't tell you. The director said that before the filming officially starts, no secrets can be leaked. This made Zhang Wanwan frown. We are all going to participate in the variety show, how can it be considered a leak if you tell us?
Shin Fong also asked with some confusion, didn't the internet say that variety shows are all scripted? Why, doesn't our variety show have one?
This time, Sister Lin answered for the staff member. Generally, variety shows with scripts are recorded. This variety show is mainly live broadcast, and if it follows the script, it will seem very fake and deliberate.
Shin Fong nodded. Zhang Wanwan kept asking again and again what was so special about the program format. This staff member is also determined.
Even though Zhang Wanwan kept complaining the entire time and was about to throw a tantrum, the staff member remained tight-lipped and didn't reveal a single word. In the end, Zhang Wanwan had to use her trump card. She fished her wallet out of her pocket. Seeing this, the staff member hurriedly said, "Don't bribe me, I won't tell you even if you give me money."
Zhang Wanwan took out 10 yuan. Staff, although I won't accept your bribe, can you at least give me a little more to show your sincerity? Zhang Wanwan took out another 10 yuan. Staff. Zhang Wanwan took out another 5 yuan. The staff member was speechless. Can you take out a red bill?
Zhang Wanwan gritted her teeth and took a photo for 100 yuan. Then he took back the $25 she had just taken out.
Although Zhang Wanwan is not short of money,
but she still felt that it was not worth spending so much money on news that she would know sooner or later.
Of course, in the end Zhang Wanwan didn't get any information from the staff.
It's not that the staff are strong-willed and regard money as dirt. It's really Zhang Wanwan who gave too little. The program cruise car drove for an hour and a half and finally drove into a tourist town in Lanyu County. We stopped in front of a relatively large BB. The staff took Shin Fong, Zhang Wanwan, and Sister Lin out of the car and walked into the BB. In the courtyard of the BB, the director, assistant director, and crew members were discussing filming matters. When he saw Sister Lin and Zhang Wanwan coming, he immediately came over to greet them.
"Hey, Wanwan, Sister Lin, you're here."
The director walked up with a smile and shook hands with Sister Lin.
"Director Chen, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've gained weight again." Sister Lin greeted the director familiarly.
The director's name is Chen Ming. He is chubby and always has a smile on his face.
He looks like Maitreya Buddha.
He switched to being a director in his middle age and filmed several variety shows, but none of them were very popular. Zhang Wanwan also greeted Director Chen, and then Chen Ming looked at Shin Fong, who was standing at the edge. As a director, how could Chen Ming not know that Shin Fong was a new artist who was bundled into the group with Zhang Wanwan? However, he still pretended not to know Shin Fong and asked, "Who is this?" He was leaving this opportunity for Sister Lin to introduce herself. Sister Lin introduced with a smile, "This is my newly signed artist, Shin Fong." "Shin Fong, this is Director Chen Ming, please meet him."
"Hello, Director Chen."
Shin Fong greeted Chen Ming. Director Chen shook hands with Shin Fong enthusiastically.
In fact, Director Chen's understanding of Shin Fong is limited to the rumors from those marketing accounts on the internet.
Even he himself felt that for a newcomer like Shin Fong to be able to be with a second-tier star like Zhang Wanwan, who had debuted for several years, there must be someone supporting him behind the scenes. Director Chen is a shrewd man, and he doesn't want to offend someone like Shin Fong who has someone behind him. After chatting for a while, Director Chen took Zhang Wanwan and Shin Fong to familiarize themselves with the venue. He also specifically explained to Shin Fong many things to pay attention to during filming and gave Shin Fong a lot of help. This made Shin Fong very grateful to him.
For the next day and a half, Shin Fong basically spent time familiarizing himself with the shooting equipment, venue, and environment.
By the way, I accompanied Zhang Wanwan for a stroll in the tourist town. Several other guests also arrived one after another.
We waited until the evening of August 5th until everyone arrived.
Director Chen treated everyone in the production team to a good meal at a restaurant in a tourist town. Ordinary staff sat at one table, and agents sat at another table. Director Chen, the assistant director, and 8 male and female guests, the main creators of the show, sat at the same table. At the dinner table, Director Chen raised his glass and said to everyone, "Everyone, we are fortunate to be together.
I would like to toast you all.
I hope everyone will have a pleasant cooperation in the next half month or so, and I also wish our program will be filmed smoothly." Everyone raised their glasses and toasted. After that, it was time for everyone to toast. Needless to say, the director and the assistant director were the two people who received the most toasts.
The person who received the third most toasts was Zhang Wanwan.
After all, the biggest star here is Zhang Wanwan, and the other guests are just third and fourth tier celebrities.
Two of them are internet celebrities who haven't even made their debut yet. These people are definitely no match for Jiang Wanwan, so they are naturally busy trying to curry favor with Jiang Wanwan.
As for Shinfeng, he was the one who received the least toasts.
This is normal.
After all, Shinfeng has no other works except a photo.
His popularity is far less than those two internet celebrities.
However, Shinfeng was too lazy to deal with these fame and fortune circles. No one paid any attention to him, so he felt free.
Just as he was happily eating his food, a male guest sitting next to him suddenly raised his glass and said to him, "Brother, shall we have a drink?"
Shinfeng raised his eyebrows, but didn't refuse and clinked glasses with him. After taking a sip of wine, the male guest moved closer to Shinfeng and said with a chuckle, "Brother, did you not recognize me?
You helped me a few days ago, do you remember me?"
Help?
2 days ago? Has he seen this guy before? Seeing that Shinfeng didn't seem to remember, the male guest hurriedly said, "Didn't you tell those celebrities who had been rumored about Zhang Wenjie a few days ago? I am one of the people she has rumored about."
I've been annoyed with her for a long time, but the company always says there's no need to waste time on such a small marketing account. I can't do anything about her, so I can only curse her out on a small account to vent my anger. Thanks to you, I exposed her yesterday. With ready-made evidence in hand, there was no need for the company to go to great lengths.
My agent helped me sue her directly. The male guest said, and then laughed. It's really refreshing to think about it.
This kind of small marketing account only dares to use the negative materials of us third-rate stars to gain popularity.
When something happens, they delete their posts and pretend to be dead. After the storm has passed, they come out again. They think we are easy to bully and treat us as soft persimmons. Now they finally get their revenge.
Only then did Shinfeng realize that this guy had also been slandered by Zhang Wenjie. To be honest, Zhang Wenjie has defamed quite a lot of celebrities, at least about 100. Shinfeng thought about it and then remembered the guy in front of him.
Are you the Jatnam? The one who molested the girl?
Jatnan, who was beside Shinfeng, quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Then he said with a look of grievance, "Brother."
"No, brother, that's a rumor. I was holding my niece and was filmed."
Zhang Wenjie then spread rumors about me, saying that I did this and that to the girl.
As a result, many people scolded me online.
I posted photos of myself and my niece, and my household registration booklet, to prove my innocence. It's really easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. But afterwards, few of the netizens who had scolded me apologized, and the culprit who spread the rumor simply deleted his Weibo post and pretended to be dead.
Because I wasn't a big name, the company didn't take me seriously and didn't hold me accountable. I was so frustrated during that time. Shinfeng listened to Jayatnan's complaints and took 2 bites of food. Then he said, "Oh." Jayatnan seemed to be quite talkative. He didn't care whether Shinfeng paid attention to him or not. He kept chattering to himself for a long time. Finally, he toasted Shinfeng again and said, "Brother, you have helped me so much, you are my brother from now on. If you have anything to say, I will definitely help you if I can."
Shinfeng looked at him.
Suddenly he asked, "Do you have money?" Jatnam was startled. He nodded and said, "Yes, a little bit, what's wrong? Lend me 500,000 yuan and I'll pay you back later." Jatnan. Shinfeng looked at him. "Why, didn't you say you would help if you could?" Jatnan, "I was just being polite. Besides, how can I borrow so much money just by meeting you once?" Shinfeng thought about it.
Then he said, "Then borrow 50,000 first."
"It's not about the amount." Jatnam is depressed. Why does this guy seem to not play by the rules? Chapter 25 Penghu Bay. Chapter 25 Penghu Bay. Early the next morning.
On a certain live streaming platform, the variety show Let's Start Dating Today was quietly launched.
The attention this variety show receives is indeed not very high.
This variety show itself is relatively poor and the production team has no money for publicity. Previously, with the support of Lanyu Entertainment, a hot search was purchased, but it was soon suppressed by the scandal of a first-line male star. In addition, for their variety show, the guests who come to participate, except Jiang Wanwan, are not very famous, and the traffic they bring is not that much. Therefore, this variety show was not very popular when it first came online. It only attracted a part of the guests' fans and the onlookers who were just watching the show. The number of viewers was less than 20,000. Director Chen didn't feel disappointed. He has filmed several variety shows over the years, but none of them were very popular. He was used to this kind of heat. At this time, Director Chen was standing in the courtyard of the BB. He was explaining the rules of this variety show to 8 guests, 4 men and 4 women. Our show this time is a survival love variety show. When this first sentence came out, several guests were a little stunned. Survival, romance, variety shows? Do you think these words go together? Jiang Wanwan said. She has heard of survival variety shows and dating variety shows. What is survival love? Will you die if you don't fall in love? Director Chen explained with a smile, of course it's not the kind of survival in the wilderness, it's not that cruel. It's like this. The money and mobile phones that the guests bring with them must be handed in during the show. At the beginning of each live broadcast, we will give each group of guests a small amount of money. Your 3 meals a day, including the expenses required to complete the tasks we issued, must be solved with the money we give out. If you spend money lavishly, not only will you fail to complete the mission, you may even go hungry. During the live broadcast every day, the audience can vote for the group of guests they think is the sweetest. After the live broadcast every day, the 4 groups of guests will be ranked according to the number of votes. The group of guests who receive the most votes will receive an additional financial reward the next day, but this reward will be deducted from the guest who receives the lowest number of votes. Director Chen chuckled, for the guest with the lowest number of votes, even eating and drinking may become a problem. Is this enough to survive? You know what, this rule is quite novel. Jiang Wanwan and the others all became interested. Some of the viewers who were watching the live broadcast also started a discussion. Don't mention it, it sounds quite interesting. The audience can even decide the life and death of these guests. The sweetest ones have the most money, and the least sweet ones can't even afford the food. Whoever doesn't love each other will be embarrassed. Then whoever has more fans has the advantage, right? Jiang Wanwan has so many fans, so she must have a lot of votes. Oh, what should we do with our Xiaojia? The public has sharp eyes. If Jiang Wanwan's group had the most votes but was not sweet, someone would definitely complain to the production team. At this time, Director Chen was still explaining the rules. Next, the 8 guests will pair up in pairs, choose the person you like to form a group, and come up with a name for your group. In fact, before the filming, several guests had already planned who they would be paired with. So, in theory, there should be no suspense in this part. But at this moment, one person raised his hand high. He asked loudly, "Director, I have a question." Director Chen looked at the man. "Oh, Xiaojia, what's your problem?" Jiatnan looked at Director Chen seriously and said, "Can we pair up with anyone we want?" Director Chen nodded, as long as both parties are willing. Jiatnan gets excited. He ran to Shinfeng, hugged Shinfeng's arm and said, "Brother Shin, let's be a couple." Director Chen. Shinfeng. Jiang Wanwan. Live barrage. Shinfeng silently pulled his arm back. Jiatnan had a heartbroken expression. "Brother Shin, don't you like men? I can go to Thailand for you." Shinfeng shook his head seriously. "It's not impossible for men, I just don't like you." Jiatnan. The scene was a bit awkward for a while. In the barrage, after a group of people sent out ellipses, some people started laughing. "What kind of fool is my little Jia? She is looking for a man to match with. It's so funny. Fuck, this guy is going to make me die of laughter. It's not that men can't do that, I just don't like people like you, ha ha ha. Can you be more tactful with our Xiaojia? Bullying our Xiaojia like this will make us fans want to laugh, ha ha ha." The show was a great success. But I know this Chatnam, but who is this Shingu? Is he an internet celebrity? Why haven't I seen him before? Can anyone introduce him to me? It is said that she debuted with the hype of Jiang Wanwan, and it seems that she has a backstage. Damn, is this a connection? After euphemistically rejecting Jiatnan's invitation, Shinfeng still formed a group with Jiang Wanwan. The remaining 6 people also formed groups. Jiatnan was in a group with a female star named Li Tingting. They both are from the same agency and came here together. The situation is similar for the remaining 2 groups, one is with the 2 internet celebrities, and the other is with the 2 stars from the same company. After the groups were formed, Director Chen asked them to name their respective groups. The combination of Jiatnan and Li Tingting is called the unpleasant combination. Another group of stars, the male is named Zhang Wei, the female is named Mengan, and the group is called Wei Meng. 2 internet celebrities, one named Zhao Tianshu and the other named Chen Lu, formed the Tianlu group. The camera turned to Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng. The audience originally thought that their group would just be called Wanfeng Group.
Sure enough, Jiang Wanwan said, let's call you Wanfeng. It's really nothing new. A barrage popped up.
As a result, before he finished his comment, Jiang Wanwan continued, the evening breeze gently blows across Penghu Bay, white waves chase the beach, there are no coconut trees or setting sun, just a vast expanse of blue sea.
Is this okay? Director Chen rubbed his forehead speechlessly. You couldn't help singing just now, do you think it's okay? Can you change to a shorter one? Jiang Wanwan nodded with a bit of regret, then let's call it Penghu Bay. Audience.
Whoever said that my Wanwan has no new ideas, please stand up.
I laughed twice in just a few moments.
This variety show is already so effective before it even starts. Penghu Bay and their names cannot be said to have nothing to do with each other, it can only be said to have nothing to do with each other.
Why are you just sitting here? My Wanwan is really interesting.
What a pity that she is paired with such a relative.
I feel sick every time I see Shinfeng.
Not everyone in the barrage has good intentions.
Some of the audience were trolls hired by Lanyu Entertainment's rival company. Their purpose today is to blackmail Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng.
What he said was naturally unpleasant to hear.
Director Chen coughed lightly, then asked, Jiang Wanwan, are you sure your group is called Penghu Bay?
After it's confirmed, the production team will use this name for the voting machine, and it can't be changed after that.
That's it. Jiang Wanwan seemed quite satisfied with the name. Director Chen looked at Shinfeng again.
Seeing that Shinfeng didn't seem to have any other objections, finally, the name of the group Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan was decided.
Penghu Bay Combination. Chapter 26 Secret Mission. Chapter 26 Secret Mission.
After deciding on the group and its name, Director Chen signaled the assistant director to put a voting machine in the live broadcast window. There are 4 voting machines in total, each with the names of the 4 combinations on it. To see which pair of couples you think is the sweetest, you can send the names of the corresponding couples through the barrage, and the system will automatically count the votes. Only the first vote of each user is valid every day. Director Chen explained to the audience how to use the voting machine. Immediately, someone tried to start voting. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast thought that Jiang Wanwan, who was the most popular, would get more votes. But after a while, I found that Jiang Wanwan's group was only ranked second in the number of votes. Although I like Jiang Wanwan very much, I heard that the man in her group is a relative of someone with connections, so I decided to vote for another group. I am a Wanwan fan, and I voted for other groups as well. I am not targeting Shinfeng, I just think Lanyu Entertainment is too disgusting, using our Wanwan as a tool to promote others. Although some of Jiang Wanwan's fans also voted for Jiang Wanwan. However, under the influence of those paid haters who were trying to lead the trend with ulterior motives, some of Jiang Wanwan's fans began to be led astray. Under Koriko's confusion, they also confusedly voted for other groups. Jiang Wanwan and the others were unaware of this. At this time, Jiang Wanwan was receiving the task card from the director. A dating variety show is, after all, a variety show. It's impossible to just film the daily lives of male and female guests all day long. In order to achieve the best show effect, each group of guests still needs to be assigned tasks. After Jiang Wanwan received the task card, her expression became a little strange. Common task: check in at 3 specialty snack shops in the tourist town and taste the special food. You will receive a bonus subsidy after completing it. Secret mission: tell your partner 3 jokes and make them laugh. You will receive a bonus if you complete the task. Jiang Wanwan asked doubtfully, what does this secret mission mean? Fengzi, is there any secret mission on your mission card? Let me see. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan was about to snatch Shinfeng's task card. Director Chen quickly stopped her. Secret missions are our special mechanism. Each of you has a secret mission, but you must not let your partner know. Otherwise, even if you complete it, you will not get any bonus. Jiang Wanwan said oh, but her eyes were still glancing at Shinfeng. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the director has already put everyone's secret mission on the screen. After seeing Shinfeng's secret mission, the audience was speechless. Does this director have a personal grudge against Shinfeng? They sent this kind of task on purpose. The program team is really good at having fun, there is also such a task. But would Wanwan, who is so gentle, really undertake such a task? On the screen, Shinfeng's secret mission was ranked first. Secret mission: let your partner beat you up. When Shinfeng saw this secret mission, he was speechless. Finally, he raised his hand to the director and said, Director, can we change the task? Director Chen shook his head seriously. No, if you think it's too difficult, you can choose to give up, but you can't change it.
Shinfeng raised his hand again and asked, does it count now that we've finished the math? Director Chen nodded.
Then Shinfeng looked at Jiang Wanwan and said softly, I'm going to tell you a ghost story.
Do you want to listen? Jiang Wanwan's eyes suddenly widened. He punched Shinfeng and said, what the hell are you talking about? If this is your mission, give up immediately.
As she said that, she punched Shinfeng twice in succession.
Shinfeng spread his hands towards Director Chen. It's done. Director Chen. Audience. Oh my god, so fast?
Why do I feel like Shinfeng knows Jiang Wanwan so well? They seem to be very familiar with each other. Are they really just colleagues?
Yeah, it's so natural for two people. When Jiang Wanwan hit Shinfeng, it was like my girlfriend hitting me.
Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend?
Director Chen didn't expect that Shinfeng could complete the task so quickly. After being shocked for a moment, he coughed lightly and said, then,
I declare Shinfeng's secret mission completed, and I will give you the bonus later.
Jiang Wanwan is still in a daze at this moment.
She had no idea how Shinfeng completed his secret mission.
Jiang Wanwan finally understood after snatching the task card from Shinfeng.
It turned out that Shinfeng's intention to tell a ghost story just now was to deliberately provoke her.
Jiang Wanwan suddenly raised her hand as well. Director Chen took one look and asked hurriedly, why, do you want to complete the task now too?
Director Chen's little darling is actually a little bit in pain.
He intended to use these secret missions for show effects.
As a result, the secret mission was completed before the show officially started.
Isn't this just a waste of his efforts? That's not the case. Jiang Wanwan said. Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So what do you want to ask?
Jiang Wanwan held up Shinfeng's task card and asked, I want to ask if this task can be completed repeatedly, so that I can beat him up a few more times.
Also, is there any extra reward for severely injuring someone? Director Chen's face darkened. What are you thinking?
This is a dating variety show, not a fighting variety show. If you're seriously injured, our production team won't even pay for your medical expenses. We're very poor.
Ha 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 ha. Jiang Wanwan, you are going to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my Huabei bill. We are very poor. Justified.jpg. Whoever said Jiang Wanwan was gentle before, come out and let Jiang Wanwan give you a beating.
After sending Jiang Wanwan away, Director Chen finally gave money to the 4 groups of guests present.
The other 3 groups of guests only had 20 yuan each.
The Penghubei combination of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan has $25, of which $5 is Shinfeng's bonus. Several people were dumbfounded when they saw it. Director, 20 yuan is not enough to buy 2 bottles of water, let alone check in at the snack bar.
It's not enough to spend. The internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu complained.
The main feature of this kind of tourist town is the high prices. A bottle of mineral water can be sold at a high price of 5 or 6 yuan here.
Director Chen chuckled, otherwise why is it called a survival love variety show? There must be challenges.
How to complete this task, you have to figure it out on your own. Also, I'm telling you, starting tomorrow, you can only receive 5 yuan in basic living allowance from me.
Only if you complete the task and receive the reward today, you can get more money tomorrow. Okay, now all the rules have been introduced. Good luck to everyone.
After saying that, Director Chen slipped away.
The remaining groups of guests stared at each other in amazement. I now understand what this survival variety show is about.
It is indeed quite difficult. It turns out that this program group is really poor.
This mechanism is quite interesting. I'm going to ask my friends to watch it.
At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has increased from less than 20,000 at the beginning to 30,000. Everyone has seen general variety shows, and we have also seen quite a few dating variety shows. But for many viewers, this is the first time they have seen such a special dating variety show. Many people found it interesting and shared the live broadcast room with their friends, thus attracting a group of new viewers. While the audience were discussing the format of the show, the 4 groups of guests had already left the BB.
Each of them began to look for their mission targets. Chapter 27, Too Careless. Chapter 27, Sloppy. The task of Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng's group is to check in at 3 special attractions in the tourist town. However, their first destination was not a tourist attraction. Instead, we went to a restaurant. There is no other reason. Just because the program crew in the morning. No. 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 No.
According to the director, from today on, the guests will have to pay for their own daily meals.
So Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng are still hungry now. Shin Feng was fine, but Jiang Wanwan couldn't stand it.
She felt that if she didn't eat anything, she would eat people.
The most famous food in Chang'an is probably Rujiamo. So the two of them found a Rujiamo restaurant in the small town.
I wanted to order a steamed bun for each of us. But I found that in this tourist town, a Rujiamo costs 15 yuan. They only have $25 in total. In the end, the two of them had to walk out of the restaurant hungry again.
Standing on the side of the road, Jiang Wanwan let out a long sigh. If I had known today would be so miserable, I should have eaten to death last night. My Rujiamo, I'm so hungry. I want to eat it so much.
After hearing Jiang Wanwan's long sigh, Shin Feng suddenly said, "Wait here for a moment, don't wander around." After saying that, he walked back to the hotel. The cameraman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not follow in and chose to continue filming Jiang Wanwan. The cameraman felt that Jiang Wanwan was very popular, so more people should want to see her. As a result, after a few minutes, Shin Feng came out again. There was also a Rujiamo in his hand.
Shin Feng walked back to Jiang Wanwan and handed the Rujiamo to her. "Eat it." Jiang Wanwan was stunned. You bought it?"
"Don't worry, I definitely didn't steal it, otherwise I would have dragged you away long ago."
Shin Feng smiled. Jiang Wanwan looked at the Rujiamo and swallowed. Finally, he said aggrievedly, "Can I return it? I'd better not eat it."
It only cost them $25, and everything in this tourist town is ridiculously expensive. Even if you want to buy instant noodles, 25 yuan may not be enough.
If I buy her a Rujiamo now, one tea they all go hungry later? You can't return food. Eat it.
Don't worry, you'll have enough money to spend later. Jiang Wanwan knew that this thing could not be returned, so she could only take the cake and start eating. At this time, the barrage of comments that were watching their live broadcast was a bit out of control. The live broadcast adopts the form of one main live broadcast room and 4 sub-live broadcast rooms. The director is responsible for switching screens in the main live broadcast room, showing several groups of guests in turn. The sub-live broadcast rooms each broadcast the situations of 4 groups of guests. In the Penghubei live broadcast room of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the black fans hired by the rivals of Lanyu Entertainment immediately seized the opportunity and took the opportunity to target Shin Feng.
Isn't this a really lavish way of spending money?
It's only $25 in total, and you've already spent 15. I don't know how you're going to eat the remaining 2 meals. He is really a person with connections, young master, the kind who doesn't know the sufferings of the world. He has no concept of money at all.
Led by these professional internet trolls, some ordinary viewers also began to criticize Shin Feng. A pure passerby, but isn't Shin Feng a bit too stupid? Do you plan to go hungry at noon and at night?
It's so miserable for Wanwan to be in the same group with him.
I feel sorry for Wanwan. Not to mention the audience, even director Chen frowned.
Spending so much money at once, it seems that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group will suffer in the next half day.
Jiang Wanwan ate a few bites of Rujiamo with tears in her eyes. Suddenly remembering that Shin Feng hadn't eaten yet, he handed the remaining half of the Rujiamo to Shin Feng. "Would you like to have a couple of bites?" "No, I'm not hungry yet."
Shin Feng said this and pointed at the camera that was filming.
"By the way, Wanwan, while you were eating, you said to the camera, 'Lao Yang's Rujiamo, authentic and delicious.'" Jiang Wanwan? Jiang Wanwan, why are you talking about this?
Shin Feng shrugged, "I just talked to the owner of the store.
I said you are a star and you are doing a live broadcast.
I told the boss that if he could give us 2 Rujiamo for free, we would help promote his store."
Jiang Wanwan, holding a cake in her mouth, looked stunned. "So, this is free?" "Not entirely."
Shin Feng said, "I told my boss that if he didn't believe me, he could watch the live broadcast. But then my boss found out that his computer was broken. He didn't know how to fix it, so I simply fixed it for him.
This Rujiamo is my reward for fixing the computer. The boss should be watching the live broadcast on his computer right now.
If you promote it for him, he might give us another one if he's happy." Shin Feng had just finished speaking. In the Rujiamo shop at the back, the boss came out carrying 2 cups of soy milk, 2 tea eggs and 2 Rujiamo.
He handed the thing to Shinfeng with a smile. He even made a yeah gesture to the camera and said, Lao Yang's Rujiamo is authentic and delicious. Everyone is welcome to come and try it. After saying that, the boss went back.
Jiang Wanwan was left holding the cake in her mouth, looking disheveled in the wind. It's a pity that she felt so distressed when she ate this cake before.
I didn't expect this cake to be free. Were her tears shed in vain? What about those people who were just mentioned as spending money lavishly? Even if they didn't spend a penny, they are still considered lavish? Fuck, is this considered cheating? Can I get it for free? It seems that the rules don't say that you can't get something for free, right? And wasn't the money Jiang Wanwan ate earned by Shinfeng from repairing computers? A science and engineering guy? He can actually repair computers. This Shinfeng is quite capable.
Nowadays, everyone knows how to repair computers. He didn't stay in there for too long, so it's probably not a serious problem.
He got away with it. The commentators also didn't expect that Shinfeng could get a few Rujiamo for free without spending a penny.
Those people who had previously scolded Shinfeng for spending money lavishly now felt a little embarrassed.
Each of them is still a bit stubborn.
But soon, they stopped being stubborn.
Starting to feel greedy.
Knowing that Rujiamo was free, Jiang Wanwan tasted it much more deliciously this time. After finishing the half in his hand in 2 or 3 bites, he took another one from Shinfeng's hand and started to eat it happily. The audience in the live broadcast room were immediately envious.
Wanwan's food is so delicious, I want to eat Rujiamo too. I've already placed the order. I'm going to eat this for breakfast.
Wanwan should change her career to become a food broadcaster. It will definitely be more popular than being a celebrity.
Are you implying that my Wanwan wouldn't be popular if she became a star?
Some people even went to other live broadcast rooms for a look.
Brothers, I just went to the next door to take a look.
Among the remaining 3 groups, some were eating instant noodles, some were chewing biscuits, and one group was planning to skip breakfast. Only Jiang Wanwan's group was having the most comfortable time.
Xiaojia fans from next door, I heard someone is eating Rujiamo here. Damn, it's true.
By the way, it also attracted a lot of viewers from other live broadcast rooms. At this moment, the unpleasant duo, Jiatnan and Li Tingting, happened to pass by Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. They were the group that planned to skip breakfast.
Seeing Jiang Wanwan chewing the Rujiamo so deliciously, Jiatnan also became greedy. He rubbed his hands, pulled Li Tingting forward, looked at Shinfeng with a smile and said, Brother Shin, are you eating? Shinfeng actually didn't eat it.
He was not hungry now and planned to save the food for later.
But he still nodded and said, I'm eating. Why, have you finished eating? Eat. I'm done. Jatnam said. Then his stomach started to growl.
The expression on his face immediately became much more awkward.
Scratching his head, Jayatnan said, Brother Shin, how much did you pay for this Rujiamo? He didn't know that Shinfeng got this Rujiamo for free.
When I saw Shinfeng carrying Rujiamo, eggs and soy milk, I thought these things should be quite cheap.
15 each. As a result, when Shinfeng made the offer, Jatnan was dumbfounded. So expensive? If you don't believe me, you can go in and see for yourself.
After Shinfeng finished speaking, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He raised the soy milk and Rujiamo in his hand and said, Since you call me Brother Shin, if you want to eat, I can sell it to you at a low price.
A Rujiamo is 4 yuan, soy milk is 3 yuan, and an egg is 1 yuan.
You can't even buy a steamed bun at this price in the store. Li Tingting and Jayatnan looked at each other.
To be honest, both of them were a little moved.
They had investigated before and found that a box of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water here cost 9 yuan in total.
A bag of cookies also cost $7.
A Rujiamo, a cup of soy milk, and an egg only cost 8 yuan in total, which is actually very worthwhile in comparison. Besides, they are really greedy now and can't stand it anymore. Jiang Wanwan, it's fine if she just eats, but why does she keep smacking her lips?
Isn't this tempting?
Finally, Jatnan made up his mind and bid $8.
Shinfeng handed the things to Jatnan with a smile. Just as Jayatnan was about to leave, Shinfeng suddenly said, You've already bought the soy milk, don't you want a straw? Come on, 1 for $1.
Only then did Jatnan realize that Shinfeng was holding 2 straws in his hand, but there was not a single straw in his soy milk.
Then have a straw. Jatnam handed over another $1.
It's not appropriate for you, a man and a woman, to use only 1 straw.
Would you like another one?
Shin Feng took the money and said.
Jatnam began to hesitate.
Jiang Wanwan suddenly swallowed the Rujiamo in her mouth and advised, "It's just $1 more.
If Tingting's fans see you and Tingting using the same straw, you'll probably be beaten to death." Jatnam gritted his teeth and slapped out another piece. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's assets suddenly increased to 35 yuan.
Jatnan suddenly looked at the other cup of soy milk in Shin Feng's hand.
Confused, he asked, "Then how do you drink without a straw?" Shin Feng silently ran back to the Rujiamo shop.
Soon, he came out with several straws.
"This thing is free, can't I just ask the boss for 2 more? By the way, you asked for 2 more. Do you still want them?"
"I'll sell them to you for 50 cents each this time."
Jatnam, damn, that was sloppy.
Chapter 28 Tacit Guessing Challenge. Chapter 28 Tacit Guessing Challenge.
Ha 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 ha. That was sloppy.
I feel sorry for my silly little jaw, I am dying of laughter. I originally thought that Shin Feng was a young master, but I didn't expect that he was actually a profiteer. Jiang Wanwan also cooperated with Shin Feng to deceive people together.
Are these unscrupulous couples cheating? This is really interesting. I kind of want to vote for them.
In the live broadcast room, many people laughed out loud when they saw that Jatnan was fooled by Shin Feng. The votes for the Unpleasant group led by Jatnan and Li Tingting, and the Penghu Bei group led by Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan, also increased significantly. However, the group of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan still has not won the first place in the number of votes. After all, those professional water armies who have received money are still quite effective. It was difficult for Jatnam, who had been cheated, to collect the debt, so he could only be the scapegoat. After refusing the 2 straws that Shin Feng was trying to sell him, he ran away quietly and shared the breakfast with Li Tingting. Shin Feng ate the remaining egg and drank some soy milk.
After Jiang Wanwan finished eating, he asked, "Are you full?" Jiang Wanwan patted her belly and nodded with satisfaction. "I'm full.
Let's go find some tourist spots to check in." The two led the cameraman and headed straight for their first target. This target location had already been discussed when Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were having dinner.
That is a love museum in a tourist town. Since the two of them had lived in the town for 2 days, they knew some information about the love museum. This love museum is a well-known check-in spot for internet celebrities in the town. Many internet celebrities come here not for tourism, but just to take a few photos in this museum. The reason why Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng chose this place was not to cater to the theme of the dating variety show. The biggest reason is, here, it's free. This love museum offers challenging tasks to visiting couples every day. If you can complete it, you will get free entry. In order to save money, this is obviously one of the most suitable attractions for them to check in. When the two walked to the love museum, they found that there were already several cameras set up there. When I got closer to take a look, I saw another celebrity duo besides Jayatnan and Li Tingting, the mighty duo of Zhang Wei and Mengan, standing at the entrance of the love museum. Someone actually got there first? Jiang Wanwan quickly pulled Shin Feng over. Zhang Wei and Mengan's group had obviously just arrived not long ago, and they were both inquiring about the free spots at the love museum. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng ran over and heard the museum staff say, "There is only one group of free spots today. You need to complete the tacit word guessing challenge. Only after you meet the requirements can you get a free spot. One person gestures and the other person guesses the words. If you can guess 10 correctly within 2 minutes, you'll pass the test." Jiang Wanwan quickly raised her hand and asked, "Can we participate in this too?" The staff member apologized and said, "These two came first. You have to wait for them to join. If they fail, you can continue." Jiang Wanwan's face fell. Zhang Wei and Mengan quickly started the word guessing challenge. Zhang Wei was responsible for comparing, and Mengan was responsible for guessing. The director also cut the camera from the main live broadcast room to this side. Whammy CP teamed up to guess the word. Isn't that a crushing victory? Zhang Wei and Mengan are not only from the same company, but have also worked together on several dramas. They seem to be good friends in private, so this kind of challenge is definitely not difficult for them. Poor Wanwan, it seems she won't be able to wait for the next free spot. What is Jiang Wanwan doing? Why is she squatting? Some sharp-eyed people noticed that in the corner of the camera, Jiang Wanwan was squatting on the ground, doing something unknown. Seeing that the challenge here was still in the preparation stage, the director temporarily cut the camera to Jiang Wanwan. I noticed that Jiang Wanwan seemed to be drawing something on the ground. The audience was puzzled.
Director Chen was also confused. Seeing that some viewers asked Zhang Wanwan what she was doing in the barrage, Director Chen quickly asked Zhang Wanwan through the headset, "Zhang Wanwan, what are you doing?" Zhang Wanwan raised her head and looked at the camera that was staring at her. Suddenly he said, "Can you give me a code when you broadcast it later? Promise me and I will tell you what I am doing." "Sure, sure." Director Chen quickly agreed to her request. "I'm drawing circles and cursing Zhang Wei and Mengan." Director Chen. Director Chen, are you an elementary school student? Zhang is 3 years old, right? I'll draw a circle and curse you. Zhang Wanwan is so cute. What should I do with the live broadcast after the coding is done? My baby, are you a little stupid? Ha 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 ha. Amid Zhang Wanwan's curse, Zhang Wei and Mengan's word-guessing challenge began. Although neither of them is a very popular star, they are indeed old partners who have worked with each other many times. There were even quite a few marketing accounts that suggested that the two might actually be together. Under this premise, everyone felt that such a word-guessing challenge would not be difficult for them. But soon, the audience no longer thought so. The words given by the Love Museum are not difficult. But Zhang Wei and Mengan guessed several times in succession, but none of them were correct. It was like a simple stealing a sheep. Zhang Wei gestured for a long time, but Mengan could only guess one sheep. The anxious audience kept sending comments. Why can't I guess such a simple word? The randomness just now is also very simple. It feels like the two people's brain circuits are not on the same level. Didn't they say this couple has a good chemistry? That's it? It seemed like Zhang Wei was getting anxious. He frowned and started stamping his feet. Isn't it just a game? Is it necessary? After failing to guess several words in a row, Zhang Wei's expression did not look very good. These words seemed very simple to him, but Mengan always guessed in the wrong direction. It's like having no brains. Finally, Zhang Wei simply raised his hand and said, "We want to swap." Let me guess. He just couldn't understand how it was possible that he couldn't guess such a simple word. Then Zhang Wei, who was standing at the word-guessing position, was also dumbfounded. Because he found that guessing words and gesturing are two completely different things. When he was in the position of guessing the word, all the information could only be obtained from Mengan's body movements. For some actions, the audience and Mengan, who can see the words, can understand what they mean. But Zhang Wei had no idea. He could only make blind guesses without any basis. The words guessed and the ones Mengan gestured were both very different. As a result, his results were not much better than Mengan's. Soon, 2 minutes passed. The group of Zhang Wei and Mengan only guessed 6 words correctly. It was far from the goal of 10 words and the challenge failed. Zhang Wei and Mengan's expressions didn't look very good at the moment. The two of them didn't speak to each other and walked aside silently. Are you giving me a cold shoulder now? Is it that serious? I read gossip before, didn't it say that they had a very good relationship? How could they fall out so easily? Could those gossips be hype? Zhang Wei had previously blamed Mengan for not guessing correctly, but it turned out that his guesses weren't much better. I feel like my boyfriend and I would have guessed more correctly than them. I was originally planning to vote for this couple, but now I think I'll give up. Hurry up and change the person, I want to watch Wanwan guess the word. In the barrage, some people were criticizing Zhang Wei and Mengan. Some people have already started to urge them, wanting to see how Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng perform. As a result, the internet trolls and black fans started to show up again. They will not miss any opportunity to improve their performance. Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng? I'm afraid none of them can guess what they are like. What kind of tacit understanding can they have? That's right, the company forced the CP together for hype. Let alone tacit understanding, it's good enough that there is no hatred between the two of them. Some passers-by see more clearly. But I saw that Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng got along quite well before. Shin Feng doted on Zhang Wanwan too. When he heard that Zhang Wanwan wanted to eat Rujiamo, he went to get several for free. But immediately, some netizens responded, no one really takes what they see on variety shows seriously, right? No one thinks Wanwan is interested in someone with connections like Shin Feng, right? I laughed. Of course, Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng didn't know this. Seeing Zhang Wei and Mengan fail, Zhang Wanwan excitedly clapped her hands with Shin Feng. The curse was successful. Shin Feng patted her head, keep your voice down. I'm not censoring you now. Don't let others hear you. Zhang Wanwan nodded quickly. The little interaction between the two made many passers-by want to post comments. But when they saw that the internet trolls were still slandering Shinfeng, the passers-by held back again. Zhang Wanwan and Shinfeng walked up to the staff of the Love Museum and applied for a word-guessing challenge. Many viewers came to watch the show for fun and brought their friends along to watch it. They wanted to see how well Zhang Wanwan and the newly debuted Shinfeng could do in the word-guessing challenge that even Zhang Wei and Mengan couldn't complete. As the number of viewers and popularity in the live broadcast room continued to rise, Zhang Wanwan and Shinfeng's word-guessing challenge officially began.
Chapter 29, Did the program team reveal the topic? Chapter 29, Did the program crew give the secret away? Shinfeng was responsible for the gestures. Zhang Wanwan is responsible for guessing.
After both of them indicated that they were ready, the staff showed the question board.
Question 1. Beautiful as a fairy.
Shinfeng pointed at Zhang Wanwan.
Zhang Wanwan was stunned.
Then he immediately said, "She is so beautiful that she can make fishes sink to the bottom of water, geese drop to the ground, the moon hide in shame, and flowers shame the whole country. She has a beauty that is unparalleled, as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, and her beauty is so beautiful that it can be eaten with a feast for the eyes."
That's right.
Shinfeng clapped his hands.
Next question. Question 2. Beautiful as a fairy.
Shinfeng pointed at Zhang Wanwan again. Zhang Wanwan immediately added, "She is so beautiful that she can make fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies, geese drop to the ground, and the moon hide in the distance."
Right, next question. Staff. Director Chen. Audience. What is this gameplay? No, wait a minute, isn't this too fast? Guess 2 in less than 5 seconds, is it a human? Is this really a test of their tacit understanding? Isn't this a test of how narcissistic Zhang Wanwan is?
I'm curious about how many words she memorized to describe herself.
Did the production team give away the topic in advance?
Some comments have begun to question the fairness of the program team. The internet trolls and haters, who were also shocked by the speed at which the two guessed the words, now came to their senses. I quickly picked up their keyboards and started setting the rhythm.
I think this is a giveaway. Is there a script?
It must be Lanyu Entertainment that paid the money to promote the CP of Zhang Wanwan and Shinfeng. After seeing the barrage, Director Chen felt that he was extremely wronged.
He really didn't take Lanyu's money, and he really didn't reveal the answer.
Although he had found this staff member in advance, the questions were also set by the program team.
But he never told anyone.
Moreover, among the large number of adjectives that Zhang Wanwan just memorized, few were in the question bank.
It was just a coincidence.
Thinking of this, Director Chen quickly contacted the staff outside the venue.
Tell the staff not to take any questions related to appearance anymore.
And the next question, as expected, was not related to appearance.
Question 3. Sit back and wait. I guess I won't guess it in seconds this time, right? If you guess again in seconds, I will really suspect that the program team has revealed the topic. The commentator thinks that this question is still a bit difficult. Even Director Chen thinks so.
If Zhang Wanwan could guess it in seconds this time, he would start to suspect that there was a traitor among his men.
Then
Shinfeng pointed at his hand first. He pointed at Zhang Wanwan again.
Zhang Wanwan immediately said, "Just sit back and wait." Director Chen. Audience. Damn.
I told you that the question was revealed.
How else can I explain this?
Director Chen was also very angry and immediately wanted to check if he had any undercover agents under his command. But a barrage of comments suddenly popped up, leaving Director Chen and other irritable audience members stunned. Shinfeng first pointed at his own hand, then at Zhang Wanwan. "Hand, pig, any normal person would be able to guess that it was a case of waiting for the rabbit to come to them, right? It's just a guess, not necessarily correct." The barrage was silent for a moment.
I understand the truth, but why do you say Zhang Wanwan equals pig? Isn't it the scariest thing that Zhang Wanwan guessed it in just 1 second? She even admitted that she was a pig? Although I think this explanation makes sense, I still think they are guessing too quickly.
At this time, the staff had already turned to the next question.
Question 4. Childhood sweethearts.
Shinfeng pointed at Zhang Wanwan, then pointed at himself.
This time, Zhang Wanwan finally didn't guess immediately. She thought about it and suddenly said, "Are husband and wife of the same mind?" Seeing Shinfeng shaking his head, Jiang Wanwan started to guess again, then, love each other? Respect each other like guests? Treat each other as equals? Husband and wife follow each other? None of them are right? Is it the love between brothers? Sworn brotherhood? Or the love between father and son? Father and son fighting together in battle? Wait, husband and wife, brothers, why are even father and son coming out? Is their relationship a bit too confusing? After a few seconds, Jiang Wanwan finally reacted, childhood sweethearts. Only then did Shinfeng nod. No, let us not talk about those weird things about husband and wife, brothers, father and son. Why are Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng equals childhood sweethearts? Aren't they just colleagues? Some viewers were confused. Isn't it because the company forced him to leave? It's possible. After all, he's the gigolo that Lanya's boss paid for. Some trolls took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Hey, I know Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. We were classmates in elementary school. They grew up together. If you don't know the truth, can you please stop slandering them? I don't believe you. I even said I'm Jiang Wanwan's father. It really doesn't cost anything to spread rumors. At this time, Shanghai City. Zhang Zhe, who was watching the live broadcast, frowned when he saw this comment. He reached out and typed the next line. I am her father. Who the hell are you? Then. You have been banned by the housing manager. Looking at the prompt on the screen, Zhang Zhe slammed the table in anger. Question 5. There is a lot of traffic. Shinfeng finally stopped pointing fingers at him or Jiang Wanwan when asked this question. Shinfeng first made a driving gesture. He made another table tennis gesture. Jiang Wanwan followed suit and gestured. Then he guessed, it's very busy. Right, next one. Team Dragon is offended, ha 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 ha. Shinfeng's gesticulation is so good that one can guess the answer without even revealing the question. If the topic wasn't revealed, they have a good understanding of each other. If it were me, I would have to think about it for a long time. Maybe you're not smart enough. Question 6. Heaven and earth will punish you. Before Shinfeng started to gesture, the barrage of comments began. Blind guess, Shinfeng pointed to the sky first, then to Jiang Wanwan. +1. +1. Sure enough, Shinfeng pointed to the sky and then pointed at Jiang Wanwan. Heaven and earth will destroy you. Jiang Wanwan said immediately. Oh no, I really figured out their pattern. I feel like they may not have revealed the questions in advance. I understand the reason, but the question is still the same. Why is Jiang Wanwan a pig? Wanwan, how can you admit that you are a pig? Can't you just struggle a little? Next, question 7, question 8, question 9. The progress of Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng's group was so fast that it made everyone in the program crew feel their scalps tingling. Shinfeng's gestures were precise and concise, and Jiang Wanwan understood faster. For some of Shinfeng's gestures, the audience may not be able to connect them with the words to be guessed at first. For example, question 10. Know when to stop. The audience felt that this word was extremely difficult to guess. But Shinfeng only did 2 actions. First, both arms were raised in the same direction, and the head tilted to the side. A standard SKR action. Then he gestured to stop. The audience was stunned. But Jiang Wanwan grumbled for a while, then shouted, Stop it, ugh. Enough is enough. Right, next question. Damn, this is amazing. One is really good at gesturing, the other is really brave enough to guess. To be honest, my brother and I, who have lived with me for more than 10 years, may not have this kind of tacit understanding in understanding. Could these two really be childhood sweethearts? I've always thought they were very familiar with each other. Don't talk nonsense, let me clarify, my childhood sweetheart and I don't have this kind of tacit understanding at all. Soon, half of the 2 minutes had passed. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan had guessed 13 questions within 1 minute. Logically, they could have ended it. But Jiang Wanwan was having a lot of fun. She even raised her hand, wanting to switch sides with Shinfeng so that she could do the demonstration. The staff quickly contacted the director for help. The question bank he prepared only had more than 30 questions in total. Zhang Wei and Meng had a round of guessing before, and the total number of guesses they made, including those they skipped, was more than a dozen. The remaining few questions were basically related to appearance, but the director didn't allow us to talk about them. His question bank has run out of questions.
Director Chen could only pick up the intercom, coughed lightly and said, Wan, now your mission has been completed and you have obtained the free qualification.
No need to guess anymore. Jiang Wan, who was excitedly trying to demonstrate to Shinfeng, suddenly became unhappy. She suddenly blinked in grievance and looked pitifully in the direction of the camera. I haven't tried it yet, I want to play. After all, Jiang Wan is a talented actress. As soon as this little expression appeared, the barrage of comments exploded. Let her play. Chapter 30 I don't understand, but I am deeply shocked. Chapter 30 I don't understand, but I am deeply shocked. Let her play. My daughter Wan wants to play, director, please don't be ungrateful. Those who bully Wan are in trouble. To be honest, I was a little addicted to their guessing, it was so smooth. This minute was definitely the highlight of today's show. I'm also addicted. I just called my friends to watch it together. Why don't they guess anymore? The barrage is full of comments right now. Even the haters and internet trolls couldn't find a chance to interrupt. Director Chen got a headache after seeing the barrage. It's not that he doesn't want Jiang Wan to guess, it's just that he really has no words. Suddenly, the assistant director came over. Whispered a few words in Director Chen's ear. When Director Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. This is great. It can satisfy Jiang Wan's desire to play, and it can also shut up those who say we leaked the questions. He picked up the intercom again and said, Dear viewers, our program team has run out of vocabulary. However, in order to meet Jiang Wan's wish, we decided to add a new link. We are now collecting words from the barrage. Everyone can send the words you want the Punghubei group to guess as barrage, and we will have a backend to do the statistics. After the statistics are completed, we will add the top 5 words with the most votes to the question bank and let Jiang Wan play with 5 more words. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, please send comments. We will announce the data in 30 seconds. After Director Chen said this, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited. They watch a lot of variety shows on weekdays. However, variety shows where the audience can interact in real time and influence the show's effects were rare before. All of a sudden, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was flying. When Director Chen saw those words, he almost fainted. There isn't even a single word from the world of the living. What are the dragons flying? What are the monkeys and the flies? And what are the snakes and the vipers? Director Chen doesn't even know how to read it. Some of the words I know are also strange. What about Peppa Pig, Yydius, Mousetail Juice, King Gigi, Time Management Master? Some people even made tongue twisters such as red carp, green carp and donkey, and black fertilizer will turn gray when it evaporates. Can humans express these words? It's no wonder that there's chaos in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, those passers-by and viewers are there just to have fun, so they will do whatever they want to have fun, so naturally the lyrics they write are weird. The haters from Lanyu Entertainment's rival companies all hoped that Shinfeng wouldn't be able to guess a single word, so the words he wrote would of course be even more weird. 30 seconds passed quickly. Director Chen looked at the barrage statistics in the background. But he found that the words he couldn't even read received the least votes. I thought those weird words would get the most votes. Director Chen muttered. The assistant director pushed his glasses aside and said, The reason for the low number of votes is probably because no one knows how to type these words. What you said makes sense. Afterwards, Director Chen screened and selected a few words and announced them. Of course, it is impossible for him to choose words entirely based on the number of comments from the audience. For example, among the top 5 words, there was an insulting word directed at Shinfeng. Of course, it was posted by the internet trolls hired by Lanyu Entertainment's rivals. With Director Chen's experience, he had already discovered that there were professional internet trolls in his live broadcast room. Director Chen certainly couldn't allow such words to appear in the question bank. Otherwise, let alone what Jiang Wan and Shinfeng would think, even passers-by would feel disgusted when watching it. Director Chen deleted this word and added another word that he thought was the most difficult but did not receive enough votes to the question bank. After thinking about it, Director Chen rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. He picked up the intercom and said, Student Jiang Wan, the 5 words with the most votes have been announced. The staff will write them on the question board later. Because this is an extra question for you to guess, and it is extremely difficult, the program team decided that as long as you can get all 5 questions right, we will give you an extra bonus of 5 new Taiwan dollars from the Punghubei group. Director Chen did this to create some hype and increase the popularity.
Secondly, he felt that the question he added at the end would definitely not be guessed by Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. By then, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng will not be able to guess the answer no matter what, and will not get the money, which will be another show effect. When Jiang Wanwan heard that there was money, her eyes lit up. He immediately cheered happily, and then said to Shin Feng, "Fengzi,
whether we can have a good meal at noon depends on you." Shin Feng smiled and nodded. Soon, the staff wrote those 5 strange words on the board.
Under Director Chen's arrangement, the most difficult word added by Director Chen was specially placed at the end.
Then the staff showed the question board. When Jiang Wanwan saw the first question, she felt numb. Jatnam.
It may be because Jayatnan S group interacted more with Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and others today.
So the audience was impressed by this group.
But it made Jiang Wanwan feel troubled.
How should she pronounce this name? She suddenly looked around to see if the unfortunate Jatnan was nearby. Unfortunately, no.
Finally, Jiang Wanwan came up with an idea. She first made a gesture of holding a cup and drinking from a straw.
Then, he made a 1 gesture towards Shin Feng with his left hand and then with his right hand.
Then he made a 2 with his left hand and a 1 with his right hand. Then he made a 3 with his left hand and a 5 with his right hand. Then he waved his hand.
And then it was gone. Is there any sign language master who can explain it?
I have learned sign language. I just want to say that I am also waiting for someone to explain it. I don't understand, but I'm shocked.
What the hell does this mean?
Not to mention that I can't see the word Jatnam. Even if I can see the word now, I still find it difficult to connect Wanwan's actions with Jatnam. If this can be guessed, not only will I admit that there is no conspiracy, I will also have to vote for them.
An audience member said this.
Then Shin Feng said, Jatnan.
Damn it. There must be something fishy going on. How could I have guessed this? Not to mention the audience, even Director Chen was dumbfounded at this moment.
He picked up the intercom and said to Shin Feng tremblingly, Shin Feng, can you explain how you guessed it?
It's very simple.
Shin Feng said casually, Wanwan first demonstrated the action of drinking something, but the key point is to use a straw, so I connected it to straws, milk tea, and soy milk that I drink in the morning. I didn't understand what Jiang Wanwan meant by the gestures at first, but when she pointed a few numbers, I understood.
What do you know? Are there any particular meanings to those numbers? Director Chen was confused.
Shin Feng had no choice but to explain. The left-hand one and the right-hand one refer to the first straw I sold to Jatnam, for which I received $1 from Jatnam. The left hand makes 2, and the right hand makes 1 means that Jatnam bought a second straw from me, and I charged him another $1. As for the 3 and 5, it means I sold him the third straw and told him I would only charge him 50 cents.
Director Chen stared. What did Jiang Wanwan mean by waving her hand at the end? It means that Jatnam didn't buy the 50-cent straw in the end. Finally, Shin Feng spread his hands and said, Isn't it easy to guess Jatnam? Director Chen. Audience. Bring me my imperial sword and peel an apple for sure. This is not easy at all, Versailles, right?
I only suspected the relationship between them before, but now I start to doubt their race.
Are they really from Earth? What about those people who revealed the topic before? Did they get slapped in the face?
Oh my god, forget it, I admit there is no shady dealings.
With my reading comprehension ability, there is no need for shady dealings. The key is tacit understanding, tacit understanding. If the two of you don't have a deep tacit understanding, you won't know what the other person is saying no matter how hard you try, right? I'm so jealous. If my ex-boyfriend understood me like this, we wouldn't have broken up. I'm so jealous. If I understood my ex-girlfriend this way, we wouldn't have broken up. Would you guys upstairs like to get back together? Vote, vote. This pair of programs is amazing. After a brief silence, the barrage of comments became lively again.
For a time, the number of votes for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group increased significantly. Even those black fans who received money didn't know what to say for a moment.
Bundled CP? Marketing hype? Writing on Jiang Wanwan's popularity?
With the level of tacit understanding between them, no one would believe that they didn't know each other for a long time.
Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were unaware of the excitement in the barrage. Now Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng have started guessing the second question. Chapter 31 I Can't Guess. Chapter 31 I Can't Guess. The second question is not as outrageous as the first one. It's a hot word on the internet. 5 words, bad and playful. Why do I feel like this is a reference to my Wan Wan?
My son Wan Wan loves to play, but he is not good at it.
This question doesn't seem to be easy to illustrate. It depends on who it is.
If you change Zhang Wei's group, they won't be able to win even if they die of exhaustion.
But for Wan Wan and Shin Feng, I think everything is possible.
When Jiang Wan Wan saw this question, she suddenly felt relieved. She made a 5 gesture to Shin Feng, indicating that there were 5 words. Then he pretended to be sitting in front of the computer playing games. Then she pointed at herself. Shin Feng immediately guessed, he is both bad and playful. Jiang Wan Wan clapped her hands excitedly.
Although I just said that everything is possible, isn't this a bit too fast? Shit, you guessed it before I even finished typing? Why do I feel that Wan Wan shouldn't be happy right now? Have Shin Feng played games with Jiang Wan Wan before? How come Shin Feng knew that Jiang Wan Wan was a novice and playful person when she did this?
Even Jiang Wan Wan herself did this, proving that she is a real wimp. However, Jiang Wan Wan and Shin Feng did not guess the third and fourth questions so easily.
The title of the third question is just 2 words. Silence. Jiang Wan Wan was silent for a long time. Finally, Shin Feng guessed, dementia? Jiang Wan Wan. Is that damn thingsy feeling itchy?
But she also knew that it would be difficult for Shin Feng to guess if she stayed so motionless. In the end, Jiang Wan Wan also came up with a solution in a hurry. It reminded me of the video of human high-quality oil that I saw recently on TikTok. Suddenly he crossed his legs. One hand makes a gesture of holding a cell phone. The other hand is placed in the trouser pocket. It started to sway.
My Wan Wan is finally getting greasy? Driving another one crazy. What is she trying to do? What does this have to do with silence? Shin Feng raised his eyebrows.
On the way to Lanyu County, Jiang Wan Wan showed him this video several times.
It is said that if you watch it, you will feel uncomfortable for the whole day, and if you don't watch it, you will feel uncomfortable for the whole day.
I can't let her bear this pain alone.
Oil? Shin Feng guessed.
Jiang Wan Wan shook her head and made a gesture to Shin Feng to open her mouth and sing. Shin Feng immediately understood what Jiang Wan Wan meant. He started singing the song in the video directly. I dried up the silence and regretted it.
Okay, no need to sing. That's right. Jiang Wan Wan happily made a yeah gesture. What a talent.
Shin Feng's singing just now seemed pretty good, with some flavor, but it's a pity that he didn't finish.
I never thought that guessing words could be played like this. I haven't watched that video. I just watched it. Now all I can think about is the silence that I dried up.
The fourth question was equally difficult and also took up some time for Shin Feng and Jiang Wan Wan. Of course, there is a time limit for guessing the word, and the program team gave the 2 people 5 minutes. Previously, when I guessed Jatnam and the novice and playful one, it went smoothly and only took a minute. But the third and fourth questions took up some more time, and now there is only 1.5 minutes left.
Similarly, there is only 1 question left. As long as you answer this question correctly, you can get a $5 bonus. Jiang Wan Wan's eyes were shining, like a hungry wolf about to catch its prey.
She stared at the question board, waiting for the staff to turn to the next question. Jiang Wan Wan, who was ready to go, saw the next word. His expression suddenly froze.
Ha 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 ha. I voted for this word too.
The person who first came up with this is really talented. You can't pronounce this word even if you kill yourself, it's really amazing.
I am dying of laughter.
Everyone in my family is dumbfounded. No matter how well you understand each other, you can't guess this word, because it's really impossible to guess it.
Director Chen also looked at Jiang Wan Wan's expression with pride, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. He chose this question himself. That must be of high value. He just didn't believe that these 2 people could guess the answer to this question. Jiang Wan Wan was indeed stupid.
Because the last word is
can't guess. It's not that Jiang Wan Wan couldn't guess it.
There are 4 words in this question, which are guess, no, come out and come.
How to draw this? Jiang Wan Wan went crazy.
She first shook her head, then waved her hands. But no matter how well Shin Feng understood her, he couldn't associate her with the words can't guess. I guessed wrong several times in a row and 30 seconds had passed.
Only 1 minute left. Just when Jiang Wan Wan was having a headache, Meng Yan and Jiang Wei were about to leave.
They didn't get the free qualification, feeling unbalanced, and just wanted to see Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng make a fool of themselves. Although Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng finally obtained free qualifications, Zhang Wei and Meng Yan felt a little relieved when they saw that they also had questions that they couldn't guess.
So they planned to leave and continue their tasks. But they suddenly gave Jiang Wanwan inspiration.
Jiang Wanwan pointed at Meng Yan and Zhang Wei, and signaled Xin Feng to look over there with her eyes.
Xin Feng glanced over there, then said, "The mighty combination?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Only a couple?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Appearance is not harmony, but mind is not harmony?" "Shake your head." "Becoming enemies?" He shook his head again. "False?" "Cut off the robe and sever the ties?" "As dangerous as fire and water?" "The enemy who murdered my father?"
Seeing Xin Feng's guesses becoming more and more exaggerated, many people in the barrage were already laughing silly.
"Whammy band, are you polite?" "Polite and powerful, you?" "Can I ask how you guessed the term enemy who killed my father?" Luckily the mighty band has gone far away, otherwise they would have to come and talk to Xin Feng. It would be so funny. Some viewers also noticed the time. Only 30 seconds left. I don't think they will guess this time.
Oh, it seems that Jiang Wanwan won't get any money this time, but the tacit understanding between them is pretty good.
Yes, the main reason is that this question is too difficult.
Even if you are very close, it is impossible to guess it unless you have the ability to read minds. Some of the internet trolls and black fans started to make trouble again.
This question isn't difficult. If someone else were to ask it, they might be able to guess the answer.
That is right, if it were me, I could guess it.
To put it bluntly, Xin Feng, who has connections, is not capable enough.
At that time, someone stood up to refute these black fans.
Can you please shut up?
You guys have been the ones posting comments since the beginning of the show.
Even a blind person can tell that you are haters. If you don't want to watch, just get out of here. If you keep talking here for a long time, it seems like you are too talkative. We watch variety shows for fun.
We don't know whether Xin Feng is being kept is true or not.
We only know that we have a lot of fun watching it. It's you guys who are an eyesore. It's normal that you can't guess the answer to this question. We have all witnessed the tacit understanding between Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng. Can you guys save your keyboards and stop talking nonsense?
When the internet trolls and trolls were causing trouble before, very few passers-by and viewers spoke out. After all, we are all passers-by and not fans of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
There's no need to get yourself into trouble for them.
But after watching the show for half a day, passers-by's views on Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan changed.
At least in their eyes, the relationship between these two people is really good. It's very natural to get along with each other.
The show effect is also better than that of other groups of guests. Variety shows are like this: as long as you can create a good show effect, not awkward, not greasy, funny and interesting, you will easily attract fans. The group of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan just happens to perfectly meet these characteristics. As for the show effect, the two of them have been giving it their all. As a newcomer, Xin Feng never behaved awkwardly.
Oily?
Except for the part where Wanwan imitated the high-quality oily dance of humans, the interaction between the two people was not greasy at all. The audience felt like they were watching two of their classmates, or watching their own children playing with other children. Therefore, many pure passers-by are now showing a trend of becoming fans. Naturally, there are warriors who stand up and dare to fight against the haters. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was suddenly filled with smoke. Jiang Wanwan felt that she was about to burst into smoke.
I'm so anxious that I'm smoking.
She tried her best to act out the situation where Zhang Wei and Meng Yan were unable to guess the words. At that time, Meng Yan said the word "can't guess" several times in a row. But Xin Feng had almost used up all the idioms to describe the breakdown of their relationship. But it just doesn't mean to change in the direction of "can't guess." At this time, the director had already picked up the walkie-talkie and started reading the countdown.
10, 9, 8. It's over. The bonus is gone. 5 yuan for 1/3 of a Rujiamo. Bang, it's gone. Jiang Wanwan was sad and upset. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's depressed expression, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud.
In fact, combined with Jiang Wanwan's initial actions of shaking her head and waving her hands. In addition, she later portrayed the state of Zhang Wei and Meng Yan when they couldn't guess the words. Xin Feng had already guessed in his heart that the word should be the "can't guess" that Meng Yan had just said several times.
How could it be possible that he and Jiang Wanwan didn't even have this little bit of tacit understanding?
He just kept it to himself. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's aggrieved look, Shin Feng raised his hand slowly. Before Director Chen was about to say the words game over, he spoke.
The word is, guess it.
Jiang Wanwan, who had a look of aggrieved expression a second ago, suddenly widened her eyes. He looked at Shin Feng with surprise. Director Chen, who was holding the walkie-talkie and was about to say game over with a smile on his face, suddenly dropped the walkie-talkie to the ground. The expression on his face gradually froze. He seemed to see a $5 bill with wings flying out of his pocket.
Chapter 32, You insisted on pressing my head. Chapter 32, You insisted on pressing my head. In the barrage of the live broadcast room.
Seeing that Shin Feng guessed the word at the last minute, the passers-by fans who were speaking up for Shin Feng were all full of energy.
I feel even more confident when criticizing the haters. Come on, haters, keep on spraying.
It was said before that Shin Feng was a relative of Jiang Wanwan, riding on her popularity, and that they were just colleagues. But he guessed more than a dozen words correctly in 1 minute, and then he said the program team gave away the topic. Now that people have guessed all the weird words made up by the audience, I want to see what you haters have to say. This group's interactions are obviously much more fun than the other groups, but the votes are still so low.
Is it the production team that is behind this, or are you haters behind this?
Damn it, based on Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's performance today, I'd become a fan of this group. If anyone wants to criticize Shin Feng again, they'd better step over the corpse of my keyboard first.
These people must be paid internet trolls. I have been in the fan circle for a long time. These people who have been slandering Shin Feng must have been paid by someone.
Those haters and internet trolls who had just managed to find an excuse to criticize Shin Feng are now speechless. A few people were forced into a corner and swore, but were quickly muted by the moderator of the live broadcast room. For a moment, the atmosphere of the live broadcast room became much better. At this time, Director Chen had already asked the staff to give 5 yuan bills to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan took the $5, cheered happily and raised her hand towards Shin Feng. Fengzi, you are awesome.
Shin Feng raised his hand almost immediately and high-fived Jiang Wanwan.
My younger brother is still better at gesturing. Hey, that's it. Fengzi? Wan Go?
These two people address each other in a very similar way.
What is their relationship?
Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have been in the program crew for several days, and Director Chen naturally knows that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. Now seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room seemed very interested in the relationship between the two people, Director Chen decided to dig deeper.
His $5 cannot be wasted.
Picking up the intercom, Director Chen spoke to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan who were still celebrating. Student Shin Feng, student Jiang Wanwan, you two just performed in perfect harmony in the word guessing challenge. First of all, congratulations on winning the free entrance to the Love Museum. Secondly, congratulations on winning the extra bonus of $5.
But here, I want to ask a question on behalf of the audience. What was your relationship before you two participated in the show? Why do you two have such a good understanding of each other? Shin Feng was thinking about how to give a perfect answer. Jiang Wanwan suddenly winked at the camera.
Playfully said, guess. After saying that, she pulled Shin Feng and ran into the Love Museum. This wink stunned the photographer on the spot. Only after both of them entered the museum did he react and hurriedly followed them in with his camera. The audience in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded.
She winked at me. Does she like me?
Bullshit. She is clearly looking at me.
This is my wife. Wanwan. Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan was so naive before that I almost forgot she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that.
So cute.
She flirted with me first, she should be responsible for me.
Mom, I'm in love. No, wait a minute, although she was indeed very cute just now, but didn't you overlook a question? What did she mean by guess just now? Isn't this too perfunctory?
Yeah, Wanwan didn't seem to answer that question directly.
Damn, she managed to get away with it.
Director Chen only reacted after seeing this comment.
And she was just allowed to get away with it like this?
His $5 was wasted.
Jiang Wanwan, who ran into the Love Museum before the photographer, let out a long breath. She turned off the microphone, then smiled at Shin Feng. Isn't your late brother very smart?
Shin Feng also turned off the microphone and touched her head. Smart, smart.
Is wink cute?
Cute, cute. As Shin Feng was speaking, he noticed that the cameraman had not caught up yet. Suddenly he whispered, I just didn't see it clearly. Can you try again? Jiang Wanwan winked at Shin Feng. Close the other eye, too. Jiang Wanwan didn't know what Shin Feng wanted to do, but she still obediently closed her eyes. The next second, Jiang Wanwan felt her lips wet. Jiang Wanwan opened her eyes in surprise, and then her eyes widened. Shin Feng was leaning over and kissing her softly on her lips. Jiang Wanwan's face flushed, but she didn't avoid it. Instead, she put her arms around Shin Feng's shoulders, making the kiss even deeper. When the photographer rushed in, this is what he saw. Jiang Wanwan acted like a man, hooking her arm around Shin Feng's shoulder like they were good brothers. Pointing at the pink decorations in the Love Museum. The photographer wiped his sweat. Fortunately, it seems that I didn't miss any shots. One brother, you reacted quickly enough. Shin Feng whispered in Jiang Wanwan's ear. Jiang Wanwan's ears were itchy. Her face, which was already flushed, looked even more unnatural. She hummed softly, your elder brother is a talented actor. But you dared to do that during the recording of the show. You were almost discovered, you are really brave. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan pinched Shin Feng with her fingernails. Shin Feng grimaced in pain and said aggrievedly, originally, I just wanted to do it lightly, but you insisted on pressing my head. Shut up. Jiang Wanwan pinched Shin Feng hard again. Shin Feng winced in pain. They have a really good relationship, and they are always close to each other. Are they secretly telling some joke? I see Shin Feng is so happy that he is twitching. These two don't look like a couple, they look more like buddies. The audience has no idea what kind of suffering Shin Feng is enduring. They looked at Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng's backs through the photographer's lens and felt that the two had a really good relationship. Are they really childhood sweethearts? At this moment, a very eye-catching comment suddenly popped up. I've said it before, they and I are classmates, we've been close friends since elementary school, and we went to junior high and high school together. I posted their original photos on my personal homepage, you can go and see if you don't believe me. To be honest, I didn't expect Shin Feng to participate in the variety show, but the good relationship between him and Jiang Wanwan is definitely not hype. They are good friends. Real good friends. The kind of good friends who climbed over walls together, blew up manure pits together, and deflated the teacher's tires together. Someone immediately clicked on this person's personal homepage to take a look. Sure enough, I saw several photos. There are a lot of people in the photo, all of them are elementary and junior high school students. It looks like a group photo of some group activity. There was a red circle on the photo, and the two children marked by the red circle did look very similar to Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. The photo shows two children, a boy and a girl, playing and frolicking. Although the image is a little blurry, you can still see that they have bright smiles on their faces. There is also a photo of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan standing against the wall as punishment. The person who posted the photo also made a note below. This is a photo of them blocking the keyhole of the teacher's bicycle lock when they were young and being caught by the teacher and punished by standing. The teacher took this photo. They swore to the whole class that they would never block the keyhole of the teacher's bicycle again. The audience was numb. What a naughty kid. Then they saw that there was another note below. As a result, the next day, there were 6 more ring locks on the teacher's bicycle. The audience was even more confused. You really didn't block the teacher's keyhole again. But I'm afraid you two are going to cause the teacher's heart attack. I looked at a few more photos in succession. The audience finally returned to the live broadcast room and saw Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng walking around the Love Museum arm in arm. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Now when I see Jiang Wanwan smile, I want to check if I have a few more locks on my bicycle. Chapter 33 I hope to be with him forever. Chapter 33 I hope to be with him forever. Not all viewers looked at the photos on that person's homepage. Some people see this sentence and feel confused. What car lock? What are you talking about? You can go and check out the homepage of that guy just now. It turns out that Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng are really childhood sweethearts. So, someone else went to check out the homepage of the person who claimed to be Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan's classmate. Then, I give up. You call this childhood sweethearts? I think you are tarnishing the pure and beautiful word childhood sweethearts. Ching is the ching in the nose and face, and zhu is the zhu in the fireworks? No wonder that person called him brother. Only brothers who have lived together for a lifetime would do such a thing. I used to doubt whether they were a couple in private, but now I kneel on the ground and repent. If they are a couple, then Lu, Guan, and Zhang are in a love triangle. I was wondering why I didn't feel anything towards a girl as beautiful as Zhang Wanwan before. It turns out that this girl used to be so unlucky. Does this count as Zhang Wanwan and Xin Feng's dirty laundry? Suddenly, a sudden impulse came from the barrage. What the hell, does your bedwetting as a child count as a negative thing about you now? That makes sense. In short, many viewers now have changed the way they look at Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan. In fact, this variety show has only been on the air for less than 3 hours. But the audience's mood has fluctuated too many times. Just like Jiang Zhe outside the screen. Jiang Zhe's previous account was banned, so he registered another one using his wife Su Yan's phone. He saw a group of people talking about what his daughter had done as a child, and quickly started typing again. Wanwan was actually very obedient when she was little, but it was that bastard Xin Feng who led her astray. Another anti-fan of Xin Feng, right? You want to blame Xin Feng for everything? When I looked at those photos, I felt that Zhang Wanwan was much more naughty than Xin Feng. Jiang just snorted coldly. What do you mean I'm taking the blame? How can you understand Xin Feng's character better than I do? He's just a little bastard. He only knows how to eat, drink and have fun with Wanwan every day, and he doesn't do his job. Okay, the haters found out that the bundling hype with the backstage gigolo didn't work to discredit Xin Feng, so they changed their tactics, right? They started to discredit Xin Feng's character? Then you should at least find something that happened when he grew up to criticize. Is it interesting to criticize his childhood? In fact, after seeing those photos, the number of people willing to defend Xin Feng and speak for Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan increased instead of decreased. Because of the evidence of those photos, it was completely confirmed that Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. The character setting of best friends is indeed interesting. Therefore, the support rate of the Penghu Bei combination of Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan is getting higher and higher. Naturally, more and more people are willing to speak up for Xin Feng. For a moment, Jiang Zhe was squeezed by this group of people and could hardly type. He was so angry that he drank some water, but still wanted to have another argument with the scholars. Then I found a private message popped up on the live streaming platform. Jiang Zhe clicked on it and found that it was sent to him by a user with the ID Wanwan Fans Group. Wanwan Fan Group, sister, are you also a fan of Xin Feng? Is there an organization? Do you want to join our group? We are all Wanwan fans. Wanwan Fan Group, most people in the live broadcast room support Xin Feng. You can't win by scolding him like this. We need to be organized and strategic. Here's the group number, 10507, let's discuss it together. This person is actually the leader of the internet troll army who receives money from Lanyu Entertainment's rivals. Pretending to be a fan of Zhang Wanwan, he has been deliberately instigating conflicts between Zhang Wanwan's fans and Xin Feng. Zhang Wanwan's fans will think that Xin Feng, who is related to Zhang Wanwan, is trying to take advantage of Zhang Wanwan's popularity, and then Zhang Wanwan's fans will start to discredit Xin Feng themselves. But Jiang Zhe didn't know this. Jiang Zhe was immediately happy when he saw that there was actually a group specifically designed to discredit Xin Feng. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He immediately joined the group. Almost everyone in the group is Zhang Wanwan's fan. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhe decided to reveal his true identity. Let Zhang Wanwan's fans understand that Zhang Wanwan's parents will always stand on their side and support them in fighting against Xin Feng. So after Jiang Zhe joined the group, he sent a line of words. When the car reaches the mountain, hello everyone, I am Zhang Wanwan's father. Jiang Zhe thought he would receive cheers, admiration, and a warm welcome from Zhang Wanwan's fans. Result. Wanbei Administrator, I am still your father. Wanbei Administrator, where did these haters come from? How dare you scold Wanwan here? Get lost. Then Jiang Zhe watched as the system prompt popped up on the screen. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Jiang Zhe. He was so angry that he pounded the table. Zhang Wanwan had no idea that her father had just been provoked by his fans. She and Xin Feng were taking photos and checking in at the Love Museum at this time. Zhang Wanwan originally came here with the idea of completing a mission, and she was thinking of taking photos, checking in, and then leaving. But she didn't expect that this Love Museum was quite fun. At least it looks good. Although it is called a museum, there are actually not many cultural relics here.
Yes, there are just all kinds of cute, sweet, and interesting little ornaments. And many rooms that are decorated in pink or extremely romantic colors. Just like the room where Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng are staying now. The walls of the room were painted in girly pink and hung with all kinds of cute pendants. On one wall of the room hangs a large net woven from white cotton ropes. There were lots of little pink notes hanging on it, with all kinds of words written on them. These were left by people who had visited the museum before, and they all described the love between couples. Jiang Wanwan became interested, picked up the pen and pink paper under the rope net, and started writing. Director Chen quickly reminded the cameraman through the intercom, "Go and see what she wrote." The camera moved closer. But before he came over, Jiang Wanwan had already taken the note and handed it to the camera. The audience opened their eyes wide, trying to see what was written on it. As a result, the audience's expressions froze. "I hope Director Chen can give me more money tomorrow." Director Chen. Director Chen, hey, look at what Shin Feng is writing. Director Chen discovered that Shin Feng was also writing. He quickly changed the subject and reminded the cameraman. Like Jiang Wanwan, Shin Feng handed the note to the camera before the cameraman came over. The audience opened their eyes wide again. "I hope Director Chen can give Wanwan more money tomorrow." Director Chen. Ha ha ha, these two are a pair of money-loving people, right? What on earth was I expecting? I was expecting them to write some sweet words? It is not written that we do not ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but it would be nice if we can die on the same day of the same month of the same year. I think Shin Feng's words are a bit spoiled. You dare to take advantage of their candy, right? Be careful or there will be 6 more rim locks on your car tomorrow. Ever since those photos came out, the 6 circle locks have become a meme in the live broadcast room. Okay, now that we're done, let's go check out the next room. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng hung the note on the rope net. Then Jiang Wanwan waved her hand and headed towards the next room. The photographer was closest to the door, so he naturally had to go out first. After the photographer left, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng looked at each other. The two of them turned over the 2 small pieces of paper hanging together at the same time. Then they smiled at each other and walked out of the room. On the white rope net, 2 small pieces of paper were placed very close to each other. I hope to be with him forever. I hope to be with her forever. The one I love. My sweetheart. Chapter 34 Earthy Love Talk. Chapter 34 Earthy Love Talk. While Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were still playing in the Love Museum, guests from other groups were also completing their tasks. Director Chen asked the director to cut the footage of the main live broadcast room to other groups. Many viewers in the main live broadcast room became unhappy immediately after seeing this. I want to see Peng Hu Bei. Don't cut it away. My friend asked me to come here just to watch Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng's group switch back. Director, if you don't cut back, I'll put 6 more ring locks on your bike tomorrow. Some of the irritable audience members have already started shouting. Fortunately, there are still calm people in the live broadcast room. Actually, this program is divided into a main and a secondary live broadcast room. You can go to the Peng Hu Bei secondary live broadcast room, where the entire program is live broadcast by the Peng Hu Bei group. As a result, the audience in the main live broadcast room migrated. Director Chen watched the number of viewers in the main live broadcast room. The number of people who participated in the guessing game finally reached 40,000. It dropped to 30,000. It dropped to 20,000, 15,000. In the end, only 1/8 of the audience remained in the main live broadcast room. Director Chen felt heartbroken. Although he knew that many of the viewers in the live broadcast room were attracted by the tacit understanding between Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng in guessing words. These people were not only attracted by the Peng Hu Bei group, but also became fans of the Peng Hu Bei group. In the end, there is nothing wrong with following the Peng Hu Bei group. But could you please give him some face? Don't leave so easily. Obviously, the other groups are also very exciting. Director Chen silently looked at the split screens of several groups. I took a look at the slightly greasy and artificial group of internet celebrities. I looked at the mighty group who were still in the Cold War. He looked at Jiatnan and Li Tingting, who were squatting on the ground trying to find a solution because they could not afford the tickets because they were cheated of money by Shin Feng in the morning. Okay, it seems that Shin Feng's group is indeed more exciting. Having said that, Director Chen cannot just focus the camera on Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan from beginning to end. After all, this is a variety show for 8 people.
Even though Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's group did not carry out the tasks assigned by the program team, the program effect was maximized.
Just like now. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan in the Earthy Love Talk exhibition hall of the Love Museum.
The photo frames on the wall are filled with all kinds of cheesy love words. Jiang Wanwan was in a playful mood and asked Shinfeng to read the first half of a cheesy love talk to her, and she guessed the second half.
Shinfeng agreed with a smile. He recited the cheesy love words on the wall. Shinfeng, do you know what my shortcomings are? Jiang Wanwan, lack of brains? Shinfeng. Audience.
Damn it, I spit water all over the screen. Jiang Wanwan, you have to compensate me for the screen.
Jiang Wanwan's train of thought is very unique. You just realized it? Your reaction is also very slow. I am dying of laughter, these two are so funny.
I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing, ha 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 ha.
Shinfeng sighed helplessly, it's you who are lacking. Jiang Wanwan, are you saying I'm the brain? Shinfeng. Another row of hilarious comments floated out from the audience.
At Jiang Wanwan's urging, Shinfeng recited the second cheesy love words.
Shinfeng, do you like drinking water? Jiang Wanwan, I don't like it. Shinfeng.
I can't respond to this, I really can't respond to this. He sighed helplessly, you said you liked it.
Jiang Wanwan stared in surprise, but I don't like it, can you change it to Coke? No. Well, I like water.
Shinfeng then said, then you like 70% of me.
Jiang Wanwan was silent for a while after hearing this.
Finally, he said, how awkward.
Ha ha ha, how can this not be awkward? You've completely ruined the atmosphere.
I seriously suspect that the reason Jiang Wanwan doesn't like drinking water is because her brain is full of water.
Don't be so mean, Jiang Wanwan may not have a brain. Don't criticize my Wanwan, she is already so stupid, can you please give her some love and care? I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter.
I haven't laughed this hard before when I was guessing the words. I'm going to share the live broadcast room with my gay friends.
Me too, I can't be the only one being poisoned.
Shinfeng really doesn't miss the third cheesy love talk now. Because based on his understanding of Jiang Wanwan, he could already guess what Jiang Wanwan was going to say later. But Jiang Wanwan was in high spirits and insisted that Shinfeng continue.
Shinfeng was helpless.
I had no choice but to obediently recite the third cheesy love words.
Shinfeng, the box that holds the ring is called a ring box. Do you know what the box that holds you and me is called? Jiang Wanwan replied seriously. The urn? Really? Shinfeng looked up to the sky and sighed. He knew Jiang Wanwan would say that.
It's a match made in heaven.
Shinfeng patted Jiang Wanwan's head and said.
I can hear the fatigue in Shinfeng's tone. Don't mention him, even I am tired of laughing.
I laughed so hard that my mask is about to crack. Jiang Wanwan should be the first one to think of the word urn in the Earthy Love Words area of the Love Museum, right?
I was just introduced by a friend.
I laughed my ass off as soon as I came in. What a talent! Then I can only say that you came too late.
The shortcomings just now are more classic.
You missed it.
Some people also expressed their feelings in the live broadcast room.
I now understand why Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan are such close friends.
If she were his girlfriend, Shinfeng would probably be so angry that he would be sick by now. Don't worry about the 7th day of the lunar year, the grass on the grave is already half a person's height. At this time, Jiang Wanwan had already pulled Shinfeng to read the 4th cheesy love talk.
Shinfeng is numb now. Give up treatment. He just said, I want to take something from you. Jiang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng in horror, take my life? Shinfeng, I want to marry you home.
Then comes the 5th cheesy love talk.
I want to buy a piece of land from you. Jiang Wanwan's eyes became even more horrified, you want me to lose my head? Shinfeng, I am devoted to you. Article 6, Article 7, Article 8.
After guessing more than a dozen cheesy love words, Shinfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Originally, Shinfeng was scheming. I think this cheesy love talk is a good opportunity.
I can use the excuse of saying sweet words to confess my feelings to Jiang Wanwan in public. As a result, Jiang Wanwan, with her divine understanding, turned the cheesy love talk segment into a crosstalk. When Shinfeng breathed a sigh of relief, the audience also finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It's finally over. I really can't take it anymore. I really can't laugh anymore. Do these two people want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my Huawei bill? This is the first time I laughed so hard on a dating show that my face hurt. Jiang Wanwan YYDS, I suggest that the cheesy love talk QA just now be included in the collection of steel straight women's quotes. A considerable number of new viewers also flocked into the live broadcast room. They were all brought here by friends. At this time, some people asked questions related to Shinfeng. Who is this guy? Is he paired with Jiang Wanwan? He's quite handsome. At the end, there are a few earthy love words, all said by this man and Jiang Wanwan at the same time. Do they have such a good understanding? This person can follow Jiang Wanwan's train of thought, so he must be no ordinary person. Are they really a couple? Seeing the comments from new viewers, some enthusiastic old viewers came up to answer them. If you are asking about tacit understanding, I suggest you wait for a clip of the word guessing challenge to be replayed, so that you can see what perfect cooperation is. As for those who are talking about lovers, please respect yourselves, they are close friends. If you don't believe me, please go to the personal homepage of Shinfeng's childhood friend, there are photos as evidence, they are close friends who are willing to die for each other. Finally, let me introduce to all the new viewers, Wanwan's partner is Shinfeng, and their group is called Penghubei. Off screen. Director Chen looked at the number of people in the Penghubei group's live broadcast room exceeding 60,000, and the expression on his face was as complicated as it could be. Damn it, if he had known that Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng could do such a thing, he would never have cut away the camera from the main live broadcast room. Wow, the number of people in their main live broadcast room is just a fraction of that of the Penghubei group. So angry. When Director Chen was depressed, Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng had already left the Love Museum. After checking in at the first destination, the two of them were about to head to the second destination. When they arrived at their second destination, the small garden, another attraction in the tourist town. But I saw a couple named Jiatnan and Li Tingting singing at the gate of the small garden. But the voice. It's really not a compliment. At this time, there was a bowl in front of both of them. There were a few dollars in there. When Jiatnan saw Shinfeng coming, he immediately ran up to him, singing while holding the bowl. He looked at Shinfeng with pleading eyes. The sad little eyes clearly revealed a meaning, "Uncle, give me some." Shinfeng listened to his singing voice that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. She gave him a weird look. Then he sighed and asked, "How much money would it cost for you not to sing?" "Just $1 is enough," said Jiatnan quickly. Shinfeng threw the few straws he had in his pocket that morning into Jiatnan's bowl. "Keep the change, please." Jiatnan? Chapter 35 This is a simple little love song. Chapter 35 This is a simple little love song. Jiatnan told Shinfeng that the admission price to the small garden was 50 yuan. They can't get it out even if you kill them. Therefore, the program team set up tasks in the small garden early on. Perform talents at the gate of the small garden and earn tips from passers-by. Each passerby could give Jiatnan a maximum of $1. If they collect 10 pieces, Jiatnan and Li Tingting's group will be able to enter the small garden. Of course, these passers-by were arranged by the program team. Jiatnan is a star after all. It is impossible for him to let strangers get close to him during the recording of the show. And Director Chen told these passers-by, as long as Jiatnan's singing was passable, he would be paid. Don't be too harsh, otherwise it will waste too much time on Jiatnan's group and affect the effect of the show. Unfortunately, the unpleasant combination of Jiatnan and Li Tingting is really too worthy of the name. The singing was so bad that it was almost unbelievable. So even though the passers-by were arranged by the program team, few people invested money in Jiatnan's group. I can't let this go unresolved. I'm sorry for my ears. Director Chen had originally forced several people to invest money in Jiatnan. But some viewers were immediately dissatisfied. This is someone the program team invited. How can they pay him for something so ugly? I dare say, this person is either a fan of Xiaojia or a deaf person. Xiaojia's fans don't take the blame. Even a deaf person wouldn't take the blame. This is too fake, I am a fan of Xiaojia and I can't stand it. Xiaojia's singing is generally recognized as bad in the circle, let him change his task. Director Chen no longer dared to use any tricks. We can only wait for Jiatnan to give up and do another task. As a result, this young man, Jiatnan, was quite persistent. We sang from a little after 10 o'clock until 11 o'clock. Some passers-by were moved by his persistence. I blocked his ears and threw him $1. Even the audience was moved.
They all brought their relatives and friends over. I want to say that such an ugly song shouldn't harm just myself. For a time, the number of people in the live broadcast room of the Unpleasant group also increased a lot. All I can say is that Jatnam's talent is not that great. But in terms of the overall program effect, he is indeed a talent. Now Jatnam had collected 9 pieces. If Shin Fong was willing to give him $1, then Jatnan would be able to collect $10 to complete the task. It's just that $1 that no one is willing to give him. So when Jayatnan saw Shin Fong, it was like seeing a savior. After hearing what Jatnan said, Shin Fong thought about it. In the end, he actually took out $1. Jayatnan smiled brightly and thanked Shin Fong repeatedly. He reached out to take the $1. Then Shin Fong said, I can give you this $1, but you have to give me $5. Why? The Jatnams were dumbfounded. The program team has given you the task of performing your talents to collect $10. That is to say, the $10 you need to collect now has nothing to do with the money you originally had. It is just a condition for you to complete the task. Shin Fong shook the $1 in his hand and said, I'm giving you this $1 to help you complete the task and solve your urgent problem. Is it too much for you to pay me $5 out of your own pocket to thank me? Jayatnan looked at Shin Fong aggressively. That's too much. Very much. We only have $10, and you. Shin Fong put the $1 away. Jatnan. Jayatnan, brother, my brother, can we negotiate? $5 is too much. I'll give you $1 so that you don't lose money, okay? Shin Fong shook his head, the minimum is 4. Jatnan reluctantly said, 2 pieces, how about 2 pieces? Before Shin Fong could speak, Jayatnan said quickly, I know what you're going to say. $3, right? Okay. You give me $1 to help us complete the task, and I'll give you $3, so you can make a net profit of $2. That should be fine, right? Shin Fong nodded. Patting Jatnam on the shoulder, he said, sure, you've learned how to answer quickly. In the end, Jayatnan got $1 from Shin Fong and completed the task of the program team. And Shin Fong made a net profit of $2. The total assets of him and Jiang Wanwan reached 42 yuan. Compared with other groups of guests, it can be said that he is rich enough to rival a country. This Shin Fong is really a profiteer. From this morning till now, how much money has Jayatnan been cheated of by him? Look at the money Jiang Wanwan is counting, half of it is my little Jia's hard-earned money, whoa. I am dying of laughter. Has anyone edited out the clips of Shin Fong deceiving Jayatnan? I think we can use it to promote anti-fraud. Jayatnan returned to Li Tingting with the bowl in his hand, and Li Tingting hit him. You are so stupid. We lost $2 and we really can't afford lunch. Jatnan snorted, don't worry, we can't lose this money in vain. Look, Brother Shin and his group are also coming to the small garden. They can't afford the tickets, so they must also complete the mission. When they can't raise enough money, we can learn from Brother Shin's previous routine and use the same trick again to get the money back. Li Tingting felt that there seemed to be some truth in it. But I felt like something was wrong. Until she saw Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan singing together and heard their voices as steady as old dogs. Li Tingting finally figured out what was wrong. That is it. Not every group S singing is as bad as hers and Jatnam S. This is a simple little love song. Singing the twists and turns of people's hearts. Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan sang Little Love Song by Soda Green. This song is fresh and melodious, very suitable for Jiang Wanwan's voice. Shin Fong is more responsible for the harmony. Although the two people sang a cappella without accompaniment. But with Jiang Wanwan's brisk voice and Shin Feng's perfect harmony, the effects sounded excellent. Not to mention Li Tingting and Jayatnan, who are both tone deaf. Even the audience and director Chen were shocked when they heard it. Fuck, are these two professional grade? It's clearly a cappella, but why do I feel like there's an accompaniment? Harmony. Shin Feng's harmony matches Jiang Wanwan so perfectly. This is without reverberation. It would be even better with reverberation. These two people must have practiced before, they are indeed good friends. My friend just asked me to listen to Jatnam singing. I felt like I was going deaf. Now, after listening to this song, my ears have finally recovered. But this was just the prelude to their song. The prelude is over. Jiang Wanwan, who was originally responsible for the lead singer, suddenly stopped singing. Just when the audience and the director were confused. Shin Fong, who was previously responsible for the harmony, spoke again.
No. Even if the heavy rain turns the city upside down, I will give you a hug. The voice, which is completely different from Jiang Wanwan's female voice, instantly makes the turning point of the song extremely catchy and exceptionally brilliant.
At this time, Jiang Wanwan consciously began to sing the harmony. The low voice mixed in with Xin Feng's singing. If Jiang Wanwan's harmony could sing out the raindrops that turned the city upside down in the song, Xin Feng's voice was the city overturned by the rain. You fell without hesitation, and I turned upside down happily.
I can't stand seeing your back coming. I wrote down the unbearable Li Saw in which every second seemed like an eternity. Xin Feng looked at Jiang Wanwan, and Jiang Wanwan also looked at Xin Feng.
The two smiled at each other and recalled that year in high school.
At a party in my second year of high school.
This was the little love song that he and Jiang Wanwan sang in duet.
Same melody, same harmony. Same with each other. They only rehearsed this song once.
But until now, until both of them were reborn, the singing of this song is still so seamless.
Finally, sing to the climax.
They both spoke together.
It's like singing to the audience. It's more like telling each other.
Even if the whole world is kidnapped by loneliness,
I won't run either. There is no escape, everyone will grow old in the end.
Right down the castle where my time and piano music intersect.
The song is over.
They held hands and both smiled. At this time, whether it was Li Tingting, Jiatnan, or those passers-by at the scene,
it's Director Chen and the audience in front of the screen. There was no response for half a day.
Even the endless barrage of comments had a momentary pause. A few seconds later, someone posted the first comment. I don't know how to put it, it's just awesome. I just cried when I heard this.
It reminded me of my first love.
She loved listening to little love songs.
Did these two people eat onions while singing? Why can't I stop crying?
I didn't cry because I was moved, I cried because I felt warm.
They cooperated really well, and I felt so warm. Although I know they are close friends, can I give them a second of sweetness? This couple is so good. This is the first time I feel so mixed emotions when listening to a song. It's really well sung.
There is no professional radio equipment, no reverb, and no accompaniment.
Just two people, two voices.
Maybe their skills are not professional level and their vocal conditions are not the best. But they sang with emotion and coordination.
But it can also touch people's hearts.
Director Chen also took off his glasses and wiped his moist eyes, then clapped silently. At the recording site, those passers-by had just come to their senses.
Some people couldn't help but applaud, while others hurried forward and gave their money to Xin Feng. Li Tingting also cried after hearing this. She held Jatnam's arm and sobbed, "Can you lend me $1? I want to invest in them, too." Chapter 36 I'm so poor. Chapter 36 I'm so poor.
Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan finally collected 20 yuan. The main thing is that the program team only arranged 20 passers-by. Unfortunately, the program team requires that no matter how much money is collected, it must be handed over in full.
Can't keep secrets.
So Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's assets did not increase in the end. After completing the task, Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan planned to check in at the small garden. The group of Jiatnan and Li Tingting quickly stood in front of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
What, do you want to take the money back? Jiang Wanwan stared at Jatnan warily.
He covered his pockets with both hands.
Jatnan rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. No, I want to become a disciple. Brother Xin, can you teach me to sing? Li Tingting also came forward and said to Jiang Wanwan, Wanwan, I also want to learn to sing. Xin Feng looked at Jatnan who had a fawning face. After a moment he shook his head. I don't want to teach you. Why? Jatnan grabbed Xin Feng's arm. A person with true talent does not need to be taught. Jatnan's eyes lit up. Are you saying I have talent?
As a result, Xin Feng shook his head again.
I just don't want to teach you. Jatnan. Jatnam, what do you mean by that? Xin Feng said sincerely, I'm talking about myself. I taught myself to sing. Jatnan. He still looked at Xin Feng with some hopelessness and asked, so, Brother Xin, do you think it's possible for me to sing well? Have. Xin Feng nodded seriously. Jatnam's eyes lit up again. How can I sing it well? Reopen it. Maybe you'll be able to sing well in your next life.
Xin Feng made suggestions very seriously.
Ha 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 ha. Let us reopen it. Maybe I'll be able to sing it well in my next life. Grab the bamboo shoots. Although my little GIS singing is terrible, but Brother Shin, can't you be more tactful? Ha ha ha. I think this is very tactful. At least it gives some hope.
Jatnan, who was sunk by Shinfeng, didn't speak for a long time. On the other hand, Jiang Wanwan and Li Tingting get along quite well. Li Tingting came to consult Jiang Wanwan about singing skills, and Jiang Wanwan also gave her careful guidance.
Seeing this, Jayatnan decided to abandon Shinfeng and join Jiang Wanwan. He complained to Jiang Wanwan, Brother Shin said that I can only sing well in my next life. He is too much. Can you teach me? Jiang Wanwan looked at Jayatnan and said, sing a few more lines. Okay, shut up. Jiang Wanwan quickly interrupted him. Jayatnan looked at Jiang Wanwan and said, how do you think I can sing well? Jiang Wanwan said seriously. I think Shinfeng is right. Jatnan squatted in the corner and drew circles.
I also think Shinfeng is right. Ha, Xiaojia, just give up.
I can't take it anymore. I just cried and now I'm about to laugh. It's so funny when these two groups meet up.
Several of them are the kings of memes.
Where did the program crew find these funny people?
Finally, the Penghubei group and the Nasty group entered the small garden together.
The small garden only has some antique buildings and scenery, and there is not much to see.
The only new thing is that there is a dressing room in the small garden.
There are many ancient costumes inside for tourists to try on. Jiang Wanwan took Shinfeng and went there.
She has filmed costume dramas and worn period costumes, so she is not very interested in these. But she really wanted to see what Shinfeng would look like wearing these ancient costumes. She picked through the selection and found a moon-white robe for Shinfeng, with a black cloak. Then he let Shinfeng change his clothes inside by himself. She, the photographer, Li Tingting and Jayatnan were waiting outside.
Not long.
When the door creaked open, a man in a white robe and black cloak walked out.
Even Jiang Wanwan was a little dumbfounded.
Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse.
Shinfeng is very handsome and has always been very handsome.
But he usually dresses casually and rarely dresses up. And now, he changed into an ancient-style robe and put on a cloak.
It was as if he had instantly turned into an ancient nobleman.
Although I always thought Shinfeng was a little handsome, I didn't expect Shinfeng in ancient costume to be so handsome.
Isn't he much better looking than those first-line stars?
The most important thing is that he is not feminine at all, he looks tall and handsome.
This is a real handsome guy. It's over.
I was attracted by Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's cheesy love talk.
Now I feel like I'm going to become Shinfeng's fan.
Jiang Wanwan ran forward and circled around Shinfeng several times. Finally, he looked at Shinfeng and said, "You're so handsome, Fingzi.
How does it feel to be wearing it? Do you feel like a different person?"
Shinfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I don't feel like a different person, but I feel like I'm going to become a dead person."
It's August now, and you're wearing a long robe and a cloak. Are you afraid that I'll die of the heat? Jiang Wanwan nodded seriously. That makes sense. Then take off your robe. Shinfeng.
Li Tingting was suddenly moved when she saw Shinfeng dressed so handsomely.
He took Jatnan and ran into the dressing room. After a while, Jatnan was dragged out with a reluctant look on his face.
When the audience saw it, some of them burst into laughter on the spot. I saw Jatnan, with a wig on his head. Her face was covered with a pink veil.
She was wearing a pink women's dress.
A handkerchief was stuffed into his hand. She looked so timid, like a bullied young wife.
Ah, what a little beauty, Li Tingting is such a genius.
I was eating and a grain of rice almost went into my nose. No, why do I feel like Xiao Jia in women's clothing is a good match for Shinfeng?
Nanfeng CP?
Goodbye, Jayatnan is not worthy of our brother Shun. Jatnan and Shinfeng were like two Barbie dolls, and their clothes were changed several times in succession. In the end, Shinfeng couldn't help but sigh that Wanwan was indeed his biological wife.
It's still pretty good for him.
Although he was given several sets of clothes that were so hot that it was terribly hot, at least they were all men's clothes.
Look at Jatnan, who is being tormented by Li Tingting. She was wearing women's clothes from beginning to end. It can be as eye-catching as it can be.
The two women played for more than an hour before letting Shinfeng and Jatnan go.
Left the small garden.
When I came out of the small garden, it was already noon.
Jiang Wanwan suggested that everyone go out for dinner together.
But after Li Tingting and Jiatnan counted the few dollars in their pockets, they finally decided to give up.
Just be hungry at noon. Anyway, the production team will definitely not let them starve to death. If you stay until the live broadcast ends in the evening, you will definitely get food. But Jiang Wanwan can't endure it for that long.
Seeing that Li Tingting and Jiatnan didn't want to go, she didn't force them. He took Shinfeng and found a nearby restaurant. She wanted to repeat the same trick. I imitated Shinfeng's way of getting a free rujiamo in the morning and used the excuse of advertising to get a free lunch.
As a result, the restaurant owner directly refused.
And they went to several restaurants in a row and were rejected every time. In the end, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to go back to the rujiamo shop with Shinfeng that morning.
The boss here also rejected them.
But the boss revealed a piece of information to them. That is, the program team has already greeted the owners of these restaurants. It will be impossible to get it for free after that.
In the end, Jiang Wanwan could only bargain with the boss.
I spent 15 yuan to buy 2 servings of cold noodles and started eating with Shinfeng. While eating, Jiang Wanwan said with a pained look on her face, "I only have 27 yuan left.
I'm so poor." The audience heard this. First, let's look at the hungry Jatnam Li and listen to a group. Balance, 9 yuan.
Let us take a look at the mighty duo working for the restaurant to attract customers in exchange for lunch.
Balance, 11 yuan.
Then look at the Tianlu group who spent the last of their savings and bought instant noodles for lunch.
Balance, 0 yuan.
Finally, he looked back silently at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan who were eating cold noodles with big mouthfuls.
Balance, 27 yuan. Audience.
How could this woman have the nerve to say the word poor? The remaining 3 groups combined are not as rich as you.
Chapter 37 Master, I understand. Chapter 37 Master, I understand.
It is impossible for anyone to watch live broadcast programs all day long. However, the popularity of the live broadcast room of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's Penghu Bei group has been increasing instead of decreasing. Because these 2 people are so funny and interesting, there are always people sharing the live broadcast room with their relatives and friends. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. When Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan went to the 3rd scenic spot to check in, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased to 60,000. By 7 o'clock in the evening, it was getting dark and everyone had gone home from work. The number of people in the live broadcast room has grown to 100,000.
Even Director Chen was stunned.
It is normal for a variety show to have hundreds of thousands or millions of views.
It's not surprising that it has tens of millions of views. But those shows are all recorded. They are live streaming.
The audience in the live broadcast room comes and goes, and it is not easy to maintain a stable number of 100,000. Live variety shows are generally highly interactive, but the program effects are often not as good as those of recorded variety shows after editing and production.
Plus, not everyone has time to watch the live broadcast. Often, only fans of celebrities will watch live variety shows.
Jiang Wanwan is not a superstar, nor a top queen, and she is not even a first-tier traffic star.
She can only be considered a second-rate star. Director Chen never expected that Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng would eventually attract so many audiences. Old Chen, look at these.
The assistant director at the side was also surprised by the number of people in the live broadcast room. Then he searched on his phone and immediately handed it to Director Chen.
Director Chen took a look and saw the assistant director's Weibo.
The entry #Penghu Bei combination hashtag. I don't know when it started, but it quietly climbed to the top 40 on the trending search list.
Although it is ranked very low, this entry was not purchased by their program team at all. This is truly on the hot search list. Director Chen clicked on this entry and took a look.
I found out that someone has already created the topic #Penghu Bei group hashtag.
In the topic, many people posted edited videos.
These are the 3 videos with the highest number of views. They are clips of tacit guessing of words, clips of cheesy love talks, and clips of little love songs. Little Love Song had the highest number of views, reaching 700,000.
And this is obviously the source of the heat. In the comments under the Little Love Song video, many people were asking, what kind of show is this? Who is this singing man? What is the Penghu Bei group?
Some internet trolls and black fans found that they could no longer discredit Shinfeng in the live broadcast room. I don't want to take other people's money for nothing. So I turned to Weibo and opened up a new battlefield. Seeing these onlookers asking questions, these internet trolls and black fans started saying that Shin Feng was a gigolo and had such and such an affair with the president of Lanyu Entertainment. As a result, the internet trolls haven't even said a few words yet. He was directly crushed by Shin Feng's fans. That's right, Shin Feng has fans. And the fighting power is ridiculously strong. There is no doubt that Shin Feng's fans all came from the show Let's Start Dating Today. Those are the ones who just became fans of Shin Feng today. They are all genuine and active fans. Moreover, Shin Feng's performance in the show was perfect. Naturally, these fans would not tolerate those haters saying anything bad about Shin Feng anymore. Catch one and spray one. Naturally, the haters were unwilling to be outdone and wanted to fight back. But they soon discovered that they seemed to have nothing to say in return. They said Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were just hype. The fans posted a picture of the circled lock and asked, "Have you been hyping your family since elementary school?" They said that Shin Feng's participation in the show was a shady business. Fans posted a video of them guessing the words in tacit agreement. Can't they be on the show together even though they have such good tacit agreement? Who is the mastermind? They said Shin Feng made his debut through connections. Fans posted photos of Shin Feng in period costumes and his little love songs. With this kind of looks and this kind of singing voice, does he need connections to debut? How many celebrities nowadays are not even half as good as him? If he is a person with connections, what can other celebrities count for? At the end of the criticism, some haters began to doubt their lives. Because a fan of Shin Feng asked them a question. Master Huikong, donor, are you really sincere in criticizing Shin Feng? Do you really not think Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan can make you happy? The haters started thinking. Of course, I didn't mean it sincerely when I criticized Shin Feng. They have no grudge against Shin Feng, they just do the job for money. Do Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan make them happy? They were indeed happy. Today, they were even watching the live broadcast while laughing and making comments to curse Shin Feng. To be honest, they felt a little awkward at the time. Thinking back on it now, I feel even more uncomfortable. Money can buy a lot of things. But you can't buy conscience and happiness. They were going against their conscience by scolding Shin Feng. Looking at Shin Feng, they are happy again. Then aren't they being ungrateful if they go against their conscience and curse the people who bring them happiness? It's not fun to make money by doing something dishonest. Finally, these haters all sent a hands folded emoticon to the Shin Feng fan whose ID was Master Huikong. Master, we have realized it. Actually, I have received the money. I will return it now. I will happily be a fan and watch the live broadcast from now on. Master Huikong, Amatba, good, it's good that you have understood. I will continue to follow the live broadcast. Director Chen. Director Chen had an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone as he looked at the subversion scene in the comment section. Finally, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Shin Feng's fans, are they too cruel? Other fans would at most lash out at each other, but his fans just started converting haters? The most outrageous thing is, why does he have a high monk fan? Director Chen clicked on the Weibo homepage of Master Huikong and found that this person was a real eminent monk with a V certification. The assistant director pushed up his glasses and said, Shin Feng's fans are very diverse. It's mainly because our kind of dating variety shows are not as selective about the audience as talent shows or singing variety shows. Anyone can watch it and everyone can find it interesting. Plus, the interaction between Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan is really interesting, so it can attract audiences from 8 to 80 years old. Director Chen's mouth twitched again. Excuse me, how did you know the data ranging from 8 to 80? Did you make it up? The assistant director said seriously, I am a very rigorous person, and everything I say is based on facts. I pushed the live broadcast to my mother and my little nephew, and they were both watching. Director Chen. But Director Chen also knew that the assistant director was right. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have a strong sense of variety shows and are full of gags. The most important thing is that they have been childhood sweethearts and get along naturally. Not to mention the audience, even Director Chen finds it very interesting and relaxing to see these two people. If he is a viewer of such a live broadcast, he would be willing to share it with people around him. This way, word will spread from 1 person to 10 people and from 10 to 100 people, and naturally Shin Feng will attract all kinds of fans. The fans of those young handsome guys are usually women in their teens, 20s, and 30s. Shin Feng has fans, although their number is not large at present. Maybe he doesn't even have a fraction of the number of fans that these young idols have. But there are all kinds of people, from men to women, from old to young, from Rujiamo shop owners to monks.
This kind of fan ecology is actually normal.
Only those who are accepted by the general public can be considered true stars. Lanyu Entertainment, we really struck gold this time. At this time, Sister Lin was also browsing Weibo. Her hands were shaking. She also knew that she had really struck treasure this time. In fact, Director Chen still felt it was a bit of a pity.
I think this popularity came a little late.
Because when office workers get off work, their live broadcast for the day is almost coming to an end.
The tasks of several groups have been completed.
Of course, some groups had more difficulties, while others had smoother journeys. Especially the group of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
They finished visiting the 3 scenic spots early and spent almost the entire afternoon having fun.
Although the show would still be effective even if these two people didn't do any tasks, Director Chen still felt that he was at a loss.
When it was time for dinner, Director Chen told everyone via the intercom. If you don't have money for dinner, you can go back to the BB to get dinner. This is the kindness of the program team.
Except for Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the other 3 groups all ran back happily.
Each person held a box lunch. I ate it with tears in my eyes.
They have never tasted lunch so delicious.
Hey, go watch Xin Feng's group.
Quick, quick, quick. Because 3 groups of people returned to the BB, the camera in the main live broadcast room naturally cut to the BB. As a result, a barrage suddenly popped up in the main live broadcast room. Director Chen, who was picking up his lunchbox, also heard the assistant director, who had just returned to the camera after picking up his lunchbox, shouting, "Old Chen,
come over and see Xin Feng and the others."
Director Chen hurried over. When Jiatnan and Li Tingting's group heard that something seemed to be wrong with Xin Feng's group, they also ran to the machine. The remaining 2 groups of people took a look at it, and finally all of them came to the machine with their lunchboxes and watched.
Then, click. The chopsticks in Jatnam's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 38: The Dark Side. Chapter 38: The Dark Side.
In the live broadcast room of the Penghu Bay group, Xin Feng was wearing an apron and standing in front of the stove. Spatula in right hand, wok in left hand. Take the pot off the heat and shake it, then flip it with the spatula in your hand. Then I saw a flame suddenly rising in the wok.
It looks shocking. This pot is on fire. I've seen this happen when I watched chefs cooking on TV. Is it really safe? The flames are so big. Why did it suddenly catch fire? So handsome.
This is a technique for increasing the heat, which is used when stir-frying. Xin Feng is so skilled at increasing the heat, it seems he is an experienced chef. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned.
Director Chen and others were even more dumbfounded. How come Xin Feng was cooking when they were just going to get their lunchboxes? It's fried so well. Director Chen quickly contacted the photographer. The photographer told Director Chen that Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the Rujiamo restaurant.
I used the remaining money to buy some ingredients from the store.
I borrowed the kitchen from the boss and started cooking.
At this time, Xin Feng had already turned off the fire.
Put the fried lamb with green onions on the plate.
Look at the small plate of oily, rich-colored stir-fried lamb with green onions.
The audience subconsciously felt that they could smell the aroma of the mutton.
Xin Feng simply washed the pot, wiped it dry, and then started the fire again. Soon, he prepared another plate of sweet and sour crispy pork and a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. Carrying 3 dishes, Xin Feng went to the restaurant outside. Placed in front of Jiang Wanwan. The photographer gave a close-up of the 3 dishes. All 3 dishes were served on small plates and the portions were very small. Because Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had less than 30 yuan, they could only buy a little bit of each ingredient. But these 3 small dishes did not give the audience a shabby feeling. On the contrary, they look extremely delicate, like 3 pieces of art. People who see it want to drool. At least the photographer has swallowed several times now.
Xin Feng spent the remaining money and bought 2 bowls of rice from the boss.
Then, he started eating with Jiang Wanwan.
Come, try it.
Xin Feng picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and handed it to Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan grunted and snatched the meat from Xin Feng's chopsticks. The expression on his face was one of enjoyment.
I didn't expect to be able to eat things he's cooking when I came to record a variety show.
I'm so happy.
She sighed with satisfaction.
Is it delicious?
I'm not very skilled at using the pot here, so I don't know how to control the heat.
Shin Feng asked. Jiang Wanwan nodded quickly.
Then he picked up a piece of shredded potato with chopsticks and fed it to Shin Feng. Try it, it's delicious.
Shin Feng ate it with a smile. We feed each other vegetables. Does that mean our dinner is dog food? Is there any problem with feeding a dish to my best friend? No problem.
I don't care. Even if 6 locks are hung on my dog's head tomorrow, I will still eat their dog food.
Feed it again so I can take a screenshot. Please. I also want a boyfriend to help me cook. And feed me. Am I the only one who noticed the point? Shin Feng feeds Jiang Wanwan meat and Jiang Wanwan feeds Shin Feng shredded potatoes?
I can't take it anymore. Jiang Wanwan's food smells so good, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to order takeout. The rice in my bowl suddenly doesn't smell good anymore.
I want to eat stir-fried lamb with green onions too.
Director Chen and others in front of the camera felt the same way when they saw this comment. They also felt that the lunchboxes in their hands were no longer delicious. Their program crew was not well off to begin with, so the lunchboxes they delivered were naturally simple. Although there were meat and vegetables, there was very little meat.
And now the lunchboxes are cold. Look at the freshly cooked meat dishes that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are eating. Gap. Jatnam even cried. Director Chen saw this and quickly comforted him. It's okay. I will try to order a better lunch for you tomorrow. Jatnan wiped his eyes and said aggrievely, I'm not crying for this. Just thinking about how Shin Feng and his team are eating our hard-earned money makes me feel so sad. Director Chen. It seems so. No wonder he was trying to find a way to make money so early in the morning. It seems like he has been planning to cook for Jiang Wanwan for a long time. The assistant director said. Jatnam cries even more. Director Chen said helplessly, don't be sad, I know they are eating with your money. Jayatnan, I am so hungry this time that I am crying. I love stir-fried lamb with green onions the most, whoa. Director Chen. When the members of the program crew were holding their lunchboxes and looking sad. Jiang Wanwan's belly was already bulging from eating so much. He burped with satisfaction. It smells so good, Fingzi, you are my eternal god. Shin Feng took out a tissue and wiped her mouth, then asked with a smile, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Can we still order food? Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up. Then he said in some confusion, but it seems that I won't get so much money tomorrow, will I still have money to cook dinner tonight? Shin Feng nodded, I have a way. What is the solution? Isn't there still Jatnam? Ha. Xiao Jia is being targeted again. Fingzi, Xiao Jia is watching your live broadcast. Don't say what you really think. Jatnam is already crying, let him go. Jatnam, are you polite?
Jatnam in front of the machine cried even louder. Just now when we were eating, I was staring at Shin Feng. He gave all the meat to Jiang Wanwan and was eating the vegetables himself. Someone started talking about the details of Shin Feng's meal just now. When they were eating just now, Shin Feng had been eating the vegetables and left all the meat for Jiang Wanwan. Most importantly, he didn't act deliberately at all, it was completely natural. This was definitely not a deliberate act for the show. I noticed it too, and he even picked out all the green onions in detail. Really, if I could have a boyfriend like Shin Feng, I would kneel down and thank God. He is handsome, can sing, can cook, is humorous, and is very considerate. I really love him. I declare that I am Shin Feng's first wife fan, whoever agrees or disagrees. Wait a minute, isn't your ID Shin Feng's #1 hater? Why are you a wife fan again? Some viewers noticed the ID of the person who posted this comment. Damn, I forgot to change my name after becoming a fan, so careless. Not long after, a person with the ID Shin Feng's #1 wife posted another comment. I declare that I am Shin Feng's #1 wife fan, whoever agrees or disagrees. After dinner, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan strolled leisurely back to the courtyard of the BB. Then they saw that everyone in the program crew was looking at them with a weird look. Are we late? Jiang Wanwan said doubtfully. No, they just watched you guys having dinner. They were a little jealous because you guys were eating so deliciously. The assistant director came up and led the two into the courtyard. Jiang Wanwan was surprised. We are eating well, what does it have to do with them? It's not like we asked them to watch it, they just insisted on watching it. Everyone in the program team. It seems to make some sense. Director Chen sighed and waved his hand. All right, everyone, be normal. Today's program is about to end.
Next, we need to count the votes of each group and the completion of the task. All 4 groups stood in front of Director Chen.
The screens of several live broadcast rooms were also cut to the same picture.
Director Chen coughed lightly and said, "First, let's announce the completion status of each group's tasks.
Mighty Team, joint mission accomplished, secret mission accomplished.
Tianlu Team, joint mission accomplished, secret mission accomplished.
Unpleasant Combination, joint mission accomplished, secret mission accomplished. Penghubei Group, the joint mission is completed, the secret mission, only Shinfeng completed it."
Zhang Wanwan's expression had already frozen when Director Chen first said the word secret mission.
Finished. I had so much fun today that I forgot about the secret mission.
Her money. She raised her hand weakly. "Director, can we still do the mission now? What do you think?" Zhang Wanwan dropped her hand weakly.
Director Chen continued, "The bonuses for completing secret missions have already been distributed to everyone, and the bonuses for joint missions will be distributed tomorrow morning. Now, I will announce the voting results of each group, which will affect who of you will receive more financial subsidies tomorrow. Tianlu Group, 1055 votes. The Tianlu Group are all internet celebrities, and their fan base is not that large.
Plus, they both looked a bit greasy, so they didn't get many votes.
These 2 people had guessed it long ago and were not discouraged.
Whammy Band, 5,617 votes.
The Wham Wham Group had the highest support rate at the beginning. However, as the 2 of them had a cold war during the word guessing challenge, few people voted for them.
Ugly Combination, 15,357 votes. This group is interesting in itself.
In addition, they interacted a lot with Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan, and many people became fans of them because of Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan.
Finally, Penghubei Group.
Director Chen began to look at Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan with strange eyes again. The other 3 groups of people also looked at them. According to the order in which Director Chen reported the tickets, the Penghubei Group, which was the last to report, should have been the first. Then, Director Chen spoke slowly. Penghubei Group, due to a voting machine failure, the votes could not be counted and were classified as 0.
Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan, what a shady deal. Chapter 39 U2, look back. Chapter 39 U2, look back. When the audience saw Zhang Wanwan shouting about the shady dealings, they all laughed. Things change over time.
In the morning when I watched the live broadcast, it was the audience who said that Zhang Wanwan and Shinfeng's group was involved in a conspiracy. But in the evening, it was Zhang Wanwan herself who said that there was a conspiracy.
Laughing to death, the director is so naughty.
Since you don't know, I have to tell you that the director is Shinfeng's #1 hater.
The secret mission given to Shinfeng in the morning is to be beaten up by his partner.
Support the shady director, don't give money to Zhang Wanwan's group, I want to see them scamming people tomorrow.
Director Chen was just joking. Seeing Zhang Wanwan yelling about the shady dealings, Director Chen snorted, "How many times have I been yelled at about the shady dealings this morning? You're the only one left. Alright, I won't fight with you anymore."
I will officially announce the number of votes for the Penghubei Group.
Penghubei Group, 121,981 votes. 120,000 votes.
Explosive kill of the second place. When the voting number came out, Zhang Wanwan was stunned. Although she knew that her group would get a lot of votes. In fact, many of today's program effects were deliberately created by her. She knew that Shinfeng's reputation would be very bad. So I deliberately created more interesting interactions with Shinfeng. Want to change Shinfeng's image in the audience's mind. Zhang Wanwan originally thought that the number of votes for their group would only be more than 10,000 votes higher than that of Jiatnan and Li Tingting's group. I didn't expect that there would be 100,000 more votes in the end. Does this show really have so many viewers? Director, you are not really going to do anything shady. Don't screw my flingsy. Zhang Wanwan looked at Director Chen and said a little fearfully. I testify that I am the mastermind, I am a tourist hired by the program. Navy +1. Navy +2. I am the leader of the Navy. The barrage of comments started to make some fun. Of course, there is no shortage of sugar eating. My Fengzi, did you hear what she said about my home? Bullshit, this is obviously my Fengzi, this is my husband. Bullshit, this is Zhang Wanwan's house. Bullshit, Zhang Wanwan belongs to me. Bullshit, I am yours. Director Chen stared at Zhang Wanwan seriously. Am I the kind of person who does shady things in your mind?
Yes. Zhang Wanwan nodded sincerely. Director Chen. Director Chen, I don't want to bother with you. Well, now your votes have been announced.
There is no doubt that Peng Hubei has won first place.
And the Tianlu team unfortunately got fourth place. Tomorrow, the Peng Hubei group will receive a 10 yuan subsidy, but the Tianlu group, unfortunately, will not receive any subsidy tomorrow.
Director Chen waved his hand after he finished speaking. I officially declare that the first day of recording for Let's Start Dating today has come to an end.
Let's look forward to tomorrow's mission. Good night, everyone.
Seeing that the live broadcast was interrupted, the audience in the live broadcast room wailed.
I am a VIP. I have paid, I want to see the paid content later. Take a photo of them sleeping, okay? I'll give you money, I'll give you all the money.
Don't end it, I'm late, please play it for a few more minutes.
It's not even 12 o'clock yet, how can today's recording end? Can you guys be more professional? The audience was in mourning. Suddenly,
they found that the black screen suddenly lit up again. Immediately afterwards, we saw Jatnan and Li Tingting waving stealthily in front of the camera.
Hi, I'm Jatnam, can you hear me? I'm Li Tingting. Is anyone else watching?
Yes.
I am here. The director just gave us an extra task, asking us to secretly film the lives of several other couples after they go off air.
I'm not interested in anyone else, but Brother Shin cheated me out of so much money today, I definitely can't let him go. If anyone supports me in secretly photographing the Peng Hubei group, deduct 1.
Jatnam said with a chuckle. Director Chen is really reluctant to give up such high popularity today.
So they found Li Tingting and Jia Tenan, who had a good relationship with Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan, and they came up with this trick.
111, 111, 1111. 1111. The unpleasant group YYDS. Go.
Jayatnan and Li Tingting carried cameras and walked stealthily towards Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan's room.
At this time,
in Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan's room. After the live broadcast ended, Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan naturally took back their mobile phones. The first thing Zhang Wanwan did after returning to her room was to open the live broadcast platform. She wanted to see if there were really so many people watching the live broadcast. As a result, I opened the live broadcast platform and took a look. Then the big heads of Jayatnan and Li Tingting appeared in front of the camera. Then he said a lot of things in a babble.
Summarize the main idea.
He just wanted to take secret photos of her and Xin Feng. Zhang Wanwan quickly pulled Xin Feng and said, Fingzi, look, Jayatnan and the others are coming over to take pictures.
Xin Feng glanced at the phone screen and suddenly asked, Wanwan, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Why are you asking this suddenly? Zhang Wanwan was confused.
If you want to eat ordinary food tomorrow, I will find a way to blackmail Jatnam and the others.
What if I want to eat something good?
Xin Feng spread his hands, then I will blackmail the director again.
Zhang Wanwan, then I want to eat good food.
Xin Feng leaned close to Zhang Wanwan's ear and whispered a few words to her.
Zhang Wanwan's expression became more and more wonderful. Finally he nodded heavily. I didn't expect you to be worse than me. Xin Feng, you are the one who taught me well, brother.
The two agreed on a plan, and then quietly turned off the lights in the room.
Jayatnan and Li Tingting sneaked to the room of Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan.
Li Tingting walked in front and pushed the door open a little.
Jatnam inserted the camera into the small gap. It's so dark. Li Tingting said. Yeah, didn't they turn on the lights? Are you doing something exciting? I'm an adult now. I want to see the rest. Go in quickly.
Li Tingting and Jayatnan looked at each other. Then Li Tingting pushed open the door.
Jatnan turned on the light in the room with lightning speed. But when I looked closely, there was no one in the room. They walked in puzzled. But as soon as I entered, I heard the door behind me slam shut.
What is even more terrifying is that the lights in the room suddenly went out.
Not to mention Li Tingting and Jayatnan, even the audience were shocked. Shit, what is going on? Is now haunted? Isn't this a dating variety show? Why is it so scary all of a sudden? Wangu, save me. The two parties involved, Jayatnan and Li Tingting, were naturally also very frightened.
Jatnan said tremblingly, Li, listen. You, why did you suddenly turn off the lights? Li Tingting also said tremblingly, I didn't turn off the lights, hey, you, don't touch me.
Jatnan was stunned, we were both carrying the camera, how could we touch you? Don't hug my arm.
Li Tingting, I didn't touch you at all.
Jatnan. Li Tingting.
The two seemed to realize something and suddenly fell silent. But the audience heard a voice from their microphones that did not belong to them at all.
You two, look back. Chapter 40 Since you are the director, I will give you a friendly price. Chapter 40 Since you are the director, I will give you a friendly price. When Jayatnan and Li Tingting were so scared that they screamed and looked back.
Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan behind them had already turned on the lights.
Seeing that it was the two of them, Jayatnan and Li Tingting did not faint from fright. You, what do you want to do? Jatnam said tremblingly. Jiang Wanwan glared at him, it's not what I want to do, it's what you want to do. You're not sleeping at night and are here to secretly film us with a camera, right? Li Tingting whimpered and said, it's not what we wanted.
It's the director who arranged it for us.
Shinfeng walked forward, looked at them and said, did the director arrange this for you? Jayatnan and Li Tingting nodded quickly.
Shinfeng laughed and said, I accidentally opened our live broadcast room just now, and then I heard someone say that this is an extra task given to you by the director, right?
Jatnam nodded again. Shinfeng added, then for the extra tasks, I have to give you extra bonuses, right? Jatnam nodded again.
But he soon realized something was wrong and quickly shook his head, no bonus.
Really not. Jiang Wanwan on the side sneered.
He walked up to Jatnan and said, Xiao Jia, hand over the prize money and I will let you go today.
If you don't hand it over, you two won't be able to leave. Jatnam looked at her tremblingly. We are broadcasting live.
I warn you, don't do anything excessive to us.
Jiang Wanwan snatched the camera from him. Then choose a suitable location to place it.
This way, the audience can see clearly what they did to Jatnam. At this time, Shinfeng got a rope from somewhere.
Tied Jatnam's hands. Then he took off Jatnam's shoes. Jiang Wanwan didn't know where she caught the beetle from. Stuffed into Jatnam's socks.
The beetle crawled and crawled until it reached the soles of Jatnam's feet.
Then. Ah! It's so itchy, no. Take it out. Take it out, ha 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 ha. Jatnam's screams were heard. It's like killing a pig. Jiang Wanwan sneered like a bandit leader. You take out the bonus, and I'll take it out.
At this time, the audience watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded.
Is this a dating variety show? Am I watching the wrong show? Does this count as lynching?
I used to doubt whether Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were that naughty when they were young, but now I don't doubt it at all.
Xiao Jia is finished. He has fallen into the hands of the Chuansuo couple. Isn't that a dead end?
Ha ha ha, poor Jia, this show is so funny, does anyone have today's recording? I need to catch up on what I missed.
Jatnam was almost speechless from laughing. He said intermittently, ha 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 ha. I really, no money.
The money hasn't been paid yet, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Shinfeng walked up to Li Tingting holding a beetle. Li Tingting shuddered immediately and said hurriedly, Brother Shin, calm down.
Calm down. We really have no money,
The director promised us that if we complete this extra task, he would give us a bonus of $15. But the director said that we'll pay you after the job is done, so I haven't paid you yet.
Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng looked at each other when they heard it. Then Jiang Wanwan walked in front of the camera. He cleared his throat, acting like a kidnapper.
Director Chen, listen, Jayatnan and Li Tingting have fallen into our hands.
If you want to save them, just give us the $15 reward. Otherwise, humph. Director Chen.
Director Chen, who was watching the live broadcast, was stunned. He originally wanted to organize an additional small event after the live broadcast to take advantage of the popularity of the live broadcast room.
Who would have thought that Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng would do such a thing to him? Ha ha ha, this is amazing.
This is the first time I've seen a variety show where a guest is used as a hostage to threaten the director.
Another famous scene. There are too many famous scenes in today's show. This show will definitely be a hit. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Wanwan's serious look as a robber is killing me with laughter. Luckily Jiang Wanwan is an actress, otherwise looking at her behavior, she would definitely be a female bandit. The audience watched the show lively and happily.
But Director Chen could only silently pocket the $15 and take his men to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room. One hand hands over the money, the other hand hands over the person. After getting the money, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were quite happy. Just let the person go. Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two people still have some sense of propriety. Thinking that these two people were quite sensible, Director Chen had the cameras in the room taken away. As a result, before the staff member could get close to the camera, he was stopped by Shin Feng. Shin Feng said calmly, "The $15 just now was the ransom money. This camera is our trophy. If you want to get the camera back, you have to pay extra." "How much more?" Director Chen asked. "I just checked this model, ESC 550 Mark, 98,000. Shin Feng tapped the camera. "Since you're my director, I'll give you a friendly price of 97,000. Director Chen. He wanted to take back his previous judgment. These two have no sense of propriety. They are two robbers. Robbers. No. Our production team is very poor. Don't even think about taking so much money from us," Director Chen said through gritted teeth. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, "Director, how much money can we take from you at most?" "5 at most." "No, don't even think about leaving without a penny." Director Chen stared. "Then we'll sell this machine as a second-hand item online." Jiang Wanwan said this and took out her cell phone, as if she really wanted to sell it second-hand. Director Chen had no choice but to say, "Okay, I'll give you 30 yuan as an extra allowance for tomorrow, okay?" Jiang Wanwan chuckled. Just when Director Chen thought she was going to agree, Jiang Wanwan's smile suddenly disappeared. Then he said, 96,000. "You're dreaming. 35 at most. 95,000. 40, no more. 94,000. 45, will that work this time?" "Fengzi, let's sell it second hand." Director Chen. Director Chen, 50. "I'll give you 50, okay? No more. Otherwise, we won't be able to shoot the variety show." Jiang Wanwan thought about it. Then he asked Shin Feng, "Can 50 yuan make a big meal?" "That's about right. It should be enough for the two of us." Jiang Wanwan then nodded. He took the 50 yuan from Director Chen, who looked pained, with a smile on his face. Shin Feng handed the camera back to Director Chen. Director Chen ran away with the machine without saying a word. It seemed as if he was afraid that if he ran a step too late, he would be held hostage here by these two men. These two people are simply demons. Chapter 41, The Locked Couple YYDS. Chapter 41, The Locked Couple YYDS. In the live broadcast room. It wasn't until about 10 minutes later when Director Chen turned off the live broadcast with a gloomy face. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room kept flashing. "There's nothing I can do about it, the last paragraph is just too interesting. I have lived for most of my life and have watched countless variety shows, but this is the first time I have seen a variety show that blackmails the director. Ahaha, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng are two geniuses. Are they trying to trick the director into returning their votes to zero before taking revenge on him? I think they just want to get some money to cook for tomorrow. Did anyone record this? I want to watch it again. It's really good for a show. I had a long day at work today and was almost annoyed by my boss. When I got home, I saw this variety show and I am so tired of laughing that I will watch the recording now. Panhubei Group YYDS, I want to edit a cut of the two of them, it's so interesting. Quick cut, we want to see it." Jiang Wanwan excitedly scrolled through the comments in the live broadcast room for a long time. "I didn't expect our reviews to be so good. Fengzi, it looks like we did a good job today." Jiang Wanwan was actually very worried that after today's broadcast, there would still be many people criticizing Shin Feng. But now it seems her worries were completely unnecessary. Shin Feng didn't refresh the live broadcast room, because at this moment his cell phone was ringing non-stop. Jiang Wanwan came over curiously and asked, "Fengzi, what's wrong?" Shin Feng smiled helplessly and said, "Our elementary school group, junior high school group, and high school group are all tagging me like crazy. And my college roommate kept asking me how I made my debut and why we were childhood sweethearts." Jiang Wanwan opened the QQ group curiously and asked, "I'm also in the elementary and middle school group, why is no one adding me?" "Because everyone sees you on TV so often, it doesn't seem new to them anymore." Jiang Wanwan thought it made sense. Then she asked,
So how are you going to respond to them? It feels like they're going to keep asking questions. Shinfeng thought about it.
Finally, a red envelope with 100 yuan in it was sent out.
The password is Lucky King Chain.
A string of Lucky King chain floated across the screen.
Then someone immediately shouted, "Who is the lucky one? Come out."
The Lucky King silently sent out the second red envelope. Soon, several groups were flooded with red envelopes. Shinfeng set the group message to mute. Seeing that Shinfeng conquered the gossipers in the group with just one red envelope, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but say, "Great."
Shinfeng smiled and hooked her nose. Where did this little kitty come from?
Zhang Wanwan bit his hand.
Please spare my life. You are a tiger. You are a tigress, okay? Zhang Wanwan bit even harder.
It was not until Shinfeng called him brother one several times that Zhang Wanwan finally let go. Then he pulled Shinfeng and said, "Come on, Fingzi, let me take a look at the comments in the live broadcast room.
Many of them are praising us." Shinfeng readily sat down next to Zhang Wanwan and leaned against the head of the bed with Zhang Wanwan.
Zhang Wanwan handed the phone to him and leaned towards Shinfeng. Shinfeng stretched out his hand naturally. He hugged her and said with a smile, "Okay, let's watch it together."
Zhang Wanwan's face turned a little red. But he still pretended to know nothing.
Reading the interesting comments in the live broadcast room to Shinfeng.
Shinfeng looked at Zhang Wanwan and hummed to indicate that he heard it. Zhang Wanwan's face became redder and redder. At last,
a cell phone hit Shinfeng in the face.
"What the hell? You weren't even looking at your phone, you were looking at me."
Shinfeng picked up the phone helplessly.
"It's not that I've been watching you, it's really because of you." Zhang Wanwan blushed and interrupted Shinfeng before he could finish. "Don't say I'm prettier than my phone. I've heard enough cheesy love talk today. Shinfeng, it's because your head is too big and it's blocking me." Zhang Wanwan?
She picked up the pillow on the bed and pressed it on Shinfeng's head. The two of them fought for a while before finally settling down. Zhang Wanwan was so tired that she was gasping for breath and snatched the phone from Shinfeng.
"I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going to check Weibo. There are so many people watching the live broadcast today, so there should be some discussion on Weibo." Zhang Wanwan said this and opened Weibo to take a look.
As a result, I saw #Penghubei group hashtag, which was actually in the top 20 of the hot search list.
It's actually trending, and it's ranked so high. Did Sister Lin buy it? Zhang Wanwan clicked on it in confusion. Then, she was shocked.
The activity level of this hot search topic far exceeded her imagination. Originally, Zhang Wanwan just thought that Sister Lin bought this hot search.
But when I went in, I found that there were actually living people in there.
Various video clips of her and Shinfeng on the show, and various discussions about the two of them.
One after another, there is new content every time you refresh.
Even the video of them blackmailing the director more than 10 minutes ago was quickly cut out and posted in the topic.
In just over 10 minutes, the number of views has exceeded 20,000.
You have to know that even if Zhang Wanwan posts a video herself, it may not be able to gain this kind of popularity.
Zhang Wanwan's eyes lit up. Fingzi. You seem to be famous now."
Shinfeng pointed at the three words Penghubei on her phone screen and corrected Zhang Wanwan, "We are famous."
Zhang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "I'm already very popular, okay?" Yes, you are the most popular." Zhang Wanwan snorted complacently.
After browsing Weibo and finding that no one seemed to be bashing Shinfeng anymore, and that the CP fans of the Penghubei group were gaining popularity, Zhang Wanwan was satisfied and planned to leave.
Before she could leave, a person's ID caught her attention. Circle Locked Couple YYDS. Circle Locked Couple? What is this? Are there any new couples in the entertainment industry? Why hasn't she heard of them?
Zhang Wanwan was wondering when she suddenly realized that there seemed to be quite a few people with the ID Circle Lock couple in the topic.
Zhang Wanwan was surprised.
It seemed that she had never heard of such a locked couple in her previous life.
And why did so many people with the Circle Lock couple ID come to her in Fingzi's topic? Group building? Confused, Zhang Wanwan sent a private message to the Circle Lock couple YYDS using her secondary account with the mentality of asking questions if she didn't understand. "What a big bull," sister asks you, "what does your ID mean? Is the Circle Lock couple a new combination?" This circle locking couple YYDS is also apparently a frequent Weibo user. As soon as Zhang Wanwan asked, she replied, Circle lock couple YYDS, Haven T, you heard of it? It's the CP combination of Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan in the show Let Us Start Dating Today that aired today. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Fong were both confused. What a big bull, isn't their CP combination called Penghu Bei. Chuansua couple YYDS, oh sister, I can see that you don't visit Weibo enough. The CP name Penghu Bei refers to the brotherhood between Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan. The CP name Chuansua couple refers to the love between them. What a big bull. What a big bull, what is brotherhood, what is love? I lost my internet connection today, can you explain it to me in detail? QAQ. So, this circle-locked couple YYDS. I gave Jiang Wanwan a detailed introduction to the differences between Penghu Bei and circle-lock couple. Circle-lock couple YYDS. Today, someone claiming to be a classmate of Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan posted photos of Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan when they were little, saying that they were real buddies. So those who are fans of Penghu Bei are all buddy fans. Circle-lock couple YYDS, but we, the fans, cannot accept this simple friendship. We want sweet love. So we insist that Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan must be true love. Circle-lock couple YYDS. Then those buddy fans brought up the story of when Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan were kids and put 6 circle locks on their teacher's bicycle. Circle-lock couple YYDS. Those of us who insist on eating Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan's dog food will sooner or later be locked up by Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan with a circle lock. Circle sock couple YYDS. So the love CP of Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan was named circle sock couple. Shin Fong, Jiang Wanwan. Neither of them really expected this. Their CP name actually has such a weird origin. Originally, Shin Fong thought that Jiang Wanwan's acquisition of Penghu Bei was outrageous enough. I didn't expect the fans to be even more outrageous than Jiang Wanwan. It's true that fans follow their masters. Shin Fong murmured. At this time, Jiang Wanwan also murmured and spoke in a low voice. 6 circle locks? Why do I remember that I locked 9? Did I remember it wrong? Shin Fong. Wangu, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Chapter 42 Trying to provoke him. Chapter 42 Trying to irritate him. Jiang Wanwan expressed her gratitude to the circle-locked couple YYDS. The circle-locked couple YYDS also enthusiastically sent Jiang Wanwan a bunch of sweets compiled by their fans. There are even many sweet secondary cuts. In short, it is strongly supported by the two parties involved, Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan. I highly recommend the Chuansua couple. Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Wanwan both felt complicated after eating their own dog food. Especially seeing that some people were discussing in the topic whether the Chuansua couple would sleep in one bed or 2 beds tonight. Although the program team only arranged 1 room for each CP. But after all, it's just a show, it's impossible to really let the male and female guests sleep in the same bed. So each room has 2 single beds. When Jayatnan came to Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan's room to take pictures secretly, he had already exposed the layout of the room. So many fans of the Chuansua couple started arguing with fans of Penghu Bei. Penghu Bei fans think that Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan will not sleep in the same bed. Fans of the Chuansua couple think that they will definitely sleep together. Some people even started writing short essays. The content is that 2 people squeezed into a single bed, and then this and that, and that and that. Then comes the paid content. Jiang Wanwan's face turned red after reading it, and she gritted her teeth and posted a comment on the essay. You are dreaming. They will never sleep in the same bed. Shin Fong raised his eyebrows. Suddenly he approached Jiang Wanwan and whispered, Why, you don't want to sleep in the same bed with me? What the hell? 2 people sleeping in a single bed, wouldn't that be so crowded? Jiang Wanwan blushed and punched Shin Fong. Besides, we are still recording the show, can you please stop thinking about weird things? Shin Fong sighed. With an aggrieved look on his face, he said helplessly, Some people are just like that. Before I got you, I was so enthusiastic that I had to drag you to get the marriage certificate. After I got you and slept with you, I got tired of you and abandoned you. I started to find all kinds of reasons to distance myself from you. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened, Can you please stop talking nonsense? I have never slept with you. How could I be tired of you? How could I abandon you after having fun with you? Shin Fong spread his hands, once at your villa, and once at my house. Can that be called sleeping? Isn't that just, simply sleeping together? Jiang Wanwan argued. But Shin Fong had a puzzled expression. Why not sleep? Isn't this what you mean by sleep? Then what do you think it means? Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips. She knew that Shin Feng was pretending to be stupid again.
But she was shy and didn't know what words to use to shut Shin Feng up. So he simply picked up the pillow and blocked his mouth. In the end, Shin Feng still failed to sleep in the same bed with Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan's reasons were very sufficient.
I wonder what weird things this wicked program crew will do tonight.
What if they launch another night attack in the middle of the night?
So Shin Feng failed to succeed in the end.
The next morning, they both got up on time and reported to the courtyard.
At exactly 8 o'clock, the second day of live broadcast of Let's Start Dating Today officially began.
Because Shin Feng kidnapped Jayatnan and blackmailed Director Chen yesterday, his pockets are full.
Plus the subsidy issued this morning. The Panghubei duo of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have a full $75 to spend today. The other groups of guests were moved to tiers.
It was promised to be a survival love variety show.
So the three groups are responsible for survival,
and Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are responsible for love?
Because she had money in her pocket, Jiang Wanwan found a breakfast shop in the morning and prepared to have a meal first.
When ordering food, Jiang Wanwan's mind became active. With yesterday's experience, Jiang Wanwan planned to complete the secret mission first. She thought her secret mission today was simple. Annoy your partner once. This order seems like a good opportunity.
Jiang Wanwan thought about it and suddenly handed the menu to Shin Feng.
Fengzi, I don't know what to eat. You can order some. Shin Feng raised his eyebrows. There is actually a time when Jiang Wanwan doesn't know what to eat? How strange. He took the menu, looked at it and said, "You like tofu pudding, how about ordering one for you?" Jiang Wanwan swallowed greedily. Tofu pudding is one of her favorite breakfasts. But when I think about the secret mission...
Jiang Wanwan immediately suppressed the throbbing in her heart.
He said awkwardly, "Tofu pudding is full of soup, how can it fill you up?" Then order another sesame cake? What's so delicious about sesame cakes? Can't you pick something good? How about rujiamo? Okay.
No, I just ate it yesterday and I'm eating it again today.
I'm getting tired of it. Shin Feng turned a page on the menu. How about a basket of their specialty siumai? Jiang Wanwan swallowed again. Then he whispered, I don't like eating siumai.
Shin Feng had no choice but to hand the menu to Jiang Wanwan.
Why don't you take a look at what you want to eat?
Jiang Wanwan snorted, I don't care.
Why is it so difficult for you to choose breakfast? You are so indecisive. Are you still a man? Shin Feng. Fengzi is speechless. This is the standard conversation between me and my girlfriend. It's so funny.
Every time I ask her what she wants to eat, she says it doesn't matter.
But if I choose one, she has an opinion.
Wanwan wants to use this method to anger Shin Feng and complete the task.
I'm afraid Wanwan will be disappointed. She may not be able to complete the task all day today. I am dying of laughter.
I can only say that the production team is too mean. They deliberately gave Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan this kind of task. If Jiang Wanwan saw Shin Feng's mission, I wonder if she would collapse. The audience in the live broadcast room can see Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's respective secret missions. Jiang Wanwan's mission is to irritate her partner once. And Shin Feng's mission. Today, you are not allowed to be angry with your partner. Obviously, this is what the program crew did on purpose. So the audience was dying of laughter when they saw Jiang Wanwan trying to provoke Shin Feng. I have to admit that this program crew is really good at putting on a show. Director Chen in front of the screen looked at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan and sneered. Dare to cheat him? Then don't blame him for coming back. Let me show you what it means that old ginger is still spicy. After listening to Jiang Wanwan's words, Shin Feng was silent for a moment. In the end, I wasn't really angry. Instead, I ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, a basket of special steamed buns and a rujiamo. Jiang Wanwan ate with big mouthfuls while mumbling incoherently, "You ordered all the food I don't like. Can you please swallow what's in your mouth before you speak? The way you wolf down your food is not convincing at all." Some comments looked at the way Jiang Wanwan ate and couldn't help but complain. Shin Feng nodded, and then asked with an open mind, "What do you like to eat? I'll order it for you next time." Jiang Wanwan glared at him, "You don't even know what I like to eat, and you actually asked me. You don't even have me in your heart." Shin Feng spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, I also found that I have no idea what you like to eat. I was planning to stew pork ribs and make fried shrimp for you tonight, but now I think I'd better forget it.
What if you don't like it? How about I just give you the money, and I won't cook tonight, you can order food yourself, okay? Jiang Wanwan's expression froze for a moment.
She chewed the food in her mouth dryly and swallowed it with difficulty. Then he looked at Shin Feng pitifully and said, just pretend that I didn't say anything just now, okay?
Shin Feng shook his head. Jiang Wanwan's expression became even more pitiful. Fengzi. Don't. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. I was wrong. I want to eat fried shrimp tonight. Please.
She is scared, she is scared.
She is scared.
Jiang Wanwan thought she had captured Shin Feng's heart, but in fact, Shin Feng had captured her stomach.
Shin Feng's move was a sure kill. Chapter 43 Then I Leave? Chapter 43 Then I Leave? After breakfast, walk on the street. Jiang Wanwan's mood was complicated. In order to complete the secret mission, she has to provoke Shin Feng.
But in order to save her dinner, she couldn't offend Shin Feng.
Jiang Wanwan started to have a headache.
Shin Feng saw Jiang Wanwan with her head down in deep thought, and suddenly moved closer to her. He also turned off the microphone and started muttering to Jiang Wanwan.
What are they saying? Come closer and listen. Ah, so close, how about a kiss?
Please respect yourself if you are a fan of the circle. Photographer, please come closer.
I want to hear their whispers. Director Chen also quickly reminded the photographer.
He always felt that these two bandits had no good intentions, and he must not let them have the chance to plot. As a result, when the photographer came forward, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's whispering had already ended. The two of them looked normal, as if nothing had been said.
Ah, what a pity.
I didn't hear what they said.
Ah, what a pity, they didn't kiss.
I don't know what they said, but their expressions didn't change at all. Although, with my woman's sixth sense, I think Wanwan should be very angry now, and she should not be angry at Fengzi. With my 5.0 vision, I also noticed this, because I saw Jiang Wanwan clench her fists.
The audience always feels that someone is going to be unlucky. But I don't know who it is. In fact, Shin Feng didn't say much to Jiang Wanwan. Just a few quick words. Shin Feng, does your mission make me angry? Jiang Wanwan, how do you know? Shin Feng, I don't know you yet? Jiang Wanwan, then why don't you pretend to be angry? Shin Feng, because my mission is not to be angry with you today. Jiang Wanwan, is the director so wicked? Shin Feng, yes, but I have a way to cure him. Let's go back to the BB later, and then.
Jiang Wanwan clenched her fists and nodded. Director Chen, who was looking at the screen in the courtyard of the BB, shuddered inexplicably. He felt as if he was suddenly being watched.
Director Chen rubbed his hands and murmured, could it be that Shin Feng knows what the secret mission I gave Jiang Wanwan is? Suddenly he shook his head again. It's okay. Even if they know, so what? Their missions are against each other.
In the end, only one person can complete the secret mission. I was cheated out of so much money yesterday, I must take revenge today no matter what. The assistant director at the side heard Director Chen's mumbling and pushed his glasses. He pointed at the screen and said, look where they are going.
Director Chen looked at the screen again.
But he found that there were not only Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan on the screen.
There is still him and his machine.
Director Chen reacted and raised his head in surprise. Only then did I realize that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had returned to the BB without me noticing when. And stood right in front of him.
Director Chen showed an awkward yet polite smile on his face. Hey, Xiaoshun, Wanwan, why are you back? He felt a little guilty.
But soon, he became tough again.
What is he afraid of? He is the director. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan looked at each other. After exchanging glances, Jiang Wanwan suddenly said with a wronged look on her face, Fengzi, the 50 yuan that Director Chen gave me yesterday was fake.
Shin Feng heard this. He immediately raised his eyebrows and shouted at Director Chen, Chen Ming. You are a director after all. You gave me a fake bill for a mere 50 yuan.
Do you have any manners?
You are so brave to cheat a little girl.
Do you really think no one can stop you?
Director Chen was shocked at the time. He has been a director for so long.
He is the one yelling at the artists. This is the first time I've been yelled at by an artist. Director Chan got furious at that moment. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? He stood up and was about to refute Shin Feng. Then I saw Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan picked up the bench nearby. Thinking back to the glorious deeds these two had done when they were young and the banditry they committed last night, Director Chen's anger subsided at that moment. He sat back on the stool obediently. He said with a smile, "We are all civilized people, calm down, calm down. Give me some face, I am the director after all. If things get really awkward between us, you won't be able to stay on this show." Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, "Then I'll leave?" Director Chen glanced at the tens of thousands of people online in the Penghu Bay live broadcast room. Then I looked at the other live broadcast rooms, and the total number of viewers barely reached 10,000. Finally, he hurriedly said, don't go. How about I go? Director Chen felt that even if he left, the assistant director could continue filming the show. But if Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng left, I think this show is going to be a complete mess. Jiang Wanwan snorted after hearing this. He put down the bench in his hand and sat on it. She crossed her legs like a female boss. Shin Feng also sat next to Jiang Wanwan. He looked at Director Chen and his tone suddenly softened. "We're not leaving, and you don't have to leave either. You gave us 50 counterfeit dollars yesterday, so just give us $50 as compensation now." Director Chen covered his pocket and said, "No. Besides, how could the 50 I gave you yesterday be fake? Speak with evidence, where is the evidence?" Shin Feng spread his hands, "There is no evidence, because I just said it." Director Chen. But Shin Feng suddenly stretched out his hand again, "If you don't give 50, you have to give $5, right?" Director Chen looked at him and said, "No, you can't just ask for money. Why should I give you $5? I'm telling you I have dignity. If you keep pushing me like this, I won't give you any money even if I leave right away." "Ha, say the most pitiful words in the most stubborn tone. You are a director after all. Can you be more confident?" I am dying of laughter. Who else but this couple could force the director to leave? I suddenly felt that the director was so miserable, just as miserable as Jatnam. So the true meaning of the survival love variety show is that the director wants to survive? Shin Feng said sincerely, "Why am I asking for money? I am a reasonable person, right?" Director Chen. Why is he so unconvinced? Shin Feng continued, "The $5 I want is the reward for Wanwan completing the secret mission. That should be fine, right? There's a problem. There's a big problem. When did she complete the mission?" Director Chen slapped his thigh and said, "Did you lose your temper with her?" "No. You were obviously losing your temper with me." Shin Feng took Jiang Wanwan's task card. He waved in front of Director Chen. "Director Chen, you wrote the task yourself, you read it carefully. Wanwan's secret mission is to irritate her partner once. It's not like I, as a partner, have to be angry with her." Shin Feng still looked like he was being reasonable. "Jiang Wanwan did irritate me just now, is that okay? It's just that my anger is directed at you. So, $5, thanks. By the way, prepare another $5 and give them to me after I finish my mission tonight." Director Chen looked at the task card in Shin Feng's hand with complicated eyes. His lips were trembling. Too careless. Careless. It's too much. Amazing. I didn't expect this. I just thought Shin Feng was really angry and scared me, but I didn't expect it was intentional. The director dared to set up a trap for the couple, he must be unaware of what they did when they were kids. What a miserable director, what a cruel Shin Feng, I love you so much. I felt sorry for the director for a second, then laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. In the end, Director Chen could only silently take out $5. Handed it to Shin Feng. But when Shin Feng took the money, Director Chen, however, was reluctant to let go. Instead, he held on to the corner of the money reluctantly. After a moment of stalemate, Director Chen suddenly came to his senses. He stared at Shin Feng, as if he had caught something wrong with Shin Feng. "No. Shin Feng. Jiang Wanwan. I found your weakness. Don't even think about taking these $5, ha ha ha. Don't even think about completing any of your secret missions today." Director Chen, who had been feeling aggrieved for a long time, finally had the courage to stand up. He felt that he was about to transform into a god of war and kill everyone in sight. Chapter 44 The real struggle for survival has come. Chapter 44 The Real Survival is Coming. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were both stunned for a moment. How come Director Chen suddenly seems like a different person? Could it be that there really was some omission or clue that he had found? Oh, the director is so awesome. The director is so arrogant. The director is going to kill, the director is going to show off his power. Then Director Chen sneered and said, Student Shinfeng, Student Jiang Wanwan. If I remember correctly, I said that yesterday morning when the recording just started. Secret missions must be kept secret and your partners must not know about it, otherwise it will not count. When you two were whispering to each other with your microphones turned off just now, you must have told each other about your secret missions, right? Director Chen was very proud, so not only can I not give you these $5, but Shinfeng will not get the other $5 tonight either. Jiang Wanwan felt a little guilty. Because they had just secretly communicated with each other about their secret missions. I didn't expect that Director Chen would catch this. It's over. Not only can I not take revenge on Director Chen, but I will also be controlled by Director Chen. Jiang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng. Unexpectedly, Shinfeng was exceptionally calm. Do you have any evidence? You have to provide evidence when speaking. You just said that, Director Chen. Director Chen. Director Chen, you guys have made it so obvious. Do you still need evidence? Shinfeng still had that expression that said, I'm being reasonable. He looked at Director Chen seriously and said, I have only roughly guessed what Jiang Wanwan's mission is, but I have never been sure of it. For example, if I bought a random lottery number and won 5 million, could I know the winning number in advance? I guessed all the questions correctly in the college entrance examination and got full marks. Can you call me cheating? No, this can only be called good luck, I just happened to catch up. Me too. I wasn't sure what Jiang Wanwan's mission was, so I just guessed it. I didn't expect that I got it right. Director Chen held it in for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. Don't try to quibble. You must have discussed the secret mission with Jiang Wanwan during the whisper. Where's the evidence? If you guys are not doing anything wrong, do you really need to shut up? Shinfeng looked at Director Chen strangely. Did Director Chen like to use a loudspeaker to broadcast it to the world when he confessed his love to your wife? Director Chen also looked at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan in astonishment. So you were confessing your love just now? No. Then what the hell are you talking about? Director Chen said angrily. I'm just giving you an example to refute you. You can also give me another example to refute me. Shinfeng shrugged. Anyway, if you don't have evidence to prove that Jiang Wanwan and I revealed information related to the mission in that private conversation, then give me the $5. Director Chen feels awkward. It's so awkward. He knew clearly that there must be something wrong between Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. But he just couldn't beat these two people. That's so frustrating. Finally, Director Chen gritted his teeth and said to Shinfeng, No. I said no and I won't give it to you. Although there is no evidence, I am sure you have violated the rules. I will never give you this money no matter what. Shinfeng, then I'll leave? As he said that, Shinfeng was about to take off the equipment on his body. The movements were very smooth. Director Chen. Director Chen, your uncle. Your uncle. You are my uncle. Here you go. Here you go, okay? Shinfeng took the $5 from Director Chen with satisfaction, then walked away hand in hand with Jiang Wanwan. Director Chen sat there shaking with anger, unable to speak for a long time. A group of people expressed sympathy in the barrage. The assistant director also patted Director Chen on the shoulder and said, It's only $5, why bother? Director Chen said unwillingly, This is not just $5. This is even more dignity. The dignity of a director. The assistant director thought for a moment and consoled her, I'm not very good at console people, but I think this little thing is not enough to make you lose your dignity. Really? Director Chen was stunned. Well, because you lost all your dignity last night. Director Chen. You don't have to comfort me, otherwise it will be hard for me not to think of you as Shinfeng's accomplice. The assistant director sighed. He thought about it and comforted her. In fact, Shinfeng and the others are probably just doing it for the show effect. You are the elder and the director, how could they really want to piss you off, right? Director Chen felt that there was some truth in this statement. That is right, it's just a recording of a show, just a joke, just for the show effect. Why should I be so angry? He took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mentality.
As a result, I heard the following conversation coming from the live broadcast room of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
How was it? How does it feel to get revenge on the director?
It feels great.
Director Chen.
The show effect is shit. They are just sincere. The program crew's filming in the tourist town lasted a total of 3 days. Of course, this doesn't mean that the 3-day program is about to end. Instead, the program crew is going to change to a new location for filming. Before the end of the 3rd day's live broadcast, Director Chen announced to the 4 groups of guests that the shooting location would be changed. Director Chen said, starting tomorrow, our filming location will be moved to the city of Lanyu County.
A new Tianda shopping plaza has been built in Lanyu County and will be officially open soon. We will do the next recording there during the trial operation before the opening. When we heard that we were going to move to a new location, everyone cheered.
It's not that this tourist town is bad. The main reason is that the prices here are relatively high, and it is really not easy to survive here. Of course, except for the group of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
But Director Chen's next words made everyone wail again. But, I have some bad news for you all.
Because of limited vehicles, the 4 groups of guests will need to walk through Xiaoyu Mountain and arrive at Lanyu County behind Xiaoyu Mountain tomorrow. Of course, this will also be broadcast live. During the hiking process, the production team will only provide each of you with a bottle of mineral water and a bag of biscuits. If you need other water and food, you will need to find them by yourself. If you walk fast tomorrow, you may be able to reach the county town before dark tomorrow. If you walk slowly, you may have to spend the night in Xiaoyu Mountain.
Director Chen chuckled and said, then today's recording is officially over.
Everyone, go to bed early and get ready for tomorrow's trip through Xiaoyu Mountain. After saying that, Director Chen slipped away. The live broadcast screen also went dark. But the audience in the live broadcast room became excited at this moment.
Oh my god, this is so exciting.
This is real survival. I didn't expect to see this on a dating variety show.
Let us hurry up today.
I need to hurry until tomorrow to enjoy the sweet moments between Xin Feng and Wanwan in the primeval forest.
Xiaoyu Mountain is not really a primeval forest, it's just a small forest.
But it's interesting to let a group of celebrities survive in the mountains. I don't know if these young guys can bear it. I remember that internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu seemed to be an outdoor anchor. I remember that he had recorded outdoor survival videos before. He should be fine, but it's hard to say about others.
Luckily, I have a day off tomorrow.
I will definitely stay up all day before the live broadcast tomorrow.
The audience was excited. The guests were wailing. Why do we have to walk there? Isn't this a rip-off for the production team? Jatnan squatted on the ground holding his head and said, will there be lions or tigers in the mountains that will eat me?
Zhang Wei also frowned and said, although there aren't lions or tigers, we were only given a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits each, and we were asked to walk so far.
This supply is not enough.
Li Tingting, Mengan, and the female internet celebrity named Chen Lu all looked quite scared.
Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were both quite calm. Both of their families are from Qinglu County, and there are many mountains near Qinglu County.
They had climbed countless mountains when they were young, so they didn't even take Xiaoyu Mountain seriously.
It's the internet celebrity named Zhao Tianshu.
At this moment, he looked like a spiritual leader. He coughed lightly and said to everyone, don't be too anxious, and don't be too scared.
Actually, I'm just an outdoor anchor. I used to do a survival show. With me here, I guarantee that everyone can safely and happily cross Xiaoyu Mountain. Everyone just take a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will set off with full energy. Zhao Tianshu is ready to go.
In the past few days, he and his partner Chen Lu have been at the bottom of the vote count. There was no room for him to perform.
Now, we are finally at his home turf. Zhao Tianshu's heart was filled with pride.
He glanced at Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. He knew that this group had become extremely popular recently.
You are very popular, but unfortunately, by tomorrow, all your popularity will belong to me, hee hee hee. Chapter 45 The signal is so good, can't you check it yourself? Chapter 45 The signal is so good, can't you check it yourself?
Early the next morning, the 4 groups of guests set out on their journey across Xiaoyu Mountain. The tourist town is built with its back to Xiaoyu Mountain, so it is very close to Xiaoyu Mountain. After walking for less than half an hour, the group left the tourist town and entered the forest of Xiaoyu Mountain.
The environment of Xiao Yushan is quite good.
It is summer now, and the trees in the mountains are lush and green. The star-like morning light shines through the gaps between the leaves, bright but not dazzling. The beautiful scenery made Jiatnan, Zhang Wei, and others feel better. Office animals who work from home to work every day are about to cry when they see this kind of scenery. The feeling of the early morning sunlight shining through the leaves is really beautiful. The production team loves it. I also want to travel when I have a holiday. I feel that standing in this kind of environment for a while will make people feel better. Jiatnan, Zhang Wei, and others thought so too. But after walking on the mountain road for an hour, they no longer thought so. Although the road to Xiaoyu Mountain is not very steep, it is definitely not flat. After more than an hour's trek up the mountain, it was not a big deal for the two grown men, Jiatnan and Zhang Wei. The three girls, Li Tingting, Mengyan and Chen Lu, were too tired to walk anymore. Most importantly, they drank all the water they brought with them on the way. Li Tingting wiped the sweat off his face, looked at Jiatnan and said, "Xiao Jia, do you have any water?" Jiatnan handed his water to Li Tingting. Mengyan also looked at Zhang Wei. However, Zhang Wei pretended not to notice Mengyan's gaze, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank the wine in big gulps. Zhang Wei did this on purpose, right? So selfish. No, he didn't seem to see Mengyan's expression. Besides, if Mengyan wanted to drink water, wouldn't he have just said so directly like Li Tingting? Why is he pretending to be so quiet? Zhao Tianshu is still more manly, he gave the water to Chen Lu himself. Hey, where are Wan Wan and Fengzi? Suddenly, some viewers discovered that Xin Feng and Jian Wanwan had disappeared from the camera. Because there were 4 groups of people acting together today, and the mountain road was difficult to walk on, there was only one team of photographers following us. There is no distinction between main and secondary live broadcast rooms. Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng disappeared, and the audience couldn't find them even if they tried to find them. The photographer and others seemed unaware that 2 people were missing. Because now, they are listening to Zhao Tianshu talking. Zhao Tianshu said to everyone, "I know everyone's water is almost gone, but don't worry. I did some research last night. There is a small river in Xiaoyu Mountain. It should not be far from where we are now. Based on the growth of the grass and trees here, as well as the condition of the soil, I feel that the water source should be directly north of us. You guys can rest here for a while. I'll go find some water for you. Don't worry, I'll make sure you guys can leave Xiaoyu Mountain safely." As a result, Zhao Tianshu had just finished speaking. Then I heard Zhang Wanwan's voice coming from not far away. "Any of you still need some water to drink? We found a river right here." Zhao Tianshu. Everyone who was originally listening to Zhao Tianshu speak immediately ran towards the direction where Jiang Wanwan was speaking, including photographers. Only Zhao Tianshu was left there, opening his mouth. Finally, I followed in frustration. When everyone walked over to Jiang Wanwan, they found that Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng were squatting beside a small river. The river water is crystal clear and looks extremely clean. "Brother Xin, how did you find the water?" Jiatnan came up curiously and asked, "Can you also determine the location of water sources based on the growth of plants?" Before Xin Feng could say anything, Jiang Wanwan looked at Jiatnan in confusion. "How could we possibly do this? Do you think we are tomb robbers and can we read feng shui? So how did you find the water?" "It's marked on the mobile phone map. Although this is in the mountains, the signal is still pretty good. Can't you check it yourself?" Jiang Wanwan took out her cell phone and waved it in front of Jiatnan. Because today is an outdoor activity, guests are allowed to bring their mobile phones for easy communication. Ha ha ha, Zhao Tianshu analyzed it so professionally for a long time before, but in the end he still lost to high technology. Zhao Tianshu was so dumbfounded that he couldn't say a word. I was still there listening to his logical analysis, it was so funny. Zhao Tianshu was indeed feeling a little embarrassed at the moment. He coughed, frowned and said sternly to Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng, "You two, don't leave the team and sneak away without permission anymore. Do you hear me? It's very dangerous to be scattered in the mountains. If something happens, there will be no way to contact each other." "There is a way to contact them." Jiang Wanwan shook the phone again. "Didn't I tell you, is there a signal here?" Zhao Tianshu. He took a deep breath. Then he added, "It's not a question of signal or not. You don't know how to survive in the mountains. If you really encounter sudden danger, you won't have time to make a phone call, understand? I am a professional survivalist. If you want to leave Xiaoyu Mountain safely, just listen to me and follow me." Jiang Wanwan said, "Oh." Xin Feng smiled and patted her head, then looked at Zhao Tianshu and said, "Sorry, we will act as a group next time."
Only then did Zhao Tianshu nod. Although Jiang Wanwan is not very obedient, it seems that Shin Feng is still sensible.
After everyone had filled their bottles with water, Zhao Tianshu led his men out again.
Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan walked at the end of the team. Jiang Wanwan leaned next to Shin Feng and whispered, "I think I made Zhao Tianshu unhappy just now?" For some reason, Jiang Wanwan felt as if Zhao Tianshu disliked her.
Shin Feng chuckled and said, "Originally, I thought that today's outdoor survival was a stage for him to perform. But you took out your phone and waved it around, stealing all the limelight from others.
It's strange that they are happy." Jiang Wanwan still felt quite aggrieved. "I didn't steal the limelight. It was indeed on my phone. So what should I do? Should I apologize to him? That's not necessary." Two people were whispering.
But at this time in the live broadcast room, many people were hurriedly launching barrages.
"There's a snake. There's a snake next to Li Tingting. It's a really big one. Ah! There's a snake. Can you see it? There's a snake. It's over, it's over. Is the photographer blind? Snake." The group of Li Tingting and Jayatnan is in the second to last position.
At this moment, not far from Li Tingting's feet, a dark brown snake was crawling close to the ground. Li Tingting was walking when he suddenly felt something rubbing against his feet.
She looked down.
Then, there was a scream of fright.
Chapter 46 If I want to see you make a fool of yourself, I will do this. Chapter 46 If I want to see you make a fool of yourself, I will do this. Ah!
Li Tingting's scream made everyone look at her.
Then,
she looked at the dark brown snake at her feet. The snake was nearly 2 meters long.
Even if it doesn't move, it's enough to be a deterrent.
Chen Lu and Mangan were also frightened and screamed instantly.
Li Tingting's face turned pale and she was about to cry.
Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng looked at each other and were thinking about going forward to help Li Tingting.
Then Zhao Tianshu shouted hurriedly, "Don't move.
The snakes in this mountain may be poisonous, so don't get close to them.
Everyone get away from that snake immediately and let me handle it."
When Jiang Wei and the others heard that it might be poisonous, they ran away immediately.
Jatnam was also a little scared.
He also wanted to run, but Li Tingting was holding his arm tightly. In the end, Jatnan finally hardened his heart and acted like a man. Not only did he resist not leaving, he also held Li Tingting's hand.
"Jatnan won't run away, it might be poisonous. Xiaojia, my Xiaojia. Finally I am a man. Now is not the time to praise Xiaojia. Hurry up and find a way to save him." Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were also a little surprised.
"I didn't expect that this unlucky guy, Jatnan, has such a manly side." Then I heard Jayatnan tremblingly say, "Li Tingting, my legs are a little weak, I can't stand steadily, you hold me up."
Shin Feng. Jiang Wanwan. I. At this moment, the black-brown snake was circling around Li Tingting's feet. Li Tingting was so scared that he screamed out an octave higher.
Jiang Wanwan has a good relationship with Li Tingting, and seeing this, she wanted to step forward again. As a result, Zhao Tianshu stopped her again.
He said seriously, "Don't come near. Leave this matter to the professionals."
He broke off a branch from the tree and tried to pick the snake away from Li Tingting. Zhao Tianshu was delighted when he saw the snake hanging on his branch.
He will drive the snake away himself later, and then the barrage of comments praise him? The only chance he has to perform is today's wilderness survival segment.
If he doesn't seize the time to showcase his abilities now, he will never have a chance to become famous through this show. Thinking in his mind, Zhao Tianshu carefully tried to pick up the snake hanging on the branch and move it aside.
But snakes are not so easy to pick up.
Just as Zhao Tianshu lifted the branch, the snake slid down from the branch.
It hit Li Tingting's foot right on target.
Li Tingting was so frightened that he howled again. Jiang Wanwan almost blocked her ears after hearing this. She felt that if Li Tingting could maintain this performance, he would have no problem singing, let alone opera.
"Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It was just a mistake. Don't move. I will drive it away."
The snake suddenly fell down, and Zhao Tianshu was also startled. Then he quickly comforted Li Tingting. At the same time, he picked up the snake with a branch again. This time he didn't hesitate and threw it to the side.
"I thought I could successfully throw the snake far away this time."
As luck would have it, he fell on Jatnan's legs.
But Jatnan was wearing shorts.
The snake's cool scales touched Jatnam's legs, and the touch made Jatnam howl. He tried to kick the snake away, but before he could get rid of it, it had wrapped around his legs. Just take a bite. Ah! Jatnan screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Ah! Xiao Jia! Quick, someone call 120. I hope Xiao Jia is okay. Does the program crew have no professional personnel accompanying them? What is Zhao Tianshu doing? Throwing snakes at other people. Does he want to kill people? The comments in the live broadcast room were in chaos. Zhao Tianshu was also panicked at this time. He said he was a professional wilderness survivalist. But in fact, he only shot a few short videos about survival in the wild under the packaging of an agency. He thought he was more experienced than others, but when faced with something like this, he was still scared. What if this snake is really poisonous? In case something happens to Jatnam, then he is completely ruined. Just as Jayatnan was screaming in pain, Zhao Tianshu was frightened and panicked, and the others were at a loss. Zhang Wanwan and Shenfeng walked slowly to Jayatnan's side. Shenfeng stretched out his hand, grabbed the snake's head and strangled it. Ah! Funzi, what are you doing? No, this is too dangerous. As a result, Shenfeng looked calm and even reached out to pat Jatnan's bitten calf. Quiet, quiet, stop shouting. Whoa, brother Shen, am I poisoned? Am I going to die? Jatnam was crying now. Shenfeng looked at him twice, then nodded. Yes, you are going to die, so what is the password of your bank card? Tell me now. The password is 135. No, brother Shen, it's already this late, let's stop joking. Then just be quiet for a while. Wow, how can I calm down? I feel like I'm starting to feel dizzy and I'm almost poisoned to death. Can't I say a few more words? Shenfeng. Looking at Jatnam who keeps crying. Shenfeng thought about it and finally put the snake Jatnan in front of him. Jatnam made eye contact with the snake. His cry was then choked back in his throat. Seeing that Jatnan finally calmed down, Shenfeng sighed. Student Jatnan, next time you shout that you are going to be poisoned to death, can you open your eyes and check if your legs are injured? Jatnam sniffed. He looked at his calves tremblingly. Then, his expression became stunned. There is no wound on his leg? Shenfeng held up the snake in his hand and said to Jayatnan, this snake is called the black banded snake. First, it is not poisonous. Second, its attack is very weak. It was just passing by normally. It was provoked by Zhao Tianshu twice that aroused its self-defense consciousness, so it bit you. But because the teeth of this snake are serrated, if you are bitten by it, don't drag it or throw it away. Just pry its mouth open and take it away, it won't leave a deep wound. Your legs are thick and tough, and the black banded snake didn't even break your skin, so why are you yelling about being poisoned? Jatnan wiped away her tears and said aggrievedly, but I really feel dizzy. Before Shenfeng could say anything, Zhang Wanwan said seriously, maybe it's because you scream too loudly and you're short of oxygen. Jatnan. It seems to make sense. Seeing that the danger was over and the snake was still under Shenfeng's control, the others dared to approach. Li Tingting was concerned about Jayatnan, and Zhang Wei was looking at the snake. As for Zhao Tianshu, he felt very uncomfortable because he had lost face again. He had carefully used a branch to pick up the snake, acting as if he was very scared. As a result, not only were Shenfeng and Zhang Wanwan not afraid, Shenfeng even dared to hold the snake directly in his hands. Doesn't this make him seem even more timid than before? Zhao Tianshu gritted his teeth secretly, and finally said suddenly, since you already knew that this snake is not poisonous and not dangerous, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had come to help earlier, would Jatnan have been so frightened? Would we all have been so scared? Zhang Wanwan looked at Zhao Tianshu with a strange expression. I wanted to help, but you told us not to get close and let professionals handle it. Before, you complained that we didn't listen to you and didn't follow the main force. I admitted my mistake. Now I listen to you, why are you still not happy? She thought this man was really strange. You can't not listen to him, and you can't listen to him either. Zhao Tianshu already felt uncomfortable. After hearing what Zhang Wanwan said, he felt even more embarrassed. He frowned and said angrily, I did that for your safety. I was thinking about you with good intentions, and you just contradict me like that? Zhang Wanwan said innocently, how could I contradict you? Didn't I tell the truth? The truth? I think the truth is that you all want to see me make a fool of myself.
Zhao Tianshu pointed at Jiang Wanwan's nose and said loudly. He felt that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng deliberately did not come to help earlier just to make fun of him. As a result, as soon as he stretched out his hand, his fingers were grabbed by Shen Feng beside him. He was about to scold Shen Feng, but he saw Shen Feng was also looking at him. Shen Feng said slowly. First, you are the one who is too ambitious and wants to show off your own abilities. It has nothing to do with Wanwan. Don't put the blame on us. Secondly, it is very rude to point your finger at someone's nose. If you didn't know this before, I will teach you now. Third, if you think we wanted to see you make a fool of yourself before, then you really wronged us. Shen Feng held Zhao Tianshu's fingers in one hand and held the black snake in the other. Then he calmly hung the snake on Zhao Tianshu's arm. He is very calm. But Zhao Tianshu couldn't remain calm. Even though he knew that the black-necked snake was not poisonous, he would still feel scared instinctively when faced with a snake that was nearly 2 meters long. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and tried desperately to shake the black snake off. But the black-banded snake was also frightened and wrapped itself tightly around Zhao Tianshu's arm. So the man and the snake rolled on the ground. Zhao Tianshu struggled non-stop and looked particularly embarrassed. At this time, Shen Feng continued what he had just said. If I want to see you make a fool of yourself, I'll do this, got it? Chapter 47. It would be a pity to throw it away, it doesn't matter who you give it to. Chapter 47. It's a pity to throw it away. It doesn't matter who you give it to. Whether it is Director Chen, the audience, Li Tingting, Jatnan, and others. It's still Jiang Wanwan. Everyone was stunned at this moment. They had never seen Shen Feng like this. What's more unexpected is that Shen Feng dared to do such a thing to Zhao Tianshu during the live broadcast. Isn't this a bit too much? After a moment of silence in the live broadcast room, someone suddenly posted a comment. Is it too much? Why do I feel that he is doing the right thing? Yes, it was clearly Zhao Tianshu's fault, but Zhao Tianshu still blamed Jiang Wanwan. He deserved it. A grown man pointing at a girl's nose and scolding her is too uncultured, this is how he should be punished. It may be a bit inappropriate to say this, but I think I hit it. Well done. I've been displeased with Zhao Tianshu for a long time. He kept saying he was a professional, but he almost got Xiao Jia injured. That's right, this snake is not poisonous. If it was really a poisonous snake, Xiao Jia would have been killed by Zhao Tianshu. I really think Shen Feng is quite handsome now. Does he still need some husband fans? In the live broadcast room, most of the people were fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. In addition, it was indeed Zhao Tianshu who made the mistake first, and it was indeed wrong for Zhao Tianshu to point fingers at Jiang Wanwan and criticize her. So more people are speaking up for Shen Feng. In fact, Director Chen, who was watching the live broadcast, also felt that Shen Feng's revenge was very satisfying. He also had a lot of opinions about Zhao Tianshu's vanity. In fact, the program team sent a wilderness survival expert to follow the team. When the experts saw the snake, they were about to take action. It was Zhao Tianshu who insisted on pretending to be a professional and taking on everything. The experts thought he was really capable, so they didn't take any action. I didn't expect Zhao Tianshu to be a useless person. He really didn't have much ability, and he even caused Jatnan to get bitten. Although Jatnan was not injured, Director Chen felt aggrieved when he saw many people in the barrage scolding the program team for not doing a good job in protecting the child. This anger naturally spread to Zhao Tianshu. So when Director Chen saw Zhao Tianshu being humiliated, he also felt a sense of pleasure in revenge. The assistant director was calmer. Patting Director Chen on the shoulder, he said, "Quickly stop Shen Feng. This is enough revenge. If you continue, it will be too much." Director Chen finally came to his senses and reluctantly took out the walkie-talkie. He was just about to inform Shen Feng and ask him to take the snake away quickly. As a result, Shen Feng stepped forward first and took the black snake away from Zhao Tianshu. Zhao Tianshu was gasping for breath and lying on the ground with a pale face. His body was covered with fallen leaves and dirt, and he looked as disheveled as possible. You are going too far." His partner Chen Lu only dared to step forward at this time. She helped Zhao Tianshu up while glaring at Shen Feng. Shen Feng handed the snake over, "Then let me show you something even more outrageous?" Chen Lu. She didn't dare to speak for a moment and could only silently help Zhao Tianshu up. Zhao Tianshu looked at Shen Feng with gritted teeth. He has a bad temper and he can't swallow this. He said to Shen Feng in a deep voice, "We are all from the same production team, and we are broadcasting live now. You are popular now, but I also have fans. Is it appropriate for you to do things so decisively? Shenfeng handed the snake over again, then let me show you something even more amazing. Zhao Tianshu. Ah, Fengzi did a great job.
This Zhao Tianshu just never learns his lesson and still dares to threaten Fengzi. I used to sympathize with him and thought Shenfeng had gone too far. Now it seems that this kind of person is not worthy of sympathy.
When he pointed at Zheng Wanwan's nose and scolded the girl, why didn't he say that he was going too far? Why didn't he think about it being a live broadcast? This person is so shameless.
There was another round of ridicule in the barrage. Although Zhao Tianshu couldn't see the barrage, he could see the snake in Shenfeng's hand.
After moving his mouth, Zhao Tianshu finally didn't dare to say anything.
Seeing that he had calmed down, Shenfeng let the black-necked snake go. This black snake, which had experienced so much, swam around in the grass for a while and finally disappeared.
Because of this kind of thing,
the frightened Jiatnan, Li Tingting, and Zhao Tianshu all needed to rest, which delayed them for a while.
So until it was getting dark, the group still hadn't walked out of Xiaoyu Mountain.
If you walk in the middle of the night, the visibility is poor and it is even more dangerous.
So Director Chen informed everyone that they would spend the night at Xiaoyu Mountain. In fact, Director Chen had already thought about it. This group of people might not be able to leave Xiaoyu Mountain for a day.
Therefore, people had already set up a few tents in Xiaoyu Mountain and built a small camp. He told everyone the location of the tent, and soon they were settled in the camp.
The first thing Zhang Wanwan, Jatnan, and the others did when they arrived at the camp was to turn the tent upside down.
As a result, the expressions on their faces became disappointed.
Why is there no food? The director has even prepared a tent, why not some food?
After walking all day today, everyone is very exhausted. Although there is sufficient water, the food problem is difficult to solve. They had already finished the cookies distributed by the production team and were now all hungry. I thought there would be food when I got to the camp, but there was still nothing.
Jatnan cried and said, "I'm so hungry, I'm really hungry." Zhang Wanwan also cried and said while chewing the fruit, "I'm hungry too." Jatnan looked at the fruit in Zhang Wanwan's hand.
His eyes widened immediately. You, where did you get this fruit from?
Zhang Wanwan took a bite of the fruit, chewed it and said, "Fengzi just picked it. Do you want to eat it? Besides?" Jatnam's eyes lit up. No more. Jatnan.
Just when Jatnan was about to cry, he suddenly heard Shenfeng's voice coming from above his head.
"Xiao Jia, go on."
Looking up, Jatnan saw that Shenfeng had climbed up the tree without him noticing at some point. At this time, I was picking fruits from the tree. Jatnan quickly stretched out his hand and shouted excitedly, "Brother Shen!
Throw it! I'm ready! Don't move!" Shenfeng said. "Yeah." Jatnam nodded.
Then I saw Shenfeng throwing a fruit down. It hit him right in the face.
Jatnan, Brother Shen, excuse me for asking a question.
You ask.
You don't let me move, so it's easier for you to aim? Zhang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Any objections? If you have any objections, then don't eat."
As he said this, he was about to snatch the fruit from Jatnam's hand.
Jatnan was also ruthless.
He stuffed the fruit, which was as big as a baby's fist, into his mouth in one bite.
Wooly Wutu said, "Don't even think about it. This is mine." At this time in the evening, there are many people watching the live broadcast.
Seeing this scene, there was a burst of laughter in the live broadcast room. The name Jatnam was not chosen in vain, this is too difficult. These people are really making me laugh to death, they are my source of happiness.
Is it dangerous for Fengzi to climb so high? It looks scary.
That's your brother Shen who caught the snake with his bare hands, what are you afraid of?
What about catching snakes? Is this a daytime clip?
I didn't see it because I was at work.
Then you are at a loss. Shenfeng was so handsome during the day. I remember someone posted a video. You can go look for it.
While the audience in the live broadcast room were chatting, Shenfeng had already picked more than a dozen fruits.
Climbed down from the tree.
He and Zhang Wanwan had done things like climbing trees many times before.
Even Zhang Wanwan climbed more smoothly than him.
After coming down from the tree, Shenfeng first picked a few of the best fruits for Zhang Wanwan. Then he distributed a few fruits to Jiatnan, Li Tingting, Zhang Wei, and Mengan. Finally, Shenfeng pinched the remaining few fruits. He walked to the Tianlu duo who were sitting in the corner, not saying a word but swallowing their saliva from time to time, watching others eat fruit. Seeing Shen Feng coming, Zhao Tianshu immediately turned his head. Chen Lu also lowered her head and said nothing. They all thought that Shen Feng was here to laugh at them for not having enough food to eat. Unexpectedly, Shen Feng stretched out his hand and gave them a few fruits.
Zhao Tianshu was stunned.
Shen Feng smiled and said, "Eat, don't worry about what happened during the day. They are all small things, they are all in the past." Zhao Tianshu and Shen Lu took the fruit and were somewhat moved.
Alas, Shen Feng is such a nice person. I went to watch the previous clips. Zhao Tianshu was indeed quite excessive.
But now Shen Feng is still willing to help them.
He is really kind.
My brother Feng is very clear about right and wrong, and is definitely a positive energy idol.
The barrage also praised it. Only Jiang Wanwan.
Seeing Shen Feng coming back after delivering the fruit, Jiang Wanwan reached out and poked Shen Feng.
He whispered, "Why are you giving them fruit?
They've been ignoring you all day, and you're still trying to please them." Shen Feng spread his hands. "They all have wormholes, it would be a pity to throw them away, it doesn't matter who I give them to." There was a moment of silence in the barrage.
"Director, can you please tell Shen Feng to turn off the microphone next time you talk about this kind of thing?
Don't let him destroy his image in our hearts."
Chapter 48 How about you be more ruthless? Chapter 48 How about you be more ruthless? The live broadcast in the evening will end at 9 o'clock. The audience looked at the black screen, feeling unsatisfied.
The 4 groups of guests returned to their tents to rest.
There is a tent for 2 people. The space inside is not very big and is somewhat crowded. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan squeezed together. Jiang Wanwan leaned in Shen Feng's arms and browsed Weibo, while Shen Feng was watching Jiang Wanwan browse Weibo.
The topic of Penghu Bei Group is getting hotter day by day. Since the show Let's Start Dating Today was launched, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have been creating memes almost every day. There are more and more video clips about them. Even if many people don't have time to watch the live broadcast, they will become fans of them just by watching these clips. Therefore, the number of people active in the Penghu Bei Group topic is greater than the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. When there are more people, there will naturally be more talented people. The videos he edited and the jokes he wrote sometimes made even Jiang Wanwan laugh for a long time.
So now Jiang Wanwan's fun every night is to intensively search for secondary creations related to Penghu Bei and Circle Lock couple on Weibo, Bilibili, and Douyin.
The most popular video in the Penghu Bei topic today is the one where Shen Feng catches a snake with his bare hands and uses the snake to scare Zhao Tianshu.
Jiang Wanwan played the video twice.
Suddenly he muttered softly, "I didn't feel anything at the time, but now I think you're quite handsome."
"What did you say?" Shen Feng didn't quite hear it.
"I said, you helped me vent my anger. The part where you scared Zhao Tianshu with a snake was pretty cool."
Jiang Wanwan repeated it.
After saying this, his face was still a little red.
Shen Feng laughed, rubbed her little head, and whispered, "Brother, do you want to give me some reward tonight?"
Jiang Wanwan blushed and tilted her head back to give Shen Feng a small kiss on the face.
Shen Feng raised his eyebrows. "That's it?" Jiang Wanwan glared at him. "Are you not satisfied?" "Of course I am not satisfied." Jiang Wanwan suddenly climbed up from his arms and pressed Shen Feng to the ground.
Then he leaned over and bit Shen Feng in the face. At that time, a circle of teeth marks was left on Shen Feng's face.
"Are you satisfied this time?"
Jiang Wanwan's face was red, but her expression was as vicious as that of a little tigress. Shen Feng rubbed the teeth marks on his face.
"You're still not satisfied. How about you bite harder?"
"That's what you said." Jiang Wanwan bared her teeth and leaned over to bite Shen Feng's face again. But Shen Feng stretched out his hand,
pressed Jiang Wanwan's head down, kissed Jiang Wanwan on her lips. Jiang Wanwan's eyes suddenly widened.
But she didn't resist. Instead, she obediently lay in Shen Feng's arms, and the two of them kissed each other.
At last,
she bit Shen Feng's lips hard. Looking at Shen Feng, who was caught off guard and gasping in pain, Jiang Wanwan had tears in her eyes and shame on her face. But she snorted softly and said proudly, I can't kiss you without letting you, this is your punishment." Shen Feng rubbed his lips, and after a moment he suddenly moved in front of Jiang Wanwan again. Pointing to his lips, he said, "How about you take another 10 or 8 bites?"
Jiang Wanwan looked at Shen Feng strangely. "You don't have any quirks, do you? You're so good at this?"
Shen Feng spread his hands.
If being bitten once can get you a kiss, then I think it's worth it. Jiang Wanwan looked at Shin Feng for a long time with a red face. Suddenly he was about to open the tent and walk out. Shin Feng thought she was too shy, and hurriedly pulled her back. Wangu, I was just kidding, don't go out. I'm going to find Chatnam. Jiang Wanwan said. Why are you looking for him? Actually, I can't bear to bite you too hard. Jiang Wanwan blinked and looked at Shin Feng, so I'll go find Chatnan and let him bite you. Shin Feng. Because they had walked on the mountain road all day, Jiang Wanwan was tired after playing around for a while in the evening. She lay on Shin Feng's arms and yawned loudly. Soon, I fell asleep. Unfortunately, whether indoors or outdoors, whether on the bed or on the ground, Jiang Wanwan's sleeping posture is always so unique. After falling asleep, she once again sucked Shin Feng like an octopus. Shin Feng smelled the scent of Jiang Wanwan in his arms and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I really don't know if this is happiness or torture. Early the next morning, the live broadcast started again, and the group once again embarked on the journey across Xiaoyu Mountain to the county town. Today, Zhao Tianshu and Shen Lu's attitude toward Shin Feng was obviously much better. Yesterday, they were both like silent people all the way and didn't say a word. Early this morning, Zhao Tianshu even took the initiative to come to Shin Feng to say hello. Some viewers who got up early and saw the scene felt sorry for Zhao Tianshu. If he knew that the fruits Shin Feng gave them yesterday were all worm-eyed, I wonder if he would be very sad. Because they had already walked for a whole day yesterday, it only took them half a day today to get out of Xiaoyu Mountain. The program cruise car had already been waiting at the exit. As soon as everyone came out, they got on the car and headed to the county seat of Lanyu County. This time Director Chen was generous. We rented the largest hotel in Lanyu County for everyone to stay in. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Wanwan and others were extremely surprised. Why is that stingy director suddenly so generous? The staff member who was driving said that the director was reluctant to do so. The main thing was that the owner of the hotel found Director Chen. They said they thought Director Chen's show was quite popular and they were willing to provide accommodation to the production team to take advantage of the popularity. Jiang Wanwan and the others finally felt relieved. Sure enough, Director Chen is still the same Director Chen, without any change. When they arrived at the hotel, everyone wanted to go back to their rooms to have a good rest. After all, I slept in a tent last night and my sleep quality was poor. As a result, I saw Director Chen waiting in the hotel lobby early. Director Chen was holding a bunch of keys in his hand. With a sinister smile on his face, he said to the 4 groups of guests, "If you want a rest, you must complete today's task first. See these keys in my hand? There is a bunch of keys in here, which are the keys to the presidential suite in the hotel. Whoever completes the task first will get the key and enjoy the best treatment." As he spoke, Director Chen took out a task card. Today, you have no secret missions, and there will be no audience voting. The 4 of you only have one common mission. Later we will send someone to blindfold one guest from each group and take him to any room in the hotel. And the remaining person must try his best to find his partner. There are also some puzzles in the room. If the locked-in people solve the puzzles, they can get some clues about their location. Both parties can use the intercom to communicate freely. Whoever finds their partner first will get the key to the presidential suite. Director Chen has done something new again. Although this program group is a bit poor, the creativity is always good. You have to decrypt the code while looking for someone. It tests your brainpower and your physical strength. It's very interesting. Blind guessing the couple in the circle won first place, their tacit understanding is unmatched. This test is not just about tacit understanding, or it has nothing to do with tacit understanding. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard Director Chen say there was a new task, they became lively again. At the same time, Director Chen also began to let each group of guests decide who would be locked in the room to decipher the secrets and who would look for someone. The team of Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu was composed of Zhao Tianshu, who was responsible for finding the secrets, while Chen Lu was responsible for decrypting the secrets in the room. Zhang Wei and Mengan are in the same team. Zhang Wei is responsible for finding the code, while Mengan is deciphering the code in the room. Jatnan and Li Tingting, Jatnan will find it and Li Tingting will decipher it. The audience also thinks there is nothing wrong with this arrangement. Girls are generally more careful and have less physical strength than boys. It seems to be the best arrangement that the girls are responsible for decrypting the codes in the room, while the boys find people based on the prompts. Just when everyone thought that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group was also arranged in the same way,
Xin Feng, who had been talking in a low voice with Zhang Wanwan for a while, suddenly raised his hand.
I was locked up and asked Zhang Wanwan to find me. Chapter 49 Famous Detective Xin Feng Part 1. Chapter 49 Detective Xin Feng Part 1. Xin Feng is going to be locked up? Thinks he wants to be lazy, haha. That's it. Girls have poor stamina. After other groups search 2 floors, Wanwan may not be able to finish searching 1 floor. Don't underestimate my younger brother.
I guess Fingzi must have his own ideas.
This person is much older.
The comments were discussing the decision of the Penghu Bay group. Director Chen was obviously surprised by Xin Feng's decision. Because in Director Chen's original plan, he thought that in each group of guests, the girls should be locked up and the boys should go find them.
He even named the project The Brave Man Saves the Princess. In the end, Xin Feng actually became a princess?
However, since this was a joint decision made by Xin Feng and his team, Director Chen had no choice but to accept it. He cleared his throat, took out some eye masks and earplugs, and then said, "Come on, all the princesses who are going to be locked up, put on your eye masks, and the staff will take you to the corresponding rooms. Later, please cooperate with the warriors who rescued you and escaped from the cage together." After that, he handed the blindfolds and earplugs to several people. Several people put on eye masks and earplugs and were taken to the elevator by staff. The 4 brave men responsible for rescuing people, Zhang Wei, Zhou Tianshu, Zhou Tenan and Zhang Wanwan, were arranged to rest temporarily. At this moment, the audience is watching the live broadcast from their perspective. However, it was discovered that the staff who brought the people into the elevator were secretly performing some very complicated operations.
For example, Li Tingting here. After the staff brought Li Tingting into the elevator, they pressed the button for the 10th floor first. But after reaching the 10th floor, the staff pressed the button for the 8th floor. Then, after reaching the 8th floor, he pressed the 9th floor. Finally, the elevator stopped on the 9th floor. The staff then brought Li Tingting out. Moreover, after reaching the 9th floor, he did not immediately take Li Tingting into a room.
Instead, he took Li Tingting for a few turns. After Li Tingting felt a little dizzy, she was sent to room 907. The other groups all performed similar operations.
The audience was confused. What are you doing? Are you deliberately delaying time? Is it to prevent the guests from guessing which floor they are imprisoned in? It's possible, but no one can really guess it, right?
Maybe there was originally, but after all this trouble, I guess no one knows which floor they are imprisoned in.
After being locked in the room, several guests were allowed to take off their blindfolds. The curtains in the room were drawn. Although they were not too thick and allowed light to pass through, it was almost impossible to see outside through them. Moreover, the program team has stated that the curtains are not allowed to be opened. The lights were on in the house and it was very bright.
The first thing Mengan and Chen Lu did after entering the room was to take off their eye masks and earplugs.
I just started looking for any puzzles and clues in the room.
And their partners are Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianshu. Then he started from the first floor, knocking on the doors of each room, looking for them.
The group of Li Tingting and Jiatnan is different.
After Li Tingting was locked in the room and took off his blindfold and earplugs, he said to Jiatnan through the intercom, "Xiao Jia, take the elevator to the 2nd floor and see how long it takes." Jiatnan did as he was told and finally worked out that it would take a little over 1 second, not counting the time it took for the elevator door to open and close.
Then Li Tingting started to calculate. The audience was quite amazed. Li Tingting is amazing.
I heard she was a top student at Peking University and Tsinghua University, but I didn't expect she was really so smart. This is much more efficient than the other 2 groups. Unfortunately, the number of floors that Li Tingting calculated in the end was 14.
Li Tingting's blindfolded timing was not very accurate, and the values provided by Jiatnan were also inaccurate.
Plus, the elevators in the hotel are very high-end.
It runs very smoothly and there is almost no vibration when it stops. Li Tingting was wearing earplugs and could not hear the prompt sound after the elevator stopped.
So she didn't know how many times the elevator stopped, nor did she know whether the elevator changed its direction in the middle of the journey.
Due to various errors, the number of floors calculated by Li Tingting is higher than normal. This made the audience feel a little regretful.
It also makes the audience understand why the program team has to carry out those complicated operations. However, Li Tingting also knew that his guess might be wrong.
So let Jiatnan start searching from the 12th floor. This is much faster than Zhao Tianshu, Chen Lu and others who searched from bottom to top layer by layer.
Just when the audience thought that Li Tingting, the academic master, had done a great job, Shin Feng, who had just gotten off the elevator as deliberately arranged by Director Chen, was finally locked in the room. Director Chen has been wanting to make trouble for Shin Feng ever since he was cheated by Shin Feng. So this time he specifically instructed the staff to keep Shin Feng in the elevator for a while longer. The staff was also very helpful and managed to keep Shin Feng in the elevator for more than a minute. After Shin Feng was locked in the room, he slowly took off his blindfold and earplugs. Just when the audience thought that after being tossed around for such a long time, he would definitely not be likely Ting and provide too many clues to Jiang Wanwan. Shin Feng first looked in the direction of the curtains. Then he turned on the intercom and told Jiang Wanwan a number. 10th to 14th floors. I should be between these 5 floors. Exclude the odd-numbered rooms and look for even-numbered ones directly.
Jiang Wanwan didn't ask why and immediately replied with a good answer. Then the action began. But the audience was dumbfounded. Because Shin Feng is really on the 14th floor. And it's in the even-numbered room, 1410. No, how did he figure it out? Just now, Li Tingting first asked Jia Tenan to do the experiment, and then calculated it himself, and finally came to a wrong conclusion. How come Shin Feng calculated it right away, and it was a result that was very close? He was locked in the elevator for more than a minute, and the elevator went up and down. After he came out, he was taken around for more than 10 times. How could he calculate which floor he was locked in? I haven't said that for a long time. There must be something shady going on with the production team. Director Chen was also annoyed. He never expected that Shin Feng, who had been struggling for the longest time, would be the first to find the correct answer. When he saw someone questioning the comments, he quickly took out his intercom and asked, Shin Feng, how did you come to this conclusion? Want to know? Shin Feng laughed. I said intuition, do you believe it?
I don't believe you, I'd rather believe that I did something shady for you.
Director Chen said.
Shin Feng shrugged, sat on the bed leisurely, and said, you were wearing a blindfold and earplugs, and you took me up and down in the elevator.
But why don't you think of replacing the curtains with thicker ones that don't let in light?
Shin Feng pointed at the curtains and said, this is the newest development area in Lanyu County.
The buildings are very close together, and there are new office buildings with relatively high floors all around. In order to avoid being blocked by the nearby office buildings, the floor I am on must be above the 7th floor. It's around 11 o'clock now.
It's impossible for an odd-numbered room in this hotel to have such direct light at this time, so I must be in an even-numbered room.
Director Chen was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he came back to his senses and asked hurriedly, but how did you calculate 10th to 14th floors?
This hotel has 26 floors, and there are so many floors above the 7th floor. How can you be sure that it is 10th to 14th floors?
Because of intuition. Go to hell.
Speak seriously, or I will also expose your shady dealings.
Director Chen said angrily. He is so curious now.
Shin Feng spread his hands. This time it was really because of intuition, or rather, I guessed that the production team would do something bad.
This hotel is really tall. The time I spent in the elevator was enough for me to go straight to the top floor, the 26th floor.
He said seriously, but I am sure that the production team will not be so innocent. You definitely won't simply send me to the top floor, or even to a floor that's too close to the top floor, because as you can guess, I might give Wanwan a hint based on the time the elevator takes to travel, so that Wanwan can go straight to the top floor.
So I think you must have locked me up on the 7th to 18th floor.
The reason I said 10-14 floors is that I picked a few floors in the middle between 7-18.
I'm actually not sure, but if it's not, you can ask Wanwan to search other floors.
As he spoke, Shin Feng glanced at the camera in the room.
He gave a kind smile. But judging from your question, Director Chen, I guess I guessed right? Director Chen was stunned. Chapter 50 Detective Shin Feng Part 2. Chapter 50 Detective Shin Feng Part 2. Director Chen never expected this. He tried every possible means and played tricks. A lot of work has been done on the elevator.
In the end, he lost because of the curtains and the psychological game with Shin Feng.
The audience didn't expect this either.
Shin Feng determined which floor he was on based on the light coming through the curtains.
And the analysis is very logical. To be honest, I always feel like I see the shadows of 2 people in my brother phone. I guess one is Conan, who is the other one? Sherlock Holmes. My brother Fengzi is really awesome. Did he come from the most powerful brain?
No, I originally thought Shin Feng was just a normal guy who was a bit more handsome, but I didn't expect that he was not only handsome, but also abnormal.
Isn't this another top student from Peking University or Tsinghua University? Husband. Husband. You are so handsome.
There was a burst of crazy comments in the barrage. However, some people also mentioned Director Chen.
Look at a certain director, he planned everything, but in the end, wasn't it easily solved by my Shinfeng?
Not only is he narrow-minded, he is also incompetent.
TSK, is this director really embarrassed now? Director Chen was just a little embarrassed.
After seeing the barrage, it became particularly embarrassing. Finally, he was so angry that he picked up the intercom and said to Shinfeng, there are 3 puzzles in this room that I asked someone to set up.
I will only let you go if you untie all of them. Otherwise, even if Jiang Wanwan finds you, it won't count.
As soon as these words came out, the audience was furious.
He is anxious, he is anxious. Look, this is the shady deal. This is the shady deal.
Stop talking about the shady stuff, I've said it all out loud, this is a blatant act of privilege.
I don't agree, how can the director do this?
Director Chen also seemed to think that just making such a request was a bit excessive.
After thinking about it, I suddenly came up with an idea. How about this, if you promise to solve 3 problems before leaving, I will give you an extra 50 yuan in subsidies tomorrow. How about that?
Director Chen spent a lot of money to hook up with Shinfeng this time.
There is no way.
After all, even if we don't care about personal grudges, the progress of Shinfeng's group is indeed too fast. The game hadn't even started for 10 minutes when Shinfeng finished it. What a blow that must have been to the other 3 groups.
We must create some difficulties for Shinfeng. Director Chen also felt that these 3 questions would definitely stump Shinfeng. The first 2 questions are just brain teasers and simple guessing puzzles. But this third question was a very complicated advanced mathematics competition question that he specially asked someone to copy. The kind that he couldn't even understand. He just didn't believe that Shinfeng could solve it. Shinfeng's walkie-talkie is connected to Jiang Wanwan's. Before Shinfeng could say anything, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly said, I agree.
Fengzi, go for the $50. In fact, Shinfeng wanted to say that since Director Chen dared to offer a high price of 50 yuan, he must have had some bad intentions.
Those 3 questions are definitely not easy.
But there is no way, my wife has already spoken. Shinfeng had no choice but to say, okay, I agree.
Director Chen chuckled. Just like an old fox. The 3 questions are hidden in the room. They are linked to each other. You need to solve one to unlock the next one. Find them yourself.
Director Chen originally wanted to say, go find the first question yourself. Before he could finish his words, Shinfeng found the first question from under his pillow.
Director Chen. The first 2 questions are indeed very simple.
It took Shinfeng less than 5 minutes to solve them all. At the same time, the third question was also found. Originally, the audience was very supportive of Shinfeng. They felt that with Shinfeng's speed and intelligence, no problem would be difficult for him.
Then,
the audience saw the advanced mathematics competition question.
The audience was dumbfounded. Fuck, is there something wrong with the production team?
They are serious about this, right?
Calculus, my eyes hurt just looking at it.
This is a competition question, not an ordinary question. Even many college students who have studied advanced mathematics cannot solve it.
When people are pushed into a corner, they can do anything, except advanced mathematics. Your lover will betray you, your friends will deceive you, but you just can't do advanced mathematics. I can't do it, no matter what I say.
Director Chen looked at the comments and the smile on his face became even more proud. It seems that he got the question right. Shinfeng, today is finally the day for me to get my revenge.
You and Jian Wanwan tricked me before. Humph, if a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Director Chen thought secretly.
As a result, Shinfeng grabbed the paper and pen and really started writing.
Write it. I still don't believe you can really write it.
I'm afraid that even after the other 3 groups have found it, you still won't be able to solve it, hee.
Director Chen smiled. Smiling. Then, slowly, I couldn't laugh anymore. Because Shinfeng wrote step by step and it was very fluent. I didn't feel stumped by this question at all. Especially in the barrage, an audience member said something.
I found the original question in the competition questions from previous years, and the answer is the same as the steps Shinfeng wrote now. Director Chen hurriedly searched for the answer to this question.
Sure enough, the steps of the answer are basically the same as what Shinfeng wrote. Damn, Shinfeng can't really answer this question.
Director Chen's hands are shaking. The assistant director at the side pushed up his glasses. I think it's not just a question of whether he can do it or not, he writes so smoothly.
I'm sorry, but I don't think you can keep your $50. Director Chen is still stubborn. I don't believe it. He hasn't finished solving it yet. What if his final answer is wrong? Then, Director Chen's stubbornness was shattered by the answer written by Shinfeng.
Looking at the standard answer written by Shinfeng, there was a cheer in the barrage.
It's exactly the same as the answer, you got it right. Fengzi is awesome. Really awesome.
He can solve advanced math problems on the spot, and he can catch a big snake with his bare hands.
Who else is there? What is an idol? This is an idol.
Compared to those traffic stars who didn't receive much education but relied on their looks to attract fans and make money, Shinfeng is much better.
I really can't hack it this time, Shinfeng, why this?
As a result,
Shinfeng looked very humble. Even the expression on his face looked a little embarrassed.
He turned to the cameraman and said, Director Chen, I actually won unfairly.
To be honest, I guessed the first 2 questions. But I really know how to do advanced math. I've done this question before when I was free. I'm so sorry.
I'll take the 50 yuan.
Director Chen almost vomited blood.
Damn, he wondered how Shinfeng could answer so fluently. How unlucky I am to encounter the same questions that Shinfeng has done before.
If I had known this earlier, I would have changed the question. In fact, it's useless no matter how Director Chen changes.
In order to prevent himself from getting lost in the cycle, Shinfeng had been looking for new goals for himself. There was a time when my goal was to practice questions. I even became addicted to doing practice questions and even enjoyed it for a while. Even if Director Chen asked someone to create a new question, Shinfeng could solve it on the spot with his current ability. I guess the first 2 questions, but I really know how to do this advanced math question.
Why do I feel like this is a bit Versailles? Listen, is this human language? I have done this question when I was free. Look at Shinfeng, he does this question when he is free, but you are watching the live broadcast here, don't you feel ashamed? I don't think so.
Anyway, I can't solve this kind of problem even if I don't watch the live broadcast.
+1.
While the barrage was still discussing, Director Chen had already gone upstairs reluctantly.
The key to the presidential suite was given to Zhang Wanwan and Shinfeng. Then he turned around and wanted to leave.
As a result, Shinfeng spoke and called him with a smile.
Director Chen, did you forget something? Director Chen turned back with a pained look on his face.
He pulled out a $50 bill from his pocket.
Zhang Wanwan snatched it away. Then he quickly asked Director Chen, 50 for solving 3 problems, right? Are there any more problems? Let Fengzi do some more.
Whether we can have a big dinner tomorrow depends entirely on you, Director Chen.
Director Chen. Director Chen, do you think of me as an ATM machine? Zhang Wanwan shook her head, how is that possible? Director Chen felt a little comforted.
Then I heard Zhang Wanwan say again, the money I got from the ATM is my money, and what you gave me is your money.
Of course, I am happier to make your money. Director Chen. Chapter 51 Don't treat us as outsiders. Chapter 51 Don't treat us as outsiders. Director Chen was very depressed. But Zhang Wanwan is very happy.
Taking the key to the presidential suite, he went to the room with Shinfeng to rest.
As a result, the audience also became depressed. Because Zhang Wanwan locked the photographer outside the door with a bang. They have nothing to watch. The audience began to protest. Director Chen became even more depressed when he saw the audience's protests.
Finally, Director Chen said on the intercom, Zhang Wanwan, today's recording is not over yet.
Even if you want to rest in the room, you should at least give us a picture.
The door did not respond. After thinking about it, Director Chen suddenly said, otherwise I will deduct your money.
Click. The door of the presidential suite opened immediately.
The photographer waiting at the door was delighted.
Just take a step and go in.
But before he could even enter the door, Zhang Wanwan reached out and snatched the camera from his hand. Then with a snap, the door was closed again. The photographer was left alone, standing in front of the door in a disheveled state.
Zhang Wanwan. What are you doing? Director Chen was anxious.
He remembered the last time he was blackmailed by Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Could it be that these two are going to repeat their old tricks? But Jiang Wanwan was very honest and set up the camera in a corner of the room. Then he asked doubtfully, "Didn't you just tell me to give you a picture?" "I'm giving you a picture." Director Chen.
Director Chen said helplessly, "Student Shin Feng, student Jiang Wanwan, even if you don't consider my feelings, please consider the feelings of the audience who likes you.
Everyone, are you here to see you resting in your room?" He hasn't finished speaking yet. A lot of yes appeared in the barrage.
It's good to take a rest, just take a rest, the kind of rest that turns off the lights and draws the curtains.
Yes, you should rest when you are tired.
Go to sleep, go to sleep.
Our angle is just right. Don't treat us as outsiders, don't be embarrassed.
These, of course, are all fans of the Circle Lock couple. I am a fan of the couple Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. They can't wait to see these two people sleeping in the same bed. Director Chen was speechless at that time. But fortunately, there are still good people in the live broadcast room.
You fans, please respect yourselves and don't represent us, the general audience.
Although we also want to see them sleep, can you please consider the feelings of the production team?
Is it possible to broadcast something like two people sleeping together? Aren't you afraid that your program will be banned?
Director Chen's eyes were filled with tears.
There are still good people in the world who are willing to consider the show.
As a result, this person then said, "I hope the director can record the sleeping scene between them and send it to me privately, so that I don't have to worry about the program being banned."
Good guy, damn. Another CP fan, right?
Jiang Wanwan had no idea what the comments in the live broadcast room were like. She was indeed a little tired and really wanted to rest. "I walked on the mountain road all day yesterday and didn't sleep well at night." After walking for half a day, she was really tired now. After she set up the camera, she lay down on the big bed and fell asleep. Shin Feng also sat on the bed, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he took a book from the bookshelf in the suite and started reading. The room was quiet, without any sound. When Director Chen saw this scene, he felt a pang of regret. "It's over, I'm afraid we're going to lose a lot of viewers today. After all, who would like to watch others reading in silence or sleeping like a dead pig?"
But soon, Director Chen became numb.
Because the number of viewers in the live broadcast room did not decrease much. Even the amount of barrage increased suddenly. To be honest, Shin Feng is so handsome when he sits down and reads a book so quietly.
Why didn't he debut earlier?
Seeing such a beautiful picture, my heart calmed down.
Jiang Wanwan looks so cute when she's sleeping.
I can watch her all day long.
Took a screenshot and used it as my computer desktop.
I used to be a die-hard fan of Jiang Wanwan, and now I am a die-hard CP fan of them. To be honest, just watching them stay together quietly makes me feel very comfortable. I used to be a die-hard fan of Wanwan, but now I can only say that Fingzi is just too good. Especially after today, I feel that Fingzi is even more awesome.
Apart from Fingzi, no one else is worthy of our Wanwan. By the way, does anyone know what school Fingzi attends?
She can't be a top student from Peking University or Tsinghua University, she even did the competition questions. The barrage gradually started to chat. Those who are watching the live broadcast here are basically fans of Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. They are either fans of the couple or fans of the Penghubei buddies.
In short, everyone has a common language. Chatting here is no different from chatting under the Penghubei Weibo topic.
On weekdays, everyone is busy watching live broadcasts, and some people don't have the energy to post comments. Now, the live broadcast is frozen in such a peaceful and beautiful picture, and the audience also has time to post barrage comments and chat.
So much so that the number of barrages is even more than usual. Director Chen's face twitched as he watched.
His live broadcast room has directly become a large chat room?
Jiang Wanwan slept for about 2 hours before waking up.
She yawned drowsily and felt her mouth was a little dry after a nap. Just when I was about to find some water to drink, I saw Shin Feng beside me handing me a glass of water.
Jiang Wanwan took the cup and took a sip, then she immediately became energetic.
"What kind of water is this?
It's so sweet. Is it honey water? It's honey flower tea. There happen to be free tea bags and honey in the suite. I made you some to drink. It will help you wake up."
Shin Feng said, helping her to straighten her messy hair. "Did you feel comfortable sleeping?"
"Well, I'm just a little hungry after sleeping. Let's go eat something later." Shin Feng smiled and said, "Okay."
The audience who saw this scene stopped chatting,
shifted the focus back to live streaming. Is Shin Feng good at predicting things? He went to make tea a few minutes ago, and Jiang Wanwan woke up a few minutes later? I really envy this kind of relationship.
I also want someone to bring me a glass of honey water after I wake up and comb my hair while I drink water.
But unfortunately, I am a man. Watching their daily life is more relaxing than watching a romantic TV series.
Yes, although there are no big waves, it is very warm. This kind of sweet but not greasy dog food is the best. I originally thought I was a Iron-Blooded Brothers fan, but now I have the tendency to betray and become a CP fan. Jiang Wanwan drank the water, washed her face, and was about to go out with Shin Feng. Director Chen quickly used the intercom to call the photographer who was taking a break to follow them. This time, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were still conscientious and did not cheat the program crew again. Instead, he returned the camera honestly. The other three teams had just finished the game of the brave man saving the princess and had just received the room keys and were starting to rest. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who had already rested well, ran to the hotel restaurant to find food. The waiter knew that Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were celebrities and were the ones that their boss had asked to take care of. So I greeted him politely. After taking them to their seats, he respectfully asked, "What would you like to eat?" "We have our signature steak, Western-style pasta, barbecue, baked rice, and Chinese-style dishes such as Chang'an-style rujiamo Chinese steamed bun with meat filling, sauerkraut noodles, etc.
Here is our menu, please take a look." Jiang Wanwan glanced at the high prices on the menu. Suddenly he closed the menu. Looked at the waiter. Just when the waiter thought Jiang Wanwan was going to order food. Then Jiang Wanwan asked seriously, "Do you sell raw meat and vegetables here?" Waiter? Chapter 52 We will definitely be very happy. Chapter 52 We will definitely be very happy. Hotel kitchen. Because it's not dinner time, the kitchen is very quiet. There was only an older-looking cook preparing ingredients in the kitchen. The waiter led Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to the kitchen. He said to the cook, "Uncle Li, 2 people want to buy ingredients." The cook stuck the kitchen knife in his hand on the chopping board and turned to look at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. And the photographer behind them. The waiter saw this and quickly explained, "Uncle Li, they are recording a show, the kind that is broadcast live." Uncle Li interrupted her, "I know them. I've watched their show. I was watching them trying to survive in the mountains yesterday." The waiter was stunned. Uncle Li is over 50 years old and doesn't have any entertainment hobbies. Why did you start watching this kind of dating variety show? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Uncle Li glanced at the waiter. The waiter quickly shook his head. Jiang Wanwan asked Shin Feng secretly, "Fengzi, why do I feel that Uncle Li looks so majestic?" The waiter seems to be afraid of him too. The waiter was very considerate and quickly introduced Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "Let me introduce you, this is the chef of our Lanyu Weiguang Hotel, Uncle Li. He is a top-notch chef in the country and has cooked at state banquets before." The audience was shocked when they heard it. A national top chef, he has prepared state banquets. There is such a master hidden in this small Lanyu county? Uncle Li still looked dignified, and said to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, "You two, do you want to buy some food?" Shin Feng nodded and said politely, "Yes, we are recording a program, and the program crew has given us a limited budget, so if we want to eat better, we can only cook it ourselves. I don't know if the hotel is convenient." "Can." Uncle Li said. Jiang Wanwan was happy. I didn't expect that Uncle Li, who looks dignified, is actually quite easy to talk to. But then, Uncle Li said, "But I have a request." Sure enough. It's not that easy. Jiang Wanwan's happy mood suddenly sank again. Uncle Li looks so majestic, so the requests he makes must be very difficult. Uncle Li took out a notebook from somewhere. He took out another pen. Handed it to Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. Jiang Wanwan looked at Uncle Li in astonishment. "Yes, do you want us to write something?" Did Uncle Li want them to write a guarantee or sell their bodies? Not really. They were just buying some food. Uncle Li nodded. Still with that dignified look, he said, "Give me an autograph. I really enjoy watching your show. By the way, I'm still a fan of your CP, the Circle Lock couple, it's quite interesting." Shin Feng. Jiang Wanwan. Waiter. A serious-looking, bearded top chef who has prepared state banquets. Surprisingly. Are you their CP fans? Ha!
Not to mention the two parties involved, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Even the audience was shocked.
Although I know that Shin Feng and Wanwan's fans are mixed, I didn't expect that even such heavyweights are chasing after them. This person is almost the same age as my grandfather, but he is still a fan of this couple. This, is there a cute contrast? I am pursuing a couple with a top chef, so if you round it up, I am the top chef.
Yes, you are a top chef, only when you are playing games. I feel like the dimensional wall has been broken. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng quickly signed for Uncle Li. Uncle Li looked at it several times with satisfaction before finally putting the notebook away.
He said to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan with a serious look, "You must be happy in the future." The waiter thought Uncle Li was obsessed with the couple. I quickly explained to Uncle Li, these kinds of dating variety shows are all film shows, they are all fake. They are pretending to be a couple on the show, they are not real couples. Then she saw Uncle Li glaring at her.
I've lived for so many years, do I need you to explain this? You can't hide the look in your eyes when you like someone.
They must really love each other.
What do you know?
The waiter was in tears. She was just explaining, there's no need to be so mean to her. It's over, Uncle Li is not only knocking his head, but he is knocking his head so hard, he must be really drunk.
I share the same view as Uncle Li, I also think they are genuine. To be honest, you guys are joking, but why do I feel like Uncle Li is really serious? Bullshit, you are kidding, we are serious too. Circle lock couple YYDS.
For a while, fans of the couple CP were holding up big flags in the live broadcast room. At this moment, they all felt that Uncle Li was the leader of their fans, and he spoke for them, the CP fans.
Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, feeling a little embarrassed.
Shin Feng reached out and held Jiang Wanwan's hand.
The fingers are clasped together and held tightly.
Then he smiled and nodded to Uncle Li. "Thank you, Uncle Li.
We will definitely be very happy in the future."
His tone was very sincere, and he spoke every word with emphasis, each one touching his heart. He finished saying this.
Jiang Wanwan was stunned at first.
Then Director Chen, the waiter, and the photographer were all stunned. There was also a moment of silence in the barrage.
It's like everyone is offline. Until 3 seconds later.
The barrage in the live broadcast room just exploded like a blowout.
Ah!
I'm dead, I'm going to die. Is this an official announcement or a confession? I really can't tell whether Shin Feng is doing this for show effect or speaking the truth. Originally, I was just looking for fun when it comes to CP, you 1T let me make it real, right? If it's fake, I hope it's true. If it's true, kill me to cheer them up. Confession of love while holding hands is so sweet. I am twisting like a maggot on the bed right now. I really hit it, whoa.
Shin Feng said this so seriously and romantically. Did anyone record it? I want to watch the replay, right now.
The audience watching in the live broadcast room are going crazy now. Especially those CP fans, they are in a state of chaos. To be honest, the show has been on for so long, and the interaction between Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan is very warm, sweet, and interesting. But the two never expressed anything to each other from beginning to end. It was as if the two of them were really just good friends, childhood sweethearts who had grown up together.
This is also one of the reasons why Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have so many fans.
Now Shin Feng's words, which sounded more serious than "I love you," almost confirmed the relationship between Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
CP fans are partying.
And the serious expression on Uncle Li's face finally disappeared.
A smile appeared.
He patted Shin Feng on the shoulder. "Your eyes show responsibility, I believe you. I feel very happy today. So you can use whatever ingredients in the kitchen you want. I won't charge you for that." Jiang Wanwan was extremely shy at the moment and had long wanted to find a topic to divert attention.
Hearing Uncle Li's words, Jiang Wanwan quickly took the opportunity to change the subject and said, "That's so inappropriate. The ingredients here are all from the hotel, we can't take them for free." "Why not?"
Uncle Li laughed and said, "The ingredients are from the hotel, but this hotel is mine." Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were both stunned. But we have met Mr. Li from the hotel before, and he clearly." "Oh, indeed, it should be said that this hotel belongs to Mr. Li,"
Uncle Li said. "But I'm his father."
"Ha!" Chapter 53 Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Chapter 53 Sorry, I'm not familiar.
This hotel is Mr. Li's property. And Mr. Li is Uncle Li's property. Uncle Lee said that it was his 8-year-old granddaughter who first watched the variety show date online. Afterwards, she was discovered by Uncle Lee's daughter-in-law, who also started chasing her. Then Uncle Lee's son, Mr. Lee, also discovered it. Mr. Lee doesn't have time to watch live broadcasts, but he watches video clips every day and enjoys them very much. I even shared the clip in the family group. Uncle Lee also saw it because of this. Originally, Uncle Lee just watched the clip out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, I became addicted to it. Finally, I started watching the live broadcast and shipping the couple.
Seeing you guys reminded me of when my wife and I were young.
If she were still alive, I would really like to bring her along to see it, Uncle Lee said with emotion.
Originally, after Mr. Lee opened this hotel, Uncle Lee and his wife began to live a leisurely and comfortable life. But Uncle Lee's wife died in a car accident a few years ago. In order to relieve his loneliness, Uncle Lee came to the hotel and became the chef. Uncle Lee originally thought that his daily life was boring until he saw the live broadcast of Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan. The two of them were sometimes humorous and sometimes had a tacit understanding, making Uncle Lee feel as if he saw himself and his wife when they were young. It was also Uncle Lee's idea to invite the program crew to the hotel and provide free accommodation. If it weren't for the fact that the theme of this show is survival and love, and the guests need to take care of their own meals, Uncle Lee would even want to provide food to the program crew for free. To be honest, both Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan were quite surprised. When the two of them were recording the show, they actually didn't think too much. Many times, the two of them just get along normally and express their true feelings normally. I didn't expect that they could become the spiritual sustenance of others.
Jiang Wanwan comforted Uncle Lee and went to a restaurant outside to chat with Uncle Lee.
Shin Fong picked some ingredients from the kitchen and started cooking. In addition to cooking several dishes, Shin Fong also specially fried 3 steaks. When the dishes were ready, Shin Fong brought them to the table. Several dishes were placed in the middle of the table, and 3 steaks were placed in front of him, Jiang Wanwan, and Uncle Lee.
Uncle Lee was stunned.
He didn't expect that Shin Fong also made one for him.
But he wasn't polite.
After he cut the steak with his knife and fork, he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef to eat.
He chewed and then nodded. I've seen your cooking videos before, and I know you're an expert. You really have a good grasp of the heat, and you're very experienced. When Uncle Lee ate Shin Feng's dishes, his expression was obviously not as surprised as it was when he ate Sister Lin, Jiang Wanwan, and Shin Jiagua and his wife. But as a top chef who had prepared state banquets, it was already a high evaluation for him to say that Shin Fong had good skills. To be honest, I'm really curious about Fengzi's cooking skills. Even someone of Uncle Lee's level can be said to have good skills. Could he also be a top-notch chef? If Uncle Lee is not being polite, then I can only say that Fengzi is too strong. Anyway, Fengzi's cooking skills are definitely much better than most ordinary people. Alas, no wonder Wanwan's stomach is controlled by him. When will a handsome guy come and take my heart and stomach? After the meal, Jiang Wanwan felt very satisfied. This is my first time eating steak made by Fengzi, it's really delicious. Jiang Wanwan burped a little. If you like it, I will cook it for you often in the future, Shin Fong said. Uncle Lee on the side said, but next time, our ingredients won't be free. Although I am your fan, you are recording a show and I can't always help you. Otherwise it would be too unfair. Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding. Uncle Lee, you are right. Next time we will definitely spend money to buy the ingredients. By the way, Uncle Lee, how much does this steak cost? If you buy cooked ones, it'll be 128 yuan. Uncle Lee said. Jiang Wanwan's mouth twitched, what if we buy them raw? It's also 128. We don't charge extra for frying steak. Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, can't you give me a friendly price? At least give me a small discount. Uncle Lee thought about it seriously, and finally said, then I'll round off the amount and ask you for 130. Jiang Wanwan. Is there such a way to round off the amount? The more you apply, the more you get, right? Ha ha ha, it turns out that Uncle Lee, who looks serious, is actually so naughty inside. I now understand why Uncle Lee said that seeing Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan was like seeing him when he was young. Indeed, I guess young Uncle Lee is just like Fengzi and Wanwan, and they are all people who mess with people's mentality. Ginger is still spicy with age. After finishing their meal and chatting with Uncle Lee for a few more minutes, Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan said goodbye to Uncle Lee and left the restaurant. However, when they walked into the hotel lobby,
they saw a group of people from the program crew surrounding the hotel entrance.
Jiang Wanwan moved closer curiously.
Then I saw clearly that the people from the program crew were surrounding a food truck to get their lunchboxes.
3 other groups of guests were also mixed in.
Jatnan was quick-witted and had already grabbed a box lunch and started eating.
Seeing Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan coming over, Jatnan shook the lunchbox in his hand with a proud look on his face.
You two are late. All the good dishes have been picked up, and I grabbed 3 slices of barbecued pork.
He.
As he spoke, Jatnan picked up a piece of meat in a very exaggerated manner and raised it into the air in slow motion.
Just about to put it in his mouth.
Director Chen said, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan just had sirloin steak, baked corn with cheese, Caesar salad, and braised lamb shanks in the hotel.
Why do you think I suddenly ordered a box lunch? It's because I got greedy watching them eat. Bang!
The meat that Jatnan picked up hit him on the face.
It slid to the ground again.
His lips trembled as he looked at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan.
A look as if he was about to cry. Brother Shin, why don't you think of ordering me when you're eating delicious food?
I'm sorry, I'm really not familiar with you. Shinfeng said seriously.
Jatnan squatted in the corner depressed and started eating his lunchbox. I am dying of laughter, Xiaojia, why did you bother them?
Don't cry, Xiaojia, even though you can't eat steak, he can't eat boxed lunch either.
Isn't it even more sad when you think about it this way? Ha 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 ha, we really don't know each other. He only thinks you are familiar when he wants to cheat you out of your money.
At this time, Director Chen was carrying a packed lunchbox and walked toward Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan quickly waved her hand and said, Director Chen, you were so polite.
You even left us lunchboxes. But we are full. Didn't you see us eating steak just now? We really can't eat anything else now. Director Chen had a dark face. Who said this lunchbox is for you? You guys are so shameless.
As he spoke, he carried his lunchbox and walked over to the photographer who had been following Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. He handed the lunchbox to the photographer and patted him on the shoulder.
Brother, I'm sorry for you.
The photographer burst into tears at that moment.
Finally, someone cares about him. Director. Can I apply to change groups? I don't want to be with them anymore.
They spent a full half hour eating their feast.
Half an hour. I just stood there and watched for a full half an hour. Woohoo, I'm really so hungry, why do I have to suffer like this?
If I really made a mistake, I hope that I will be punished by the law instead of being tortured like this.
Director Chen hugged him distressfully. Good brother, don't be sad, you are contributing to the program. And, it seems that no one is willing to switch groups with you.
The photographer sniffed. It's okay if I don't change the group, can I get a raise?
Director Chen immediately let go of the photographer. Turn around and walk away.
The photographer cried even more sadly.
Chapter 54 No, this is called bad luck. Chapter 54 No, this is bad luck. After everyone in the program crew finished their lunch and rested for a while, Director Chen announced that he would release the second task of the day to everyone. In today's first mission, the brave man saves the princess. Congratulations to Peng Hubei for winning first place.
Director Chen first congratulated Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan with a fake smile, then clapped his hands and said, then the second task to be held is the champion challenge task. The winning Peng Hubei group will serve as the champions, and the other 3 groups of guests can challenge them. Each group has 1 chance to initiate a challenge.
As he spoke, Director Chen took out a very simple cardboard box.
A few more crude cards were pulled out of the cardboard box. These cards have various challenges written on them. The 3 groups of guests will first draw a challenge and then choose 1 person from the Peng Hubei group to take the challenge. If the challenger wins, the Peng Hubei group will give up the qualification to be the champion. At the same time, the presidential suite must be given to the winning challenger.
Jiang Wanwan became unhappy when she heard that.
She pointed at the box and card in Director Chen's hand and said, this thing is so simple, it's obvious that you just prepared it at the last minute.
This must not be the task you originally designed. You just can't stand us staying in the presidential suite. You did it on purpose.
Director Chen smiled proudly when he heard this.
I did it on purpose, so what? Anyway, I'm the director, and I make all the rules. Any problem? No problem.
If the champion doesn't want to participate, you can give the presidential suite to other people. A typical face of a villain who has succeeded. Director Chen is openly abusing his privileges and playing dirty again.
Hasn't Fengzi and Wanwan tortured him enough? I just felt resentful because I was tormented too much. I have a feeling that the director is going to be unlucky again. While the barrage was still talking,
Shen Feng stopped Jiang Wanwan, who was about to go to Director Chen to argue. He asked Director Chen, we can accept the challenge, but if we fail, you can also let us give up the suite.
But if the challenger fails and we win, will we get any reward? No. Director Chen said with absolute certainty. Very firm attitude.
He would never let Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan find the opportunity to take advantage of him again. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng spread out his hands.
That's a shame. Let's just give up the title and hand it over to someone else. Director Chen's eyes lit up. Shen Feng actually gave in?
Then Shen Feng continued, then we can win the suite back as challengers.
Director Chen, no.
If you give up the position of champion, you can no longer participate in the challenge.
Aren't you targeting us?
Shen Feng said with a worried look on his face.
Director Chen was happy. Yes, I am targeting you, don't you agree? Shen Feng ignored Director Chen.
Instead, he shouted at the top of his voice, Mr. Li, Uncle Li, we have a small conflict with Director Chen, and we are planning to quit the program team.
Don't forget to ask the production crew for the room fee. Director Chen quickly covered Shen Feng's mouth.
He had seen Shen Fengjiang chatting with Uncle Li before. Naturally, I know that the hotel's boss, Mr. Li, and Mr. Li's father, Uncle Li, are both die-hard fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Even the reason why the hotel was willing to provide them with free rooms was because of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. If Mr. Li and Uncle Li really heard Shen Feng shout, how would their production crew continue to stay in the hotel?
Brother Shen, I give in. Let's talk it out. What kind of conflict could there be between us?
Director Chen said with a smile on his face. As he spoke, he straightened Shen Feng's clothes and patted Shen Feng on the shoulder.
I'm not targeting you. This is all for the show. A smile also appeared on Shen Feng's face. He said kindly, then Director Chen, tell me again, if we defeat the challenger, what reward will we get? Director Chen rubbed his hands. The resolute and determined look from before was gone. He smiled and said, how about, for every group you defeat, I'll give you a $5 subsidy tomorrow. 50. Shen Feng made a price.
Director Chen immediately shook his head and said, no, that's too much.
Shen Feng raised his voice again, Uncle Li, Mr. Li. Director Chen quickly covered his mouth again.
With a painful look on his face, he said, Brother Shen, my brother?
50 is really too much.
It's not that I feel bad about the money, but if I really give you that much, tomorrow's show will be boring. You guys are living recklessly with only a few $100s in your pocket, while the other three teams each have only $12 and are as poor as ghosts.
The contrast is too great. He thought about it, then said, $10 is okay?
Seeing that Shen Feng was about to shout again, Director Chen took the lead and covered his mouth.
Then Jiang Wanwan shouted, Mr. Li. Uncle Li. Director Chen cried. He forgot there was someone next to him. He quickly said, how about this, 20, if you win I'll give you 20, how about that?
If you can win all three challenges, you can get $60.
That should be fine, right? Only then did Shen Feng nod. Director Chen was so heartbroken. Director Chen, tell me why you are doing this. You can't beat them at all.
I originally felt that the director was quite pitiful, but now I feel more and more that he deserves it.
Why would you mess with them for no reason? My Director Chen is so miserable, this is the price of offending the bandit couple.
Director Chen, please stay away from the Chuansuo couple, they will bring misfortune hhhhhh.
The comments were so funny.
Director Chen walked in front of the three groups of guests holding a cardboard box with a frustrated look on his face. He glanced at the three groups of guests, then gritted his teeth and said, you guys better do your best and try to sing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Whoever can defeat them will receive a subsidy of 100 yuan from me. What I lack is not this little money, what I want to fight for is a breath of fresh air.
Who among you wants to draw a mission first and challenge them? Jatnam volunteered and raised his hand. I'll do it. Brother Shen has cheated me out of so much money. Now I want to win back my dignity. As he spoke, Jatnam reached into the cardboard box. A challenge card was drawn.
Then read the above task aloud.
Challenge. Order the song Love Until Death in the karaoke room in the hotel's entertainment area. Both parties sing it, and the one with the higher score wins. Jatnam's voice faded away.
When he finished reading, there was no sound.
Jatnam, can I draw again? He's numb.
Singing is what he is least good at, and this task actually requires him to sing such a difficult song.
Is this a challenge mission?
Yes, this is clearly a challenge to him.
Director Chen was also annoyed.
He didn't expect that this task would be picked by Jatnan by chance. Originally, Zhang Wei was very good at singing this song.
Director Chen wrote this task to cooperate with Zhang Wei.
As a result, this card fell into the hands of Jatnam, the most tone-deaf person.
You can draw again. Everyone has a chance to draw again.
In the end, Director Chen had no choice but to let Jatnan take the shot again.
Jatnam waved his hands in the box for a long time. Draw another card. Singing Love Until Death, why is this again?
Director Chen's mouth twitched. Well, everyone has 2 chances to draw again, so Xiao Jia can draw again.
Jatnam drew a third time. Singing Love Until Death. Jatnam collapsed. Don't love me until you die. He feels like he is going to die now. Could it be that the box is full of this card?
He simply turned the box upside down and dumped out all the cards inside. As a result, only this task card requires singing a song.
Jatnam was even more devastated. What kind of luck does he have? He put the card back in place and asked Director Chen, "Can I draw again?"
"I don't believe I'll get this one."
Director Chen.
He is more or less a person who cares about his reputation.
It's a bit awkward now.
However, in order to defeat Shin Feng and Jian Wanwan, Director Chen decided to be shameless for once.
Yes.
There is still one chance, your group can draw again.
Jatnam reached out to draw the card.
Director Chen quickly stopped him. "Forget it, I beg you, just let Li Tingting be beaten. He is really afraid of scoring 4 goals.
Jatnan also felt that he was a little unlucky today. Handed the box to Li Tingting.
Li Tingting felt that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. First, he put his hands together and prayed. Then he recited a few more verses of scripture. He reached out and touched his forehead and shoulders.
He said devoutly, "May Chungu bless you, Wuliang Tianzuan, Amatba, Amen."
Finally, he solemnly reached out his hand and took out a card from the box.
Singing Love Until Death. Director Chen. Jatnan. Li Tingting. Is this what you call Goddess will? Jiang Wanwan suddenly said with emotion.
Shin Feng thought about it, then shook his head and said seriously.
No, it's called bad luck. Chapter 55, Love Until Death. Chapter 55, Love Until Death. This is no longer bad luck, right?
I even thought this was some kind of magic trick, the kind where you draw the same card every time. If Xiao Jia hadn't just dumped out all the cards and looked at them, I would have thought that this was the only card in there.
My facial mask is about to burst from laughing. I must edit this clip and post it online. It really makes me laugh to death. Xiao Jia, my Xiao Jia, why are you so miserable, ha? The audience in the live broadcast room were laughing. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore.
When Jatnan walked into the karaoke room and sang the famous song Love Until Death by Shin Band. The singing voice, which sounded like the scream of a pig giving birth but was in so much pain due to a difficult labor that it contemplated committing suicide and ended up jumping into a frying pan, getting scalded, then suddenly jumping out and being hit by a passing 10-ton truck, froze the audience's expressions. Originally, there were 70,000 viewers watching the live broadcast in the room. After Jatnam sang the first 2 lines, there were only 60,000 people in the audience. After singing the 4th sentence, there were only 30,000 audience members left. When Jatnan wanted to sing the 5th line, Director Chen risked his life to rush into the singing room and quickly stopped him. He was afraid that everyone in the live broadcast room would run away.
Jatnam looked at Director Chen in confusion, "But I haven't finished singing yet."
The scoring system in this karaoke room is based on the average score.
You sang 4 lines, and the highest scoring line only got 8 points. Can I just give you 8 points? Director Chen said.
When Jatnam heard this, he seemed quite surprised. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect my score to be so high. I got 8 points, just 2 points away from the full score."
Director Chen, the full score is 100. Jatnam is depressed.
When people heard that Jatnam was not singing anymore, the number of people in the live broadcast room gradually increased again.
Damn, when Jatnan opened his mouth just now, he almost sent me away. I watched this while riding the bus.
I forgot to bring my headphones and turned on the loudspeaker. As soon as Xiao Jia started singing, everyone got off the bus.
You're relatively lucky.
I was also a loudspeaker, but in the end I was kicked out of the car by everyone else.
Xiao Jia really sang the essence of this song. I almost saw the god of death just now.
I have no grudges against the production team. Why did the production team send Xiao Jia to harm me?
I am still alive after listening to these 4 sentences. Can I become a saint in the flesh and ascend to the immortal world?
I don't know if I can ascend to heaven, but I'm almost passing away after hearing this. The audience left comments one after another, expressing their gratitude for surviving the disaster. Some of them were joking, but some were really shocked by Jatnam's singing. After all, Jatnam's singing itself is rather outrageous. The song Love Until Death is also difficult, and the reverberation of the karaoke room sound system amplifies Jatnam's voice. That deterrent power is indeed terrifying. Jatnam left the singing room with a high score of 8. It was Xin Feng's turn to go in. Before, when Jatnan went to the karaoke room to sing, the other people in the program crew only dared to wait outside. Even the photographer only dared to put the camera in and then run away quickly. This time when Xin Feng entered the karaoke room, everyone from the program crew dared to follow him in. They felt that at least Xin Feng's singing would not kill him. Xin Feng took the microphone and tested the sound. Then he began his singing.
When the prelude sounded, Xin Feng's high notes also sounded.
After singing the first line "I'll love you until I die," the karaoke room's scoring system directly gave a high score of 95 points. Everyone in the program crew in the karaoke room and the audience in front of the live broadcast room were also dazzled.
Not to mention the comparison with Jatnam's magic sound.
Even without Jatnam's previous murderous singing voice, one could feel Xin Feng's professionalism just by listening to his singing. The pitch and accuracy are almost exactly the same as the original.
Fengzi is awesome.
It has that flavor, it really has that flavor. This is called professionalism. After singing the prelude with repeated high notes, the next part is the low and warm main song. Love each other as if every day is your last day, and every minute and every second will be so beautiful that tears will fall.
No matter what others think, as long as you are brave enough to follow me. Xin Feng's voice was gentle yet vicissitudes of life. When he was gentle, he was looking at Jiang Wanwan.
When he was feeling sad, he was thinking about his past experiences. In the cycles he had experienced before, he was the same, treating every day as the last day.
Enjoy the present moment, don't be afraid of getting hurt when you are happy. Many miracles exist only if we believe in them.
When singing to this point, Xin Feng's tone suddenly turned higher. It sounds like a roar, a rant, and also like a declaration.
I will love you till I die.
I will not be happy unless I love you thoroughly.
No matter how deep the feelings are, only this is enough to express them.
While singing, Xin Feng walked to Jiang Wanwan and held her hand.
Clutch it tightly.
It seems that the words "I will love you until I die" were meant for Jiang Wanwan. Under the dim light in the karaoke room, Jiang Wanwan's face turned a little red. She suddenly snatched the microphone from Xin Feng's hand. Then Xin Feng continued to sing the high note. If Xin Feng's high note was a roar declared to the heaven, Jiang Wanwan's high-pitched voice was like a hymn sung by an angel to the world.
The two people's voices are completely different, but the connection is seamless.
Jiang Wanwan sang with a red face, but her eyes were looking at Xin Feng firmly.
Xin Feng looked at her with a smile. This scene was clearly recorded by the camera. It could also be seen clearly by the audience in the live broadcast room.
Although both of them sang very well, I still have to ask, are they singing or expressing their feelings to each other?
This eye contact is killing me.
These two people sing with such feeling. The same thing happened with the last love song.
Please, can you release a single? Finally, sing to the end of the song. Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were both holding a microphone.
Jiang Wanwan held the microphone, and Xin Feng held Jiang Wanwan's hand.
The two people's faces were very close. It was like the sound of two people mixed together. So close. Can I kiss you? Wow, this is so beautiful, Xiao Jia, look at him. I feel like I'm sweating from listening to these two people's high notes. They sound so good. I want to go sing. Open Kugu, sing, close Kugu, uninstall. The song is over.
Among the people in the karaoke room, someone from the program crew took the initiative to lead the applause.
Finally, Director Chen announced the scores with a sigh. Shin Feng scored 94 points. Look at Shin Feng's score, and then look at Jatnan's score. Director Chen really felt the gap between people.
Not to mention Jayatnan, he estimated that even Zhang Wei, who was good at singing this song, might not be able to sing better than Shin Feng. It was Jatnan, however, who raised his hand in dissatisfaction. This song was sung by both of them, so this score can't be counted as just for brother Shin. Shin Feng spread his hands. That only counts as half of my score. I still have 47 points. How about this, just count my score as 1/10, which would be 9.4 points.
Jatnan.
He found that he was humiliating himself.
The first challenge ended with Shin Feng's crushing victory without any suspense. Director Chen reluctantly gave Shin Feng 20 yuan.
Then, he took out the box again and looked at the Tianlu and Wei Meng combinations. Next, which of your two groups would like to challenge?
Whether we can turn the tables depends on you.
The two groups discussed it. Finally, Zhao Tianshu raised his hand. Let's do it.
Zhang Wei and Mengan are considered veterans in the entertainment industry. More experienced and more capable.
So the two groups discussed and decided to put the strongest one at the end. First, further test the strength of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Even if they lose this time, at least Zhang Wei and Mengan will have some idea of what's going on. Zhao Tianshu walked to the box and reached in to pull out a challenge card. As soon as Zhao Tianshu saw the challenge task on the card, his eyes lit up. Challenge: both parties take turns to communicate in different languages. Whoever fails to answer first loses. He quickly gave the card to Chen Lu, and Chen Lu was happy when she saw it. Although she is an internet celebrity, she graduated from the Foreign Languages Department. In addition to English, she can also conduct daily conversations in Japanese, Korean, and Russian. He has also posted several videos on TikTok of him covering songs in multiple languages. Director Chen was also delighted when he saw this task. This task was indeed designed by him specifically for Chen Lu. I didn't expect that they were the group that got picked. This is really God's help. Most people can only communicate in Mandarin and English at best, but Chen Lu knows multiple languages, so she will definitely win this time. Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, things have changed, and your good days are over. Director Chen even had a strange smile on his face. Even the audience thought so. I have watched Chen Lu's videos. She can speak Russian and Korean. This question is specially designed for her. This is too obvious, the director is so insidious. It's over. My Fengzi and Wanwan's presidential suite can no longer be kept. If you have nowhere to stay, come stay at my house. I can give you my bed and let me watch over you. But I can't say for sure. I heard that Wanwan had learned some Japanese before. If Chen Lu chooses Wanwan as her opponent, maybe she still has a chance. Some viewers said that the Penghu Bei group might still have a chance of survival. Then, I choose Shin Feng as my opponent, said Chen Lu. The audience suddenly wailed. It's over, there's no hope now. Chapter 56 You are already great. Chapter 56 You're already great. Shin Feng had no objection to this. Jiang Wanwan, on the other hand, had some objections. A good woman doesn't fight with a man. If you have the ability, compete with me. In Jiang Wanwan's opinion, Shin Feng doesn't seem to know any foreign languages. At best, my English is a little better. At least she could speak some Japanese, and she felt that she was at least a little better than Shin Feng. Chen Lu shook her head. Wanwan, I'm actually your fan. I also know that you can speak Japanese. Although I know more than just Japanese, I will not choose you as my opponent just to be on the safe side. Brother Shin, what do you think? Do you accept my challenge or just give in? Shin Feng said helplessly, then I can only accept it. Seeing the helpless expression on Shin Feng's face, Director Chen chuckled. Then it was announced that the challenge had begun. According to the rules, both parties need to communicate with each other in various languages, and they have to change the language after each conversation. Until the other party can't pick up. To be honest, the audience, the production crew, and even Jiang Wanwan all felt that Shin Feng wouldn't last more than 2 rounds. At the beginning, Chen Lu and Shin Feng naturally communicated in Mandarin. In the second round, the language was changed to English. Shin Feng answered fluently. In the third round, Chen Lu started speaking Japanese. What everyone didn't expect was that Shin Feng actually took up the conversation. Director Chen hurriedly asked the assistant director beside him, what did he mean? Is he right? The assistant director pushed up his glasses and said, "What he meant was, I hope you will show mercy."
That's right. That must be because he watches a lot of Japanese porn movies. He's lucky. Director Chen muttered.
In the fourth round, Chen Lu spoke Korean. Shin Feng still answered the call.
Director Chen, it seems that he also likes to watch Korean movies.
In the fifth round, Chen Lu spoke Russian.
Shin Feng answered again. The assistant director looked at Director Chen and asked, "Does he also like to watch Russian short films?" Director Chen.
At this time, sweat was already appearing on Chen Lu's forehead. She has finished speaking the languages that she is best at. She really didn't expect that Shin Feng could answer so fluently.
At the beginning, Chen Lu admitted that she underestimated the enemy.
When speaking Japanese, the sentences used are relatively easy to understand, and it is indeed simpler. But when she spoke Korean, she used some slang, and Shin Feng still answered her. When speaking Russian, she recited directly from Pushkin's Ode to Freedom.
Unexpectedly, Shin Feng actually finished the second half of the sentence. How come this person knows everything?
Chen Lu felt that she was sure to win from the beginning, but the pressure gradually increased.
By now, I was panicking.
The audience in front of the live broadcast room were also stunned.
Where is my royal translator? Did Shin Feng just speak Russian? What does it mean? I studied Russian.
The two of them were reading Pushkin's poems, and Shin Feng was not wrong.
Damn, Chen Lu is a language student, so it's okay that she knows so many languages. But how come Shin Feng also knows so many?
I originally thought Fengzi would definitely lose this time, but I didn't expect Fengzi to be so powerful.
Although I don't understand it, I think it's awesome. This is a top student. Do you understand the value of my Fengzi? Chen Lu took a deep breath.
She looked at Shin Feng and her expression became serious. In addition to Japanese, Korean and Russian, she also knows a little German and French, but she doesn't speak them very fluently. But this is her last trump card. But what makes Chen Lu despair is that whether it is German or French, Shin Feng was still able to respond.
Now, Chen Lu was completely helpless.
She stood in front of Shin Feng somewhat embarrassedly, unable to speak for a long time.
Shin Feng looked at her and asked in French, "Why don't you continue?" Chen Lu replied somewhat awkwardly, I can't do it anymore." Shin Feng smiled, "Is it my turn now?"
Then he started babble and said something very strange. Chen Lu was stunned when she heard that.
The audience was also stunned. Whereas the translator?
This sentence shouldn't be in German, please find another translator. Someone in the barrage asked hurriedly.
Shin Feng's live broadcast room has all kinds of audiences, including many talented people.
There are professional people to translate the conversations in various languages. But this time, there was no response for a long time.
Finally, someone showed up. I have a friend who studies a minor language. He said that what Shin Feng just said might be Yoruba, a language in West Africa. What does it mean? What does it mean? Translated to, that's it?
While the comments were speechless, Chen Lu hurriedly asked about Shin Feng.
Brother Shin, what language did you just speak? What does it mean?
Shin Feng had a kind smile on his face. Yoruba, it means, you have done a great job.
Barrage. Director Chen, who read the comments, said, I don't believe you. You are so bad, Fengzi. You're mocking the girl behind her back and you don't admit it, right? But Chen Lu really believed it.
She even smiled and said to Shin Feng, thank you for your encouragement, Brother Shin, but I am still far behind you. I thought I knew a lot of languages, but I didn't expect there are always people better than me.
I was completely convinced of my defeat. Also, I've become a bit of a fan of yours now, can you sign an autograph for me later?
Seeing Chen Lu looking embarrassed and shy, Jiang Wanwan rushed over and pulled Shin Feng away. Then he bared his teeth at Shin Feng and said, Chen Lu is my fan.
You are not allowed to give her autographs. You are not allowed to take away my beloved fan. Do you hear me? Shin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. She is anxious, Jiang Wanwan is anxious.
She says she is afraid her beloved fans will be snatched away, but actually she is afraid her beloved husband will be snatched away, he.
Oh my, why are you so jealous all of a sudden? It turns out to be Jiang Wanwan. The second challenge ended with Shin Feng's victory again. Director Chen reluctantly gave Shin Feng 20 yuan. Then he frowned and asked, Shin Feng, can you tell me why you know so many languages? Jiang Wanwan also looked at Shin Feng.
In fact, she was also wondering.
I don't remember Shenfeng saying before that he had learned so many foreign languages. I can't say I know it. I just occasionally learn it by myself out of interest. But I only learn it superficially and can't speak fluently.
Chen Lu asked from the side, Brother Shen, no, idle. What language do you speak most fluently, without stumbling, and most freely?
Shenfeng said seriously, Chinese. Chen Lu. Director Chen. Audience.
Well, it seems that's correct. After being speechless for a while, Director Chen sighed.
He patted Shenfeng on the shoulder and asked, Shenfeng, considering that I have already given you $40, can you tell me what you don't know? There are still many things I don't know. I'm not Superman.
Shenfeng spread his hands, I can't build rockets, planes, ships or cannons, and I can't even give birth to a child.
Director Chen.
You don't know how to do these, but the problem is that you can't write them down on the challenge card.
You can't do it, and no one else can do it either.
In the end, Director Chen could only silently carry the cardboard box and walk to the remaining mighty band. Looking at Zhang Wei and Mangan, Director Chen didn't know what to say to encourage them. To be honest, his self-confidence has been somewhat eroded. From what Shenfeng said in a foreign language just now, Director Chen felt as if every word was a scolding at him. It was Zhang Wei who took the initiative to comfort Director Chen. Director Chen, we have actually already thought of a solution. Shenfeng is indeed very powerful, but for this challenge, we can choose our opponent.
Wouldn't it be fine if we just choose Zhang Wanwan?
Director Chen came back to his senses immediately.
Yes. How could he forget?
Since Shenfeng is so awesome, why not choose him as your opponent?
Why am I getting so stuck in such a dead end?
The light returned to his eyes and he handed the box to the two men.
Zhang Wei pulled back.
Challenge, both parties imitate a scene from a classic movie and compete in acting skills.
Whoever fails to catch the scene first loses.
If both parties catch the scene, the one with inferior acting skills loses. Director Chen let out another long sigh at this time. This question was also customized for Zhang Wei and Mangan. Whether it is Zhang Wei or Mangan, although they are not very popular actors, they are both considered to be powerful.
The acting skills are definitely guaranteed. He just doesn't believe that he will lose again this time.
After Zhang Wei and Mangan discussed it, they decided that Mangan would take on the challenge. When Mangan walked towards Shenfeng and Zhang Wanwan, Shenfeng actually sighed in his heart. To be honest, when it comes to acting, Shenfeng really doesn't have much confidence. He really hasn't practiced his acting skills deliberately, and has never acted opposite anyone. If Mangan chose him as his opponent, there might be a real possibility of failure.
As a result, Mangan walked to Zhang Wanwan's side.
He said to Zhang Wanwan with a smile, I choose Wanwan as my opponent.
Shenfeng was stunned. Zhang Wanwan was even more stunned.
Choose her?
Compare acting skills? Did she hear it right?
In her previous life, she was the first actress in China to win an Oscar.
Are you sure? Zhang Wanwan asked hesitantly.
Mangan nodded, I'm sure.
Seeing Zhang Wanwan hesitate, Mangan felt that Zhang Wanwan was weak and afraid. In fact, Mangan has never seen Zhang Wanwan's play.
As a real actor, she disdains to watch the crappy movies made by those young and handsome stars.
She always felt that Zhang Wanwan should be no different from other traffic stars.
The acting skills of this kind of traffic star are generally not that good. And even if Zhang Wanwan really has some acting skills, Mangan doesn't think he is worse than her. How good can the acting skills be for a young man who is still in college?
Seeing Mangan's confident look, Zhang Wanwan could only sigh. Okay, I accept the challenge. It's not that she wants to bully anyone.
It was really the other party who insisted on being bullied by her. Chapter 57, The Master Craftsman Uses His Axe, and the Young Are Formidable. Chapter 57, The Master Craftsman is skilled in his craft, and the young are formidable. Seeing that Zhang Wanwan accepted the challenge, Director Chen played the movie clips he had prepared. This is a costume political intrigue movie from more than 10 years ago.
The excerpted clip is the rivalry between the emperor and his concubine. The concubine is the adopted daughter of a rebel.
In order to complete her father's mission, she enters the palace under an assumed name with the intention of assassinating the emperor. But through repeated contacts, she gradually fell in love with the emperor. She wanted to give up her mission and spend the rest of her life with the emperor. But the emperor discovered her true identity at this time. The concubine knelt on the ground with the emperor pointing a sword at her neck. The two men confronted each other, both with extremely complicated feelings. The emperor had to act out the pain and confusion he felt when he discovered that his beloved concubine had other intentions towards him, as well as his determination when he finally decided not to kill the concubine but to expel her from the palace. The concubine has to perform her true love for the emperor, the pain of being misunderstood by the emperor, and the despair of being unable to defend herself. Especially the tears shed when she was expelled from the palace, which are the highlight of the whole play. In the original movie, this scene was performed by veteran domestic movie stars. The two people's perfect and vivid performances have made this scene regarded as a classic among classics by countless filmmakers.
Meng chose to play the role of a concubine.
Her acting style is more inclined towards playing weak and helpless women. In addition, in this clip, the concubines actually have more scenes, and they are more delicate. Therefore, it is much easier to choose a concubine than to choose an emperor.
Meng is very confident.
If the role of the emperor was played by a man, Meng might still be worried.
But Jiang Wanwan is a girl and much younger than her. There is no sense of superiority and oppression like an emperor at all.
It is extremely difficult to act well. Even Meng now felt a little secretly happy and expectant.
She knew that Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng had quite a few followers now.
If she can surpass Jiang Wanwan in acting skills, she might be able to attract a lot of Jiang Wanwan's fans. With this mood in mind, Meng began to prepare and memorize his lines.
Jiang Wanwan also began to memorize the emperor's lines. He just looked a little absent-minded.
When the audience saw that Jiang Wanwan didn't seem to be serious, they started to criticize her.
Is Wanwan worried that she can't perform as well as Meng? She seems absent-minded.
After all, Meng is 8 or 9 years older than Wanwan, and he is also an excellent actor, so it is inevitable that he would be worried.
My Wanwan is also a good actor, okay?
I am a fan of Wanwan, but to be honest, even if Wanwan and Meng's acting skills are similar, the role Meng chose is too pleasing.
Wanwan is at a disadvantage before she even starts acting. Yes, Wanwan is young and a girl. Now she has to play an emperor in a high position. There is a huge contrast in appearance alone, which is easy to be out of place. What should I do? Wanwan is not going to lose. Ah! But why does Fengzi seem not to be worried about Wanwan at all?
Some viewers noticed that Shin Feng seemed still very calm. Shin Feng was indeed very calm. Because Shin Feng knew that the reason Jiang Wanwan was absent-minded now was not because she was worried.
But it was because Jiang Wanwan really didn't regard Meng as an opponent. Jiang Wanwan is confident. Since Jiang Wanwan is so confident, what does he have to worry about? After a 10-minute preparation period,
Director Chen announced the official start of the competition.
Meng is indeed a veteran actor.
As soon as Director Chen said start, we immediately got into the state.
She knelt on the ground with a sad and aggrieved look on her face, and said to Jiang Wanwan, "Your Majesty, don't you want to believe me? It's over." An expert can tell whether a performance is good or not just by looking at the performance. The performance is really good. What should I do? I'm getting nervous. What if Wanwan can't take it?
Some viewers were already biting their nails nervously.
Director Chen showed a satisfied and proud expression on his face. Meng's performance did not disappoint him.
Even performed beyond expectations.
It seems that this time, he will finally get back on track. But just when Director Chen smiled,
Jiang Wanwan, who originally had her back to Meng, turned around. In her hand, she held a stick made of several pieces of paper.
He tapped lightly on Meng's neck.
Then he gently lifted up Meng's chin.
There was no smile on Jiang Wanwan's face, only coldness and indifference.
But the audience can see in her eyes the sadness of being betrayed by the one she loves.
Jiang Wanwan slowly bent down and gradually approached Meng.
Looking at her, he said softly, "Xiaoyu, it's not that I don't believe you."
Meng, with his chin lifted, was forced to look Jiang Wanwan in the eye.
The moment he saw Jiang Wanwan's eyes, Meng felt his heart skip a beat. This look is exactly the same as the look of the old actor in the original movie.
At that moment, Meng was stunned.
But just as she was distracted, Jiang Wanwan, who had originally spoken in a gentle tone, suddenly raised her voice. The gentleness in his previous tone was gone. Instead, he let out a low growl, filled with uncontrollable pain and anger.
This is irrefutable evidence. How can I trust you? How can I trust you? Jiang Wanwan's grip on the paper stick gradually tightened.
At the same time, it was still trembling slightly.
It was Meng Yan's turn to take over the conversation now.
But Zhang Wanwan's extremely tense roar just now shocked Meng Yan so much that he couldn't react for a while. After a 2-second pause, Meng Yan came back to his senses. She swallowed her saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, perhaps I had bad intentions towards you at the beginning, but now I am sincere to you, can't you feel it?"
Meng Yan should have said this in a more sad and helpless way.
But she was nervous.
Under the pressure of Zhang Wanwan's acting, she actually felt nervous.
Even when acting opposite some senior actors, she didn't feel so pressured.
Zhang Wanwan's acting skills are not even on the same level as those young actors. Even several levels higher than her.
Meng Yan knew that she had already lost. At this time, both Director Chen and the audience were great.
Everyone was stunned. They are all discerning people.
Zhang Wanwan's acting skills overwhelmed Meng Yan, and they all saw it clearly.
What's wrong with Wanwan's acting skills?
This is such a crushing victory that Meng Yan almost forgot the lyrics. Really, Wanwan's words and eyes just now were so oppressive, my scalp was tingling just looking at them. You can say I am a brainless fan of Wanwan, or say I am blind, but I really feel that Wanwan just acted like a veteran movie star. I have the same feeling, the eyes and momentum are exactly the same. Compared to these spectators who are just watching the fun. Zhang Wei, who is also an actor, as well as Director Chen, the assistant director and other people in the entertainment industry, were even more shocked at this moment.
Zhang Wanwan did more than just play the emperor well. He even portrayed this emperor without any costumes or props.
It is hard for them to imagine how high Zhang Wanwan's performance would reach if she had complete costumes and makeup. After the performance, almost no one paid attention to Meng Yan.
Whether it is the audience or director Zhang Wei and Chen et al.
Even Meng Yan himself focused his attention on Zhang Wanwan.
Meng Yan is an actor who focuses on acting skills.
Knowing that he would inevitably lose, Meng Yan would rather treat this challenge as an opportunity to learn.
Observe and learn the details of Zhang Wanwan's performance from a close distance. Gradually, Meng Yan was brought into the play by Zhang Wanwan.
She never could keep up with Zhang Wanwan's acting, but gradually she caught up with her pace.
Especially the last one.
When the emperor put away his sword, turned his back to the concubine and said go away. Meng Yan, who played the concubine, shed a tear sincerely.
I'm into the role. She was drawn into the role by Zhang Wanwan and was deeply immersed in it. This is all because Zhang Wanwan's acting is so realistic.
So much so that Meng Yan knelt on the ground and cried for a long time. It was not until Zhang Wanwan helped her up that she realized the performance was over. There were bursts of applause all around. Zhang Wei clapped his hands and walked forward, saying to Meng Yan, "Thank you for your hard work.
You performed very well in the end."
Meng Yan wiped away his tears and looked at Zhang Wanwan with a wry smile. "I was completely brought into the play by you. I really didn't expect that your acting skills are so strong, Wanwan."
"Yeah, I was stunned.
I even thought it was the old movie star himself acting," Zhang Wei also praised. "It was really too strong. We lost with a sincere heart, really.
If there is a chance in the future, I must work with you on a play." Zhang Wanwan smiled and said, "Okay, remember to pick a better script."
Director Chen came over at this time. Just when Zhang Wanwan thought that Director Chen would have a constipated expression on his face again and reluctantly give her the 20 yuan.
Director Chen actually showed an extremely gentle smile.
He was so happy that he felt like he had seen his own daughter.
He gave the money to Zhang Wanwan with a smile.
He also said with satisfaction, "It was a beautiful win, and the performance was really good. I declare that the Penghu Bei team won all 3 challenges. The champions have secured their presidential suite."
Well, it's getting late now.
Today's live broadcast will end here. Tomorrow, everyone will officially begin a new survival and love mission in Lanyu County.
I hope everyone is ready. See you tomorrow.
After saying that, Director Chen walked away laughing.
Zhang Wanwan felt confused. Finally, he pulled Shinfeng aside and asked, "Is Director Chen crazy?" Shinfeng touched her head. "Then do you want to return the money to him?" Zhang Wanwan immediately put the money in her pocket. "Don't even think about it.
Don't worry, he's not crazy, he's just too happy."
Zhang Wanwan was puzzled. "You are still happy after losing money, isn't that crazy?" Shinfeng took out his cell phone, opened Weibo, and took a look at Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan was stunned when she saw it.
#OldActor forwarded the link of the live broadcast room of dating #.
#The old actor praised Zhang Wanwan's acting skills #.
These two trending searches are both in the top 10 of the trending search list. Jiang Wanwan clicked on it and found that Zhou Yilin, the veteran actor who was called a national treasure by countless filmmakers, not only reposted the live broadcast room of Let's Start Dating Today on Weibo. He also posted a separate Weibo post to comment on her acting skills. It's very short, only 8 words. The master craftsman is very skilled in his work, and the young are to be feared. Chapter 58, I have to go back and make more mistakes. Chapter 58, I have to go back and make more mistakes. Zhou Yilin's influence in the domestic film and television industry is equivalent to Jordan's influence in the basketball circle. Now, he not only posts on Weibo, but also reposts the live broadcast room of a dating variety show. Some people even used comments like "the great craftsman is so skilled, the young ones are so promising" to evaluate Jiang Wanwan, who is considered a second-tier traffic star by many people. If this doesn't make it to the hot search list, it would be the weirdest of all. Live broadcast room, this was forwarded 10 minutes ago. At that time, Jiang Wanwan had just started her performance for a few minutes. The comment was posted 3 minutes ago. At that time, Jiang Wanwan had just finished her performance. Many people arrived a little late and saw nothing when they clicked on the link to the live broadcast room. So I hurriedly went to Zhou Yilin's Weibo and asked others what had happened. I heard that these 8 words are used to evaluate Jiang Wanwan. What did Jiang Wanwan do? I'm late, can someone explain it to me? Why would the old movie star forward this live broadcast? Did he get paid to advertise for someone else? In the comments section, some people even began to question whether the old actor had received money. In response to this, Zhou Yilin's fans who watched Jiang Wanwan's performance just sneered and sent a video link. Why forward it? Why praise Jiang Wanwan? You can find out by watching this video yourself. So the spectators went to watch the video again. It was the part performed by Jiang Wanwan and Mengan. Jiang Wanwan's acting skills and suppression power surprised the onlookers. Is this the acting that young people should have nowadays? Isn't she a traffic star? How come she is so powerful? The temperament is almost the same as that of the old movie star, no wonder the old movie star gave such an evaluation. As a result, more and more people flocked to the live broadcast room with a black screen. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room, which had exceeded 150,000. She couldn't help but complain, is Director Chen crazy? It's rare that so many people are watching, and he actually turned off the live broadcast in advance? But she also understood that Director Chen turned off the broadcast to avoid suspicion. The veteran actor suddenly reposted the post and it became one of 2 trending searches. The show became so popular that it was inevitable that it would be targeted by some interested parties. It would be better to turn off the live broadcast in advance and let the heat settle overnight. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan got into the elevator while checking their phones. I plan to go back to my room and rest. Jiang Wanwan was scrolling back through the comments in the live broadcast room during her performance. Aha! Wanwan's eyes are killing me. Husband. Wanwan is my husband from now on. How can a woman acting as a man look so handsome? And this is without makeup. This is killing me. Fengzi is also my husband, Wanwan is also my husband. Well, both husbands are good, how should I choose? Only children make choices, I want them all. Are you worthy? Aren't you afraid of having 6 locks put on your head? Jiang Wanwan laughed so hard while watching this. But as I was having fun, my cell phone lost signal. Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to put down her phone. Watching the elevator go up floor by floor. Shen Feng stood beside her and suddenly whispered, "Someone calls you husband, are you quite happy?" Jiang Wanwan raised her little face proudly. "Yes, this is a recognition of my acting skills." Shen Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered, "But someone calls my wife husband, I'm a little unhappy, what should I do?" Jiang Wanwan blushed. She turned her head away from Shen Feng and muttered, "There are still people calling my husband hubby, I'm not happy about that either, what do you say I should do?" Shen Feng smiled and said, "How about this, I'll punish you and you'll punish me, a small punishment and a big warning." Before Jiang Wanwan could reply, Shen Feng kissed her on the side of the face. Then he smiled and said, "I have given my punishment, it is your turn." Jiang Wanwan blushed. "Reach out your hand." Holding Shen Feng's face. Caress Shen Feng's face for a while. Then, he pinched it hard. Shen Feng almost cried because of the pain. Until the elevator stopped, the two got off and returned to the room. Shen Feng was still covering his face.
Jiang Wanwan felt a little guilty when she saw this.
She was just too embarrassed to kiss Shin Feng in the elevator, so she pinched Shin Feng as if she was upset. I didn't expect Shin Feng is still in pain now.
Could it be that she used too much force? After thinking about it, Jiang Wanwan moved closer to Shin Feng and took his hand away from her face.
He stood on tiptoe, tilted his head back, and kissed the place where she had just pinched him.
Then he looked at Shin Feng pitifully and said, "Fengzi, are you feeling better now?"
"I'm sorry."
Shin Feng shook his head.
With a painful look on his face, he said, "Once is not enough, maybe I need to do it a few more times."
Jiang Wanwan thought about it again.
Then he picked up a vase on the table
and said pitifully,
Then I'll knock you out, and your face shouldn't hurt anymore."
Shin Feng. Why is his younger brother so violent?
Seeing that Shin Feng had calmed down, Jiang Wanwan smiled triumphantly. She knew that this guy was pretending. "You are too young to fight with her."
Jiang Wanwan put down the vase with a smile.
Then Shin Feng said, "Give me 2 kisses and I'll make you a burger tonight."
3 kisses and I'll make you a barbecue. Kiss 4 times and I'll give you a steak stew. Otherwise, just order takeout tonight. Jiang Wanwan picked up the vase again.
But Shin Feng had a heroic expression on his face. "If you knock me out, I won't be able to cook for you tonight."
Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, how can you be so disappointing? Are you going to be taken down by him over just one dinner? Jiang Wanwan thought to herself. Then he put the vase down and took a deep breath.
Forget it, just take it.
Who can resist delicious food?
She walked up to Shin Feng and kissed him 3 times on the face like a chick pecking at rice. Just when she was about to kiss him for the 4th time at the speed of light to end the battle, Shin Feng, who was originally sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly stretched out his hand. He hugged Jiang Wanwan in his arms. Then he turned over and lay on the bed.
Jiang Wanwan's already hot face turned even redder.
Before she could say anything, Shin Feng's kiss was already imprinted on her lips. Shin Feng had been enduring this kiss for a long time.
Jiang Wanwan performed really well today. It was so excellent that even Shin Feng was amazed.
This is his youngest brother.
Sure enough, it is more dazzling than the others. It was so dazzling that Shin Feng wished everyone would praise him. But I don't want anyone else to see it. This kiss lasted very long.
Jiang Wanwan felt her body was getting weak and powerless as she grew older.
Shin Feng then let her go.
Jiang Wanwan's eyes were filled with mist, and she said softly, Now, what should we eat tonight?"
"Are you going to have dinner tonight?"
Shin Feng brushed the messy hair away from her face and said, "Let's eat Jiang Wanwan tonight."
"What do you think?"
As he said that, Shin Feng was about to lean over and kiss her again. As a result, before the kiss ended, there was a knock on the door.
Shin Feng, who was interrupted, took a deep breath.
"After I sorted out my clothes, I left the bedroom and walked to the door of the suite.
Opened the door.
Outside the door, Jayatnan was looking at Shin Feng excitedly and said, "Brother Shin,
you are famous. You are famous."
Today, after the old movie star commented on Jiang Wanwan's acting skills, it attracted a lot of viewers. Those viewers who couldn't watch the live broadcast went to search for video clips. The little love song you sang with Wanwan before, the tacit guessing of the lyrics, the earthy love words, and your highlight performance today, etc. The number of views has soared, and several of them have become trending searches. Especially the part where you confessed your love in the hotel kitchen during the day, it's already gone viral. Oh, by the way, Brother Shin, are you and Wanwan really?
Jatnam had not yet finished his words.
Shin Feng slammed the door shut.
Jatnam looked at the closed door in front of him in astonishment and scratched his head. He wondered if he had said anything wrong. Why does Shin Feng seem so angry? After a little thought, Jatnam suddenly reacted. Could it be that Shin Feng was angry because he just wanted to say that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan might be a real couple? That must be the case.
Brother Shin confessed his love to Wanwan just for the sake of show effect.
In fact, he and Wanwan just have a pure brotherly relationship.
Brother Shin was angry because I misunderstood the pure friendship between them.
Jatnam felt that he had guessed the truth.
Shin Feng closed the door and returned to the suite, rubbing his forehead. He must have cheated Jatnam too many times before, so this was his retribution.
I will have to make more mistakes when I come back.
Thinking about it, Shin Feng decided to go back to the bedroom and continue with Jiang Wanwan.
But the bedroom door was locked.
Shin Feng knocked on the door, but there was no response.
One brother, open the door, let's go eat, okay? Shin Feng asked tentatively. No. I'm not hungry. Jiang Wanwan said. Then where do I sleep tonight? Aren't there 2 bedrooms in the suite? You can sleep in the other one. Shin Feng. Damn, I was careless.
If I had known this, I would have given this suite to Jatnan when I challenged him today. No matter how Shin Feng tried to persuade her, Jiang Wanwan just refused to open the door. Be firm in attitude and resolute in will.
It seems that I can only use that trick.
Shin Feng murmured and left the suite silently.
Chapter 59. Let us make it official. Chapter 59. Let us announce it officially. Hotel kitchen. Shin Feng bought some ingredients and cooked a few dishes for Jiang Wanwan.
Because it is not recording time now, Shin Feng can spend his own money to buy things. He specially bought the best ingredients from the kitchen. After Shin Feng prepared the dishes, he brought them upstairs. Then they were placed one plate after another in front of Jiang Wanwan's locked door. Shin Feng knocked on the door and said, "The dishes are ready. We have your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs.
Come out and eat." I won't eat it.
You are so evil, Fengzi, and you have bad intentions towards me.
I won't be fooled into opening the door for you. Jiang Wanwan in the room muttered.
The dishes Shin Feng cooked tonight were all full of fragrance.
Even through the door, the fragrance still drifted into Jiang Wanwan's room. Jiang Wanwan was very greedy when she smelled it. But she still showed her determination for once.
This Fengzi just made it clear that she wanted to do something weird. Although Jiang Wanwan was not opposed to doing this or that with Shin Feng. But this is a hotel after all, and we are recording a show outside.
Jiang Wanwan doesn't like this kind of environment. Shin Feng outside the door said helplessly, "Wan Gu, I was wrong. I was too impulsive just now. I won't do that now. Aren't you hungry? Open the door and come out to eat." "No. At least until tomorrow morning, I won't open the door." Seeing that Jiang Wanwan was so determined, Shin Feng had no choice. He could only take out from his pocket a piece of wire that he had just asked Uncle Li for in the kitchen. He poked it into the keyhole of the room. In fact, he just went downstairs, and his real purpose was not to eat these dishes. But it's this piece of wire. It's a shame to say. When Shin Feng had nothing to do, he also learned how to pick locks. Although I haven't reached that advanced level where I can travel around the entire community with just a bowl of instant noodles. But the level is pretty good. The wire swung up and down in the keyhole. With a click sound, the door of Jiang Wanwan's room was pried open by Shin Feng. Shin Feng was about to push the door open. As soon as I pushed the door open, I heard a ouch sound from behind the door. Just now Jiang Wanwan heard Shin Feng stop talking and wondered what Shin Feng was going to do next. So I ran to the door and planned to eavesdrop. Shin Feng suddenly opened the door and hit Jiang Wanwan's head directly. Jiang Wanwan squatted on the ground, covering her head with her hands in pain. Shin Feng didn't expect this either. He hurried forward and squatted beside Jiang Wanwan. Rubbing her head, he asked, "Wangu, I didn't notice you behind the door just now. Does it hurt?" Jiang Wanwan looked at Shin Feng aggrievedly and nodded. "Shall I give you a blowjob?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Shall I give you some ice?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head again. "So how can you feel better?" Jiang Wanwan didn't say anything. But her stomach growled. Jiang Wanwan glared at Shin Feng with a red face. "Do you understand?" Shin Feng laughed out loud, picked her up and placed her on the rattan chair next to the round table in the bedroom. Several more dishes were brought in. Jiang Wanwan blushed and started to eat the ribs. While eating, she glanced at Shin Feng secretly. Then he asked in a low voice, how come you can even pick a lock?" "I learned a few tricks just in case," Shin Feng said. "What are you worried about? Are you afraid that you'll forget to bring your keys?" "No, I'm afraid that one day I'll piss you off and you'll put a ring lock on my bike." Jiang Wanwan. This joke can't be overcome, right? She snorted and took 2 more mouthfuls of rice. He mumbled vaguely, "You just irritated me, you know that." Shin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I know, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. I'm not saying that it won't work in the future, I just want you to pay attention to your environment." Jiang Wanwan's voice became smaller and smaller. "At least in our home." Having said this, Jiang Wanwan no longer dared to look at Shin Feng. She covered her red face by eating hard. Shin Feng smiled and nodded. Okay, then wait until we get home. Jiang Wanwan ate a few more mouthfuls of rice.
But vaguely. Shin Feng heard Jiang Wanwan say After dinner, Shin Feng cleaned up the dishes. When he finished cleaning up, he found Jiang Wanwan sitting on the bed, browsing her phone. His eyes were shining and he looked very excited. Seeing Shin Feng coming back, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly called out, Fingzi, come and see.
We are really famous this time.
Although Shin Feng had just heard Jatnan say it once.
But he still pretended to be curious, stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? What happened?
Jiang Wanwan handed the phone to Shin Feng and said, after the old actor forwarded our show, many passers-by started searching for clips related to our show. Then those fans in the Penghu Bay topic started to recommend our previous videos to others. Now the number of views of Little Love Song has exceeded 1 million, and your Weibo followers have exceeded 200,000.
It hasn't even been a week since your debut. Jiang Wanwan was very excited. Shin Feng checked Weibo and saw that there were many new people in the topic of Penghu Bay.
And those old fans of Penghu Bay are promoting his and Jiang Wanwan's videos in various ways. Not only has the number of views of the Little Love Song soared, but even some video clips that were just released today have hundreds of thousands of views. For example, the segment where Jiang Wanwan's performance was highly praised by award-winning actor Zhou Yilin had a higher number of views, reaching 700,000. Shin Feng first inferred the floor where the room was located based on the light in the room, and then quickly solved a competition-level high-level math problem. The video, as well as the video of conversations in multiple languages, also had more than 100,000 views. Whether they are fans or passers-by, their opinions of Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng are extremely high. I used to think Jiang Wanwan was just a traffic star, but now I realize that this is all prejudice.
Wanwan is too strong.
I am already over 40 years old, and I have never chased after any other star except Zhou Yilin.
Now I want to chase after Jiang Wanwan. She really has the feeling of Zhou Yilin.
She is not only beautiful, but also a great singer and actress.
She is a real star. Is Shin Feng really a new artist who just debuted?
He sang this Little Love Song without accompaniment or reverberation so beautifully.
I was stunned.
Fingzi is so handsome, he is proficient in so many languages and is also so good at math, he is a super academic master. If young people were chasing after these stars, there would be no need to regulate fan clubs now. These are all positive stars.
I am obsessed with this couple, I am obsessed with them. I have never chased such an interesting couple.
Although I just got into the game today, I still want to shout out, the Circle Lock couple YYDS.
The reviews online are almost one-sided.
Even if there are black fans or water armies,
it's almost impossible to start. Because there is really almost nothing to criticize about Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
As an actress, Jiang Wanwan's acting skills can be praised by veteran movie stars. Just for this reason, no haters dare to criticize her.
If you criticize Jiang Wanwan, isn't that the same as criticizing the old actor for his poor vision?
As a newcomer who just debuted, Shin Feng is handsome, has strong singing ability, is proficient in multiple languages, and is also strong in mathematics.
Some internet trolls wanted to discredit him, but his fans responded with, "Are you half as good as him?"
The Navy was silenced on the spot. Even though Shin Feng only has 200,000 fans now, he cannot compare with those big stars with hundreds of millions of fans. However, no one can tell how many fakes there are among those stars, how many robots and how many dead fans there are. But Shin Feng's 200,000 fans are all real living fans.
No water added.
The fighting power of this group of active fans is quite strong.
Shin Feng was browsing Weibo and a smile slowly appeared on his face.
He returned the phone to Jiang Wanwan. He took out his mobile phone again and forwarded a video using the Weibo account that the company had applied for him. As soon as Jiang Wanwan picked up the phone, she heard a ding-dong sound.
Someone at her on Weibo.
She clicked on it and found that it was Shin Feng.
Shin Feng forwarded a video and specifically at her. Jiang Wanwan clicked on the video in confusion.
The little face immediately turned red. The clip in the video was the scene where Shin Feng held her hand and confessed his love to her in the kitchen in the afternoon.
We will definitely be very happy in the future.
Shin Feng in the video spoke clearly and firmly. Before Jiang Wanwan could come to her senses, Shin Feng in front of her had already moved close to her. He whispered in her ear, "We will definitely be very happy in the future. So, my late brother.
Let's make it official." Chapter 60. This is the power of your elder brother. Chapter 60. This is the power of your late brother. Tonight, the topic of Penghu Bei has exploded. First, Shenfeng forwarded the video in which he confessed his love to Jiang Wanwan. I reposted the video of my confession, which in itself is no different from an official announcement. But before the CPs in the circle could get excited, a bigger piece of news came down. A few minutes after Shenfeng forwarded the video, Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan posted another Weibo at the same time. Shenfeng from Lanyu Entertainment at Wan Brother Wan, do you want to walk the road together in the future? Picture. Jiang Wanwan when it's Shenfeng, I don't want to go with you, I want you to carry me on your back. Picture. Just looking at the interaction between these two people, there are already problems. But the picture they posted is the real problem. Both of them followed their Weibo posts with a picture. The pictures are exactly the same. They are all photos of the marriage certificate. This is obviously an official announcement, and it is a certified official announcement. The CP fans of the Chuansua couple and the passers-by fans who just started paying attention to Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan today are all excited. I really did catch up with her, I really did catch up with her. Ahahaha, I can't stand it. Ever since Shenfeng confessed his love to me this afternoon, I felt that there must be something wrong between them. I didn't expect that they were both confirmed to be people with a history of sexual misconduct. These two people have their certificates. Can the production team shoot some scenes that are not suitable for children for us adults to watch in the future? No, Shenfeng is obviously my husband. I just became a fan of him today, so how come he has already made it official? Aren't they good brothers? They made the official announcement, what should we, the buddy fans, do? I don't agree. They are a perfect match made in heaven, how can you, a monster, object to this? Just a passerby, I just watched their clip today, they are really a good match, blessings. Hashtag this trending search quickly jumped to the top 10 on Weibo. CP fans are partying, brother fans are wailing, and passerby fans are blessing. Even veteran movie star Zhou Yilin reposted their Weibo posts and sent his blessings. While the entire Weibo community was in an uproar. Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan were leaning against each other. He looked seriously at the cell phone in front of him, which was on speakerphone. Sister Lin's loud voice came from the phone. Shenfeng. Jiang Wanwan. Do you two want to rebel? Last time Jiang Wanwan posted her marriage certificate, I almost died of worry, but this time you two announced it together. You didn't inform me when you got the marriage certificate before, and you didn't inform me when you made the official announcement this time. Every time I only know about it after the fact, so I, as your agent, am responsible for cleaning up your mess. Jiang Wanwan whispered, yes. Jiang Wanwan. Sister Lin roared, haven't you learned your lesson from the last breach of contract fee? How dare you do this again? Jiang Wanwan closed her mouth.
Shenfeng said, Sister Lin, according to the contract, Wanwan only needs to pay the company liquidated damages if it may cause negative public opinion impact. This time we made the official announcement, not only did it not have any negative impact, but there were so many people supporting it, and it also had a positive impact on the company.
The company won't ask us to pay for breach of contract, right? Besides, both Wanwan and I are very popular right now. Especially Wanwan, who was reviewed by the veteran actor. The company is eager to find ways to improve the relationship with Wanwan and renew the contract. How could they ask Wanwan for compensation?
After Shenfeng finished speaking, Sister Lin was silent for a moment.
Then she snorted coldly and said, you dare to make such a bold official announcement just because you know that the company won't cause you any trouble, right? Certainly. Sister Lin sighed.
Indeed, the company doesn't dare to cause trouble for you, and has even been urging me to find a way to renew the contract with you.
But I still want to say that if you have such important matters in the future, could you please discuss it with me first? I am an old man, please don't bother my little heart anymore. Jiang Wanwan quickly smiled and said ingratiatingly, Sister Lin, you are still young. Besides, there won't be anything like this happening again in the future. We will only make an official announcement once anyway. That's true. Never mind. I don't want to pursue this with you guys anymore. Sister Lin hung up the phone again. Then, a message from Sister Lin popped up on Jiang Wanwan's WeChat.
Jiang Wanwan opened it and found that it was a red envelope sent by Sister Lin.
There was another sentence following it. Silly girl, congratulations on finding your other half. I wish you happiness. Sister Lin is really something.
She scolds her, but she still cares about her in her heart.
Zhang Wanwan accepted the red envelope with a smile. Click to take a look. 6.66 yuan. Zhang Wanwan's smile suddenly froze.
She was about to type a question to Sister Lin when she saw that Shin Feng had also received Sister Lin's WeChat message.
But what Shin Feng gave here is not a red envelope. It's WeChat transfer. 6,666.66 yuan. Zhang Wanwan's smile disappeared completely. Biased. Just when Zhang Wanwan was feeling aggrieved by Sister Lin's discriminatory treatment, another caller ID popped up on her phone.
When Zhang Wanwan saw this, her eyes became even darker. She was about to answer the call, but her phone was taken away by Shin Feng.
Zhang Wanwan was stunned.
Shin Feng nodded at her and said with a smile, "Leave it to me." Having said that, Shin Feng took his cell phone and walked out of the bedroom.
Answered the phone. Wanwan. What's wrong with you? Did you really get married to Shin Feng?
Why didn't you tell us such a big thing? Zhang Zhe's angry voice was heard from the other end of the phone.
Shin Feng closed the bedroom door and walked to the balcony of the suite.
Looking at the night view of Lanyu County outside the window, he slowly said, "Uncle, I am Shin Feng." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Zhe was stunned. Just when Shin Feng thought that Zhang Zhe would become even angrier,
Zhang Zhe's voice suddenly became calmer. Shin Feng, I haven't talked to you for a while. Do you remember what I said to you last time? I said you shouldn't be with Wanwan. You don't deserve her. Shin Feng nodded.
Then he said sincerely, "Uncle, you are right. I was indeed not worthy of Wanwan at that time.
But now I believe that I can give her happiness. I know that my uncle doesn't think highly of my family background and abilities. I hope he can give me some time. In a month, I will give uncle a gift.
Then he will understand that I am not exaggerating."
Zhang Zhe wanted to say something.
After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly changed his mind. The tone changed from being calm before to becoming somewhat arrogant.
Okay then, I'll wait for your gift, but don't brag. If you can really prove that you can make Wanwan happy, then I am willing to hand Wanwan over to you.
After saying that, Zhang Zhe hung up the phone. Su Yan, who was beside him, was watching the edited video of Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan with a smile on her face.
While asking, "What's the matter?" Was it Fengzi who answered the phone? Zhang Zhe nodded. Su Yan pushed him and said, "Then why don't you explain it clearly to Fengzi?"
Zhang Zhe smiled bitterly and said, "Shin Feng himself said that he would give me a gift in a month to prove that he can bring happiness to Wanwan.
Since he is so ambitious, I must give him some encouragement." Hey, how come you read so much while I was on the phone? Go back a little, I haven't finished reading the last one yet.
As Zhang Zhe spoke, he rewound the video that Su Yan was watching a lot. In fact, at the beginning, Zhang Zhe and Su Yan were extremely opposed to Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan being together. In the first 2 days when Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng appeared on the variety show, Zhang Zhe even acted as Shin Feng's black fan and caused trouble in the live broadcast room. But slowly, I watched the live broadcast day by day. Zhang Zhe and Su Yan's moods changed. In front of them, Zhang Wanwan always appeared honest, gentle, and obedient. But they rarely saw Zhang Wanwan smile in front of them. They always thought that Wanwan was just like that. Until I saw the live broadcast. Zhang Zhe and Su Yan only then realized that their daughter had such a cheerful, cute, and spoiled side. And Shin Feng was nice enough to Zhang Wanwan during the live broadcast, tolerant enough, even overly doting.
Zhang Zhe and Su Yan are experienced people.
They certainly hope that their daughter can find a rich and powerful man and live a better life. But at the same time, they also hope that their daughter can find someone who is truly suitable.
Obviously, Shin Feng is the right person.
So after following the live broadcast for a few days, Zhang Zhe and Su Yan had actually tacitly agreed to Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan being together. In the past 2 days, they have even started following various video clips. He started to support his daughter and Shin Feng as a couple.
There's no way, it's just too interesting.
The reason why Zhang Zhe called Zhang Wanwan angrily today was not because he opposed Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng being together. He was just a little unhappy why his daughter didn't tell him such an important thing earlier.
My mood is actually similar to Sister Lin's.
When he found out that the person who answered the phone was not Zhang Wanwan, but Shin Feng. Zhang Zhe originally wanted to admit his mistake and apologize to Shin Feng. Tell Shin Feng that what he said last time was wrong and that Shin Feng is worthy of Zhang Wanwan. Unexpectedly, before he even apologized, Shin Feng started talking a lot. He also said that he wanted to prove that he was worthy of Jiang Wanwan.
Since Shin Feng said so himself, Jiang Jia didn't explain anymore.
He also wanted to see what Shin Feng's abilities were.
After answering the phone, Shin Feng returned to the room. Jiang Wanwan looked at him worriedly and asked, "Did my dad say anything unpleasant?" "No, don't worry."
Shin Feng rubbed her head. "I'm here, I'll take care of it."
Jiang Wanwan nodded and then yawned loudly. Seeing this, Shin Feng said, "Are you sleepy? You didn't get enough rest yesterday.
If you are sleepy, go to sleep first.
You have to get up early to complete the mission tomorrow."
"All right."
Jiang Wanwan lay on the bed. Shin Feng wanted to lie next to Jiang Wanwan, but Jiang Wanwan rolled over and took Shin Feng's seat.
He glared at Shin Feng and said, "Go sleep in the other bedroom tonight."
Shin Feng was stunned. "We just made it official, are you going to separate?"
Jiang Wanwan blushed. Just today, I need you to calm down.
Anyway, you can't sleep with me. Do you hear me?
Seeing Jiang Wanwan's face baring her teeth as if she was about to bite someone, Shin Feng could only leave the bedroom helplessly. Jiang Wanwan slammed the door shut and locked it. They also confiscated Shin Feng's wire. Shin Feng looked at the closed door and always felt a little pitiful for himself.
On the night of the official announcement, CP fans on Weibo were partying. He, the person involved, wants to separate from Wanwan? No, absolutely not. Shin Feng thought about it. Finally, he pulled out his cell phone.
I found an audio ghost story and turned the volume up to the maximum. Standing at the door of Jiang Wanwan's room, he listened.
5 minutes later, Jiang Wanwan opened the door with red eyes and pulled Shin Feng in. Shin Feng smiled. This is the power of wisdom.
But he didn't have time to feel proud. Then I saw Jiang Wanwan found some ropes from somewhere. They just tied him up tightly and threw him on the bed. This is the power of your late brother. Afterwards, Jiang Wanwan also lay down on the bed, hugged Shin Feng as a pillow, and fell asleep.
Shin Feng. Shin Feng? Chapter 61 New Mission officially begins. Chapter 61 New Mission officially begins. Jiang Wanwan slept very comfortably and peacefully. The next morning, I woke up full of energy to greet the sunshine.
Poor Shin Feng, he was tied up for the whole night.
I feel numb. It's really numb.
After Jiang Wanwan untied him, it took him a long time to return to normal.
Jiang Wanwan felt guilty seeing this. Fengzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tied you up for so long. Shin Feng sighed, it's okay, I shouldn't have scared you. Well, so next time you scare me, I'll just knock you out. Jiang Wanwan said. Shin Feng. I stretched my muscles and freshened up a bit. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan went downstairs.
In the hotel lobby, the production crew was already waiting. Director Chen was so happy when he saw Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan coming over.
Xiaoshun, Wanwan, come on, have you had breakfast? I brought you some. Jiang Wanwan looked at the breakfast handed to her by Director Chen in astonishment. After a moment, he looked at Director Chen and asked, "Did aliens capture you and transform your body, or are you possessed by a ghost?" Director Chen waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about, Wanwan? Come and have dinner with Xiao Shen." At this moment, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu's group also came down. Seeing the breakfast in Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan's hands, Chen Lu excitedly asked Director Chen, "Director Chen, are we serving breakfast today?" You know, when they were recording the show before, they had to take care of their own breakfast. They often can't afford breakfast because they have no money. Director Chen's face immediately fell. What are you thinking? This is a survival dating show, why are we giving out breakfast? But Wanwan and Brother Shen.
Chen Lu pointed at the breakfast in their hands. That's what they just found in the hall. If you have the ability to pick it up, go pick it up too. Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu were both dumbfounded. Can you find McDonald's breakfast sets in the hotel lobby? Or is it packaged, 1 piece or 2 pieces? Director Chen, you are fooling fools. Jiang Wanwan was chewing on a hamburger, looking at Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu who were looking at them with envy, and she felt a little bit sorry for them. She thinks she is a kind person. How could she do such a thing as eating alone while others watched? So Jiang Wanwan made up her mind. Ran to a corner and ate secretly. Shin Feng squatted beside her and asked while eating, "What are you doing here?" "I am a kind person and I can't bear to let them just watch but not eat. So let's just not let them see it at all." Shin Feng. The two of them quickly finished the breakfast given by Director Chen.
In fact, Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng both understood why Director Chen was so enthusiastic today.
Yesterday, Zhou Yilin reposted the live broadcast room for Zhang Wanwan, which in itself brought huge traffic to the program team.
Last night, Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng's official announcement once again became a hot topic on Weibo.
So even before the show officially started today, there were already many people waiting in front of the live broadcast room. Director Chen has been shooting variety shows for so long, but he has never seen so many audiences. Now he can't wait to worship Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan. After breakfast, Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan returned to the program crew. At this moment, Jiang Wei and Meng Yan had also gone downstairs. Both of them greeted Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan and congratulated them. Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan made their official announcement last night, and Jiang Wei and Meng Yan both reposted the Weibo to express their blessings. To be honest, they had never thought that Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan were actually witnesses.
They are a genuine couple.
You two got married at such a young age, but we are still single.
I feel a little sad when I think about it, Meng Yan said to Zhang Wanwan with a smile.
Ever since seeing Zhang Wanwan's acting skills yesterday, Meng Yan's attitude towards Zhang Wanwan has changed 180 degrees. The way he looks at Zhang Wanwan now is like looking at his own sister.
Zhang Wanwan chatted with Meng Yan, while Jiang Wei found Shin Feng.
He patted Shin Feng on the shoulder and said, "Shin Feng, you're amazing.
You dared to make an official announcement right after your debut." Shin Feng spread his hands. "What's so great about this? Do you know that many popular celebrities dare not expose their love affairs for fear of losing their wife and girlfriend fans?"
Shin Feng laughed when he heard this and said, "My fans all became fans of me after watching this variety show.
Most of them are fans of my couple Wanwan and I. When Wanwan and I made the official announcement, they were so happy.
But it will be hard for you to attract more girlfriends after this. You are an all-round newcomer who is also handsome and has a bright future ahead of you,"
Jiang Wei said. Shin Feng shrugged. "I don't want to attract girlfriend fans or anything like that. I just have one Wanwan and that's enough for me." Jiang Wei thought about it.
Finally, he gave Shin Feng a thumbs up. "Good boy, you are really different from those young handsome guys.
I will definitely contact you and Wanwan when there is a movie to be filmed.
Don't complain that my status is too low, you must show some favor."
Shin Feng smiled and nodded.
Be it Jiang Wei or Meng Yan, Chen Lu, Zhao Tianshu, Zhao Tenan, and Li Tingting are also good. In fact, they are not bad people. Although they are not of high status, they are all pretty nice people.
It's great to be able to make these friends when I first enter the entertainment industry. Soon, Jatn and Li heard that group also came downstairs. Li Tingting seemed to be in good spirits. But Jatnam is a bit miserable.
At this moment, he had dark circles under his eyes and looked like he had not yet woken up. And the expression on his face was particularly ugly. Seeing this, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but complain, "Xiao Jia, why do you look like someone who lost money in gambling and couldn't sleep all night?" When Jayatnan heard this, he immediately looked at Zhang Wanwan.
"Are you a fortune teller?" Zhang Wanwan? She just said it casually, and it turned out to be right. "Xiao Jia, how can you gamble? Don't you have any idea about your luck?"
Jayatnan said in a crying voice, "This has nothing to do with my luck, it's all your and Shin Feng's fault."
Zhang Wanwan was stunned. Blame her and Shin Feng? What did they do? Yesterday I went to see Shin Feng. Just when I was about to ask him if he and Zhang Wanwan were really a couple, Shin Feng directly closed the door. Jayatnan pointed at Shin Feng and complained, he looked very angry. It was obvious that he didn't like me saying that they were a real couple. I thought at the time that their love was purely brotherly, and they deliberately expressed their love in front of the camera to cater to the audience. There are fans of yours in the game group I play, so I said in the group that you two must be brothers. But someone in the group argued with me, insisting that Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan are real, and even said he wanted to bet with me. Jatnan wiped his eyes and said, "I thought I had first-hand information and I would definitely not lose to him, so I made a bet with him." Zhang Wanwan looked at Jayatnan. "What did you bet with him? Was it really money?" "It's not the money, it's the equipment in my game. I spent more than 10,000 to get this godly equipment. It's full of my hard work. And then we just made the bet not long ago. You two actually made it official. And we even have a marriage certificate." Jayatnan grabbed Shin Feng's arm. "My divine suit. It was given away with a snap. It was given away." Shinfeng, why did you lie to me? Woo woo woo. Shinfeng helplessly shook his arm away. She looked at him seriously and said, when did I lie to you? Did I say in person that Zhang Wanwan and I have a pure brotherly relationship? You've made up too much of yourself, can you blame others?
As he spoke, Shinfeng thought of yesterday again. When I thought about how I almost did this or that with Wanwan yesterday, but was interrupted by this guy Jatnan. Shinfeng added another sentence.
You deserve it. Jatnam burst into tears again.
After Jatnan calmed down, Director Chen officially started the live broadcast. The audience who had been waiting in the live broadcast room were all excited.
Today is the weekend, so there are a lot of people here.
In addition, there was the traffic from Zhou Yilan's Best Actor Award yesterday, and the official announcement of Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan last night. So early in the morning, nearly 150,000 people crowded into the live broadcast room. Don't underestimate the big anchors on the live streaming platforms, who can gain millions of fans every time they broadcast. But popularity does not represent the number of people. For those anchors with millions of popularity, the real-time online audience is often only tens of thousands of people.
It's completely incomparable to the number of viewers of Let's Start Dating today.
The dating live broadcast room has really become popular this time. Director Chen also knew that there would be a lot of people in the live broadcast room today. Therefore, he had carefully prepared for today's challenge. Everyone, the variety show date has been going on for many episodes. Many viewers said that our survival and love variety show is good enough in terms of survival, but not enough in terms of love. Director Chen smiled slightly, so your tasks today will all be related to love. Please invite all the guests to come here to receive the task cards.
Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan received their mission cards.
And their tasks were all played in the live broadcast room. Seeing the two people's common mission and secret mission, the audience in the live broadcast room cheered.
Director Chen is awesome. This is what we want to see.
As expected of a group that has obtained a marriage license, the standards are different from other groups.
I'm new here. Is this secret mission so exciting right from the start?
It has finally changed from a survival variety show to a love variety show.
Is this the power of official announcement? On the screen, Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan's joint task was normal. In the mall, choose a way to express your love to your partner. But a secret mission is not normal.
Zhang Wanwan's secret mission is, have your partner carry you like a princess as you visit 5 stores in the mall.
And Shinfeng's secret mission is, take your partner to the designated fitting room and kiss your partner in the fitting room. Chapter 62, You Want to Teach My Fingzi, Are You Qualified? Chapter 62, You Want to Teach My Fingzi, Are You Qualified? Lanyu County, Qianda Shopping Plaza.
This is a project that Lanyu County has invested heavily in recent years, and it has finally entered the trial operation stage. During the trial operation period, entry to Qianda Shopping Plaza is limited to 1,000 people per day. People from the dating program team are also among the 1,000 places. When the 4 groups of guests arrived at the shopping mall, except for the group of Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan, the first thing the other 3 groups did was, they all went straight to the dining area on the 6th floor of the shopping mall and had breakfast. What kind of survival did you say?
You're eating breakfast right away. What kind of survival is this?
Yes, shouldn't survival be more difficult? Look at Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan, they didn't go to have breakfast. This is the survival spirit of the program team.
There are many new audiences today.
Therefore, when new viewers saw the 3 groups of guests going straight to the dining area to eat breakfast, they felt that it went against the meaning of the word survival in the survival love variety show.
Shouldn't survival be a hard life?
At this moment, an old audience came out to explain carefully. These are the experiences they have summarized in the past few days. Eat a full breakfast, complete the secret mission in the morning to earn some extra bonus, use the bonus to buy lunch to fill your stomach, and wait for the subsidy from the program team for dinner. Only in this way can they survive the day with the least amount of money possible. When the new audience heard this, some of them felt that it made some sense.
But some people don't understand. Then why don't Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan eat breakfast?
I don't know about that, because generally speaking, Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan are the ones who eat the most and the richest breakfast.
Maybe they have no appetite today. Director Chen couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this comment. Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan indeed ate the most and the richest. The McDonald's meal for 2 people cost about 20 to 30 yuan each.
Let us take a look at the other 3 groups of guests. Either he was munching on a sesame bun that cost 1 renminbi and 50 cents each, or he was eating a tea egg that cost 1 renminbi each. Even so, their faces were still filled with happy smiles. After all, this price is really cheap compared to tourist towns. There are also new viewers who are curious. Are these guests really that miserable? This is just a variety show, you can't really let the guests go hungry, right? When Director Chen saw this comment, he immediately asked someone to put the remaining funds of several groups of guests on the screen.
The first things to appear were the assets of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Penghu Bei combo, 125 yuan. A little over 100 yuan a day? You still call that survival? You have too high expectations for the quality of life. That's right, I can survive for 5 days with this 100 bucks. Your program crew's survival gimmick is a bit fake. When the new audience saw it, they found that the two of them had assets totaling more than 100 yuan. I immediately felt that the program crew's survival was too fake. Boring. Then they saw the assets of the remaining 3 groups of guests. Unpleasant combination, 6.5 yuan. Mighty combination, 5.5 yuan. Tianlu combination, 2.5 yuan. The new audience was silent. After a while, a new viewer asked, is it because one digit is missing or the decimal point is in the wrong place? What is the situation with that $2.50? The old audience was shocked to see the new audience members. It feels like seeing country people coming to the city. Tisk, it's not missing any. These are the real assets of the other 3 groups of guests. You can go watch Zhao Tianshu and Chen Luo's group yourself. They both had to break a pancake into 2 halves before eating it. Those who said before that they didn't want to survive, please come out and say something. New audience, I understand the reason, but I want to know why Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have so much money. Old audience, silly boy, I recommend you to watch yesterday's recording and the video clip of the Penghu Bei group fraud record, then you will know why they have more money. Also, remember, in this show, the Penghu Bei group is responsible for the love part, and the remaining 3 groups are responsible for the survival part. While old viewers are gradually leading new viewers to understand the program. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already taken a quick walk around the shopping mall. During this period, I met their fans several times. Even though Tianda Shopping Plaza is only open for trial operation this time, it only allows 1,000 people in every day. But in fact, a considerable number of these people came for the show Let's Start Dating Today. Ah, Fengzi's husband, Wanwan's husband. You are both my husbands, you must be happy woo woo woo. Just like now. A little girl wearing glasses was screaming excitedly at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan the groundhog. This attracted the attention of several shop owners nearby. I've been following the show since the beginning. At that time, I thought you two must be real. I'm so happy. Can you two kiss in front of me? No, you can even hug me. As long as you can hug me, I'm willing to do anything. The girl yelled. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng looked at each other. Then the two hugged each other. This caused the little girl to scream again. She looked at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan with shining eyes, but saw Shin Feng go to the shop next door to get a piece of paper and a pen. The little girl thought Shin Feng was going to give her an autograph. She was even more excited. As a result, I saw Shin Feng writing on paper for a long time. It was a full 5 minutes later that Shin Feng handed her the paper. The little girl looked down. I found that there was an advanced math problem on the paper. Didn't you say you'd do anything? Shin Feng smiled and looked at the little girl. Looking at your age, you should be a college student, right? Then solve this problem. Little girl? Looking at the dazed expression on the little girl's face, everyone in the comments was laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, the girls are all dumbfounded. Just now I was jealous, why this sister could see Fengzi and Wanwan hugging each other in person, now I am not jealous at all. When Fengzi kept writing on the paper, I realized something was wrong. I can only say that he is worthy of it. What is a positive energy star? Other stars will only make you spend money to get on the charts, and will only trick you into buying albums to support endorsements, but Shin Feng is different, he will only force you to do questions ha ha ha. If I answer a question and my favorite couple hugs me, I will definitely get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. After watching the fan walk away with the advanced math problems, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan took another walk around the shopping mall. They are looking for ways to accomplish a common task. Their common task is to choose a way to express their love to their partner in the mall.
Since you are choosing your method in a shopping mall, verbal confession and the like will definitely not work.
There is a confession wall on the first floor of the shopping mall.
But Shin Feng felt that it was a bit cliché. Just as he was thinking about how to better express his love, Shin Feng heard the sound of piano coming from the hall on the first floor. There was a piano in the hall, and Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan saw it as soon as they arrived.
It was obviously a demonstration piano for guests to play.
At this time, before displaying the piano, a young man was striking the keys, playing a piano piece that sounded extremely fast. The audience in the live broadcast room also heard this song.
Is this person playing blindly? Why does the music sound so strange? Someone couldn't help but ask. Someone who knows piano wants to explain.
But before they could type, Shin Feng's voice was heard in the live broadcast room.
It's Flight of the Bumblebee. Damn, my brother Feng also knows how to play the piano? It's really Flight of the Bumblebee. Fengzi is an expert. This is so fast.
I heard that the faster you play Flight of the Bumblebee, the better it is.
Is this person a professional?
Although it's not quite accurate to say that the faster the better, this person is definitely showing off his skills.
I think he looks like the internet celebrity on TikTok, the one who plays the piano, Lee something?
Before Fengzi came, this guy didn't seem to play, but when Fengzi came, he started playing.
Is he trying to take advantage of Fengzi and Wanwan's popularity?
Shin Feng didn't think too much about it like the barrage. Just seeing this young man playing the piano, an idea came to Shin Feng's mind. That is, I can use the piano to express my love to Wanwan.
So he waited by the piano,
waiting for the young man to finish playing Flight of the Bumblebee. Shin Feng originally thought that this person would give up his seat after playing a song.
Unexpectedly, the young man not only did not move away.
Instead, he turned to look at Shin Feng and raised his eyebrows provocatively.
I recognize you. You are that someone, Shin Feng, right? The one who has been a little popular recently. My name is Li Jiayu.
I have more than 700,000 followers on Douyin.
I should be more popular than you. The young man said, looking towards the camera again and saying hello.
Dear viewers, please remember to follow me on TikTok. Remember, my name is Li Jiayu.
I am the star you deserve to follow. Damn, is our Penghubei live broadcast room a place to advertise for you? This guy is so arrogant, over 700,000 fans are so amazing? Can you have as many fans as Fengzi?
Damn, it seems that he actually has more fans than Fengzi.
What do you mean you are the good star worth chasing after? Does it mean Fengzi is not worthy? With your quality, can you be considered a good star? Today's internet celebrities will do anything to gain popularity.
Shin Feng didn't care about Li Jiayu's attitude, nor did he care whether he was trying to take advantage of the popularity to advertise.
Shin Feng just asked, now that you've finished playing, can you make room for me? I want to use this piano.
Li Jiayu chuckled. He stood up slowly and said in a neutral tone, okay, I'll make room for the great star Shin.
But not everyone can play the piano.
If Mr. Shin doesn't know how to play, I can teach you.
Fuck, why is this guy so weird? I just want to beat him up. I think Fengzi didn't do anything to him, so who is he being so weird for? Is this how you take advantage of others' popularity?
It's okay to advertise in other people's live broadcast room, but you have to speak in this tone. If you scold him, his goal will be achieved. Internet celebrities like him are here to be scolded. The more you scold him, the higher his popularity will be, and the happier he will be. Some smart people have realized that Li Jiayu is deliberately trying to stir up trouble and get scolded.
This is what internet celebrities are like nowadays.
In order to become famous, they would even do things like stealing disaster relief lifeboats for show. There are many people like Li Jiayu who deliberately stir up trouble to attract attention on the internet. For these internet celebrities, being black and red is also red.
As long as there is traffic and popularity, there is money to be made.
Shin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He originally wanted to ignore this guy, sit down quietly, and play a song for Jiang Wanwan.
But Jiang Wanwan couldn't bear it anymore.
She pushed Shin Feng aside and sat on the piano chair herself.
He stared at Li Jiayu and said, you want to teach my Fengzi, right? Don't you think you are qualified? As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan's hands were already on the piano.
When she played the prelude, the audience in front of the live broadcast room were stunned.
It's exactly the same song that Li Jiayu played just now. It's Flight of the Bumblebee again.
But Jiang Wanwan's speed seemed to be a little slower.
Li Jiayu smiled. You're so slow, and you still ask me if I'm qualified? You're not even qualified to compete with me.
He had just finished speaking.
Jiang Wanwan, speed up. Chapter 63, to Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 63 to Jiang Wanwan.
It took Li Jiayu 1 minute and 20 seconds to play Flight of the Bumblebee.
But Jiang Wanwan only took 1 minute and 10 seconds. Even though the time difference is only 10 seconds.
But just because of these 10 seconds, the style of the entire song seems to have changed. If Li Jiayu's Flight of the Bumblebee is a little bee happily collecting honey, Jiang Wanwan's Flight of the Wild Bee is about a disturbed poisonous bee that is ready to sting people. The difference in sound is extremely obvious. After playing a song, Jiang Wanwan rubbed her sore fingers and looked at Li Jiayu coldly.
I haven't played it for a long time. My hands are not used to it. Otherwise, I could play it faster. Come on, can you give me some pointers?
To be honest, Jiang Wanwan also knew that Li Jiayu was here just to stir up trouble and gain popularity.
But she just couldn't stand Li Jiayu's attitude toward Shinfeng.
She just didn't want her Fengzi to suffer in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room.
Want to be popular and want to stir up trouble? Okay, I'll accompany you. Jiang Wanwan learned to play the piano after Shinfeng passed away in her previous life.
During that time, she almost became a machine that lived for filming. At that time, there was a play that required the heroine to be able to play the piano.
For this play, Jiang Wanwan learned piano. Playing the piano keys in the quiet piano room has become another activity for Jiang Wanwan besides filming.
And once it is launched, it lasts for 10 years. This was the way Jiang Wanwan vented her emotions in her previous life. Jiang Wanwan can play the song Flight of the Bumblebee with her eyes closed. In his previous life, he could even play the entire song in about 1 minute and 5 seconds. However, this was her first time touching the piano after her rebirth, so she didn't play it quickly at first.
Li Jiayu swallowed his saliva. Any advice? How does he give advice? He was 10 seconds behind Jiang Wanwan in speed.
Especially when Jiang Wanwan started off slowly. Not to mention Li Jiayu, an expert, even an outsider can see that Jiang Wanwan is better than him. Li Jiayu himself can only be considered as someone who has studied piano, and is far from reaching a particularly professional level. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to attract fans on Douyin, nor would he need to do such weird things to gain popularity.
His ability is limited to deceiving laymen. Li Jiayu is from Lanyu County.
When he heard that the show Dating was going to be held in Lanyu County, he wanted to take advantage of the popularity.
He first played some show-off music when Shinfeng Jiang Wanwan's group arrived on the first floor.
After playing the piano, he deliberately caused trouble. Because he knows that only in this way can he generate more heat. If he is exposed on Weibo, he will get more attention. But he didn't expect that this time he would run into an expert and hit a wall. Seeing Li Jiayu's somewhat embarrassed expression, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed.
Awesome, why aren't you awesome anymore? Aren't you going to give Fengzi some advice? You can't even beat my elder brother, and you still want to teach my Fengzi? It's so funny. You want to make trouble without even considering the target. Between Wanwan and Fengzi, who can compare to you? But don't tell me, Wanwan is definitely a professional at playing the piano. I didn't know Wanwan could play the piano before.
I didn't know Wanwan's acting skills were so great before.
There are so many things we don't know. When discussing Jiang Wanwan's piano level in the barrage, even Shinfeng looked at Jiang Wanwan with some surprise.
He thought he was the person who knew Jiang Wanwan best in the world, no doubt about it.
But he really didn't know that Jiang Wanwan could play the piano. Even the level is quite high. Just when Shinfeng was surprised,
that Li Jiayu spoke again. He couldn't keep feeling awkward like that, he had to find a way out. So, Li Jiayu found Shinfeng as a stepping stone.
He coughed lightly and said,
I just said I would guide the great Starshin, but I didn't say I would guide you.
You came here to play the piano and show off your skills, don't you just want to show off yourself? Jiang Wanwan was so angry that she almost laughed. Before Jiang Wanwan could say anything, Li Jiayu continued, didn't the big Starshin want to use the piano just now? If you have the guts, let him play it again.
Li Jiayu felt that since Jiang Wanwan was willing to take the initiative to help Shinfeng,
that means Shinfeng's piano level should not be very high. Otherwise, why would Jiang Wanwan stand up for him?
Li Jiayu thought, wait a while, Shinfeng will play a piece of music, and then he can comment on it casually. When the time comes, the audience will see that Shinfeng's level is not as good as his. He managed to save some face. Anyway, he came here just to get some attention. When the time comes, he will find a few marketing accounts and write a few articles. Just write something like popular star Shinfeng was defeated by internet celebrity Li Jiayu. Even if it doesn't become a hot topic, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. His goal was achieved.
Zhang Wanwan wanted to say something else,
but Shinfeng stopped her. He rubbed her head and said with a smile, okay, Brother Wan, thank you for helping me just now. However, since Mr. Li wants to hear me play a piece, I should at least give him some face. As he spoke, Shinfeng sat down in front of the piano. Nodded at Li Jiayu. Mr. Li, I am sorry for making a fool of myself. Li Jiayu felt inexplicably panicked.
Damn, could it be that Shinfeng is also a piano expert who can play Flight of the Bumblebee in less than a minute?
However, when Shinfeng pressed the first piano key, Li Jiayu felt a little more relaxed.
Because Shinfeng didn't play Flight of the Bumblebee.
It seems that he doesn't know how to do it. Li Jiayu estimated that Shinfeng was just a half-baked person.
The kind who only knows a few songs.
If you don't know Flight of the Bumblebee, you can only play something else to get by. So what does he have to be afraid of? The audience also noticed that the way Shinfeng played now was different from the way Li Jiayu and Zhang Wanwan played just now.
Hey, doesn't Fengzi know Flight of the Bumblebee? Anyway, it sounds different to me than the previous song.
I didn't expect there were things Fengzi couldn't do, but I was already surprised that he could play the piano. Just when the audience was still discussing that Shinfeng could not sing Flight of the Bumblebee, someone with sharp eyes suddenly noticed that Li Jiayu's expression changed. From the relaxation just now, I suddenly became shocked.
What happened to Li Jiayu? I don't know. It's like I was frightened. Shinfeng's hands are so fast, didn't you notice? Someone mentioned this again in the barrage.
Everyone's attention shifted from Li Jiayu to Shinfeng's hand. When they looked up, they discovered that Shinfeng's hands were moving between the piano keys so fast that only 2 shadows were left. The photographer also took a close-up of Shinfeng's hand. At this time, another barrage floated out.
How could he not be scared? Shinfeng was playing Liszt's Willow's Light. Super skill etude, one of the most difficult etudes. Someone who doesn't understand asked, which one is harder, this or Flight of the Bumblebee? Shinfeng can play Wildfire so smoothly. His level is definitely professional. Flight of the Bumblebee is nothing to him. Fuck, is my Fengzi so awesome that she can even play the piano at a professional level? The audience was stunned. And the even dumber one is Li Jiayu.
Yes, Shinfeng did not play the faster Flight of the Bumblebee, but he played the more difficult Willow's Fire. Li Jiayu was really dumbfounded. What kind of monsters are this couple?
Aren't they both actors and stars? Why learn the piano instead of acting in a good play?
Li Jiayu feels that he is like a clown now. If he had known that these two were professionals, it would have been great for him to take advantage of the popularity of Jiatnan and Li Tingting.
Anyway, they are both tone deaf. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. 3 minutes passed.
The song Willow Fire ends. Shinfeng stood up and looked at Li Jiayu. I have finished playing it at Mr. Li's request.
Mr. Li, can you give me some advice?
Li Jiayu was about to cry. How can he, an internet celebrity pianist who relies on making TikTok clips to fool laymen, guide a real master who can play Liszt's Willow so smoothly? Just when Li Jiayu didn't know what to say to get himself out of trouble. But he saw that Shinfeng was no longer looking at him. It seemed as if she didn't take him seriously at all.
Shinfeng really didn't take him seriously. If this guy hadn't insisted on finding trouble, Shinfeng wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to him.
Wasting his time playing the piano for Wanwan. Shinfeng sat in front of the piano again. He looked at Zhang Wanwan with a smile on his face.
Brother Wan, the following song is for you. Speaking of.
His fingertips pressed the piano keys. The familiar melody flowed into the ears of every audience member in the live broadcast room.
Beethoven, for Elise. Shinfeng, to Zhang Wanwan. Chapter 64 Dream Wedding, Their Love. Chapter 64 Dream Wedding, Their Love. The song to Alice is very popular. So much so that almost everyone has heard of it to some extent. So much so that almost everyone will have memories brought back by this piece of music. Some people think of the school bell. Some people think of the first encounter in a romantic ballroom. Some people think of the moment when they meet the destined one. Some people think of the love that has passed away and cannot be recovered. The more classic the music is, the more it can become a carrier of people's memories. This is the power of music. This is not a difficult song to play. But it can affect the audience's emotions far more than Wilson's Fire and Flight of the Bumblebee. However, just as the audience was immersed in Xin Feng's almost perfect performance of To Alice, a somewhat abrupt scale suddenly jumped out. The audience thought that it was Li Jiayu causing trouble again. But I found out only after a closer look. The person who pressed the piano keys was actually Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan sat on the other side of the piano stool and reached out to tap the keys on the other half of the piano. She cooperated with Xin Feng and played harmony for him. It's like this classic song has been given a completely different coat. Xin Feng turned his head and looked at Zhang Wanwan. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Before today, neither of them knew that the other could play the piano. Naturally, there was no practice of cooperation in advance. But the way they played was so natural, and their coordination was so tacit. On this not-so-wide piano bench, the two of them were standing shoulder to shoulder, legs touching. Two people, four hands, playing this love that once belonged to Beethoven. Both hands are big, with distinct joints and long fingers. Both hands are very white, with delicate skin, as white as jade. 20 fingers were flying and dancing on the piano keys. Sometimes they are very close, and sometimes they are very far apart. But they are always so harmonious, never affecting each other, and never blocking each other. No pauses, no stumbles, just incredibly smooth. Just looking at these two pairs of hands can make people fascinated. Fuck. For hands playing together. I don't know how to play the piano, but I think the scene of them playing the piano is so beautiful and they play so well. Me too. So cool. After adding the harmony, the feeling of the whole song changed immediately. Before, I just felt like the school bell, but now it makes me want to cry. Elegant, classy, great beer. The four-hand piano performance is so proficient, and the harmony is just right. I guess they must have practiced it hundreds of times. I don't know about the barrage. They had never practiced this before. The reason why I can play it so skillfully is just because they know each other well enough. When the piano sound slows down, the melody of To Alice also gradually stopped. Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan's fingers tapped on the last piano key at the same time. The lingering echo of the tail note announced the end of the song. The audience was left wanting more. I have never listened to this song so completely. You guys have finished playing, but my tears are still here. I remembered my first love. Play another song. Watching you play the piano is such a pleasure. Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan cannot see the barrage. But after looking at each other, neither of them left the piano stool. Instead, it was Zhang Wanwan who pressed the bass again. It continues the ending of To Alice, which has not yet faded away. The song is over. But their performance has not yet ended. Zhang Wanwan's slender fingers tapped lightly on the white piano keys, and she played another melody that the audience felt extremely familiar with. Richard Clayderman, Dream Wedding. The solemn bass is like a groom in a well-dressed suit at a wedding, promising his bride a lifetime of love. The brisk high notes are like a bride in a white wedding dress, showing the sweetest smile. Respond to the groom and say that. I do. This piece of music does not require complicated four-hand piano playing to embellish it. So Xin Feng used his left hand to gently grab Zhang Wanwan's right hand. The fingers of two hands are interlocked. Each of them used only their remaining hand to play the song Wedding in the Dream. Play their love. Ah! This hand holding is killing me. It's so romantic that Fengzi took the initiative to hold hands. The couple held hands and played Wedding in a Dream. Is this the love of artists? To Alice is about a boy and a girl expressing their love, and Wedding in a Dream is about two people in love promising to spend their lives together and entering the marriage hall. Putting these two songs together is so romantic. Mom, I believe in love again. This is the most beautiful form of love. The audience waiting in front of the live broadcast room, especially those CP fans. When I listened to the song To Alice just now, it might have brought back memories and touched me. But now, watching Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan playing Wedding in the Dream, they just felt like they were being fed a big mouthful of dog food. There are only two feelings, full and sour. Take Director Chen for example. Director Chen just cried when he listened to the song To Alice. He also sent a message to his wife, saying I love you. Now looking at Shinfeng and Wanwan playing the piano hand in hand, Director Chen has only one thought in his mind. Screenshots to death. He must save this scene and post it online. He must get more people to eat dog food with him. Dream wedding is not very long. Soon, the song ended. The lingering sound lingers in the air. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan then stood up holding hands. Jiang Wanwan blushed and whispered to Shinfeng, I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. I didn't expect it either, Shinfeng said softly, but I'm not surprised at how outstanding my little brother is. Jiang Wanwan felt even more embarrassed. She hit Shinfeng lightly and was about to speak again. Suddenly, I heard bursts of applause coming from all around. When Jiang Wanwan looked up, she discovered that there were quite a few people surrounding the piano. After the two songs were played, fans of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, as well as passers-by, were all attracted. Now that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have finished playing, these people will naturally applaud. Jiang Wanwan's expression became even more unnatural. It's over. She was playing the piano so attentively that she didn't notice there were so many people around. Although Jiang Wanwan is a star, she has been the focus of attention a lot in the past. But now the feeling of holding hands with Shinfeng and being watched by everyone made her feel too shy. She tugged at Shinfeng and whispered, I'm a little embarrassed. How about we run away? Okay, I'll do as you say. Shinfeng smiled. Jiang Wanwan changed her mind and remembered her secret mission. Suddenly he said, but my legs are numb from sitting just now, so? She put her arms around Shinfeng's neck. Shinfeng immediately understood. He picked up Jiang Wanwan and held her in his arms. Before the audience, photographers and onlookers in the live broadcast room could react to what was happening. Shinfeng hugged Jiang Wanwan and ran away. Director Chen was stunned for a moment. After Shinfeng squeezed through the crowd and disappeared from the camera, Director Chen quickly reminded the photographer, what are you standing there for? Chase him. The photographer then came to his senses and hurriedly picked up the camera to chase after him. But as he chased after her, the photographer felt very sad. Why can Shinfeng hug Jiang Wanwan? He can only hold the camera. Chapter 65 The Old Fox and the Little Kitten. Chapter 65 The Old Fox and the Little Kitten. Jiang Wanwan's secret mission was to have Shinfeng hold her in his arms and go shopping in 5 stores. Although she felt embarrassed, for the sake of the mission, she still let Shinfeng take her to several shops. The kind with her face buried in Shinfeng's arms. Wangu, you let me walk around the store again, but you don't even look at the things in the store. Do you still want to buy me? Seeing that Jiang Wanwan didn't dare to show her face, Shinfeng lowered his head and asked in Jiang Wanwan's ear. Jiang Wanwan reached out and punched Shinfeng, you are originally mine, do I still need to buy you? Yes, you are right. Shinfeng smiled. He is currently holding Jiang Wanwan and shopping in a store that sells various small toys and accessories. Near the store's cash register, there is a row of animal ear headbands. Some have cat ears, and some have rabbit ears. Shinfeng held Jiang Wanwan in his arms and gestured to the salesperson. The saleswoman was a girl in her 20s. Also a fan of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. From the moment the two of them entered the room, the little girl had been staring at them. There was still an ant-like smile on her face. Seeing Shinfeng gesture towards her, the salesperson immediately understood. She followed Shinfeng's gaze and picked up a cat ear headband. Then, with a red face, she carefully put it on the head of Jiang Wanwan who was curled up in Shinfeng's arms. Jiang Wanwan felt something on her head and immediately turned her head to look over. Then she saw the salesgirl looking at her with stars in her eyes. Wanwan, I'm your fan. Thank you, but what did you put on my head? The salesgirl took out a small mirror and pointed it at Jiang Wanwan. In the mirror, Jiang Wanwan had a pair of furry cat ears on her head. With her slightly flushed face, she is so cute. The photographer quickly found a good angle and took a close-up. Give the photographer a chicken leg. Ozzle. How can Wanwan be so cute? I envied Wanwan before, now I envy Fingzi. I took a screenshot. She will be my wife from now on. Your wife? My wife. Your wife? Fengzi's wife. Shinfeng looked at Jiang Wanwan with cat ears and thought she was very cute. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Shinfeng's laughter, Jiang Wanwan blared. What are you laughing at? I'll give you one too.
As she spoke, she pointed to a pair of long, pointy, red fox ears in front of the cash register.
He said to the salesgirl, "Please put this on him."
The little girl blushed and quickly took the fox ears.
He said to Shinfeng, I am actually your fan too, that. She hesitated for a moment, then said sheepishly, "You're a little tall, I can't reach you, could you please bend down?" Shinfeng was about to bend down.
Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan in her arms broke free from his embrace. He also took the fox ears from the salesgirl and said to her, "This Fengzi is useless.
I recommend that you just follow me. Let me put these ears on him."
As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan raised her fox ears. Originally, there was a height difference between her and Shinfeng. Shinfeng originally wanted to bend down to cooperate with Jiang Wanwan. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanwan jumped up and dunked the ball.
Put the headband on his head. Shinfeng.
My Fengzi is so miserable, ha ha ha. I seem to smell the jealousy on Jiang Wanwan again.
Is this the legendary dunk on your head? The little girl was stunned.
After putting the fox ear headband on Shinfeng's head, Jiang Wanwan jumped up again and touched the furry ears. Then he looked at her with satisfaction and said, "I think she is quite suitable for you, old fox."
"You made the right choice, kitten," Shinfeng replied with a smile.
The conversation between the two made the salesgirl's smile on her face even more intense. I kept taking pictures with my phone, just like seeing my own children in love. He also covered his mouth with one hand.
I guess he would have screamed out loud if he hadn't seen the camera nearby. The CP fans in the live broadcast room were also very excited. Old Fox Fengzi X Little Cat Wanwan, so cute. I'm already writing a fan fiction. Fengzi looks so handsome and cute wearing these ears, and he matches Wanwan perfectly.
When I saw this group, I couldn't stop smiling. I was either amused or smiled sweetly.
Jiang Wanwan was quite satisfied with this animal ear headband.
For the first time in history, he was willing to spend money to buy it. She asked the salesgirl about the price, but the girl waved her hands and said, "No need to pay, really. I'll just give it to you." Jiang Wanwan was quite generous, and looked like she didn't want to take advantage of others. How can that be? Even though you are our fan, you still have to give the money you deserve.
Don't worry, we are very rich now, we will give you the original price of the headband. Don't think we have no money, we are not short of money. The salesgirl said a little embarrassedly, 30. 30. So a headband costs $15? It's quite expensive. Jiang Wanwan felt a little pain in her flesh.
But after all, they still have more than 100 yuan in their pockets. So Jiang Wanwan hesitated for a while. I finally gritted my teeth and paid $30 for it. Then the salesgirl said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, it's 30 yuan each, and 60 yuan for two."
Jiang Wanwan.
She took the 30 yuan back immediately.
Then you have to take off the animal ears on your head. He was still urging Shinfeng, "What are you standing there for?
Take it off quickly, before it gets damaged by others." Shinfeng had no choice but to pick off the fox ears on his head.
The audience wailed as they watched. "No! My old fox and little cat. Don't pick it, I'll pay for it, isn't it? It's too cute, don't pick it. Can the program crew please be human and buy it for them? I can give money to the program team."
When Director Chen saw these comments, he knew that the people's will must be followed and that it must not be violated. So I asked the photographer to advance 60 yuan. The girl felt quite embarrassed.
"Actually, you really don't have to pay. I can give it to you."
Seeing that the program crew was willing to pay, Jiang Wanwan put on the cat ears again. Then she shook her head and taught earnestly.
"Sister, you are also working for someone else. This is someone else's store. It is not good to spend money on others.
When it is time for us to pay, we must pay."
Director Chen.
What you said is quite righteous. But it seems that the money for buying the ears was not paid by you, but by the program crew, right?
Aren't you also being generous to the program crew?
The little girl scratched her head and said, "Actually, this store is mine.
My dad is the owner of this shopping mall.
I graduated from college and had nothing to do, so my dad gave me a store to play with.
I have been following you guys since your show started. I am your die-hard fan. So let alone giving you a headband, even if you want more, I can give them to you." Jiang Wanwan. So this girl is not a working girl? But a rich second generation? Miscalculated. Jiang Wanwan covered her face and sighed deeply. Finally, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan chatted with the little girl for a few more words. After leaving her 2 autographs, the two left the store. Jiang Wanwan's secret mission only left to do was to visit one last store.
Jiang Wanwan originally wanted to go to the nearby shops and let Shinfeng hold her in his arms.
But Shinfeng said, "I think that store over there is pretty good. How about we go there and have a look?" Jiang Wanwan certainly had no objection.
Anyway, she was mainly here to complete the mission, so it didn't matter which store she went shopping in.
What she didn't know was
the reason why Shinfeng wanted to change a store was also to complete the mission.
Shinfeng held Jiang Wanwan in his arms and walked into the women's clothing store.
The first thing he saw after entering the store was the fitting room in the corner of the store.
He leaned close to Jiang Wanwan's ear and whispered, "Brother Wan, the clothes here are pretty good. Pick one to try. How about it?" Jiang Wanwan actually took a fancy to a top with a nice style.
She got down from Shinfeng's arms, holding the clothes, and walked towards the fitting room next to her. However, Shinfeng pulled her and walked to another fitting room in the corner. "Come to this fitting room."
Jiang Wanwan didn't think anything of it, so she pushed open the door of the fitting room and walked in. But just when she was about to close the door,
Shinfeng's hand pressed on the door of the fitting room.
Before Jiang Wanwan could react, Shinfeng had already squeezed into the small fitting room. He turned around and locked the door of the fitting room. Chapter 66 Fingzi, I will never forgive you. Chapter 66 Fingzi, I and you are enmity. Fingzi, what do you want to do? In the small fitting room, Jiang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng, who was very close to her in the dim light. Fitting rooms can usually only accommodate one person.
The two of them were squeezed into the fitting room, their bodies almost pressed against each other. Shinfeng stretched out his hand and stroked from the cat ears on Jiang Wanwan's head to the ends of her hair.
And at this time,
the audience in the live broadcast room are cheering.
"Here it comes, here it comes. It's finally here.
Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her.
I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Someone, come and kill me to cheer them up."
It is naturally impossible for a photographer to follow into the fitting room. But this fitting room was specially designated by Director Chen, who had already hidden a small camera here. At this moment, the audience was watching Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan through the images transmitted back by the small camera. They watched Shinfeng stroke Jiang Wanwan's hair.
Watching Shinfeng holding up Jiang Wanwan's little face,
Jiang Wanwan was so embarrassed that she closed her eyes at a loss.
Seeing, Shinfeng raised his hand and pulled the small camera down from the wall. Then, the audience can see nothing. Director Chen. Damn it.
Fingzi, you eat all the food by yourself without even giving your brothers a sip of soup.
Ah. My dear, my dear. Camera. Camera, move. Stand up quickly. Wow, 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 I'm an adult now, I wanna watch, I wanna watch, I wanna watch.
Fingzi, you actually treat us as outsiders. From fan to hater.
Fingzi, I will never forgive you. Director, please find a way to save him. Director Chen was helpless. Save? How can he save him? Let the photographer rush into the fitting room?
Not to mention that the fitting room was locked, let alone whether it could accommodate 3 people. If the photographer rushed into the fitting room at this moment, he would definitely be beaten by Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan.
A week later, it will be the photographer's 7th day.
Director Chen could only stare at the dark live broadcast room in silence. He thought he had hidden the camera well. Unexpectedly, Shinfeng discovered it. In the fitting room, Shinfeng turned off the camera and also turned off the microphones of both of them. In the dimly lit fitting room, in the small space, they only had eyes for each other. Shinfeng smiled, leaned over and kissed Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan felt a little uncomfortable at first.
But when Shinfeng's kiss fell, she also gently hugged Shinfeng.
Outside the fitting room came the voice of the customer. "Is anyone in this dressing room?"
The photographer's voice came again. "Hello, yes, we are recording the show, sorry."
The customer asked the photographer curiously.
They were only separated from Shinfeng Guanwan by a door.
Jiang Wanwan felt even more embarrassed.
But I don't know if the courage I had when I was a child to climb up the high explosion toilet has returned. I knew there were people outside and I felt embarrassed.
Jiang Wanwan hugged Shinfeng even tighter.
He also held Shinfeng's head. Inside the door and outside the door are two different worlds.
The photographer outside the door was still chatting with the customers. Inside the door, a pair of mandarin ducks were affectionate. After a long while, the two separated. Zhang Wanwan's eyes were filled with mist.
She punched Shinfeng and whispered, "Fingzi, you are so mean."
Am I bad or are you bad?
Shinfeng touched her lips and asked in a low voice.
I was led astray by you. Zhang Wanwan finished speaking, as if she was afraid that it was not convincing enough. He added, "That's what my dad said."
Shinfeng smiled and leaned close to her ear. "Then I want to make you even worse in the future."
Well, we'll talk about the future later. Let's get out now, it's so crowded in here. Zhang Wanwan said.
Shinfeng rubbed the cat ears on her head. That customer is still chatting with the photographer.
If the two of us walk out of the fitting room now, what do you think the customer will think? Zhang Wanwan blushed and felt that it made sense. Then stay inside for a while. Shinfeng nodded and gently lifted Zhang Wanwan's chin. Well, I'm just sitting around doing nothing, what do you think? Zhang Wanwan glared at him.
But he took the initiative to reach out and hug Shinfeng's neck.
The customer outside the door may have never seen a recorded program. He is really a chatterbox.
I chatted with the photographer for several minutes before leaving.
Only after she left did Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan come out of the fitting room.
The photographer quickly took a close-up. It turned out that Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan's expressions seemed quite normal.
The photographer was a little disappointed.
The audience was even more disappointed.
Fingzi, can you please do this? In this small fitting room, we are alone together. Doesn't Fingzi want to kiss, hug and lift me up? No fun, no fun. Refund. Refund. Have you bought the ticket? You can get a refund.
I don't care, I'm not full from this dog food today, I want to eat something more exciting. Little did they know that Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan not only kissed and hugged each other, but also kissed twice.
It's just that this customer is really talkative.
So when Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan came out, they had already adjusted their expressions and emotions.
Zhang Wanwan is a Golden Globe Award-winning actress, so her facial expressions must be well managed.
Although Shinfeng doesn't have a little golden man, he has lived a long life, so it is easy for him to control his expression. So the audience only saw Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan with calm faces.
The audience felt a little disappointed. Then, the audience saw Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan open their mouths and say something. But they couldn't hear anything. Am I deaf? Why are the two of them silent? It's over.
I've gotten sick because I didn't see them kissing. After a few seconds, the audience saw Shinfeng turned on his microphone again.
He also turned on the microphone on Zhang Wanwan. Wait a minute, why did they turn off the microphone in the fitting room just now? I have a guess. I also have a guess. Stop guessing. Even if it's fake, I'll treat it as if it's real. They must have kissed in there.
Not only kissing, but also saying sweet words. The one who wrote the old Fox X Little Cat fanfic before, can you please write the fitting room part first?
The audience's imagination is very strong.
When I saw that the two people's microphones were not turned on, I immediately imagined a big drama in my mind.
The drama that some people have imagined cannot be broadcast.
At this time, Shinfeng looked at the camera and said, "Director Chen, Wanwan and I have completed our mission.
Is it time to give us a bonus?" Director Chen picked up the intercom. No.
I didn't see you two kissing, so why should I consider you to have completed the mission?
Director Chen was very unhappy.
He specially designed such a task and prepared a camera. The plan was perfect. It turns out that Shinfeng just doesn't play by the rules. Director Chen really doesn't want to give this bonus. Shinfeng spread his hands. "It's your fault that you didn't see it.
Anyway, our mission has been completed. Do you want to shirk your responsibility?" Director Chen's eyes rolled.
Seeing in the barrage, many people didn't want Director Chen to give Shinfeng a reward because they didn't see the kiss. He simply said, "Well, let's vote.
Let the audience vote. If the audience agrees to pay you, then I'll pay you. If they don't agree, then I won't pay you. Is that okay?"
After saying that, he initiated the vote without waiting for Shinfeng's consent.
Sure enough, a large number of viewers did not want to give money to Shinfeng.
They thought that if they didn't get the candy, Shinfeng wouldn't have any chance of making money. Director Chen chuckled when he saw this. "Student Shinfeng, 85% of the audience disagrees with giving you money, so He felt that he had finally defeated Shin Feng once. Although it relies on the power of the masses.
But it's okay as long as we can win. But he hadn't finished speaking yet.
Then Shin Feng returned to the fitting room. Picked up the camera that fell on the ground. While fiddling with it, he said, "This thing should be able to sell for a lot of money."
Director Chen, I'll give you money. Isn't it enough to just give you money?
Chapter 67 Just go and rob Shin Feng's money. Chapter 67 Just go and steal Shin Feng's money.
The audience in the live broadcast room came and went. By the evening, everyone was completely free.
The number of people in the live broadcast room finally reached its peak.
190,000 people.
With 190,000 people watching a variety show in a live broadcast room at the same time, this is no longer a low-budget, small-scale production, and it does not have the popularity that a live broadcast variety show without any top-tier stars participating in it should have. Many people in the live broadcast room come here to eat dog food. But as soon as they entered the live broadcast room, they felt hungry. Because Shin Feng was cooking. In the evening, everyone finished their tasks for the day and the program crew naturally returned to the hotel. Shin Feng spent more than 80 yuan in the hotel kitchen to buy a lot of ingredients.
Prepared a delicious meal for Jiang Wanwan. The unscrupulous photographer even took a close-up of Jiang Wanwan while she was eating. When Jiang Wanwan eats, one word stands out. Fragrant. Even when eating rujiamo, you can feel like you're watching a food show promoting the products.
Not to mention the delicious meal prepared by Shin Feng was tempting enough in itself. As a result, those viewers who came for the dog food felt hungry after watching it for just a few bites.
Can you please move the camera away?
My takeaway hasn't arrived yet, I'm really starving.
The instant noodles in my hand suddenly lost their fragrance.
I came here to watch a survival love show, why did it change to a food show?
Just arrived, is this dog food on the tip of the tongue?
The photographer nearby was adjusting the camera while sneering at the comments in the live broadcast room on his mobile phone.
How can you only be greedy for me? Let's all be greedy together.
Some viewers were so jealous that they quickly switched to the live broadcast room.
Cut to the next few groups of guests.
As a result, I almost shed tears. The remaining groups of guests and the director of the program. They were squatting together, eating their boxed lunches pitifully.
There is white rice and green vegetables in the lunchbox. There's just not much red meat.
Oh, Director Chen's lunchbox was quite red. Half a bottle of Laogan was poured on it. This is a truly down-to-earth live broadcast room. As the audience watched, the instant noodles in their hands suddenly smelled delicious again. Director Chen, several other groups of guests, and everyone from the program crew were eating boxed lunches together. While eating, he was also watching the group of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan on the screen. The more they watched, the sadder they felt.
They are all from the same program group. Why can they have a big meal? They can only eat boxed lunches.
Zhao Tianshu ate the last 2 mouthfuls of white rice. Suddenly he said, "Brothers, I have an idea.
We are living a miserable life every day, why don't we unite?" Zhang Wei looked at him, "What do you mean?"
Now, each of our teams can get a bonus of more than 20 yuan for completing common tasks and secret tasks. With the subsidies, each team can earn about 30 yuan on average. Zhao Tianshu said, "Our 3 groups together have about 90 yuan. After deducting the expenses for breakfast and lunch during the day, there are still 60 or 70 yuan left. Let's use this money to buy ingredients from the hotel kitchen.
We can at least have a decent meal."
Zhao Tianshu said, pointing at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan on the screen, "We don't ask to eat as well as them, but at least we don't have to be so miserable." Zhang Wei sighed when he heard it. "Brother, our 3 groups of 6 only cost 60 or 70 yuan. But this meal for 2 people cost 80 yuan. Besides, we can't even scrape together 60 or 70 yuan. For example, our group spent 5 yuan on breakfast and 20 yuan on lunch.
Now we only have 4 or 5 yuan left." Zhao Tianshu scratched his head. He really thought too well.
How come Shin Feng and his friends only have so much money? After this big meal, they can still have 60 or 70 yuan left.
After hearing what Zhao Tianshu said, everyone looked at Director Chen. Why does Shin Feng's group have so much money? Aren't those all given by Director Chen?
Director Chen, who was eating Laogan rice, noticed the gazes of several people. His expression suddenly became alert. Carefully protecting the Laogan beside him, he said, "If you want to eat hot sauce, go buy it yourself, don't look at me." Mengyan said with a smile, Director Chen, we don't want to steal your sauce.
I just think you're a little biased. You always give Shinfeng and the others so many extra benefits.
The feast they had today was all thanks to you.
Director Chen felt that Mengyan's tone was not right. He asked with evasive eyes, what do you mean? Li Tingting on the side sneered. What we mean is, would you consider giving us a little more benefit? Fengzi and Wanwan's group always get dozens of extra rewards, but we get nothing. Isn't this inappropriate? Director Chen swallowed.
Silently handed the Laogan Ma to everyone.
Can I share this with you? Humble Director Chen. Director Chen is so miserable.
He was exploited by Fengzi and Wanwan before, and now he is being exploited by other groups again. Wow, I'm Director Chen's only fan, please don't bully my Director Chen, ha. This is all he has, let him go. The audience laughed out loud when they saw this scene.
Zhang Wei looked at Director Chen and pushed away his hot sauce. Director Chen, we want more than just hot sauce.
Director Chen, you know the truth that what is worrying is not the lack of money, but the inequality of the people.
Can you give us a little more bonus tomorrow? Director Chen, what would happen if I said no? Zhang Wei patted the camera beside him and said, I think this camera of yours can sell for a lot of money, right? Director Chen. Director Chen, damn. You guys are trying the same trick too. Why don't you learn something good from Shinfeng? Jatnam, who had been busy eating, suddenly raised his head. Looked at Director Chen. He asked seriously, Director Chen, what good things can I learn from Shinfeng? Director Chen. It seems so.
He rubbed his forehead. He said helplessly, I know you all want to have a good meal, but this is a survival and love show. Chen Lu pointed at the screen, and saw Jiang Wanwan happily gnawing on a piece of meat bone.
Is this called survival? Director Chen. Alright. Let me think about it. Director Chen squatted on the ground and began to think.
The audience, who were eager to watch the fun, also started to come up with bad ideas.
Why not just forcibly take back Fengzi and Wanwan's money? Will it be useful to take it back? If we take back their money, only Jatnam will suffer. That is true.
The program team should communicate with the hotel and decide which group of guests will complete the task the fastest and have the hotel prepare a feast for them. Then I feel that Shinfeng and his team finished the fastest. Just open the money-grabbing mode and let the other three groups grab Shinfeng and his friends' money.
Director Chen saw this comment.
The inspiration came immediately.
He stood up suddenly and said, there is a way. Just go and rob Shinfeng's money. I will create a special mission mode tomorrow. I will let the three of you play hide and seek with the group of Shinfeng Jiang Wanwan. You catch and they hide.
If Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan are caught by you, they will have to pay you to redeem themselves. $5 for each time they are caught.
You three groups compete fairly. Whoever catches them the most times will get more money from Shinfeng Jiang Wanwan. Is that okay now? Director Chen thinks he is a genius.
This way, the program team does not have to spend extra money, and the other three groups of guests can get money.
The most important thing is that the show is effective. Other hide-and-seek games involve one person catching several people. Now it's three groups catching one group. There is also competition among them to see who can catch more fish. How exciting and thrilling!
If Shinfeng and his friends lose everything in the end, the show will be maximized.
Perfect.
After several guests discussed it, they all thought that this plan was feasible. The only one left was Jatnam, who was squatting on the ground eating.
Suddenly he said something in a faint voice. Are you sure you can beat Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan? Zhang Wei raised his eyebrows. What's there to be defeated? We are naturally at an advantage in the rules. They can only hide, but cannot resist. What are we afraid of? To be honest, Jatnam didn't know what to be afraid of.
But he just had a bad feeling.
Because his personal experience tells him so. Don't get close to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Really, it will become unfortunate. Chapter 68 High Quality Idol Penghu Bei. Chapter 68 High Quality Idol Penghu Bei.
The live broadcast room was full of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's traders. After Director Chen and the other three groups of guests came up with this hide-and-seek plan, someone immediately tagged Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan on Weibo.
Director Chen's conspiracy was exposed.
After finishing the recording in the evening and returning to the room, Jiang Wanwan saw Director Chen and the others' plan.
Fingzi, what should we do? Jiang Wanwan took out the phone and showed it to Shin Feng.
Shin Feng scanned the information collected by those insiders. Then he smiled and said, since they want to play, then play with them.
But I don't want to lose money, Jiang Wanwan said. She was counting on the money to have a big meal. Don't worry, maybe we won't lose and we can even make some money. Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up and she asked hurriedly, how do you make money? You'll find out tomorrow. Shin Feng pretended to be mysterious and kept the secret. Then Jiang Wanwan put her hands on Shin Feng's waist.
Shin Feng sighed helplessly, I'll tell you now. He told Jiang Wanwan roughly the plan he had in mind. When Jiang Wanwan heard this, her expression immediately became interesting.
Can we still play like this? As long as you don't break the rules, you can play whatever you want.
Both of them had sinister smiles on their faces. No longer having to worry about losing money, Jiang Wanwan no longer felt burdened.
I continued to happily browse Weibo.
The topic of Penghu Bei on Weibo has become more and more lively recently.
Some fans also made edits for today's live broadcast.
For example, the clips of Shin Feng holding her as they went shopping in several shops, and the two of them teasing each other while wearing animal ears, were all cut out and posted on various platforms. However, these video clips are mostly watched by CP fans. Some people who just learned about Penghu Bei in the past 2 days are not very interested in watching these CP-oriented clips. What they want to see more is the abilities of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. So there are pieces like Jiang Wanwan's Flight of the Bumblebee, Shin Feng's Willow's Fire, and the four-hand duet to Alice by Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. And at the end, the two held hands and played Wedding in the Dream with their hands. The number of views of these clips is much higher than that of CP clips. Especially the songs Willow and To Alice. It has also received comments from professionals. At Piano Mr. Wei Air, it is no exaggeration to say that the performance of Wisp is at a professional level. Mr. Shin has profound attainments in piano.
The four-hand duet to Alice showed the top-notch rapport between the two.
I never thought that there would be two such outstanding young players in the domestic piano world. It is such a blessing.
Wei Air is one of the most famous pianists in the country and has performed in the Vienna Golden Hall more than once.
His comments surprised many fans and passers-by. To be honest, even the fans of Penghu Bei Band did not expect that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's piano level would be so high. With such abilities as these two people playing the piano at a professional level, why would they want to be actors and stars?
Then they remembered the comments made by actor Zhou Yilin on Jiang Wanwan's acting skills.
Well, it seems like it would be a waste of talent if I didn't become an actor.
How come they are so excellent?
For a time, the hot search hashtag was pushed to the top again. In recent days, Shin Feng and Jiang Wan have been on the hot searches quite frequently at night. There are so many of them that even the top traffic streams are not as popular as them. So much so that many fans of popular stars began to suspect whether Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan bought hot searches.
Is there someone behind the scenes fanning the flames? For example, the fans of Fu Yan, the most popular top male star in China.
Fu Yan has only been in the industry for a few years, but because she has starred in several dramas adapted from popular IPs and has top-notch looks, she has attracted countless fans. In just a few years, he became a top star in the country. Most of his fans are young people, even junior and high school students. These people are energetic and have more time to engage in fan clubs than adults. Many of them are fanatical about chasing stars.
As a result, they attracted a lot of natural black fans who dislike them.
In recent days, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have been frequently on the hot searches, which has made Fu Yan's fans feel a little uneasy. Especially today when the tag hashtag came out.
Many people used this tag to mock Fu Yan.
Look at Shin Feng, his appearance is no worse than that of a certain top star, he sings well, is proficient in foreign languages, and his piano skills are also professional. TSK, while the top star can only whine, relies on a stunt double for fighting scenes, relies on sound editing for singing, and still gets paid tens of millions or even hundreds of millions for his movies, don't they feel ashamed? I am not a fan of Shin Feng, but Shin Feng and Wanwan are indeed much better than most idols. I suggest that some top stars learn from them. You guys are such cowards. I'll be frank with you.
Fu Yan is just a worthless sissy and a pretty boy.
If you are not convinced, come and fight me. When Fu Yan's fans saw this, they couldn't bear it anymore. I picked up the keyboard and started arguing with these people on the spot. Gradually, this trending search was filled with verbal battles.
Jiang Wanwan was eating the grapes handed to her by Shin Feng while browsing Weibo.
Watching the excitement with a smile.
The fruit plate this hotel gave me is pretty sweet. I'd like another one, Jiang Wanwan said.
Then she saw Shin Feng picked up another grape. Put it in Shin Feng's own mouth.
Jiang Wanwan was stunned.
Then he saw Shin Feng approaching. Lips and teeth connected. Jiang Wanwan blushed when she felt the grapes that Shin Feng passed through her mouth.
This maple. Shin Feng looked at the shy Jiang Wanwan and was about to deepen the kiss.
As a result, he felt the grape being pushed back into his mouth.
And it's very powerful.
Jiang Wanwan pushed Shin Feng away, turned her head and said with a red face, "I don't want to eat what you vomited, give me a fresh one." Shin Feng chewed the grapes in his mouth helplessly. He took another one and handed it to Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan swallowed the grape in one gulp.
He also bit Shin Feng's finger. Warning, don't make sneak attacks in the future.
Otherwise, I'll make you pay.
Shin Feng always felt that he was a person who listened to Brother Wan very much.
He nodded honestly. Then no sneak attack. Jiang Wanwan was very satisfied with Shin Feng's honesty. I'm telling you in advance that I'm going to kiss you, is that okay?
After Shin Feng finished speaking, he moved closer to Jiang Wanwan again.
This guy is a piece of shit. Jiang Wanwan picked up the pillow and covered Shin Feng's face with it.
Finally, under the oppression of Jiang Wanwan,
Shin Feng could only be obedient and feed grapes to Jiang Wanwan like an ancient concubine. Jiang Wanwan, feeling angry, continued to browse Weibo while chewing grapes.
Then, I saw a comment from a fan of Fu Yan in anger. This Shin Feng has been on so many hot searches these days, he must have spent money to hype it up. This hot search was deliberately bought to touch our brother Fu Yan. I've heard that Shin Feng had an improper relationship with Lan Yu's boss.
Do you really think he's a good person? No matter what, our brother Fu Yan is much cleaner than Shin Feng.
Shin Feng is trash, a scumbag with a messy private life, and a hype dog who relies on backstage. Jiang Wanwan was originally quite happy to see Fu Yan's fans scolding those passers-by who were causing trouble. But when Jiang Wanwan saw Fu Yan's fans turn their fire and scolded Shin Feng, she couldn't stand it anymore. Especially at this moment when Shin Feng made her feel embarrassed and angry.
Just need a punching bag.
She immediately logged into her secondary Weibo account and found the Weibo account of that Fu Yan fan.
Start typing.
A certain fan of Fu Yan who was bashing Shin Feng under the trending search #idol hashtag has not yet realized it.
What will she experience next? Lin Xianxian is a junior high school student. Fans of Fu Yan.
She had just finished her homework tonight and was browsing Weibo. As a result, under the trending search #idol hashtag, many people were criticizing her idol Fu Yan. Lin Xianxian became anxious and started to scold those people along with other Fu Yan fans.
As she was spouting, Lin Xianxian remembered the melon she had eaten before.
I heard that Shin Feng was having an affair with the CEO of Lan Yu Entertainment. He brought this matter up again and used it to slander Shin Feng. It turned out that she had just slandered Shin Feng not long ago. A Weibo user with the ID Shin Feng's only designated official wife chatted with her privately.
Lin Xianxian sneered. Shin Feng's fans can't sit still anymore? Do you want to help Shin Feng clear his name? Or do you want to send her some negative information about Fu Yan to fight back? Lin Xianxian thought she was very familiar with the fan circle's tactics. Lin Xianxian thought about it and opened the private message interface.
Then, I saw that Shin Feng's only designated official wife sent a message.
Your mother is dead? Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian? Chapter 69, What bad intentions could Wangu have? Chapter 69, What bad intentions could Wangu have? Lin Xianxian was dumbfounded. You start cursing people right away using an ID with your idol's name? Isn't this person afraid of bringing bad luck to his idol? She was about to type back.
But as soon as his hand touched the phone screen, he saw another message from Shin Feng's only designated official wife on the screen. There is nothing wrong with being a fan, but if you chase fans to the point of throwing your brain away, you must be suffering from some serious illness. My Shin Feng is indeed hyping up the ashes of your brother and your mother. I'm sorry to offend your mother, but I'd like to ask how she is feeling. If she is in good health, let her have another child. After all, she can't expect you, a person with cerebral palsy, to take care of her in her old age. Why don't you look in the mirror and see your face before you say my Shin Feng is trash?
The non-recyclable trash can downstairs is your real home, baby.
You can learn if you are uneducated, and you can get plastic surgery if you are ugly, but the holes in your brain cannot be filled.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have said so much to you. After all, you are a fan of Fu Yan, so it's normal for you to say nonsense and do stupid things. At this point, I only have one suggestion for your life: start over, baby. Lin Xianxian's hands were shaking. Is this person's mouth the reincarnation of a cobra? How can it be so poisonous? Lin Xianxian typed out a line of words tremblingly. You are using your idol's ID to scold me like this. Aren't you afraid of bringing bad things to your idol? I'm going to expose you. Zhang Wanwan sneered. Baby, you dare to use the name of Fu Yan's fan to spread rumors about my husband? Don't you think that it will bring bad luck to Fu Yan? Also, you can expose me at will. I am not afraid to tell you that I am Zhang Wanwan. If you dare to slander Shenfeng again, I will even destroy your ancestral grave. Lin Xianxian was so angry. She has been on Weibo for so long, but she has never seen such an arrogant guy. Damn it, do you think we Yin fans don't have the fighting power? I'm going to expose you right now. Lin Xianxian took screenshots of the chat history and sent them to Fu Yan's fan group and Super Topic. Immediately, a group of Fu Yan's fans came to blast Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan was not panicked at all and confronted whoever came. She is not afraid of being scolded. After criticizing each person, leave a comment below. I am Zhang Wanwan herself. Shenfeng, who was standing by, raised his eyebrows. You're so cruel, Brother Wan. You're so tough. That's a must. Zhang Wanwan smiled proudly. This is what we call a person who does things by his own name and surname. Everyone is responsible for his own actions. Your elder brother always behaves in an upright manner. There are many children among Fu Yan's fans. After someone saw Zhang Wanwan's last sentence, I am Zhang Wanwan herself. He actually took screenshots and went to Zhang Wanwan's Super Topic and Zhang Wanwan's Weibo to tag Zhang Wanwan. When Zhang Wanwan saw this, she calmly changed back to the large size. Responded to those questions very gently. Zhang Wanwan, everyone, how could this be me? Even if I really want to curse someone, I won't reveal my identity, right? This person is using the Fengzi fan ID to curse people everywhere. Maybe he is Shenfeng's hater who is trying to stir up trouble. I hope everyone can keep their eyes open, smile, heart. Shenfeng looked at Zhang Wanwan, who was smiling and sending a Weibo message. I couldn't help but complain. Is this what you call one person taking responsibility for his own actions? Is this what you call being above board? Zhang Wanwan snorted. Now this is called deception in war. When those fans of Fu Yan who were scolded saw Zhang Wanwan's reply, they all felt that there was some truth in it. I also feel that this couldn't possibly be Zhang Wanwan herself, and it's even possible that it was Shenfeng's black fans who were provoking a fight. For a moment, I felt a little sorry for Zhang Wanwan and Shenfeng. At this time, Zhang Wanwan quietly switched to her second account. First, he found a few fans of other popular stars under the topic #idol hashtag. The idols of these fans are the kind that have only traffic but no talent. They are a little overwhelmed by the tag #idol hashtag and are cursing people everywhere under the topic. Zhang Wanwan not only didn't scold them this time. Instead, he joined them and expressed support for their idol. It's like we're a family. Those fans of Fu Yan who had been scolded by Zhang Wanwan before were shocked to see that this Shenfeng's only designated official wife was actually supporting other popular stars. At that time, I thought that this person was indeed Shenfeng's black fan, and he really supported other stars and came here to play the opposite role and provoke a fight. As the original victim, Lin Xianxian now felt that she had discovered the truth of the matter. Whenever they catch fans of other popular stars, they start to criticize them. Fans of these other popular stars are all confused. They were supporting their idol and scolding Shenfeng for hype and fraud. What does it have to do with Fu Yan? Why did Fu Yan's fans come and scold them? But, people scolded me to my face. Of course, fans of these other popular stars can't tolerate this either. So he started to curse at Fu Yan's fans. Some Fu Yan fans who were unaware of the truth had no idea what was going on. I only saw my brothers and sisters being scolded. They all joined the battle. The battle became more and more intense and the temperature was rising. So much so that when #idol hashtag topped the hot search list, there were almost no fans of Shenfeng and Zhang Wanwan on it. They are all Fu Yan's fans, and they are swearing at fans of other popular stars. It's so lively. Zhang Wanwan watched the battle while eating fruit. Cheerful. Is this called driving a tiger to swallow a wolf? Shenfeng asked. Zhang Wanwan shook her head. No, it's called dog bite dog, a mouthful of fur. Shun Feng.
Sometimes Shin Feng had to admit it. The late brother is indeed the late brother. He is not good at doing good things, but he is quite good at doing bad things. Look at the two groups of people who are about to quarrel on Weibo, and then look at Jiang Wanwan, who was smiling and watching the show.
Shin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Foolish children. You are just tools for Jiang Wanwan's entertainment. What bad intentions could your elder brother have?
It's nothing more than trying to start a war. The quarrel was finally settled a little after Weibo removed the trending search. But Fuyan's fans and the fans of that other popular star have a grudge against each other. When Jiang Wanwan saw that there was no more show to watch, she stretched and prepared to take a rest.
Shin Feng whispered beside her, "Wan Gu, how about taking a shower before going to bed? This suite has a small bathtub. Do you want to go take a dip together?"
Okay. Shin Feng didn't expect that Jiang Wanwan agreed so readily. He laughed, picked up Jiang Wanwan and carried her to the small bathing pool. However, Jiang Wanwan said she wanted to change clothes and ran away again. Shin Feng had no choice but to fill the bathtub with water first.
After a while, Jiang Wanwan came over wrapped in a bathrobe.
She took off her bathrobe in front of Shin Feng.
Shin Feng stared at Jiang Wanwan as she took off her bathrobe. Then
the swimsuit underneath was revealed.
Then he watched Jiang Wanwan excitedly jump into the bathtub.
He scooped up a handful of water, sprinkled it on Shin Feng's head, and said with a smile, "Fengzi,
come down and play."
Shin Feng silently wiped the water off his face. There may still be his tears in it. Tell the truth. This was not what he had imagined a bath to be like.
More or less, there is a little difference. Chapter 70 Hide and Seek begins. Chapter 70 Hide and Seek begins. Early the next morning.
The other three groups of guests today are all very active. I got up early, went downstairs, and gathered in the hall. Everyone was very excited at the thought that they could finally make money from the thief couple Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Except for Jatnam.
Ever since that day, when I lost a piece of magical equipment in a bet with my friends in the group.
Jatnam reflected on his recording experience over the past few days.
It seems that he is not being cheated or bullied by the Penghu Bay group.
It's south on the road of being ripped off and bullied. Neither of this couple is a good person. Therefore, Jayatnan still has psychological trauma and does not think that taking action against Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan is a good choice at all.
Li Ting heard that he looked depressed and patted him.
Xiao Jia, don't be like that. Think about it, this is a good opportunity for you to get revenge.
All the suffering and pain I've endured before were for the sake of revenge today. Zhang Wei also came over and laughed. Yes, Xiao Jia, this time Shin Feng and the others are going to fight 2 against 6.
We are all on the same front. What are you afraid of against the 2 of them? Jatnam smacked his lips. That's what I said.
But he always felt unsure. A few people were chatting when they saw Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan coming downstairs.
Everyone is here and it's almost time.
Director Chen turned on the live broadcast and announced the start of today's recording. Because it is rumored online that today the program production team is going to target Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan and come up with a new form of hide and seek. So there were quite a few people watching the live broadcast early this morning. Director Chen looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room with satisfaction. Then he smiled kindly and looked at several groups of guests. Especially Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Everyone, our show today will be a little different. We have prepared a special game, hide and seek.
As he said that, he took out a box.
Let's draw lots later to decide who will hide and who will catch.
Among the 4 groups of guests, only 1 group will hide, and the remaining 3 groups will catch. If the person hiding is caught, he or she will have to pay a ransom. Of course, if the hiding person is caught less than 10 times today, he can get a $50 reward in the end. Director Chen was also afraid that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan would not want to play later, so he added a bonus mechanism to attract them.
Sure enough, Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up when she heard there was a bonus. Director Chen chuckled. He believed that he already knew the couple very well. If you want to take down Shin Feng, you just need to take down Jiang Wanwan. If you want to win Jiang Wanwan, you have to pay. After announcing the rules, Director Chen held up a cardboard box and asked everyone to draw lots. He was the first to walk up to Shin Feng and said to him with a smile, "Student Shin, you go first. 3 for catching and 1 for hiding. If you draw first, as long as your luck is not too bad, you should be able to draw the spot for catching.
As Director Chen said this, he also had an expression that said, "Look how good I am to you." The audience in the live broadcast room were a little surprised when they saw it.
That's not right. Didn't these people intend to plot against Fengzi and Wan Wan yesterday? Why are they taking care of them now? Let Shin Feng draw first, then he has a 3/4 chance of drawing the lottery to arrest someone? Is Director Chen trying to help Fengzi? I feel something is wrong. I always feel that Director Chen's eyes are a bit sinister.
While the audience was discussing,
Shin Feng drew a lot. When I opened it, I saw a big word written on it. Hide.
Director Chen had a look of regret on his face.
Oh, Xiao Shun, you have such bad luck. You got the lucky number to avoid. Then your group can only hide. No way, Fengzi also has such bad luck?
Although Fengzi has always been very powerful, she still doesn't have such a thing as X-ray vision.
Xiao Jia and the others have been unlucky so many times, is it finally Shin Feng's turn?
While the audience was discussing,
Shin Feng reached into the box again.
Director Chen's expression changed and he hurriedly tried to take the box away. But with just a look from Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan beside him reacted and hugged the box.
Shin Feng took the opportunity to take out the remaining 3 tickets. All opened in front of the camera. It says hide all over it. Audience. Director Chen. Damn.
This time there is really something shady going on.
This is too shady.
I wonder why the production team is so kind to let Fengzi draw first. It turns out that all 4 lots are dodged.
Fortunately, my Fengzi is smart and saw through Director Chen's trick. Shin Feng held 4 identical signature tickets and looked at Director Chen. You just said that as long as my luck isn't too bad, I can draw the lottery to catch someone?
Then I'd like to know how to draw catch from the 4 hide cards. Director Chen coughed awkwardly,
pretending to look at the scenery.
Then he saw Jiang Wanwan picked up the box and was about to throw it at him.
Director Chen quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, this was just a little joke. Don't be angry, don't be angry. How about trying again? Can you try again?
Unexpectedly, Shin Feng actually shook his head.
It's okay, we can hide. Director Chen was stunned. The audience was also stunned. Today's rules clearly state that whoever tries to hide will suffer. Shin Feng had clearly discovered Director Chen's conspiracy and could have drawn again, so why was he willing to hide?
But then Shin Feng continued, but I have a condition.
You tell me, you tell me.
If our group is caught less than 10 times, I hope the production team can give us a bonus of 100 yuan.
Director Chen thought about it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I agree. He just didn't believe it.
The shopping mall only had a few floors, and he had restricted many hidden corners to prevent hiding. There are almost no perfect places to hide. 3 groups of people have been trying to catch Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan for the whole day today.
How can they not catch them 10 times? Seeing that Director Chen agreed, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan nodded in satisfaction.
Everyone got in the car and headed to the shopping mall from the hotel. The assistant director and Director Chen were sitting in a car. He whispered, Shin Feng clearly had the opportunity to redraw the lot, but he still chose to hide, and even asked you to increase the prize money.
Aren't you afraid that they will find a way to avoid being caught by others? Director Chen sneered. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have a killer move. Don't forget that even if Shin Feng and the others want to hide, they will be followed by cameras the whole time. We can see where they are at any time. If it doesn't work, I will reveal the location of Shin Feng and the others to the other 3 groups. With me as your off-field coach, are you still worried that you won't be able to catch Shin Feng and the others?
Director Chen also had a camera in his car to follow the filming.
At this time, the audience heard what Director Chen said.
Suddenly, a large amount of black curtain flooded the screen again. Many people are still worried about Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and others. Director Chen reports to the other 3 groups. Doesn't it mean Fengzi and Wanwan can't hide anywhere? What's the point of playing then? That's right, this is obviously an attempt to defraud the Suwa couple of their money. I knew Director Chen was always bad, but I didn't expect he could be this bad. It's over. Fengzi and Wanwan 1T lose all their money today, right? Then will I still be able to see them have a big dinner tonight? I wait for their eating broadcasts every day to have dinner, woo woo. Amid the audience's discussion, the program crew returned to Qianda Shopping Plaza. Director Chen first gave Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan 5 minutes to hide.
Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan ran to the outside of the shopping mall, took a taxi and went back to the hotel to sleep. Director Chen quickly stopped them. You can't leave the shopping mall. Xin Feng shrugged and obediently took Jiang Wanwan back to the shopping mall and went upstairs. As soon as 5 minutes were up, the other three groups immediately took action. At this moment, in their eyes, Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were no longer two people. But it's a whopping $5. Whether they can catch these two guys, and whether they can catch them a few more times, is related to whether they can have a good meal in the evening. I have to say that this format of program is indeed very effective. When the other three groups of guests started catching people, the audience became nervous. First, let us see which floor Xin Feng and the others are on. Then I went to another live broadcast room to see which level others had reached. Some people simply opened several browsers or even took several mobile phones and opened every live broadcast room. At this time, Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were on the 4th floor of the shopping mall. The other three groups of guests, who had already discussed the plan, were split into three groups. Zhang Wei and Meng Yan's team searched the 1st floor, which has the largest area, and the 2nd floor. Li listened to Jatnam and searched the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. Zhao Tianshu and Shan Lu searched the cinema areas on the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors. Li Tingting and Jia Tenen's group searched the 3rd floor and found no trace of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. So I ran to the 4th floor. That is the floor where Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are now. The audience became even more nervous. What frightened them the most was that Xin Feng and Wanwan were not hiding now. They were at the same jewelry store where they bought the animal ear headbands yesterday. I asked the rich second-generation store manager for paper and pen and was writing something. They seemed completely unaware that someone had arrived on their floor. It's approaching them. Chapter 71 Brother Shen, are you secretly in love with me? Chapter 71 Brother Shen, do you have a crush on me? Li Tingting and Xiao Jia are coming. Fengzi Wanwan, what are you doing? Run quickly, it will be too late if you don't run now. You can hide, but don't stand at the door so openly. What are they writing? I really want to read it. Some of the audience were very anxious. Some people who like to watch the fun are curious about what Xin Feng is writing. Director Chen was also very curious. He asked the photographer to come over and take a picture. As a result, Jiang Wanwan suddenly blocked the camera. He grinned and said, "No taking pictures. This is a secret." This made the audience and Director Chen even more curious. But soon, they were no longer so curious. There was no time for them to be curious. The audience became nervous, and Director Chen showed a sinister smile on his face. Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who had finished writing, left the jewelry store. And not far behind them, Li Tingting and Jiatnan were walking over. Li Tingting and Jia Tennan saw Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan at a glance. The expressions of both of them became interesting. Are they going to be the first ones to catch Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan? Even Jatnam, who had been worried till then, began to feel excited. The two looked at each other and then ran towards Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan together. Hearing the footsteps, Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan looked back. Just when everyone thought that the two of them should turn around and run. Unexpectedly, the couple walked towards Jiatnan and Li Tingting. This abnormal behavior immediately frightened Jatnan, who had suffered many losses before, and made him alert. He hurriedly pulled Li Tingting to stop, then stared at Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan with a vigilant look. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Keep your distance. Xiao Jia's reaction must have left him with psychological trauma due to Fengzi and Wanwan's tricks. I'm a passerby, I just arrived. Should Fengzi and Wanwan catch them, and Jiatnan and Li Tingting hide? This is the first time I've seen the person who catches is more cowardly than the person who hides. The audience complained. Even Xin Feng looked helpless. He spread his hands and said, "You are the ones who came to arrest us, not us arresting you. Why are you reacting like this?" Jatnan looked at Xin Feng seriously. This is my normal reaction to you too. Brother Shen, I know exactly who you are. You dare to approach us so openly, there must be something fishy going on. Xin Feng smiled. He pulled Jiang Wanwan and continued walking towards Jiatnan and Li Tingting. Jiatnan pulled Li Tingting and retreated step by step. When he retreated to the wall, with nowhere to retreat, Jiatnan looked at Xin Feng with a heroic expression on his face. Brother Shen, what on earth do you want to do? Xin Feng clicked his tongue. Walked to Jatnam's side. With Jatnam's face filled with horror, he grabbed Jatnam's wrist. Then he placed Jatnam's hand on his body. I'm here for you to catch, understand? Jatnam was stunned. Li Tingting was stunned.
The audience and director Chen were all stunned.
This Shinfeng actually came to the door on his own initiative? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Of course, Jayatnan and Li Tingting also felt that it was unreasonable. Especially Jatnam.
She quickly withdrew her hand and huddled beside Li Tingting like a bullied little wife.
He looked at Shinfeng fearfully and asked, I don't believe it. You must have a conspiracy. What on earth do you want to do?
Shinfeng said sincerely, I really have no conspiracy.
I really want you to catch me. I don't believe it. Jatnan roared. Shinfeng had a headache. This guy is a bit too cautious. Could it be that he had committed so many frauds before that he had trained himself into an anti-fraud expert? There was no other way.
In order to express his sincerity, Shinfeng could only take out $5 and hand it to Jatnan.
I've given you the money this time, so you should trust me, right? Jatnan looked at Shinfeng warily.
He looked at the $5 warily again. Finally, he carefully extended 2 fingers. He pinched one corner of the $5 bill with the tip of his fingernail.
As if he was afraid that the money was poisonous, he took the money back tremblingly.
Then I held it up to the light several more times. After confirming that it was real, he gave the money to Li Tingting to keep.
Shinfeng said, You should trust me this time, right? I still don't believe it. Brother Shin, is your head caught in the door?
Shinfeng, your head was caught by the door.
Jatnan, then why did you take the initiative to let me catch you? Why did you come to give me money?
As he spoke, Jatnan's expression suddenly changed. He bit his lip. He hesitated for a long time.
Finally, he whispered, Brother Shin, you. Do you have a crush on me?
As he spoke, Jayatnan suddenly covered his buttocks and said, Let me make it clear first, I am not worth $5.
No, $5 is too much. In short, don't even think about buying my heart with $5.
As a result, he had just finished speaking when he saw Jiang Wanwan looking at him kindly.
Jatnam shuddered with fear.
Shinfeng was also speechless. He said to Jatnan seriously, Even if my brain is stuck in the door, I will never have a crush on you.
Jatnam heaved a sigh of relief. But soon I felt a little sad again. Am I so unworthy of your love? Jiang Wanwan clenched her fists.
Jatnam immediately changed his words and said, I don't deserve it, I definitely don't deserve it.
Ha 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 Xiao Jia, there's something wrong with you. Luckily Wanwan is quite strong, otherwise Xiao Jia might have really intervened. But it's very strange, why was Shinfeng arrested for no reason? Was he giving money to Xiao Jia and the others? Does he feel he can't escape? To be honest, I think Fingzi must have a conspiracy. Some people in the audience were laughing. Some people are wondering.
At this time, Shinfeng patted Jatnan's shoulder.
Xiao Jia, here are the $5. They are my apology to you. I did screw you over a few times before. I'm sorry. But I hope you understand that you are my best friend in this show.
Jiang Wanwan also said to Li Tingting, Tingting, you are also my best friend.
Both Jayatnan and Li Tingting were very touched.
Then they saw Shinfeng take out a note. The photographer wanted to take a picture of what was on the note, but was intercepted by Jiang Wanwan again. Shinfeng said to Jayatnan and Li Tingting earnestly, I regard you as my best friends, so the contents of this note are all beneficial to you. You should consider it carefully.
Jayatnan and Li Tingting read the note.
The note said that it was hoped that the two groups could cooperate with each other. As long as Jayatnan and Li Tingting can cover them until the end of the game, they will give Jayatnan and Li Tingting $15 after the end. Even if Jayatnan and Li Tingting bought ingredients in the evening, Shinfeng could help cook them.
Both Jayatnan and Li Tingting were moved.
$15, plus the $5 Shinfeng just gave me, makes $20. Normally, you have to catch Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan 4 times to get 20 yuan.
But it's not easy to catch them 4 times. This time, the two of them came to me on their own initiative, but what about next time? No one can say for sure.
What moved Jayatnan and Li Tingting the most was the second half of the sentence.
Shinfeng can help with cooking. To be honest, neither Jayatnan nor Li Tingting is good at cooking. And even if they are good at it, they dare not say that they can be compared with Shinfeng. After all, Shinfeng's cooking skills are recognized even by state banquet chefs like Uncle Li.
Shinfeng can help them cook, this condition is too tempting.
Jatanen read the note over and over again for a long time, but he didn't think there was anything deceptive about it.
Finally, after discussing with Li Tingting, he nodded at Shin Feng.
Brother Shin, we agree to your terms and we are willing to cooperate. Huh? What kind of collaboration? What happened? I just went to the bathroom, what did I miss? What exactly is written on Shin Feng's note? I want to see it too.
Program crew, please give me a shot, please give me a shot.
I don't know what's written on the note.
I want to be able to eat for the whole day.
The audience was extremely curious. How come Shin Feng could fool Jatanen and Li Tingting into cooperating with him just by showing them a piece of paper? Curiosity kills the cat. And the audience? And Director Chen. Director Chen now really wants to know what is written on the note.
He quickly told the photographer to make sure to capture what was written on Shin Feng's note.
But Jiang Wanwan blocked the camera tightly.
No matter how the photographer moved, he couldn't avoid Jiang Wanwan.
This defense, Jiang Wanwan must have played basketball before. Let Wanwan defend James next season.
The photographer was carrying the camera, the photographer made a fake move, the photographer wanted to dribble past the opponent.
Jiang Wanwan blocked it. Beautiful defense.
Seeing that one photographer couldn't get rid of Jiang Wanwan, Director Chen immediately directed another photographer on the scene. In addition to the photographer who was taking pictures of Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan, there were also people taking pictures of Jia Tennan and Li Tingting.
Another photographer took advantage of Jiang Wanwan's unpreparedness and tried to take a sneak shot of the note in Jatanen's hand. Xiao Jia.
Jiang Wanwan saw this and shouted loudly.
Jatanen also reacted quickly enough and crumpled the note into his mouth. Shin Feng said helplessly, "Why don't you just put the note in your pocket? Why do you have to eat it?" Jatanen swallowed the note with difficulty.
After taking a long breath, he said, "I saw in TV dramas that this is how spies swallowed the information after being caught."
So you want to try what it feels like to be a spy? Li Tingting asked. Jatanen shook his head. That's not the case. I just didn't react for a moment and forgot I could put the note in my pocket. Shin Feng. Jiang Wanwan. Li Tingting. Li Tingting, director, can we change partners now? Can we change to someone with brains? Chapter 72 We refuse to cooperate. Chapter 72 We refuse to cooperate.
Director Chen agreed to Li Tingting's request to change his partner. The price was that Li Tingting had to tell him what was on the note. As a result, Li Tingting did not change his partner, and Director Chen was unable to learn the contents of the note.
This made Director Chen and many audiences feel itchy. Especially Director Chen. It seemed that Jatanen and Li Tingting actually didn't arrest Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan because of a note. Jiang Wanwan even asked the rich second-generation owner of the jewelry store for a deck of playing cards.
Li Tingting, Jiang Wanwan, and Jia Tennam ran to the side to play landlord. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find mahjong, he would probably have brought Shin Feng along to play mahjong.
Director Chen was anxious. This one work.
This is his hide-and-seek live broadcast room, and it is also the Love Survival variety show live broadcast room. At the very least, it should be Jiang Wanwan's food live broadcast room.
What a disgrace to playing landlord.
Although since Zhou Yilin commented on Jiang Wanwan, Director Chen has become much more tolerant of the Penghu Bei group. But he couldn't just watch these people play cards in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators.
Director Chen looked at the other live broadcast rooms.
Seeing that Zhang Wei and Mengan's group was closer to the fourth floor where Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan was, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and started reporting the location.
Zhang Wei, Mengan, Shin Feng is on the east side of the fourth floor, go catch him.
It's starting, he's getting anxious. The Chen Dao brand plugin is now online, with a new perspective reporting function.
Director Chen, there are so many people watching, this is really inappropriate. Xiao Jia, are you stupid? You are a peasant, why do you want to use the king to suppress your teammates? In the live broadcast room, some people are condemning Director Chen. Some people are condemning Jatnam's card skills. And the second floor of the shopping mall. Zhang Wei and Mengan were startled when they heard Director Chen's voice. Fourth floor? Isn't that where Xiao Jia and the others are going to search? Director Chen said angrily, stop talking. Jia Tenan and Li Tingting have already betrayed the organization. They have been bribed by Shin Feng.
Comrade Jiang Wei, Comrade Mengan, whether we can take down Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan depends entirely on you. This is for yourselves, but also for the organization.
Mengan and Jiang Wei's expressions turned serious. The two said in unison, make sure to complete the task.
Then the two of them went upstairs. Then the two of them saw Jiang Wanwan, who was playing landlord. Then the two of them wanted to catch Jiang Wanwan. Then, Shin Feng appeared from nowhere and stopped them.
Shin Feng happily took out $5 and said, it's the redemption fee. Just a token of my appreciation. Mengan and Jiang Wei looked at each other. Did you deliver it to your door yourself? Is there such a good thing?
They took the money doubtfully. Then, Shin Feng took out a note. At the same time, he spoke to them mysteriously. Brother Zhang, Sister Meng, you are my best friends in this program group, and you are also my most respected seniors. I consider you my best friends, so please think carefully about the contents of this note.
Audience. Director Chen. Let us do it again, right? Same old trick, eh? Everyone is your best friend, right? Director Chen saw Jiang Wei took the note and hurriedly said through the intercom, Comrade Jiang Wei. Comrade Mengan, you can't betray the organization.
Don't believe Shin Feng, he is not trustworthy. Director Chen was shouting at the top of his lungs. Then I saw Mengan and Jiang Wei both turned off the intercom. They both looked at Shin Feng excitedly and asked, are you really willing to give us?
Hush.
Shin Feng made a gesture to keep quiet.
As long as you are willing to cooperate, I will definitely do it for you, you know.
Don't forget, we are all guests, we are in the same group. What we should do is not to cheat money from each other, but to make money from the program team. Mengan nodded, thinking that what Shin Feng said made sense.
Jiang Wei glanced at Jitnan, who was playing landlord.
Suddenly he whispered to Shin Feng, although you made a lot of money from the program team, it seems that you also cheated a lot of money from Xiao Jia, right?
It's a bit inappropriate for you to say that. Shin Feng waved his hand. That's not a trick, it's a white lie. I'm helping him. Jiang Wei, did your lies help him in any way?
Of course. Shin Feng said, if he is not allowed to experience the hardships of life, how can he understand what true happiness is?
Jiang Wei. Shin Feng added, I also helped him improve his anti-fraud awareness. Now he is not as easy to deceive as before. Jiang Wei, okay, you are right.
In the end, Jiang Wei and Mengan both agreed to cooperate with Shin Feng. The conditions Shin Feng offered them were the same as those he offered to Jiatan and Li Tingting. It's all $15, plus help with cooking.
Jiang Wei and Mengan have long wanted to try Shin Feng's cooking skills.
With the addition of Jiang Wei and Mengan, there are now 3 groups of 6 people on the 4th floor of the shopping mall. So Shin Feng asked for another deck of cards.
3 men in a group and 3 women in a group. The fight became more joyful.
The comments in the live broadcast room gradually turned into various comments on the country's affairs.
Straight, oh my god, it's a straight. Damn, my brother Feng is really good at playing cards. He won again.
Photographer, please turn around and give me a perspective of Sister Meng.
Hey, Sister Meng has a good hand. I think it will bring spring. Director Chan was so numb watching it.
Ever since he came up with the idea of hide and seek yesterday, Director Chen felt that this was a plan that would have a very positive effect on the show. There is a game of hiding and catching, and there is also competition between the 3 groups of catching people. The most important thing is to be able to recover funds from Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan.
It's perfect.
Even last night, Director Chen dreamed about them chasing each other in the shopping mall.
Result. Hide and seek has turned into landlord. Although there is gambling and competition in landlords. But this is completely different from what he thought.
Director Chen grabbed the walkie-talkie and looked towards the live broadcast room of the Tianlu group.
You are my last hope. He pressed the communication button on the intercom. Zhao Tianshu, Chen Lu, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu were searching for the cinema on the top floor of the shopping mall. Hearing the voice on the intercom, Zhao Tianshu asked, what's the news? What happened?
The ugly combination and the mighty combination were both instigated by Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Director Chen said with great sorrow. They are playing landlord on the 4th floor right now. The task of taking them down will be left to you.
Zhao Tianshu and Shan Lu never expected that Shin Feng could actually incite the remaining 2 teams to rebel.
How did they do it? Can you tell me what Shin Feng did? Otherwise, what if we are also turned against him? Zhao Tianshu asked. Director Chen said. Shin Feng showed them a note. Then what? Then they rebelled. Zhao Tianshu. Zhao Tianshu, excuse me, what's written on the note? Director Chen, I don't know either. Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu were both silent.
There must be some incredible conditions written on that note.
Only Jiatnan, Zhang Wei and others would choose to cooperate with Shin Feng. Then if we go, won't Shin Feng still be able to instigate us to rebel? Zhao Tianshu finally said helplessly. He doesn't think that he has better willpower than others. Director Chen certainly wouldn't let Zhao Tianshu just go there.
Director Chen, who witnessed the rebellion of the ugly and mighty bands, decided to make full preparations this time. As long as you don't let them turn against you, I can give you a bonus of 100 yuan. And every time you catch Shin Feng, I will give you an extra $5 in bonus. Director Chen has invested a lot of money this time.
Today, he must see hide and seek.
Must. When they heard about such a generous reward, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu's eyes lit up.
A bonus of $100.
They have never seen so much money since they started participating in the show.
Okay, we accept this mission, Zhao Tianshu said. Then, he went downstairs according to Director Chen's instructions.
Director Chen looked at the screen and smiled coldly. Shin Feng, I've invested a lot of money this time. I don't believe you can offer such generous conditions.
You are too young to fight me.
Soon, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu's team found Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan who were playing cards. Seeing this, Shin Feng handed over $5 with ease. Then, another note was handed over.
Here we come. Zhao Tianshu swallowed.
He wanted to see what conditions could impress the other two groups of people. When he saw the $15, Zhao Tianshu was not very tempted. But when he and Chen Lu saw the last sentence, Shin Feng helped with cooking. The expressions of the two people were a little unnatural. These days, they would watch Shin Feng cook for Zhang Wanwan in front of the screen almost every night. And they can only eat their boxed lunches miserably. Shin Feng's craftsmanship is undoubtedly superb. So Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu have long wanted to eat the food cooked by Shin Feng. I have to admit that this condition is indeed very tempting.
Only.
When he thought of the 100 yuan, Zhao Tianshu began to hesitate again.
Finally, Zhao Tianshu took a deep breath.
He shook his head at Shin Feng.
Sorry, we cannot accept your conditions. We refuse to cooperate. Chapter 73 I don't have much money, but we have a lot of people. Chapter 73 I don't have much money, but we have a lot of people.
Seeing that Zhao Tianshu righteously refused to cooperate,
a smile appeared on Director Chen's face.
He couldn't help but pick up the intercom and boasted to Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan, "You are not the only ones who can make conditions, I can make conditions for them too." I gave them a reward of $100, and promised that I would give them $5 more for every time they caught you.
The conditions I offer are so generous, I wonder how you can win people's hearts. Classmate Shin, you are still too naive.
Director Chen's tail is about to reach the sky. I have played chess with Shin Feng so many times.
He finally won once.
Shin Feng heard this. Suddenly he said to Director Chen, "If the ugly listening band and the mighty band choose to betray me now and not continue to cooperate with me, Director Chen, can you give them such generous treatment?"
Director Chen immediately said, "Of course not.
Otherwise, each team would get a bonus of 100 yuan, so why would we record this show?"
Shin Feng nodded.
Then he looked at Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu, and said with a smile, "You two, are you really not going to cooperate with me?"
Zhao Tianshu sighed.
"Your conditions are indeed very tempting, and we also want to taste your cooking skills. But a prize of $100? We haven't seen so much money since the show started, and we really want to have a good life, so, sorry."
"All right."
Shin Feng sat on the chair and nodded at Zhao Tianshu, "I am a very reasonable person, so I respect your choice."
But
Shin Feng suddenly changed the subject. "But respect aside, I still want to have a good talk with you."
"I have made up my mind. There is nothing more to discuss,"
Zhao Tianshu said with a firm look.
Shin Feng shook his head. "Just a gentle wave of your hand." Jatnam and others looked at each other. No one knows what Shin Feng is going to do.
They all stood there in a daze. The scene became awkward for a while. Only Zhang Wanwan understood what Shin Feng meant. She hurriedly whispered a few words to Zhang Wei Jatnan and others.
Then he made an okay gesture to Shin Feng.
Shin Feng coughed lightly.
Again.
As he spoke, he waved his hand gently again.
This time, Jatnam and the others finally cooperated. Jayatnan and Zhang Wei stood beside Zhao Tianshu.
Li Tingting and Meng An walked to Chen Lu's side. Zhao Tianshu looked around and found that Jayatnan and Zhang Wei both had gloomy expressions.
Zhao Tianshu shouldered what he saw. What do you want to do? Nothing, I just want you to sit down and have a good chat with me.
As Xin Feng was speaking, Zhang Wei and Jia Tennan carried Zhao Tianshu to the chair opposite Xin Feng. Zhao Tianshu subconsciously wanted to stand up, but was immediately held down by the shoulders by Zhang Wei and Jayatnan and pushed back into the chair.
Zhao Tianshu was about to cry. Why does he feel like he's been kidnapped? Zhang Wanwan took out a pair of sunglasses from the jewelry store and put them on Xin Feng. Xin Feng was wearing sunglasses and crossing his legs,
looking at Zhao Tianshu, who was being held by two people opposite.
With the demeanor of a gangster boss, he slowly said, Zhao Tianshu, you just said that you don't want to cooperate with me? Now, do you want to reconsider it? Indeed, I really can't offer you better conditions than Director Chen. But I just said that I am a very reasonable person. There is a truth that I must explain to you clearly. Although we don't have much money, we have a lot of people. You know? Damn, this is too cruel. You call this being reasonable?
My gangster boss Fingzi is so stylish, all he needs is a black suit.
Ha ha ha, although we don't have much money, we have a lot of people.
Filming a dating variety show ended up looking like a gangster movie.
Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu are so miserable, ha ha, finally it's not my little Zhao Wuhu who is unlucky.
The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly surged. However, Director Chen was not in the mood to read the comments at the moment. Seeing that Xin Feng looked like a gangster boss, he was trying to intimidate Zhao Tianshu.
Director Chen quickly said, Xin Feng, what are you trying to do?
This is a serious show, and you are not allowed to use violence against the guests.
Xin Feng spread his hands innocently, how could I use violence? Am I not being reasonable? Then, even intimidation won't work. Oh, I can't force you, but you can bribe you, is that what you mean? Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. Director Chen was furious, didn't you bribe him first? But there's no rule that says you can't cooperate with your enemies.
I didn't break any rules.
Xin Feng behaved very innocently.
I created this game, so of course I have the final say on the rules.
Director Chen said angrily. Xin Feng said aggrievedly, then I'll leave? Director Chen. Director Chen was speechless.
The assistant director at the side patted him on the shoulder.
Why bother? Just give up. You can't beat him.
Director Chen silently took out a bottle of quick-acting heart pills from his pocket and swallowed two. After eating, he let out a long breath. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie again tremblingly.
Just continue, just pretend I didn't say anything.
I heard no more sound from Director Chen. Xin Feng looked at Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu with a kind face again. He smiled and said, you too, the sponsor who gave you the financial subsidies is no longer talking.
Do you have any other ideas now?
As I said before, I am a very reasonable person and I respect your choice.
Zhao Tianshu looked at Zhang Wei and Jayatnan beside him.
Then he looked at Li Tingting and Meng An beside Chen Lu. And Zhang Wanwan, who was standing aside, carrying an inflatable hammer that she had found from somewhere.
She gave a smile that was uglier than crying. We cooperate, we are willing to cooperate.
Xin Feng took off his sunglasses, stood up, walked forward, and shook hands with Zhao Tianshu with a smile. Indeed, you are also very wise people.
Zhao Tianshu clenched his hands numbly.
After a moment, he looked up pitifully at Xin Feng again.
Will you give us $15 after that, and cook for us tonight? Xin Feng thought about it.
Finally, he said, I can cook, but it's $15.
I'm sorry I can't give it to your group. Why? Since there are more of us, I have the final say. Do you have any objections?
Zhao Tianshu was silent for a long time. Finally, he suddenly grabbed the hand of Jatnam beside him.
Jatnam gets shocked. You're not secretly in love with me, are you? Zhao Tianshu didn't know what Jayatnan meant by this.
He just said with a sad face, Xiaojia, I finally understand the pain you once felt. No wonder it would become unfortunate if you were told not to get close to Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan.
Turns out it's true.
In the end, Zhao Tianshu was forced to choose to cooperate with Xin Feng Zhang Wanwan. The other three groups of guests were originally enemies of the Penghu Bei group.
Now they have all become Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's younger brothers. The world is united and harmonious. Looking at so many people, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt emotional. I found a problem. Shinfeng looked sideways and asked, "What's the problem?"
Although we can now get together 2 mahjong tables, it's a pity that we don't have mahjong. If we're playing landlord, we're still 1 person short of 3 tables. When everyone heard this, they began to worry.
Just when everyone was thinking about what to do next,
then they saw a figure slowly walking towards them.
Director Chen stood in front of them with a haggard look on his face.
He smoothed the few strands of hair on his head. He said sadly, "I heard that you are short of people?
It's time for me, the champion of the 4th Didizu contest held at Wenting Community, Sanxian Road, Huahu District, Suzhou and Hangzhou, to join the battle."
Woohoo! Has Director Chen surrendered? This is called a real man who can bend and stretch, although I have never seen him stretch.
What's the saying? If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Director Chen's name is quite impressive. He seems to be a master. Hey, Director Chen chose Fengzi and Wanwan as opponents. It's going to be fun.
Seeing that Director Chen actually sat at the table with Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, the audience was excited.
10 minutes later,
when Director Chen confidently tried to seize the title of landlord for the 5th time, he was brutally defeated by Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Director Chen took out the quick-acting heart pills from his pocket and took several of them. Then he quietly ran to Jatnan's table and pushed Zhao Tianshu away. Of course, it is impossible for Shinfeng and his friends to fight against the landlord for a whole day.
After all, this is still a live broadcast of the program.
So after playing cards for a while, Director Chen assigned new tasks. Since we can't continue playing hide and seek today, let's come up with a new task.
There is an escape room on the 7th floor of this shopping mall. You should have seen it.
Our program team has reached a cooperation with that escape room.
Later we will send each group of you to a different secret room.
You need to solve the puzzles in the room and find a way to escape.
We have prepared different prizes. Whoever escapes first will be eligible to choose the prize.
This was originally the project that Director Chen had left for tomorrow.
But today's hide and seek game is out of the question, and we can't let the guests play landlord all the time. Director Chen could only move tomorrow's project to today.
The group went up to the 7th floor in a mighty procession and arrived at the escape room store. In the escape room store, the boss greeted everyone with a big smile. Then he said, "This time, I have carefully designed many magical escape room projects for our program team.
I added a lot of new elements to it.
I guarantee that this escape room is something you have never experienced before. Remember, in the secret room, don't trust anyone else except your partner, and don't trust any intelligence completely." The boss finished speaking.
The staff took out blindfolds and put them on several groups of guests.
Then he mysteriously led the guests into different secret rooms.
Jiang Wanwan held Shinfeng's arm and took every step carefully, until the staff said that it was time to take off the blindfold.
Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng took off their blindfolds and looked at the secret room in front of them.
As a result, Jiang Wanwan was numb when she took a look at it.
Because on the wall opposite her, there were 3 big blood red words written on it.
Jatnam. Jiang Wanwan was dumbfounded. Why is Jatnam's name written in their secret room?
Before she could come to her senses, the staff rushed over. "I'm sorry, I took you to the wrong room.
Please follow me over here."
Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng looked at each other and were about to follow the staff. But after walking 2 steps, Shinfeng pulled Jiang Wanwan and stopped.
The staff member turned to look at them in confusion. "Why don't you leave? Is there any problem?"
Shinfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at him.
"Not that there's anything wrong with us. You have the problem." Chapter 74 Escape from the Secret Room Part 1. Chapter 74 Escape Room Part 1.
The staff member pressed down the baseball cap on his head.
He showed a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you talking about? What do you mean there is something wrong with me?" Shinfeng raised his chin and pointed to the door the staff was going to take them to.
"Although we were blindfolded when we came in just now, I know that we did not come through that door."
"Oh, that's because this door also leads to the secret room you want to go to," the staff said. "Really? If that's the case, why don't you open the door and let us see?"
Shinfeng made a gesture of invitation. The staff didn't move for a long time. Shinfeng continued, "Before we entered the secret room, the boss said that this was a secret room he specially designed.
He also said that we can't trust anyone else in the secret room except our partner.
Generally speaking, the escape room game begins the moment we take off our blindfolds.
So you are also in the category that we cannot trust, am I right?
Shinfeng smiled and pointed to another door in the room. That should be the entrance we came from.
I won't see you off.
The staff member quietly left the room through that door.
There is no doubt that this shows that Shinfeng's speculation is correct.
Seeing this scene, the audience in front of the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, these audiences knew that there was something wrong with this staff member. Because similar situations occurred in the secret rooms of several other groups of guests. People who claimed to be staff came in and said that the guests had gone to the wrong room and wanted to take them to another room. But the other groups were not as vigilant as Shinfeng. Just like the group of Li Tingting and Jiatnan. When Jiatnan followed the staff into the next room, Li Tingting was about to go in with them. The door of the room was closed. Li Tingting and Jiatnan were directly separated into two rooms. A prompt sounded from the secret room, saying that only by working together to decipher the secret, one inside and one outside, could they rescue their companions. When the audience saw that the staff also found Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan, they were still worried that they would be infected as well. Unexpectedly, Shinfeng saw through the other party at a glance. I can only say that it is Fengzi who is awesome. After all, he is brother Feng, who is proficient in many foreign languages, can easily solve advanced math competition problems, and can guess the room number based on the light.
Does this count as skipping a level? They skipped the part of rescuing their teammates and can now proceed to the next step? I'm a little curious about how long it will take them to clear this secret room, and how much faster will they be than other groups. The boss seemed to have said before that the estimated time to clear this secret room was about an hour and a half.
Fengzi skipped a level, and since he has a quick mind, he can probably clear it in 40 minutes.
Someone said. Some people even opened the bet. I bet for 1 hour. I bet for 30 minutes. I believe in Fengzi. About 70 minutes.
Who knows if there will be any more surprises in this secret room? The comments kept discussing the issue of how long it would take to complete the game.
At this time, in the secret room, Zhang Wanwan was looking around the room curiously.
Then he pointed to a small door in the corner and said, "There seems to be a combination lock there.
I need to find the combination and unlock the lock before I can enter the next room, right?"
This type of escape room game is usually composed of 3 or 4 secret rooms. Players need to find the key or password to the next secret room through clues in the secret room.
Shinfeng thought about it. Suddenly he asked Zhang Wanwan, "Do you want to pass quickly, or do you want to play for a while longer?" "Of course we have to pass it quickly. Didn't you hear Director Chen say there would be a reward?" Zhang Wanwan said seriously. Shinfeng nodded.
Then he took Zhang Wanwan's hand. Walked towards the door that the staff had just left. He turned the door handle and walked out. Outside the door, there were the shop owner, Director Chen, and a group of staff. They all stared in amazement at Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan, who came out.
Fuck, can escape room be played like this? A road never imagined.
But it seems that he did escape.
You guessed for an hour just now? This only took a minute. Fengzi's train of thought is truly something that not everyone can catch up with.
The owner of the escape room shop's lips were trembling at this moment.
You, why did you come out like this?
Shinfeng was very confused.
If I don't come out this way, how else can I come out? No, I mean, how can you get out of this door? Said the shop owner. Shinfeng became even more confused. When escaping a secret room, isn't it enough to just escape? Why does it matter which door you exit from? Shop owner. Although what you said makes sense. But actually it doesn't make sense at all. Who, when playing escape room, turns around and goes back the same way? What the hell are you doing here?
As a result, Zhang Wanwan came over to educate the store owner.
Boss, you're not professional at all. How can you not lock the door in this kind of escape room? The shop owner was speechless. He is unprofessional? He has opened more than a dozen escape rooms of all sizes in Chang'an City. Is he not professional?
The reason why the door was not locked this time was because the staff finally came out from this door.
Besides, who in their right mind would think of escaping a room like this? Is it that I am unprofessional or that your ideas are too weird?
Seeing that the shop owner was speechless, Zhang Wanwan ran to find Director Chen.
Director Chen, where is the reward we promised you? Director Chen glanced at the time depressedly.
There are still at least 3 hours before the live broadcast ends. If Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng were allowed to complete the task now, there was no telling what they would do in the remaining 3 hours.
Finally, Director Chen had an idea.
Suddenly he said, actually, the reward is at the real exit of the secret room. You have to clear the secret room and go out through another exit to get your reward.
And I advise you to hurry up. If other groups pass first, the good rewards will be taken away by them.
Director Chen chuckled, I'll let you in on this in advance.
This time the reward is not ordinary.
It has a lot to do with our last recording in a few days.
If you can choose a good reward, the last recording may leave a deep impression on you. After Director Chen said this, Jiang Wanwan really became interested.
He pulled Shin Feng back into the secret room. Director Chen saw this and rushed forward.
As soon as they entered the room, they locked the door.
Then he walked back to the shop owner. Upon seeing this, the shop owner gave Director Chen a thumbs up.
Amazing.
They were tricked into going back just like that.
Director Chen sighed sadly, how can it be called a lie? I was just telling the truth. But is your secret room difficult enough? How long do you think you can keep these two people trapped based on their brain circuits? The shop owner thought about it.
Finally, he said confidently, if they don't use this weird trick of returning the same way, then it should be no problem to trap them in this secret room for an hour. In fact, in an escape room, only 30% of the game requires your brain, and the remaining 70% is focused on finding clues. If you can't find the clues, no matter how smart you are, you won't be able to open the door. Director Chen heard this and nodded. Then he continued to look at the live broadcast room of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group.
Then, Director Chen's expression froze.
Because on the screen, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had actually found the password to the first room.
Pressed the password lock and opened the door. Entered the next room. Director Chen pulled the shop owner over and asked, what did you just say?
The shop owner didn't expect that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan would pass the first room so quickly.
But after thinking about it, he found an excuse. No, I should say I found a reason.
In fact, the main difficulty in designing my first room was the part where two people worked together to rescue their companion after being separated. They just skipped that part, so the rest must be much easier.
But the second level is different.
The shop owner assured him, I carefully designed this second level.
The clues are hidden very deep. Even if I were to find them myself, it would take me a while. They will definitely be stuck in the second level for a long time. Director Chen was skeptical.
But soon, he believed what the shop owner said.
Because after reaching the second level, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan did show signs of getting stuck. Jiang Wanwan ran around and jumped up and down looking for clues.
Shin Feng was squatting in a corner, fiddling with something. Because there was no photographer in the secret room, the program team relied on several cameras placed in advance to shoot, so it was not clear what Shin Feng was doing. Although Director Chen was very surprised, he felt that as long as they didn't pass the level too quickly, everything would be fine.
The audience was also curious. What is Fengzi doing? Why isn't he looking for clues? The clues in this level seem to be hidden very deeply. Wanwan has been looking for it for a long time. Could it be that Fengzi has given up? No way, Fengzi is not that kind of person. This secret room is really difficult.
In the secret rooms I played before, the clues were all on paper, but this one is all hidden tightly.
It really takes skill.
Some people in the barrage praised the design of the secret room. The shop owner smiled proudly when he saw this.
Laughing and laughing. He stopped laughing.
Because he saw Shin Feng squatting in the corner, fiddling with something.
Suddenly he stood up.
Then he walked to the closed door, took a piece of wire and poked it into the keyhole.
Start moving it up and down. Damn! Is Fengzi trying to pick the lock? No, isn't this how you play escape room? I was wondering why Fengzi was squatting in the corner just now.
There was a small Christmas tree there, propped up with wire.
He was probably taking apart the wire just now.
Although I don't agree with Fengzi's method of passing the level, to be honest, I am very curious whether he can pry the door open.
Me too, Fengzi is very capable, but she shouldn't be able to even pick a lock, right?
As a result, this barrage just came out. Shin Feng had already pried open the door lock and pushed open the door to the next room.
Audience. Director Chen. Shop owner. Chapter 75 Escape from the Secret Room Part 2. Chapter 75 Escape Room Part 2. Director Chen looked at the pried open door lock. He looked at the shop owner again. Didn't you say that we would be stuck for a long time at the second level? The shop owner's face turned blue.
No, he didn't play by the rules.
You can't blame me for that. Then can't you just change to a door that can't be pried open? Who would install a security door in an escape room? Besides, who would pick the lock when playing an escape room? How is that reasonable?
Director Chen and the store owner looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Director Chen could only pick up the intercom and said helplessly, Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, for the next 2 levels, do not pry the door open again.
Jiang Wanwan protested, why?
The shop owner said from the side, the rule of escape room is to use the materials in our secret room according to the puzzle we designed to open the door of the next secret room. Shinfeng raised the wire in his hand, this is indeed the material for your secret room.
Is it okay?
The shop owner choked.
After a moment, he said stubbornly, anyway, you can't pry the door open anymore. Please respect the secret room I worked so hard to design. Director Chen suddenly whispered something into the shop owner's ear.
The shop owner gave Director Chen a strange look. Then he repeated Director Chen's words doubtfully, as long as you pass the level honestly, without sneaking through the door or picking the lock, I can give you a $5 bonus after you pass the level.
Director Chen told the store owner the amount of $5.
The shop owner thought that $5 was too little.
Can you impress these 2 people?
As a result, Jiang Wanwan and the camera snatched the wire from Shinfeng's hand.
Broken in 2.
Then he waved his hand at the shop owner and said, remember to keep your word. Then, he excitedly pulled Shinfeng into the next room. The shop owner watched the scene speechlessly. He thought these 2 people were very difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that I could take them down for just $5. They are so easy to deal with, why don't you give them money earlier?
The shop owner looked at Director Chen.
Director Chen covered his pocket and said painfully, my expenses today are already very high.
There is no way I can pay them anymore. You have to pay for the $5 yourself, understand?
The shop owner was even more speechless. At this time, Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng had already entered the 3rd room.
After entering the 3rd room, Jiang Wanwan obviously became much more obedient.
It's not like in the 2nd room, where I was looking for clues everywhere.
He just followed Shinfeng, not daring to look around. Because the layout of this 3rd room is very eerie and scary.
In addition to several skeletons, there were also many human heads and limbs hanging around. Under the dim red light, the bloody and eerie horror photos hanging on the wall seemed to be moving.
Although Jiang Wanwan knew that these were all props. But just like she is still scared even though she knows the ghost story is fake.
Looking at these props in the gloomy atmosphere, Jiang Wanwan still felt a little nervous. The theme of the secret room they entered was called Revenge of the White Ghost. It is a secret room that leans towards horror. In the first room, the scary parts were hidden in the separated rooms, and Shinfeng skipped them directly.
In the second room, before Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan found the truly terrifying clue, Shinfeng pried open the door lock.
When we arrived at the 3rd room, the horrifying scene was finally revealed.
Jiang Wanwan was scared. This is the first time I have seen such an honest Wangu.
I didn't expect that my brother is actually afraid of ghosts.
I thought he was fearless.
No wonder in the first episode, Fingzi was beaten up by Wangu when she said she wanted to tell Wangu a ghost story.
The scared Wangu looks like a little baby, so cute. It is rare for the audience to see Jiang Wanwan so quiet and obedient. Shinfeng naturally also noticed Jiang Wanwan's fear.
He took Jiang Wanwan's hand and whispered, why, are you scared?
Jiang Wanwan responded softly. Why don't you go wait in the 2nd room, and I'll call you over once I unlock this room. Jiang Wanwan quickly shook her head, no. Who knows what weird things will happen in this secret room? What if they do something bad and especially send someone to dress up as a ghost to scare me in the 2nd room? What should I do?
She hugged Shinfeng's arm, looking like she wasn't going to let go. I'd better go with you. Shinfeng smiled and touched her head. Then he held her in his arms, and while holding her, he searched the room for clues. Before, the shop owner felt complacent when he saw Jiang Wanwan being frightened, and thought that his level of secret room design was still very high. But now, looking at the 2 people hugging each other, the shop owner gradually couldn't laugh anymore. He sighed, hugged his arms lonely, and said, I'm already in my 30s, why can't I find a girlfriend? Director Chen patted the shop owner's shoulder comfortingly. Actually, I don't have a girlfriend either. The shop owner suddenly felt like he was a fellow wanderer in this world. Then Director Chen continued, but I have a wife.
Shop owner.
The assistant director at the side glanced at Director Chen. This guy's ability to irritate people has obviously improved recently. Most likely he was assimilated by Shin Feng. If you pass the game normally, this secret room is indeed designed to be quite difficult. It took Shin Feng 15 minutes to search the third room before he finally found the crucial clue. After opening the door of the third room, a dark corridor appeared in front of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. There was only a little light at the end of the corridor, illuminating the entrance to the fourth room. The middle of the corridor was completely dark. Shin Feng picked up the small flashlight he had just found. The modified flashlight has weak light and can only illuminate a very small area. So even with flashlights, they were basically walking in the dark.
Shin Feng frowned.
This corridor certainly could not have been designed for nothing. Such a dark environment, such a corridor, and it is also a horror-themed secret room. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with this corridor. Obviously Jiang Wanwan also thought of this. She shrank into Shin Feng's arms even more fearfully. Funzi, I always feel like there's something hidden in here, and it must be scary. Shin Feng looked at Jiang Wanwan, who looked pitiful in his arms, and gently covered her eyes with his hands. He whispered in her ear, "It's okay. If you are scared, just close your eyes and don't look. I will take you there. But if I close my eyes, I'm a little afraid to walk, for fear of bumping into something." Upon hearing this, Shin Feng put the flashlight in his mouth. Then he picked up Jiang Wanwan. "My boyfriend is so strong, Fengzi. Fengzi is so handsome holding Wanwan with a flashlight in his mouth. I want to give a thumbs up to the person who designed the secret room. Thanks to the secret room he designed, it is scary enough, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see the scene. In fact, the first and second rooms are also very scary. I saw them in the live broadcast room next door. It's a pity that Fengzi and Wanwan jumped out of the game. Fengzi, go ahead and clear the level with your princess in your arms." Seeing Shin Feng picking up Jiang Wanwan, the barrage of comments became lively again. Shin Feng, holding Jiang Wanwan, walked into the corridor. The flashlight has low light intensity and a very small illumination range. There is always an area in darkness in front of you. In the corridor, the program team also set up several small cameras with night vision capabilities. At this time, the director cut the lens to the camera in the corridor. In the greenish night vision footage, the audience can see Shin Feng holding Jiang Wanwan and moving forward carefully. Similarly, they could also see a female ghost hiding in the corridor. Of course, this female ghost was disguised as a staff member. She was hiding in the darkness of the corridor, waiting for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to approach. "Ah, Fengzi, don't go. There's a ghost ahead." "It's over, Fengzi and Wanwan are definitely going to be scared. Is this a room escape or a haunted house? Is it so exciting? Where is this secret room? I want to go there too. Wanwan is so afraid of ghosts, will she be scared to tears? I suddenly want to see Wanwan being scared to tears." "You are not right, but I also want to see. I'm different. I want to see Fengzi get scared." It's exciting to think about the dog-like handsome guy who has always been calm and frightened to the point of turning pale and shaking all over. The audience who could see the female ghost through the night vision camera were talking about it. Many people were waiting for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to be scared. When the shop owner saw the scene in the live broadcast room, a smile appeared on his face. This corridor is his masterpiece. A dark corridor, limited light sources, and a female ghost hiding in the dark. This will definitely bring the greatest sense of immersion and fear to the experiencer. In the lens. Shin Feng, holding Jiang Wanwan, was already very close to the location of the female ghost. When the female ghost saw the time was right, she pounced on him. She was just about to scream to scare Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. But she had just jumped out and had no time to scream. Then she saw Shin Feng pointing a finger at her. He made a gesture to keep quiet. "Don't scare her, thank you." Then, Shin Feng was heard speaking vaguely with a flashlight in his mouth. Shin Feng's voice was not loud. But through the microphone on the body, it was transmitted to the ears of every audience in the live broadcast room. The audience, who were originally waiting to see Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan get scared, fell silent. A moment later, someone posted a comment. "I am jealous." Chapter 76, this ad placement is not awkward at all. Chapter 76, this advertisement placement is really not awkward at all. A sentence, "I'm jealous." I don't know how many viewers' thoughts were expressed in this statement. Of course, it's not just the audience's voice.
It is also the voice of the female ghost. Looking at Shin Feng holding Jiang Wanwan, the female ghost felt like she was about to cry. Why? Why does she have a boyfriend? Why does her boyfriend dote on her so much? And she can only be alone. Hide in the dark corridor and pretend to be a ghost to scare people. The problem is that before I was scared, I was fed a mouthful of dog food. The female ghost became angrier the more she thought about it. Finally, he squatted on the ground and hugged his legs in grievance. The ghost girl suffered real damage. Although I am also jealous, I am sure that she is even more jealous than me. Deep sympathy. Jiang Wanwan, nestling in Shin Feng's arms, carefully opened one eye. Seeing the female ghost in white squatting on the ground pitifully, Jiang Wanwan jumped out of Shin Feng's arms. He squatted beside the female ghost and patted her on the back. The female ghost was very touched. I didn't expect that someone would comfort her. She subconsciously wanted to turn her head, but Jiang Wanwan covered her face with a slap. At the same time, Jiang Wanwan closed her eyes and shouted, "Don't let me see your face. I'm scared. Turn your head back quickly." The female ghost was slapped in the face and turned her head back in grievance. Jiang Wanwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She patted the ghost girl on the back and comforted her, "Don't be too sad, there are no obstacles in life that you can't overcome. Are you anxious because you don't have a boyfriend? Don't worry, three-legged frogs are hard to find, but there are plenty of two-legged men." The ghost girl whispered, "But not all men are so good." Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows, "Then do you want to find a man as good as my Fengzi?" The ghost girl nodded as soon as she heard it, and hurriedly asked, "Can you help me find it?" Jiang Wanwan immediately said seriously, "No. I can only advise you not to have such unrealistic fantasies in the future. My Fengzi is the best in the world." The ghost girl. "Wangu, are you here to comfort me, or to finish me off? Why do I feel even more sour? This woman is showing off. This woman is showing off. Does she think she is so great just because she has Fengzi? Woohoo, it is indeed great, I want it too." One is pampering his wife, the other is showing off his husband, but I am different, I am eating dog food. Jiang Wanwan seemed completely unaware that she had caused secondary harm to the female ghost. She was still comforting the ghost girl, saying, "Don't be sad. Although you can't find a man as good as Fengzi, you can still find other men. But I'm not good looking. The female ghost has some inferiority complex." Jiang Wanwan recalled the face of the female ghost girl that she had just seen. It really doesn't look good. However, Jiang Wanwan expressed her understanding. "It's okay, you put on makeup just to play a ghost, it will be fine once you take it off." The female ghost felt even more aggrieved. "But I didn't put on any makeup today." Jiang Wanwan. After a moment, Jiang Wanwan sighed. "Sister, you have to believe that there are no ugly women in the world, only lazy women. As long as you learn how to dress yourself up, your appearance won't be a problem at all. I just happen to have a makeup secret book here that I can teach you." When the female ghost heard this, she hurriedly asked, "What secret book? Can I learn it?" Jiang Wanwan chuckled. "Follow the Weibo account at Wan, which contains makeup tutorials I've posted before. They are simple and easy to learn, and I promise you'll learn it all, so you can witness your own beauty." As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan also looked for nearby cameras. Then he smiled at the camera and made a yet gesture, "Welcome everyone to follow us. Wangu is really talented. This ad placement is not awkward at all. I've already followed you. If I click again, won't that mean I've unfollowed you? Okay, I've already unfollowed you. Wangu is really making me laugh to death. Is this the time for you to promote your Weibo? Comfort the little sister." The female ghost didn't care about Jiang Wanwan's advertising. Instead, he asked curiously, "Then, you look so good, is it because you are good at makeup?" Jiang Wanwan touched her face. Seriously said, "No, it's because I'm naturally beautiful." The female ghost was speechless. After comforting the female ghost sister for a few more words, Jiang Wanwan continued to move forward with Shin Feng. Because the corridor itself was not very long, Jiang Wanwan knew that there couldn't be another ghost hiding in the road behind. She became bolder and stopped letting Shin Feng hold her. He held his head high and chest out, seeming very brave. When they reached the door of the fourth room, Jiang Wanwan said in a very imposing manner, "Open the door. Let me see what's in the next room." Of course, if Jiang Wanwan had not hidden behind Shin Feng when she said this, but had held Shin Feng's arms tightly with both hands, she would have appeared more imposing.
Shin Feng pushed open the door of the fourth room.
Surprisingly, the fourth room was bright. There didn't seem to be anything particularly scary inside. Jiang Wanwan became bolder again. He let go of Shin Feng and stepped into the room. As a result, as soon as they entered the room, the lights in the room were turned off again with a click.
There was also sinister laughter coming from the speakers around. Jiang Wanwan was so scared that she screamed, jumped up suddenly, and hugged Shin Feng like an octopus. Shin Feng smiled bitterly and hugged her, comforting her. "It's okay, don't worry, I'm here." As he spoke, he looked around. The wall must have been painted with special paint. When the lights were on, the walls looked as white as new. But as soon as the lights went out, blood-red words immediately appeared on the wall. There are 4 horror stories written on the 4 walls, and the clues must obviously be found from these 4 stories.
Shin Feng hugged Jiang Wanwan and began to decipher the code.
Jiang Wanwan stayed in Shin Feng's arms for a while, and then she mustered up the courage to open her eyes. Looking around, there didn't seem to be any particularly scary murals or props like the one in the third room.
Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief.
She glanced at Shin Feng, who was deciphering the code beside her seriously, and suddenly she felt playful. He whispered in Shin Feng's ear with a strange smile, "Shin Feng, give me back my life."
"Gu, you are not afraid anymore, right?" "Really?"
"Be careful or Fengzi won't hug you anymore."
Unexpectedly, after hearing Jiang Wanwan's sinister words, Shin Feng was not scared or angry. He smiled and said, "You are my life, how can I pay you back?" "Damn it! You're forcing me to eat dog food, right? This is too sudden. Aren't you afraid of choking me to death?"
Although it's very earthy, Shin Feng said it so sweetly.
Jiang Wanwan was also shy. She hit Shin Feng lightly and changed the subject. "Can you unlock this secret room? Is it difficult?"
The shop owner outside smiled coldly after hearing this.
"Difficult? Of course it's difficult.
Not to mention the mechanism behind the secret room, I specially asked someone to design these 4 puzzles.
If your brain isn't flexible enough, it's normal to be stuck on these questions for half an hour."
Then Shin Feng said, "It's not difficult, it's very simple.
How about this, you kiss me and I'll solve all these puzzles right now." Jiang Wanwan hesitated for a while.
Finally, she gave Shin Feng a light kiss on the face. This caused the fans in the live broadcast room to scream excitedly.
This should be the first time they saw Jiang Wanwan kiss Shin Feng. After the kiss, Jiang Wanwan blushed and said, "Untie it quickly, untie it quickly." Outside the secret room, the shop owner was very disdainful. "He's just trying to find a reason to trick the girl into kissing him. I don't believe he has the ability to untie it now. How long has he been in there? 3 minutes? 5 minutes? You want to solve my 4 questions in 5 minutes? You must be kidding me." Director Chen glanced at the store owner.
To be honest, he always felt that the current state of the store owner was a little familiar.
1 minute later.
When Shin Feng easily solved the 4 puzzles on the wall and found new clues, the shop owner's expression became stiff.
Director Chen finally understood why he felt familiar with it. Isn't this his original state?
At that time, he was also full of confidence and gave Shin Feng a high-level mathematics competition question. I still feel that Shin Feng can't solve it no matter what.
The result? The result is the same as the current store owner.
Shin Feng slapped him on the face and it hurt so much. When Director Chen looked at the shop owner again, he immediately felt like a senior looking at an ignorant junior.
A young shop owner.
You know nothing about how powerful Shin Feng is. After solving the 4 most difficult puzzles, the other puzzles in the 4th room became relatively easier.
Compared to the previous rooms, this room is more about decryption rather than searching for clues. For Shin Feng, this was almost an easy question.
10 minutes later, Shin Feng opened the 4th door and successfully left the secret room.
The shop owner was dumbfounded. The audience also had a lot of discussion.
This group's speed is really fast. Xiao Jia next door has just reached the 3rd level. He will probably be stuck at the 3rd level for 20 to 30 minutes.
That is already pretty good.
Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu are still in the 2nd level.
Zhang Wei and his team are still in the 2nd round. Xiao Jia's team is mainly because Li Tingting is a top student from Peking University and Tsinghua University with a high IQ. Woohoo! Didn't the director say there would be a reward? What is it? Some viewers remembered the reward. And Jiang Wanwan was obviously also thinking about the reward.
As soon as he came out of the secret room, he looked around. Soon, I saw a booth not far away. On the stand, there was a sword, a pot, a white veil, and a wheelchair.
What does this mean? Director Chen said before that these rewards are related to the last recording, right? I guess Jiang Wanwan will choose the pot. She is a foodie.
Veil, girls should like this kind of thing. Who knows which sword Fingzi would choose if she were to choose?
What man doesn't want to be a hero with a sword? While the audience was talking about it, Jiang Wanwan sat down on the wheelchair. Director Chen saw this scene and asked helplessly while holding the intercom, "Student Jiang Wanwan, can you tell me why you chose this wheelchair as a reward? Is that even a question?" Jiang Wanwan said as if it was a matter of course it's because this is the most valuable. "Fengzi, if we sell it, can we have another steak tonight?" Director Chen took a deep breath.
Then he said solemnly, "Student Jiang Wanwan, I am telling you seriously that these rewards are related to our last recording in a few days. I hope you can choose carefully."
Jiang Wanwan thought about it carefully. "Finally, I chose a wheelchair. Can you tell me why again?" Director Chen asked again. "Because it's valuable. Didn't I say that before?"
Jiang Wanwan spread her hands.
Director Chen, this is a prop. You can't sell it." Chapter 77 True Damage. Chapter 77 True Damage. Night. Hotel restaurant.
After experiencing the torture in the secret room, several groups of guests looked a little tired. Even the unpleasant group that included Li Tingting, a top student from Peking University and Tsinghua University, was stuck in the secret room for a long time.
I was also frightened by the female ghost in the corridor.
It can be said that I am exhausted both physically and mentally. The only thing that comforted them was that after returning to the hotel, Shinfeng gave them 15 yuan as promised and even went to help them cook.
Several groups of guests sat at the dining table, waiting for today's dinner. Looking at the tired crowd, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but say, "I don't think that escape room is that difficult. Are you guys really that exhausted?" Several groups of guests looked at her. That look was full of contempt. The audience in front of the live broadcast room couldn't help but complain.
"Of course you don't find it difficult, because Shinfeng has been in the secret room before. When it comes to scary places, Shinfeng either takes you to skip them or helps you to get through them.
When it comes to difficult questions, Shinfeng either skips levels and picks locks or solves them in seconds. You've been slacking off the whole time."
Not only is she slacking off, she's also posting dog food while slacking off.
This woman is truly guilty of a heinous crime. Jiang Wanwan didn't care about the gazes of the other groups of guests. Instead, he asked with interest, "What did you choose as the final reward?" Li Tingting said, "I chose the veil because it feels beautiful and romantic."
Chen Lu said, "The long sword I chose is very handsome."
Mengyan said, "I chose the pot." Jiang Wanwan looked at her, "Is it because you like the simple and unpretentious atmosphere of fireworks?" Mengyan smiled bitterly, "Because when we came out, only the pot was left." Zhang Wei was also helpless.
The two of them are considered older among this group of young people. When it comes to new things like escape rooms, they still can't compete with young people.
A few people chatted while waiting for Shinfeng to cook.
Because the last few groups of guests had cooperated with Shinfeng, Shinfeng simply decided not to cook for each group of guests individually, but to pool everyone's money and make a few big dishes. When handing over all the money to Shinfeng, Zhang Wei realized a problem. On the surface, he gave us $15, but in reality, he took all our money to buy food.
So, doesn't it make any difference whether he gives us money or not? However, Jatnan patted Zhang Wei's arm. "It's good that he didn't cheat us out of extra money. Just be content."
After pooling together the money from several groups of guests, plus the 100 yuan bonus that Director Chen gave to Shinfeng for the hide-and-seek project, Shinfeng finally had nearly 300 yuan in hand. If you use this money to buy ingredients, it will be enough to make a big meal. Another half an hour later, Shinfeng and Uncle Li brought out plate after plate of dishes. When they saw Uncle Li, several guests who were originally sitting stood up and greeted Uncle Li. They now all know that Uncle Li is the state banquet chef and the real boss of this hotel.
Jiang Wanwan looked at Uncle Li curiously and asked, "Uncle Li, were you cooking just now?"
"Well, since Xiaoxin couldn't handle it alone, I helped cook a few dishes,"
Uncle Li said. Everyone's expressions became interesting. State banquet chef helps. Can they eat dishes prepared by the state banquet chef? But I'm not helping you for free. I'm going to eat for free later. Uncle Lee said again. Welcome, welcome. Of course you're welcome. As everyone was talking, they made room for Uncle Lee. Looking at the table with 9 dishes, several people were drooling. Jiang Wanwan was greedy and started eating as soon as she sat down.
As a result, at this moment, Director Chen's voice came from the intercom.
Then I heard Director Chen swallow his saliva.
Then he coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, don't rush to eat.
I have another task for you." It was rare that the 4 groups of guests present all looked at the camera with hostility. Uni President expressed its dissatisfaction with Director Chen.
Ha ha ha, Director Chen has angered everyone this time. You leave so much delicious food for people to eat and still give them tasks.
I would be angry too. Wan Guo's expression looked like he was about to eat someone.
Fortunately, Director Chen was not here, otherwise there would probably be an extra meat dish on the table later. Director Chen also felt a little uncomfortable because of these people's stares. But he still said, some of the 9 dishes on this table were made by Shinfeng, and some were made with the help of Uncle Lee. You can taste who made it when you eat it later.
If you guess correctly, you can continue eating. What if you guessed wrong? Li Tingting asked.
Director Chen chuckled and said, if you guess wrong, you have to bring this dish to me.
Don't even think about it. These are all mine.
Jiang Wanwan slammed the table and said with wide eyes.
I'm the director, I have the final say.
Director Chen had just finished speaking. Several other groups of guests stood up at the same time. The photographer was so scared that he took several steps back and said, please stop looking at me like that.
It was Director Chen who said that, not me. Director Chen is a man of integrity.
Seeing that several people had objections, he immediately gave in.
Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. But can you bring me the remaining soup so I can mix it with my lunch?
Only then did they sit down and start eating. However, although they did not accept Director Chen's task, several people still guessed who cooked the dish while eating. This lamb chop smells so good, it must have been made by Uncle Lee.
I think this simple braised beef must be Brother Shun's craft. Hey, try this fish, it's so fresh. Who made it? Uncle Lee? Is this the skill of the state banquet chef? Amazing.
Several people were eating and guessing at the same time, while Uncle Lee and Shinfeng looked at each other and just smiled without saying anything. I shouldn't have eaten this show while eating.
The more I watch it, the less delicious the food in my hand tastes.
Ha, Xiao Jia guessed 3 dishes, and all 3 were wrong.
It's rare that Zhang Wei guessed it right, was it a fluke? Does this mean that Shinfeng's cooking skills are similar to Uncle Lee's? Is he that good?
In fact, the audience just saw the scene of Shinfeng and Uncle Lee cooking in the kitchen.
So you know who made each dish. Why don't you guess it, Wan? Are you afraid of being embarrassed if you can't guess it? One audience member noticed that Jiang Wanwan seemed to be concentrating on eating and did not even guess who made which dish.
Yes, show me your skills, bro.
I want to watch Wanwan guess.
Director, please make arrangements quickly, or I won't even give you soup later. After the first audience member mentioned it, other audience members also became interested. After all, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have the most fans in this live broadcast room.
Director Chen saw this and picked up the intercom and said to Jiang Wanwan, student Jiang Wanwan, why don't you guess who made these dishes? Jiang Wanwan said vaguely while eating, it's too simple. I'm not interested. Come on, guess what? Don't guess, it's affecting my eating. Director Chen said pitifully, please, guess.
Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but shudder when she thought of Director Chen, the middle-aged man, speaking in such a pretentious tone. In order to prevent Director Chen from continuing to affect her appetite, Jiang Wanwan could only nod. She stretched out her chopsticks and pointed at the food on the table. This one, and the other 2 were all made by Fengzi.
The remaining ones are all made by Uncle Lee. The audience was stunned. Jiang Wanwan was right. And not a single one is bad. Damn, is this the tacit understanding between the Chuansua couple?
I thought it was great to guess 3 or 4 correctly, but I didn't expect to get all of them right.
Wan Gu is awesome. The Chuansua couple is awesome.
Director Chen didn't expect that Jiang Wanwan could actually guess all of them correctly. He couldn't help but say, I didn't expect you to know Shinfeng so well.
As a result, Jiang Wanwan asked with a puzzled look on her face, what does this have to do with understanding? These dishes were served by Fengzi, and the rest were served by Uncle Lee, didn't you see that just now? Director Chen. Director Chen, so you can't tell who made it by the smell? Jiang Wanwan said as if it was a matter of course. How is that possible? I'm not a god. These dishes are all equally delicious. How can I tell them apart? How do I withdraw the barrage? I want to withdraw all the circle lock couple YYDS that I just posted. Ah. The candy I just got was picked out by Jiang Wanwan before I could swallow it. Jiang Wanwan, you have to compensate me. Director Chen was silent for a moment. Just when Jiang Wanwan was about to continue eating, he asked a soul-piercing question. Student Jiang Wanwan, I have one last question. If you have to choose one, which one do you think is better, Shinfeng's or Uncle Li's? If I answer Shinfeng, I will offend Uncle Li. If I answer Uncle Li, I will offend my husband. It's up to you to choose. Director Chen sneered secretly. As a result, Jiang Wanwan glanced at the lens. Said, which one is delicious? Does it matter to you? You can't eat it. Director Chen. He probably knew what true damage was. Chapter 78, Robbery is not as fast as this. Chapter 78, Robbery is not as fast as this. In the end, Shinfeng was not particularly cruel. I still called Director Chen over to have dinner together. Director Chen was so moved that he felt that there are still good people in this world. After a satisfying meal, Director Chen's face was full of happy smiles. Along with the other guests at the table, they all praised Shinfeng's cooking skills. Shinfeng just smiled and then asked Director Chen, "Are you satisfied with the meal, Director Chen?" Satisfied. Are you full? I'm full. Do you think my cooking skills are good? Of course that's good. Then, Shinfeng extended his hand towards Director Chen. Director Chen smiled and shook hands with Shinfeng. But Shinfeng shook Director Chen's hand away and said, I don't want to shake hands with you. Isn't it time for you to pay for the meal? Meal expenses? Director Chen was stunned. What meal expenses? Why are there meal expenses? Shinfeng said as if it was a matter of course, Director Chen, what are you talking about? Don't you usually have to pay for your lunch boxes? Is there anything wrong with me charging you for such a big meal? Director Chen said in astonishment, but you didn't tell me before that you would charge money. If you had told me, I wouldn't have come to eat. Shinfeng patted Director Chen on the shoulder. Director Chen, is it useful for you to say this now? Isn't it all hindsight? You've already eaten. It's too late to say anything. Just give me the money. Then why don't they have to pay? Director Chen pointed to several other groups of guests. Jiang Wanwan walked up to Director Chen and said, who said they didn't pay? Without them, how could we have bought so many ingredients? Although they didn't pay for the meal, they paid for the raw materials. Then I also gave you the more than 100 yuan. Doesn't this also count as paying you for the raw materials? Director Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. We won the $100, not voluntarily given by you. How can it be the same? Director Chen choked there. It's over. He didn't expect that due to a bit of carelessness, he would get on the pirate ship again. Finally, Director Chen sighed. Whatever. The meal was indeed delicious, and the cooking skills of both Shinfeng and Uncle Li were perfect. It can be said that this was the most delicious meal Director Chen had had in all these years. Just give some money. Director Chen said this and took out 30 yuan. He remembered that several other groups of guests gave about the same amount of money. Shinfeng took the 30. But just when Director Chen stood up to leave, Shinfeng stopped him again. He smiled and said, 3,000 yuan for Cheng Hui, and there is still a shortfall of 2,970 yuan. Director Chen, 3,000 yuan for a meal? Why don't you just go grab some? Shinfeng spread his hands. Robbery is not as fast as this. The audience in the live broadcast room were envious of Director Chen for being able to eat the dishes cooked by Shinfeng and Uncle Li. Now seeing this scene, everyone began to gloat over it. I knew Fingzi wouldn't be so kind as to treat Director Chen to free food and drinks. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy. I can only say that Director Chen is still too naive. Look at Xiao Jia, he was educated by Fingzi early on, and now he is very vigilant. Indeed, if Director Chen was half as smart as Xiao Jia, he would know that he shouldn't have eaten this meal. Ha ha ha, please add the director's name to the guest list of this show next time, otherwise it would be unfair to him for such a miserable experience. When the barrage is gloating. Shen Feng was still reaching out to Director Chen. Give me the money, Director Chen. Don't even think about it.
Director Chen angrily said, they all gave 30, why should I give 3,000? They give 30 because they only have 30, and you have to give 3,000 because you have more than 3,000. Shen Feng said seriously.
Director Chen stamped his feet and said, bullshit. I only have 1,500 yuan on me right now. My money is all with my wife. This is all the private money I have left. Then 1,500 will be fine.
Shen Feng readily accepted the advice. I don't really like to embarrass others.
I am very reasonable and considerate. Director Chen, your mother. Zhang Wanwan picked up a chair from the side. Director Chen, how could your mother give birth to such a smart son like you?
Shen Feng smiled and said, thank you for the compliment.
Give me the money. Director Chen sighed.
First, he asked Zhang Wanwan to put the chair down, and then he said to Shen Feng, Student Shen Feng, we have to be reasonable when doing things. You only spent less than $300 on these ingredients.
Why are you charging me $1,500? Shen Feng picked up the hotel restaurant's menu from the table nearby. Director Chen, why don't you check it yourself?
In a hotel, just ordering a lamb chop will cost at least 120 yuan. And even if we don't talk about the hotel price, you see I have a total of 9 dishes, 4 of which were made by Uncle Li.
Uncle Li is a state banquet chef. Don't you think his cooking skills are not worth 15,000? Before Director Chen could say anything, Shen Feng looked at Uncle Li who was sitting next to him and said, Uncle Li, has your cooking skill declined? Some people don't like it.
Director Chen quickly apologized to Uncle Li with a smile.
No, that's not what I meant. Uncle Li's cooking skills are superb. He is definitely worth 1,500 yuan, definitely worth it. I would rather offend Uncle Li than anyone else. This is the boss of the hotel.
If Uncle Li gets angry, the entire production crew will be kicked out of the hotel. Finally, Director Chen looked at Shen Feng helplessly and whispered, Xiao Shen, Shen Feng, Brother Shen.
Let's discuss this. To be honest, your meal is indeed good, but 1,500 is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? We are so familiar with each other, and I have given you a lot of bonuses these days. There is no need to hurt our relationship over money. Shen Feng nodded. That's true. We are so familiar with each other, so I'll give you a discount. 1,499. Director Chen.
He took out another quick-acting heart pill and stuffed 2 into his mouth.
Shen Feng, I also have my own backbone.
If you push me again, I will really turn hostile.
Then, Director Chen said in a deep voice. Shen Feng waved his hand.
The other 3 groups of guests stood up and surrounded Director Chen.
Shen Feng smiled and said to Director Chen, let's turn against each other, Director Chen. Director Chen also laughed. It's just an ugly smile.
He smiled bitterly, tilted his head, and acted like a falling face.
What a falling out. Director Chen is so miserable. Is it such a high-risk job for all directors? Just arrived, is this the filming site of Sweeping Darkstorm 2? Director Chen, let's admit defeat, they have more money.
There was a lot of sympathy in the comments. Director Chen cried and grabbed Shen Feng's hand and said, I was wrong.
But this 1,500 is really too much.
Seeing Director Chen like this, Shen Feng didn't continue to make trouble with him. From the very beginning, he had never intended for Director Chen to pay 1 or 2,000 yuan.
He patted Director Chen on the shoulder and said, how about this? You don't have to pay 1 or 2,000.
You just need to provide dinner for our 4 groups of guests tomorrow.
It only costs 200 or 300 yuan, and you can come and eat when the time comes.
I promise I won't charge you extra for the meal.
Is that okay? Director Chen finally accepted this condition. 200 or 300 yuan for dinner for 4 groups of guests is not a particularly large expense. The most important thing is that he can eat along with us when the time comes. No extra money will be charged.
Although Director Chen knew that Shen Feng's words could not be fully believed.
But compared to 1,500, this condition is really good. Director Chen thought about it and finally agreed. All 4 groups of guests had smiles on their faces. Tomorrow's dinner is settled.
Director Chen agreed to the conditions, so Shen Feng naturally released Director Chen. The first thing Director Chen did after being released was to ask the hotel waiter for a lunchbox.
Pack up the leftover soup.
He said he would mix it with his lunchbox tomorrow. When Jayatnan and the others saw this, they also wanted to follow Director Chen's example and pack 2 dishes. As a result, he was stopped by Director Chen with a stern look on his face. Director Chen even said confidently, "I paid for all of this. It's all mine. If you want to take it away, you have to pay." Shin Feng didn't care about Director Chen's packing. After finishing the recording, he pushed Jiang Wanwan back to the presidential suite. That's right, pushing. Ever since Jiang Wanwan chose the wheelchair as a reward, she has become lazy. She had to sit in a wheelchair wherever she went and let Shin Feng push her. After returning to the suite, Jiang Wanwan moved from the wheelchair to the bed and lay down comfortably. Ah, what a happy day. Seeing her lazy look, Shin Feng couldn't help but say, "If Sister Lin knew that you live this kind of life of lying down after eating every day, I'm afraid you won't feel happy." Jiang Wanwan smiled smugly. It's a pity that Sister Lin doesn't know. If you don't tell me and I don't tell me, who else will tell me? As the two were talking, Jiang Wanwan saw Sister Lin send her a WeChat message. "Sister Lin, I saw you ate a lot at night. What are you doing now? Are you not lying in bed?" Jiang Wanwan, "Of course not, I'm exercising." Jiang Wanwan replied while rolling over on the bed. Then he replied again. "Jiang Wanwan, I am very self-disciplined and exercise every day. Sister Lin, you have to believe me." "Sister Lin, I don't believe you. Does the hotel have a scale? Weigh your current weight and send it to me." Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Replied quickly. Jiang Wanwan, no, there is no scale here." Sister Lin didn't reply. Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Sister Lin had let her go. Not long after, Sister Lin sent another message. "Sister Lin, I called your Director Chen and asked him to buy a weight scale for you. Remember to weigh yourself and take a photo later." Jiang Wanwan, no. Me, Fengzi and I are out jogging now. We can't receive the scale Director Chen gave us." Jiang Wanwan had just sent the message when she heard a knock on the door and the sound of Shin Feng opening the door. Of course, there is also Director Chen's voice. "This is the scale your agent asked me to buy, and it just so happens to be available in the hotel supermarket. Keep it, and I'll message your agent right away." Jiang Wanwan quickly wanted to withdraw the message about jogging. Unfortunately, it's too late. "Sister Lin, running? But Director Chen just sent me a message saying that you have already collected the scale?" Jiang Wanwan, "Well, when I saw your message, I rushed back." "Sister Lin, then you run pretty fast. Sister Lin, stop talking nonsense. Go weigh yourself." Jiang Wanwan could only agree helplessly. "At the same time, I was still thinking whether I should Photoshop the picture to make my weight lighter. As a result, Sister Lin called me via video. I guess you'll probably use Photoshop to fool me. So I want to watch you weigh yourself in person. Go." Jiang Wanwan is about to cry. "Sister Lin, could you please not know me so well?" Chapter 79 Final Day. Chapter 79 Final Day. Jiang Wanwan walked to the weighing scale reluctantly. He looked at Shin Feng with mixed feelings. Then he stood on the scale with mixed feelings. "Sister Lin, turn the camera away quickly, I don't want to see your face." Jiang Wanwan said and silently transferred the video call to the rear camera. Mentally, I was prepared to be scolded to death by Sister Lin. Her previous weight was probably around 47 or 48 kilograms. But ever since Shin Feng started cooking for her, her weight began to gradually increase. If Sister Lin knew that she now weighs 53 kilograms, she would definitely not forgive her. Jiang Wanwan was thinking when she suddenly felt Shin Feng hugging her waist. Shin Feng hugged her gently, giving her strength to push herself forward. He lifted her up a little. The numbers on the scale changed with Shin Feng's movements. In the end, I went back to 48 kilograms from 53 kilograms. Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Why didn't she think of this method? At this time, Sister Lin's voice was heard in the video call. "Well, it's true that it hasn't grown much. But you should eat less of these big fish and meat in the future. I know Xiaoshen's cooking skills are good, but you also have to pay attention to managing your body shape, understand?" Sister Lin took a look and found that Jiang Wanwan didn't seem to have gained much weight. The tone gradually softened. Jiang Wanwan quickly said, "Don't worry, Sister Lin, I will definitely pay attention next time. It's getting late, you should get some rest. I'm going to hang up first." Moa. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan hung up the video call. Then she suddenly turned around, hugged Shin Feng, who was still hugging her waist, and cheered excitedly. My savior, Fengzi. Shin Feng held Jiang Wanwan in his arms and turned around. Looking at Jiang Wanwan's smiling face, he said softly, then how are you going to repay me for saving your life? Jiang Wanwan thought about it. Finally, Baji gave Shin Feng a big kiss on the face. Shin Feng raised his eyebrows and pointed at his lips. You can't be so perfunctory when it comes to saving my life, right? Humph, all right. Jiang Wanwan said this and kissed Shin Feng on the lips. I just wanted to come and take a quick look. But the moment she kissed him, Shin Feng's hands went around the back of her neck, leaving a deep, deep kiss on her. Jiang Wanwan's face flushed, but she didn't struggle. Under the slightly extravagant lighting of the presidential suite, the two people hugged and kissed for a long time. Finally, Shin Feng held Jiang Wanwan and came to the floor-to-ceiling bay window of the suite. Shin Feng sat on the chair and Jiang Wanwan sat on Shin Feng's lap. Jiang Wanwan looked at the starry night scene outside the window. And Shin Feng was looking at Jiang Wanwan. Looking at her tipsy little face, Shin Feng brushed aside the hair beside her ear and said in a low voice, Wangu, when do you think we can go home? You miss home? That's not the case. For me, home is where you are. Shin Feng said this as he moved closer to Jiang Wanwan's ear. She lowered her voice and whispered, but you said before that we can only do that after we get home. Jiang Wanwan immediately understood what Shin Feng was talking about. She blushed and punched Shin Feng, and whispered, you can't think about serious things all day long. Shin Feng rubbed her head. What is business? Being with you is my only business. Oh my, this is so corny, stop saying it. Jiang Wanwan embarrassedly covered Shin Feng's mouth with her hand. But after a moment, she withdrew her hand. He used his own mouth to block Shin Feng's mouth. There are thousands of lights outside the window and the night sky is dotted with stars. Their kiss was reflected in the transparent window, gradually blending with the lights and stars outside. You are my fireworks. I am your shining galaxy. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The recording of Let's Start Dating Today is finally coming to an end. Today is the final day of this program. In the morning, Director Chen assigned tasks to each group of guests as usual. Everyone, today is the last episode of our program, so today's task format is quite special. Director Chen pointed to the task cards in the hands of each group of guests. Your mission is to find a location that matches the description on your mission card. Once you find that place, we will assign a new mission there. Director Chen clapped his hands and said, today's task is very important. I hope everyone can take it seriously and complete it well. Okay, without further ado, if everyone is ready, we can set off. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng looked at the task cards in their hands. There are only 8 simple words on it. The sun sets, and life is pampered. Jiang Wanwan frowned and looked at Shin Feng, and asked, what does this mean? Shin Feng pondered for a moment. Then he said, check how many nursing homes there are in Lanyu County. Jiang Wanwan immediately took out her cell phone to check. Because today is the last episode and the format is rather special, several groups of guests are allowed to bring mobile phones. Jiang Wanwan checked and then said, if it's in the county town, it seems that there is only one nursing home, which is the Lanyu nursing home. That's probably it. Shin Feng said. To live in luxury, respect can refer to respecting the elderly. The setting sun is also often used to refer to the elderly. This nursing home is probably the place with the most elderly people in the county. After the two of them determined the location, they went out, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the nursing home. After a while, the taxi came back. Because Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan left in too much of a hurry, the photographer was unable to get in the car, so Director Chen urgently called them back. Photographer, I haven't gotten on the bus yet. The photographer is so miserable. When Fengzi and Wanwan show their affection, he wants to eat dog food. When Fengzi and Wanwan eat, he can only drool. Now these two people don't even bring a photographer when they get in the car. However, Wanwan's group was still very good. The other 3 groups were still guessing place names in the hotel, but they had already set off. Of course, Fengzi is here after all. Alas, I feel so depressed when I think this is the last episode. I can't let my source of happiness disappear just like that. Me too. Director Chen, can you please shoot a few more episodes? I beg you. There are a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room today. In addition to the fact that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have attracted a lot of fans in the past few days.
The main reason is that today is the last episode of the show dating. Some viewers even took time off to watch this episode. They all miss the show so much. There are really too few variety shows that are so creative and have such good effects. The most important thing is that it is rare to find such outstanding idols as Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan, and such a good CP. In fact, just 2 days after Date became popular, people immediately started to copy Date. From the format to the content of the show, it is almost a copy of Date. However, its popularity is not even 1% of that of Date. Because without Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan, the show effect is so much worse. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at the Lanyu nursing home. After getting off the car, Jiang Wanwan looked at the gate of the nursing home and couldn't help but say, "This nursing home is well built." Well, it was just renovated in recent years. It cost a lot of money. On the way here, Shin Fong checked the situation of the nursing home. At this time, he explained to Jiang Wanwan. As he said that, he took Jiang Wanwan to the nursing home. At the gate of the nursing home, the guard had obviously been notified by the program crew in advance and let Shin Fong and the others in directly. This also means that Shin Fong's guess was indeed correct. The location on the task card is Lanyu Nursing Home. The nursing home has indeed just been renovated, and the environment inside is really nice. There are not only various flowers, plants, and trees, but also rockery corridors, pavilions, and lotus ponds. At first glance, it doesn't look like a nursing home, but rather like a small park. It is morning exercise time now, and many old men and women are doing exercises and strolling in the yard. There were a few old men sitting in the pavilion playing the arrow, accompanying the old lady in singing. It's very lively. On the side, a staff member from the nursing home came over to greet them. She was a woman in her 30s, wearing the work clothes of a nursing home. When she saw Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan, a smile appeared on the woman's face. "You two are here really quickly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Li, and I am the person in charge of this nursing home. I'm also your fan, and I've been watching your shows. When Director Chen contacted me, I was excited for a while. You have to sign an autograph for me later." Fangzi and Wanwan's fans are indeed from all age groups. Uncle Li from the hotel was their fan before, and now the person in charge of the nursing home is also their fan. To be honest, my grandfather has been watching this show these days. He said it is much more interesting than watching those annoying TV dramas. Shin Fong shook hands with Yang Li and said with a polite smile, "Thank you for your support. It seems that we have found the right mission location?" "That's right, this is the location of your mission. Next, I will give you a new mission," Yang Li said as she handed a new task card to Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan. When Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan saw the tasks on the task card, they were both a little surprised. The audiences in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Final task: play as an elderly couple in a nursing home and spend the day. Chapter 80. What did you say? I can't hear you. Chapter 80. What did you say? I can't hear you. Play as an elderly couple and live in a nursing home for a day. Neither Shin Fong nor Jiang Wanwan had expected that their final mission would be this. What they didn't expect was that the acting in the mission was actually serious. The program team specially invited a makeup artist. Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan were both put on old age makeup and dressed up as old people. He also brought over the wheelchair that Jiang Wanwan had chosen earlier. Let Shin Fong sit on it. Jiang Wanwan finally understood why Director Chen said at the time that the selected reward would affect the final recording. Jiang Wanwan expressed her protest. Director Chen picked up the intercom and said, "What are you protesting about? Don't you want a wheelchair? I told you at the time to make a careful choice, but you insisted on choosing this. There's no point protesting now." But Jiang Wanwan said, "I'm not protesting this. I'm protesting why Fengzi can sit in a wheelchair. I want to sit in a wheelchair too. I don't want to walk, I want him to push me." Director Chen. Director Chen, whatever you want. When Jiang Wanwan heard this, she pulled Shin Fong up from the wheelchair and sat on it herself. Jiang Wanwan is now made up to look like an old woman. His face is full of wrinkles and his hair is gray. Although you can still see her original beauty, now she can probably only be described as an old lady who has taken good care of herself. Shin Fong is almost the same. After putting on makeup, Shin Fong looked older, and even his expression seemed to have become more vicissitudes of life. If his back had not been straight, many viewers would have thought that he had really aged in an instant. Seeing Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan finished putting on their makeup,
Yang Li, the director of the nursing home, came over again. He smiled at the two and said, "You two will be simulating life in our nursing home today. According to the program team's requirements, you need to play a golden wedding couple. Your children are away all year round, and it's just the two of you who depend on each other." Then the program team also said that you need to immerse yourself in the show as much as possible. In the end, the audience will rate the performance of each group of guests, and the group with the highest score will receive the final reward prepared by the program team. When Jiang Wanwan heard that there was a reward, she became excited again. "What reward?" Yang Li shook her head. The program team said it's confidential. Then, as the person in charge of the nursing home, I will give you two a detailed introduction to the daily schedule of the nursing home. Yang Li told Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan the approximate schedule in the nursing home. Next, it is time for them to play freely. As soon as Jiang Wanwan heard that there was a reward, her enthusiasm for acting immediately came up. After Yang Li and the makeup artists left, Jiang Wanwan immediately immersed herself in the role and got into the state. His body became slightly hunched and his face looked a little tired. With her current makeup, she really seems like an old woman in her 70s or 80s. Shin Feng was not as into the role as Jiang Wanwan. He walked over to Jiang Wanwan, pushed the wheelchair and asked, "Wan, where do you want to go?" Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him and whispered, "Don't call me Brother Wan, and don't talk so excitedly. Can you act more like a real person?" Shin Feng was helpless. I had no choice but to bend over like an old man and ask in a low voice, "My dear, where do you want to go?" Jiang Wanwan was finally satisfied. He coughed and said, "There's really another place I want to go." "I know, the cafeteria, right?" Shin Feng asked. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him again. "Can you stop thinking about food? We are acting now, be professional." Shin Feng, "Okay, where do you want to go?" Jiang Wanwan thought about it. Finally, he said, "Let's go to the cafeteria and eat something. There should be breakfast." Shin Feng silently pushed Jiang Wanwan to the cafeteria. "It's so funny, but we still go to the cafeteria in the end. I can only say that Fengzi understands Wangu better than Wangu does. I was a foodie when I was young, and I am still a foodie when I am old. Don't mention it, Wanwan really looks like an old lady when she plays her role seriously. I just thought she was my grandma." "You are talking nonsense. Even actor Zhou Enlai praised Wanwan's acting skills, so it must be extraordinary. Compared to this, Fengzi is not as good. I don't know why I feel that he seems to be quite vicissitudes of life, but he is not as professional as Wanwan." The audience in the live broadcast room still recognized Jiang Wanwan's acting skills. Shin Feng pushed Jiang Wanwan all the way to the cafeteria of the nursing home, where breakfast was indeed available. There are also many old men and women eating inside. As soon as Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan came in, they immediately attracted the attention of a group of old men and women. The old men all looked at Jiang Wanwan. The old ladies all looked at Shin Feng. Of course, some people looked at the photographer behind them. "Hey, Lolly, who are these two people? I haven't seen them before." "I don't know." "I haven't seen her either, but that old girl looks pretty nice." "Sister Wang, look at that old man. I don't know how old he is, but he looks quite energetic. Even if I were 20 years younger, I might not be half as energetic as him. Is the guy in the back carrying a camera their son? He doesn't look like them, he's much uglier." The photographer carried the camera and followed the scene while listening to the discussions of the old men and women around him. I couldn't help but feel aggrieved again. How did he become the son of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan? It would be fine if he was your son, but why do you say he is ugly? No matter how you look, you still have to compare yourself with others. Compared with Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who wouldn't he look ugly? If you compare him with Director Chen, he is also a handsome young man, right? Director Chen sneezed. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed out loud when they heard the discussions of the elderly people around them. The photographer is really miserable. Fengzi and Wanwan are indeed killers for all ages. It was fine if they were charming when they were young, but now that they are older, they can also be recognized by grandpas and grandmas. I just heard an old man say that he wanted to go talk to Wanwan, but the old lady next to him picked up the chopsticks and poked the old man's thigh. That Auntie S style is a bit like my brother S. While the audience was chatting, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already passed through the sight of the elderly people and reached the cafeteria window. The cafeteria staff didn't seem to know Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
With Wanwan's superb acting skills, she didn't even recognize that Jiang Wanwan was wearing makeup. He politely asked Jiang Wanwan, "Auntie, what would you like to eat?" "Ah? What did you say?" Jiang Wanwan looked like she was hard of hearing. The staff seemed to be used to seeing hard of hearing people. Seeing that no one was queuing behind him, he slowly repeated to Jiang Wanwan, "I asked, Auntie, what would you like to eat? We have freshly fried dough sticks this morning. Is there a construction team repairing a bridge in your playground today? What bridge are they repairing? I didn't see it." Jiang Wanwan still looked like she couldn't hear clearly. The staff waved his hands. "No, I mean fried dough sticks." "What, headlines? What kind of bridge did you build that could make the headlines?" Seeing that they couldn't convince him, the staff could only change the food. "We also have steamed buns, would you like some?" "Ah? The melons here have wormholes? Then don't eat them." Staff, we also have fried shrimp here." Jiang Wanwan, are you groping in the dark here? Stop groping in the dark, I'm almost groping in the dark, can you eat anything here? Staff, would you like some pickles and millet porridge? Jiang Wanwan, a freshly picked hip bone axis? Whose hip bone did you pick? This is illegal. The staff was numb. She looked at Shinfeng helplessly, hoping that the old man's ears would work better. In order to prevent the old man from not being able to hear clearly, the staff also shouted at the top of their voices, "Uncle, please have some. What do you want to eat?" Then Shinfeng said calmly, 2 servings of lean meat porridge, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 eggs, and 1 serving of fried shrimp. Also, you don't have to speak so loudly, I can hear you. Staff, you can hear me, why didn't you speak up earlier? Do I need to shout for so long? The staff prepared breakfast for Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan in silence. Yang Li had given Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan a meal card before, and Shinfeng used the meal card directly. There was a large plate of breakfast. Shinfeng originally wanted to push Jiang Wanwan to the table first, find a place for her to sit, and then come back to serve the meal. As a result, the staff member glared at the photographer who was following behind. "What a fool you are! Why are you taking pictures with that broken thing on your shoulder? Can't you help your parents? Put that broken thing down and bring the breakfast over." The photographer was busy trying to explain. But before he could explain, he heard Jiang Wanwan, who had been pushed away, shout, "That's right. Do you have good eyesight? Bring the breakfast over here." The photographer was speechless. "You don't pretend to be hard of hearing anymore, do you?" He could only put the camera down obediently and bring breakfast to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Then he picked up the camera and started filming again. While eating breakfast, Jiang Wanwan showed Shinfeng a sly smile and said, "How about it, did I pretend to be deaf just now?" Shinfeng was stunned. He had a puzzled expression on his face. "What? You just got hit on the chin? Who hit you on the chin?" Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 81 Old Chess King. Chapter 81 The Old Chess King. After breakfast, Shinfeng asked Jiang Wanwan what she wanted to do next. Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we go to bed?" Before Shinfeng could say anything, Director Chen's voice came from the intercom. "No. I want you to play the role of old people and experience the life of an old man. Don't even think about getting by in vain. Think carefully about what you should do when you are old." Jiang Wanwan thought about it seriously this time. Then he said to the camera, "When I get old, I guess I just eat and sleep. I think this is very real. Ha ha ha, I think this is also very real. I can only say that this is indeed my style. Sleeping is fine, can you two sleep together? I want to see it." "Me too, it's the last episode, let us do something exciting." Director Chen ignored these messy comments. "Classmate Jiang Wanwan, let me tell you, if you want to sleep and kill time, then forget about the final reward provided by the program team." Director Chen warned, "Go and see how the other elderly people in the nursing home live, and then learn how to live like them, do you hear me?" Jiang Wanwan could only say oh helplessly. Then she let Shinfeng push her to the yard of the nursing home. It is morning now and the sun is shining brightly. The old people in the yard are doing all kinds of things. Some are doing morning exercises, some are playing the arrow and singing opera, and some are just taking a walk and chatting. Jiang Wanwan was just thinking about what she and Shinfeng could do when she saw 2 gray-haired old ladies walking towards them. His face was full of wrinkles, but was covered with an embarrassed smile.
The two old ladies stopped in front of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, stopped them, and wanted to say something, but seemed a little embarrassed.
Finally, an old lady next to him asked Shin Feng, "Brother, are you new here? How old are you? You look really energetic. Are you not even 60 yet?"
"My name is Wang Yanhua, her name is Zhao Suwaiting, shall we go for a walk together in the future?"
Judging from the expressions of the two old ladies, they obviously like Shin Feng.
Before Shin Feng could say anything, Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly spoke. Still lowering her voice, she said in an old-fashioned voice, "Sister, there's someone sitting here, didn't you see it?
He is my partner. We are a couple.
When we go for a walk, I accompany him and he accompanies me.
We don't need anyone else."
Oh, the jealous jar is jealous again. I can smell the sour taste through the screen. But the old ladies in this nursing home are quite open-minded. They dare to approach handsome old men when they see them. If I had such courage, I wouldn't be single. Old people are very friendly to each other.
My grandmother just moved to our community.
After only 5 or 6 days, she got to know 7 or 8 old men and women in the community.
Now they take walks and play cards together every day. Old people as socializing is sometimes much easier than that of young people.
After hearing what Jiang Wanwan said, the two old ladies looked at each other. Then they all apologized a little embarrassedly. "Oh, sorry, sister, is this your partner?
Hey, I saw that he looked much younger than you, and I thought he was your son."
I'm so embarrassed.
Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were both speechless.
The photographer who was following behind laughed out loud. It turns out that he is not the only one who was mistaken for his son. He suddenly felt much more balanced in his heart. As a result, he just laughed twice, and then he heard Shin Feng say, "I am a little younger than her, but we are indeed a couple."
As for the son, we do have a son, the one holding the camera in the back.
Photographer. When the two old ladies heard this, they looked at the photographer again. Then they both said with some regret, "What a pity that you two are both good looking, why is your son so ugly?" Yes, we originally suspected that the baby was taken away by mistake in the hospital. But no matter how ugly it has grown up to this age.
What else can we do? Jiang Wanwan said with a helpless expression.
Photographer.
Okay, he shouldn't laugh. How could he beat this couple?
After chatting with these two old ladies for a while, Jiang Wanwan's jealousy disappeared. The two old ladies must have really thought of Shin Feng as their son at first. After knowing that they were a couple, they acted quite apologetically. Jiang Wanwan naturally wouldn't argue with the two old ladies, and even started chatting with them.
Shin Feng was pushing Jiang Wanwan from behind, and the few of them were talking as they walked. It looks very natural.
If the audience didn't know that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were wearing makeup, they would even think that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were just two old people.
Especially Jiang Wanwan.
As she talked with the two elderly people, except that her voice sounded a little strange from time to time, there was almost no trace of youth in her.
Jiang Wanwan is now immersed in the role.
Really, no wonder Zhou Yingdi praised Wan Ji's acting skills, his acting skills are really strong. I didn't watch the live broadcast of that episode, but now I finally got to see Jiang Wanwan's acting skills with my own eyes. It should be difficult for young people to play the role of an old person, but she can still play it so well. I would say that her acting skills are among the best among the new generation of actors.
I think no one would disagree, right? The audience also praised Jiang Wanwan's acting skills.
After all, when compared with the current domestic traffic stars, the acting skills of the world-class actress in her previous life are like a dimensionality reduction attack. A few people chatted and soon walked to a few stone tables. There is a chessboard carved on the stone table, and several old men are playing chess there. The two old ladies said to one of the old men who was playing chess alone, "Oldly, we have a newcomer here."
Lao Li is a thin old man wearing glasses.
After listening to what the two old ladies said, he moved his eyes away from the chessboard and looked at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. He nodded at the two of them, then continued looking at the chessboard,
acting as if he didn't care.
When the two old ladies saw this, they hurriedly explained to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, "Don't worry about it, Old Li is just like that. He doesn't like to be distracted when playing chess. In fact, he is a very nice person."
Then why does he play chess by himself? Jiang Wanwan asked doubtfully.
There were quite a few people playing chess around, and many old men standing around watching.
If Mr. Li is really a good person, why doesn't anyone play chess with him?
An old lady waved her hand and said, "Don't mention it. Lao Li is usually a good person, but when it comes to playing chess, he immediately becomes a different person.
he is so serious.
He also thinks that other people's skills are poor and they are all bad chess players. He doesn't like to play with others and just likes to figure things out on his own. I heard him say before, he seems to be some kind of chess master, and he seems to be quite good.
Jiang Wanwan nodded upon hearing this. I also came over and watched Lao Li play chess.
She also knows a little about chess, but only enough to play against her father and the old men in the park. Looking at the endgame that Lao Li was studying, Jiang Wanwan felt overwhelmed after just a few glances.
Isn't the red team bound to lose? Not really.
Xin Feng, who was standing behind Jiang Wanwan, said, "It is difficult for the red team to win, but it is not impossible to win." As Xin Feng spoke, he stepped forward, picked up a red chess piece, and made a move.
Hey, don't move the chessboard, Lao Li.
An old lady tried to stop Xin Feng. Lao Li is a nice person, but he is a different person when it comes to chess. Especially when he is studying the chess game, he will get angry with anyone who touches his chessboard. Unfortunately, it was too late for the old lady to speak. Xin Feng has already moved the chess piece.
As expected, Lao Li's expression became unhappy.
He looked at Xin Feng and said, "Brother, what are you doing?" A true gentleman watches chess without saying a word. You just stretched out your hand to move the chess piece.
How rude of you.
An old lady nearby wanted to apologize to Lao Li on behalf of Xin Feng.
Xin Feng reached out and tapped the chessboard.
"Old Li, it's time for you to go."
Old Li frowned.
He looked at Xin Feng twice, and finally took a black chess piece and made a move. It just happened to block Xin Feng's red bead.
Tell me what's the point of making this move?
In the end, you still got stuck by me.
Do you think I can't think of such a simple chess move? Lao Li said. Xin Feng smiled without saying anything and moved another red piece. It's even more childish than the previous move. Have you ever learned to play chess?
Old Li said, and directly used his black piece to eat Xin Feng's red piece.
Hongzi was already at a disadvantage, and now that another one had been eaten, Hongzi's disadvantage became even greater. But Xin Feng remained calm and continued playing chess.
Old Li didn't want to leave with Xin Feng in the first place. He was already annoyed when someone touched his chess pieces, especially when the opponent was a terrible chess player. But when he took 2 steps impatiently with Xin Feng, Lao Li's expression changed. Because he suddenly realized that the seemingly childish moves Xin Feng had just made were actually intended to lure the tiger away from the mountain and set up a bigger plan.
And he has already stepped into the game.
Lao Li's expression became serious, and he began to carefully consider each of his next moves, striving to break the deadlock. But under Xin Feng's siege, he found that he could only retreat step by step. After more than a dozen rounds of bargaining, he had no choice but to sell his car and gun to save his life.
This time, Haizi's advantage was greatly weakened. Old Li finally looked straight at Xin Feng.
He made a gesture to Xin Feng, indicating Xin Feng to sit on the stone bench opposite.
Xin Feng shook his head.
He picked up another red piece.
Just 1 step. Seemingly no effect.
But after looking at the chessboard for a long time, Mr. Li let out a long sigh. "I lost. I didn't expect this game to be so messed up."
Jiang Wanwan asked doubtfully, "Lost? Did Haizi lose? Why? She still hasn't figured out what's going on."
At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were also asking the same question. As a national-level chess and card game, there are still many people who understand the rules of chess.
But many people didn't see how Koriko lost.
At this moment, a user with the ID chess player Wang Ping suddenly posted a barrage in the live broadcast room.
After 5 moves, the red piece is in check.
After 10 moves, the red piece is dead. The black piece can only follow the red piece's rhythm, so the black piece has already lost.
The professionals are here. I didn't expect that Fengzi and Wanwan's fans include chess masters?
You even thought of the next 5 or 10 steps.
How amazing. Is Wang Ping the champion of the previous National Chess Championship? He is really awesome. When Wang Ping saw this comment, he couldn't help but burst into tears and laugh. He tapped the keyboard and typed a line of words. I am a big shot?
No, the one sitting opposite Fengzi is the real big shot.
Don't you recognize him?
That's the old chess king Li Shuao, the first president of our domestic chess association. Seeing this comment, the audience was stunned.
Chapter 82, this depends on my son's opinion. Chapter 82, this depends on my son's opinion.
Many people may not recognize what some industry leaders look like.
But almost everyone has heard of his name.
Li Shuiao is such a figure in the chess world. Before the domestic chess community became formalized, it was Li Shuiao who led a group of people and built up the domestic chess association bit by bit. After chess competitions became formalized, he led his team abroad and won several championships. He is truly a chess king. Even if some viewers do not understand chess or pay attention to chess, they have more or less heard of Li Shuiao's name. Who would have thought that this skinny old man wearing a vest and shorts, reading glasses, sitting on a stone pier in a nursing home in a small county town, would actually be a former chess king? Not to mention the audience. Even director Chen was shocked at this moment. He also never expected that while Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were recording the show, they would actually bump into a national treasure level talent. It's over. Do I have to pay the old chess king for his appearance in the show? After being shocked, director Chen started calculating with his calculator again. At this time, inside the nursing home, Li Shuiao sighed, then suddenly reached out and set up the chessboard. Then he stretched out his hand towards Shen Feng. Brother, do you want another round? Shen Feng did not reply, but looked at Jiang Wanwan first. It doesn't matter whether he plays chess or not, the main thing is to see whether Jiang Wanwan will feel bored. It's okay, it's interesting to watch you play chess, come on. Jiang Wanwan knows a little bit about chess, so she found it fun to watch the two of them play chess. Seeing this, Shen Feng nodded and sat opposite Li Shuiao. Red moves first, then black, and the game begins. Many spectators who understand chess also began to concentrate and watch the game. After all, one of the parties is an old chess king who has retired for many years. Even many professional chess players came to the live broadcast room. They were all called here by Wang Ping and some other chess players who were chasing Peng Hubei CP. For a while, the live broadcast room of this dating variety show seemed to have become a place for professional chess players to build their team. The old chess king is indeed the old chess king. His moves are murderous, yet very meticulous, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. To be honest, the chess king probably underestimated his opponent in the last game. This time, the feeling when playing against Fengzi is obviously different. But Fengzi is not outdone. I found Fengzi is so strong. When I played chess with my dad, he gave me two characters that I couldn't beat, but Fengzi was able to compete with the old chess king. We are obviously both young people. Is this the gap? Dude, have you just realized the gap between you and Shen Feng? He treats solving advanced math problems as a hobby, knows several foreign languages, plays the piano at a professional level, and his cooking skills are comparable to those of a state banquet chef. The gap between you and him is huge. Some spectators were studying the chess game. Some viewers who don't know much about chess are studying Shen Feng. And those professional chess players. At first, he was studying the chess game, but gradually, he began to study Shen Feng. Many of them had never watched this show before, and they didn't know that Shen Feng was originally a young man. At first I thought Shen Feng was really an old man. After reading the comments, they realized that the man who was playing back and forth with the old chess king on the chessboard was actually a young man in his 20s. In a communication group of professional chess players, someone sent a message. Mr. Li is playing chess with someone. Are you watching? Looking at it, who is that person? I think his chess style is very unique, and he can even fight Mr. Li on equal terms. To be honest, I think it's 40-60, with Mr. Li taking 40%. The guy called Shen Feng is already trying to find Mr. Li's weakness, while Mr. Li is still on the defensive. I heard that it was a young man wearing makeup. Could he be the apprentice of some old chess player? He must be at the level of a first-class chess player. Everyone in the group was talking about it. Although they all understand that a chess game is full of twists and turns, one cannot judge a person's level based on the situation of one game alone. But if he can fight like this with Master Li, how could he be weak? But gradually, these chess players stopped talking about Shen Feng. We started talking about the chess game again. Because, 20 minutes later, when the chessboard reached the endgame, the excitement of the game between Shen Feng and Li Shuiao was no less than the final of the national championship. No professional chess player would want to miss this high-quality game. 20 minutes later, each of them had to think for a long time before taking each step. And almost every step is full of murderous intent and can pose a threat to the opponent. Many spectators, even those who were not professional chess players, watched with bated breath. The number of barrages in the live broadcast room has obviously decreased a lot. But the audience is constantly increasing. Director Chen was holding his cell phone at this time. On Weibo, the entry ## has become a hot search. The official account of the Chess Association reposted the trending search and started a live broadcast to broadcast the game between Xin Feng and Li Shuiao. In a blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. When Xin Feng uttered the last word, he blocked all the retreat routes for veteran Li Shuiao. Li Shuiao put down the chess piece and shook his head. I lost. Li Shuiao lost. Although Li Shuiao knew he was going to lose several steps ago, he still wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. This opponent is really, really strong. He looked at Xin Feng and said with a smile, "Brother, you are amazing. Which famous master did you learn from?" Xin Feng also smiled, "I don't have a teacher. I learned by myself when I had nothing to do. It just took me a little longer to learn by myself. Besides, who dares to call himself a master in front of the chess king?" Li Shuiao was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect Xin Feng to recognize him. But he quickly nodded again. Yes, this guy is so good at chess, he must have a deep understanding of chess, so it is normal for him to know him. Zhang Wanwan asked in confusion, "Chess king? What chess king? Mr. Li Shuiao, didn't you buy his chess manual back then?" Xin Feng said. Zhang Wanwan was shocked when she heard it. You are Mr. Li?" Li Shuiao quickly said, "Hey, old sister, we are almost the same, so don't call me old Li anymore." Zhang Wanwan was still in shock. This old Li is Li Shuiao? Doesn't that mean that Xin Feng just beat the old chess king in chess? Fengzi, this is too fierce. Those who had similar ideas to Zhang Wanwan were the viewers in the live broadcast room. When Xin Feng just won, they were still a little slow to react. At this time, large numbers of barrages of comments began to float out. Is Fengzi so exaggerated? She actually won? I thought it was great that Fengzi didn't lose badly, but I didn't expect him to win. That's the old chess king. Brother Feng is awesome. Originally I wasn't interested in chess, but after seeing the game between Fengzi and the old chess king at the end, I was completely excited. Now I really want to find someone to play a few games with. That Wang Ping also showed up again. Although one cannot judge the level of chess skills by just one game, I have to say that Xin Feng's level is definitely top professional. This was the unanimous conclusion reached by him and other people in the chess player exchange group. This comment from a professional not only made the comments in the live broadcast room even more exciting. It also made Xin Feng a hot topic again. Hashtag Xin Feng is a professional chess player. Hashtag Xin Feng defeats the old chess king. Hashtag. When such terms appear on hot searches, more and more people who used to pay no attention to entertainment news click in. Among them, there is a business owner who loves playing chess. An old man who often plays chess with his friends in the park. There are also some professional players in other chess events. If we say that Zhang Wanwan's acting skills and the praise from the veteran actor last time brought the first wave of popularity to Peng Hubei. Now, Xin Feng's victory over the old chess king has brought about a second wave of popularity. However, Xin Feng didn't know that he was on the hot search again. At this time, Li Shuiao was pulling Xin Feng, wanting to win another game. Xin Feng waved his hand and refused. "Forget it, I still have to take my wife around. The game I just played with Li Shuiao was definitely of high quality. One game lasted more than half an hour." Although Xin Feng was enjoying it, this was a recording of a dating variety show. This isn't a videotaped chess match. Li Shuiao felt a little regretful when he heard this. But he did not refuse. Instead, he collected the chess pieces, stood up and said, "Okay, I'll get up and walk around with you guys. By the way, are you two new to the nursing home?" "Well, we just arrived, but we are here just to take a look and experience life today," Xin Feng said. "Oh, brother, this courtyard is pretty good. You don't have to experience it yet. Just stay here and come play chess with me every day. Okay?" Xin Feng smiled and looked at Zhang Wanwan. "Then I'll have to ask my wife for her opinion." Zhang Wanwan also acted as if she didn't make up her mind and said, "We two old guys don't have the final say. This depends on my son's opinion." Upon hearing this, Li Shuiao looked at the photographer standing behind Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan. After a moment, he couldn't help but say, "How come your son doesn't look like you at all? He looks much worse than you." The photographer was about to cry. "Although I am not very handsome, could you please not emphasize this to everyone? Also, who is their son?" Chapter 83 You Stitch, I Thread. Chapter 83 You and I. Just as the two old ladies said before, Li Shuiao is indeed a person with a good personality when he is not playing chess. He took Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan on a tour of the nursing home. He also enthusiastically introduced the situation of the nursing home to the two of them. Judging from his performance, it seems that he really hopes Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan can stay. This made Jiang Wanwan feel a little guilty. Because they were not destined to stay in this nursing home, they came here just to film the show. But now she couldn't tell the truth to Li. While Jiang Wanwan was feeling guilty, Shin Feng and Li Shuiyu were chatting. Shin Feng called Li Shuiyu the old chess king, but Li Shuiyu just smiled bitterly and waved his hands. What old chess king? Brother, this era no longer belongs to me. When we learned chess, we could only study chess manuals by ourselves or play with others face to face, so our level improved very slowly. Now I hear that young people play chess with AI. They think they are amazing if they can rely on computers to review the game and play chess with all kinds of powerful people online. To be honest, I can't even beat some young professional players now, so how can I be called a chess king? There was some helplessness and vicissitudes in Li Shuiyu's tone. As he is old, he is indeed unable to keep up with the pace of development. He still remembers that several years ago, one of his apprentices came to see him and said that he could play chess online and compete with masters. But somehow, he just couldn't think of a chess move when staring at the shiny computer screen, and he was dizzy and couldn't make a move. His own apprentice was fighting against that AI and the battle was very intense. The AI's moves were so profound that even he couldn't understand them. At that time, Li Shuiyu knew that he, the former chess king, had fallen far behind. Shin Feng looked at Li Shuiyu and suddenly said, "Old Li, people who can leave a name in one era do not necessarily have to shine in the next era. If it weren't for you, domestic chess might not be on the right track now. Without you representing the country in those years, there wouldn't be more fresh blood joining the industry. You are a pioneer. You have done enough in this position. Let your successors work hard in the next era." Li Shuiyu listened to Shin Feng's words and looked up at the sun in the sky. "Yeah, we can only let them try their best. There's nothing I can do anymore. I want to find someone to play chess with me, but I don't understand the stuff on the internet, and there's no one in the nursing home who can play against me. Brother, you guys should stay here, otherwise I'll be too bored." Shin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Li Shuiyu sighed again after seeing this. He had invited Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan many times before, but the two either remained silent or shook their heads. Li Shuiyu actually realized that these two would probably not stay in the nursing home for long. "I can't help feeling a little regretful." After walking around the nursing home, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan saw many old men greeting Li Shuiyu. It can be seen that many people in the nursing home know his identity. At noon, Li Shuiyu invited Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to have a meal in the cafeteria. All the dishes ordered were the best in the cafeteria. Li Shuiyu even specially called the staff of the nursing home and asked for a bottle of white wine so that he could have a drink with Shin Feng. Originally, Shin Feng shouldn't have drunk alcohol for the purpose of filming the show. But after looking at Li Shuiyu, Shin Feng still drank 2 glasses with him. Unexpectedly, Li Shuiyu himself could not hold his alcohol tolerance and got drunk after just 2 drinks. In the end, it was the staff who helped Li Shuiyu go back to rest. Watching Li Shuiyu leaving, Jiang Wanwan felt even more embarrassed. She pulled Shin Feng's arm and whispered, "Should we tell him the truth?" "I'll tell you, don't worry." Shin Feng patted the back of Jiang Wanwan's hand and comforted her. Mr. Li is a respectable man, and Shin Feng has no intention of keeping him in the dark. However, Li Shuiyu did not show up again for the rest of the afternoon. The staff also said that he seemed to be resting, so Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan didn't want to disturb him. The two of them could only continue the tasks arranged by the program team in the nursing home and play the roles of 2 elderly people. The afternoon is actually much longer than the morning. The weather in August is also quite hot. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan spent most of the afternoon staying indoors with the elderly people in the nursing home. The nursing home organizes indoor activities every day, such as movie screenings, book reading, handicrafts, and so on. For example, today, the nursing home organized hand embroidery. Many old ladies gathered together, holding needles and threads, embroidering something on a piece of white paper. Some old men are not interested in this, so they just read books, play with their mobile phones, or find something to do. Some old men would embroider with their spouses or old ladies with whom they get along well. Jiang Wanwan had never been involved in embroidery before, but she was quite interested in it. She asked the staff for needle and thread, found a pattern of a flying phoenix and a pair of lovebirds, and started embroidering. Of course, for Jiang Wanwan, who had never been exposed to these things before, it was not easy to embroider it exactly as the pattern was, or even to embroider a rough outline. In particular, in order to make Jiang Wanwan look like an old person, the makeup artist put some fake skin on her hands, making her hands even more uncontrollable. The needle and thread left irregular marks on the fabric. This gave Jiang Wanwan a headache. Shinfeng was standing by, watching Jiang Wanwan fumbling around and failing to embroider anything, so he whispered in Jiang Wanwan's ear, "Brother Wan, do you want to learn?" "I want to, but I can't learn this in a short time." Jiang Wanwan was a little depressed. Seeing that other old ladies were embroidering very easily, Jiang Wanwan felt that it shouldn't be very difficult. "I didn't expect it to be so difficult once I got started." Shinfeng smiled and suddenly put his arms around Jiang Wanwan's waist. He picked Jiang Wanwan up from the wheelchair and held her on his lap. The other elderly people around immediately turned their eyes over. Jiang Wanwan was so embarrassed that she whispered, "What are you doing? There are so many grandparents watching us." "I'm here to teach you embroidery. Don't you want to learn?" Shinfeng whispered in her ear, "I'll teach you." "Well, then you don't have to be like this, right?" "No, you learn faster this way." Shinfeng said this and let Jiang Wanwan sit comfortably on his lap. Then he held Jiang Wanwan's hands respectively. One hand helped Jiang Wanwan hold the cloth, and the other hand helped Jiang Wanwan hold the needle and thread. Shinfeng leaned close to Jiang Wanwan's ear and whispered, "My dear, your needle should move like this first, and then like this." At first Jiang Wanwan felt embarrassed. But slowly, when she found that Shinfeng was really teaching her seriously, her attention was focused on embroidery little by little. At this time, almost half of the old men and women present turned their eyes to them. Some of the old ladies had shy expressions on their faces, while some people had a hint of sadness and envy in their eyes, as if they were recalling something from the past. Especially after Jiang Wanwan gradually became familiar with the embroidery techniques. She was threading the needle below, and Shinfeng was helping her guide the needle from above. A thin needle flew alternately in the hands of the two men. A red line entwined and spread between the fingertips of the two people. Such a beautiful and harmonious scene makes people have a lot of thoughts in their hearts. If the old men and women at the scene were just watching with envy or were reminded of their memories. Most of the young viewers in the live broadcast room got to eat a real dose of dog food. The scene of holding her in her arms and embroidering hand in hand is so beautiful. "I just had lunch, can you please stop feeding me dog food? It's sugar." "Fengzi, are you really that good at this?" Amid the barking of dogs from the audience, Jiang Wanwan finally finished embroidering one of the two phoenixes with the help of Shinfeng. She smiled and excitedly lifted up the embroidery to take a look at it. An old lady came over, pushed her reading glasses, and praised with a smile. "This chicken is embroidered nicely, but the tail is a little long." The smile on Jiang Wanwan's face froze. But the old man next to the old lady said something fair. "What are you looking at? Is this a chicken?" Jiang Wanwan laughed again. It seems there are still people with discerning eyes. This is clearly a roast duck that has been cooked red. Jiang Wanwan. Is it really so ugly? Chapter 84 My spouse has the final say. Chapter 84 My spouse has the final say. Jiang Wanwan knew that her embroidery was not good looking. Although she had Shinfeng's help, she, a novice who wasn't even halfway competent, was still a huge drag. So this phoenix. It doesn't really look like a phoenix. After being criticized by the old man and woman next to her, Jiang Wanwan quickly put down the embroidery she was holding. Is there anything simpler that I can embroider?" Jiang Wanwan called the staff. This staff member seemed to be unaware that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were wearing makeup. She hurriedly brought them a few simple patterns and reminded them, "Uncle and Aunt, be careful." The expression on his face seemed to be a little envious and embarrassed. Shinfeng took the patterns, put his hands around Jiang Wanwan's waist, and placed the patterns in front of Jiang Wanwan, flipping through them one by one. Every time he turned a page, he asked Jiang Wanwan in her ear, "How about this one? Or this one? What about this one?" Shinfeng's breath hit Jiang Wanwan's ears, making her ears itchy and her face red. Not to mention seeing the patterns, I couldn't even concentrate. She quickly moved her head away and picked a simpler pattern. Shinfeng originally wanted to teach her how to embroider step by step, but Jiang Wanwan insisted on doing it herself. Shinfeng had no choice but to hold Jiang Wanwan silently, watching her embroidering stitch by stitch in her arms. Because the pattern is relatively simple, and Shinfeng had introduced her to it before. Although the final embroidery is still far from the pattern, at least you can tell that it is a flower.
Jiang Wanwan stuffed the embroidery into Shinfeng's hand and whispered, "This is for you." Shinfeng hesitated, "Actually you." Jiang Wanwan glared and said, "I know my embroidery is not pretty, but it is a token of my love, so just accept it." "No, I mean, you actually forgot to take the needle off." Shinfeng said this, spreading out his hands. Then he pulled out the needle that was stuck in his hand. Jiang Wanwan's face changed when she saw this, and she asked hurriedly, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" "I didn't pay attention just now." He also grabbed Shinfeng's hand and examined it for a long time. Shinfeng smiled and touched her head. "It's okay, it's just the outer layer of props that was pierced." Jiang Wanwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly took the needle away and put it in a safe place. Then he carefully checked the embroidery again. After making sure there was nothing else on it, she handed the embroidery to Shinfeng. Shinfeng glanced at the embroidered flower and said, "This is jasmine." The flower language is the sincere love between two people that will never be separated. "Thank you, bro." Jiang Wanwan was stunned. She doesn't understand flowers or their language. "I didn't expect to pick such a suitable flower just by randomly choosing?" "I just picked it randomly." "Does this flower really mean love?" "Shinfeng, it's fake, I made it up." Jiang Wanwan. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's speechless expression, Shinfeng smiled, tilted his head, and gently rubbed the side of her face. "But the love between you and me that will never be separated is real." Jiang Wanwan's grip on the embroidery suddenly tightened. Although she was too embarrassed to respond to Shinfeng with words, she still imitated Shinfeng and rubbed his face. The two people whispered in a very low voice. None of the other elderly people around heard it. But they were all transmitted to the audience's ears through the microphone. The little interactions between the two were also recorded by the photographer. "The flower language is made up, but my love for you is real. I knock like crazy." "Ah, you're giving me such an exciting ending today. I just want to ask if there is anything more exciting. It's a pity that both of them are wearing makeup, otherwise they should hug each other and kiss right now. I watched chess in the morning and originally wanted to come back in the afternoon to see if there was any chess to watch, but when I came in, I saw this dog abuse scene. Same chess player, I have been here since this morning and have not left. I have eaten lunch in this live studio. This couple is so interesting." The audience was very excited. In addition to embroidery in the afternoon, Shinfeng also accompanied Jiang Wanwan and learned to make some snacks in the nursing home. Shinfeng's cooking skills are unquestionable, but Jiang Wanwan's level is more worrying. After all, if Jiang Wanwan knew how to cook, she would never have let Shinfeng, whose cooking skills were not very good, mess up the kitchen. Although they are all snacks, the pastries baked by Shinfeng are all delicious in color, aroma, and taste. But Jiang Wanwan could only bake a few small black balls. Jiang Wanwan was so angry that she ate all the snacks baked by Shinfeng. By the time she finished embroidering and making snacks, it was almost 5 o'clock. The weather outside is cooler than at noon. Jiang Wanwan pulled Shinfeng aside and said that she wanted to go talk to Mr. Li and tell him the truth of the matter. Shinfeng nodded, pushed Jiang Wanwan, asked the staff about Mr. Li's residence, and went there. However, when they found Mr. Li's room, they discovered that the door was still closed. After asking the staff in charge, I found out that it seemed that Mr. Li was still sleeping and had not woken up yet. I didn't expect Mr. Li to have such a low alcohol tolerance. I should have told him about it over the table. Jiang Wanwan felt a little regretful. Because it is estimated that in half an hour, they will finish the recording and leave the nursing home. Even if they come again tomorrow, they will come in a different appearance. It would have been inappropriate to explain to Mr. Li at that time. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's regretful expression, Shinfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "I will find a way to explain it to him, don't worry, brother Wan." Jiang Wanwan didn't know what method Shinfeng had. But she has become accustomed to trusting Shinfeng. The two people left Li Shuiao's residence and returned to the yard of the nursing home. The sun was about to set, and the sky was somewhat red. Old people were strolling in the yard in groups of 3 or 4. Although it is not autumn yet, the leaves on the trees have begun to fall. A gust of wind blew and rolled up the fallen leaves again. Jiang Wanwan raised her head and watched the leaves drifting past the setting sun. Shinfeng pushed her and the sound of the wheelchair rolling across the ground was obviously loud, yet it seemed so peaceful and harmonious. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the two of them. The gray hair of the two people reflected a dim light.
Such a scene was recorded in the photographer's lens. Many viewers in the live broadcast room also captured the picture. Compared to the vast snow-capped mountains and the endless sea of flowers, this scene seems too ordinary and too simple. But it is this kind of ordinariness that makes the audience feel the most touched. Fingsy, do you think there will be a day when we are really old and you push me like this, and then we two will live together in a nursing home? In such a scene, Jiang Wanwan's heart suddenly became melancholy. She looked up at Shin Feng behind her and asked. Shin Feng lowered his head and looked at Jiang Wanwan, smiling and shaking his head.
Won't. Jiang Wanwan was stunned.
But Shin Feng continued, we want to have a daughter, and preferably a son. By then, our whole family will live together. You will hold your granddaughter, I will hold my grandson, and we will take a walk together in the sunset.
Jiang Wanwan whispered, why are you even thinking about grandchildren? Why can't I think?
Shin Feng smiled slightly.
I've thought about our whole life. The most sincere confession is not the happiness I promise you now. But it really is, staying with you till old age. After hearing what Shin Feng said, Jiang Wanwan's eyes suddenly turned red.
It was clear that Shin Feng didn't say this seriously at all. But she just felt like crying. Wiping away her tears, Jiang Wanwan suddenly stood up from the wheelchair. She hugged Shin Feng's neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Shin Feng. The photographer rushed to capture this scene. But the setting sun was right behind them, and against the light, the photographer could only capture a pair of people kissing. By the time he wanted to find a good angle, Jiang Wanwan had already let go of Shin Feng. She pulled Shin Feng's clothes, her eyes red, and whispered, I want to know what you think of our lives.
Then I'll tell you.
Shin Feng helped Jiang Wanwan wipe her tears and spoke softly.
But Jiang Wanwan shook her head. I don't want to hear you say that.
She fell gently into Shin Feng's arms and leaned on Shin Feng. Let me experience it all myself, your imagined life together.
Shin Feng smiled. He leaned down again and kissed Jiang Wanwan on her lips. Okay, my wife has the final say. Chapter 85 You are just too stubborn. Chapter 85 You are just too stubborn.
10 minutes later, Director Chen sent a car to pick up Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
The two people removed their makeup with the help of a makeup artist.
Before leaving, Shin Feng asked Jiang Wanwan to get in the car first, saying that he had something else to do.
Jiang Wanwan knew that Shin Feng was most likely going to deal with Mr. Li's issue.
She obediently waited for Shin Feng in the car. The photographer wanted to take a picture of Shin Feng, but was stopped by Shin Feng. Another 10 minutes passed before Shin Feng returned to the car.
Jiang Wanwan looked at him and asked, have you explained it clearly to Mr. Li?
I haven't seen him, but he will understand what I mean, don't worry. Shin Feng said softly.
Jiang Wanwan nodded, and followed the car back to the hotel. And at this time,
in the nursing home, in Li Shuiyo's room. Li Shuiyu was holding his mobile phone, looking at the screen, seeing Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan leaving in a car.
Sighed.
In fact, he woke up after drinking and sleeping for a while at noon. Then he received a call from one of his apprentices. The apprentice had already told him that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were actually two young people who went to the nursing home to film a program.
Master, don't even think about keeping them.
The two of them combined are not even as old as me, let alone you.
After hearing this, Li Shuiyo locked himself in the room for the whole afternoon.
He thought he could find a confidant to accompany him in spending the rest of his life. But I didn't expect that the final result would be so ridiculous. In the afternoon, he asked his apprentice for the live broadcast room of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, and started watching it in the room. Watching the two of them leaning on each other, watching the two of them being affectionate with each other. Li Shuiyo laughed out loud from time to time, and felt sad from time to time. These two little guys are quite interesting. When he saw in the live broadcast room, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan wanted to come to him to apologize in the afternoon. He himself didn't know why, it was as if he deliberately didn't want to listen to their explanation of the truth, he just didn't want to see them.
And pretended to be asleep.
After the two people left, he got up again and continued watching their live broadcast.
Until now.
Li Shuiyu was still a little puzzled when he heard Shin Feng in the live broadcast room say that he would understand what he meant. This Shin Feng never came to see him, nor did he explain anything to him, so how could he understand what he meant? Li Shuiyu was very strange. He came out of the room with his cell phone and walked around outside to see if Shin Feng had left him any message. I asked the staff again if they had left any messages.
Unfortunately, none of them.
Li Shuiyu frowned. Suddenly, he remembered a place. He hurried to the stone table where he played chess with Xin Feng in the morning. Sure enough, he discovered that a game of chess had already been set up on the stone table.
This was an endgame that even Li Shuiyo had never seen before. It's very complicated and difficult to solve. After just one glance, Li Shuiyo came to this conclusion. He sat in the same position as in the morning and got off alone. Take a step, think for a long time, feel it is unreasonable, and take a step back. For a full half hour, there was hardly any major change on the chessboard. But Li Shuiyo was a little obsessed with his research. I didn't even notice that it was getting dark. It was not until it was dark and the chess pieces could no longer be seen that Li Shuiyu remembered to take out his cell phone to light up the space. But before he could turn on the flashlight on his phone, a beam of light shone down from the side. Li Shuiyu looked up in surprise and looked at the people around him. "Master, I'm here to see you." Surprisingly, it was the apprentice who called him in the afternoon. Li Shuiyu's eyes were a little dazed. He hadn't seen this disciple, who was already in his 50s and was considered an elderly person, for a long time. I heard that he set up a chess club that organizes competitions and often travels abroad. It's not easy to see each other. Sit down, and study with me." Li Shuiyu pushed his reading glasses and pointed to the seat opposite him. The apprentice nodded and sat opposite Li Shuiyu. But he just held up his phone and pointed it at the chessboard without expressing any opinion on the game. A true gentleman watches chess without saying a word. He knew that his master hated being disturbed when he was solving a game endgame. An old man in his 70s and an old man in his 50s. The two of them sat in front of the stone table. Play this game of chess bit by bit. A full hour and a half passed. A smile appeared on Li Shuiyu's face. The endgame was about to be broken. All it took was one move of the old king that had never been moved. He moved the commander's position to the side. The endgame is broken. And he also discovered that under this old sword that had never been moved, there was a piece of paper. Li Shuiyu picked up the note and unfolded it. The note was left by Xin Feng. Written above was Xin Feng's explanation and apology to Mr. Li. Mr. Li looked at it in silence for a long time. Finally, he smiled, rubbed his eyes, and sighed. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. You really know how to play. Yes. The apprentice nodded and set up the chessboard again. "Master, shall we play a game?" Mr. Li suddenly rolled his eyes at him. "Come on, you came all this way and you're going to starve? Go eat in the cafeteria." "Okay, then master, you have to treat us. My fellow disciples may also come over later. I have already made an appointment with them." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Come on, master will take you to a restaurant." Hotel lobby. After Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the hotel, they waited for a while before they saw the two groups of Mengan, Zhang Wei, Li Tingting and Jia Tenan. However, Chen Lu and Zhao Tianchu's group never came back. Director Chen looked at the time and suddenly waved his hand. "Okay, everyone, let's get ready to go to the last stop of our recording today." "One last stop?" Jiang Wanwan was stunned. "It's getting dark outside. Besides, Chen Lu and the others haven't arrived yet." Li Tingting also said, "Shouldn't we wait for them?" Director Chen chuckled and said, "It's not us who are waiting for them, it's them who are waiting for us. The last stop we're going to is where the two of them are. Follow me and you'll find out." This time, Director Chen found a bus and let everyone in the group sit on one bus. After getting in the car, Jayatnan looked at Xin Feng excitedly and asked, "Brother Xin, where did you go to record just now?" "What did you record?" "We went to a nursing home," Xin Feng said. Seeing Jayatnan's excited expression, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but ask, "Why, is it that the recording you guys made is quite fun?" "Well, it's not fun." Jatnam suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at Li Tingting beside him. Then he whispered, "We went to record a wedding ceremony. Because we chose the veil before, Director Chen gave us the task of acting as a couple holding a wedding today and acting out the wedding scene." Jayatnan recalled the scene of him wearing a suit, holding the arm of Li Tingting, who was wearing a white wedding dress, and walking together on the flower path. "I feel my heart beating especially fast." Originally, Jatnan participated in this show simply to make some money and gain popularity. "I don't plan to get involved with anyone just because of this show. But after spending these few days with Li Tingting, especially after the two of them simulated the wedding scene today." Jayatnan was really attracted to Li Tingting. Jiang Wanwan is an experienced person after all. Jiang Wanwan saw through what Jayatnan was thinking at a glance.
She patted Jatnam on the shoulder, wanting to say something to encourage him.
But I don't know what to say.
Finally, she said solemnly, Xiaojia, I wish you and Tingting's wedding will be all the best.
Jatnan. Is there something wrong with this blessing?
Li Tingting also lowered her head shyly. She pursed her lips and said nothing. Seeing that Li Tingting was silent, Jayatnan thought that Li Tingting didn't like him, so he quickly said, I was just joking, Tingting, don't take it seriously. Then Li Tingting whispered to Jiang Wanwan, thank you.
Thanks? This thank you completely confused Jatnam.
In the end, Jiang Wanwan slapped Jayatnan in the face, you still don't understand what Tingting means, you were so stupid, don't say you know me when you go out next time.
Jatnam then reacted.
With a surprised expression on his face, he took Li Tingting's hand and said, Tingting, are you willing to follow me? Sure, don't say it in front of the camera, if you have anything to say it in private. Li Tingting hurriedly stopped Jayatnan and spoke softly.
Jatnan nodded quickly, but still had an excited smile on his face. Like a fool.
The audience watching the live broadcast wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Damn it, why can such a silly Jia Tenan hook up with a talented girl like Li Tingting from Peking University and Tsinghua University, while I, the great Wu Yanzu from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, am still a single dog? Wow, I originally thought that watching this show only required me to eat the dog food of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, but now it seems that I have to eat the dog food of Jia Tenan and Li Tingting as well. Don't cry, this is the last episode of the show, you won't get to eat their dog food.
Damn. You making me wanna cry even more.
I'm begging you to not end date by spending my 10 years of being single.
Jiang Wanwan looked at Zhang Wei and Meng curiously again, Sister Meng, what are you recording today? She remembered that the reward chosen by Meng An's group was a pot. Are they going to take the blame?
We just play the role of an ordinary couple, running a small restaurant together.
Meng An said with a smile. Although their experience was not as special as that of Li Tingting and Jayatnan, she and Zhang Wei also found it very interesting. Jiang Wanwan nodded.
Xiaojia's group is newly married, Meng Jia is living together after marriage, Fengzi and I are elderly, so Chen Lu's group should be in the young and innocent period of just falling in love. But why did their group choose a sword?
Jiang Wanwan looked at Director Chen in confusion.
Director Chen coughed lightly. Originally, we planned to have them play a middle school couple, and the sword was supposed to be a school uniform.
We were planning to film them dating in school.
But the school we contacted said they didn't want to encourage underage students to fall in love, so our plan fell through. In the end, we could only find a small film and television base in Lanyu County and let Chen Lu and the others wear ancient costumes to play a pair of chivalrous lovers.
Director Chen's expression still showed some regret.
After all, his original idea was to film the whole process of a couple from youth to maturity, from falling in love, getting married, living together, to growing old together. From school uniform to wedding dress, and then to a head full of white hair.
How wonderful and romantic. As a result, due to the school's rejection, this last issue was incomplete. When Jiang Wanwan heard what Director Chen said, she immediately looked at Director Chen as if he was a fool. This made Director Chen feel very uncomfortable. He frowned and said, can you stop looking at me the same way you look at Jatnam? Jatnan. What does it have to do with him? Jiang Wanwan said to Director Chen, you are just too stubborn.
The school doesn't want to encourage underage students to fall in love early, so why don't you make Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu students repeating a grade?
Anyway, neither of them looks like a student.
You can just say that one of them failed a grade for 5 years, and the other failed a grade for 6 years, and that they had a long-term love affair in high school.
Students from the school have left one after another, but I have always been with you.
The school leaders have all been replaced, but I am still by your side.
How romantic and touching it is. Director Chen. Director Chen, you can be the director next time, okay? Chapter 86 Cheers. Chapter 86 Cheers.
Lanyu County Film and Television Base. This is also a newly developed project in Lanyu County. There are not many people actually filming there, but there are quite a few people visiting for sightseeing. Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan and others were sitting in the car and saw many tourists waving at them, obviously recognizing them.
Shinfeng's popularity is really increasing now. Seeing this scene, Director Chen couldn't help but feel emotional.
When he first accepted Shinfeng into the team, he thought Shinfeng was just a relative of Shinfeng, a newcomer who came to take advantage of the popularity. Unexpectedly, Shinfeng brought him such a big surprise and brought such high ratings to the show.
It's only been a few days.
In less than half a month, he went from an ordinary and unknown newcomer to a celebrity who was frequently on the hot searches.
This speed of rising to fame is unprecedented, if not unparalleled. Come to think of it, shouldn't classmate Shin Fong thank me? After all, I am a stepping stone to your success.
Director Chen's eyes suddenly turned, and he smiled at Shin Fong to take credit.
Anyway, Shin Fong became famous because of his show.
Shin Fong glanced at him, smiled and nodded.
Yes, thank you Director Chun for being a stumbling block on my road to success. Hey, that's right. No, what do you mean by a stumbling block? Director Chen thought about it and realized something was wrong. He frowned and said, when did I ever trip you? When have you never tripped me?
Shin Fong said with a sigh, although you failed every time, failure doesn't mean you haven't tripped before, right? Zhang Wanwan at the side also said, that's right, don't you know how much trouble you have done to our group?
Director Chen choked. It seems so.
Although he had never succeeded, he seemed to have dealt with Shin Fong and Zhang Wanwan a lot.
He coughed lightly and defended himself, am I being naughty? I'm just training. Besides, wasn't it you two who took the money from me every time?
It's obviously you two who cheated me every time.
Shin Fong said to Director Chen earnestly, can you call that a pitfall?
I call that training.
Director Chen.
Ha ha, my Director Chen, you have been unable to defeat Shin Fong since the beginning of the show.
After so many episodes, why don't you learn your lesson? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
But speaking of it, Fingzi became famous really quickly, probably thanks to this show. That being said, with my brother Feng's looks, intelligence, and talents, he would still be popular even if he participated in some other shows.
In other words, even if other celebrities were brought in to participate in Director Chen's program to replace Shin Fong, they certainly wouldn't be as popular as Shin Fong, right?
After all, Fingzi's ability is here, so he is bound to be awesome.
No one refuted this.
If someone dared to say that Shin Fong was incompetent, I guess everyone in the entire live broadcast room would grab that person and criticize him.
Shin Fong is incompetent?
The trending searches about Shin Feng's game with the old chess king are still on Weibo. He is a great cook, a powerful singer, proficient in mathematics and multiple foreign languages, a professional pianist, and a professional chess player.
If this is still considered incompetent, then there is probably no one truly talented in the entire entertainment industry. Besides their abilities, Fingzi and Wanwan are childhood sweethearts and a real couple.
They really have a tacit understanding and are so sweet.
I've followed so many CPs, but this one is the best.
Even if Fingzi doesn't have so many skills, I'd still be a fan just based on his interactions with Wanwan.
Indeed, Fingzi dotes on Wanwan too much.
From the first episode to the last episode, she is fed dog food every day until she is full. Someone has already edited the scene where the two of them confessed their love this afternoon. I played it on repeat for a long time and it has cured my hypoglycemia.
Stop talking, I already have diabetes.
Zhang Wanwan was currently holding her mobile phone and looking at the comments in the live broadcast room. Seeing these comments, she suddenly glanced at Shin Fong beside her. Seeing that Shin Fong didn't seem to notice her, she secretly took a photo of Shin Fong.
Then I posted it on Weibo. Zhang Wanwan, I'll secretly show you my Fingzi
picture. As a result, in addition to those who liked the post, many people commented below, asking Wanwan why she posted so late, much slower than Fingzi.
Zhang Wanwan was confused.
Until she clicked on Shin Fong's Weibo and took a look.
Shin Fong from Lanyu Entertainment, let me show you my elder brother picture.
Shin Fong actually took a picture of her secretly. I also posted on Weibo using a similar sentence structure to hers. The most important thing is that Shin Fong's Weibo post was posted 5 minutes earlier than hers. No wonder some people said she came late, and some people said she plagiarized Shin Fong.
But wasn't he this guy arguing with Director Chen 5 minutes ago? When did he take the photo? Fingzi, why are you so fast? Zhang Wanwan pinched Shin Feng's arm and said through gritted teeth. Everyone in the car looked at Shin Fong and Zhang Wanwan with strange eyes.
The expressions all looked interested.
Zhang Wanwan then realized that there was something wrong with what she said.
He quickly changed his words and said, I meant to post on Weibo quickly, it's Weibo, don't get me wrong. The expressions of the others suddenly became boring again. Shin Fong waited until everyone else turned their gazes back before quietly turning off the microphones on him and Zhang Wanwan. Then he leaned into Zhang Wanwan's ear and whispered, I have misunderstood.
I feel like my wife is questioning me, what should I do? What should I do? Zhang Wanwan blushed and punched Shin Fong, I've explained everything to you.
Besides, you took a sneak shot of me and posted it on Weibo.
I haven't settled the score with you for this yet. Then you took a picture of me too, so that makes us even, right?
Shinfeng smiled and lowered his voice. After we finish recording the show and go home, I will settle another account with you.
Jiang Wanwan's face turned even redder.
It is obviously a very happy thing to go home after work. But now, for some reason, Jiang Wanwan suddenly became afraid to go home.
Blame it all on Flingzi. When Jiang Wanwan's heart beat faster as she thought about it.
The car has stopped. It stopped inside the film and television base, next to a scene specially used for filming costume dramas. As soon as they got off the car, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan saw Zhao Tianshu, Chen Lu, and some other staff members who had arrived earlier, preparing things. Meat skewers, vegetarian skewers, barbecue grill. Director Chen was the first to get out of the car and said to everyone, "Everyone. Today is the end of the show, I'll treat you all to a barbecue.
No limit. Eat as much as you want.
I've gone broke eating this, and my wife is paying for it." After Director Chen finished speaking, a middle-aged woman came up from behind and kicked him.
"What are you talking about? Go and help."
Okay.
Director Chen gave the middle-aged woman a flattering smile and then slipped away. The woman then smiled and greeted Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, and Jia Tenan and the others. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Ying, you can call me Sister Wang, I am Chen Ming's wife."
Then, she turned to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan and said, "Xiaoxin, Wanwan, you two have to sign for me later. Especially Xiaoxin, remember to grill a skewer for me, Sister Wang. I really want to try your cooking skills, but I couldn't make it in time before."
"Must." Shinfeng nodded at Sister Wang.
Sister Wang led them to the barbecue grill and brought several boxes of beer and drinks.
"Let them sit, drink, and eat wherever they want.
You can grill whatever you want to eat yourself, or ask their hired kebab chef to grill it."
After this was said, several guests took a handful of skewers of meat. In the end, no one went to find the skewer chef. They all came to find Shinfeng. Isn't the chef recognized by the state banquet chef better than this kebab chef? Shinfeng smiled helplessly and said, "I can't grill so many.
Besides, grilling skewers has little to do with cooking skills.
They are all marinated meat.
As long as the fire is not too deep, anyone can grill them the same." That being said, everyone still wants to taste Shinfeng's cooking. Jiang Wanwan took a look and suddenly reached out to take all the skewers in the hands of these people and handed them to Shinfeng.
Everyone's eyes lit up. Wanwan is still the best.
"Thank you, Wanwan. Thank you, Shinfeng. I'm looking forward to eating the skewers you grilled."
Then Jiang Wanwan smiled and said to them, "Thank you all for the skewers. We will grill these and eat them ourselves."
Having said that, he took Shinfeng to eat barbecue. In the end, the group of guests could only hold the skewers and go to the skewer's chef. Each of them feels quite aggrieved. The kebab chef feels more aggrieved than them.
He thought his craftsmanship wasn't that bad, right?
As for this expression?
For a moment, the aroma of charcoal fire and cumin, along with the aroma of meat, wafted into the air.
Director Chen appeared out of nowhere at this moment. In his hand, he was holding a large wine glass. He glanced at everyone, then raised his glass high and shouted at the top of his voice.
"Everyone! Let's start dating today officially ends today. Thank you for your hard work these days. Cheers everyone!"
Everyone put down the skewers in their hands and raised their glasses of wine or drinks. They all shouted together.
"Cheers!"
Chapter 87, It's not a serious award ceremony at first glance.
Chapter 87, It's not a serious award ceremony.
Cheers! 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 The audience in the live broadcast room followed the shouting of the program team and also launched barrage.
For the program crew, this is the end of this recording.
For the audience in the live broadcast room, especially the old audience who have been following the show since the previous episodes, this is also the end of an unforgettable journey. Before many people clicked on this program and learned about it, they never thought that they would spend such a happy time in this live broadcast room. Every day I watch Flingzi and Wanwan show off their love, watch other groups of guests being oppressed, and watch Director Chen being humiliated. This show didn't seem to follow a routine from beginning to end, and it kept bringing them surprises. Many people who never followed variety shows before ended up watching this entire season. There will soon be nothing left to watch, and they just feel so empty. Most importantly, Flingzi seems to have no other works except this show. If she stops acting in Date, where can we see Flingzi? Many of Shin Feng's fans are more worried about this. Shin Feng's ability to attract fans is too strong these days, not only relying on CP and appearance, but also relying on his own abilities to attract a large number of loyal fans.
As soon as date ended, these loyal fans had no place to pursue Shin Feng. It's like having no home.
As a result, many people went to the official Weibo of Lanyu Entertainment and Shin Feng's Weibo to petition, hoping that Shin Feng could film more dramas and participate in more programs. Of course, Shin Feng can't see all this now. He was grilling skewers of meat and eating the skewers that Zhang Wanwan fed him.
How about it? Zhang Wanwan asked with a smile.
She roasted this skewer for Shin Feng to eat.
Zhang Wanwan thought the baked goods looked pretty good and thought they wouldn't taste too bad.
Shin Feng nodded. Not bad, you are worthy of being my elder brother, you have inherited my true teachings.
Of course. Zhang Wanwan was very proud. At this moment, Director Chen came over, rubbing his hands and asked, "Student Shin, do you have any baked goods? Let me taste your cooking skills."
Zhang Wanwan immediately passed another bunch to Director Chen. Eat this, eat this.
Director Chen didn't think much about it.
I thought this was baked by Shin Feng, so I took it with a smile.
Took a bite.
Then his face changed. He hurriedly found a bottle of beer, gulped down several gulps, and then he breathed a sigh of relief as if he was reborn.
Then he looked at Shin Feng with horror. "Student Shin, have you drunk too much? Why is the roasted food so hard? And why did you put so much chili powder in it? Oh, the smell is too strong." Zhang Wanwan was stunned. "Ah? Is it so unpalatable? This is what I baked.
I didn't remember to put so much chili in it."
She looked at Shin Feng again and asked worriedly, "Why didn't you have such a big reaction after eating it just now? Is it spicy and numb?"
"No, I can eat spicy food, so I think it tastes good," Shin Feng said while smiling, while taking a sip of yogurt that he got from somewhere.
Zhang Wanwan.
Forget it, she should just eat the meat grilled by Shin Feng and not waste food. Thinking of this, she stuffed the several skewers of grilled meat in her hand to Director Chen.
Director Chen pushed it to Shin Feng as if he had held a bomb.
He also took away all the skewers that Shin Feng had grilled.
Zhang Wanwan blared and was about to speak.
Director Chen quickly changed the subject and said, "Well, I came to you not only to get food, but also to discuss business. Didn't I say before that the best group of guests today will receive a reward? The awards will be presented soon." When Zhang Wanwan heard this, she no longer cared about the skewers and asked hurriedly, "Why, did we win the prize?" Director Chen enjoyed eating a skewer that Shin Feng had grilled, and then said mysteriously, "I can't tell you this for now, come with me." At this time, someone had set up a projector and a screen on the open space. In addition to Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan, the other three groups of guests have also been called over by the staff. A group of people sat in front of the curtain. Next to the curtain, there were several boxes of various sizes. This is probably what is called a reward. When everyone was present, Director Chen signaled the staff to turn on the projector. Then he picked up the microphone and said, "What's going to happen next is our final award ceremony. The first award to be presented is the Heavenly Voice Award." After Director Chen said this, everyone looked at Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan. When it comes to singing, they are definitely the best among these people. The audience in front of the live broadcast room thought so too. But Director Chen smiled slightly. Suddenly, the projector was switched on. Immediately afterwards, the name of a group was seen projected on the big screen.
An ugly combination. Jiatnan and Li Tingting were both dumbfounded.
The other guests and audience were also dumbfounded.
The two of them? The sound of nature?
Isn't the sound of an angel screaming in pain when her vocal cords were torn and her tonsils were inflamed, and then someone stepped on her toes with spiked shoes, better than the song they sang?
Director Chen smiled and told the two to come and receive the award quickly.
The two of them hesitated for a long time, but finally went up.
Director Chen gave them 2 pairs of headphones. He asked them to put them on with a smile.
Jiatnan was very cautious and always felt that Director Chen had no good intentions. So be careful when putting on headphones. But Li Tingting was a straightforward girl and she just put it on her head. Then, she heard the duet voice with Jiatnan from the previous show coming from the headphones. She was so scared that she quickly took off her headphones.
"Director Chen, you are not giving us a reward, you are sending us off." Jiatnan's expression was even uglier than Li Tingting's.
Because the song playing in his headphones was "I'll Love You Until I Die" sung by him. Although he was careful when wearing headphones, he was still shocked by his own high notes. Seeing the expressions of these two people, some viewers who were not familiar with their singing became curious.
What's playing in the headphones? Is it that scary? Can you please release it so we can listen to it? Seeing the demands of these new viewers who don't know Jayatnan and Lee Tingting, the old viewers were annoyed. You are courting death. I advise you not to have such thoughts, it may cost lives. But there are some old viewers who are quite bad. From there, he added fuel to the fire. What are you afraid of? It's not that scary. Director Chen, please let him out. Please let him out. Yes, let it out. Director Chen has always been a good director who is very responsive to the audience's demands. He immediately asked someone to play the voices in Jatnan and Lee Tingting's headphones. The guests and staff present hurriedly covered their ears.
The old audience members smiled sinisterly and turned off the sound. Only the curious new audiences are still blinking their eyes, waiting for the arrival of the heavenly sounds.
Then. Oh my God. My ears. What kind of monster is this? Director Chen, please stop using your magical powers. We won't listen anymore. Director Chen cut off the sound at the right time.
Then, amid the wailing of the audience, he smiled and sent Jatnan and Lee Tingting back to their seats. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Jayatnan and Lee Tingting, then suddenly patted Jayatnan and said, Xiao Jia, listen to me.
What? Don't ever sing love songs to Lee Tingting again.
Jiang Wanwan thought for a moment and added, No, don't sing any songs unless you want to break up.
Jatnan gave a smile that was uglier than crying and said thank you.
Director Chen made it clear that he was not here to present awards today.
Instead, he is here to play a prank on the guests and the audience.
So his second award was, of course, also unusual. The next award to be presented is the Bravery and Fearlessness Award.
The winner is the Tianlu Group.
Zhao Tianshu and Shan Lu both smiled bitterly and went to receive the award. This time, Director Chen gave out 2 small boxes as rewards. He said the reward was in the box.
Zhao Tianshu and Shan Lu opened the box.
The toy spider that jumped out of the room scared the 2 people so much that they went into cardiac and respiratory arrest. At this time, the screen was scrolling with the video of Zhao Tianshu and Shan Lu's group's fearful expressions when they encountered the black banded snake before. And the scene when escaping the secret room. When it comes to escaping from a secret room, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are the group that comes out the fastest. Then Shan Lu and Zhao Tianshu were definitely the group that screamed the most. Although Zhao Tianshu looks big and strong, he doesn't seem to be very courageous. Not to mention Shan Lu, a little girl. The 2 of them played the escape room like a haunted house. The scrolling footage looked like a public execution of both of them. Director Chen also asked the 2 of them to give their acceptance speeches, which was really bad. After sending Zhao Tianshu and Shan Lu away, everyone was certain that Director Chen was not here to distribute awards today. It's just to torment people. Therefore, everyone became nervous about the next award to be presented.
I was afraid that I would be the next one chosen. Director Chen saw this and spoke again. Everyone, don't be scared.
The previous awards were just jokes, but this time it's different.
As he spoke, Director Chen took out a box. The latest Apple 13 mobile phone is inside. See?
This time the reward is a genuine new phone.
I asked someone to buy it for me. It's definitely not fake. Seeing this, everyone became excited again. But Director Chen's eyes swept over all the guests.
Finally, it stopped on Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. He held the microphone and said loudly, The next award is the worst award of the season. The winner of this award is the Penghu Bei Group. Jiang Wanwan jumped up excitedly and was about to rush towards the Fruit 13. Then I heard Director Chen gasp. The photographer of Penghu Bei Group.
Jiang Wanwan? Ha! Chapter 88 Fan Fiction. Chapter 88 Fan Fiction.
When I saw the photographer rushing forward, holding the movie and crying,
Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Is this award also given to photographers? Director Chen looked at Jiang Wanwan. Why, don't you think it's unreasonable? Think about Xiao Zhang, who has to eat your dog food up close every day, and when you guys are enjoying the delicacies of the land and the sea, he can only eat boxed lunches next to you.
Every day he has to endure cruel abuse that he shouldn't have to endure at his age, and endure both physical and psychological torture.
Isn't this worthy of a reward?
Photographer Xiao Zhang hugged Director Chen and cried, Director Chen.
You still understand me. Wow, thank you Director Chen. Okay, stop crying.
Director Chen patted Xiao Zhang on the back gently and said, "You have worked hard these days. This is what you deserve. As for the money for the phone, I'll deduct it from your salary. Go away." Photographer? What salary? What deductions? He didn't have time to ask questions. He had already been dragged away by the people Director Chen had called. Seeing this scene, the guests and the audience were stunned. Is Director Chen turning evil? I think I was assimilated by Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Indeed, I feel like he is acting a lot like Fengzi and Wan Gu right now. What do Fengzi and Wan Gu feel? The feeling of being immoral. Regardless of whether it is blackening or assimilation, Director Chen's award ceremony is not over yet. Next, Director Chen presented more than a dozen awards in a chaotic manner. For example, the youngest partner award was given to the Wei Meng group, and the reward was 2 pairs of Zeligian senior shoes. The best landlord prize was given to Jatnan, and the reward was a deck of playing cards. The award for acting skills that will never be crushed was given to Mengan, and the reward was a script that she and Jiang Wanwan had performed before. The Best Woman Award. The most outrageous one was given to Director Chen's wife, Sister Wang. The reward is a diamond ring. There was also the Most Manly Award, which was given to Jayatnan, who was once forced to dress as a woman, and the Best Understanding Partner Award, which was given to Zhang Wei and Mengan, who almost had a falling out because of their tacit understanding and guessing words. There was also a Best Director Award awarded to him. A series of awards made people in the live broadcast room feel like Ma Jiang's mother was opening the door for Ma Jiang. It's so numb. I originally thought that tonight I would just watch them eat meat and drink and that would be it, but I didn't expect Director Chen to give me such a hard job. I understand, but I am still shocked. Director Chen went crazy today. Ha ha, I'm going to cut out this award ceremony and post it online to poison other people. Remember to cut out Jatnam's singing, otherwise it won't be poisoning, but murder. Anyway, after a bunch of mess of awards, Director Chen finally walked to the largest box, the only one that had not been awarded. He patted the mysterious box and said, "The last prize is related to the task we released today. Today I ask everyone to play other roles and spend the day." As Director Chen spoke, the pattern on the screen changed. The picture is divided into 4 parts. Each piece represents the performance of a group of guests today. The chivalrous couple has a deep affection for each other and they roam the world with swords. An unpleasant combination of walking down the aisle in a wedding dress and a suit. A powerful combination that manages life with a wok and spatula. There is also the white-haired Penghu Bei group at dusk. Director Chen looked at the screen and said slowly, "As you can see, everyone completed their tasks very well today. But since we've said that only the best group will get the reward, we have to decide who's better. So, after the audience vote, the group that won today's final grand prize is..." Director Chen extended his hand towards Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng. Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, Penghu Bei group. The staff and several other groups of guests applauded and celebrated. They didn't think there was anything wrong with losing to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. After all, they were very aware of the excellence of this group. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan walked to Director Chen's side, and Director Chen smiled and said to them, "This time the reward is really not a prank, it is a real reward. You two deserve it. I know you are a real couple. I hope this film can bear witness to your love. I also hope that you can finally grow old together like you did today." Shinfeng shook hands with Director Chen and nodded in response, "Of course, thank you Director Chen." "Okay, open your gifts." Director Chen said this and left all the shots to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. The two of them opened the box together. I found a box inside. I opened it again, and it turned out to be another box. After opening it again, there were boxes again. Jiang Wanwan's expression froze. She looked at Director Chen and found that the Director Chen, who had a serious face before, was now grinning wickedly. Obviously this is another of his dirty tricks. Just dismantle it honestly. Don't worry, the reward in the end will definitely be very good. Director Chen saw Jiang Wanwan looking at him and said with a smile. Today he was destined to get his revenge, and he was in a very good mood, a very good mood. Jiang Wanwan glared at Director Chen, then asked Shinfeng, "Fengzi, how do we deal with him?" "Simple." Shinfeng smiled and said a few words in Jiang Wanwan's ear. Jiang Wanwan nodded immediately, then ran to Director Chen's wife Sister Wang and said, "Sister Wang, ask Director Chen to help us unpack the boxes, and I'll ask Fengzi to grill skewers for you. You can grill whatever you want to eat, how about that?" Sister Wang's eyes lit up. She didn't even care that she was wearing the diamond ring that Director Chen had just given her.
Pulling Director Chen by the collar, he walked to the big box.
Then he forced Director Chen to unpack the boxes.
Jiang Wanwan stood next to Director Chen, watching while eating melon seeds.
She would urge him from time to time, "Hurry up.
How come you've only demolished 3 floors in such a long time? Sister Wang, look at him slacking off."
When Sister Wang heard this, she reached out and twisted Director Chen's waist. Director Chen begged for mercy and pain, then looked at Jiang Wanwan bitterly and said, "You are too unkind.
I packed so many boxes so that you can have a surprise in the end.
I have put in so much effort, and you are repaying me with evil. You even bribed my wife.
You have no moral principles.
Despicable, despicable."
Shen Feng patted Director Chen. "You've offended too many people tonight. Didn't you see that many of the guests were staring at you?
We're here to find something for you to do so that they won't cause you any trouble.
We have good intentions, how can we be repaid with evil? So stop being a baby and just go for it." Director Chen burst into tears.
Finally, Director Chen dismantled a large box that was half a person's height, leaving only a small box the size of a palm.
"Hand it over to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan." Shen Feng opened it and found a very exquisitely crafted necklace inside.
Director Chen wiped his sweat and panted while saying, "Although it's not a particularly valuable item, it was specially made by someone hired by our production team. Take it. I hope you guys can be together forever."
"Damn, I'm so tired.
Water, water."
Director Chen left after saying this.
He even specifically drove away the other guests who were there to watch the fun.
Shen Feng looked at Jiang Wanwan and took out the necklace. It was gently tied around Jiang Wanwan's snow-white neck. Then he slowly placed a kiss on Jiang Wanwan's lips. "Wanwan, I love you." The staff members far away recorded this scene with their cameras. This photo quickly became the new avatar of the Penghu Bay Super Topic. And in such a night,
the live broadcast of Let's Start Dating Today has finally come to an end.
The mood after the end is always sad. When leaving the next day, even Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but have red eyes.
Although she has lived 2 lives and filmed countless movies. But in her previous life, she always felt numb and heavy when filming. Only this time, when she participated in the variety show with Shen Feng, did she really devote herself wholeheartedly and feel really happy. It is because Shen Feng is by my side that everything becomes meaningful. Sitting in the car from Lanyu County to Chang'an Airport. As Jiang Wanwan thought this, she looked at Shen Feng beside her. But he found Shen Feng was browsing his phone with a mysterious smile on his face. The expression on his face was very wrong. Jiang Wanwan was stunned by what she saw. Her daughter Fengzi rarely shows such an expression. What happened? Was he possessed? Or did he see something he shouldn't have seen? Jiang Wanwan immediately glanced at Shen Feng's cell phone. "I only saw words like old fox and little cat." Before she could see anything else clearly, Shen Feng covered her eyes. Jiang Wanwan reluctantly pulled Shen Feng's hand away and said, "What are you looking at? You're smiling so abnormally." "Nothing, just a fan fiction about the 2 of us written by a fan." Jiang Wanwan blinked. "Fan fiction? Ours? Then let me see it, let me see it." Jiang Wanwan immediately became interested. However, Shen Feng put the phone back into his pocket. He smiled and said, "Forget about just watching it, why not go home and practice it tonight?" "Practice? What to practice?" Jiang Wanwan was a little puzzled. But Shen Feng seemed unwilling to say anything more. Out of curiosity, she went to her own super topic and asked several people using her secondary account if there were any fan fictions she could read. The last fan sent her a document mysteriously. Jiang Wanwan opened it and took a look out of curiosity. Then her face turned red. "This Fengzi. Why did you start watching these messed up things?" Then I thought about what Shen Feng had just said, "Go home and practice at night." Jiang Wanwan covered her face with her phone out of embarrassment. Shen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong, Wan brother, are you practicing unlocking your phone with your forehead?" Jiang Wanwan put the phone in front of Shen Feng's face again. "I want to practice unlocking your skull with my phone." Chapter 89. Why not? Let us have some fun. Chapter 89. That's fine, let's have some fun. After meeting Sister Lin in Chang'an City, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng took a plane back to Zhonghai City. On the way, Sister Lin praised Shen Feng highly.
Xiao Shun, this is the first time I've seen a new artist become so popular in his first variety show. You have so many abilities, why didn't you mention them before? You're really amazing. Xiao Shun, are you tired these days? Are you hungry now? Do you need me to give you something to eat? Jiang Wanwan immediately said, he's not hungry, but I am. Sister Lin, why don't you ask me? I've only been an artist following you for a few years.
Sister Lin rolled her eyes at her.
It's because you are my artist that I don't bother to care about you.
Xiaoxin is so outstanding, of course I have to find a way to catch Xiaoxin in my hands. Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows, I am his wife, he must listen to me. If I tell him to go east, he dare not go west.
You should please me. Bullshit, do you know how many big companies have contacted me now? They are all asking about Xinfeng's contract price.
Sister Lin sneered, Minglei Entertainment, which offered the highest bid, is even willing to use $500,000 to buy a copy of Xinfeng's contract from me.
To put it bluntly, the 500,000 yuan is just a tip for getting information.
When the time comes to sign Xiaoxin, the price will definitely be dozens of times higher than this.
Sister Lin poked Jiang Wanwan with her finger and said, you are his wife, don't you want him to have a better future? They offered a signing fee of several million or tens of millions, can you not let him go?
What's more, whether it's Minglei Entertainment or other companies that contacted me, they are basically large companies, much larger than Lanyu Entertainment, and more formal. If Xiaoxin goes to those companies, he will only develop better and soar to the sky.
When Jiang Wanwan heard this, she fell into deep thought. She thought about it and finally nodded. Sister Lin, what you said makes sense. If you catch Fengzi, wouldn't it hinder his development?
No, Sister Lin, forget it. Jiang Wanwan stood in front of Xinfeng like a hen protecting her chicks, I will find a good company for Fengzi when I go back.
Sister Lin took the mineral water bottle and smashed it on Jiang Wanwan's head. Silly girl, didn't you say before that you wanted to start your own business? If you want to start your own business, why would you find a company for Xiaoxin? Xiaoxin, why don't you keep this important resource for yourself?
Jiang Wanwan rubbed his head and said confidently, I also need startup capital if I go it alone. I will sell Xinfeng first, and then use the money to work on my own. If I make money, I will redeem Fengzi.
What if you don't make any money?
Sister Lin looked at her.
If I didn't make any money, then I didn't make any money. Anyway, I didn't lose anything.
It was Fengzi who worked for others, not me.
Jiang Wanwan said. Sister Lin covered her forehead speechlessly.
This girl, how come she is so happy to sell her husband? As the person involved, Xinfeng felt that he had a say. He raised his hand and said, actually, I participated in the variety show this time just to help Wanwan settle the penalty issue and make an official announcement.
It's mainly the official announcement, right? Sister Lin said.
Xinfeng coughed lightly, in short, I don't actually plan to develop a long-term career in the entertainment industry.
To be honest, I would rather be a house husband every night. No. Unexpectedly, Sister Lin and Jiang Wanwan expressed their opposition in unison. Sister Lin looked at Xinfeng and said, Xiaoxin, do you know how much potential you have now? Why do you think those big companies are trying every possible way to poach you now? Don't talk about other companies, just take Lanyu as an example. The boss calls me every day and asks me if I have renewed my contract with you. He said he will agree to any conditions you set. Forget about acting. With your looks, singing ability, and versatility, you can definitely shine in the entertainment industry. With such a good foundation, you actually want to be a house husband? This is a waste of talent, don't you know?
Jiang Wanwan also blared at Xinfeng, Fengzi.
Aren't you happy filming variety shows and acting with me? Why don't you want to be a star?
Xinfeng spread his hands, I just want to take care of you and cook for you every day, that's enough. Jiang Wanwan patted Xinfeng and said, even if you are a star, you still have to cook for me. The most important thing is that you are so valuable now, so hurry up and make some money to support your family while you are still popular.
It won't be too late to quit the circle when you are no longer popular.
I am still waiting to use the money you make from selling your body to start my own business.
Xinfeng. Sure enough, this girl was still thinking about selling him to make money.
However, seeing that Sister Lin and Jiang Wanwan were so opposed, Xinfeng could only say that he would think about it again.
To be honest, Xinfeng is not really interested in being a star. If he wants to make money, he has ways to do it.
This time I debuted in a variety show mainly for Wanwan. Or it could be said that it was mainly for the purpose of finding an opportunity to make an official announcement openly. Now that his goal has been achieved, he has nothing else to ask for, and it doesn't matter whether he becomes a star or not. If his wife strongly requests it, he will definitely obey. After hearing Shin Feng say that he was willing to consider it again, Jiang Wanwan and Sister Lin began to discuss with each other what kind of dramas and films and TV series they should get Shin Feng to star in the future. He didn't even ask about Shin Feng's wishes. Shin Feng simply leaned back in his seat and fell asleep until he returned to Zhonghai City. After returning to Zhonghai City, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were wrapped tightly by Sister Lin and got off the plane. When the group got off the plane, they saw a large group of people waiting to pick them up not far away. He was holding a light sign in his hand, but it was too far away and I couldn't see what was written on it. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but ask Sister Lin, "Are there any other big stars on the same plane with us?" Sister Lin rolled her eyes. Then he tapped Jiang Wanwan's head with his hand. "My great star Jiang, they are all here to pick you and Xiaoshan up. How popular do you think you and Xiaoshan are now? Are you still the second-tier celebrities and the newcomers? Don't you know how many trending searches you have been on in the past few days?" Although these words were directed at Jiang Wanwan, there was still some pride and complacency in Sister Lin's tone. These are all the artists she brought up. Although she didn't do anything other than wiping butts. She said to Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng, "I have asked the airport security to come here soon. You must pay attention to safety and be careful. You can greet the fans, but don't have too much interaction, understand?" Shin Feng nodded. Jiang Wanwan naturally didn't need to listen to Sister Lin's instructions. She had seen much bigger scenes in her previous life than this. After the security guards arrived, Sister Lin took Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan through the busy airport reception queue. Fans on both sides held up signs that read Penghu Bay and Circle Locked Couple. When they saw Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan coming over, the fans cheered. "Circle Locked Couple YYDS. I'm your fan. You guys are so sweet. Shin Feng. Husband." Jiang Wanwan was originally in a good mood. When he heard this, his expression changed immediately. She yelled at the fan, "He's my husband. Mine." Then another male fan came out and shouted, "Husband Shin Feng. I want to give birth to a baby for you." Jiang Wanwan glared at him again, "How can you give birth to a child?" Amid the laughter of the crowd, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan walked out of the airport. It has to be said that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan as fans cover a wide range, not just young people. So the overall age is a bit older, and the fans who came to pick them up at the airport were not that crazy. The quality is pretty good. After leaving the airport, Sister Lin drove Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to Lanyu Entertainment's company. Although Jiang Wanwan didn't really want to come, the company's boss specifically said he wanted to meet them today, and they are also contracted artists under Lanyu, so it would be bad to not meet. Arriving at Lanyu Entertainment, Sister Lin originally wanted to take Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to meet the company's CEO. As a result, when they arrived at the company, the boss's secretary actually said that the boss wanted to talk to Shin Feng alone for a while. Sister Lin is very smart and she can tell at a glance that the boss has bad intentions. But it was not easy to let Shin Feng not go, so he could only remind Shin Feng, "Xiaoshan, remember, no matter what conditions he offers you, don't renew your contract with him. This company is not suitable for you and Wanwan to develop. Don't be tempted by him. What he can offer, others will only offer more." Shin Feng nodded and followed the secretary to the office of Wang Wenqi, the president of Lanyu Entertainment. Wang Wenqi is in his 30s. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a suit, and looks quite gentle. Seeing Shin Feng coming in, he smiled elegantly, made a gesture of invitation, and asked Shin Feng to sit opposite him. Then, while pouring tea for Shin Feng, he said in a gentle voice, as if he had known Shin Feng for a long time, "Shin Feng, I watch every episode of the variety show you and Wanwan filmed. It's really good, and you are really talented. It is a great honor for our company to sign you. Mr. Wang, you're welcome," Shin Feng said with a smile. Wang Wenqi put down the teapot and looked at Shin Feng. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and continued, "Let's be frank. I hope to renew my contract with you for a while longer. What do you think?" Shin Feng was about to refuse. But Wang Wenqiu said, "Don't be so hasty to reject me. I know that Zhang Lin doesn't want you to renew your contract with me. She has even been trying to get Jiang Wanwan to leave. But, after all, she is just an agent and cannot represent you. Actually, from a contractual point of view, you and Wanwan got married privately and announced it openly on Weibo, which to some extent still made Wanwan breach the contract. It's just that the company decided not to pursue the matter anymore. If you agree to renew your contract with us, even if it's only for 1 year, we at Lanyu Entertainment will not mention the penalty for breach of contract again. But if you don't agree, we will do our best to collect the penalty. He pushed his glasses up again, and the smile on his face gradually became a little darker. Your family runs a supermarket. Although Jiang Wanwan's family has a company, it is difficult to pay such a large amount of liquidated damages. You probably don't want both sets of parents to be burdened with such a debt, right? Wang Wenqi's words made Shenfeng narrow his eyes. He sat on the sofa, looked at Wang Wenqiu, and said slowly, "You investigated me and threatened me? So what?" Wang Wenqiu took a sip of tea. To put it bluntly, Shenfeng, you may be very popular now, but you have no backing or background. Even if you are very popular, it will be easy for me to control you. Yeah? Shenfeng also picked up the teacup and took a sip. Why not? Let's have some fun. Chapter 90. Do you know why an ambulance was called? Chapter 90. Do you know why an ambulance was called? Lanyu Entertainment is not a good company, and Wang Wenqi is not a good boss. Shenfeng knew this a long time ago. When he was reborn before, he spent some time investigating entertainment matters related to Jiang Wanwan. As Jiang Wanwan's boss, Shenfeng knew exactly who Wang Wenqi was and what he had done. Originally, Shenfeng didn't want to pay any attention to this person. After all, Jiang Wanwan planned to go out and work on her own after the contract expired, so Shenfeng thought that he would not have any interaction with this guy. I didn't expect this guy to come to my door. Not only did they investigate him, they even threatened him with Jiang Wanwan's penalty for breach of contract once again. Since he was willing to die, Shenfeng was willing to bury him. After hearing what Shenfeng said, Wang Wenqi couldn't help but laugh. Shenfeng, you want to play with me? Why do you think you can play with me? Because of your popularity? Or because of your family's supermarket background? Don't even think about it, young man. This is a game of capital. If you don't have capital, you are nothing. Shenfeng leaned on the sofa and looked at Wang Wenqi. Nod slowly. You're right, this is a game of capital. But who told you that I have no capital? Mr. Wang should have an idea of how many companies are planning to sign me these days. If I announce to those companies that as long as someone is willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract for me and Wanwan and I are willing to switch jobs to them at a low price, do you think those companies will rush to pay for me? Before Wang Wenqiu could say anything, Shenfeng smiled and said, "It's not that you don't know. On the contrary, you know this very well. That's why you didn't let Sister Lin and Wanwan come in with me. You were afraid that they would give me some advice. You have investigated me. In your mind, I am just an ordinary person, and I am still very young. So you think that a young man like me who has not experienced much in the world would not think so much? Based on your understanding of people of my age, you think that as long as you use the huge penalty to scare me, I, a young boy, will lose my composure and finally obey you. But unfortunately, you now realize that you didn't scare me, and I even discovered your little plan. So you are a little nervous, and you want to cover up your nervousness by drinking water." Wang Wenqi, who was about to reach out to touch the teacup, paused and quickly retracted his hand. Shenfeng watched his little movements with a smile. Then he continued, "Not only are you drinking water, your left foot is shaking unconsciously, and the frequency of pushing your glasses has increased. You are touching your nose while pushing your glasses, which is also a sign of your guilty conscience and nervousness." Wang Wenqi frowned, stood up and opened his mouth to say something. But Shenfeng interrupted him again. "You stood up and looked at me, hoping to use your superior position to put pressure on me and boost your own self-confidence. When you stood up, you stamped your feet unconsciously, to relieve your own stress." As he spoke, Shenfeng also stood up and continued to look at Wang Wenqiu. "Boss Wang, you have built such a big company in your 30s. You seem young and promising, but why are you so easily nervous and guilty? Is it just because your strategy didn't scare me? It's not that simple, is it?" Wang Wenqiu's expression finally changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop talking. I won't sign you. I won't mention the penalty fee anymore. Get out of here." Shenfeng, however, had a smile on his face. He walked to Wang Wenqiu, pressed Wang Wenqiu's shoulders, and forced Wang Wenqiu back onto the sofa. Wang Wenqi tried his best to struggle, but Shenfeng hit him on the shoulder, and he felt the pain as if his shoulder was dislocated. "All of a sudden I can't use any strength anymore." Shinfeng sat beside him, crossed his legs and continued, "The reason why you suddenly feel so guilty and nervous is not just because I am not as easy to fool as you think. Moreover, my conversation with you reminded you of your past experiences. I deliberately mentioned the word psychology many times to remind you of the psychiatrist you visited for 5 consecutive years. As for why I need to see a psychiatrist, it's because you, Mr. Wang, once destroyed 2 families." When Shinfeng said this, Wang Wenqi had already hugged his head with both hands. His face was covered in cold sweat and he looked pale. Shinfeng seemed not to see it. He continued talking to himself. Wang Wenqi once pursued a girl desperately, but it turned out that the girl was with another man. The young and hot-tempered Wang Wenqi was furious at the time and went to argue with the girl and the man. The more they talked, the angrier they got, and finally they started fighting. He accidentally killed the man. The girl was so scared that she wanted to call the police. Wang Wenqi was afraid that he would be reported, so he strangled the girl to death in a fit of panic. Afterwards, he dumped the 2 bodies into the river. Their families searched everywhere for them but couldn't find them. In the end, the parents of both of them died of depression due to worry. During that period, Wang Wenqi was extremely scared every day. I couldn't sleep well every day. When I closed my eyes, I saw those 2 families. My life was extremely miserable. He found a psychologist friend for treatment and worked for 5 years. Through medication and psychological counseling, he finally came to terms with that period of history. But he also developed a chronic illness. If someone mentioned the names of those 2 people in front of him, or reminded him of the time when he saw a psychiatrist, he will relapse. It's like this. This is Wang Wenqi's secret, and few people know it. It's a pity that Shinfeng is one of the very few. His eldest brother's boss has a criminal record, so of course Shinfeng has to find out. While patting Wang Wenqi on the shoulder, he smiled and said the names of the 2 people killed by Wang Wenqi. After hearing these 2 names, Wang Wenqi finally couldn't bear it anymore. The nightmare that had troubled him for many years suddenly came back to his mind. He vomited all over himself. Shinfeng sat a little further away from Wang Wenqi. Then he smiled and asked Wang Wenqi, "Mr. Wang, how do you feel? By the way, I should call an ambulance for you." As he spoke, Shinfeng picked up his cell phone. How do you know all this? What's your relationship with those 2 people?" Wang Wenqi asked, gritting his teeth. Shinfeng raised his eyebrows. "Boss Wang, by asking this, does that mean that everything I just said is correct? You've checked so thoroughly. Do you still need to ask me if I'm wrong?" "Yes, so what if I killed them?" "Not only them, since you know all this, you can't even think about living. With my power, it would be easy for me to kill you." Wang Wenqi gritted his teeth and glared at Shinfeng fiercely. If it weren't for the recurrence of his old illness and the inexplicable lack of strength in his arms, he would probably have attacked Shinfeng by now. Shinfeng still crossed his legs calmly. He ignored Wang Wenqi and dialed the phone instead. "Hello, is this 110? This is the CEO's office on the top floor of Lanyu Entertainment. I've caught the suspect in the 422 tragedy." "Yes, case 422, I'm sure of that because I've been tracking him for years." "Yes, please call an ambulance when you come." "Why?" "Because when I came to confront the suspect, he reacted violently and attacked me. I knocked him out in self-defense." "Don't worry, his life is not in danger." "Okay, thanks." Shinfeng hung up the phone. Wang Wenqi frowned and looked at Shinfeng, then suddenly sneered. "Call the police? You want to arrest me just based on your one-sided statement?" Shinfeng shook his phone and opened a recording. At the end, it was Wang Wenqi's voice. "Yes, so what if I killed them? Not only them, since you know all this, you can't even think about living. With my power, it would be easy for me to kill you." Wang Wenqi's face changed. But what frightened him even more was yet to come. Because Shinfeng put away his phone and stood up. Smiling at him, she asked, "Mr. Wang, do you know why I called an ambulance?" As he spoke, Shinfeng picked up a vase on the table. Shinfeng said softly under Wang Wenqi's shocked gaze. "You'll know soon." Chapter 91 Enthusiastic Citizen Comrade Shinfeng. Chapter 91 Enthusiastic Citizen Comrade Shinfeng. When the police and medical staff rushed to the office of the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment, Jiang Wanwan, Sister Lin and the secretary who received them were all stunned. After a moment's silence, several people hurried to the CEO's office. What he saw was Wang Wenqi being carried out with a bloody head. And later, Shin Feng was brought out. Jiang Wanwan was startled and hurried to Shin Feng and asked, Fengzi, you, what did you do?
Ha? I didn't do anything. Shin Feng looked innocent. I'm just doing something nice. Good thing?
Jiang Wanwan looked at Wang Wenqi, who was lying on a stretcher, with his face covered in blood, unconscious, and bruised and swollen.
You call this a good thing? Shin Feng spread his hands. Isn't it a good thing to eliminate harm for the people? Seeing Jiang Wanwan's nervous expression, Shin Feng smiled and patted her head, saying softly, Don't worry, it's okay. Just ask Sister Lin to take you home later.
I'll take care of things here.
Be good and listen to me. Having said that, Jiang Wanwan still couldn't feel at ease.
After Shin Feng was taken away, she and Sister Lin hurriedly drove to the Public Security Bureau and waited outside.
While the two of them were waiting anxiously at the Public Security Bureau, Sister Lin's cell phone rang.
She answered a phone call and her expression immediately turned ugly.
After hanging up the phone, Sister Lin quickly opened Weibo and took a look.
The more he looked, the worse his face became. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan also took out her mobile phone and opened Weibo. Soon, I found out why Sister Lin looked unhappy.
Less than an hour had passed since Shin Feng was taken away.
But at this time on Weibo, entries like hashtag Shin Feng was arrested hashtag had already topped the list. An influential Big V in the entertainment industry wrote an article with the title There is a picture to prove that Shin Feng was arrested for wounding someone.
Is the perfect celebrity finally shattered?
This article not only contains photos of Shin Feng being taken into the police car, but also many pictures from inside Lanyu Entertainment.
There must be a traitor, otherwise this photo wouldn't have spread so quickly. Jiang Wanwan said. Yes, and it's not just an insider. Look at the Big V who posted the article. On the surface, he has always been a neutral entertainment blogger, but in fact, he is an account supported by Phoenix Entertainment. You should know the pillar of Phoenix Entertainment, that Fu Yan.
Sister Lin took a deep breath. Shin Feng has been on the hot search list many times recently, which has made Phoenix Entertainment and Fu Yan's fans very jealous. Phoenix Entertainment has also been trying to find negative information about Shin Feng, and even wanted to pay me to buy it. They have been keeping an eye on Shin Feng's movements, and this time Shin's arrest has given them an opportunity.
Phoenix Entertainment has finally nurtured a top star like Fu Yan, and they don't want Xiaoshin to steal the limelight. As long as they have the chance, they will definitely beat Xiaoshin to death.
As she spoke, Sister Lin clicked on the article.
The comments below have been controlled by Fu Yan's fans.
The comments of passers-by and Shin Feng's fans who said to wait for official news and not to jump to conclusions were all pushed to the back. However, the various fabricated, slanderous, and defamatory remarks made by Fu Yan's fans all received a very high number of likes. Many bystanders who do not know the truth, when they click on the relevant articles and hot searches, the first thing they see are these remarks that are unfavorable to Shin Feng. Under preconceived notions, many people subconsciously thought that Shin Feng had really committed a crime and was arrested.
As a result, many fans didn't even have a chance to explain themselves.
As long as they spoke up for Shin Feng, they would be accused by Fu Yan's fans of whitewashing and being part of the internet troll army. Sister Lin frowned, but seemed helpless.
This is the power of capital. If Shin Feng also has a strong company supporting him, or if Shin Feng has his own studio running, then Sister Lin can still mobilize manpower to fight back. Unfortunately, Shin Feng is now just an artist of Lanyu Entertainment. The CEO of Lanyu Entertainment was even beaten into the hospital.
In this situation, even if Sister Lin had a plan in mind, she had no ability to implement it. Just as Sister Lin and Jiang Wanwan were scrolling through Weibo and thinking of a solution with a depressed mood, they suddenly saw Shin Feng and several policemen walking out.
As they walked, these people were chatting and laughing. I've watched your live broadcasts online before, and I thought you were amazing. I didn't expect you to have this kind of skills. Amazing, really amazing. Yes, now we have irrefutable evidence.
The 422 case that has troubled us for many years can finally be solved.
You're welcome, this is what I should do.
Shin Feng smiled and shook hands with the two policemen, then said, If you need my cooperation in the future, feel free to contact me.
I will definitely help if I can. Well, the same goes for you.
If you need anything, please feel free to contact us.
After all, you really helped us a lot this time. As he spoke, Shin Feng walked over under the escort of two policemen.
Jiang Wanwan and Sister Lin hurried over to greet them.
Seeing Shin Feng was fine, Jiang Wanwan asked, Fengzi, what happened? Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Didn't I tell you not to worry? Shinfeng said.
A policeman at the side also said with a smile, Wang, this time your Fingzi helped us solve a big case. By the way, I am a fan of both of you, remember to give me an autograph later.
Solve the case? Didn't you beat Wang Wenqiu unconscious? Does this count as solving the case? I was in a state of defense out of necessity. Wang Wenqiu had a criminal record of murder and was a fugitive suspect.
After I exposed his crimes, he wanted to kill me, so I knocked him out. Although his head was bleeding, I didn't hit him very hard. I stopped when he lost the ability to continue to hurt me.
It can be considered as self-defense, Shinfeng said. Jiang Wanwan was even more confused. A criminal record of murder? Offense? What did Wang Wenqi do before?
Not only Jiang Wanwan, but even Sister Lin was a little slow to react.
She walked up to the police and asked, Comrade Police, what's going on? Can you tell us?
The two policemen looked at each other and explained the situation to Jiang Wanwan and Sister Lin. At first, when they heard Shinfeng say that Wang Wenqi was the real murderer of 422, they certainly didn't believe it and thought that Shinfeng was making an excuse for knocking Wang Wenqi unconscious. But later, Shinfeng borrowed the police station's computer and hacked into Wang Wenqi's computer and the computer of the psychologist who was treating Wang Wenqi. Through the medical records they exchanged, it was determined that Wang Wenqi had been treated for post-homicide trauma syndrome by a psychiatrist. The police then called the psychologist, who finally had no choice but to tell the truth and gave Wang Wenqi away. Combined with the recordings made by Shinfeng, the police have been able to identify Wang Wenqi as the culprit behind the 422 case that year. Now all we have to do is wait for Wang Wenqi to wake up so that the police can conduct the final interrogation and prosecution of him. In short, Comrade Shinfeng really helped us a lot, thank you so much. Only after hearing the police officer's thanks did Sister Lin come to her senses. She didn't expect that Shinfeng actually did a good deed. Not only is it a good thing, but it also solved a major case. Sister Lin had heard of case 422 before, but she never expected that the murderer was actually Wang Wenqi.
Well, police officer, can I trouble you for something?
Sister Lin said as she took out her cell phone, opened Weibo, and let the two policemen take a look at the current situation on Weibo.
I hope you can come forward and speak for Shinfeng.
Today, for some of Fu Yan's die-hard fans, it was like Chinese New Year. Since the broadcast of date, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have been on the hot search list every now and then. Although his popularity still cannot be compared with Fu Yan, more and more people compare Shinfeng and Fu Yan. It is said that Fu Yan is not worthy of the position and is not worthy of the title of top idol. He is crushed by Shinfeng in all aspects.
Such remarks made Fu Yan's fans resentful towards Shinfeng.
Especially Fu Yan's old employer Phoenix Entertainment, which would occasionally give this group of fans guidance.
As a result, Fu Yan's fans treated Shinfeng as an enemy.
When Shinfeng was arrested this time, Fu Yan's fans were eager to celebrate and sing and play swords. Under the deliberate guidance of Phoenix Entertainment, some fan leaders, with many of Fu Yan's fans, rushed directly into Peng Hubei, Shinfeng, and Jiang Wanwan's topics in Weibo, and stirred up all kinds of trouble.
What all-round star! He even hired some trolls to say that my Fu Yan is unworthy of the position.
I think your master Shinfeng is the one who is unworthy of the position. He beat up his own boss and even hospitalized him.
Is this a violent maniac worthy of being compared with my brother? The entertainment industry is a magic mirror. If you stay in it for a long time, you can see whether someone is a human or a demon. My Fu Yan has been popular for so long without any scandals.
On the other hand, this Shinfeng has only been popular for less than a month and such a scandal broke out.
It's ridiculous. Shinfeng's fans naturally couldn't stand it.
However, the photos of Shinfeng being taken away by the police and Wang Wenqi being carried away on a stretcher had already been circulated all over the internet through an article by a big V in the entertainment industry.
To be honest, this time the evidence is irrefutable. Although many fans think that there must be a reason why Shinfeng hit people.
But it is undeniable that no matter what, this is already a piece of black material.
It's hard to reverse.
Therefore, many fans have no idea how to fight against these crazy and arrogant Fu Yan fans, and can only be bullied into silence.
There is no doubt that Fu Yan's fans have gained an overall advantage. Seeing this scene, Fu Yan's agent in the Phoenix Entertainment office smiled. I was having a headache before, wondering how to take down Shinfeng.
I didn't expect that he would cause trouble and ruin himself. Besides, Lanyu Entertainment has no power, and they can't even afford to use the internet trolls. I just made some efforts, and Xin Feng's super topic has exploded. His reputation has gradually turned to being black all over the internet. Without this so-called all-round star, there will probably be no newcomers in the entertainment industry who can affect your status. Fu Yan sat opposite his agent with a disdainful smile on his face. I thought he was a great rival, but this is all I could think of. How boring. As he spoke, Fu Yan took a sip of water from the cup while opening his phone to check Weibo. The result of a Weibo post that came up made Fu Yan spit out water.
Shanghai Police Online, we would like to thank the enthusiastic citizen Comrade Shinfeng for helping our bureau solve the 4.22 case.
Comrade Shinfeng not only made great contributions to solving this case, but also bravely fought with the suspect at the risk of his own life in order to capture the suspect. His courage is commendable.
We hope that Comrade Shinfeng's acting career will reach new heights.
Picture.
In the picture below,
Shinfeng stood with several policemen.
In his hand, he held a large banner. Chapter 92, let us go together? Chapter 92, go together? Fu Yanran was stunned. I almost threw my phone away. Fuck, what's going on? Didn't he beat the guy to the hospital? How did he become a caring citizen who was brave enough to do something righteous? Fu Yan's agent also hurriedly looked at the Weibo post.
It was released by the official Weibo account, so it is impossible to be fake. Then he hurriedly made a few more phone calls. After a moment, he frowned and said, "It's over, it seems that Shinfeng has really been released." I asked the informants at Lanyu, and they said they saw Shinfeng and the others had already returned to the company.
Check. Check, what's going on? Quickly.
Fu Yan threw the cup on the table and said angrily.
Date was popular a few days ago, and Shinfeng was on the hot search list again and again. Not only that, they are all hardcore hot searches. Either they are good at singing, have a high level of piano skills, or are professional at chess. Not to mention Fu Yan, Shinfeng's versatility almost overshadows 90% of the stars in the entertainment industry. It's fine that celebrities can sing, dance and play the piano, but why the hell do you have to learn advanced math competition questions in more than a dozen foreign languages? Shinfeng's existence is indeed a dimensionality reduction blow to the entertainment industry. Of course, Shinfeng doesn't have as many fans as him, and he can't even be ranked among the top stars yet. But Shinfeng's rise was too fast, which gave Fu Yan a great sense of oppression. So Fu Yan panicked. So when Fu Yan heard that Shinfeng had beaten someone and was taken away by the police, he immediately went to his agent to confirm the authenticity of the news, and then heaved a sigh of relief. But I didn't expect it. It was a little too early for him to be happy. Now, not only has Shinfeng not been arrested, he has also been regarded as an enthusiastic citizen who helped solve the case. What should I do now? Fu Yan looked at his agent and asked hurriedly. There was no trace of the pride he had when he looked down on Shinfeng before. The agent glanced at Fu Yan and then shook his head. What can I do? I can only collect all the water army and marketing accounts I bought before. This time, we lost. The public opinion on Weibo changed immediately after the Shanghai police posted this message. Fu Yan's fans who had previously criticized Shinfeng and described him as an unforgivable criminal, as well as some marketing accounts that were hoping for chaos in the world, were shocked when they saw this Weibo post. What about the promise of being sent to jail for beating up the boss? What about the violent tendencies? How come everything has changed? Even now official accounts have come out to support Shinfeng, saying that Shinfeng is an enthusiastic citizen who bravely helped solve the case. Is this reasonable? Many of Fu Yan's fans want to say that this is unreasonable. But, this is the news released by the official account and it cannot be questioned. Some irrational fans of Fu Yan even dared to go to the Weibo of Shanghai Police Online and question whether the official Weibo had received money from Shinfeng. As a result, these fans, without exception, were directly banned and their accounts were blocked by Weibo. Now, all the Fu Yan fans who had been dancing and disco-thing under the Shinfeng and Penghubei super chats have become listless. Shinfeng's fans, who originally thought they were in the wrong and dared not speak, suddenly became angry when they saw this. He chased Fu Yan's fans and cursed them all over the street, feeling so proud. Some of Shinfeng's fans even went to the marketing accounts that posted articles slandering Shinfeng and asked them to apologize. The marketing account could only apologize and delete the article in shame. All of Shinfeng's fans are very proud of themselves. Are you saying that my Fengzi has committed a crime? Are you saying that my Fengzi has violent tendencies and is unworthy of her position? Look at what's written on the banner, caring citizen. Acting bravely.
Your idol is awesome, your idol is great.
Why doesn't your idol help catch a murderer? Later, some of Shin Feng's fans even used this incident as a joke. There won't be a star who can't even catch a murderer, right?
His sarcastic look made Fu Yan's fans very angry.
But there is nothing I can do. Because they lost.
The moment the official clarification came for Shin Feng, Fu Yan's fans were completely defeated.
This war without gunpowder on Weibo has left many big names in the entertainment industry dumbfounded. For example, Minglei Entertainment wanted to sign Shin Feng with a large sum of money.
Minglei Entertainment focuses on creating high-quality stars rather than simply traffic stars.
With the appearance of Shin Feng, he naturally became the only choice for Minglei Entertainment.
After what happened today, the boss of Minglei Entertainment, who had been paying attention to Shin Feng, put aside all the things on hand and decided to see how Shin Feng and Sister Lin were going to deal with the matter. It is definitely true that Shin Feng beat Wang Wenqi so hard that he was hospitalized, and there are pictures to prove it. Therefore, Minglei's boss felt that Shin Feng would most likely find some plausible excuse for beating Wang Wenqi,
and thus reverse the current public opinion. If the situation can be reversed, then Minglei's boss will continue to consider signing Shin Feng. If the situation cannot be reversed, Minglei's boss will give up on Shin Feng.
No matter how talented a person is, if he has a stain on him, it will eventually have an impact.
The result was something that Minglei's boss did not expect. Shin Feng didn't make any excuses. The police in Zhanghai City actually came forward to speak for Shin Feng.
Not only that, Shin Feng, who originally beat Wang Wenqi, has transformed himself into a good citizen who bravely stands up for justice. Even helped solve a murder case that happened several years ago. Apart from a certain singing god who can catch suspects every time he holds a concert, Shin Feng should be considered the first star who has helped the police solve such a big case. This not only helped Shin Feng clear his reputation, but also made Shin Feng even more popular.
Minglei's boss immediately picked up the phone and called Sister Lin.
Hey, Sister Lin, 100 million, I'll sign Shin Feng for 5 years. Sister Lin, who was driving, answered the call using the hands-free mode. Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting nearby, heard the high price of 100 million and immediately said, sign.
Sign right away.
Sister Lin rolled her eyes at Jiang Wanwan and said, sign you idiot.
Don't interrupt me.
Then he said to Mr. Ming Lei on the other end of the phone, Mr. Lei, I'm just Shin Feng's agent.
Shin Feng didn't sell himself to me.
I can't decide who he wants to sign or not. Also, Mr. Lei, we are all acquaintances, and I will not hide it from you.
In fact, Wanwan is planning to work on her own.
If Wanwan works on her own, it would be best for Shin Feng to stay with Wanwan.
What do you think? Lei Ming, the CEO of Minglei Entertainment, frowned slightly after hearing what Sister Lin said. Go it alone? Why not let Wanwan sign me as well? The price is the same as Shin Feng's. We can sign now. I will pay Lan Yu's penalty.
Minglei Entertainment is not a small company like Lan Yu that has only been in business for a few years and only has a second-tier star as its mainstay.
He is a true giant in the entertainment industry. Minglei's assets are enough to defeat dozens of Lan Yu.
The real deal is rich and powerful. When Sister Lin heard this, she looked at Jiang Wanwan.
Wanwan, what do you mean? Jiang Wanwan looked at Shin Feng.
Shin Feng smiled and rubbed her face with his hand, saying, Wan Gu, you have the final say.
You don't have to worry about money.
If you lose money, I will find a way to make it in the future.
As long as you feel happy, that's all. Jiang Wanwan thought about it.
As someone who has lived 2 lives, she knows how free she was when she worked on her own in her previous life. That kind of life where she is not bound by the constraints of the company and can take the role she wants and act in the movies she wants is what she really likes.
The high price offered by Ming Lei is certainly tempting.
But for someone who has had a successful career in his previous life.
In this life, Jiang Wanwan just wants to live a happy life.
So she slowly opened her mouth and refused, I'm sorry, Mr. Lei, I still plan to work alone, which is more free. Lei Ming was very sorry. However, Jiang Wanwan suddenly changed the subject. But I'm working on my own now and I don't have any startup capital.
How about I sign Fengzi to you?
Instead of signing her for 5 years at 100 million, how about signing her for 50 years at 1 billion?
Jiang Wanwan. Sister Lin interrupted Jiang Wanwan's words with a stern roar.
Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips in grievance and whispered, forget it, Mr. Lei, I won't sign it. In fact, Lei Ming also knew that if Jiang Wanwan really planned to work alone, Sister Lin would definitely not let Shin Feng run away. The CP of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan is very popular now and will only become more popular in the future.
One is an all-round star, and the other is an acting talent who was named by the veteran movie emperor. The future for this couple is definitely limitless.
Knowing this, Lei Ming was willing to pay a sky-high price to sign them both. Although he felt regretful that he couldn't sign, it was understandable. He chuckled and said, "It's okay. If you work alone, it is indeed important to keep Shinfeng by your side. I support you and wish you all the best. By the way, since you don't plan to sign with our company, then there should be no problem with cooperation, right? I'm planning to prepare a trainee talent show recently. Are you two interested in joining us?" Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng looked at each other. Finally, Jiang Wanwan said, "Boss Lei, although I'm not very old, I've been in the industry for many years. As for Fingzi, she's not the type to be a trainee, so let's just forget about it, right?"
Hey, who asked you to be trainees? With your singing level, if you were trainees, why would we choose you? We could just let you two form a group and debut. Mr. Lei laughed and said, "I want you to be guests and mentors for a few episodes. How about it? Are you interested?" After sending Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan back to Jiang Wanwan's villa, Sister Lin hurried to discuss the variety show with President Lei.
The variety shows that Minglei Group is going to organize are definitely big budget ones, and they are definitely not comparable to the low-cost variety shows like Date that Director Chen casually put together. For Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, who are currently very popular, they really need this kind of big budget and high traffic program to consolidate their fame. After returning home, Jiang Wanwan nestled comfortably on the sofa in the living room.
What happened to Shinfeng today almost scared her to death.
Although Shinfeng was fine in the end, she still felt physically and mentally exhausted.
"I just want to have a good rest for a while."
Shinfeng walked to her side. Jiang Wanwan was too lazy to give Shinfeng a seat, so she pursed her lips and said, "You go sit over there, I'll take this place." In the end, Shinfeng did not change places. Instead, he stretched out his hands and pressed his body forward.
He gave Jiang Wanwan a sofa bang.
Jiang Wanwan, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, was so scared that she shuddered and thought it was an earthquake.
Shinfeng smiled and looked at Jiang Wanwan meaningfully. "Brother Wan, now that we're home, do we have anything to do?" Jiang Wanwan immediately understood what Shinfeng was talking about.
Her face flushed, and she curled up on the sofa, whispering, I don't know what you are talking about.
"I'm tired. I need to rest." Shinfeng leaned close to Jiang Wanwan's ear and whispered softly in her ear. "Then, shall we go and rest together?"
Chapter 93, Distinguishing between public and private matters, and definitely siding with her husband. Chapter 93, she clearly distinguishes between public and private matters and is definitely on the side of her husband.
When Jiang Wanwan's face turned red,
Shinfeng had already grabbed her into his arms. Jiang Wanwan struggled symbolically for a few times, and then nestled limply in Shinfeng's arms.
A look of submission.
In fact, Jiang Wanwan had already prepared herself mentally before returning home. As a result, when Shinfeng was about to carry Jiang Wanwan upstairs to the bedroom, the cell phone on the table rang.
If someone else called, Shinfeng would definitely not answer the call.
You can check the caller ID at a glance.
"Father."
Shinfeng could only sit back on the sofa holding Jiang Wanwan, picked up his phone and answered the call.
Shin Jiaogui and Tang Ping don't check Weibo very often. Naturally, the news is received much slower. I just found out that Shinfeng was taken to police station. I called right away to ask what was going on.
Shinfeng explained to Shin Jiaogui and said that he would be home in a few days before hanging up the phone. Then he picked up Jiang Wanwan again and prepared to go upstairs. As a result, just as I reached the stairs, I heard knocking on the door again.
Jiang Wanwan seemed to remember something and said, "My phone ran out of battery, so I asked Sister Lin to help me order some takeout. I plan to come back to eat it, and it looks like it's already arrived." Shinfeng could only helplessly put Jiang Wanwan down and go get the takeaway. When Jiang Wanwan saw the takeout, she wanted to pounce on it and eat it. This time, Shinfeng didn't say anything and just carried Jiang Wanwan upstairs. But after taking just 2 steps, there was another knock on the door. Shinfeng looked at Jiang Wanwan depressedly. "How many takeouts did you order?" Jiang Wanwan was also stunned this time. "I only asked Sister Lin to order 1 restaurant, but could it be that she ordered an extra restaurant?" Shinfeng frowned, reluctantly put Jiang Wanwan down again, and ran to open the door. As a result, when he opened the door, 2 words popped up in Shinfeng's mind. "Finished." Because the person who came this time was not delivering a courier, but uncle, aunt.
Shinfeng looked at Jiangzhou and Su Yan at the door, trying his best to appear less complicated.
Shinfeng is not afraid of Jiangzhou and Su Yan.
But once the father-in-law and mother-in-law come, they definitely can't leave in a short time.
He and Wan might not be able to rest.
Shinfeng was so tired. When Jiangzhou and Su Yan saw that it was Shinfeng who opened the door, smiles appeared on their faces. However, Jiangzhou reacted quickly and soon put away his smile.
He coughed lightly, frowned and said, Shinfeng, why are you here?
Uncle,
Forget it, you don't have to say anything. We are here to see Wan, so please get out of the way.
Jiangzhou said this and walked into the villa with a haughty look on his face. It was Su Yan who greeted Shinfeng with a smile. This surprised Shinfeng a little. Su Yan and Jiangzhou had always been against him and Jiang Wanwan being together. Even Su Yan felt that he and Wanwan were not suitable for each other more than Jiangzhou.
Why does it feel like Su Yan's attitude has become a lot better now?
When Jiang Wanwan saw that it was her parents, she quickly straightened her messy clothes and hair and went to greet them. But I just called them mom and dad.
As for enthusiasm, it's not enthusiastic at all.
Ever since she argued with Jiangzhou about Shinfeng last time she went home, Jiang Wanwan felt there was some distance between her and her parents. Especially now, not only did she and Shinfeng officially announce their marriage, but it also caused a sensation on the internet. Jiang Wanwan felt that Jiangzhou and Su Yan came to her this time to scold her. So she sat opposite Jiangzhou and Su Yan, without saying a word, and looked like she didn't care no matter how you criticized her.
She didn't speak first.
Jiangzhou looked at her and then at Shinfeng, but didn't speak first.
In the end, Shinfeng brought 2 glasses of water and asked, Uncle and Aunt, what's the matter with you this time?
Jiangzhou took a sip of water and said in an unnatural tone, This is my daughter's home.
I came to see my daughter. Is there something wrong?
As he spoke, Jiangzhou suddenly looked at Shinfeng again. He cleared his throat and said, Shinfeng, come to think of it, I heard that you were taken away by the police before?
I knew you were a dishonest kid.
Why are you being released so soon? Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but say, Dad, Shinfeng is doing good things to help solve the case.
Why can't he be released? What good can he do?
Jiangzhou looked disdainful.
Why can't he do good things? Can you not be so prejudiced against Shinfeng? Didn't you see that the Zhanhai police posted a Weibo to speak for Shinfeng? Jiang Wanwan was very unhappy. Shinfeng patted Jiang Wanwan's hand, then looked at Jiangzhou with a smile.
I did go to the police station to make some notes before, but they are all minor matters.
I'm sorry to bother you, uncle. Who is worried about you? I'm afraid you'll do something bad. And involve my daughter. Jiangzhou glared at Shinfeng and took another sip of water.
Then, he suddenly stood up and said to Shinfeng, Come with me, let's talk alone. As he said that, he was about to take Shinfeng to the study on the 2nd floor. Jiang Wanwan knew that her father looked down on Shinfeng, and thought that Jiangzhou was going to say something bad to Shinfeng again, so she hurriedly wanted to go with the 2 of them. But Su Yan smiled and held her back. After seeing Jiangzhou and Shinfeng go upstairs, Su Yan smiled and whispered to Jiang Wanwan, Don't worry, girl.
Don't look at your father's expression, he's just pretending. Pretending?
Yes, in fact, he came here specifically to see Shinfeng. Su Yan pulled Jiang Wanwan to sit next to her. Your father and I went to the company for a meeting earlier. After the meeting, I heard from a kid in the company that Shinfeng was arrested for beating someone. Your father and I were shocked, so we wanted to call you to ask what happened. As a result, I don't know what happened and I couldn't get through to your phone. Your father called your agent, but he was busy all the time. But someone told him that Shinfeng was released. He didn't beat anyone, but helped solve the case. Your dad thought you guys would probably come here, so he hurriedly drove me here to see if Shinfeng was injured and what the situation was.
Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Her cell phone couldn't be reached because it ran out of battery and turned off after she was busy browsing Weibo at the Public Security Bureau. Sister Lin should be discussing cooperation with Minglei Entertainment, so she has been on the phone the whole time. But these are not what Jiang Wanwan cares about. What puzzled her most was, her father actually cares about Shinfeng so much? Even because he couldn't get in touch with him, he drove all the way from the company to the villa? Is he afraid that Shinfeng will beat me? Jiang Wanwan asked doubtfully.
Su Yan smiled and said, Come on, your dad is always worried that you'll beat up Fingsy. Don't be fooled by your dad's look of disdain for Shinfeng.
He's just pretending.
In fact, ever since your dad and I watched the variety show you and Fingzi filmed, we both think Fingzi is a nice person.
We have all agreed to let you be together. I even had dinner with Fingzi's parents in private. Jiang Wanwan was very surprised. Also very pleasantly surprised. But I still can't figure it out. Well, since my dad already recognizes Fingzi, why does he still pretend to look down on Fingzi? Why bother?
Su Yan curled her lips. You should ask your husband about this. If Shinfeng hadn't interrupted that day and insisted that Jiang Zhe give him time to prove himself, Jiang Zhe would not pretend to look down on Shinfeng now to stimulate Shinfeng to work hard. Your father said that if he accepted Shinfeng too early, Shinfeng would not be as motivated as he is now.
But don't tell Fingzi that your dad accepted Shinfeng.
Otherwise, all your dad's efforts in acting will be in vain.
Su Yan warned. Jiang Wanwan nodded superficially.
In fact, he had already taken out his freshly charged mobile phone and sent a message to Shinfeng.
Expose Jiang Zhe. Dad is someone else's husband. Fengzi is her husband.
Jiang Wanwan is a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs, so she will definitely side with her husband.
At this time, in the study,
Jiang Zhe was standing with his back to Shinfeng, lecturing him in a serious tone. I don't care how much love you and Jiang Wanwan have, but I won't recognize you unless you can prove your ability like you said before.
Don't think that I can look up to you just because I'm famous now. I value people's character more. You haven't finished getting the marriage certificate behind my back yet.
If you can't produce results that satisfy me, I will go straight to your parents to settle the score. The reason why Jiang Zhe turned his back to Shinfeng.
The main reason is that I'm afraid that my acting skills will be exposed. The key to avoiding being exposed is not showing your face.
This is what Jiang Zhe thought.
But Jiang Zhe didn't know it at this time. Shinfeng was looking at the message sent by Jiang Wanwan, exposing Jiang Zhe. Look at the message, then look at Jiang Zhe's back.
Listen again to Jiang Zhe's pretentiously majestic voice of scolding.
Shinfeng tried his best not to laugh out loud. Chapter 94, Recharge. Chapter 94, Recharge.
Jiang Zhe had no idea that he had been ruthlessly sold by his daughter. After he scolded Shinfeng for a few words, he turned around and glanced at Shinfeng quietly. At this time, Shinfeng had already put the phone back. He just stood obediently behind Jiang Zhe, looking very honest. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, but it quickly returned to normal. With his hands behind his back, he slowly asked, You said before that you would give me a gift in a month. What do you want to give me?
Rather than a gift, it's more of a surprise.
I'll give it to Uncle on his birthday next month, and he'll know then.
Shinfeng said.
When Jiang Zhe heard this, he smiled secretly again.
Fengzi is a person who really has a lot of thoughts in mind. I even know that his birthday is next month.
I also plan to give him a birthday present. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since Jiang Wanwan gave him a birthday present. But he still pretended that Shinfeng owed him millions.
He said in a deep voice, Surprise? I'm not a silly girl like Jiang Wanwan who would be frightened by any little surprise. If your gift doesn't meet my standards, I will never allow Jiang Wanwan to be with you again. Do you understand? I understand, Shinfeng smiled. Uncle, do you want to eat here later? Why is Shinfeng's thoughts so jumpy? He immediately started talking about eating.
Jiang Zhe was a little slow to react. However, as someone who followed the entire variety show, Jiang Zhe knew that Shinfeng's cooking skills were quite impressive.
I am definitely impressed by Shinfeng's cooking skills. Well, it's okay to eat in, but will you and Wanwan cook? Are you going to let us eat takeout? Uncle, if you want takeout, that's fine. I'll order it for you. Don't.
Jiang Zhe turned around and saw that Shinfeng was actually holding out his cell phone, as if he was planning to order takeout, so he quickly pressed the key on his phone. Then he said unnaturally, Well, let's just see your cooking skills. I have to see if you are capable of taking good care of my daughter.
Shinfeng smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll go to the kitchen later. Yeah. Well, let's not talk about cooking for now, let's talk about the gift. My birthday is only a little over half a month away. How is your preparation for the gift going? Maybe it will be ready in the next few days. Shinfeng said, and then asked, I remember that Uncle doesn't like to eat green peppers and carrots, right? Is there anything else he shouldn't eat? Coriander, I don't really like cilantro, remember to use less. Let's not talk about food first, let's talk about what happened to you today. You dared to hit someone and even beat him into the hospital. You are too reckless. Why are you so impulsive?
Jiangja first answered Xinfeng's questions with a few sentences, and then he felt that he should not talk about food with Xinfeng. As soon as they talked about food, the seriousness he had worked so hard to create disappeared completely.
Quickly changed the subject. Don't worry, uncle.
I only took action against Wang Wenqiu after I was sure of his crime and could guarantee my own safety.
I heard that you like Cantonese food. How about pig stomach chicken?
Finally, Xinfeng changed the topic back. When Jiangja heard the word pig stomach chicken, he swallowed again.
This is exactly his favorite dish. Okay, remember to add more pepper. Well, have you ever considered what impact beating up your company's CEO will have on Wanwan's career?
Xinfeng smiled and replied, Wanwan was planning to leave the company and work on her own, so it doesn't really have much impact.
Uncle, how about sweet and sour pork? Wanwan likes it too. I remember you seem to like it too. This is good, your aunt will like it too. Xinfeng, don't talk about food first, Uncle, I'm actually pretty good at cooking fish. I heard that you can cook fish too, do you have any tricks? Xinfeng even found out all the crimes that Zheng Wanwan's boss had committed. Naturally, Xinfeng already knew what Jiangja liked and what Su Yan liked. The fact that Zheng Wanwan is a foodie cannot be entirely blamed on her greed. Mainly Jiangja and Su Yan, both of them are foodies. So when Xinfeng turned the topic to food, Jiangja couldn't hold it in anymore.
In the end, he even fell into Xinfeng's trap and discussed fish cooking techniques with Xinfeng. I waited until Xinfeng said he was going to prepare dinner and then left the study. Jiangja suddenly came back to his senses.
Something is wrong.
He obviously wanted to put pressure on Xinfeng, and then let Xinfeng transform it into motivation and stimulate Xinfeng.
How come I ended up discussing with Xinfeng how to stew fish deliciously?
Jiangja took off his glasses helplessly and wiped his face with his hands.
Suddenly he laughed out loud again. This Xinfeng is really good at speaking now.
Compared to who he was a few years ago, he doesn't seem like the same person anymore.
If this kid had this personality, I wouldn't have been so against them being together. Sighing, Jiangja put on his glasses again and went downstairs again. After going downstairs, Jiangja discovered that Zheng Wanwan and Xinfeng were missing.
Su Yan was the only one left in the living room, helping to clean up the house.
Jiangja couldn't help but ask, where are they? I'm going to buy some food. Fengzi said we should stay for dinner, so I'm going to buy some food. Su Yan said, and rolled her eyes at Jiangja again. You didn't say anything you shouldn't say to Fengzi upstairs, did you? Don't scare her.
Scared?
Jiangja gave a bitter smile. They talked about cooking techniques for half an hour, and if anyone was scared, it could only be the fish in the seafood market, right?
However, in order to maintain his dignity, Jiangja definitely cannot tell Su Yan about this. He put his hands behind his back and said slowly, I knew my limits.
I just hit Xinfeng once. But you didn't tell Wanwan that we should accept Xinfeng's request, right? Of course not, am I that kind of person?
In the supermarket. Xinfeng and Zheng Wanwan were wearing masks, hats, and big framed glasses as they searched for ingredients for dinner in the supermarket. Flu has been prevalent recently, and there are quite a lot of people wearing masks in supermarkets, so their formal attire doesn't seem out of place.
Xinfeng pushed the shopping cart, and Zheng Wanwan threw items into the cart one by one.
She picked out the food she liked.
While shopping, Zheng Wanwan asked, Fengzi, my dad didn't make things difficult for you, did he? You should have seen the message I sent you. He was just pretending.
In fact, he and my mom have started to support our relationship.
Don't worry, no. Uncle, father-in-law is quite gentle. Xinfeng smiled and said, we also discussed the methods and precautions for the fine processing of underwater creatures after their death. Speak human language.
He also talked to me about how to stew fish.
Zheng Wanwan.
She ran to the aquatic area, scooped up a big fish and threw it into the shopping cart. After shopping, Xinfeng and Zheng Wanwan returned to the community. However, as they were almost home, Xinfeng suddenly stopped.
Zheng Wanwan thought Xinfeng couldn't lift anything anymore, so she asked, what's wrong, Fengzi? Are you tired? Do you want me to help you lift something? I am a little tired, but not my hands. Xinfeng looked at Zheng Wanwan.
I had planned to take a rest with my wife today, but we haven't been able to do so yet, so I'm quite tired.
Zheng Wanwan understood the metaphor in Xinfeng's words and her face turned red. Fortunately, I had a mask to block it. She lowered her head and whispered, isn't it because my parents are here? But if I don't rest for so long, I'm afraid I'll be too tired to cook later. So, Brother Wan, can you help me charge it?
Shinfeng said this as he bent down slightly.
Jiang Wanwan glanced around.
When he saw that there was no one around, he shyly took off the masks on himself and Shinfeng's faces. She stood on tiptoe and gave Shinfeng a kiss on the mouth. Then, with a red face, she whispered in Shinfeng's ear, just charge these batteries first. I'll charge you the rest in the evening. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan walked up, picked up the big shopping bag, and walked quickly towards home.
Shinfeng smiled, followed Jiang Wanwan in 2 steps, and wanted to take the shopping bag. Jiang Wanwan refused.
The two people argued for a while, and finally each of them returned home carrying a shopping bag.
Chapter 95 I think you are a little bit arrogant. Chapter 95 I think you are a little bit arrogant. Shinfeng's craftsmanship is beyond doubt. Jiang Zhou and Su Yan both enjoyed a very satisfying dinner.
Su Yan wanted to praise Shinfeng at the dinner table several times.
They were all stopped by Jiang seemingly and secretly.
On the contrary, Jiang Zhe himself subconsciously praised Shinfeng several times when he ate the delicious dishes.
I didn't even notice it.
After eating and drinking, Jiang Zhe and Su Yan left the villa. Before leaving, Jiang Zhe looked at Shinfeng and then at Jiang Wanwan. Then he warned Shinfeng righteously, Shinfeng, I still say the same thing. I still don't accept you as my son-in-law. Remember, unless you can give me a real surprise in a month to prove your ability, I will never allow you to be with Wanwan.
Shinfeng nodded with a smile. Okay, then what would you like to eat next time, uncle? How about Western food? I'm pretty good at making braised steak.
Steak is fine too, and as for red wine, I like dry red wine.
I'm not talking to you about dinner. I'm talking about you and Wanwan.
Before you get my approval, you are not allowed to get too close to Wanwan, understand? Shinfeng nodded again, okay, then uncle, please call me before you come to dinner next time so that I can prepare in advance. Jiang Zhe subconsciously wanted to agree again.
But I still reacted.
Why is this kid so cunning now, always making jokes and leading him astray? He was afraid that if the conversation continued, it would be like the afternoon, when Shinfeng would lead him to discuss cooking for half an hour.
He simply waved his hand and left. Su Yan watched him walk a few steps before turning around and whispering to Su Yan, Xiaoshen, it's delicious. Next time, call your parents and we can eat together. Yes, Aunt. Su Yan glanced at him and said, you're still calling me Aunt?
Shinfeng smiled, nodded at Su Yan and said, Mom. Su Yan's smile grew even wider, and she followed Jiang Zhou in front of her.
They got into the car and left together. Wait until Jiang Zhou and Su Yan leave.
Shinfeng turned his head and looked at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan pretended to be stupid and was busy cleaning the dishes in the kitchen. Shinfeng picked her up and whispered in her ear, Wangu, it's time to charge me. Jiang Wanwan buried her face in Shinfeng's chest, not daring to look at Shinfeng.
She just said sullenly, I didn't forget. I just wanted to clean up the kitchen first.
Don't clean the kitchen, clean me. Shinfeng said with a chuckle.
Carry Jiang Wanwan to the bedroom on the 2nd floor.
The bed in Jiang Wanwan's room is not big, just slightly bigger than a single bed.
Jiang Wanwan's face turned as red as an apple when Shinfeng carried her to the bed.
Under the warm yellow light of the bedside night lamp, it looks particularly delicious. Shinfeng leaned over and kissed this little apple in the Garden of Eden.
Wanwan, I love you. This night. It is destined that you cannot watch it even if you pay. The next day. Jiang Wanwan slept until noon.
When she woke up, she found herself nestling in Shinfeng's arms like a kitten. Shinfeng seemed to have woken up a long time ago and was hugging her gently while looking at his phone. Rubbing his eyes dazedly, Jiang Wanwan asked lazily, what time is it, Fengzi?
12 o'clock. Shinfeng helped her wipe the saliva from sleeping. Are you hungry?
I'll go cook for you.
Jiang Wanwan nodded lazily.
Shinfeng kissed her on the face and then went downstairs to cook. Jiang Wanwan sat up from the bed in a daze, looked at the messy bed, thought of everything that happened last night, and her face turned red again. With a twist of her hand, Jiang Wanwan touched the phone that Shinfeng had just dropped. Her eyes rolled and she suddenly became interested.
I just saw that Shinfeng seemed to be browsing his phone. I don't know what he is looking at.
She quietly picked up Shinfeng's phone and tried the password to unlock it.
123456, wrong. Shenfeng's birthday is wrong. Her birthday is wrong too. Then Jiang Wanwan tried the date when they would get their marriage certificate. 210,801. This time, it was true. Jiang Wanwan was excited. It feels like being a hacker. She glanced furtively at the door. After making sure that Shenfeng was not there, he looked at the phone screen again. It turned out that what was displayed on the phone was an article. It was the fan fiction she saw that day. And it seems to be a new chapter that hasn't been there before. What's more, the plot develops to a point that some ordinary websites are not allowed to appear. This flimsy. Jiang Wanwan blushed and returned to her phone's desktop. Then he looked at several apps on Shenfeng's mobile phone. Everything seems to be normal, no special software. Looking at the QQ and WeChat on Shenfeng's phone, Jiang Wanwan was a little hesitant. It is quite common for wives to check their husbands' phones. However, Jiang Wanwan didn't want to investigate Shenfeng, nor did she distrust Shenfeng. I'm just simply curious about who Shenfeng usually communicates with and what they talk about. Open QQ first. It was discovered that Shenfeng's most recent chat records were with his college roommates. But it was basically just the roommates chatting, and Shenfeng only said 2 sentences a long time ago. Then there is WeChat. Jiang Wanwan thought the situation on WeChat was similar. But I didn't expect that after opening WeChat, I saw several recent chat records. The most recent one was even yesterday at dinner. Jiang Wanwan clicked on it and took a look, her eyes widened. Mr. Li from Shanha Trading, I have prepared everything you asked me to prepare, and I have signed the contract you asked me to sign. Please don't let anyone hold my goods anymore. If this continues, our company will really close down. Shenfeng, please send the contract to me by email. If there is no problem, I will have someone release the goods. Shanha Trading, Mr. Li, definitely no problem. A few minutes later. Shanha Trading, Mr. Li, thank you. Thank you. Shenfeng, do you have an idea of how to get along with Jiang family in the future? Shanha Trade, Mr. Li, of course. Alas, I just had a misunderstanding with Jiang's before, a small misunderstanding. If I had known that there was a god like you backing up Jiang's, I would not have dared to make plans against Jiang's even if I had 10 times the courage. This is the end of the chat history. Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Jiang Wanwan knew Shanha Trading. He once cooperated with her father's company, but later they broke up and even began to suppress her father's company. For a period of time, Jiang Zhe was worried about the Shanha Trading. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was an enemy of Mr. Li and he became jealous of him whenever they met. How come Shenfeng seems to have Mr. Li under his control? Shenfeng supports Jiang's company? When did Shenfeng have the ability to support her family's company? Jiang Wanwan looked at the other chat records again. The more I looked, the more stunned I became. In other chat records, those who negotiated with Shenfeng were also some rivals of her father's company. But at this moment, everyone seemed to have surrendered to Shenfeng and her company, Jiang Group. How come all these rival companies that made her father so worried and unable to sleep have surrendered one after another? Jiang Wanwan was looking at it stupidly, but Shenfeng had already gone upstairs with lunch. Jiang Wanwan quickly wanted to turn off the phone, but her hand slipped and Shenfeng's phone fell directly to the ground. Jiang Wan coughed and looked at Shenfeng with an awkward but polite smile. I'm just looking around, Shenfeng put the food on the table in the bedroom, picked up his phone, and sat next to Jiang Wanwan. He said to Jiang Wanwan, if you want to watch it, you don't have to watch it secretly. I can send you a copy, or we can watch it together. Jiang Wanwan knew that this guy was talking about fan fiction again. She poked Shenfeng and said with a puffy face, who wants to read that kind of unhealthy pornographic writing? Read it yourself if you want. Okay, I'll see for myself. Shenfeng rubbed her little face, then wait until I finish reading it, and I'll retell it to you in the evening, okay? Eat. Stop talking about this. I'm so hungry. Jiang Wanwan quickly picked up her bowl and changed the subject. Shenfeng smiled, sat next to Jiang Wanwan and started eating. But as she ate, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help herself anymore. She was really curious about how Shenfeng had managed to make so many rival companies submit to him, or even to exaggerate a little, make all these companies submit to him. You know, when Shenfeng first negotiated with one of the companies, he hadn't started filming the variety show yet. Without fame or money, how did Shenfeng take over so many big companies? Curiosity killed the cat. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but ask in the end. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's question, Shinfeng put down his bowl and chopsticks. Jiang Wanwan thought that Shinfeng was angry because she had secretly read the important content on his phone. He hurriedly said, I won't peek again. Don't be angry, I just want to hear how you did it. You want me to not be angry, and you want me to tell you how I did it, that's not impossible. Shinfeng looked at Jiang Wanwan, then, do you have to agree to one of my requests? You say? Tonight, try the fan fiction.
Shinfeng hadn't finished speaking yet.
Jiang Wanwan's hand had already reached into Shinfeng's clothes.
Then, he pinched Shinfeng's waist.
I think you are a little bit drifting? Chapter 96 Thank God for the angel that was brought to him. Chapter 96 Thank God for bringing him an angel. Shinfeng finally confessed.
It certainly couldn't be that he was able to take over so many rival companies just by relying on money. Jiang Jie's assets are not enough to deal with these companies, so Shinfeng certainly cannot win financially.
What he relies on is still intelligence.
Some of them he had mastered before his rebirth, and some of them he stole by temporarily hacking into the phones and computers of those company bosses. Everyone has soft spots and weaknesses. Almost every businessman has done some shady business. These bosses are certainly no exception. When Shinfeng grasped the deepest stains buried in these people, Shinfeng has already won half the battle. However, it is certainly impossible to take over so many companies with just some black material and intelligence. Apart from this, Shinfeng relied on the method of driving the tiger to devour the wolf and some psychological games. Some companies are easy to control, so Shinfeng will control these companies first. Some companies are difficult to control, such as Mr. Li's Shanha Trading. With Shinfeng's assets and status, it is not easy to bring down Shanha Trading. So Shinfeng started to kill people by using another's knife. For example, leaking some of Shanha Trading's intelligence to some hostile companies of Shanha Trading. Shinfeng alone is no match for Shanha Trading, but if these hostile companies are added together, the situation will be different. With General Li under attack from all sides, Shanha Trading is at stake. At this time, Shinfeng intercepted the most important batch of goods of Shanha Trading. Shinfeng used some black material to threaten the manager of a company who was in charge of this batch of goods and asked the manager to delay the shipment. Delaying shipment is not a problem for this manager. But for Shanha Trade, which is in a difficult situation and a matter of life and death, it is fatal. It was not until this time that Shinfeng officially showed up and began to negotiate with Mr. Li. Tell Mr. Li that as long as he signs a contract expressing his willingness to cooperate with Jiang's company, the goods will be released. The Jiang family is just a rival of Shanha Trading, but this batch of goods is related to the life and death of Shanha Trading. Mr. Li had no choice but to agree to Shinfeng's conditions. Some of the other companies were also taken over by Shinfeng using similar methods. In fact, some small and medium-sized enterprises in Zhanghai City are now in a chaotic state. The culprit is Shinfeng. But people like Mr. Li have no way to deal with Shinfeng. Even if Mr. Li knew clearly that the person who leaked the black material to the rival company, causing Shanha Trading to be attacked from all sides, was most likely Shinfeng. But there is no evidence. Except for the final discussion about the batch of goods, Shinfeng almost never showed up in public. Mr. Li couldn't find any evidence against Shinfeng. Shinfeng only gave Jiang Wanwan a brief account of these things. Jiang Wanwan didn't understand business warfare, but she was still stunned by what she heard. Shinfeng, a college student in his 20s. Dealing with so many business owners. Killing someone with a borrowed knife is like driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Let the snipe and the clam fight each other, while you sit back and reap the benefits. In the end, the rival companies that had given Jiang Jia a headache were forced to give in and cooperate. The most terrifying thing is that Jiang Wanwan has no idea when Shinfeng did all this. They had clearly been recording a show before. When did you do this? Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but ask. It's not that troublesome. I can just handle the operation when I have time, Shinfeng spread his hands. It's just a few small companies. It's nothing. The corners of Jiang Wanwan's mouth twitched. A few small companies? These small companies are enough to make her father lose sleep. Fingzi, when did you become so powerful? In fact, Jiang Wanwan had long felt that Shinfeng was incredibly powerful. She discovered it when Shinfeng could solve advanced mathematics, play the piano, speak foreign languages and play chess in seconds. But those are still within Jiang Wanwan's acceptable range. The fact that Shinfeng now controls so many companies by himself is beyond Jiang Wanwan's understanding. Is this really something a college student can do? Shinfeng thought about it.
Then he hugged Jiang Wanwan and whispered, "Brother Wan, there are some things I don't want to hide from you, and I don't want to have any secrets from you. But there are some things I'm afraid you won't believe even if I tell you. Even I myself have some doubts about whether those experiences were real or not, or whether they were just a long dream. In that dream, I was trapped on July 31st and couldn't escape no matter what. And in the repeated cycles of that day, I learned a lot." In fact, Shinfeng didn't want to hide this matter from Jiang Wanwan, even though this is his biggest secret. The reason why he never said it was because Shinfeng didn't know how to say it. He was afraid that Jiang Wanwan would not believe it and would just treat it as a story. After all, even Shinfeng himself felt that this experience was extremely absurd. After hearing what Shinfeng said, Jiang Wanwan was obviously stunned. Looking at her expression, Shinfeng sighed slightly. Sure enough, even his younger brother wouldn't believe such a thing. "It's okay, just think of it as a joke, let's eat." Shinfeng picked up a piece of food and fed it to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan chewed while staring at Shinfeng blankly. After a moment, he suddenly said, "I believe you." Shinfeng paused with the chopsticks in his hand. He looked at Jiang Wanwan, and Jiang Wanwan beside him was also looking straight at him. "If you say it was a dream, then perhaps I have had a similar dream. It's just that the world in my dream doesn't have you. I lived in that world without you for 10 years, fulfilled the promise between us, and then..." Having said that, Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips. Those 10 years of life were a very numb and painful experience for Jiang Wanwan. Her memories of those 10 years were all gray. Jiang Wanwan originally thought that her experience was unique and could not be shared with others. After all, I'm afraid no one would believe it even if I told them. But she didn't expect that her husband had a similar experience as her. Shinfeng was also very surprised. Afterwards, I felt somewhat relieved. No wonder his younger brother suddenly became so proactive, no wonder his younger brother suddenly learned to play the piano and his acting skills soared. Maybe this is fate. Shinfeng held Jiang Wanwan's hand, put his forehead against hers, and whispered, "Only you will believe my experience, and only I can understand your experience. So we are destined for each other, and each other's only one." Shinfeng once didn't believe in fate. But if it was really fate that gave him and Jiang Wanwan this opportunity, allowing them to depend on each other like this, Shinfeng is willing to worship fate as a god. Thank God for the angel that was brought to him. Revealing secrets to each other actually had no impact on the relationship between Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. If there was any impact, it was probably that Jiang Wanwan said one more sentence when she was arguing with Shinfeng. An old monster over 800 years old. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan did not leave home today. Jiang Wanwan was even served by Shinfeng so much that she hardly left the bedroom for the entire day. It was such a comfortable life. However, as the night progressed, Jiang Wanwan felt more and more uncomfortable. Because she always felt that Shinfeng was just like raising pigs now. During the day, she kept the little piglet comfortable and fat. In the evening, it was time to slaughter her and enjoy her. Facts have also proved that Jiang Wanwan's guess was correct. At night, the true form of an 800-year-old monster was revealed. Eat her up clean. So the next day, when she saw Shinfeng was going to serve her like a pig, Jiang Wanwan quickly jumped off the bed and escaped from the pigsty. Then he said to Shinfeng, "Fengzi, I don't want to stay at home today. Can we go back to Qinglu County to see our parents?" The only saviors Jiang Wanwan can think of now are Tangping and Xinjiagua. Shinfeng nodded generously. He even took the initiative to say, "If we go back to Qinglu County, why don't we just stay there for 2 days? How about that?" This made Jiang Wanwan breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Fengzi to actually offer to stay for 2 days. Very good. But I haven't let out this breath yet. Then Shinfeng, who was bullying him, pushed it back into his mouth. Shinfeng pressed her against the wall, kissed her, and then whispered, "Since we're staying there tonight, how about we do the work we're supposed to do tonight in advance?" Not so good. Jiang Wanwan, who was carried to the bed by Shinfeng, lodged a strong protest. But unfortunately, the protest was ineffective. Chapter 97, Try to say something again? Chapter 97, Why don't you try to force me again? It was already afternoon when Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan returned to Qinglu County. As soon as they got home, Xinjiagua and Tangping took good care of Jiang Wanwan and asked about her well-being. As for Shinfeng, he was thrown directly into the kitchen and asked to prepare dinner. "I am your biological son after all, can't you be nicer to me?" Shinfeng said helplessly.
Shin Xiaogui came over with 50 yuan. Shin Feng didn't expect there would be hard work money, so he took the 50 yuan with some emotion and said, "Thank you, Comrade Shin, for your concern. Care for nothing, go out and buy me a bottle of wine later, and you can pay the difference yourself."
Shin Feng.
While Shin Feng went out to buy wine and came back to cook, Tang Ping pulled Jiang Wanwan aside and asked her a lot of questions. For example, how she has been doing recently, whether Shin Feng has bullied her, etc. We also talked a lot about previous variety shows. "I watch your variety show every day, it's really fun. Do you plan to shoot this kind of variety show in the future?" Tang Ping usually likes to watch TV dramas, but rarely watches variety shows. "Originally, I watched the variety show date just to support my son and daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, after watching 2 episodes, Tang Ping also became addicted to it. It's not just because it features sons and daughters-in-law, but also because the content of this variety show is interesting. This is one of the reasons why Date is so popular. If the content planned by director Chen had not been good enough, it would have been difficult for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan alone to raise the program to such a high level. Tang Ping had nothing to do at home, so she was watching variety shows almost every day. So much so that when Date came to an end, Tang Ping suddenly felt bored.
Jiang Wanwan thought about it.
Then he nodded at Tang Ping.
"In fact, I really like this variety show. It's the most interesting show I've ever filmed.
If someone asks me to film next time, Fingzi and I will definitely go again. Next, we may have to record a variety show for the development of new talents, and we will only be guests.
We won't be the protagonists, so it may not be that interesting."
Tang Ping smiled and patted Jiang Wanwan's hand. "It's okay, no matter what you go to record, Mom will support you."
"Alas, actually I never thought that Fingzi would become a star one day."
Shin Xiaogui came over from the side and said, "There are many things you haven't expected.
Have you ever thought that our son can play the piano and speak several foreign languages? As a father, I don't even know when he learned it."
When Tang Ping heard this, she also said to Jiang Wanwan, "Yes, Wanwan, do you know when Shin Feng learned so many skills?
I don't remember asking him to learn piano."
If it were a few days ago, even Jiang Wanwan didn't know the answer to this question. But now, she already knew Shin Feng's secret, and she also understood how Shin Feng learned so many things. Actually, Fingzi taught herself all of this, and since it's a show, there's a script, so Fingzi isn't actually that great.
Of course Jiang Wanwan would not tell Tang Ping and Shin Xiaogui the truth. Because even if I told them, the old couple might not believe it. In the evening, after dinner,
Shin Xiaogui and Tang Ping were watching TV, and Jiang Wanwan took Shin Feng with her and planned to go out for a walk. There is a fountain square in Qinglu County that was built in recent years.
It is quite lively at night. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan took a taxi and went to the fountain square.
In the taxi, the driver looked at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan several times. At first Shin Feng thought that the driver recognized them.
It's a bit strange. How could they be recognized so easily when they are wearing masks, glasses and hats?
As a result, when the driver dropped them off at the square and they got off the car to pay, Shin Feng saw the driver heaved a sigh of relief.
"Seeing you two dressed so warmly in the middle of summer, I thought you were going to rob me," the driver said. The robber couple got out of the car silently. The fountain square is indeed very lively. Not only are there old men and women dancing square dance, but there are also many children playing skateboards and roller skating.
There are stalls of various sizes around, some of which sell small cars, while others are stalls selling games such as ring tossing and sandbag throwing. Jiang Wanwan hadn't gone out to play at night for a long time, and she felt quite excited to see such a lively square. He took Shin Feng and found a stall selling skewers, and ordered a few skewers to eat.
Shin Feng looked at him and couldn't help asking, "The meal I cooked tonight wasn't tasty? Are you not full?" Jiang Wanwan blared and said, "If the food you cook is not delicious, then there will be no delicious food in the world. Of course I am full. Then why do you buy skewers? That's dinner, this is a midnight snack, and the midnight snack is in another stomach." Jiang Wanwan said seriously.
"I don't know if it's in another stomach, but it can definitely add weight to you.
Beautiful girls don't gain weight by eating midnight snacks, do you understand?" Shin Feng glanced at Jiang Wanwan, a beautiful girl in her 30s.
Jiang Wanwan bared her teeth, an old monster over 800 years old. The two of them were bickering while eating. Although there were lights in the fountain square, it was not that bright at night, so even if Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng took off their masks to eat, they would not be easily recognized. While eating, the two of them strolled around the square. Then Jiang Wanwan was attracted by a stall. It was a stall where people used air guns to shoot balloons, and rewards were given based on the number of balloons shot. What attracted Jiang Wanwan was the reward for bursting 20 balloons, a huge teddy bear.
It is white and fat, looks naive, and very cute.
It turns out that Jiang Wanwan likes this kind of furry things. But apart from the time my parents bought it for me when I was a child, I haven't bought it for myself since I grew up. After all, I have to travel back and forth to film, and I don't live in the villa permanently, so there is no need to buy one. She finished the skewers in 2 or 3 bites, then wiped her hands with Xin Feng's clothes.
Then he stepped forward eagerly and asked the boss, "Boss, boss. The first prize goes to the big bear, right?"
The boss was in his 30s and was holding a mobile phone, as if he was live streaming.
Seeing someone coming, the boss put his phone on the stand and said to Jiang Wanwan, "That's right, beautiful girl, do you want to play? How much?"
$20 per chance, 20 bullets in total. If you hit all of them, you'll get the teddy bear as a reward. Jiang Wanwan immediately scanned 20 yuan and gave it to the boss. "My target is that bear, boss, bring the gun."
"Okay."
The boss handed the air gun to Jiang Wanwan with a smile, and then said to the live broadcast room on his mobile phone, brothers, it's open again. A young lady is here to shoot, and her goal is the first prize.
Let's see how many the young lady can win. Let's start."
As the boss spoke, he picked up his phone and took a picture of Jiang Wanwan shooting. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan first pulled up her mask and then raised the air gun in her hand. He aimed at the balloon on the shelf in front of him and pulled the trigger.
Bang! A balloon popped. "That's awesome, brother one." Shinfeng quickly applauded. "Certainly." Jiang Wanwan snorted complacently. "But actually, I feel a little guilty. To be honest, that wasn't what she was aiming at just now."
Feeling guilty, Jiang Wanwan aimed at the balloon again. He exploded 3 or 4 balloons in succession, but as the number of balloons decreased, Jiang Wanwan finally ran out of bullets. The reason she was able to hit the target before wasn't because she aimed accurately, but because there were so many balloons that it was easier to hit the target. With fewer balloons, Jiang Wanwan's chances of cheating will also decrease.
In the next dozen shots, Jiang Wanwan only popped 5 balloons.
In the end, only 9 balloons were broken, just reaching the 4th prize level.
The boss had a regretful expression on his face, and it was unclear whether he was talking to Jiang Wanwan or the audience in his live studio when he said, "Oh, what a pity, the young lady only won 4th prize in the end." I don't know if the young lady's first few shots were just luck. Anyway, she is still a long way from the first prize. "Do it again. I won't believe it." Listen to the boss's weird voice.
Jiang Wanwan was not convinced and handed over another 20 yuan to the boss. After the boss happily arranged the balloons, Jiang Wanwan raised the air gun again. She knew that the guns at these stalls must have been tampered with and would not be very accurate. But even though she knew it, Jiang Wanwan still felt that she could give it a try.
"In the end, after firing 20 bullets, I still got 4th prize."
Jiang Wanwan scanned another 20 yuan. Another 20 rounds were fired.
Another 4th prize.
When Jiang Wanwan transferred money for the 4th time, the boss couldn't help but say, "The beauty is really persistent, but I still advise the beauty not to get too excited.
This level is not good. It's just not good. No matter how many times you try, it's useless, little sister. Although I am happy to make money, I still have to ask, is this beautiful lady here to do charity?"
She is truly a beautiful and kind-hearted female bodhisattva. This boss may have been saying sarcastic things to provoke Jiang Wanwan for the sake of the live broadcast effect.
Jiang Wanwan took a deep breath after hearing these words. Then he picked up the air rifle. Aimed at the boss. "Can you try to force it again?" Chapter 98. Take it here. Chapter 98. Take it. "Oh, what a fierce young lady.
Ha ha ha, I've long felt that the boss deserves a beating.
If I were in his place, I would scold him too.
I thought this beauty looked familiar just now, and now seeing her tough appearance, she looks even more familiar.
Could she be Jiang Wanwan? It's funny. Jiang Wanwan is a big star. How can she come to this kind of street stall?
That's right, the money people earn in a day can buy hundreds of these stuffed toys, so why do they need to come here to play?" There are still some viewers in the boss's live broadcast room. Many viewers laughed out loud when they saw the boss being pointed at with a gun by a customer, and the customer lady said cruelly, "Just try to say that again." This boss usually likes to say some sarcastic words to stimulate customers, but in fact it is mainly for the show effect in the live broadcast room. The income from live streaming is not lower than what he earns from setting up stalls. Many viewers come just to see him being weird and disgusting. Normally I see him always disgusting others, but this is the first time I see him being attacked so harshly in return. Some viewers were so excited by Jiang Wanwan's fierce performance that they even recognized her identity. But it was quickly rejected by other viewers. It is said that a real man can bend and stretch. When the boss saw that Jiang Wanwan was a ruthless person, he immediately chose to give in. With a smile on his face, he said flatteringly, "Don't be angry, little sister, don't be angry, come and shoot, shoot." He quickly looked at Shinfeng and said, "Handsome guy, comfort your girlfriend." Shinfeng glanced at him. "You made my girlfriend angry. Do you think I should comfort her or settle the score with you? Hey, don't be so angry. How about this, after the young lady finishes these 20 rounds, I'll give you another 20. Boss, please sell it quickly." Jiang Wanwan snorted, then stopped caring and started inflating the balloon again. "After shooting 20 rounds, I still got 4th prize." The boss subconsciously wanted to say something sarcastic. But before he could finish his words, he saw Jiang Wanwan glaring at him. The boss quickly shut his mouth again. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan was obviously unhappy, Shinfeng smiled and whispered in her ear, "Brother Wan, you want that bear, right? The bear isn't important now. What matters is the face." Jiang Wanwan frowned and said, "This boss has been nagging for a long time, we need to teach him a lesson." "Okay, leave it to me then." Shinfeng touched Jiang Wanwan's head, then took the airgun from Jiang Wanwan's hand. When Jiang Wanwan handed the air rifle to Shinfeng, she reminded him, "This aim is off to the right, the difference is quite a bit." After shooting so many times, Jiang Wanwan had of course discovered the problem with this air gun a long time ago. Just because you may find a problem doesn't mean you can solve it. Even though she knew that the aiming of the air rifle was biased, it was difficult for Jiang Wanwan to grasp how much the deviation was and how to aim it. After hearing Jiang Wanwan's reminder, the boss on the side smiled secretly. "So what if you know there is a problem with the air gun? Almost everyone who comes here to play can see that the air rifle's sight is off. But even if they knew this, only a very small number of people could hit more than 15 targets in the end. After all, even if you know the offset of the crosshairs, calculating the angle and distance of the deviation is not an easy task. In addition to the crosshairs, eyes, hand stability, and even wind direction can all greatly affect shooting accuracy. Even if you have an air gun that has not been tampered with, many people may not be able to hit the target." He has been setting up the stall until now, and except for one person who was extremely lucky and hit all 20 bullets by chance, he has never seen anyone else hit all of them. So the boss was not panicked at all. Then, the boss saw Shinfeng burst 10 balloons with 10 consecutive shots. Then, the boss started to panic. There is something wrong with this person. 10 shots were fired in succession, with almost no pauses between each shot. The shooting speed is extremely fast and every shot hits the target. But this was not what shocked the boss the most. The most terrifying thing is that while this person was shooting, he was still muttering the location of the balloon he wanted to hit. The balloon that was finally hit was exactly at the location he reported. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked. "Damn, this guy is really good. Is it really that accurate to hit wherever you point? I am a retired soldier. This guy is holding a gun in a very standard way. Could he be a comrade? Awesome, professional match, the boss is going to suffer this time. I let you mock that girl, and now her boyfriend is here to get back at her. I can only say that you did a great job. Let us not talk about this for now. Don't any of you think this man looks like Shinfeng? It is indeed a bit. Could it really be Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng?" Fans of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan quickly shared the live broadcast room with their fan groups. It soon attracted a lot of Penghubei fans, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared. The boss was dumbfounded by Shinfeng's marksmanship. But now I am dumbfounded by the number of people in the live broadcast room. His live broadcast room has never had so many viewers. Who are these Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan? The boss thought about it and suddenly remembered the online variety show that his wife used to follow all day long. It seems that the stars in it are called Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Now the boss only regrets why he didn't watch a few episodes of that show with his wife. Otherwise, he would be able to tell whether the two people in front of him are real or fake. Just when the boss felt regretful. However, Shinfeng had already put down the air gun in his hand and looked at the boss. "Let's count them," Shinfeng said. The boss then came to his senses and hurried forward to count the quantity. Don't worry about whether these two people are really Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. There are so many viewers in the live broadcast room now, and they are all here for them.
These two people must be served well now.
Not only must we not offend them again, we must also find a way to keep them.
Otherwise, once the two of them leave, the audience will run away.
The boss ran over to count them and found that Shinfeng had popped just 20 balloons. Jiang Wanwan snorted complacently and said to the boss, "Come on, keep on being sarcastic.
Weren't you very talkative before?"
The boss quickly apologized with a smile. "I won't dare to do that anymore. I was not good at speaking before, I'm sorry. Come on, beautiful lady, this bear is yours."
He quickly handed the big furry bear to Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan threw the bear into Shinfeng's arms, then turned around and was about to leave. But the boss quickly stopped them. "Hey guys, don't leave in such a hurry."
Jiang Wanwan glanced at him and said, "What's the matter? You don't want to give it to me anymore? Do you want to regret it?"
No, it's like this.
We have a ring tossing game here. Do you want to play it?
It's very interesting. You'll get whatever you catch. There's also a stuffed bear as a reward. It's black, and it makes a pair with the white one.
Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes.
Can your black bear and polar bear make a pair? Having said that, Jiang Wanwan still pulled Shinfeng to the ring tossing stall next to them. The boss came over and handed each of them 10 rings, saying with a smile, "Hey guys, to express my apology for what happened before, these 20 rings are for you. Try them as you like, and take whatever you find." As he spoke, the boss looked at the live broadcast room on the mobile phone in his hand. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached nearly 10,000. There are many veteran fans of Peng Hubei among them, who have already identified the identities of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan based on their body shape and voice.
Some viewers gave gifts to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan.
In just a short while, the boss earned enough money to equal his entire day's income.
Jiang Wanwan looked at the boss.
I looked at the phone in the boss's hand again. Suddenly he asked, "Whatever you get, you'll get it?" Of course.
The boss nodded. You won't default on your debt?
Of course not.
I don't believe in your character.
Swear an oath. If I default on my debt, I'll be a grandson. The boss swore a solemn oath. But at this moment, a barrage of silence filled the live broadcast room. The boss is still swearing, and the fans are already mourning for him. Indeed, this old fan can already guess what Wangu is going to do.
Guessed it +1, the young boss doesn't know what he's going to experience yet.
Goodbye, boss. I hope there is no late brother in heaven. Candle. Just when the boss was a little confused and didn't understand what these comments were saying, Jiang Wanwan then showed a kind smile on her face. Throw the ring in your hand forward. Impartial. Just right, it fell on the phone in his hand. Bring it here. Jiang Wanwan snatched the phone from the boss's hand. The boss was dumbfounded.
No, that's how you play ring tossing. Why don't you just put it on my head?
He just thought so in his mind.
Jiang Wanwan's next hoop was placed on the boss's head.
The boss is numb.
Chapter 99, You still say you are not robbers.
Chapter 99, You still say you are not robbers. Of course Jiang Wanwan would not take the boss away in the end. After all, human trafficking is illegal now. And it's not certain that anyone will buy from this boss. As for the mobile phone, Jiang Wanwan finally returned it to her boss. Otherwise, looking at the boss's expression, I would almost cry. But before returning the phone, Jiang Wanwan turned the camera of the live broadcast room to take a selfie, waved to the audience in the live broadcast room and said, hello, good evening everyone. She just took a look and knew that she and Shinfeng had been exposed. In this case, there is no need to pretend anymore. It is better to greet the fans openly. When the Peng Hubei fans in the live broadcast room saw Jiang Wanwan's face-to-face selfie greeting, they all excitedly swiped the screen. Evening. Good evening. Ah, husband, it's really you, moi. Good evening, my brother is so handsome, even close-up photos of his face are flawless. Stop talking, I'm already licking the screen. Seeing these comments, Jiang Wanwan smiled proudly. Afterwards, she said to the camera, I was also surprised. I just came out to have fun today, but I didn't expect to be broadcast live. This is the Fountain Square in my hometown, which was built a few years ago.
There are many interesting things here. Is there anything you want to see? I can take you to see it.
As a result, the barrage of comments started to flood the screen again.
I want to see Shinfeng. Husband, let me see my other husband.
Alright, Wangu, we have finished praising you, please move the camera away, we want to see Fingzi. Fingzi. Please be a little self-aware, female anchor, and leave the camera to my male god.
Jiang Wanwan.
Just now you were praising her for her beauty, but now you turn around and look at Fingzi. You guys are so fickle. Jiang Wanwan said this and turned the camera to Shinfeng. My hands were shaking and I deliberately didn't take a clear picture.
Wangu, do you have Parkinson's? It's probably kidney deficiency. Let Fingzi replenish you. I want to see my Fingzi's beauty, stop shaking.
The boss at the side also hurriedly said, Stop shaking, be careful not to fall.
This is his new mobile phone.
Jiang Wanwan shook for a moment, then walked up to Shinfeng with her cell phone in hand. He pointed the camera directly at Shinfeng's face and said with a grin, Look, let me show you clearly. Humph, you said you were fans of the couple, but it turns out you are all Shinfeng's only fans.
Come on, you, the leader of Shinfengwei's fans, are still criticizing us? A barrage of comments floated out.
It immediately attracted a lot of copy and paste comments.
Who is his only fan? I am not his fan. Jiang Wanwan snorted.
Shinfeng smiled and nodded, and said to the camera, Indeed, Wangu is not the leader of my fan base. Just when the audience thought that Shinfeng's number one fan was someone else and there was some gossip to be had,
Shinfeng said again. She is my wife. Damn, showing off your affection again.
I used to eat dog food when watching variety shows, and now I have to eat dog food when watching live broadcasts. Where Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan are, there is bound to be a show of affection. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone says they don't like to eat dog food, they are actually laughing like idiots now, of course, me too.
Are you there? Take the camera apart.
Jiang Wanwan's face turned red at Shinfeng's sudden words, and she quickly changed the subject. Can you please say hello to the fans first? Shinfeng obediently waved at the camera and said hi. He even took off his mask and hat.
I just say hi to my husband.
Fingzi said hi to me, he has me in his heart. Fingzi looks so handsome in glasses, can she apply for permanent residency with glasses?
Shinfeng.
I have been your senior male fan for 10 years.
I order you to fencing with me immediately. Hit the hammer.
When Jiang Wanwan saw so many comments confessing their love to Shinfeng, she quickly turned the camera to the boss. Okay, Fingzi has shown you guys how to do it, so Fingzi and I are going to continue playing, and you guys can go fencing with the boss.
Bye. Having said that, Jiang Wanwan returned the phone to the boss.
The boss was very grateful.
This is his new mobile phone.
If Jiang Wanwan really took it away from him, he would be heartbroken.
Big star, do you want to play for a while? Or if you want a gift, I'll give it to you.
Seeing that many viewers in the live broadcast room were giving gifts to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, the boss quickly asked Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan who had not left yet.
Jiang Wanwan waved her hands. Oh, how can I do this? I'm not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others.
As she said that, she walked to the ring tossing area on her own. Picked up the big black bear. He also picked up several small stuffed toys nearby. Under the boss's shocked gaze, he hung dozens of rings on his wrists. Even later, Jiang Wanwan got a sack from somewhere and started throwing the prizes into the sack. After the sack was full, Jiang Wanwan looked at the mobile phone in the boss's hand again. The boss was so scared that he quickly protected his phone.
Jiang Wanwan smiled again and said, That's all I'll pick. Bye. Bye.
The boss's mouth twitched as he watched Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng holding the bear and dragging the sack away. Then he looked at the live broadcast room and said with some trembling, Let's be honest, these two stars that you were fans of, were they bandits or robbers before their debut?
Bandits? Robbers? Stop kidding.
There was a comment.
How can these words be enough to describe them?
You haven't seen how they tricked the director when they were filming a variety show. Yes, you offended my brother, so it's not bad that you ended up like this.
What about those who have a bad ending?
The boss asked tremblingly. Then I have to tell you the story of the 6 circle locks. Originally, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan planned to play for a while longer. It's a pity that I can't play after carrying so many things, big and small.
The two could only walk to the street and take a taxi back.
What a coincidence, the driver of this taxi was the same one that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan came with. When the driver saw Shin Feng carrying a sack and throwing it into the car, he was so scared that he trembled.
Fuck, you two really are robbers. Have you ever seen robbers steal stuffed toys?
Jiang Wanwan said, these are all our spoils.
Spoils of war? Did you win this from the street stall? The driver asked.
Jiang Wanwan said proudly, of course, I won it by tossing the ring.
That's awesome. Hey, is there any trick to the ring toss? My son always fails when I play with it. Can you teach me? The trick? I don't know what the trick is. Then how did you win so many prizes? Just put it in a sack. Driver. And you said you are not robbers. Chapter 100 You all don't have a wife? Chapter 100 You all don't have a wife?
Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng stayed in Qinglu County for 2 days. Then Shin Feng suggested leaving.
Jiang Wanwan, Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogui expressed their unanimous opposition.
3 against 1, stay a few more days. Jiang Wanwan, who had received support from Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogui, said proudly with her hands on her hips. In response, Shin Feng just smiled. Turning to Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogui, he asked, Mom and Dad, do you want to have a grandchild soon?
Tang Ping. Shin Jiaogui.
The two elders looked at each other. Then one of them ran to pack luggage for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
One of them said to Shin Feng, what are you standing there for? Take Wanwan and get ready. Go back quickly. Jiang Wanwan was stunned.
Shin Feng rubbed her little head and said, 3 against 1, let's go back. So, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to Shanghai City. As for Jiang Wanwan's 2 big bears and a sack of prizes, she sent them back by express delivery. On the way back to Shanghai City, Jiang Wanwan was studying something carefully on her mobile phone. Shin Feng took a quick glance and then said with a smile, why, have you started researching how to broadcast live?
Yeah, I haven't really done any live broadcasts. Jiang Wanwan sighed, I'm still on vacation, and Sister Lin gave me this kind of task again.
Ever since their boss live streamed the event at the Fountain Square in Qinglu County 2 days ago, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have become a hot topic again. Although it did not cause much response externally, many old fans of Penghu Bay have been asking Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to do more live broadcasts and show up more often. Sister Lin agreed with these opinions. You two have nothing to do lately anyway, so why not start a live broadcast to increase the cohesion of your fans?
And we have already discussed the next talent show with Ming Lei.
If you can do more live broadcasts, it can also be regarded as a warm-up for the talent show.
Afterwards, Sister Lin even set goals for the two of them.
Live broadcast at least 3 days a week, each time for more than 2 hours. So Jiang Wanwan has now started to study matters related to live streaming.
Although Jiang Wanwan was a movie queen in her previous life. But as a film queen, she has never done any live broadcasts.
In this regard, she is just a rookie. Shin Feng actually doesn't know much about live streaming. He was reborn many times, but all of them were on the same day. Even if a host has accumulated fans, he or she still has to start all over again the next day. Seeing Jiang Wanwan checking live broadcasting tips on her phone, Shin Feng suddenly said, don't we know people who are good at live broadcasting?
Why don't we just ask a professional? Professional? Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Then I remembered. Yes, aren't Zhao Tianshu and Shen Lu both posting videos and doing live broadcasts?
She quickly opened WeChat and joined the small group that was previously formed by the casted date.
Tagged Zhao Tianshu and Shen Lu. Jiang Wanwan do you have any live streaming experience you can share with us? Lulululu, live streaming experience? Are you going to do live streaming? Jayatnan is particularly difficult. Brother Wan, do you need experience to live broadcast?
Come with me, Brother Shin, and show your face in front of the camera, and people will be willing to watch you. Listen, yes, didn't you guys use other people's live broadcast rooms to get on the hot search a few days ago?
Jiang Wanwan, that's different.
Sister Lin gave us a task, forcing us to broadcast live, and we have to broadcast for more than 2 hours at a time. Jiang Wanwan, I only showed my face for a few minutes in the live broadcast room before.
In these 2 hours, we have to think of something to broadcast, right?
Zhao Tianshu, actually, there are only a few forms of live broadcasting, such as live broadcasting, outdoor activities, games, and talent shows.
It depends on your ideas. Jatnan was particularly troubled.
How about we connect together and do a live broadcast as a group of the date crew?
Jiang Wanwan also became interested when she saw the message from Jayatnan.
This is indeed a good idea, and it is the perfect promotion for her first live broadcast.
Jiang Wanwan, I think it's okay. Jiang Wanwan, but we are promoting date, right? Should we ask Director Chen for salary? Director Chen, who had been lurking, finally emerged after seeing this news. Director Chen, you still want salary? You are just trying to take advantage of my show's popularity. I haven't asked you for money yet.
Jiang Wanwan, forget it, we don't dare to compete with your show, why don't you cut us out of the show later?
Director Chen.
Director Chen, I definitely won't get any salary, but I can use the official account of Date to promote it for you.
Director Chen, you guys discuss when to do the live broadcast. Let me know when you've made up your mind. I'll take my leave now.
After typing these words, Director Chen seemed to be afraid that Jiang Wanwan would ask him for money again.
He actually quit the group right away.
Jiang Wanwan didn't chase Director Chen for money, but instead called Sister Lin and told her idea. After getting Sister Lin's support and affirmation, Jiang Wanwan discussed the time and content of the live broadcast in the group. She was so engrossed in the conversation that she even kept her head down typing when she got off the bus at her stop. If Shinfeng hadn't held her back, she would have almost bumped into the pillar several times. Shinfeng turned his back helplessly and squatted in front of Jiang Wanwan. Come up.
Jiang Wanwan chuckled and lay on Shinfeng's back. While walking on Shinfeng's back, Jiang Wanwan muttered, Fengzi, do you think we'll just chat during the live broadcast, or play some games? Wouldn't it be boring if we just chatted? And what can we play games for? As long as you like it, anything is fine. Shinfeng said.
Jiang Wanwan knocked Shinfeng's head with her head. Hey, this is not a question of whether I like it or not. We are doing a live broadcast together, and it's the first time, so we have to do it well.
But there are 8 of us. If we play a game, what game can have so many players? Shinfeng thought about it. Suddenly he said, script killing?
Nowadays, tabletop games such as script killing are popular all over the country. The number of people is relatively flexible, 2 or 3 people can play, or 8 or 9 people can play. You can play it online through software or in offline physical stores. The content of the game is to play the characters in the murder scripts, unravel the clues and find the hidden murderer. When Jiang Wanwan heard this, her eyes lit up. She quickly shared Shinfeng's proposal with the group, and it was finally unanimously approved by the group. However, Jatnan suggested that it would be best to find someone to customize a script that no one has ever played before, to prevent someone from spoiling the story during the live broadcast.
Jiang Wanwan called Sister Lin again.
After I mentioned this idea, Sister Lin immediately said it was a good one.
And immediately went to find someone to write the script.
By the time Sister Lin had finalized the script, Director Chen had already started preheating the show on his official Weibo account. Official of Let's Start Dating today, the guests of dating are reunited. The first online live broadcast is about to start. Stay tuned. As soon as this Weibo post was published, it quickly became a hot topic. The show dating itself is very popular. The live broadcast of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan a few days ago brought some heat again. Now the official has said that it will organize an online live broadcast with the guests together, which immediately made fans excited.
Woohoo! My happiness is back.
It sounds terrible, go for it.
Go for Penghu Bei. What is a surprise? Please translate what a surprise is.
Amid heated discussions among fans.
3 days passed.
The script that Sister Lin requested was finally obtained, and the live broadcast finally started as scheduled. In the live broadcast room of a certain platform. As the live broadcast began, Director Chen's voice was heard. Dear viewers, welcome to the special episode of Let's Start Dating today. As soon as the audience heard Director Chen's voice, they felt it was extremely familiar.
My youth is back.
As soon as they started talking, I felt like I was watching a variety show. Director Chen looked at the comments and chuckled, then continued to say a few more polite words. Then, he announced loudly, all right, enough small talk, let's welcome the real protagonists of the show, our 4 groups of guests. They are, respectively, the Ugly Combination,
Tianlu Combination, the Mighty Combination.
Every time a group's name is read, 1/4 of the screen in the live broadcast room will become a shot of the corresponding group.
The 3 groups also greeted the audience.
Director Chen saw the enthusiastic response from the audience in the live broadcast room and deliberately paused for a moment. After all 3 groups had greeted each other, he finally read out the name that the audience was most looking forward to.
And of course, there's also the grand prize winner of our dating show, the Punghubei Band. The last quarter of the screen also lit up. Two figures appeared on the screen. Fat, plump. One black, one white. The audience who were about to post comments and cheer were stunned. Where are the people? Why are there two teddy bears? Just when the audience was full of questions, the two teddy bears suddenly raised their arms. She greeted the camera, "Hello. I'm Jiang Wanwan. Did you miss me?" As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan's head popped out from behind the white teddy bear, with a mischievous smile on his face. Shin Feng also appeared from behind the black teddy bear. The two men threw the two teddy bears onto the bed behind them, then smiled and greeted the audience again. But for many viewers, the focus at this moment is no longer on the two of them. Wait a minute, they were live streaming while sitting on the bed, right? This couldn't be broadcast live at one of their homes. The key point is the two pillows. Didn't you see those two pillows? Two. They live together. I'm going to die. This is no longer a question of living together, this is sleeping together. Oh shit. Oh shit. When Jiang Wanwan saw the barrage, she realized that the location she chose for the live broadcast seemed to be wrong. Shin Feng, on the other hand, looked calm. While pulling out the marriage certificate from his pocket, he said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "We are a legal couple with a certificate. Is there any problem with sleeping together?" "There is a big problem. I also want to see you sleep. Although I already knew you were a couple, it was only when I saw you sleeping in the same bed that I felt really touched. What I am more concerned about is, does Shin Feng always carry the marriage certificate with him?" Shin Feng saw this comment, nodded seriously. "Of course I carry it with me. It's a testimony to my love for my younger brother." "Why? You don't carry it with you? Oh, or do you all have no wives? Damn it. This guy used to criticize the director, but now he's directly criticizing the audience. I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to cry now. You keep scolding me." After a brief silence, the barrage broke out again. Chapter 101. I hope there is no Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and private money in heaven, amen. Chapter 101. I hope there is no Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and private money in heaven, amen. The audience was fed with dog food and shown a lot of affection. Shin Feng also attacked him in the face, causing real damage. I finally experienced the pleasure that Director Chen felt when he was criticized by Shin Feng. Damn it, I only see you because you are handsome and talented, otherwise I would definitely turn from a fan to a hater. I have been hurt by Shin Feng, my heart is bleeding, please send me a Shin Feng as a boyfriend immediately, otherwise I will die here. I just can't find a partner. What have I done wrong? Fengzi, why do you bully us singles like this? Wan Go, help us beat him up. An audience member suggested. Jiang Wanwan snorted when she saw this comment, whoever's husband it is, I feel sorry for him. I can't bear to hit him. Director Chen, who was eager to create chaos in the world, interrupted at this time and said, if you beat Shin Feng according to the audience's request, I will give you a red envelope later. Jiang Wanwan started taking action without saying a word. The audience was numb. Whose husband should be cared for? Of course Jiang Wanwan didn't really do it, she was just cooperating with Director Chen to create the show effect. After playing around with Shin Feng for a while, they all sat back in front of the camera. After their lively atmosphere, the live broadcast room became obviously more lively. Both the audience and other guests felt as if they were back to the recording of date. Relax and be happy. Okay, now that the four groups of guests have greeted everyone, the special program Let's Start Dating Today is officially starting. Director Chen's voice was heard again in the live broadcast room. He held up the long-prepared schedule and said, today's special program is divided into 3 parts. The first round is a quick question and answer session, the second round is a script-based show, and the third round is a love word chain. We will ask the audience to rate the 3 rounds of games. The group with the highest score will receive the reward prepared by the program team. The Punghubei group will not participate in the rating. Jiang Wanwan was quite surprised when she heard there was a reward. After all, this is nominally a special program of date, but in fact she is officially broadcasting live under the name of date. Jiang Wanwan was surprised that Director Chen would actually pay for the reward out of his own pocket. She was still curious about what the reward was, and Director Chen said that the Punghubei group would not participate in the scoring. Jiang Wanwan became famous at that time. Why? We are also one of the guests, why don't we participate in the scoring? Director Chen said calmly, Wan, don't be so angry.
I said I won't give you any ratings for a reason.
What's the reason? Zhang Wan asked. Because I don't want to give it, he.
After Director Chen finished speaking, he continued in a rather smug tone, Are you angry?
Are you angry? Do you really want to hit me? It's a pity that you can't.
Not only can you not hit me, you can't use my camera to threaten me. Besides, this is a live broadcast room I opened for you, and you can't withdraw. So, are you upset?
You can't do anything to me, right? Ha. Director Chen laughed so proudly and arrogantly. Finally.
After holding it in for so many days, he finally got a chance to take real revenge. When he was recording the show before, if he offended Shinfeng and Zhang Wan, he would be retaliated by these two people tenfold. Either they want to cheat him out of his money or sell him his camera. Or they would cheat him out of his money by selling him a camera.
But now, things have changed.
Live broadcast online, no one can touch anyone else. He could finally show off his power as a director and control Shinfeng and Zhang Wan for once. Director Chen laughs like this, it's a pity he doesn't play a villain. It's so cheap, but I like it, so I have to teach this couple a lesson. Who asked them to show off their affection and call us singles?
That's right. Support Director Chen did a great job.
This time, the audience did not talk about Director Chen's shady dealings. Instead, they united to support Director Chen. After all, Shinfeng had hurt too many of their hearts before. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Director Chen couldn't help but feel even more proud when he saw that he had so many fans. He smiled and said to Shinfeng and Zhang Wan, see, the public also supports me, so you don't need to participate in the rating.
Zhang Wan pouted. He pulled Shinfeng's arm and said, Fengzi, Director Chen bullied me. Okay, I'll bully you back. Shinfeng smiled, then said to the camera, Sister Wang, are you watching? Director Chen's private money is hidden in. Shut up. Director Chen quickly interrupted Shinfeng.
Then he took a deep breath and said, Student Shinfeng, this is really not fair.
I don't have any private money. Besides, even if I did, how would you know where I hid it? Don't talk nonsense from that. Shinfeng looked innocent, since you think I'm talking nonsense, why are you stopping me?
I randomly told you where you hid your money, and Sister Wang saw that it wasn't there.
Doesn't that mean she trusts you even more? Director Chen felt that Shinfeng was right.
But he felt that Shinfeng was wrong.
Shinfeng is such a bad guy.
What if he had told the truth when he was drunk before, and this guy really knew where he hid his private money?
Wouldn't his life be in danger? Director Chen looked at Shinfeng on the screen.
The more he looked, the more he felt that Shinfeng's innocent expression was suspicious.
He asked doubtfully, do you really know where I hide the money?
You guess.
Shinfeng's tone was casual and indifferent. I guess you definitely don't know.
The place where I hid the money is very secretive, how could you possibly know?
Director Chen said with certainty.
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Shinfeng draw out a long O. Oh, from what you said, it turns out that you really have some hidden money. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect it to be true.
Sister Wang. Are you watching? Remember to ask Director Chen for money. Then Shinfeng said to Zhang Wan, Brother Wan, don't you have Sister Wang's WeChat? Tell Sister Wang. Zhang Wan nodded and immediately took out her cell phone, ready to send a message.
Director Chen then realized that he had been tricked.
Shinfeng tricked me into revealing the secret.
But unfortunately, I found out too late. He had no choice but to quickly say, no.
Shinfeng, Wan. Let's talk it out.
Isn't it just to let you participate in the grading?
Sure. That should be fine.
Zhang Wan then put away her phone and said with a smile, Director Chen, you are still too young to play with my Fengzi. Her Fengzi is an old monster who is over 800 years old.
It's just Director Chen, it's nothing.
The audience was filled with emotion when they saw Director Chen admit defeat again.
I'm not saying this, Director Chen is really bad.
Although I support Director Chen in targeting Fengzi and Wan Gu this time, Director Chen's fighting ability is not good enough.
Alas, even if I can't see you, I can still control you. This is my strength, Fengzi. Director Chen, forget it. Don't think about revenge anymore.
I'm afraid you'll end up dying while you're doing it. The barrage of comments kept appearing.
But Director Chen didn't say anything for a long time.
Everyone thought that Director Chen was heartbroken, and some people were comforting him. Even Jiang Wanwan, seeing that Director Chen hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but whispered to comfort him, "Director Chen, don't be angry."
After a while,
then a voice came from Director Chen's side.
"Hello, can you hear me? This is how you should open the microphone."
But the voice that came was a female one. Director Chen's wife, Sister Wang, spoke a few words into the microphone, and after seeing the response from the comments, she continued, "I am Director Chen's wife. I was just watching the live broadcast, and then I went to deal with some personal matters with Director Chen.
I'm really sorry for the delay. Then I will continue to host the next part." Jiatnan quickly asked, "Sister Wang, then where is Director Chen?" Sister Wang said calmly, "Didn't I say that I had settled some private matters with him? What's the meaning?"
"What I mean is, I solved him."
Jiatnan. Audience. Rest in peace, Director Chen.
May there be no Shin Foam, Jiang Wanwan, and private money in heaven, amen.
Chapter 102 Quick Questions and Answers. Chapter 102 Quick Questions and Answers.
In the end, Director Chen came back to host the show. But listening to his voice, it seems that his tone is a bit haggard and miserable. And from time to time, you can hear the sound of keyboards coming from there. Although the picture cannot be seen, the audience reasonably guessed that Director Chen is probably kneeling on the keyboard now.
The audience sighed one by one. It's better to be single, it's better to be single.
After seeing Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, I began to believe in love.
After seeing Director Chen, I began to enjoy being single again.
Thank you, Director Chen, for comforting our fragile hearts that were hurt by thingsy before, Director Chen YYDS.
Don't cry, Director Chen.
Although you lost your private money, we gained happiness.
Thank you, Director Chen.
You're welcome.
Director Chen said miserably, then let's move on to the first part, quick questions and quick answers.
The rules of quick quiz are simple.
Director Chen will ask questions to each group of guests separately and keep time at the same time.
The question must be answered within 2 seconds for it to be considered a valid answer.
This kind of question and answer session that doesn't give guests time to react can easily elicit their true feelings.
It is also easy to produce show effects. Director Chen first asked about the Wei Meng group, which consisted of Zhang Wei and Mengan.
Who of you two will answer the question first? Director Chen asked.
Zhang Wei and Mengan discussed it and finally decided to let Mengan go first. When Mengan was ready, Director Chen showed the timer in the live broadcast room.
Ready, set, go. Who is the person you hate the most? The first question is so acute.
Of course, Mengan subconsciously had to think about this kind of question that could easily offend people.
Then he said, I don't have anyone I particularly hate. It's time out, and the answer is not good, Director Chen said seriously. Quick questions and quick answers are all about being crisp and clear. How can you give an answer like this? Okay, I'll give you one more chance, you have to seize it. Director Chen said, and asked again, who do you hate the most? Mengan made up his mind.
At that time, I shouted, Director Chen.
Director Chen. Okay, that's an answer.
Director Chen sighed, then said, the next questions will be very quick, and there will be no pauses.
Be prepared. Then Director Chen asked again. Who is your favorite person? My mom. How many times have you been in love?
2, twice.
Time out. What do you think of Zhang Wei's appearance? Ugly. Zhang Wei? Do you feel happy working with Zhang Wei? Happy. Do you think Zhang Wei's acting is good? Not good. Zhang Wei? Is it true that Zhang Wei has bad breath? Yes. Zhang Wei? At this point, the effect of the quick question and answer program was revealed. Many of the questions Director Chen asked afterwards were related to Zhang Wei.
Under the quick questions and answers, Mengan, who had no time to think about the answers, seemed to have become Zhang Wei's #1 anti-fan. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed out loud. Pass it on, Zhang Wei is short, ugly, has poor acting skills, athlete's foot, bad breath, hemorrhoids, and hair loss. He also likes to wear pink pajamas at home. My brother Wei's face is turning green. My good partner of many years has been betrayed like this. Ha 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 ha. Director Chen is really mean. How could he think about these questions? After asking 7 or 8 questions in succession, Mengan finally finished this round. Mengyan let out a long sigh, his mind feeling dizzy. She glanced at Zhang Wei beside her and said, I didn't say anything particularly strange just now, did I? To be honest, she didn't hear several of the questions clearly. There was no time to think. She actually knew that some of the questions were directed at Zhang Wei, but she didn't have time to think about the most appropriate answers, so she could only answer them casually. Zhang Wei forced a smile, no. That's good. Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief. It was Zhang Wei's turn to answer the questions. Director Chen's first question was again, who do you hate the most? Zhang Wei answered without hesitation, Mengyan. Mengyan. Well, she must have said something weird and offended this guy. Director Chen, this isn't a special episode of dating, you should change the name to If We Can Break Up a Couple, We Can Break Up. Two good friends turned into enemies just like that. I can only say that Director Chen is good at stirring up trouble. Was it taught by Shen Feng himself? This game is not about quick questions and answers, but about hurting each other. Amid the laughter of the audience and Mengyan's confusion, Zhang Wei quickly finished answering the questions. Next are the two groups of Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu, and Jiatnan and Li Tingting. The highlight of this group of Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu is Zhao Tianshu. Chen Lu reacted quickly and basically didn't say anything offensive. But Zhao Tianshu was slow to respond, and gave random answers to some questions. For example, Director Chen asked Zhao Tianshu, do you like Chen Lu? Zhao Tianshu replied without hesitation, I don't like climbing trees. Director Chen was stunned for a long time before he realized that Zhao Tianshu had heard it wrong. When it comes to the group of Jiatnan and Li Tingting, it becomes even more interesting. If the first two groups were here to make people laugh, then there was something a little off about the group consisting of Jiatnan and Li Tingting. When Director Chen asked who Jiatnan's favorite person was, Jiatnan blushed but answered without hesitation, Li Tingting. When Director Chen asked whether Jiatnan had confessed his love to Li Tingting, Jiatnan also replied immediately, have. Afterwards, Director Chen asked Li Tingting whether she agreed to him. This time, Jiatnan did not answer immediately. He looked at Li Tingting. Li Tingting also lowered his head in embarrassment. It was not until almost half a minute past the time limit that Jiatnan nodded. He smiled and said, I've already agreed. Woohoo! Another big melon. I saw online that someone had photographed them hanging out together, but I didn't expect they were actually together. What a great combination. I've made a couple again. I thought we would only eat dog food when we got to Penghu Bay, but I didn't expect that today's dog food would arrive earlier. The audience perked up. The group of Jiatnan and Li Tingting was originally the second most popular group in date. There are also many fans who support them. Now that they saw that this couple actually got together, many people became excited. After the unpleasant group finished answering, it was finally the turn of Shen Feng and Zhang Wanwan's group. The audience got a taste of sweetness from the ugly listening group and began to look forward to whether the group of Shen Feng and Zhang Wanwan would bring them even bigger sweetness. Director Chen cleared his throat and asked, who of you two will answer the question first? Zhang Wanwan volunteered and raised her hand, I'll do it. All I have to do is answer quickly enough. Yes, the sooner the better. If you are ready, I will start asking questions. First question, what did you eat for breakfast? Shen Feng. Zhang Wanwan replied immediately. Director Chen. Shen Feng. Audience. Director Chen coughed lightly, then said, Student Zhang Wanwan, let me ask you what you had for breakfast. Zhang Wanwan said seriously, didn't you say before that as long as I answer quickly enough, it will be fine? You didn't say the answer must be correct. Hurry up, ask the next question. Otherwise I'll call Sister Wang. Director Chen had no choice but to quickly ask the next question. Who is your favorite actor? Shen Feng. Who is the celebrity you hate the most? Shen Feng. If your father and mother both fell into the water, who would you save first? Shen Feng. Zhang Zhou and Su Yan, who were watching the live broadcast, were speechless. What would you like to name your son? Shen Feng. Shen Feng was also speechless. Of course, Director Chen and the audience are also numb now. I found that Wan Gu has figured it out. Is this considered cheating? I, Fingzi, am completely dumbfounded. The person I love the most is him, the person I hate the most is him, he is my breakfast, he is my dinner, and he is still my son. I can't hold it back anymore, I'm dying of laughter, especially when Wang Ji's tone is different every time he talks about Shinfeng, with ups and downs, ha ha ha. It seemed that Zhang Wanwan was about to get through the entire game using the two words Shinfeng. Director Chen decided to find a way to turn the situation around. Perhaps kneeling on the keyboard improved his IQ, and Director Chen came up with an idea in a hurry. Suddenly he said, "You can choose one person to give out red envelopes to the audience for a prize draw."
Who is this person? You. Zhang Wanwan answered immediately. Director Chen. Chapter 103 You are the murderer. Chapter 103 You are the murderer.
Director Chen and the audience in the live broadcast room did not expect that Zhang Wanwan would react so quickly to this question.
However, Mr. Lu Sun once said, "Human joys and sorrows are not shared." Director Chen was confused and miserable at this moment.
The audience was either laughing non-stop or posting comments urging Director Chen to draw the prize and give out red envelopes.
Director Chen almost cried when he saw these comments. "Don't make me draw. Didn't you see what happened to me just now?
All my private savings are gone.
All gone. How can I have money to give out red envelopes for the raffle?"
Although most of the audience didn't care about the red envelopes, they also felt that they might not win the prize even if they participated in the lottery. But everyone loves to stir up trouble. At this time, regardless of Director Chen's complaints, he just kept posting comments, asking Director Chen to quickly draw the lottery. Director Chen was so upset that he wanted to cry. It was at this juncture that Zhang Wanwan spoke again. She said in a pretentiously gentle voice, "Everyone, please be patient. Since Director Chen said he would give out red envelopes, he will definitely give them out, so don't worry."
"Director Chen, you are out of money, aren't you? I'll transfer some money to you. You must fulfill your promise to the audience." Zhang Wanwan's voice now sounds like an angel to Director Chen. This girl finally has a conscience. As a result, Director Chen didn't have time to be happy.
Then Zhang Wanwan continued, "Friendship price, 1.5% interest per day."
She has a fucking conscience.
But in the end, Zhang Wanwan still drew the prize for Director Chen in the live broadcast room. After the lucky draw was over, Director Chen continued with the unfinished quick question and answer session.
The last person to be asked is naturally Shinfeng. Director Chen took a deep breath and said, "Shinfeng, let me make it clear first. You can't answer the following questions randomly like Zhang Wanwan did. Do you hear me? You are responsible for every question you answer." "Don't worry, Director Chen, don't you know what kind of person I am?"
Shinfeng said with sincere eyes. Director Chen curled his lips.
"Damn it, I warn you because I know what kind of person you are." Director Chen cleared his throat and asked, "First question. Why do you like Zhang Wanwan?" "No reason, I just like it." "What do you like about Zhang Wanwan?" "All." "What do you think of Zhang Wanwan bullying me like this?"
"Watch with a smile."
Director Chen. "Director Chen, what would you do if Zhang Wanwan quarreled with you?" "Admit your fault." "What if Zhang Wanwan is the one who is wrong?" Shinfeng smiled.
"No matter whose fault it is, as long as I quarrel with her, it's my fault."
Fengzi is a perfect student at Men's Morality Academy. Be more confident, you are not a student, you are a teacher. Be more confident, I'm not a teacher, I'm the principal. I'm stupid. No wonder Shinfeng was able to pursue Zhang Wanwan. With his IQ and EQ, I would fall in love with him too. Wake up, if it were you, Shinfeng would stop chasing me. Director Chen's problems continue. Who is the actor you hate the most? This issue was no longer related to Zhang Wanwan, and it suddenly became acute. Zhou Yilin.
Shinfeng said directly. When this name came out, the audience and Director Chen were dumbfounded.
This is the old movie star.
Moreover, the old actor had previously praised Zhang Wanwan's acting skills and wished Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan his best wishes.
How could Shinfeng hate him? Director Chen was extremely nervous. Could it be that Shinfeng is getting carried away?
Although Shinfeng is a little popular now, in front of the old movie emperor, Shinfeng is nothing. But before Director Chen could get nervous for long, Shinfeng continued speaking.
Actor Zhou's acting is so good. After watching his movies, I don't want to watch any other movies. He made me picky. How can I not hate him?
Oh, so that's what happened.
Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The audience also breathed a sigh of relief. I got so scared, I thought Fengzi was floating. Me too, this Fingzi is scaring me on purpose. But the old actor is really amazing.
After watching a few old movies he starred in and then watching other people's movies, I feel that they are indeed on a different level. The audience was leaving comments, and Director Chen asked the next question.
Who is the singer you hate the most? The god of songs.
Not only does he sing better than me, he also has no scandals.
He can even catch robbers every time he holds a concert.
I feel jealous when I see someone so outstanding.
What about the most annoying woman?
Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng said, she has filled my eyes and heart.
I can't see anyone else except her. How annoying. Director Chen has figured out this guy's routine. To praise someone first and then to criticize him is to avoid offending anyone. Very smooth. Director Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, who is the director you hate the most? Director Chen. Shen Feng said. Director Chen's eyes lit up. Is Shen Feng going to praise him? This kid is sensible. He smiled and asked quickly, why do you hate me? Tell me now.
Shen Feng said calmly, no reason.
Director Chen. Director Chen's smile froze instantly. Ha 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 ha. A killer kill. Although there is no shot of Director Chen, I think Director Chen is about to cry. Director Chen is so pitiful. Please stop bullying Director Chen.
He has no other problems except that he is old, bald, afraid of his wife, stingy, and picky.
He likes to target Wanwan and Fingzi. Director Chen asked for this himself.
He had to ask Fingzi which director she hated the most.
Isn't this clearly making Shen Feng a target? Ha ha ha. Director Chen wiped his face, wiping away the bitter tears.
The quick question and answer game ended here, and Director Chen started the voting. Originally, the group of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan was very popular, and many people thought that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan would definitely win this time. However, they did not expect that the score of the group of Jiatnan and Li Tingting was so close to that of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. For a while, the situation was deadlocked and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. I am a fan of Peng Hubei, but in order to bless Xiao Jia and Ting Ting, I still voted for them.
Me too, blessings.
I hope Xiao Jia and Ting Ting can be as happy as Fingzi and Wan Gu. A considerable number of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's fans were attracted by the CP of the two. These fans who like sweet love will certainly not hesitate to give support and encouragement to a new couple. Even at the end, when the voting was closed, Jiatnan and Li Tingting surpassed the Peng Hubei combination with a slight advantage and won the victory. Director Chen was very pleased. This can be considered as a way to save his face. Although Jiatnan and Li Tingting seem to have nothing to do with him. After the first round of the game, Director Chen chatted with the four groups of guests for a while. Soon, the second round of the game began. This is also the highlight of this live broadcast, which Sister Lin has been planning for the longest time. Script killing. Because everyone is broadcasting live via video, script killing games can only be played online. Director Chen briefly explained the rules of script killing. He served as the host of the script killing show, and 8 guests took turns drawing script roles. Among the characters in the script, 1 is a murderer and the remaining 7 are ordinary people. After the roles are drawn, Director Chen will send the script for each role to the corresponding guests via mobile email. Guests need to determine their identities and tasks based on the description in the script. The murderer needs to hide his identity, while others have to find a way to catch the murderer or complete their own special tasks. After introducing the rules, Director Chen asked the guests to draw their identities. He first created a scrolling screen to play the identities of the characters in turn. When the guest calls for stop, he will freeze the scrolling screen, and the position where the screen freezes represents the person's identity. Shen Feng drew the identity card of chef. Jiang Wanwan drew the word scholar. Zhang Wei and Jiatnan are quite interesting. Zhang Wei drew the character dancer and Jiatnan drew the character madam. Both of their faces turned green. But Director Chen didn't allow me to change the role. Thus, the Madam Jiatnan and the dancer Zhang Wei took up their posts with honor. Jiatnan pinched his throat and said, "Uncle, come and play." It made many audience members laugh out loud. After the roles were assigned, Director Chen distributed the script to everyone's mobile phone. A publicly available script outline and a map were also projected on the big screen in the live broadcast room. Jiang Wanwan opened the script she had just received, looked at her identity and mission, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she is not the murderer. She leaned over to see what was written in Shen Feng's script. But Shinfeng turned his phone over and said with a smile, Wangu, this is a live broadcast now, it's not good to peek.
That's right, you are not allowed to cheat.
There are so many eyes watching us in the live broadcast room.
Director Chen also spoke righteously.
Jiang Wanwan withdrew her gaze with regret and started reading her script.
Only then did Shinfeng turn the phone back. He looked at the last line of his script.
There, a few words were written in red font. You are the murderer, please hide your identity.
Chapter 104 I Jump into the River Wanwan. 2 chapters in 1. Chapter 104 I Jump into the River Wanwan. 2 chapters in 1. Huanlu is the largest music house in the capital, commonly known as brothel.
Here, there are dancers who are 8 feet tall, and a brothel owner who looks like a man and looks unlucky. There are young men from noble families who are proficient in surviving in the wild, and there are also guards who look weak and powerless. There is a country bumpkin who can speak multiple foreign languages, and a tone-deaf musician. There was also a cook and a waiter who was married to the cook. Director Chen looked at the identities drawn by the guests displayed on the screen and couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Zhang Wei drew the dancer, and Jiatnan drew the brothel owner.
Zhao Tianshu is a young man from a prominent family, and Mengyan is his bodyguard. Chen Lu is a countryman who has just moved to the city, and Li Tingting is the zither player of Huanlu.
Shinfeng is the cook and Jiang Wanwan is the waiter.
He coughed lightly, then took the script and said in a serious tone, This is Huanlu, the largest aristocratic school in the capital. Last night was the Huayan Tower's Oiran ceremony, with the dancer Zhang Wei, and Huayan Tower's most popular beauty Cui Hong competing for the position of Oiran. Dancer Zhang Wei lost at the Oiran ceremony, and when I woke up this morning, I found Cui Hong dead in the lobby of Huayan Tower. You were the only ones who stayed in Huayan Tower last night, so the murderer could only be among you. What you have to do is search for clues and find the real murderer.
Director Chen introduced the background story.
Then Jiang Wanwan quickly raised her hand.
I have a question. Since yesterday was the Oiran ceremony, why were there only a few people staying overnight? This is a game, can you please not take it too seriously?
Director Chen said helplessly, if someone like Zhang Wei can compete for the title of Oiran, why do you still care about authenticity?
Zhang Wei said he was very hurt.
Okay, now you will each introduce your movements and times last night. After Director Chen finished speaking, several guests started to rehearse their own timelines one by one. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that everyone had seen the deceased last night. They also have time to be alone with the deceased and the opportunity to kill him.
The case suddenly became confusing.
When it comes to the evidence search stage, guests can choose the places to search based on the map projected in the live broadcast room.
And Director Chen will give the corresponding clues. For example, Jiang Wanwan searched the body.
Dead Cui Hong, the courtesan of Huayan Tower, died last night, suspected to have fallen from the 3rd floor, with 12 wounds on her body, all her hands and feet were broken, suspected to be poisoned. When Jiang Wanwan saw Director Chen give clues about the body, her expression was a little strange.
What on earth did this girl do to deserve such a tragic death?
Poisoning, falling from a building, broken hands and feet, and so many other injuries on the body. What kind of hatred and grudge is this?
Worse consequences are yet to come.
After searching for evidence, it was found that almost everyone had a weapon in their hands. Including but not limited to poison needles, knockout drugs, blood daggers, kitchen knives, daggers, long swords, machetes, hammers, mountain-splitting axes, green dragon crescent blades, painted halberds, blood-dropping daggers, and a bloody brick.
Did you all bring these things to the brothel for entertainment? Daggers and kitchen knives are fine, but why are there also green dragon crescent blades and Fong Tian painted halberds? This courtesan is really lucky not to have been chopped into pieces.
Zhang Wei glanced at the comments and quickly explained, it's normal for a dancer like me to carry a dagger for self-defense, right?
After all, I'm just a weak woman.
Zhao Tianshu, a noble son of a famous family, also said, it's normal for me, a young master, to carry a long sword with me, right?
Guard Mengyan said, I'm a guard. Is there anything wrong with carrying a machete?
Jiatnan then said, I am a brothel owner, so it's okay for me to keep the green dragon crescent blade and the Fong Tian painted halberd for self-defense.
Have.
The others said in unison.
Xiao Jia is outrageous. Why did they find the Fong Tian Hua Ji and Qing Longyan Yudao in his room? What is his relationship with Guan Er Yi and Lubu?
The old procuress who looks like this, maybe it's because Guan Eri and Lubu want to kill him when they see him. Jiatnan said innocently, no, actually according to my identity, although I am a brothel owner, I was once a martial arts master. For some reasons, I chose to retire. As the saying goes, a great hermit hides in the city.
I will become a brothel owner.
Besides, it's outrageous for Jiang Wanwan, a waiter, to carry a blood-dropping dart and a mountain-splitting axe. It's outrageous for a waiter to carry a splitting axe, but if this waiter is Jiang Wanwan, it seems very reasonable.
I think so too, it seems to be fine.
You guys are being hypocritical.
This is too much for me. Jatnam expressed dissatisfaction. But he didn't know.
There are more things targeting him to come.
After checking the clues and subsequent discussion,
everyone told their true purpose and motive for murder.
Dancer Zhang Wei, I wanted to kill the madam.
I had a grudge against him, but I don't know why the courtesan died instead.
Villager Chen Lu, I wanted to kill the madam.
I had a grudge against her. I poisoned the wine he drank, but I don't know why he didn't die.
Young Master Zhao Tianshu, I also want to kill the madam. Guard Mangan, ditto. Li Tingting and Jiang Wanwan also said that in the script, their real enemies were all brothels. Jatnam was about to cry.
He just drew the lottery casually, but how come he got such a tragic identity?
He helplessly asked Shin Feng, the only one who hadn't expressed his opinion, Brother Shin, the person you wanted to kill wasn't me, was I?
Shin Feng shook his head.
Jatnam smiled with relief.
Fortunately, at least someone loves him. Then Shin Feng said, not only did I want to kill you originally, but I also want to kill you now.
Jatnan. Jiang Wanwan suddenly clapped her hands and said, why don't we just not solve this case?
Everyone wants to kill Xiao Jia anyway, and we all have the same goal.
Why don't we unite and kill Xiao Jia?
No need to go through so much trouble, Director Chen, who was in charge of the event, said. In fact, the madam has been poisoned by one of you. He will be dead after this case is solved.
No, then why should I solve the case?
I'm going to die anyway, what's the point of solving the case?
Jatnam protested strongly.
Yes, at least it will allow you to be an innocent ghost.
Director Chen comforted. Jatnan said with a smile, so many people want to kill me. How can I be innocent when I am guilty of such heinous crimes? Having said that. But the game still has to go on.
After the subsequent summary and investigation, Jatnan, who was targeted by the most people, became the one with the least suspicion.
However, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan became the two most suspicious people.
Whether in terms of the time of the crime, the motive, or the method used, these two people are the most likely people to have killed the Oiran.
Jiang Wanwan knew that she was innocent, so she looked at Shin Feng with a strange look.
Although Fingzi had no expression on his face, Jiang Wanwan was certain that the calmer he was, the more problems there were.
Shin Feng noticed Jiang Wanwan looking at him, and suddenly blinked at Jiang Wanwan. When Jiang Wanwan saw Shin Feng's action, she immediately confirmed it.
This guy must be the murderer.
Everyone, listen to me. First of all, I know my own identity. Secondly, Shin Feng's motive for murder is stronger than mine.
The most important murder weapon, the brick, was also found from him.
It's definitely right for everyone to vote for him. Jiang Wanwan was particularly confident.
As a result, Jiang Wanwan saw Shin Feng smiling at her. Then he touched her head and said, if you say I am the murderer, then I am the murderer.
That tone was very doting.
Afterwards, Shin Feng said to the other groups of guests, if no one is lying, then I was indeed the last one to come into contact with the deceased, and the fatal wound was also caused by me using a brick.
So it seems that I am indeed the most suspicious one. Since everyone has reasoned to this point, I think there is nothing wrong with voting for me.
After Shin Feng finished speaking, he looked as if he was ready to be voted in. Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she said quickly, he gave up struggling.
I guessed it was right.
Ha 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 Fingzi, no matter how smart you are, you can't escape punishment in the face of overwhelming evidence. But the expressions of the other groups of guests were all weird. Originally, in their eyes, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were equally suspicious. In fact, Shin Feng is indeed more suspicious.
However, they did not notice that Shin Feng winked at Jiang Wanwan just now.
When they heard Jiang Wanwan suddenly jump out and identify Shin Feng, they felt that Jiang Wanwan had become suspicious.
Especially after Shin Feng smiled and touched Jiang Wanwan's head and admitted his identity.
If someone else admitted that he was the murderer, it might be because there were too many clues and they were too obvious to argue, so he was forced to admit it. But Shin Feng is not someone else. It can be said that up to now, almost all the clues were figured out by Shin Feng. He has the ability to summarize these clues, and naturally he also has the ability to overturn them. But he did not make any excuses. Instead, he smiled and acknowledged Jiang Wanwan. In the eyes of other guests and the audience, this suddenly became a different feeling. It was as if Shin Feng had already known that the murderer was Jiang Wanwan, but deliberately revealed some clues that were unfavorable to him. When Jiang Wanwan pointed out him, he did not make any excuses, but instead admitted that he was the murderer.
It seems that Shin Feng's purpose is to protect Jiang Wanwan and to prevent Jiang Wanwan from being suspected.
After all, Shin Feng dotes on Jiang Wanwan so much. If it is a script-killing game and Jiang Wanwan is the murderer, it is normal for Shin Feng to protect Jiang Wanwan. The more the guests and the audience thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. After a few quiet exchanges, the guests said they could vote.
Jiang Wanwan smiled triumphantly and said to Shin Feng, "Hey, Fengzi, you can't escape."
As she spoke, she was the first to raise her hand. "I vote for Shin Feng." Shin Feng also smiled and raised his hand. "Then I'll vote for myself."
Jiang Wanwan quickly looked at the other guests.
She felt that this time, she should be able to win Shin Feng with a unanimous vote. Fengzi, you've lived for 800 years, but you still can't beat your older brother, he. Then, Jiang Wanwan saw Jatnan raise his hand.
Said, "I vote for Jiang Wanwan." The smile on Jiang Wanwan's face froze. "Xiao Jia. What are you doing? Didn't Shin Feng admit that he was the murderer? He voted for himself, are you stupid?"
As a result, just as Jiang Wanwan finished speaking, Li Tingting beside Jia Tennan also raised his hand weakly. "Brother Wan, I will vote for you too."
"Me too. Me too."
The other three groups have 6 people.
Everyone voted for Jiang Wanwan.
Even on the barrage, there was a large amount of "me too."
Jiang Wanwan was stunned. "What's wrong with you? Fengzi has already admitted it. Why are you still voting for me?" "Intuition." Jatnan said decisively, "My intuition is always accurate."
Mengan also said, "I also think that Xiao Shin admitted it too straightforwardly, which is strange."
Shin Feng patted Jiang Wanwan on the shoulder.
With a helpless expression, he said, "Wangu, I'm sorry I couldn't save you." After hearing what Shin Feng said, the other guests all smiled.
"I guessed it right.
I was wondering why Fengzi had been collecting clues that were unfavorable to him before, and finally came out to admit it.
It was really to protect Wanwan." Jatnam was most proud. "See, I told you my intuition is pretty accurate."
The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room started to fill up.
"Xiao Jia is awesome, the bad luck has turned around."
In fact, I have long seen that Fengzi is doing this to protect Wanwan. Alas, I can only say that Fengzi really dotes on her too much. It's just that Fengzi is usually very nice to Wanwan, so we discovered it. What a pity, I still couldn't save Wangu. Fengzi has tried her best. Looking at the barrage, you can also see the happy expressions of other guests. Only Director Chen holds the script and truly knows the truth. Only then did he sigh softly.
These people really can't beat Shin Feng.
Not only was he defeated, but he was also fooled around by Shin Feng. He cleared his throat and then said, "Then, let's announce the voting results."
Shin Feng, 2 votes, Jiang Wanwan, 6 votes. Let us congratulate. When he said this, Director Chen deliberately dragged out the tone.
And Jatnan and the others were already cheering excitedly. But before they finished cheering,
the second half of Director Chen's sentence came out.
"Let us congratulate the murderer for escaping capture."
The murderer is Shin Feng.
The cheers stopped abruptly. The other guests looked at Shin Feng in astonishment.
Shin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you." You, didn't you say you were trying to protect Jiang Wanwan? How come you became the murderer yourself?" Jatnam exclaimed.
Shin Feng spread his hands. "I said before that I was the murderer, why don't you believe that?"
"When I tell the truth, you don't believe it, but when I lie, you believe it. Who do you blame? Do you blame me?" Shin Feng said, smiling even more wantonly, "So what if you blame me? In the end, I won and you lost. What can you do to me?" Jatnan was speechless after being rebuked by Shin Feng.
Li Tingting, on the other hand, started to help her boyfriend at this time. She held Jatnan's hand, and then said to Shin Feng, "We can't do anything to you, but someone can."
Fengzi, taste the anger of a woman after being used. Wangu, come on. Accompanied by Li Tingting shouting.
Shin Feng saw a big bear stuck on his face. Jiang Wanwan held down Daxiong and pressed Shin Feng down on the bed. The scene became extremely chaotic at one point. Director Chen had no choice but to quickly turn off the camera on Shin Feng's side. But the screen was black and the sound was still ringing.
The audience could hear Zhang Wanwan yelling angrily.
I could hear Shin Feng begging for mercy and comforting him.
Then
they heard a soft, wet kissing sound.
Zhang Wanwan gasped with a hint of anger.
And Shin Feng's gentle voice.
Be good, Wan brother, you can punish me in the evening, okay? Then came Zhang Wanwan's aggrieved voice. You are so bad. Hurry up and stop pressing on me. This is still a live broadcast.
Shin Feng whispered, you were the one who pressed me down first.
Besides, we were just lying on the bed and didn't do anything else. What does this have to do with the live broadcast? Or, Brother Wan, do you want to do something that can't be broadcast live?
The audience in the live broadcast room blushed.
Is this really something I can watch for free? No. Director Chen said quickly. Then he added, you can't watch it even if you pay.
Chapter 105 We still don't know what De Zhuang did that day.
Chapter 105 We still don't know what De Zhuang did that day. Several minutes passed.
The footage of Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan was restored.
Shin Feng sat in front of the camera with a normal expression. And Zhang Wanwan.
Then try your best to pretend to be normal. I can only say that Zhang Wanwan's acting skills are indeed better than Shin Feng's. But in terms of shamelessness, she, who only lived one life, could not compare to Shin Feng, who lived for more than 800 years. Director Chen saw that the situation seemed to have stabilized, so he pretended that nothing had happened. Clearing his throat, he continued, well, after the intermission just now, I believe everyone is ready to face our last round of the game today, love word chain. But before the third round of games begins, we still have to let the audience vote and select the group they think performed the best in the script killing game. As he spoke, Director Chen placed the voting machine in the live broadcast room. There is no doubt that the Penghubei group took the lead in votes this time. Even during the voting process, the comments gradually became more diverse, leading to all kinds of speculations. I originally thought that Shin Feng was using Zhang Wanwan, but now I think this might have been a plan that the two of them had set up long ago. I also think that Wango must have known Fengzi's identity, and then deliberately let Shin Feng use him as bait to attract firepower in order to save Shin Feng. At first I thought it was Shin Feng who wanted to save Zhang Wanwan, but after thinking about it carefully, it turned out to be the beauty saving the hero. Originally, I didn't want to vote for this group because Zhang Wanwan was taken advantage of. Now after listening to your explanation, this group is really awesome. This couple's IQ is amazing. Director Chen's eyelids twitched when he saw these comments. Damn, I think your IQ is really amazing. These two guys almost got into a fight just now, you guys saw it. It is obvious that Zhang Wanwan was used by Shin Feng without her knowledge. How did you put such a big accusation on Zhang Wanwan? Don't you think this girl has such IQ? While Director Chen was still complaining in his mind, the voting was over. The Penghubei combination leads with an absolute advantage. Adding the votes from the first and second rounds together, the votes for the Penghubei group still far exceeded those of the second place Ugly Listening group. And next, we finally arrive at the finale of this program. Love word chain. The rules of this game are ostensibly called word chain, but in fact they are quite different from normal word chain. Director Chen will give a sentence. Next, the guests need to expand on this sentence. Each guest can only add one two-character phrase, and it must be related to love. After hearing the rules, everyone thought they were quite simple. Director Chen also gave the beginning of the story. De Zhuang wants to confess his love. Zhang Wei was the first to take over. De Zhuang wants to confess his love. Meng An's second one, De Zhuang is going to express his love for his lover. Zhao Tianshu, De Zhuang wants to express his true love to his lover. Chen Lu, the infatuated De Zhuang wants to express his true love to his lover. Jatnan. Jatnam, which I thought was a simple task, is now a numbness. This word is almost full. Where else can I add it? Finally, Jayatnan said with a stiff upper lip, the infatuated De Zhuang tried to express his true love but was rejected. Director Chen, what the hell is this rejection? Is this a word related to love? Jatnan was even more stubborn than his head, of course not. Isn't being rejected a part of love? Oh, then does Tingting have to reject you once as well? Zhang Wanwan suddenly said when she heard it. Jatnam shook his head quickly. In the end, Director Chen let Jatnan get away with it. Li Tingting then continued, the infatuated De Zhuang wanted to express his true love but was cruelly rejected. Is your cruelty related to love? Director Chen asked. Li Tingting asked back, then Director Chen, do you think you and Sister Wang are in love?
You are talking nonsense. Do you think it's cruel for Sister Wang to take away your private money?
Director Chen quickly said, you passed.
Hurry up and move on to the next one. The next one came to Shin Feng. Shin Feng didn't do any of that messy stuff.
Just follow up normally. The infatuated Dejuan wanted to go to the wedding to express his true love, but was cruelly rejected. Then there is Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan thought about it.
Then he clapped his hands suddenly and said, the infatuated Dejuan wanted to go to her husband's wedding to express his true love but was rejected.
You can't say this husband has nothing to do with love. Jiang Wanwan thinks she is a genius. But Director Chen felt very upset. First, why does Dejuan, a man, have a husband? Second, why is Dejuan's husband still holding a wedding? Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. How should I know? Just ask Dejuan.
You just said it had to be about love, but you didn't say it had to be reasonable.
All right.
Director Chen admitted that he was not rigorous.
But what Director Chen didn't expect was,
ever since Jiang Wanwan started talking about this unreasonable thing, this sentence has become more and more outrageous. The other groups of guests seem to have been enlightened by Jiang Wanwan, their husband. Suddenly, my thoughts flowed and I was overwhelmed with inspiration.
All kinds of strange words were added to this sentence. For example, gay.
For example, gay friend.
And so on and so forth.
Several groups of guests had a great time. So that the sentence becomes longer and longer, and more weird.
Finally, it even became,
a gentle and infatuated gay man is going to the wedding of his innocent ex-wife and divorced husband to express his love for his married and sincere boyfriend. He is cruelly rejected and painfully breaks up with his new lover, a strong gay friend, to book a room in a hotel. Seeing that the entire sentence was about to develop to the point where it could not be broadcast, Director Chen quickly cut off this section.
Okay, this is the end of the chain.
But the audience protested when they saw it.
Don't stop. Keep going. This is interesting. After checking in, what did you do? I like this one.
Director Chen, I advise you to continue the chain quickly, otherwise I won't give you any gifts.
Well, it's not that I don't want to continue, it's mainly because this sentence is too long. If I add more, the guests won't be able to remember it. Director Chen quickly found an excuse. The audience was very sorry.
We still don't know what Dejuan did that day.
Jiang Wanwan also felt very regretful.
She had already thought about what she was going to do after Dejuan checked into the room. There is no problem continuing with a dozen more rounds.
With the end of the chain game, the main activity of the entire live broadcast is almost over.
In fact, the first round of quick questions and answers and the third round of chain games were just side dishes to liven up the atmosphere, and the total time did not exceed an hour. Most of the time was spent on script killing, which took more than 2 hours. The entire live broadcast lasted 3 or 4 hours. After voting for the third round of games, Director Chen announced the group with the most votes in this live broadcast. Without a doubt, it is the Penghu Bei group. Jiang Wanwan hurried to find Director Chen to ask for a reward. Director Chen said helplessly, you and Shin Feng are so popular, it's normal for you to win first place.
It's not fair to win. Can't you give the opportunity and reward to other groups? Jiang Wanwan snorted, this is our strength.
Why do you say that the victory is unfair?
Why should we give in?
Director Chen had no choice but to project the picture of the prize onto the live broadcast room. I paid for the reward myself this time. I was planning to give the first place winner a red envelope, but unfortunately my family assets were confiscated. So now the reward has been changed to my autographed photo, but this is definitely the only one of its kind in the world. On the screen, there is a photo of Director Chen. In the photo, Director Chen has a smile on his face, a big belly, and his Mediterranean hairstyle shines under the light.
Below is Director Chen's signature. Jiang Wanwan looked at the photo twice.
Then he suddenly said, Shin Feng and I are so popular, it's normal for us to be first, this is not a fair victory. So we should give this reward to other groups. When second place winner Jiatnan heard this, he quickly said, our group got so many votes because we were in love with Tingting at the beginning.
We didn't win fairly. The vote should have gone to another group.
Zhang Wei and Mengan, who came in third, also quickly declined. Arrived at Zhao Tianshu and Chan Lu's place. Both of them looked very awkward. I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't.
Because they are already the last one.
Director Chen sighed helplessly upon seeing this.
Alas, you young men cannot appreciate my handsomeness. Forget it, let's draw a lottery in the live broadcast room and take out this photo. As he spoke, Director Chen initiated a lucky draw. As a result, after a long time, no one came to draw. Director Chen said with mixed feelings, "Can you give me some face?" Then suddenly there was one more person participating in the lottery. Director Chen smiled with relief. "Thank you, my friend. It turns out that there are still good people in this world." As a result, a barrage of comments appeared on the screen. "Damn, I clicked the wrong button, can I cancel it?" Director Chen. Chapter 106, 3 hours to make Lanyu finished. Chapter 106, 3 hours, Lanyu is doomed. The response to the live broadcast was very good. Whether it was the first and third rounds of minigames with full program effects, or the script killing segments with excellent scripts and rich content, they all gave the audience a great viewing experience. This live broadcast once again became a hot topic, and many Punghubei fans who didn't see it said it was a pity. Zhang Wanwan and Xin Feng also posted on Weibo at the appropriate time to tell fans that they will take time out every week to live broadcast in the next few weeks. Even though they may not necessarily collaborate with the members of Date in the future, fans are still as happy as if it were New Year's Day. For them, just being able to see Zhang Wanwan and Xin Feng interact and send some sweets during the live broadcast is already satisfying. Sister Lin also praised the live broadcast. In the end, the income from the live broadcast was divided equally among Director Chen and several other groups of guests. With this live broadcast off to a good start, the subsequent live broadcasts should be smoother. In the villa, after the live broadcast ended, Sister Lin came to find Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan. "And after this live broadcast, several brands have contacted me, hoping to have you two promote their products or do some live broadcast promotional advertising." Sister Lin looked at Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan. "What do you two think? Do you want to take these ads?" Zhang Wanwan said, "We are still actors after all. Compared with live streaming to sell goods, we should focus on filming." Sister Lin interrupted, "The advertising fees are quite high." Zhang Wanwan continued, "My main focus should be on filming, but since there are no films to film now, it seems that live streaming to sell goods is not a bad idea." "You're such a money grubber," Sister Lin poked her little head. "I knew you couldn't control yourself once you got involved with money." "Hey, who doesn't want to make some money?" Zhang Wanwan rubbed his head. In her previous life, she filmed movies mainly to fulfill her promise to Xin Feng and become a movie queen. She never cared about the benefits of filming. "Now I live a new life and am with Xin Feng. When the spiritual world is enriched, of course we should consider enriching our material life as well. Moreover, if she really wants to start her own studio, she will need a lot of startup capital, and what she has on hand is definitely not enough." She knew that Xin Feng was not ordinary. As an old monster who had lived for more than 800 years, he had plenty of ways to make money. However, Zhang Wanwan still felt that since she had the ability, she didn't need to eat for free. Sister Lin rolled her eyes at her and then said, "It's true that you can earn a lot of money by promoting products, but it's easy to cause disputes and it's likely to bring bad things to you and Fingzi, so from my point of view, I don't want you to promote products. But you can still take normal ads. Mingyue Jewelry just contacted me and said they hope to invite you to shoot a set of ads for them. The jewelry industry is not short of money, and the price is not low, but unfortunately you have signed a contract with Lanyu Entertainment. If you accept the advertisement, the income will be shared with Lanyu Entertainment, and in the end there will not be much left for you. I can only discuss with Mingyue Jewelry to see if the advertisement can be postponed until after your contract ends." Sister Lin was somewhat helpless. In fact, Ming Lei's variety show also has similar problems, but Mr. Lei has a lot of face. If he comes forward, Lanyu Entertainment will definitely give in to him. Zhang Wanwan also felt a headache when she heard it. It turns out that it is better to work alone. To put it bluntly, Lanyu Entertainment is no different from a vampire. Zhang Wanwan really doesn't want to stay in this company for even a second. But if you terminate the contract early, you will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. It would be great if this company could be put in jail along with Wang Wenqi. Zhang Wanwan muttered. When Xin Feng heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Suddenly he said to Sister Lin, "Sister Lin, you can just take over the advertising. I'll take care of Lanyu's problem." "You?" Sister Lin was stunned. Then he looked at Xin Feng in disbelief. "Xiaoxin, how do you want to solve this? Do you know how much the penalty for breach of contract is? Lanyu Entertainment is very shady, so the contracts they give to artists are very harsh. Not to mention Wanwan, even if you breach the contract, you will have to pay the company hundreds of thousands of dollars." Shinfeng smiled and said, if you can't afford the penalty, then just don't pay it.
If it's Lan Yu who breaches the contract instead of us, then the contract will naturally become invalid.
Sister Lin frowned, not knowing what Shinfeng was trying to do.
Then she suddenly remembered that Shinfeng had used some means to expose a vicious marketing account before, and also sent the identity information of that marketing account to all the little stars who were harmed by that marketing account. Thinking of this, Sister Lin hurriedly said, Xiao Shun, although Lan Yu Entertainment is not a top entertainment company, its size is beyond your imagination.
Lan Yu Entertainment is not as easy to deal with as you think. It is completely different from the marketing account you exposed before. Shinfeng just shook his head. Sister Lin, believe me, I have a way. Jiang Wanwan also quickly grabbed Sister Lin's arm and said, Sister Lin, just listen to Fengzi. He will definitely have a way. Don't even mention Lan Yu. If Fengzi wants to, 8 or 10 Lan Yu may not be Fengzi's opponent. Jiang Wanwan recalled Shinfeng's heroic feat a few days ago, in which he single-handedly made several of her father's hostile companies surrender. Among those companies, there are also companies with a similar size to Lan Yu Entertainment. Fengzi, this old monster who has lived for 800 years, can even deal with those companies, so how can he not deal with Lan Yu Entertainment? Jiang Wanwan trusts Shinfeng 100%. Sister Kellen still frowned.
She thought for a long time, and finally said seriously, let's put the advertising on hold for now. Anyway, your contracts will expire in half a year, and you can wait.
Xiao Shun, listen to me carefully. Don't try to use any crooked methods to deal with Lan Yu. If Lan Yu finds out, you might be retaliated against.
The person in control of this company is not just Wang Wenqiu who was captured. There are many vampires in the upper echelons.
If you really mess with their interests, you will be in danger.
Shinfeng knew that Sister Lin was concerned about him, so he didn't say much and nodded to indicate that he would be obedient. Sister Lin was still a little worried, so she gave Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan a few more instructions before leaving the villa.
After Sister Lin left, Jiang Wanwan asked Shinfeng curiously, Fengzi, do you really have a way to deal with Lan Yu Entertainment?
I can't deal with a company without any flaws, but it's easy to deal with a fly nest full of stains and holes.
Shinfeng touched her head. How is it? Do you need me to help? Jiang Wanwan nodded, then asked excitedly, can I watch? Certainly.
Shinfeng took Jiang Wanwan to the study on the second floor and turned on the computer. He thought about it, reached out and took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and a somewhat gloomy female voice came from the other end.
Hello? Who is that? It's me, Shinfeng.
Shinfeng spoke in a light tone. When the woman on the other end of the phone heard this, her tone became angry.
Shinfeng. You still have the guts to call me.
It's all your fault that our Wenqiu.
It's all your fault.
The woman on the other end of the phone was named Lu Jin, the wife of Wang Wenqi, the CEO of Lan Yu Entertainment.
It is also one of the largest shareholders of Lan Yu Entertainment. Shinfeng personally sent Wang Wenqiu to the police station.
Although there has been no public trial yet, it can be said that Wang Wenqiu's second half of life is doomed. How could Lu Jin not hate Shinfeng? If Lu Jin hadn't been busy with Wang Wenqiu's affairs these days, she would have wanted to find someone to take revenge on Shinfeng.
Shinfeng listened to the other party's angry voice and just smiled lightly. If you kill someone, you must pay for your life. If you owe someone a debt, you must pay for it. This is only natural. Mr. Wang did something wrong, and he should pay the price for it. Don't be too angry, Vice President Lu.
I called you this time to discuss the termination of the contract with you.
Since Vice President Lu dislikes me so much, why not let Wanwan and I terminate our contract with the company?
While Shinfeng was talking on the phone, he was operating the computer, doing some operations that Jiang Wanwan could not understand.
After hearing what Shinfeng said, Lu Jin suddenly said in a harsh tone, want to terminate the contract? No way.
Not only can you not terminate the contract now, even if the contract really expires in the future, I will definitely keep you in the company.
I will make you Lan Yu's slaves forever. You will have to work hard for Lan Yu to make up for what you did to Wenqiu. Shinfeng said oh.
Then he smiled and asked, if I say that Vice President Lu does not agree to terminate the contract, I will shut down Lan Yu Entertainment within 3 hours.
Will Vice President Lu change his mind? Lu Jin laughed sinisterly. Laughing very loudly. It's also ironic. 3 hours to finish Lan Yu off? Shinfeng, what are you daydreaming about? Do you think I haven't investigated your family background?
A child from an ordinary family, without any background at all, let alone you, even Jiang Wanwan's family's company would find it very difficult to compete with Lan Yu.
Not to mention you. Can you shake even a hair of Lan Yu? Shinfeng tapped a few more keys on the keyboard.
He smiled and said to Lu Jin, "Then Vice President Lu, see you in 3 hours."
Chapter 107 I always keep my word. Chapter 107 I always keep my word. See you in 3 hours.
After saying this, Shinfeng hung up the phone.
At the same time, the enter key on the keyboard was pressed.
Several emails were sent out in bulk.
Jiang Wanwan blinked and looked at Shinfeng. Is Lan Yu finished like this? Shinfeng shook his head.
Lan Yu Entertainment has actually been finished for a long time. Wang Wangqiu is a talented small business owner, so he was able to start Lan Yu Entertainment from scratch. But he is not a big business tycoon, so Lan Yu Entertainment has hardly made any progress since its establishment. Inside Lan Yu, apart from Lu Jin and Wang Wangqiu, all other senior executives have their own agenda.
Jiang Wanwan asked, "So what was that thing you just sent out?"
The documents sent to the private email accounts of those senior executives recorded the losses of Lan Yu Entertainment over the years, as well as Lu Jin's plan to abscond with the money and abandon Lan Yu after Wang Wangqiu got into trouble.
Shinfeng said. Jiang Wanwan stared in disbelief. "Ah? Lu Jin wants to run away with the money? Is this true?" Shinfeng said as a matter of course it's fake.
I can't read minds, so how would I know what Lu Jin's plan is?
And you?
What I sent was just a random plan I made up, but there was some truth in it. I hacked into Lan Yu's internal computers and retrieved a lot of financial reports and data that only the top management knew, and added them to my random plan.
With these data as evidence, the top brass will at least believe it 70% of the time. What about the remaining 3 points?
Shinfeng smiled. I have said before that the top executives of Lan Yu all have their own agendas, and their loyalty to Lan Yu is only 60%. 6-7 is equal to 1, so the top management's trust in Lu Jin has now become negative. However, Jiang Wanwan still didn't understand. Even if they don't trust me, it's impossible for those high-level people to bring down Lan Yu in 3 hours, right?
Of course not, so I still need a little help.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Jin smashed the phone to the ground in anger.
This Shinfeng. He actually dared to call me. And he even brazenly said he wanted to bring down Lan Yu. Who the hell does he think he is? I will make him pay the price, definitely. Muttering through gritted teeth, Lu Jin picked up the phone again. She planned to call some people she knew in society and ask them to deal with Shinfeng. No matter how much money it costs, I'll pay it.
Since Shinfeng caused her family to be destroyed, she would not hesitate to let Shinfeng die. But before the call was made, Lu Jin received a text message. She clicked on it, only to find that what she received was actually a flight message, reminding her that she had just purchased a ticket to Hawaii. Lu Jin frowned. When did she buy the plane ticket? She hurriedly checked on the flight website, only to find that she actually had a ticket that she had just booked. Lu Jin felt something was wrong. But what made her feel even more wrong was yet to come. Because afterwards, she actually received several messages about remittances one after another. Moreover, the money was transferred to her by the company's finance department, and the amount was more than 50,000 each time. Seeing this, Lu Jin hurriedly called the company's finance department. What's going on? Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? The company's finances were in shambles. Puzzled, he said, we received your email. You asked us to remit the money? Mail? Lu Jin quickly hung up the phone again and wanted to log into her email. But she was shocked to find that she could no longer log into her email account. Someone has tampered with her email password. Lu Jin was anxious and she wanted to call the company's senior management. If she wasn't at home now, she would have wanted to call those senior executives to have a face-to-face meeting. Because she felt that something must have gone terribly wrong this time. But what made Lu Jin despair was that, no matter which senior executive she called afterwards, whether she dialed the number on her mobile phone, made a voice call on WeChat, or sent a WeChat message, none of her messages could get through. Lu Jin finally panicked. But, right now, there are people in Lan Yu who are even more panicked than Lu Jin. That is, the senior executives of Lan Yu. Just now, they all received an email. The contents of the emails were similar, all revealing Lu Jin's plan to run away with the money. The data involved is very detailed and seems to be very authentic. So the senior executives who received the email created a WeChat group to discuss the matter. They all felt that the content of this email was mostly credible. After all, Wang Wenqiu's second half of life was almost over. Under such circumstances, it makes perfect sense that Lu Jin would simply take the company's money and run away in order to have a worry-free life for the rest of his life. However, these senior executives do not intend to take action immediately. After all, the plan did not specify when Lu Jin planned to escape. These senior executives all plan to observe the situation for a while and try their best to find more benefits for themselves. But at this moment, once again, they all received an email. The content of the email was simpler than last time, with just a few pictures. One was an e-ticket to Hawaii, and the name on the ticket was Lu Jin. Others are pictures of the company's finance department transferring large amounts of money to Lu Jin. Seeing this, the company's top executives couldn't sit still. Some people even went to the finance department to ask whether the money had been transferred and to confirm the authenticity of the pictures. After receiving a positive answer from the finance department, these senior executives all panicked. They didn't expect that Lu Jin's plan would be executed so quickly. If this continues, Lu Jin will soon empty the company. We can't let her take all the money. Since she wants to tear her face off, why should we argue with her? These senior executives, who were already disloyal, could no longer hold back after realizing that Lu Jin had already taken action against the company. They used the power they had cultivated in the company and began to frantically collect whatever assets they could. Without the knowledge of the employees of Lanyu, the foundation of Lanyu Entertainment has been completely drained. And at this time, Shin Feng looked at the time in the study room of Jiang Wanwan's villa. It's been an hour, and the senior executives have finally started to take action, Shin Feng said. Then it's time to let Vice President Lu see the current situation of her company. He retrieved the remittance records of Lanyu Finance and sent all the pictures of the senior executives taking the money to Lu Jin via the company's finance email address. Lu Jin, who couldn't make a phone call or send a WeChat message, suddenly received an email. When Lu Jin clicked on it, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The top executives of these companies actually emptied out her and Wang Wenqiu's companies. Are these people crazy? Don't they know that what they are doing is against the law? Or are they treating me like I don't exist? She hurried out of the house and drove straight to the company. When he arrived at the company, the employees who had no idea what was going on were still smiling and welcoming Lu Jin. Lu Jin rushed into one senior executive's office after another with a stern face, but almost all of them were empty. Everyone has left. Lu Jin finally kicked open the door of an office. I saw Manager Zhou, who had not had time to leave. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and said angrily, Zhao Qi, what on earth are you doing? Are you crazy? Are we crazy? Zhao Qi sneered, you were the one who bought the plane ticket and planned to escape first, and you were the one who asked the finance department to transfer the money to you first. As soon as Wang Wenqiu left, Lanyu was already ruined. You and I both know this very well. Since you intend to be unkind first, don't blame us for being unjust later. Who is planning to buy a plane ticket and run away? Who is planning to transfer money? Lu Jin yelled, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't buy the plane ticket or transfer the money. It was someone else. What? Are you trying to say that someone else controlled your phone and did this? Zhao Qi smiled, Lu Jin, was Wang Wenqiu's arrest such a huge blow to you that it made you stupid? You can't even lie anymore? Having said that, Zhao Qi pushed Lu Jin aside and was about to leave. Lu Jin grabbed Zhao Qi and shouted angrily, don't even think about running away. None of you can run away. You are breaking the law. I'm going to sue you. Shin Feng took a sip of the water that Jiang Wanwan handed over, then looked at the time. 2 hours have passed. Only 1 hour is left. No matter how slow Lu Jin is, he should have remembered to call the police now. Then this thing should come in handy. Shin Feng muttered to himself and sent another document to Lu Jin. This is all the black accounts, hidden contracts, and a series of illegal operations within Lanyu Entertainment that he found in just 1 hour. If these things were to be discovered, Lanyu Entertainment would face a penalty that would be too huge to bear. Even as the legal representative of the company, Lu Jin may have to bear greater responsibility. On the one hand, you lose both your money and your life, and on the other hand, you are burdened with huge debts and the possibility of being sued and imprisoned. I wonder what Vice President Lu is going to choose. Shin Feng smiled. Jiang Wanwan also poked Shin Feng with a smile and said, I just realized why you were so mean. I have inherited my elder brother's true teachings.
Shen Feng grabbed Jiang Wanwan's fingers and kissed them.
Then he looked at the time again and said, if Lu Jin had a brain, he would have thought of calling me now. Unfortunately, another hour passed and Lu Jin still didn't call.
Jiang Wanwan sighed, alas, it seems that Vice President Lu has no brains. Shen Feng nodded.
But he suddenly glanced at his phone again, and then said helplessly, oh, I misunderstood Vice President Lu, the phone seems to be out of battery and turned off. He charged his phone and turned it on, only to find that there were 70 or 80 missed calls. They were all calls from Lu Jin. He picked a missed call that he liked and called back.
Lu Jin's voice on the other end of the phone was trembling. You did all this, didn't you? What are you talking about? Shen Feng said innocently, what did I do? I'm just an ordinary person with no background. What can I do? Speaking of this.
Shen Feng suddenly lowered his voice. He said softly, Vice President Lu, 3 hours have passed.
I always keep my word. Chapter 108 Shen Feng, I am a law-abiding citizen. Chapter 108 Shen Feng, I am a law-abiding citizen.
It started from the moment Lu Jin received the last email filled with all the black accounts, yin-yang contracts and illegal operations of Lanyu Entertainment.
Lu Jin knew that she could not beat Shen Feng. If you just want to kill Lanyu, wouldn't it be faster for you to just hand the email over to the tax department or the police? The other end of the phone.
Lu Jin's voice trembled a little.
At this moment, she was sitting alone in Lanyu's office. The office was very dark with the curtains drawn.
There was only a little fire flickering, which was the cigarette lit by Lu Jin. During the time when Shen Feng didn't answer the phone, her emotions gradually calmed down from hysterical madness. That is the calmness that comes after giving up struggling. After listening to Lu Jin's words, Shen Feng slowly said, because I was just in a momentary mood and simply wanted to do something.
On a whim?
Lu Jin sneered, just because of your momentary impulse, you have made Lanyu so broken.
Doesn't your conscience hurt?
It seems that Vice President Lu still doesn't understand, Shen Feng said. Lanyu was already riddled with holes before I took action. As for the conscience that Vice President Lu mentioned,
look at the black accounts of Lanyu that I collected. Who do you think should have a more painful conscience? Lu Jin took another puff of his cigarette.
She sighed and said, Shen Feng, you are very capable.
I am no match for you. But have you ever thought that taking such an extreme path will also bring you trouble? I hope you can be careful when you go out next time.
After saying that, Lu Jin hung up the phone. After knowing that it was Shen Feng who did it, Lu Jin understood that there was no turning back. Ever since Shen Feng attacked Wang Wenqiu and sent him to the police station, Lu Jin already knew that this young man was particularly cruel. Once you've fallen out with him, don't even think about asking him to let you go.
In Jiang Wanwan's villa. Jiang Wanwan frowned slightly when she heard Lu Jin's words, is this girl threatening you? Is she going to find someone to beat you up? She has already found it. Shen Feng pressed a few buttons on the computer and pulled up Lu Jin's call records.
After hanging up the phone with Shen Feng, Lu Jin dialed another number.
What should we do then? Do you want me to find a bodyguard? Jiang Wanwan asked quickly. She was still quite worried. She didn't want anything to happen to Shen Feng. Shen Feng just smiled.
Then he said, when I was helping the bureau solve Wang Wenqiu's case, a police officer left me a phone number and told me I could contact him if I ran into any trouble.
So you're going to call the police?
No, so after Lu Jin hung up on me, I transferred her phone call to the police officer.
Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows.
At this time, Lu Jin was holding a cigarette and a cell phone. The voice was deep and said, hey, Lao Zhao, help me be a human being.
It's better to kill him. I can pay any price.
A policeman in the Public Security Bureau had a strange expression on his face as he listened to the voice on the phone.
However, his professional ethics still made him pretend to cooperate and said to the phone, who?
He deliberately spoke briefly and in a low voice, for fear that the other party would hear that he had dialed the wrong number. As expected, Lu Jin didn't hear anything wrong with the voice of old Zhao, so she directly said Shen Feng's name. The policeman's expression changed.
After talking to Lu Jin for a few more sentences, the police officer hung up the phone.
With a serious face, he said to his colleagues, something big has happened.
Wang Wenqiu's wife is planning to hire someone to kill Shen Feng. Why? Why is there any reason for this?
It must be because Shen Feng got her husband into prison.
After another colleague finished speaking, he looked at the policeman and said, Captain Lu, what should we do? What do you think we should do? Captain Lu grabbed his hat and put it on his head. Let's go. Lu Jin was smoking one cigarette after another in the office, waiting for Lao Zhao's reply. In the end, Lao Zhao didn't show up. She was taken away by a police car. Looking at Lu Jin being taken away, Sister Lin was completely stunned. What happened in the company in these few hours? Ever since Sister Lin left Zhang Wanwan's villa 3 or 4 hours ago, she returned to the company. I was doing my job well, but then I saw the top executives all running away. I saw Vice President Lu rushing to the company in a hurry. Not long after, Vice President Lu asked everyone to go home. Sister Lin felt something was wrong, so she stayed a little longer. As a result, I saw Vice President Lu being taken away. What's going on? What happened? Why didn't anyone inform her of the top agent in this company? Fortunately, Sister Lin still knows several senior executives in the company. She quickly called a senior executive and asked about the situation. But the other party just said one sentence and hung up the phone. Lan Yu is done, let's go. Sister Lin is dumbfounded. She was fine when she came out of the company in the morning. How come Lan Yu was finished after half a day? Isn't this too hasty? But Sister Lin quickly adjusted herself. No matter what, Lan Yu is finished, which is a good thing for Wanwan and Shaoshan. It would be better to tell them the news as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Sister Lin went to pack her things while calling Zhang Wanwan. She was just about to tell Zhang Wanwan that something had happened to Lan Yu. But just as the words came to her lips, Sister Lin choked again. Because she suddenly remembered what Shin Feng said a few hours ago. If it's Lan Yu who breaches the contract instead of us, then the contract will naturally become invalid. Sister Lin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that? Hey, Sister Lin, why aren't you talking? Zhang Wanwan answered the phone, but she never heard Sister Lin's voice. I couldn't help but ask in confusion. Sister Lin finally came back to her senses and asked with uncertainty in her voice, Wanwan, let me ask you a question. Did Shin Feng do anything in the afternoon? You didn't do anything? Zhang Wanwan said in a calm tone. Sister Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Well, even if Shin Feng really has extraordinary abilities, it is unlikely that he can turn Lan Yu into this state in just a few hours. It seems that it is really just a coincidence. It's just that this coincidence is a little too coincidental. As a result, before Sister Lin could exhale all her breath, Zhang Wanwan's next sentence almost made Sister Lin vomit blood. Zhang Wanwan, it seems that he just brought Lan Yu down. When Sister Lin rushed back to Zhang Wanwan's villa at the speed of light, I saw Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng sitting in the living room, leaning against each other, holding a tablet and watching something. Shin Feng was eating melon seeds while watching. Throw the melon seed shells aside and put the melon seed kernels into Zhang Wanwan's palm. After Zhang Wanwan gathered a handful of melon seeds in her hand, she threw them into her mouth and ate them all. Looks very leisurely. Sister Lin walked up quickly, still in a tone of disbelief, and said, Shaoshan, was it you who did what happened to Lan Yu? No. Shin Feng said casually. Sister Lin frowned, but Zhang Wanwan said it was you. Oh, that's it. Shin Feng smiled and responded. Sister Lin covered her forehead with her hand, sat opposite Shin Feng, and asked seriously, is it you? Shin Feng then put down the tablet and said, Sister Lin, is there anything else going on? Now that Lan Yu has collapsed, it is Lan Yu that breached the contract. We don't have to pay liquidated damages. No matter what, this is a good thing. Of course I know this is a good thing, but... Sister Lin held it in for a long time. Finally, he said, you have the ability to bring down Lan Yu, so why do you care about this little penalty? Although Sister Lin didn't know how Shin Feng did it. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that if Shin Feng really has the ability to bring down Lan Yu, then if he negotiates with Lu Jin, the benefits he can get in the end will definitely be much higher than the penalty for breach of contract. What is this penalty for breach of contract? Shin Feng also knew what Sister Lin meant, so he spread his hands and said, blackmail is illegal, and I don't do anything illegal. Zhang Wanwan was browsing her tablet and eating melon seeds, and she almost choked when she heard what Shin Feng said. This guy is truly worthy of being an old monster who has lived for 800 years. How could he say this without blushing or breathing heavily? With such a skin, even an electric drill can't drill through it. Sister Lin took a deep breath. She was also a smart person. Seeing Shin Feng's reaction, she knew that Shin Feng was not going to tell her in detail about how to bring down Lan Yu.
Even if she continued to ask, it would probably lead to nothing. But there were some things she still wanted to confirm. She looked at Shinfeng and said in a serious tone, Xiaoshen, let me confirm one last thing. Will the things you did cause you trouble? Are they really legal? Shinfeng nodded solemnly, of course, I've said it before, I don't do anything illegal, I'm a good citizen who abides by the law. At this time, the doorbell rang. There was a voice coming from outside the door. Is anyone there? I'm Captain Lu from the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Sister Lin. Chapter 109 It's not a human, but you are a real dog. Chapter 109 It's not a human, but you are a real dog. Don't talk about Sister Lin. Even Jiang Wanwan thought that the person at the door was here to arrest Shinfeng. She was so scared that she wanted to stuff Shinfeng under the table. Shinfeng smiled and patted Jiang Wanwan's arm, saying, don't be afraid, he's an acquaintance. Then he went to open the door. The man in police uniform at the door said a few words to Shinfeng. Jiang Wanwan and Sister Lin couldn't hear clearly. However, it can be seen that the man who called himself Captain Lu saluted Shinfeng. Then they both smiled, shook hands, and said something to each other. Finally, Captain Lu left. Shinfeng slowly returned to the living room and sat next to Jiang Wanwan again. Jiang Wanwan quickly asked, what did you say just now? Want to know? Shinfeng touched her lips with his hand, kiss me and I'll tell you. Jiang Wanwan bit Shinfeng's finger. Alright, you two stop messing around. Xiaoshen, let's get down to business. What did that guy want from you just now? Sister Lin didn't even bother to watch the interaction between the two people. She turned her head away and spoke. Shinfeng let Jiang Wanwan bite his finger and said, nothing. I submitted some clues to the police to prove that Lu Jin, the vice president of Lanyu Entertainment, was suspected of hiring a killer to hurt people many times. I also told the police the location of the evil gang. Sister Lin. How on earth could Shinfeng make such a light statement about something like this? Sister Lin also understands now. Before, she thought that by signing with Shinfeng, she had picked up a treasure. But now it seems that Shinfeng is not a treasure at all, he is a nuclear bomb. On the surface, it looks ordinary and just like a lump of iron. But if he really wants to blow someone up, no one can escape. Wang Wenqiu, Lu Jin, Lanyu Entertainment. These CEOs in huge companies that seem to be worth a lot of money in the eyes of ordinary people may be nothing at all in Shinfeng's eyes. Wanwan's little boyfriend. Who is that person? Sister Lin sighed again. After a moment, she composed herself. He rubbed his temple and said, I'm going to start the studio and the advertising that we didn't agree on before. Have you guys decided on a name for the studio? Hearing Sister Lin say this, Shinfeng smiled slightly. Sister Lin is indeed a very smart person. She did not dwell too much on Lanyu's affairs, but quickly put herself into the new role. Wanwan is indeed very lucky to meet such an agent. As soon as Jiang Wanwan heard about the name, she immediately became interested. She has always been very interested in things like naming, which allows her to express herself freely. This studio has me, Shinfeng, and Sister Lin, so why not just call? My name is Wanfeng Lin? Sister Lin asked. Just call it Awesome Studio. Jiang Wanwan said. Sister Lin. Sister Lin, what does your name have to do with the three of us? Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment, then explained, of course it's related. My acting is awesome, Sister Lin, you're awesome as a manager, Fingzi, you're awesome at everything, so this name makes sense. Although it cannot be refuted. But Sister Lin still asked Jiang Wanwan to change one. Jiang Wanwan racked her brains and thought for a long time. Suddenly, inspiration came again. He smiled and said, then let's call it the 800 years old monster and the movie Queen Fairy Studio. You should make your name longer. There will be no room for it on the screen. Sister Lin was helpless, and what does that 800-year-old monster mean? Are you calling me old? How dare I? Jiang Wanwan quickly explained, I'm talking about Shinfeng. Don't you think he looks like he's lived for 800 years? I see you look like you're still asleep. Think of another one. Finally, the studio was named Wanfeng Lin. After deciding on the name, Sister Lin planned to start discussing the jewelry advertisement. However, Jiang Wanwan kept Sister Lin and said, Sister Lin, it's almost time for dinner, eat dinner before you leave. By the way, please give us some advice and see which ones we should keep. Keep someone? Keep someone? Sister Lin frowned.
Jiang Wanwan handed the tablet to Sister Lin.
Sister Lin took a look and realized that the tablet contained all the artist information of Lanyu Entertainment.
Lanyu Entertainment is not a big company in the entertainment industry, and its only high-profile artist is Jiang Wanwan.
The other artists are basically mediocre 3rd and 4th tier stars, or even 18-tier celebrities. There aren't many of them, just a dozen or so in total. Now that Lanyu has collapsed, they should also look for another way out. I was thinking if we want to start our own studio, wouldn't it be better to keep a few outstanding seedlings? Jiang Wanwan said. Sister Lin glanced at her and couldn't help but praise her. Not bad, I didn't expect you to still think about this matter, you have made some progress.
Jiang Wanwan smiled proudly, that's it.
After all, she had worked in a studio with Sister Lin in her previous life.
I know a little about this aspect. Seeing her like this, Sister Lin asked again, who do you like?
Sun Momo, and the new guy named Situyu.
Sister Lin nodded.
She also knew these two people, and they were indeed very good talents.
Sun Momo used to be her subordinate.
She managed him for a period of time. Although he was not very popular, his acting skills were always praised. What he lacks is a chance to act in a hit TV series.
Situyu just joined Lanyu a few days ago.
He seems to come from an ordinary family, but he loves singing. After being admitted to the music college in college, he had to work part-time to pay for his studies because he was too poor. By chance, he was discovered by the people of Lanyu and just signed a contract recently.
Situyu has good looks and is a good singer.
Although he may not become a big star in the future, he can be a good talent if he can function well. It's rare that Jiang Wanwan has such good taste. Sister Lin felt a sense of relief that her daughter had grown up, and asked, why did you choose them?
Tell me about it?
Sister Lin wanted to hear Jiang Wanwan express her own opinions. Then Jiang Wanwan said, of these two people, one is an old acquaintance of yours, and the other is a poor newcomer who just signed the contract, so I think they should be able to sign them at a very cheap price.
The most economical and affordable. Sister Lin.
She shouldn't have had too high expectations of this girl.
This girl is obsessed with money. Night. After dinner, after seeing Sister Lin off,
Jiang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng, who looked full of energy, fearing that this guy would eat her up soon again. So he pulled Shinfeng out, intending to consume some of Shinfeng's energy first. The two of them wrapped their faces tightly and strolled to a nearby night market. There are quite a few stalls here. There are shops selling clothes, snacks, accessories, and everything else.
There are even live animals for sale.
Jiang Wanwan squatted in front of a stall and teased the puppy in the cage. The puppy was so angry that he wanted to bite the iron bars of the cage.
The boss said speechlessly, girl, are you going to buy it or not? If not, don't look at it.
If you two stand here, no one dares to approach you.
Jiang Wanwan looked around curiously.
Sure enough, I found that the pet stall that had been crowded with people before now had very few people.
She frowned and said, if these people don't come, what does it have to do with us? Nonsense, it's summertime and you're wearing masks and hats. The most outrageous thing is that you're wearing sunglasses at night. You don't look like decent people at all. If this stall wasn't mine, I would have to avoid it. The boss complained. Jiang Wanwan felt a little embarrassed. Speaking of these sunglasses, it is also a helpless move. This was left behind by Sister Lin before she left. Ever since Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng were broadcast live in the square in Qinglu County and were recognized, Sister Lin felt that a pair of ordinary glasses was not enough to prevent Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan from being recognized. These two people are now considered big stars. So she left 2 pairs of sunglasses for Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Tell them to wear sunglasses when going out. So now she and Shinfeng were like 2 suspicious thieves, standing against the dark night sky and wearing black sunglasses. Shinfeng squatted beside Jiang Wanwan, watched Jiang Wanwan playing with the dog for a long time, and asked, Brother Wan, do you want to buy a pet to take back? I didn't really want to buy it, I just thought this dog looked a lot like the little black one in the yard when we were kids. Jiang Wanwan sighed, they are all very small, very fierce, all local dogs, and most importantly, all black. Shinfeng took off the sunglasses on Jiang Wanwan's face, take another look. Jiang Wanwan took a look and saw that there was a khaki dog in the cage in front of her. Stand up and leave immediately. Before leaving, he waved the grilled sausage in front of the dog again. The angry dog jumped up and down and almost lifted up the cage. It's not a person, but you are a real dog. The boss saw this and commented with a pout. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan took a stroll around the night market. When we finally walked back, some shops were about to close.
I went back to the pet stall and found that most of the other pets had been sold. Only the khaki dog was still lying in the cage. Seeing Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan coming back, the dog suddenly became energetic again and started barking. The boss, who was about to close the stall, took one look and said, "This little guy is quite vindictive.
Pretty girl, I think you have a connection with it, how about I sell it to you at a lower price?" Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, "You are destined to be with it."
Thinking that she was wearing sunglasses, she took them off, rolled her eyes again, and put them back on.
Then he sighed, "It's a pity that my family can't keep a dog, otherwise I could buy one.
She often has to rush around filming and go to school, and she probably spends no more than 1/3 of the year at home. She didn't hire a nanny, so she had no way of keeping a dog." Although she did think the dog was quite interesting, Jiang Wanwan still chose not to buy it. The result was early the next morning. When Jiang Wanwan got up and went downstairs to eat, she found a khaki dog running around in the living room. As soon as he saw her, he started barking. The expression is ferocious.
Jiang Wanwan was stunned.
She kept a polite distance from the dog.
People don't offend dogs, and dogs don't offend people. Then he asked Shinfeng, "Fingzi, you bought the dog secretly?" Shinfeng, who was carrying breakfast, shook his head.
"No, I went out to buy soy milk this morning and saw it wandering around the neighborhood, and then it followed me back on its own."
Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but ask, "Is this guy really meant to be with me?"
Shinfeng looked at her. Then he looked at the grinning local dog. Finally, he said, "Maybe it just simply holds a grudge." Chapter 110 Boss, if you want a dog, you must have this one.
Chapter 110 Boss, buy a dog, want this one. In the living room. People look at dogs, dogs look at people.
The two sides were at a stalemate for a while.
Jiang Wanwan wanted to go to the dining table to have breakfast.
But judging from the state of this local dog, it seems that he is not going to let her go. Jiang Wanwan took off her slippers and planned to use them as a weapon to scare away the grinning dog.
But think about it. The kind-hearted Jiang Wanwan put her slippers back on.
He then picked up the broom next to him.
The stainless steel stick shines brightly.
The local dog was so frightened that it took 2 steps back. Jiang Wanwan walked forward with the broom in her hand, while the local dog retreated backward.
As they retreated, the local dog continued to bark in protest. Jiang Wanwan put down the broom only after she reached the dining table.
As a result, the local dog immediately rushed up with a barking sound. Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to pick up the broom again.
The local dog was scared away again.
Jiang Wanwan raised the broom, frowned, looked at Shinfeng and said, "Fingzi, come and feed me." She is going to fight with this dog. Shinfeng walked over to Jiang Wanwan with breakfast in his hand, and while feeding her, he said, "The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it.
If you want to get along with it in a friendly way, there are ways. For example, give it this steak."
Shinfeng pointed to the steak grilled for Jiang Wanwan on the plate. Jiang Wanwan immediately bared her teeth and said, "Then I have to get along well with it."
Having said that,
Jiang Wanwan finally reluctantly gave up the meat, bit off a piece of it and threw it to the local dog. At first, Tugo thought Jiang Wanwan was throwing some throwing weapons at him, so he jumped back warily. Then he approached carefully. After sniffing it, he swallowed the steak in one gulp. Then the grinning expression immediately disappeared. It wagged its tail, stuck out its tongue, and ran to Jiang Wanwan's side. He also rubbed Jiang Wanwan's leg.
Jiang Wanwan frowned and said, "How can there be such a mercenary dog?" Shinfeng looked at the dog and then at Jiang Wanwan.
Suddenly he lowered his head and gently bit Jiang Wanwan's ear. The itchy feeling made Jiang Wanwan's face turn red, and she was about to complain to Shinfeng. Then I saw Shinfeng picking up a piece of meat. Jiang Wanwan immediately opened her mouth and ate the meat obediently. A satisfied smile appeared on his face.
"You and this dog do have similar personalities."
Shinfeng came to a conclusion.
"You are the dog." "I?" Jiang Wanwan is getting angry again.
Shinfeng handed over another piece of meat.
Jiang Wanwan snorted.
An expression of determination that shows he is determined to never give in and will not bow down for a few pieces of silver. Then he ate the meat in his mouth.
Although the dog is still rubbing against Jiang Wanwan's legs to please her. But Jiang Wanwan certainly couldn't bear to give such delicious steak to the dog. So she ran to the kitchen and got out a sausage. What Jiang Wanwan didn't expect was that this dog was actually quite picky. Indifferent to ham sausage.
The dog's eyes were staring straight at the half-piece of steak on the plate on the dining table.
It's over. After this dog has eaten the meat you cooked, will it be indifferent to other foods? Jiang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng. Fengzi, are you going to be responsible for it in the future? Shinfeng, it's okay if I take responsibility for it. Then I will cook for it from now on, and you can just order takeout. No, no, no.
I was just kidding.
Jiang Wanwan threw the sausage to Guzi and said, eat it if you want. Anyway, you can forget about eating the food Fengzi made. It's all mine.
After saying that, Jiang Wanwan ate up the whole piece of steak. The dog had a dejected expression on his face, and started eating the sausage dejectedly. Seeing its appearance, Shinfeng couldn't help but say, this little guy is quite smart.
It's smart, but we can't keep a dog at home. Jiang Wanwan was somewhat helpless. After my vacation, I have to shoot commercials and variety shows. After the studio is established, I can officially take on acting jobs.
Then there's the start of the new semester and things like going back to school. I'm afraid I won't be able to live here for very long in a year.
Go to the night market again tonight and take it back to the boss. Jiang Wanwan sighed. I don't know how this guy got out and even ran into our community.
So the dog stayed in the villa for a day. This dog is indeed smart. Shinfeng found a plastic box to use as a temporary water bowl and food bowl for it. This guy was thirsty and he even knew to push the basin over to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan to ask for water. After Jiang Wanwan repeatedly emphasized that the dog was not allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere in the house, the dog really did not pollute the indoor environment for a whole day. It was not until the evening, when Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were taking it to the night market to find the boss, that the dog urinated outside. It was like a flood, destroying several ant holes in the garden. They took the dog to the night market, and people around the night market stayed away from them. I avoided them yesterday because they looked like bad guys wearing sunglasses late at night. The reason I'm avoiding them now is because they wear sunglasses and lead their dogs late at night, and I'm afraid they are blind.
Afraid of running into them. There were even kind people who asked, do you need help? Can you see?
Yes, I can see someone trying to steal your phone. Jiang Wanwan hurriedly shouted at the kind-hearted person. The kind-hearted man turned around and saw a little yellow-haired boy trying to touch his pocket. The two people looked at each other. The little yellow-haired boy looked embarrassed. The kind-hearted man's eyes widened. After a few seconds of silence, the little yellow-haired boy pushed the people behind him away and ran away. The kind-hearted person chased after him, shouting, "Catch the thief!" Suddenly, a group of people chased after the little yellow-haired boy. Seeing the huge crowd chasing after the thief, Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng looked at each other, took the dog and found the boss from last night.
The boss was watching the fun and seeing someone catching a thief. He didn't notice the customer coming and casually greeted him. Why, buying a dog?
But when I took a closer look, I found that the girl who came was worse than a dog yesterday. In his hand, he was still holding the dog he had lost yesterday.
The boss was stunned. Hey, why is this dog in your hands? I wonder, too. Jiang Wanwan said, I found it in our neighborhood this morning. I'm bringing it back to you, right?
The boss touched his chin. He told Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng that he planned to go home after closing the stall last night. It might be that the tricycle the boss was riding jolted violently when passing by their neighborhood. The boss didn't think much of it at first, but after returning home he discovered that the cage of the little local dog that he hadn't sold last night was broken.
The local dog is also missing.
But it was just a local dog, not worth much, so the boss didn't pay much attention to it and didn't look for it.
Unexpectedly, the dog was picked up by Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan and returned.
The boss himself found it interesting, and said while smoking a cigarette, "This dog is really destined to be with you. How about this, don't give it back to me, just take it away and raise it yourself. At worst, you can just buy some dog food from me. That's also considered supporting my business. How do you think? But I can't have a dog at home." Jiang Wanwan spread her hands, so just let it follow you. She also felt regretful, but her job meant she had to run around a lot, so she had no time to take care of the dog. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan didn't want to, the boss didn't force her. Shinfeng took the local dog from Jiang Wanwan, and they also planned to leave. As a result, the local dog kept barking at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, jumping up and down and making a lot of noise. Soon, it turned into a pitiful whimpering sound. That sound. Those who hear it cry, and those who listen to it are sad.
It's really too miserable. Some passers-by even suspected that the boss was abusing animals.
Jiang Wanwan's heart softened again when she heard the dog barking miserably. Jiang Wanwan feels it's a pity not to raise such a destined and smart dog.
Go ahead and raise it, but I don't have time. Just when Jiang Wanwan felt caught in a dilemma, Shinfeng squeezed Jiang Wanwan's hand and said, "Do whatever you want to do. Don't worry too much.
I can think of ways to take care of it with you. We have plenty of ways to take good care of it, but if we miss it and let someone else buy it, it will probably be a permanent regret."
Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips. Finally, he nodded slightly, walked to the dog and picked it up. "Boss, if you want to buy a dog, you must have this one." Chapter 111, Introducing the New Member of My Family. Chapter 111, Introducing the New Member of My Family.
When going out, Shinfeng was holding Jiang Wanwan's hand, and Jiang Wanwan was holding the dog. When they came back, Shinfeng was holding Jiang Wanwan, and Jiang Wanwan was holding the dog. The difference is that Shinfeng had several more bags of dog food and dog supplies in his other hand. When he got home, Shinfeng poured a bowl of dog food for the dog. The dog sniffed it and showed a look of disgust. He was holding Shinfeng's pants in his mouth, as if he wanted to eat the food made by Shinfeng. At noon today, Shinfeng specially prepared a special dog food for it, and the dog was so happy after eating it.
I guess he's still thinking about it now.
Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately threatened Guzzi, "I'm telling you, there's only dog food now, don't even think about pestering Fingzi to cook for you again.
You can eat this dog food if you want. If you don't eat it, you will starve, understand?" The dog whimpered twice. He squatted in front of the food bowl and started eating. Watching the dog eating dog food, Jiang Wanwan said, "Should we give this dog a name?"
Today they felt that the dog must be returned, so they just called it dog and didn't give it a name.
"What do you think, bro?" Shinfeng asked. "Rhubarb?" Jiang Wanwan picked a name hastily.
The dog who was eating dog food whined twice, as if to express his dissatisfaction with this common name.
"So, Xiao Huang?" The dog whined even louder. "Why, you're still not happy?" Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "How about I give you a name that no other dog has used?" The dog seemed to understand and stopped eating dog food. She just looked at Jiang Wanwan eagerly, waiting for Jiang Wanwan to give her a name.
Jiang Wanwan chuckled and said, "I'll just call you Mimi, how about that?"
"Or Meow, this will work too." Shinfeng said speechlessly, "Brother Wan, aren't you afraid that when you walk the dog in the future, as soon as you call the dog's name, half of the cats in the neighborhood will come out to watch you?" When Jiang Wanwan heard this, she nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. Then why not name it Nyobi?" The corners of Shinfeng's mouth twitched.
He imagined Jiang Wanwan going out to walk the dog, but couldn't find the dog. The look when the whole community is shouting awesome.
Awesome. I tried hard not to laugh out loud.
Jiang Wanwan probably thought of the same thing as him. She shuddered suddenly and then rejected the name herself. After much deliberation, Jiang Wanwan finally decided to give the khaki dog a name.
Wotu. Wotu doesn't seem to react that much to this name. Maybe it was because it was satisfied, or maybe it was because it didn't know what Wotu was.
In short, the name of the dog was decided. Lying in bed at night, Jiang Wanwan was still sighing. "I never thought I would have such a connection with a dog. Not only is it fate, this Wotu is also really smart and understands human nature."
Shinfeng hugged Jiang Wanwan and said, "If it hadn't been so obedient today, if it hadn't been acting pitiful in front of the boss, maybe you wouldn't want to keep it so much, right?"
Shinfeng smiled as he spoke. "It seems that not only is Wotu smart, but my younger brother is also very soft-hearted." He leaned close to Jiang Wanwan's ear and whispered, "I don't know what I should do to make you, Brother Wan, soften your heart.
Now there's someone competing for my affection at home. My position is in jeopardy. Should I also try to please you like Wotu?"
Hearing Shinfeng's low voice coming to her ears, Jiang Wanwan swallowed.
Jiang Wanwan herself couldn't explain why she was so soft-hearted.
But she knew that her legs would probably become weak soon.
The next day, when Sister Lin came to Jiang Wanwan with the advertising contract.
As soon as she entered the door, she saw a yellow local dog running towards her, barking. He looks ferocious and scary.
Someone else might be scared away. But who is Sister Lin? Don't retreat but advance. He immediately took 2 steps forward and glared at the local dog with a frown. The yellow dog was frightened and stopped immediately.
Then he turned around and ran away in shame. Sister Lin sneered, and then said to Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng who were walking over, "Why did you two raise a dog?
And you got a dog like this?" Jiang Wanwan told Sister Lin everything that had happened before.
Sister Lin was amazed when she heard it.
Then it's indeed quite predestined. No wonder their personalities are so similar to yours. Jiang Wanwan pouted, how is it similar to my personality? Just like you, both bully the weak and fear the strong.
Sister Lin said as she handed the contract in her bag to Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan, take a look at it. If there are no problems, sign the contract and then you can go shoot a set of sample photos to try it out.
Shenfeng took the contract and took a look at it. It was the advertising contract for Mingyue jewelry mentioned earlier. As for the price, it's a little lower than what I negotiated before.
Firstly, although Shenfeng is popular, he has never filmed a commercial before.
He is a newcomer.
Secondly, something happened to Lanyu Entertainment, and they felt that we no longer had any backing, so they lowered the price a bit. But overall, it's still much higher than Lanyu's after taking its cut, so I think it's still pretty good.
Sister Lin said.
Shenfeng nodded, looked at the contract, and after not finding any traps or anything wrong, he signed it with Jiang Wanwan. Sister Lin immediately called the partner to reply, but hung up the phone after a while. He said to Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan, Mingyue Jewelry's company is in Shangjing City.
We will go there in about 5 days. If you have nothing to do at home in the next few days, you can do a live broadcast to attract attention. By the way, what are you going to do with the dog? Just leave it at home?
It will probably take us about 10 days to come back, so don't let it starve to death.
Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan also discussed this issue this morning.
They planned to send the steamed bread to Jiang Wanwan's parents for foster care if they were not at home. The only trouble is that Su Yan doesn't really like dogs. Jiang Wanwan planned to directly give the steamed bread to Jiangzhe when the time comes. As for how Jiangzhe would take it home and raise it, that was something Jiangzhe had to consider.
Jiang Wanwan no longer worries. Dad is there to be cheated. In the afternoon, Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan started a live broadcast.
This time, Jiang Wanwan learned from her experience and did not broadcast live from her bedroom again.
Instead, I used the computer in the study.
Before the live broadcast, Jiang Wanwan also sent a special Weibo notification. Jiang Wanwan, live broadcast in the afternoon, let me introduce the new member of my family to everyone. The fans were shocked.
I thought Jiang Wanwan was pregnant.
Some people even said that Jiang Wanwan had given birth to a child a long time ago. This caused a lot of different opinions on Weibo and it was very confusing. It wasn't until Jiang Wanwan started broadcasting that a group of curious fans came to watch. But when they clicked into the live broadcast room, the fans were dumbfounded. There were no Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan in front of the camera. Even the 2 teddy bears from last time are gone.
Yes, it's just a khaki dog. Sticking tongue out at the camera. When the fans were confused, Jiang Wanwan popped up out of nowhere. Then the 2 brothers hugged Wotu's head like good friends and said with a smile, let me introduce to you all. This is the new member of our family, Wotu. I knew it.
Damn, I was betting with others on how many months old your child is, but I didn't expect your new family member to be a dog.
Wow, a big star actually keeps a local dog? Seeing this comment, Jiang Wanwan felt a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with a local dog? Do you look down on local dogs? My Wotu is very smart. He can even imitate the sounds of animals. The audience became interested again after hearing this. Really? Let it learn and see. Learn to give it gifts like me. Me too, me too. Jiang Wanwan directed Wotu and said, Wotu, get ready.
Wotu immediately sat up straight, looking presentable. Seeing this, the audience became even more excited.
This dog seems to be able to understand human language? Then, they listened to Jiang Wanwan's instructions. Wotu, bark like a dog. Wotu opened his mouth. He uttered a woof in a clear and loud voice. Jiang Wanwan looked towards the live broadcast room with pride. I just want to ask you, do you think you can imitate them? Fengziren, is your wife a little silly?
At this time, Shenfeng walked in with 2 drinks. Seeing the content of the barrage, he couldn't help but rub Jiang Wanwan's head and said, my wife is so wise that she appears foolish. Also, my dog can indeed imitate the sounds of other animals and even the speech of humans.
Fuck, really?
Of course it's true, Shenfeng said, I guarantee it with my character.
Isn't that the same as having no guarantee? Well, Fengzi should be more reliable than Wanwan. Fengzi, if you let it talk like a human again, I will give you rockets.
Shin Feng waved his hand. No need for gifts, we just want to chat with fans when we do live broadcasts, we don't make money from this.
Come on, Wodu, show us your skills again and open your mouth. Wodu immediately opened his mouth obediently. That's all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Half a minute passed.
Seeing that Wodu was about to drool, Shin Feng asked Wodu to shut his mouth.
Then he said to the camera, "How is it?" The barrage was silent for a while. Someone spoke after a moment.
I just said that Fingzi's guarantee with her personal integrity is equivalent to no guarantee.
Whoever said Fingzi is more reliable than Wan, stand up and get beaten. Refund. Refund. You still have the nerve to ask us how we are doing? We didn't even hear a fart, what else can we do?
But Shin Feng said, just don't hear anything.
Just now Wodu imitated the speech of a mute. Audience. Audience, it may not be dumb, but you definitely think we are fools.
Chapter 112. He is probably a deity who made a mistake and came down to earth to save himself. Chapter 112. He is probably a god who made a mistake and came down to earth to save himself.
A 2-hour live broadcast is not long. However, Jiang Wanwan still lacks experience in live streaming, and her preparations were not complete.
I didn't prepare enough topics, so there was a period of time when I had no topics to talk to the audience. Fortunately, the audience came to support the couple, and they found it very interesting to see the interaction between Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan seemed to have no topics to talk to the audience, some enthusiastic audience members even took the initiative to ask questions.
Wan Gu, who is chasing whom between you and Fingzi? This question immediately attracted the attention of other fans.
Whether the girl chases the boy or the boy chases the girl, this is always one of the things that outsiders want to know most in a relationship.
Jiang Wanwan glanced at Shin Feng and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Who is chasing whom? This question is really hard to answer. Jiang Wanwan said hesitantly.
Now she and Fingzi have been together since childhood. She has liked Fingzi for a long time, and Shin Feng has also liked her for a long time.
There was no courtship process between them like other couples.
In other words, their pursuit had already spanned the first half of their lives. Finally, it was Shin Feng who said, she should be the one I'm pursuing. I confessed to her first. The day before I woke up in the hospital. It was he who sent the message I love you to Jiang Wanwan. After waking up in the hospital, he was the first to hug Jiang Wanwan and confess his love to her. Even in the past 300,000 cycles, he had confessed his love to Jiang Wanwan countless times.
But Jiang Wanwan didn't remember those. Hey, I thought Wan Gu was so naughty, it must be Wan Gu who took the initiative. I think so too.
I made a bet with my friend before.
Fingzi, can you tell me about Wan Ji's reaction when you confessed your feelings? Wasn't it interesting? Shin Feng smiled.
He said, the night before I confessed my love, I was admitted to the hospital. When I woke up the next day, I saw her lying next to my bed. When she woke up, she cried and rushed to me out of worry. Shin Feng hadn't finished speaking yet.
Jiang Wanwan covered her mouth.
This Fingzi actually dared to tell others about her crying. Jiang Wanwan covered Shin Feng's mouth and said, this guy fell into a coma due to hypoglycemia that day, so I sent him to the hospital. When he woke up, he was so timid that he thought he was going to die. He cried in my arms and confessed his love to me. He also told me a lot of things like his bank card password, as if he was going to make arrangements for his funeral. After that, I told him he just had low blood sugar, but he didn't believe me and insisted on having a full body checkup at the hospital. He was shaking with fear while doing it. He was such a coward. After Jiang Wanwan finished speaking, she released the hand that was covering Shin Feng's mouth. Shin Feng looked at Jiang Wanwan helplessly, while Jiang Wanwan looked at Shin Feng provocatively. When the commentators heard Jiang Wanwan describe Shin Feng in such a terrible way, there were definitely many people who didn't believe it. After all, who is Fingzi? Not to mention the things he did before, such as catching snakes with bare hands and picking fruits from trees, he also helped the police solve a case recently. How could such a person be so timid? Still crying? It was hard for the audience to believe Shin Feng's sobbing appearance. Someone immediately raised questions. I don't believe it. Fingzi, is what Wanwan said true? I also think Fingzi is not that kind of person. The one who was crying should be Wan Gu, right? Wan Gu just blocked Fengzi's mouth, he must be guilty. Shin Feng looked at the barrage, then glanced at Jiang Wanwan. There was a threatening look in Jiang Wanwan's eyes. That expression seemed to be saying, if you dare not give me face, I will make you pay.
Shinfeng smiled and said to the comments, what Wangu said is right.
Fuck, your wife said that to you, and you still speak for her. I don't believe it unless you cry for us.
Shinfeng, oh. You win. Afterwards, the audience asked a lot of strange questions. For example, why did Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan put a ring lock on their teacher's car when they were young?
Someone who seems to be your classmate broke the news before, saying that you put a rim lock on the teacher's car because the teacher was particularly unfair.
Brother Wan, are you doing justice for the heavens? Jiang Wanwan recalled this question carefully. The official answer was given later.
No, I just got punished by the teacher the day before and my parents were called in, so I wanted to get revenge.
Then why do we have to use 6 ring locks?
Jiang Wanwan corrected the question with a serious expression. I remember that I put on 9 wheel locks, 4 on the front wheel and 5 on the rear wheel.
Then, why do we need to use 9 sets? Is there any particular reason for this?
Jiang Wanwan blinked, because I was relatively poor at that time.
What does this have to do with being poor?
Because I'm poor, I can only afford 9 circle locks. I can only mark the key points, as they will be tested later.
Does it mean that if you have money, you can buy more?
Wango was really a pure devil when he was a child, so scary.
In fact, I really want to hear the acceptance speech of my teacher.
I don't know if he expressed his opinion on these 9 circle locks at that time.
Jiang Wanwan nodded and said, he did express his opinion.
I still clearly remember the first words he said to me after he found the circle lock.
What did he say?
He said, where are the keys?
Jiang Wanwan said.
Very reasonable, I would ask the same question if I were in your place. No, if it were me, I would probably have to beat up Fengzi and Wango first.
And then, I want to know if anything else will happen. Of course I handed over the key afterwards. I am a good kid who listens to my teacher.
Jiang Wanwan had just finished speaking. Shinfeng at the side interrupted and said, the keys were handed over, but they were mixed together. The teacher tried one by one for a long time and finally unlocked the first 8 locks, but found that the key was gone. Shinfeng spread his hands and said, my brother lost the 9th key, so in the end the teacher had to carry the bicycle and find someone to open the lock for him.
The audience couldn't help but feel sympathy for the teacher. How miserable.
It was so hard to break 8 locks, but in the end I still had to find someone to pay to open the locks.
It's so hard for the teacher. Wangu, you have done so many bad things.
The only difference between this and directly hiring someone to open the lock is that it wastes more time.
Jiang Wanwan originally felt a little guilty.
However, after seeing this comment, she immediately felt justified again.
Obviously there is a difference, please stop talking nonsense. If I hadn't given him 8 keys, he would have had to pay for 9 locks to open the lock. I saved him the money for 8 locks.
If you don't give him the lock, he won't have to spend a penny.
Jiang Wanwan coughed lightly.
Well, I apologized afterwards, and my parents compensated the teacher. I behaved pretty well afterwards, and the teacher even thanked me and Shinfeng before graduation.
I don't believe it. Is the teacher a masochist? How can I thank you after being bullied like this? What did he thank you for? Aren't students usually the ones who thank their teachers at graduation?
He thanked us for letting him off the hook and not having to repeat the grade. The audience felt the teacher's sadness again.
Being a teacher is indeed not easy. Being Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's teacher is even more of a test.
This teacher was probably a deity who violated the laws of heaven in his previous life and was banished to the mortal world to suffer misfortune.
Some people commented like this.
In addition to the question about the circle lock, someone also asked Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan when they plan to have a child.
This question is relatively more serious. Jiang Wanwan didn't know how to answer appropriately and felt a little conflicted for a moment.
Shinfeng, on the other hand, said in a serious tone without changing his expression, we are working hard every day. The barrage was immediately filled with, oh. Jiang Wanwan blushed and quietly reached out her hand, trying to pinch Shinfeng. In the end, Shinfeng remained calm. Instead, it was Wotu, who was lying on the side, who let out a howl. Then he looked at Jiang Wanwan with grievance.
Wotu is so miserable. Wangu, why did your fight with Fengzi involve Wotu? Wotu's 10-year loyal fan came uninvited, who was bullying my Wotu. Jiang Wanwan was stroking Wotu's dog head while looking at the barrage. He felt a little embarrassed, and tried to defend himself. Can you blame me?
Wotu is a dog, and Shinfeng is even more of a dog than Wotu.
It's hard for me to tell them apart, okay?
As soon as he finished speaking, Shinfeng suddenly came over and kissed Jiang Wanwan on the face.
Jiang Wanwan's already red face became even more embarrassed. What are you doing? Doesn't this person care that there are so many people watching the live broadcast?
Shinfeng smiled and said, since Wangu said that he couldn't tell the difference between me and Watu, then of course I have to find a way to leave a better impression in front of Wangu, so that Wangu won't be unable to tell the difference in the future.
Is this kiss impressive enough? If not, let's do it again.
As Shinfeng spoke, he hugged Jiang Wanwan and kissed her again. Someone in the live broadcast room was taking screenshots crazily.
Someone was brushing and got hit.
Others wailed.
We are the dogs, the abused single dogs. Chapter 113 Willing to Give Up. Chapter 113 Willing to Give Up.
After the live broadcast ended, Jiang Wanwan nestled in Shinfeng's arms, browsing Weibo and reading the comments of fans in the Penghu Bay super topic about the live broadcast.
The overall evaluation is quite good.
Especially the part where Jiang Wanwan talked about teacher Chuansua's miserable life, which was cut out at the speed of light and posted on the super topic.
For a while, fans on Weibo were all expressing their condolences for the teacher. Not just Weibo. Jiang Wanwan has been browsing Douyin and Bilibili a lot recently. There are not many clips related to Penghu Bay on TikTok and Bilibili.
But as date became more and more popular, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan also appeared on hot searches several times. There are more and more bloggers posting videos related to Penghu Bay on these two platforms.
How about it, Fengzi? How does it feel to be a star?
Jiang Wanwan, who was in Shinfeng's arms, raised her little face and looked at Shinfeng and asked.
Shinfeng smiled and rubbed her face, very happy. I am happy doing anything when I am with you.
Being a star or not is not important to Shinfeng at all. Having Jiang Wanwan by my side is the most important thing.
Jiang Wanwan snorted, and suddenly buried her head in her phone, not knowing what she was searching for.
Shinfeng wanted to take a look, but Jiang Wanwan refused to let him.
After a moment, Jiang Wanwan suddenly climbed out of Shinfeng's arms and sat up straight. Looking at Shinfeng, an affectionate expression appeared on his face.
When Shinfeng was wondering what trouble his wife was going to cause again.
Then Jiang Wanwan said affectionately, before I met you, I had many expectations for the future. After meeting you, all I asked for was to be you.
No matter how many thorns there are in the world, as long as you are there, life will be extremely sweet.
Fourth, writing your name is really difficult.
It's not that the strokes are complicated, but when writing your name, the ink should be 4 parts spring breeze, 3 parts moonlight, 2 parts tipsy, and 1 part your eyebrows and eyes.
5.
I want to accompany you from your unruly youth to a safe and stable bedside companion. Listening to Jiang Wanwan's love words. Shinfeng sat next to Jiang Wanwan and held her hand.
Jiang Wanwan looked at Shinfeng earnestly and asked, Fengzi, you were the one who said sweet words to me before. Now, it's my turn. What do you think? I am very touched. Shinfeng said. It will be more realistic if you remember not to read the first number next time.
Jiang Wanwan, who had looked so sincere before, suddenly had a fallen expression on her face. She hit Shinfeng twice, frowned and said, You are still so picky.
I won't read to you next time.
Shinfeng hugged her and chuckled, rather than listening to you read these quotes from the internet, I want to hear your own real love words.
Jiang Wanwan blushed, I just don't know how to say it.
I'm not like you who has lived for hundreds of years.
I'm not shameless and can say anything. I'm not as smooth talking as you. I don't say so many sweet words.
Shinfeng said, Who said you can't say sweet words?
I think your words are sweeter than honey.
Hearing Shinfeng flirting with her invisibly, Jiang Wanwan cried out and punched Shinfeng twice in succession. Then she buried her face in Shinfeng's arms. In the following days, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan live streamed twice more. Although they have not signed a contract with the live streaming platform, they are stars after all and their popularity is high enough. Therefore, the live broadcast platform also gave them face and even gave them free promotion. After these few days of live streaming, the number of fans of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan has increased a little bit. Although it's not as popular as when date was recorded, it's still pretty good. After the live broadcast ended that day, Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng took the steamed bread and drove away from the villa.
Tomorrow they will rush to Shangjing City to shoot a commercial for a jewelry company.
This trip might take more than 10 days, so Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng had to deliver the steamed bread to Jiangja first. Because Su Yan doesn't like to have dogs, Jiang Wanwan is afraid that if she brings the dog directly home, she will be scolded by her mother.
So Jiang Wanwan planned to take a detour.
First go to Jiang Zhe's company, deliver the steamed bread to Jiang Zhe, and let Jiang Zhe take it home. When the time comes, Jiang Zhe will be the one being scolded. Jiang Wanwan felt that she really had a plan. When they arrived downstairs of Jiang Zhe's company, Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, dressed warmly, were about to go in with their dog. The security guard at the door quickly stopped them and said, "Sorry, pets are not allowed here. It's very well behaved and won't run around. We will also lead it." Jiang Wanwan said. "Sorry, that's not possible either." Jiang Wanwan picked up the steamed bread. The security guard continued, "This is not a question of whether to hold the pet or not. Our company has a rule that pets are not allowed to enter." Jiang Wanwan frowned. Suddenly he said, "This is not a pet, this is food. We plan to have dog meat hot pot tonight. We'll eat it later. Can we go in now?" Security guard. "Wotu?" The man and the dog both looked at Jiang Wanwan strangely. Finally the security guard said, "Sorry ma'am, I can't go against company rules." Jiang Wanwan reached into her pocket. The security guard thought Jiang Wanwan was going to pay a bribe. I quickly said, "Ma'am, don't do this. Although I'm just a security guard, I also have my own professional ethics and persistence. Even if you want to bribe me today, I won't let this dog in." In the end, Jiang Wanwan didn't take out the money. Instead, he took out his ID card. The security guard didn't take it too seriously at first. But after seeing the 3 words Jiang Wanwan above, he immediately coughed. Then he quietly made way. Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng then brought Wotu into the company. There are quite a lot of people in the company who recognized Jiang Wanwan. Even though Jiang Wanwan was still wearing a mask and sunglasses, many employees still greeted her. However, after the greetings, many people's eyes fell on Xin Feng, who was beside Jiang Wanwan. "This is Xin Feng. I watched their variety shows online. They are even more handsome in person than on TV. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, what can you see? What do you know? Temperament, do you know?" Listening to the whispers of the people around, Jiang Wanwan also moved closer to Xin Feng and whispered, "They are all talking about you. It seems that my Fengzi is quite popular. It's all thanks to my eldest brother." As they spoke, Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan went upstairs with the steamed bread. Jiang Zhe is working upstairs. Jiang Zhe has been a little panicked recently. Those rival companies that had been against him before suddenly stopped opposing him these days, as if they had made an agreement. One by one, they stopped making trouble and behaved themselves. This is really abnormal. It was so abnormal that Jiang Zhe always felt that these guys were secretly colluding with each other, planning some big plan in secret. Now, it is just a brief calm before the storm. He was in his office studying what plans these rival companies had. The office door was pushed open. Jiang Zhe frowned. There are always employees who are ignorant and don't know to knock on the door before entering. He frowned and raised his head, just about to scold her. As soon as he saw that it was Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan who walked in, the expression on his face changed immediately. His brows relaxed and he said, "Wanwan, why are you here?" Jiang Zhe called Wanwan. But in fact, his eyes were always glancing towards Xin Feng. If Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan hadn't known about this in advance, Jiang Zhe would have had no hostility towards Xin Feng. They would definitely think that Jiang Zhe was warning Xin Feng with his eyes. "Dad, we came to see you." Jiang Wanwan walked to Jiang Zhe with a smile and rubbed his shoulders. Ever since she knew about the change in Jiang Zhe's attitude towards Xin Feng, the relationship between Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zhe has not been so stiff anymore. In the past few days, Jiang Wanwan has taken the initiative to call home several times. Jiang Zhe showed a relieved expression, but smiled and said, come on, don't play tricks on your father. If there is nothing wrong, would you come to the company specially? Tell me, what's wrong?" "Dad, the truth is, we have a dog named Wotu. If you watched my live broadcast before, you should know this." Jiang Zhe nodded. He and Su Yan are so obsessed with their daughter and son-in-law that they will of course watch the live broadcast. Jiang Wanwan picked up the steamed bread and said, "Fengzi and I are going to Shangjing City on a business trip, so the steamed bread may have to be kept at our house for a few days." When Jiang Zhe heard this, he looked a little embarrassed. "I don't have any problem with that, but your mother has never liked dogs. If you take the dog back, she might scold you." Jiang Wanwan nodded, I know, so isn't this sent to you?" "What? You want me to keep a dog in the company? That's even worse." "No, I want you to take the dog home."
What's the difference between this and you sending it back? Would your mother dislike it anyway? Jiang Wanwan chuckled. Of course there is a difference.
If I send it back, my mother will scold me.
If you send it back, won't my mother scold you?
Can you bear to see your precious daughter being scolded?
Jiang Zhe sighed. I'm not willing to do that.
But are you willing to let your father get scolded?
I'm willing to give it up. Jiang Wanwan nodded.
You get scolded all the time anyway, it doesn't matter if it happens once or twice.
Jiang Zhe. Chapter 114 Patients should listen to doctors. Chapter 114 Patients should listen to doctors.
After leaving the steamed bread to Jiang Zhe, Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng drove to find Sister Lin and went to the airport together. Take a plane and head straight to Shanjing City. Shanjing City is in the north and has a completely different appearance from Zhanghai City in the south.
Shanjing City also expressed a warm welcome to the arrival of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
The way to welcome them was a heavy rain. Although Sister Lin had already arranged the pickup vehicle and accommodation, Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng were not exposed to the rain. But the sudden drop in temperature still caught Jiang Wanwan off guard. After arriving at the hotel, she sneezed several times in succession.
Are you okay, Wanwan? Sister Lin asked with a frown.
It's okay, it's just a little cold. The rain came so suddenly and I didn't bring any thick clothes.
But I'm resistant to cold, don't worry. Jiang Wanwan said that she is in good health.
After putting down her luggage at the hotel, Sister Lin went to contact the people from the jewelry company.
Xin Feng took Jiang Wanwan to the room to rest. After Jiang Wanwan lay down, Xin Feng went out again.
Looking at the closed door, Jiang Wanwan felt a little melancholy for some reason. Although she said that she was fine. But I still hope Fengzi can stay with her more. Maybe I have been spoiled by Fengzi to the point of being a little pretentious recently. After all, when she had a high fever in her previous life, I was the only one who endured it.
Jiang Wanwan was feeling melancholy.
Then I saw Xin Feng pushing the door back again. Not only did he come back, he was holding a bowl of black liquid in his hand. Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hands and said, I'm really fine.
No need to take medicine. It's not medicine, it's ginger cola I made for you.
Xin Feng walked to the bedside, holding a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other. He scooped a spoonful and blew it gently, then handed it to Jiang Wanwan. Open your mouth, ah.
Do you think I'm a child? Ah. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, then opened her mouth obediently.
After drinking the hot ginger sliced cola, Jiang Wanwan felt her whole body warm up.
Ha, it really feels good to be pampered by Fengzi. Just be pretentious.
Jiang Wanwan was thinking about this, and suddenly she sneezed loudly again.
Xin Feng frowned, looked at Jiang Wanwan worriedly, and asked, Brother Wan, are you really okay?
It's okay. I just felt a little cold before. But don't worry, I was just outside for a short while.
I won't catch a cold.
Jiang Wanwan said this, but Xin Feng put down the bowl of ginger cola.
He first touched Jiang Wanwan's forehead. He grabbed Jiang Wanwan's hand and felt her pulse. Jiang Wanwan was startled and said, Fengzi, you can't even take a pulse, right? A little bit. Xin Feng nodded slightly, then reached into the quilt and pinched Jiang Wanwan's little feet.
Finally, he said, the pulse is loose and sluggish, so it is true that you have a cold. Just take a good rest first.
I'll ask Sister Lin to talk to the jewelry company and postpone the advertisement for a few days. Ah? No need, I don't think it's that serious. Jiang Wanwan didn't seem to be worried about herself. Apart from being a little cold, I don't feel anything else.
It won't affect my work.
Obedient. Xin Feng tapped Jiang Wanwan's forehead. Patients should listen to the doctor.
Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips and watched Xin Feng send a message to Sister Lin. After a while, Sister Lin came over with various medicines of different sizes in her hands.
Then he looked at Jiang Wanwan nervously and asked, What's wrong? Is it serious? Do we need to go to the hospital? Jiang Wanwan said helplessly, Sister Lin, I'm fine. I don't even have a fever.
So Fengzi said you were too sick to work?
Sister Lin looked at Xin Feng. It's better to be safe than sorry.
Besides, I don't want my brother to work while he's sick, no matter how minor the illness is. Seeing Xin Feng's firm attitude, Sister Lin rubbed her temples and sighed, okay, then I'll contact the company again, you take good care of Wanwan.
Alas, when will there be someone who cares about me so much? Sister Lin left muttering something.
After Sister Lin left, Jiang Wanwan pulled Xin Feng's hand and said, Fengzi, I don't think it's that serious.
You are a newcomer and this is your first time accepting an advertisement. You'd better arrive on time and leave a good impression on others.
Xin Feng helped Jiang Wanwan tidy up her messy hair. I don't need to leave a good impression on others.
Lie down and take a nap. You must be tired after the long flight. I'll call you for dinner later. Jiang Wanwan nodded honestly.
In fact, if it were the previous situation, she might have made a fuss for a while longer. But now she did feel a little dizzy and groggy. So he lay back on the bed obediently, wrapped in the quilt and fell asleep.
Jiang Wanwan had a dream while she was asleep.
She dreamed that she ran into a snowy field, where heavy snow was falling and the wind was biting cold. Xin Feng was by her side from the beginning, and she held Xin Feng's hand and ran together. But while running, Xin Feng suddenly disappeared.
The white snowflakes in the sky obscured Jiang Wanwan's vision.
Jiang Wanwan desperately shouted Xin Feng's name in the snow, but there was no sight of Xin Feng, nor any response from him. She squatted in the snow in despair and pain, and her tears turned into ice spikes. Finally, she was buried in the cold snow and wind. Such a dream woke Jiang Wanwan up. Although she was awakened, she couldn't open her eyes even with great effort. I forced myself to open my eyes, but the scene before me seemed hazy and blurry. It took a lot of effort to see Xin Feng sitting beside the bed.
Jiang Wanwan asked in a hoarse voice, Fengzi, why do I feel so dizzy?
Xin Feng sat on the edge of the bed with a frown on his face, and measured the temperature on Jiang Wanwan's forehead with a thermometer.
You have a fever. 38.5 degrees.
As Xin Feng spoke, he reached into the quilt again and touched Jiang Wanwan's body.
Then he approached Jiang Wanwan and asked softly, can you sit up? Take the antipyretic medicine. What?
Jiang Wanwan felt a little confused now, and Xin Feng's words sounded ambiguous. She let Xin Feng pick her up gently. At this moment, she was like a rag doll, obediently doing what Xin Feng wanted.
Xin Feng fed Jiang Wanwan the antipyretic medicine, then laid her down and covered her with a quilt.
Go back to sleep, you'll feel better soon after taking the medicine.
Jiang
Wanwan nodded like a little kitten, but after closing her eyes for a while, she looked at Xin Feng pitifully and whispered, I can't sleep.
I had a nightmare. I dreamed that you disappeared. I was afraid to sleep.
Xin Feng rubbed Jiang Wanwan's head and said softly, I won't disappear, I won't go anywhere, I will protect you all my life.
But I'm still scared. Jiang Wanwan muttered to herself. Xin Feng looked at her pitiful appearance and finally lay down on the bed.
He hugged Jiang Wanwan and the blanket together, put his forehead against Jiang Wanwan's, and said, You won't be afraid now, right?
Jiang
Wanwan closed her eyes again. But after a while, she seemed to come to her senses and said weakly, My cold might infect you, so why not just forget it?
No.
Xin Feng covered Jiang Wanwan's eyes with his hands and asked her to close them, sleep well and don't think too much.
No, I can't infect you. Never mind. Jiang Wanwan wanted to push Xin Feng away.
But unexpectedly, Xin Feng hugged her even tighter. He hugged Jiang Wanwan tightly in his arms, and then said word by word, the patient should listen to the doctor.
If the doctor says it's okay, then it's okay.
After saying that, he gave Jiang Wanwan another light kiss on the forehead.
Go to sleep, be obedient. Jiang Wanwan wanted to say something else.
But she was really dizzy now. He opened his mouth dazedly, but finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. This time, Jiang Wanwan didn't dream of the snowy weather.
Instead, I dreamed of the cozy little villa in Zhonghai City.
In the villa, she nestled in Xin Feng's arms, the sunlight pouring in from the window, making her feel warm.
It's so happy and comfortable. Chapter 115 Brother-in-Law. Chapter 115 Brother-in-Law.
Although she was only blown by the cold wind for a while, Jiang Wanwan's cold was still quite serious. Even after taking antipyretics, there was no immediate improvement. When Jiang Wanwan woke up again in a daze, the room was pitch black. She moved slightly and found that Xin Feng seemed to still be holding her. She thought Xin Feng was asleep, so she tried to carefully break free from Xin Feng's arms and go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, as soon as I moved a little, Xin Feng's voice came.
Awake? How do you feel?
There was no trace of sleepiness in his voice, and it was obvious that he had not slept just now.
Have you been awake all this time? Jiang Wanwan was stunned and asked softly. Yeah. I'm not sleepy.
As Xin Feng spoke, he pressed his forehead against Jiang Wanwan's. Then he said, It's okay,
the fever has subsided a little. What are you going to do? I'll help you. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, can't help with that.
Shin Feng turned on the night light beside the bed, helped Jiang Wanwan down from the bed, and hugged her to the bathroom door.
While Jiang Wanwan was going to the bathroom at night, Shin Feng used hot water to make some medicine for Jiang Wanwan. After helping Jiang Wanwan back to bed, the medicine had become a little cold.
Jiang Wanwan looked at the medicine that Shin Feng brought, her face as bitter as a bitter gourd.
I don't want to take medicine. Good. Ouch. Jiang Wanwan opened her mouth reluctantly and drank the medicine. But maybe because I was still a little dizzy, I couldn't drink smoothly and choked. Jiang Wanwan suddenly started coughing.
Shin Feng patted her on the back. Drink slowly, no one will snatch it from you.
I wish someone would snatch it from me.
After coughing, Jiang Wanwan muttered something, then lay back on the bed with the help of Shin Feng and wrapped herself in the quilt again. Because the fever was not as severe as before, Jiang Wanwan did not fall asleep so quickly this time. She lay on the bed, squinting her eyes and looking at Shin Feng beside her. The corners of his mouth unconsciously stretched up and he laughed softly.
What are you grinning about? Shin Feng pinched Jiang Wanwan's little face. How can this be called a silly smile? This is a happy smile. Jiang Wanwan snorted, I just think my Fengzi is so good, the best in the world. Shin Feng smiled and lay down beside Jiang Wanwan, looking into their eyes in the light of the night light.
Looking at the other person's narrowed eyes, Shin Feng said softly, because you are the best Jiang Wanwan in the world, so of course I have to be the best to you in the world.
Hey, even though it's true, you don't have to say it directly. Jiang Wanwan was amused and burst into laughter.
She reached out and hugged Shin Feng. Fengzi, you said before that you wanted to hear my heartfelt words of love, but I didn't know how to say it at that time.
Now I may know, will you listen to me?
Shin Feng tapped Jiang Wanwan's forehead with his forehead, I am always willing to listen to what you say.
That. Jiang Wanwan smiled and hugged Shin Feng tighter.
Next to Shin Feng, he whispered, having you by my side is my greatest happiness.
I love you. A happy smile appeared on Shin Feng's face.
He lowered his head and was about to kiss Jiang Wanwan's lips.
But Jiang Wanwan stretched out her hand and stood between the two of them.
Kiss, you can kiss me, but you have to wait until I get better, otherwise it will really be contagious.
Jiang Wanwan said.
If she and Shin Feng both caught a cold and had a fever and were bedridden, Sister Lin would go crazy. Shin Feng had no choice but to kiss Jiang Wanwan's hand.
Jiang Wanwan soon fell asleep in Shin Feng's arms again, and slept until the next day.
Although Jiang Wanwan didn't feel full of energy when she woke up the next day, at least she didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. Shin Feng took her temperature and it had dropped.
Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng both breathed a sigh of relief.
In the morning, Sister Lin brought breakfast to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Gave Shin Feng a rujiamo. But he only gave Jiang Wanwan a bowl of porridge. Jiang Wanwan expressed strong protest.
Sister Lin said her protest was futile and then left in style.
Jiang Wanwan held the porridge and looked pitifully at Shin Feng who was eating rujiamo.
Shin Feng smiled and handed the rujiamo to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan took a bite, then smiled and handed the porridge to Shin Feng, saying, I'll eat a bite of the rujiamo, and you drink a mouthful of porridge.
It's a fair exchange.
After the two of them finished their breakfast, Jiang Wanwan leaned on the bed and played with her cell phone. Today, Shin Feng still didn't let her go to shoot the commercial, and when Sister Lin contacted the jewelry company yesterday, she also said that she had a cold and the shooting would be postponed for 2 days.
So Jiang Wanwan still doesn't have to work today.
While browsing Weibo and watching the various secondary creative clips of her and Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan suddenly received a WeChat message.
Qianhuahua, Wanwan. Help me. Jiang Wanwan was stunned.
This Qianhuahua is Jiang Wanwan's college roommate. Although Jiang Wanwan is often filming and rarely stays in school, she still has a good relationship with her roommate Qianhuahua. Of course, those were all things that happened before Shin Feng died in his previous life. After Shin Feng died in her previous life, Jiang Wanwan didn't dare to turn on her cell phone for a while and just lived in seclusion. After that, when someone tried to chat with her, she basically didn't reply. Many of my good friends no longer keep in touch with me, and the same goes for this money. After her rebirth, Jiang Wanwan spent every day with Shin Feng and rarely chatted with Qianhuahua. Apart from being questioned for a while by Qianhuahua and other college roommates when she and Shin Feng officially announced their relationship, they rarely had any contact since then.
Jiang Wanwan thought about it and sent a reply. Jiang Wanwan, what is wrong? Xianhuahua, pesticide ranking, come quickly. Zhang Wanwan rolled her eyes. Zhang Wanwan, we haven't played games for almost 2 months. Why did you suddenly come to me to play ranking today? Zhang Wanwan, you must have other intentions, tell me now. Xianhuahua, hee, I really can't hide it from you, old man. I do have a little trouble. Xianhuahua told Zhang Wanwan the truth.
Hunyo's family kept urging her to find a partner, which made her very annoyed. In the end, she lied to her family and said she had found a boyfriend. It's just that I'm in a different place and it's not convenient for me to come here for the time being. As a result, today, Xianhuahua's younger brother asked Xianhuahua to play Honor of Kings, and insisted that Xianhuahua bring her boyfriend to play together.
Xianhuahua, I don't have a boyfriend. But if I tell the truth, my brother will definitely complain. Xianhuahua, I'm hiding in the toilet now under the pretext of having to pee. Sisters, please help me out and fight a few rounds. Zhang Wanwan, wouldn't it be the same if you asked Qingqing and the others to play games? There are 6 people in Zhang Wanwan's university dormitory, and most of them play games.
Zhang Wanwan is not in the dormitory all year round, but she is the one who plays less with them.
Xianhuahua, their skills are too poor. And I lied to my brother before that my boyfriend is a wild king. Now that I asked Qingqing and the other professional support players, I was exposed. Xianhuahua, please, my dear Wanwan. You are the worst pesticide user among all the people I know, so please help me. Zhang Wanwan was a little hesitant.
Because she is not in good condition now, she doesn't really want to play games. While Zhang Wanwan was hesitating, Xianhuahua sent another message.
Xianhuahua, after the task is completed, there will be a handsome reward. Zhang Wanwan, okay, I'll be online right away.
She opened the Honor of Kings on her phone. When they were in high school, Zhang Wanwan liked to drag Shinfeng to the internet cafe to play League of Legends. But after becoming an actor, Zhang Wanwan, who was running around on film sets, had fewer opportunities to meet Shinfeng. In the end, the two of them would rub pesticide with their mobile phones from time to time. Even after her rebirth, Zhang Wanwan had played with Shinfeng several times. Zhang Wanwan's pesticide ID is Wan Guwudi, which sounds like a man's name. So after being pulled into the team by Chen Huahua's younger brother Chen Duoduo did not become suspicious. While calling Zhang Wanwan brother-in-law with a smile, he started ranking.
After entering the game, Chen Duoduo asked, "Why isn't my brother-in-law talking?" Zhang Wanwan was about to type.
Suddenly I saw Shinfeng standing aside. She immediately pulled Shinfeng over, pointed at the phone, and then pointed at Shinfeng's mouth. Then turned on the voice.
Shinfeng had no choice but to become a tool and said, "Hey, can you hear me?" Oh, my brother-in-law's voice is so handsome, and a little familiar. Brother-in-law, can you lead me to fly? Shen Duoduo was a little excited.
Xianhuahua coughed lightly. Of course I can take him with me, after all, he is my boyfriend.
As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Wanwan's hand slipped while she was operating the mobile phone.
She originally wanted to go to the bottom lane to gank someone, but she walked straight into the opposite side's defense tower and lost the first blood.
Brother-in-law, what's going on? Xian Duoduo asked. The network is stuck. Zhang Wanwan replied sullenly.
But after she finished speaking, she realized that she shouldn't have spoken.
Sure enough, Xian Duoduo asked again in confusion, "Brother-in-law, why is there a woman's voice over there? Who is it?" Shinfeng poked Zhang Wanwan's angry face and said with a chuckle, "My girlfriend is next to me."
"Oh, your girlfriend."
Xian Duoduo responded and started playing games again.
After a moment, he suddenly came back to his senses.
"Ha? Your girlfriend? Then what is my sister?"
"Your sister."
Shinfeng thought for a moment, maybe, my girlfriend's girlfriend? Xian Duoduo? Xianhuahua? Zhang Wanwan's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly. He whispered, "Huahua, if the truth is revealed, is there any money left for a big reward?" "Yes, please send me your address."
Xianhuahua said, gritting her teeth.
"I'm going to bring a knife to you too as a gift." Chapter 116 is over, the seal is lifted. Chapter 116 is over, the seal is lifted.
After the truth was revealed. The scene was very embarrassing for a while.
Shen Duoduo kept talking about going to his parents to complain. Xianhuahua kept talking about giving Zhang Wanwan a gift. Zhang Wanwan. I just focused on playing the game and my record became 0-6.
She felt that it was really not her fault. It was mainly because of the money that interfered with her performance. At this point, the enemy had advanced on 3 fronts and was sure of victory.
The ranking mode of Honor of Kings is played by 5 people.
If 3 of them are not paying attention, it will cause trouble to the other 2 passers-by players. 2 passers-by were struggling to defend their home against the enemy's attack, while they said through the microphone, "Damn, do you know how to play jungle?
How can you give up so easily? Is your family a food delivery company?"
That's right, not only are the dishes there, but you 3 are so annoying. This mid laner and the shooter are equally bad. If I had known, I would have assisted you guys.
I'd rather let me play the C position. 3 losers, I'm unlucky to run into you.
These 2 passers-by probably played the game together and knew each other.
At this time, they all started to confront Qian Duoduo's siblings and Zhang Wanwan. The same thing. Zhang Wanwan is not very good at playing games. But when it comes to scolding people, I'm not afraid anymore. She was about to spray back.
But she didn't expect that Qian Huahua spoke faster than her. Qian Huahua, we both have a losing record, and you 2 aren't much better, one is 0-3 and the other is 1-8.
You 2 together make up 38, right?
Qian Huahua, if you guys are really that awesome, would you still line up with us? Qian Huahua, you have to play top lane with a girl, and let the support follow you the whole time.
Do you have kidney deficiency if you want to play top lane with a support? If you have kidney deficiency, why would you play top lane with a girl?
Qian Huahua, you think we're annoying?
If you think we're annoying, why don't you turn off the voice chat? Did I stop you? You think we're annoying but still want to listen to us? Are you cheap?
Qian Huahua, why aren't you talking?
You were quite talkative just now, keep going. Even if I can't beat the other side, I can still scold you too.
The female player who played the support position among the 2 passers-by couldn't help but say, "What are you doing?" It's obviously because you 3 played badly that our record is also bad. How dare you criticize us? My boyfriend is a king, he's just playing a trumpet now. He's very strong, if you guys hadn't sent the other side to their death, he could have fought 5 of them alone. When Zhang Wanwan heard this, she sneered. I only died 6 times, but your boyfriend died 8 times. Who gave more gifts? Within 3 minutes of the game, you died 5 times in a row, which directly gave up the opponent's top lane.
Now you dare to put the blame on us?
Yes, we didn't fight well, but this is all your king boyfriend is?
How can you have the nerve to say he's a king?
Other people chat using WeChat, but you chat relying on confidence? We are not good at this and we know it, but you are not good at this and you are getting carried away. Also, with your auxiliary skills, my grandma can beat you with her feet, and you still have the nerve to say you want to play the C position. Yes, if you were to play the game would have ended long ago, because the opponent would have beaten you to surrender in 6 minutes. I don't even ask you to play at an entry-level level, but at least don't play like you're buried in the ground, right? It was really bad luck for these 2 people to meet Zhang Wanwan and Qian Huahua. The reason these 2 people became good friends was simply because they had similar interests. Each one is more powerful than the other. The 2 passers-by were so confused after being scolded, and Qian Huahua's younger brother Chen Duoduo suddenly spoke up. A loud voice, a loud shout.
Oh my god! I'm dead again. At this time, in the game,
the shooter played by Qian Duoduo was defending his home when the opponent seized the opportunity and killed him instantly. Seeing that Zhang Wanwan and Qian Huahua were about to mentally assault the 2 passers-by, Qian Duoduo quickly said, Sister, and my brother-in-law's girlfriend, can you guys stay at home first? We're going to lose. If I win this game, I can get to Diamond. Please give me a chance. Please.
What do you want to win? You still want to win when the economic gap is so big?
Qian Huahua rolled her eyes, just surrender. Qian Duoduo said unwillingly, don't bet, if you win this round, I won't tell my parents that you don't have a boyfriend.
Qian Huahua immediately said to Zhang Wanwan, 1, your chance to atone for your sins has come, do you hear me? Your last name is Wan.
Your whole family has the last name Wan. Zhang Wanwan said, and stuffed the phone into Xin Feng's hand, Fengzi.
Leave it to you. Shun Feng.
He looked at the enemies on the screen who had already reached his doorstep, as well as the character of Zhang Wanwan, who was extremely poor. While operating, he sighed. I'm not a god. I can't turn the tables when the economic gap is so big. Fengzi, please. Zhang Wanwan pulled Xin Feng's clothes and acted coquettishly, otherwise Qian Huahua will definitely hold on to this matter and won't let me off.
It's not a question of asking, it's that the gap is too big.
Shin Feng said helplessly.
Fengzi. My level is really not that high. If you win, I'll promise you one request. It's up to you to name it, okay? Jiang Wanwan looked at Shin Feng pitifully. Shin Feng glanced at Jiang Wanwan.
Then his fingers began tapping violently on the phone.
1 minute later, the pentakill icon flashed on the screen.
Shin Feng controlled the character in the game, stepped on the corpses of the 5 enemies on the opposite side, and said to his teammates in the game through voice, "Quickly push the tower, it's time for a wave."
Xian Duo Duo. Xian Hua Hua. 2 passers-by teammates.
These 4 people, no, including Jiang Wanwan, all 5 of them were stunned.
What happened to the agreement that there's no way to turn the situation around? What happened to the agreed gap being too big? What happened to the level not being high? Let alone these 4 people.
Even the other side was dumbfounded.
The enemy on the other side sent a message. Fuck. What's going on with Luna? Has she changed people? You 3,000 gold and 1 against 5, is this a human or a ghost? The one that keeps floating up and down, is he really the same person as the one that broke apart in a second? And amid the enemy's questioning and wailing, Shin Feng led his soldiers and pushed forward all the way. The house opposite was leveled.
Only when the word victory appeared on the phone screen did the others come to their senses.
Xian Duo Duo just cheered, "Brother-in-law is awesome." Who is your brother-in-law? Can you stop talking nonsense? Jiang Wanwan yelled into the phone. Xian Duo Duo is a sensible guy.
He immediately smiled flatteringly at Jiang Wanwan and said, "Sister, you are my real sister, and your boyfriend must be my brother-in-law."
He's not my boyfriend. Jiang Wanwan snorted proudly, "He is my husband. With a certificate."
Xian Duo Duo poked Xian Hua Hua next to her and said, "Sister, look at her.
How come she has a husband and is such a powerful wild king, but you are still a single dog? Xian Duo Duo, are you tired of living?"
Xian Hua Hua rolled her eyes and said, "Anyway, you win this time, so don't tell your parents about this."
Do you hear me? Yes, it would be even better if you could let this brother-in-law take me a few more times. Xian Duo Duo said. Xian Hua Hua asked Jiang Wanwan, but Jiang Wanwan said she didn't want to come. As a result, Chen Hua Hua suddenly sent Jiang Wanwan a red envelope. There are 200 yuan in it.
Xian Hua Hua and Xian Duo Duo come from wealthy families, and are typical second-generation rich people.
You can also tell from their names.
Jiang Wanwan received the red envelope and immediately said to her phone, "Hurry up and start the game."
Xian Duo Duo said reluctantly, "Sister, can you let your husband beat you?"
"It's okay, I'll play first, and then I'll give it to him when I'm about to lose,"
Jiang Wanwan said.
Xian Duo Duo had no choice but to start the game silently. I don't know if it's fate or just bad luck for some people. The 2 random teammates on Jiang Wanwan's side in the last game were actually matched on the opposite side this time and became Jiang Wanwan and his teammates' enemies. When the 2 unlucky passers-by saw the ID 1 Go Woody above Jiang Wanwan's head, they immediately panicked. He warned his teammates, "Be careful, that 1 Go Woody is a super jungler, the kind that can fight 5 at once."
His teammates expressed disdain, "Jungle King? I am a jungler?"
Especially after killing 1 Go Woody several times.
The teammates became even more rampant. Wild King? That's it? The 2 unlucky passers-by saw that Jiang Wanwan's record became 0-6. But his face turned pale. It's over, the seal is lifted. 1 minute later.
Looking at Wan Go is invincible stepping on the corpses of 5 people and rushing straight to the base with the pentakill icon.
The world seemed to have quieted down. Chapter 117 Mingyue Jewelry. Chapter 117 Mingyue Jewelry. Jiang Wanwan played games with Xian Hua Hua and her brother for 2 hours. I'm almost losing all the money. Almost every win was so quick. 8 minutes into the game, Wan Go was invincible 0-6. Hand the phone to my husband and win within minutes.
There were a few times when Jiang Wanwan behaved beyond her normal level and did not hand the phone to Shin Feng.
Instead, it won even slower. Looking at the game that he had played for the whole morning, Xian Duo Duo said with emotion, "Brother-in-law, are you a professional player? How come you are so awesome?"
"It's not a career, just something to play with occasionally,"
Shin Feng said.
This game, like LOL, was just a way for him to kill time. It's just, he spends just a little more time than the average person.
That's why my level is a little higher than others.
In addition, Shen Duoduo's current rank is not high, so Shinfeng was able to win so easily.
I really think you're awesome. Brother-in-law, why don't you go play professionally? What profession is it? Your brother-in-law's job is much better than a professional one. Xian Huahua said. Ah? What does my brother-in-law do? Star. Star? Xian Duoduo suddenly fell into deep thought. After a moment,
his hands were shaking as he held the phone.
Wangu is invincible. Feng Zi. Damn. Why didn't I guess it before? Are you Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan?
Are you? Without waiting for Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan to answer, Shen Duoduo pulled Xian Huahua and asked, Sister, tell me quickly.
Calm down, calm down. Xian Huahua patted her brother's head and said, although they are indeed the real Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, are you really that excited? Oh my god, how can I not be excited? Everyone in my class is their fan. I actually played games with the Chuansuo couple, oh my god. Shen Duoduo was so excited that he spoke without restraint. Wangu. Brother Shen, I'm your biggest fan.
I didn't recognize you guys before, I'm guilty. He also kept apologizing to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan didn't expect that Xian Huahua's younger brother was actually their fan. Jiang Wanwan comforted him, it's normal that you can't recognize us. How can you say that you are guilty? How can we blame you?
Wow, I even took a screenshot of your game record and sent it to my classmates, telling them that even though you are such a bad player, you still have an awesome husband.
Xian Duoduo said again. Jiang Wanwan, Xian Huahua, kill your brother for me, now.
Xian Huahua said seriously, Wanwan, this is my biological brother.
Xian Duoduo was very touched. Sister is still better at critical moments.
Xian Huahua then added, this is my own flesh and blood.
If you want me to kill him, you have to pay more. Xian Duoduo. After playing with Xian Duoduo and Xian Huahua for a while, Jiang Wanwan went offline. It's not that she wants to go offline. Instead, Shinfeng went to the hotel kitchen to prepare lunch for her. Without Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan didn't dare to play games with Xian Duoduo and Xian Huahua.
Soon, Shinfeng brought out a bowl of hot porridge and some refreshing side dishes. Jiang Wanwan buried her head in eating.
Although the dishes are all vegetarian, Shinfeng's cooking skills are really great. Even though it was vegetarian food, Jiang Wanwan enjoyed eating it very much. Seeing Jiang Wanwan eating her meal with big mouthfuls, Shinfeng felt a little relieved.
It seems that her body should not be so uncomfortable anymore. With a slight smile, Shinfeng said, Wangu, you said before that as long as I can turn the tables, you will agree to one of my requests, whatever I ask, right? Jiang Wanwan, who was eating, paused for a moment and then nodded.
Whatever you want, go ahead. Real? Of course, I mean what I say. Jiang Wanwan looked very upright and said, when have I ever broken my promise, brother? Shinfeng leaned close to Jiang Wanwan's ear and whispered a request. Jiang Wanwan blushed when she heard Shinfeng's words. This Fengzi is getting more and more bold.
But in the end, Jiang Wanwan agreed without hesitation. Then he continued to drink his porridge, trying his best to pretend nothing had happened.
Shinfeng raised his eyebrows, since brother has agreed to this evening, when do you plan to start? Start what? Let me start my request.
Jiang Wanwan coughed lightly, I only said that I would agree to whatever you ask, but I didn't say that I must do it after I agree.
Fengzi, you are still too young and narrow-minded. Shinfeng. He silently took out his cell phone and seemed to type something. Jiang Wanwan came over curiously and asked, what are you doing? Shinfeng just smiled and said, I'm keeping accounts.
Since Wangu doesn't plan to do it now, I will write it down first and see how much debt you can owe. Once you are fully recovered, I, as the creditor, will have to force you to enforce the debt.
Shinfeng said this and pinched Jiang Wanwan's little face.
Jiang Wanwan bit Shinfeng's hand, stared at him and said vaguely, a man who loves to hold grudges. Shinfeng let Jiang Wanwan bite her hand, kissed her forehead, and said softly, I don't like to hold grudges.
I only love you. Jiang Wanwan blushed. He picked up the steamed bun and slapped it on Shinfeng's face. After another day of rest, Jiang Wanwan's health finally improved.
After Sister Lin contacted the jewelry company again, on the afternoon of the third day after arriving in Shangjing City, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan finally arrived at their partner, this time Mingyue Jewelry.
Mingyue Jewelry is in a somewhat awkward situation in the domestic jewelry industry. It's a bit like Jiang Wanwan's former status in the entertainment industry. Second line, not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Mingyue Jewelry is far behind the top domestic jewelry companies, but it is much more formal than small workshops. People don't think of it first when buying high-end jewelry, nor do they consider it when buying cheap goods. So Mingyue Jewelry has been stagnant. They were in urgent need of promotion, but they had previously asked celebrities to shoot several commercials and do endorsements, but the results were not satisfactory. Coincidentally, I saw the video clip of the Chuansua couple before, and also followed the show dating, and discovered the treasure pair of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. In the manager's office of Mingyue Jewelry, Qin Xing, the CEO of Mingyue Jewelry, spoke to Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, and Sister Lin.
Qin Xing is in his 30s.
She founded Mingyue Jewelry and is a typical strong woman. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. Xiaoshen and Wanwan are actually not as famous as first-tier celebrities. They are still far behind. Sister Lin said with a smile. Sister Lin and Qin Xing have very similar temperaments and are about the same age, so it was quite natural for them to chat with each other. I have great confidence in my judgment of people. They will become great in the future. No, not in the future. As long as they can have another opportunity like Day to show their talents, they will become real top stars. Qin Xing said with a smile. In fact, I not only want you to shoot the commercial, I also want to give you the product endorsement rights. Sister Lin raised an eyebrow, why not? Xiaoshen and Wanwan have the ability to become the image spokespersons of your company. Advertising and endorsements are not exactly the same. To put it in an analogy, advertising is more like a short-term temporary job, while endorsement is a long-term job. It can even be said that they are long-term partners. If Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan could get an endorsement, it would definitely be a good thing. I can ask Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan to endorse our company, but whether I can get the endorsement rights depends on whether they can help me accomplish something. Qin Xing said slowly. This is not written in the contract. Can you tell me what it is? Sister Lin asked. It's easy to say, but it's also difficult to say, Qin Xing said with a somewhat mysterious expression. I would like to ask them to help me run a game. Chapter 118 I can beat 10. Chapter 118 I can beat 10. Qin Sheng briefly explained to the three of them what the so-called competition meant. You should have heard of Jinchuan Jewelry, right? It is one of the largest jewelry companies in the country today. Jinchuan Jewelry used to be a company of similar size to Mingyue Jewelry, but they used malicious commercial competition and unfair and despicable means to step on Mingyue and become one of the top 5 jewelry companies in China today. The reason why our company has not made any progress in hiring celebrities to endorse its products is because Jinchuan Jewelry is targeting us. Qin Xing sighed, every time we hire someone to shoot an advertisement, Jinchuan Jewelry will inevitably hire a bigger star to shoot an advertisement at the same time. Jinchuan Jewelry is also in Shangjing City. There are obviously many locations for filming advertisements, but Jinchuan always competes with us for a studio and then suppresses us everywhere. That's fine, but when we do the final advertising, Jinchuan Jewelry will also run ads at the same time as us. Then they will buy trending searches and use their ads to suppress ours. Qin Xing, who had been smiling all the time, finally showed a trace of fatigue. Jinchuan and I have been struggling for several years, but after all this, their company has become bigger and bigger. But we have always been suppressed, and our performance has become increasingly bleak. Some people even laugh at us for being a stepping stone for Jinchuan Jewelry. After hearing what Qin Xing said, Sister Lin already understood. So, Jinchuan Jewelry also hired someone to shoot the commercial this time, right? Qin Sheng nodded, that's right, it's better to say that it was Jinchuan who found the spokesperson first this time. The person they are looking for this time is Fu Yan. When Sister Lin heard the name Fu Yan, she narrowed her eyes. As an insider in the entertainment industry, I don't think anyone would be insensitive to this name. He is the most popular top artist in the entertainment industry today, and he is also the walking traffic and popularity. Now the number of fans that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have on Weibo is not even a fraction of that of Fu Yan. Jinchuan can afford Fu Yan, but we can't afford a big shot of the same level. Qin Xing sighed. So, you invited Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, who were once compared to Fu Yan. Sister Lin's voice was a little cold. I think it is necessary to make these things clear in the contract and previous communications, instead of telling us now. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were once hailed as high-quality idols by Weibo fans. Even because of the hot search for high-quality idol, many of Fu Yan's fans criticized Shinfeng and Shinfeng's fans.
Although it was thanks to Jiang Wanwan that Fu Yan's fans finally started fighting with fans of other popular stars. But it is undeniable that there was eventually a feud between Fu Yan's circle and Shinfeng Jiang Wanwan's circle. After that, there were always people comparing Shinfeng with Fu Yan. So even though on the surface Shinfeng and Fu Yan had never even met each other, but secretly, the two of them have become enemies. Jinchuan Jewelry invited Fu Yan, and Mingyue Jewelry invited Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. This is clearly an attempt to go against each other. But Sister Lin didn't know about this in advance. If she knew, she would never allow Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan to get involved. She knew very well how crazy Fu Yan's fanatical fans were. She absolutely didn't want Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan to be treated as public enemies again by those crazy fans. Fu Yan's status is not comparable to Xiaoxin and Wanwan, so we don't want to participate in your competition, Mr. Qin. Sister Lin said in a cold voice, we won't shoot this commercial anymore, goodbye. It's okay not to shoot, but when you guys came, I had asked the marketing account to post a rumor on Weibo. The content is that Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan are suspected of participating in the shooting of Mingyue Jewelry's advertisement, and they are going to compete with Fu Yan on the same stage. Xin Qing said slowly, if you don't shoot now, people on the internet will only say that you are afraid before the battle, and then Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan will become a laughingstock, right? Sister Lin frowned and stared at Qin Shang. Qin Shang, I thought we were still friends. I didn't expect you to plot against us like this. Qin Shang smiled bitterly, Alan, I just need your help. This is Mingyue Jewelry's last chance. If we can't get out of Jinchuan's suppression, we will be acquired by them next year. Please help me, Arlene. Just consider this as the last request you promised me. After hearing Qin Shang's words, Sister Lin's eyes became more complicated. She rubbed her forehead and said, I'm just an agent. This matter depends on what Shinfeng and Wanwan think. Then, he looked at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. I respect your opinion. If you don't want to accept this advertisement, let's leave immediately. Jiang Wanwan crossed her arms, looked at Qin Shang, and said, Boss Qin, from what you said, it seems that you recognize Sister Lin. But no matter what your relationship was before, this time, it was you who schemed against me and Shinfeng. So you're going to refuse? Qin Shang sighed. It's inevitable. After all, it's easier to be afraid before the battle than to be overwhelmed by Fu Yan's fans. Then Jiang Wanwan continued, so, you have to pay more. Qin Shang was stunned. Then he smiled wryly and nodded. Okay, you decide how much to add. 1 billion. Then you should go. Just kidding, Jiang Wanwan smiled, doubling the current amount, isn't that too much? Qin Shang nodded and shook his head. It's no problem to triple it, but the premise is that you have to outdo Fu Yan in this advertisement. Do you have the confidence? The smile on Jiang Wanwan's face became even brighter. If I can't even beat a young hunk who relies on his looks, I'll write my name backwards. Jiang Wanwan really doesn't take the so-called top stars in the domestic entertainment industry seriously. With Fu Yan's acting skills, she can beat 10 of them. On the way to the advertising shooting location, Jiang Wanwan asked Sister Lin, did you know Qin Shang? There was something unnatural about Sister Lin's expression. She sighed softly and whispered, before, I had some connection with her. I'm so sorry that I got you involved in this matter because of me. She had trusted Qin Shang too much before, so she only regarded this advertisement as a simple and ordinary cooperation. Unexpectedly, Qin Shang would plot against her to this extent. It's okay, Sister Lin. Besides, we got extra money in the end. Jiang Wanwan comforted Sister Lin. The premise for getting more money is that your advertisements have to suppress Fu Yan, Sister Lin said helplessly, not to mention that Jinchuan Jewelry will spend money to increase the popularity of its own advertisements. Fu Yan's own popularity alone is enough to crush you. Don't worry, Sister Lin, I have a way. Do you have a solution? What solution do you have? Sister Lin glanced at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan patted Shinfeng, I have Fengzi. Fengzi, think of a solution quickly. Shinfeng spread his hands, Wan Gu, you trust me too much, the other party is Fu Yan. So what, Fu Yan? Think about it quickly. If you figure it out, I'll agree to one condition of yours. Do you think I can still trust you? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Jiang Wanwan put her hands on Shinfeng's waist. Shinfeng raised his hands in surrender, and then said, then I may need to think about it for a few days. I'll give you 3 seconds, 3, 2. Okay, I figured it out. Shinfeng said helplessly. Sister Lin, you can just promote it vigorously from now on.
Just say that Mingyue Jewelry invited Wan Wan and me to shoot an advertisement to compete with Fu Yan invited by Jinchuan Jewelry. It's better to let the whole network know about this. That way, even if Jinchuan Jewelry spends more money to promote their advertisements in the future, netizens will think of our advertisements and compare them with them. As long as we can stand on the same stage and compete, we can ignore the popularity of Jinchuan Jewelry and Fu Yan to a certain extent. Shenfeng held Zhang Wanwan's hand on his waist, chuckled and said, "The rest is just to teach Brother Wan how to act." With acting skills that can be praised by the old movie star himself, it should be no problem to crush Fu Yan, right? I can beat 10. Zhang Wanwan waved her fist. After listening to Shenfeng's suggestion, Sister Lin nodded. This seems to be a good coping strategy at the moment. She immediately called Qin Sheng and asked him to prepare for this matter. This time it was Qin Sheng who had cheated her, so of course she had to push all the dirty and tiring work to Qin Sheng. Soon, the car arrived at the filming set. Just as Qin Sheng said, the Jinchuan Jewelry team and Mingyue Jewelry shared the same location for filming. It's just that before, the people from Jinchuan deliberately competed with Mingyue Jewelry for a venue in order to squeeze Mingyue Jewelry. This time, it was Mingyue Jewelry that took the initiative to come to Jinchuan. This is Qin Sheng's counterattack. It's the first time. Or maybe, it's the last time. Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan got out of the car and walked towards the venue. From a distance, I saw the man surrounded by a group of staff. Fu Yan. Chapter 119, Seductive Vixen. Chapter 119, Seductive Vixen. What's wrong with your company? It just rained 2 days ago, but you didn't clean up here and made Fu Yan's clothes dirty. Can you afford the compensation? All irrelevant people, please get out of the way. Why are you asking when the filming will start? Our Fu Yan just arrived, so of course we have to let him rest. Why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Where is our lounge? Let Fu Yan go and rest. Fu Yan walked among the staff, his expression looking quite calm. However, the agent and assistant beside him were shouting loudly at this time. Seeing this, Fu Yan patted the assistant beside him and said, "Okay, be friendly. We will all work together in the future." As he spoke, he looked at the staff around him and said in a gentle tone, "Everyone, I know you have been waiting for a long time, but I feel a little carsick, so I still want to rest before starting filming. You guys, I guess you won't mind too much, right?" The director over there quickly shook his head and waved his hands, then sent Fu Yan into the lounge. After Fu Yan and his agent entered the lounge, the director that Jin Chun had found sighed and said, "It's really easy to meet the king of hell, but it's hard to deal with the little devil." Fu Yan seems to be easy to talk to, but his agent and assistant are more arrogant than each other. Yeah, Fu Yan seems to have a pretty good temper. Listening to the conversation coming from the other side, Sister Lin sneered. Fu Yan's team is really a routine that will eat until they die. The accompanying Mingyue Jewelry staff couldn't help but ask, "Sister Lin, what do you mean?" What this means is that Fu Yan's manager and assistant deliberately acted arrogant and played the villain, while Fu Yan pretended to be friendly and easy to talk to and played the good guy, in order to establish Fu Yan's gentle and approachable personality. Sister Lin said, "This routine has been used since Fu Yan debuted. It was able to scare people at first, but now everyone in the industry knows what kind of person this guy is. Only advertising directors like this, who don't normally come into contact with big names like Fu Yan, would be deceived by him." The staff of Mingyue Jewelry asked again, "What kind of personality does Fu Yan usually have?" "My girlfriend is his fan." Shoot a commercial here for 2 days and you'll know what kind of character he is. Sister Lin said this, and took Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan, and followed the staff to find the shooting location booked by Mingyue Jewelry. This is a large studio in Shanjing City. It is large in area and well equipped. In order to fight back, Mingyue Jewelry specially chose a location next to Jinchuan Jewelry. Looking at the two shooting locations not far from each other, Sister Lin frowned again. Qin Sheng was really determined this time and planned to confront Jinchuan Jewelry head-on. However, the people Qin Sheng was determined to sacrifice were Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan. The two sheds are so close to each other, it's obvious that they are looking for trouble. But with Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan's status, isn't it like hitting a rock with an egg if they go to pick a fight with Fu Yan? If Jiang Wanwan wasn't so confident, Sister Lin would rather offend Qin Sheng and never associate with this friend again, rather than let Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan get involved. The director invited by Mingyue Jewelry has already arrived. Seeing Sister Lin leading Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan over, the thin female director pushed her glasses and walked forward, greeting politely. "Hello, I'm Ning Qiong, the director of this trip." Sister Lin was a little surprised, because this Ning Qiong didn't seem much older than Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Maybe even a college student. What's going on with Qin Chang? Since he values this opportunity to fight back so much, and is even willing to offend her to invite Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan to compete with Fu Yan, why does he want to invite such an unknown young man to be the director? Just when Sister Lin was confused, Jiang Wanwan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Xiong. Ning Xiong, I didn't expect you to be the director of this commercial? You know me?" Ning Qiong was stunned. Why would a big star like Jiang Wanwan recognize her? In fact, looking at Jiang Wanwan's expression, she seemed a little excited. "Ah, I recognize you. Didn't you submit a short film called Memorial in the college student film competition? I really like watching that short film." Jiang Wanwan coughed first, then told the truth. Shinfeng saw clearly her unnaturalness. His youngest brother was definitely not so excited about the so-called short film. However, Ning Qiong obviously believed what Jiang Wanwan said. She looked so thin that she seemed almost frail, but her face showed a hint of surprise and a hint of joy at being admired. She lowered her head and said softly, "Thank you for the compliment. I have also seen your performance. Your acting skills are very impressive. I hope we can cooperate this time." Ning Qiong hadn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Wanwan suddenly took out her cell phone, pulled Ning Qiong and said, "You and I hit it off right away. We'll be good sisters from now on. Hurry up and add me as a friend. I'll scan you and I'll scan you. From now on, we'll share the good and the bad together. Remember to think of me and Fingzi when you have a good script." After saying that, Jiang Wanwan patted Ning Qiong's shoulder heavily. It almost knocked her glasses off. Ning Qiong added Jiang Wanwan as a friend in a daze. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She said thank you with a red face. She feels that she has been really lucky recently. Not only did she meet her boss Qin Chang who appreciated her abilities, but she also met someone like Jiang Wanwan who admired her. And so enthusiastic. Does this count as making friends for her? Sister Lin quickly went to discuss some filming matters with Ning Qiong. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan went to the lounge to put on makeup first. In the lounge, while the makeup artist hadn't arrived yet, Shinfeng asked, "Wangu, the relationship between you and Ning Qiong should be more than just watching the short film, right?" Jiang Wanwan smiled mysteriously. She glanced around to make sure no one was around. Then he whispered, "Fingzi, let me tell you, we've hit on a treasure this time. Didn't I tell you that I won the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress before I was reborn? Do you know who directed that award-winning movie?" Although Shinfeng knew that person was most likely Ning Qiong. But he still followed Jiang Wanwan's words and asked, "Who is it?" "It's Zhao Mu." Shinfeng. He had to admit that sometimes, he still couldn't figure out Jiang Wanwan's routine. 800 years was enough time for him to gain insight into human nature. But unfortunately, sometimes, Jiang Wanwan is really not a human being. Does the name Zhao Mu have anything to do with Ning Qiong? Jiang Wanwan patted Shinfeng, "Hey, don't make that expression, I haven't finished yet. This Zhao Mu is actually Ning Qiong's future husband, and Ning Qiong is the assistant director of that award-winning film. 10 years later, Ning Qiong and her husband are the most prestigious husband and wife directors in Asia. They have directed the Spring Festival Gala, and their high-quality films have won many awards overseas. Of course, her husband, the so-called genius director Zhao Mu, contributed to this, but Ning Qiong also played a big role. The two of them complement each other and are indispensable." Jiang Wanwan chuckled, "I got the Best Actress award in my previous life by hanging out with them. If I had gotten close to Ning Qiong in this life, wouldn't it be easy for me to get 10 or 8 Best Actress awards? How about letting you win a few Best Actor awards when the time comes?" Shinfeng smiled and pinched Jiang Wanwan's nose. "I don't want to win the Best Actor award, I just want to win you as the Best Actress award." While the two were talking, the makeup artist had already arrived at the lounge. There were 2 female makeup artists doing the makeup for Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. One of them who was putting makeup on Jiang Wanwan had a very serious expression on her face. But the one who did Shinfeng's makeup. But his eyes were always shining. Staring at Shinfeng was like staring at a gold brick. It seems like she is putting on makeup and swallowing her saliva at the same time. After finishing their makeup, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were about to change their clothes. Then I heard the makeup artist whisper to the other makeup artist, "He's so handsome." Invincible. Much more handsome than Fu Yan. I'm dying. I also want to marry him.
When Jiang Wanwan heard the voice, she rolled her eyes at Shinfeng. Then, she pretended to hold Shinfeng's hand as she walked past the two makeup artists, and said to Shinfeng in a pretentious manner, "Husband, you look so good after putting on your makeup." Shinfeng got goosebumps after hearing this. Shinfeng said helplessly, "Wan Gu, are you jealous?"
You're jealous. Jiang Wanwan snorted.
He pinched Shinfeng secretly again. "I don't think you are an 800-year-old fox, you are just a seductive vixen. It's a pity that a vixen like me can also be seduced by others."
Shinfeng smiled and held Jiang Wanwan's hand. "I just happened to be defeated by a little kitty." Chapter 120 Knight and Princess. Chapter 120 The Knight and the Princess.
The vixen and the kitten changed their clothes. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan had read the script on the way here about the general content of the advertisement to be shot this time.
Dream. This advertisement highlights an unconventional dream. Different from previous jewelry advertisements, this one uses marriage as a selling point.
The product that Mingyue Jewelry wants to promote this time is Qin Qing's most proud work, the Floating Light and Fantasy Dream series. The designs of these jewels are either flamboyant, magical, or gorgeous. In short, they are completely different from ordinary jewels. Advertisements should naturally highlight these characteristics. So in this advertisement, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan will play the roles of knight, prince, hunter, warrior, princess, witch, fairy, etc. to interpret the characteristics of the jewelry and bring out the design of these jewelry.
Today Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan just arrived, so this is considered a trial shoot.
So I chose the simplest one among several scripts, the knight and the princess. Shinfeng was dressed in white, which was tight and neat, with gorgeous golden edging on the corners, which made him look more noble. There is a long sword at his waist, the sword blade is slender and straight, noble and elegant, just like Shinfeng, who is now wearing makeup and has an upright posture. It was as if at this moment he was really a knight from the medieval royal family, or even a prince.
Jiang Wanwan's outfit is even more eye-catching.
A light blue slim evening dress set off Jiang Wanwan's perfect figure, and her long hair was tied into a princess bun with a shining hair accessory. She has a bright and beautiful appearance, and with the exquisite makeup designed by the makeup artist, she looks like a person who has walked out of a painting. The two of them walked out from the lounge side by side. Ning Qiong and Sister Lin were originally discussing the filming matters. There are also staff members around who are debugging the machines. They all looked over blankly. For a moment, even Sister Lin forgot that these two people were Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. She thought that she had traveled through time. Or maybe this knight and princess traveled through time.
It's perfect, this is exactly how I imagined it to be.
Ning Qiong suddenly clapped her hands. She originally looked thin and timid, but now she was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She suddenly rushed to Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, looking around at them. Then he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "You are exactly what I imagined in my mind.
There will be no problem with this advertisement.
All units, get ready to shoot." Seeing Ning Qiong, who was a little too excited, Shinfeng asked in a low voice, "Why is she like a different person?"
Her husband is a genius director, also known as Zhao Gui.
And she is recognized as a crazy director in the industry. Of course, she is not your Fengzi.
Jiang Wanwan said, although she is usually weak, once she enters the director's state, she immediately becomes ignited. People give her the nickname, Crazy Chong. Chong Fengzi, this nickname is not very friendly to me.
As the two were talking, Ning Qiong came over. I took them to the shooting location and said, "You should have read the script. There are no lines, but we need to capture that feeling."
Do you understand what I mean? It's that feeling. To be honest, Shinfeng didn't understand. But Jiang Wanwan looked pleased and nodded repeatedly. I know. That's the feeling. Yes, and we have to capture that mood as well. I see. It's the kind of mood that sounds like a splash, right? Yes.
Wanwan, you really understand me.
It would be even better if you could add that kind of emotion. No problem, it's just that kind of emotion, leave it to me.
Listening to the conversation between Jiang Wanwan and Ning Qiong, Shinfeng had a feeling for the first time. It felt like he had never learned Chinese. His eldest brother is really awesome. After Jiang Wanwan and Ning Qiong exchanged words over the air, Ning Qiong directed all units on the set and prepared to start filming.
The first act is simple. The loyal knight took the princess' hand and accompanied her on many journeys.
Along the way, there is a garden symbolizing the princess' childhood, a palace symbolizing the princess's adulthood, and ruins symbolizing the country's war. In the end, the princess and the knight defended the country and ascended the throne to become the new queen. But in the lonely palace, there were only the princess and the knight relying on each other. The knight knelt beside the princess, put the crown on her head, and tied the exquisitely designed sapphire necklace on her. These were basically shot in a simple studio setting, and then processed in post-production.
However, don't think that without real scenes, post-processing of advertisements will be simple. On the contrary, this kind of advertisement tests the actor's skills more.
There are no physical objects in the performance, and all the details have to rely on the actor's imagination.
The entire atmosphere depends on the actor's emotions.
If you are not careful, your acting may appear too exaggerated or too stiff.
Jiang Wanwan would not have this problem.
But Xin Feng can. Xin Feng is not a Superman, and when it comes to acting skills, he has not really practiced them. Although he lived a long time, he always lived in the same day and lost the need to act.
Who are you performing for?
Although Xin Feng's acting skills are not too embarrassing, they are even thousands of times better than many young actors.
But compared with Jiang Wanwan, Xin Feng's disadvantages were immediately highlighted.
Seeing Jiang Wanwan's typhoon overwhelm Xin Feng, Ning Qiong immediately shouted, "Cut!
Wanwan is fine, but Xin Feng is not.
You look like a noble knight, and your body shape is also like a noble knight, but you still give me the feeling of Xin Feng.
You didn't give the performance I wanted, you know?
It would be strange if you understood."
Xin Feng was a little amused.
He could also feel that his acting skills were not as good as Jiang Wanwan's.
But is there any difference between Ning Qiong saying this and not saying it?
Fortunately, Jiang Wanwan takes good care of her husband. He took Xin Feng aside and carefully explained the key points of the performance. While Jiang Wanwan was explaining to Xin Feng, the idol director at the next set smacked his lips. In his opinion, Jiang Wanwan's acting skills are indeed better, but Xin Feng's are also acceptable. At least better than many actors he had seen.
Why does this young female director have such high demands?
While the director at the next set was pondering, Fu Yan, his agent, and his assistant all came out of the lounge after putting on their makeup. Fu Yan saw Jiang Wanwan, who was dressed brightly, from afar on the set next door. At first, his eyes almost popped out. But when he saw clearly that person was Jiang Wanwan, Fu Yan immediately lost interest. No matter how beautiful this girl is, she is still a tiger girl.
Fu Yan frowned and said, "Why are Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan here to shoot a commercial? What's going on?"
"I just asked someone to inquire about it.
They are the people Mingyue Jewelry is looking for." Fu Yan's agent Guan Heng said, "Mingyue Jewelry and Jinchuan Jewelry have been competing for many years, but they were suppressed every time.
They probably want to get back on their feet this time, so they found Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who are often compared to you, and plan to make an advertisement together.
They're going all in, fighting to the death."
Fu Yan sneered, "Have the people at Mingyue Jewelry lost their minds? Do they really think that just because they can be compared with me, they will have the same level of popularity as me? The combined traffic of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan is less than 1/10 of mine. What right do they have to compete with me?" Guan Heng also nodded. "The people from Jinchuan also told us not to worry about this matter. Jinchuan will suppress the popularity of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's advertisements. In terms of financial resources, Mingyue can't beat Jinchuan. So what you need to do is to shoot commercials and endorse products with peace of mind."
Reassurance?
Guan Heng, because of Xin Feng, the so-called high-quality idol, I have been belittled all day long recently. Although his popularity cannot be compared with mine, as long as he is in the entertainment industry, he is a threat to me." Fu Yan said, narrowing his eyes slowly, "Now they are courting death by coming to challenge me.
Do you think I can let them go easily?
I'll find a way to teach them a lesson, let them know that as a top star in the entertainment industry, not everyone is qualified to touch me." After Fu Yan finished speaking, he went to find the director.
Guan Heng was left wiping his face silently. "Damn, you said you wanted me to teach you a lesson, but you should give me some advice.
I'm just an agent, not a military advisor.
How do you expect me to teach others a lesson?"
Finally, Guan Heng said to the assistant beside him, "Find a way to teach them a lesson, do you hear me?" After saying that, Guan Heng also left on his own. He doesn't want to do such troublesome things that offend people.
See Fu Yan and Guan Heng walking away. The assistant finally held back his curse.
Thousands of words turned into just a middle finger.
Chapter 121 Is anyone there? Chapter 121 Is anyone there? The middle finger is the middle finger.
But the assistant still has to complete the task assigned by the superiors. He squatted in the corner and searched the internet for a long time on how to teach someone a lesson.
There are all kinds of strange answers on the internet.
But the simplest and most brutal method seems to be beating.
The assistant sucked his teeth.
We live in a civilized society now, and beating people is against the law.
If fighting doesn't work, then take a step back. Change it to scare people.
The assistant thought this was a good idea.
Finding a way to scare Shinfeng or Jiang Wanwan and leave them with psychological trauma should be considered a lesson, right? Thinking about it, the assistant started planning.
Finally, he walked to the toilet closest to the adjacent studio.
Planning to ambush here.
When Shinfeng came to the toilet, he launched a surprise attack.
It's better to push Shinfeng into the toilet.
When such a big scandal happens, Shinfeng will become a complete laughingstock.
Isn't this lesson big enough?
As long as this matter can be accomplished, maybe in the future it will not be Guan Hong who orders him to do things, but he will be the one giving instructions to Guan Hong.
The more he thought about it, the better it seemed to the assistant.
So he groped his way to the toilet and squatted down. But while squatting, the assistant discovered a problem.
He seems to be serious.
Especially after he had been spending a lot of time. He discovered a more important problem.
He seems to have no paper.
He quickly took out his cell phone and wanted to send a message to Guan Hong for help. But the hand holding the phone suddenly slipped. With a plop sound, the assistant's face turned completely pale.
Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty.
On the set of Mingyue Jewelry, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan reshot the first scene of the commercial. Although Shinfeng has made progress this time, it is obviously not enough to meet Ning Qiong's high standards and strict requirements. So Ning Qiong shouted cut again.
Took the photo again.
The card was called again. Ning Qiong called cut during Shinfeng's scenes 3 or 4 times in a row. He even taught Shinfeng a lesson.
Fu Yan, who was on the next set, saw the scene and couldn't help but sneer. You had to do so many NGs during a commercial. Is that your level? If I can't do my job well in shooting commercials and acting, what does it matter if I have many other talents? As he was talking, the director next to him ran over and asked in a low voice, can we start shooting now? It's almost noon. Fu Yan didn't say anything and glanced at Guan Hong beside him. Guan Hong immediately said, why are you in such a hurry?
In order to achieve the best effect of the script, Fu Yan must study the script carefully.
Can't you afford to waste such a short time? Then do you know how much time Fu Yan will have to waste for this advertisement?
All right, Fu Yan patted Guan Hong and said to the director, sorry, director, I still want to familiarize myself with the script.
Please wait a little longer. What does the director want to say?
But look at how polite Fu Yan is, and compare him with Guan Hengyi standing next to him.
Finally, he sighed and nodded.
He returned to his workstation, and the head of the stage crew beside him asked, what's wrong, director?
It's been several hours, why aren't you shooting yet? Fu Yan said he still needs to familiarize himself with the script. Isn't it also a familiarization process when shooting?
Besides, there are no lines in this commercial script.
There are only a few actions in total. What do you need to be familiar with?
The field management team leader frowned. So many people accompanied him, but there was no progress at all.
Is this appropriate?
Well, he's very easy to talk to and very polite, so forget it.
The director waved his hands and said, we can't afford to offend such a big star. Let's wait a little longer. It's up to you. I don't want to worry about it anymore.
The head of the production team said this, lit a cigarette, and ran to watch the filming on the next set.
The director also strolled over and asked, how's it going here? Is there any NG?
Yes, this female director, although she looks young, has a lot of requirements, the head of the stage management team said. I think my performance is very good, but she still didn't approve it. The director then watched Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's performance again.
It's a delight.
Shinfeng's performance now is much better than the first time he saw it. It has even reached the point where he is no longer suppressed by Jiang Wanwan and the two are on equal terms.
You know, it's only been less than 3 hours.
However, the improvement in Shinfeng's acting skills seemed to be the result of 3 or even 30 years of training. But this time, Ning Qiong still shouted cut.
Let's reshoot it.
Even Jinshuan's director couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward and said, hey little girl, I think they acted pretty well.
You can keep this part. At worst, you can save another part. No, it still doesn't feel like what I want.
Ning Xiong shook her head. It's very close, but still a long way off.
Come again. Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan performed it again.
Ning Xiong kept frowning.
It wasn't until the end of the performance that I relaxed. He nodded and said, okay, we can keep this part. Let's shoot it again and keep it. This is too serious.
The pure director sighed. It seems that Mingyue has really found a ruthless person this time and intends to use force. The field management team leader smiled and said, they are coming at us with force.
Can we withstand it? With Fu Yan, it should be possible. Do you think Fu Yan's acting skills can compare with theirs?
The stage manager pointed at Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. I know Fu Yan's acting skills are average, but he's an actor after all.
It shouldn't be impossible for him to shoot a commercial without dialogue, right? The director said.
But soon, he discovered how ridiculous what I said was.
About an hour later,
when Xinfeng and Jiang Wanwan had already started shooting the second scene, Guanheng finally found Jinchun's director slowly and said that Fu Yan was ready and they could start filming. The really pure director let out a long sigh and immediately asked all units to prepare.
Their advertisement is actually very simple, consisting of a few shots of Fu Yan holding jewelry. Then find some female models and take pictures of them wearing the jewelry.
Finally, let Fu Yan take some action shots with a few female models, and then give Fu Yan a close-up holding the jewelry.
It's that simple.
The director Jinchuan originally planned to finish shooting half of it today. But now half a day has passed and the shooting has not started yet, and the director's goal has been reduced to only shooting the first few shots. But when the actual shooting started, the director was paralyzed.
Not to mention the first few simple shots. Even in the first shot, Fu Yan's expression was extremely awkward.
Fu Yan is very beautiful. But his acting at this time was particularly greasy.
Especially with the jewelry in his hands, it doesn't match at all.
It's like putting two completely unrelated things together.
For example, the dragon-slaying sword is a good thing. Jordan Chan is a good actor.
But when Jordan Chan and Dragon Blade were together, it became like, if you are a brother, come and cut my advertisement.
Fu Yan held the jewelry with an unsatisfied expression.
She looked like, if you're a rich woman, come and buy me with jewelry.
This kind of perception is really too uncomfortable.
The director quickly called cut and then said, well, let's shoot it again.
Why, do you want to keep one? Fu Yan asked.
The director didn't know where Fu Yan got his confidence from.
But he could only bite the bullet and say, well, keep one.
Fu Yan nodded, then fell back into his stiff and greasy performance. Even this time's performance was worse than last time.
There are many kinds of advertising.
Some of the ads look magical, while others look sensational.
Some are either beautiful or handsome.
Still others rely on making you feel embarrassed to improve your memory. But Jinchuan spent a lot of money to invite Fu Yan, not to let Fu Yan come to play awkwardly. Seeing Fu Yan's worst performance, the director could only bite the bullet and say, one more take.
Still coming? Why, you are not satisfied with these two? Fu Yan couldn't help but say.
But he soon shut up and looked at Guanheng. Guanheng nodded and said to the pure director, it should be enough to keep one and save one. At worst, we can just cut the appropriate shots from the two and put them together.
There is no need for NG, right? No, but these two, would you like to take a look?
The director pulled Guanheng over and asked him to watch Fu Yan's performance.
How could Guanheng not know what kind of person Fu Yan is?
However, after taking a look at Fu Yan's performance, he said, this is fine.
But, this doesn't work well. Do you have the final say on whether the effect is good or not? Guanheng said, Fu Yan's fans like this, do you understand? How can anyone like this kind of advertisement?
The director hadn't finished speaking yet.
Fu Yan on the other side walked over with a frown. Director, do you think I'm easy to talk to and want to bully me? I didn't do that. How did I bully you?
The director felt very wronged. Let me tell you, the sales of the products I endorse are all top-notch. Whether my advertising is effective is judged by the market, not by you as a director.
Do you understand?
After Fu Yan finished speaking, he checked the time on his phone and then said, these are the two clips.
You can edit them yourself.
I'll shoot these many today.
I have a lunch date at noon, so I'll shoot more tomorrow. But you have a lunch date, so can't we shoot in the afternoon? Fu Yan didn't say anything and walked away. Guan Heng said to the director, "Don't worry about it. Jinchuan spent hundreds of thousands of times more money on Fu Yan than on you. You'll just take pictures of the female models this afternoon, got it?"
After saying that, Guan Heng also left. Watching Fu Yan and Guan Heng leave, director Jinchuan had a complicated expression. The head of the stage management team came over, patted the director on the shoulder and said, "You said before that Fu Yan could compare with Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan?" The director was silent. Looking at the next set, Ning Xiong, Shin Feng, and Zhang Wanwan were filming passionately. That kind of shooting environment, that kind of atmosphere, that kind of artist.
That's what every director wants.
He sighed heavily. "I'm going to the bathroom, you can have someone clean up, no more filming today." After that, he walked to the toilet. He lit a cigarette and poured some water. But at this moment, he heard a strange cry coming from the toilet cubicle next to him.
"Is there anyone outside?"
The director shuddered. At this moment, the light in the toilet flickered for some reason.
Then, a strange shout came from the compartment, "Is anyone there? Can you hear me?"
The director swallowed. At this moment, countless weird ghost stories about toilets came to his mind. He shivered and ran out of the bathroom in a panic without even having time to pull up his pants.
And in the compartment,
listening to the hurried footsteps outside, the assistant cried out in pain and hoarseness, "If anyone is there, please bring me some paper."
Chapter 122 Notebook. Chapter 122 Notebook. Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan stayed in the studio filming until 7 o'clock in the afternoon before finishing work.
Ning Xiong is indeed a workaholic when she gets working. If Qin Sheng hadn't come at the end and offered to treat her to a meal, she would have probably continued filming.
Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan changed back into their own clothes and removed their makeup. While cleaning up in the lounge, Zhang Wanwan asked, "Fengzi, how do you feel today? Are you tired?" "I'm fine, but you just recovered from a cold, can you hold on?"
As Shin Feng spoke, he helped Zhang Wanwan tidy up her hair.
Zhang Wanwan chuckled, "I can hold on. I should say I am enjoying this state.
Since my rebirth, this is the first time I've enjoyed filming so much, or rather, this is the first time I've truly done my job since my rebirth." Since her rebirth, Zhang Wanwan has filmed a variety show called Date. When she is filming variety shows, she just needs to be herself, which is completely different from the feeling of filming a drama.
Not like now.
Although it was just a short commercial now, under Ning Xiong's high standards and strict requirements, Zhang Wanwan finally regained her peak state when filming in her previous life.
She really enjoyed this feeling.
But Fengzi, you've made great progress. It's only been 1 day, and you can already keep up with my pace.
Zhang Wanwan sighed. As expected, a fox spirit that has lived for 800 years is different from us ordinary people.
The two chatted and laughed as they walked out of the lounge. But I found that on the set, the atmosphere between Qin Sheng and Sister Lin seemed a little wrong. Qin Sheng and Sister Lin, two mature women, were sitting opposite each other at this time. No one was looking at each other, yet they seemed to be staring at each other. Qin Sheng seemed to be looking for an opportunity to talk to Sister Lin to ease the awkwardness.
Sister Kellen, on the other hand, looked very distant.
Seeing Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan coming, Sister Lin ignored Qin Sheng, stood up and said, "Xiaoshen, Wanwan, let's go back to the hotel."
"But Sister Lin, didn't President Qin say he would treat us to a meal?"
Ning Xiong on the side said cautiously. She was enthusiastic and outgoing when she was filming before, but now that filming is not going on, Ning Xiong immediately starts to become timid again.
"You guys go eat, we won't go."
Sister Lin said this, pulling Zhang Wanwan and Shin Feng away. Qin Sheng hurriedly took 2 steps forward, stopped Sister Lin, and said softly, "Ah Lin, don't you even want to give me the face of a meal?
I have something else to say to you. But I don't want to hear it."
Sister Lin said, "Qin Sheng, Xiaoshen and Wanwan are helping you shoot the commercial because of business, not because of the personal relationship between us.
We have been strangers for a long time."
Listening to the conversation between Sister Lin and Qin Sheng, Shin Feng winked at Zhang Wanwan.
"I want to ask Zhang Wanwan if she knows what the relationship between these two people is." But Zhang Wanwan also shook her head.
Although she was reborn from 10 years later, she really didn't know what happened between Sister Lin and Qin Sheng. In her previous life, she didn't even know that Sister Lin knew Qin Sheng, the CEO of Mingyue Jewelry. In the end, Sister Lin still did not accept Qin Sheng's invitation. I took Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan back to the hotel, ordered some good food, and had a meal together. Sister Lin spent money very generously today, saying that she wanted to reward Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan who had worked hard all day. Not only did he order a lot of dishes, but he also ordered a lot of wine. However, Jiang Wanwan had a cold and was not suitable to drink alcohol, so Shenfeng only drank 2 sips. Only Sister Lin drank a lot. Jiang Wanwan and Shenfeng could both see that Sister Lin was worried, so they didn't say much. Dinner was eaten in Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan's room. After eating, the drunk Sister Lin planned to leave. Jiang Wanwan originally wanted to send Sister Lin back to her room to rest, but Sister Lin said that her room was not far away and there was no need to send her. She walked out of Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan's room alone, stood in the hotel corridor, and took a deep breath. She held onto the wall and walked towards her room step by step. But as she walked, Sister Lin, who was drunk, felt a black screen in front of her eyes and her legs went weak. The whole person is about to collapse. But before she fell, a pair of hands held her up and held her in their arms. The man hugged Sister Lin and asked in a low voice, "Which room is yours? I'll take you back." Sister Lin was a little confused. She couldn't quite tell who was holding her. "But I always feel that this voice is very familiar," she subconsciously said. "It's in front, the room in front." The man carried Sister Lin to the guest room in front, but without a room card, he couldn't open the door. The man could only ask Sister Lin where the room card was. Sister Kellen couldn't explain it clearly. Helplessly, the man could only reach out and grope Sister Lin's body up and down. After much effort, I found the room card on Sister Lin and opened the door. Then he walked in with Sister Lin. After entering the room, the man first carried Sister Lin to the bed in the dark, and then turned on the light in the room. The lights came on. Xin Xing frowned slightly, looked at Sister Lin with a red face lying on the bed, and sighed. "You can't drink much, why do you drink so much?" As she spoke, she sat down on the edge of the bed, helped Sister Lin take off her shoes, and helped her lie down. Then he just sat by the bed, looking at Sister Lin's face after she fell asleep. As he watched, Xin Xing couldn't help but turn his head away and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands. At this moment, Sister Lin on the bed suddenly snorted. When Xin Xing turned around, he happened to meet the eyes of Sister Lin, who had opened her hazy, drunken eyes. Sister Lin looked at Xin Sheng with a dazed look in her eyes. Suddenly, he hugged Xin Xing's arm, no longer as capable and strong as usual, and said in a soft and somewhat aggrieved voice, "Xing, why did you lie to me again? Shenfeng and Wanwan are both my most important artists. Especially Wanwan, who is like my daughter. I can tolerate you using me time and time again, but this time, why did you want to affect them?" Xin Sheng's face showed a look of guilt and reluctance. "Alan, I..." But she hadn't said it yet. Sister Lin suddenly vomited. Xin Sheng didn't care that he was covered in vomit and hurried to take care of Sister Lin. I cleaned her, changed her clothes, and asked the waiter to bring new sheets. Only after everything was done did Xin Shan want to change his clothes. But this was not her residence, so she could only rummage through Sister Lin's luggage and try to find some of Sister Lin's clothes to change into. While rummaging through the luggage, Xin Sheng not only found suitable clothes, but also found a thick notebook. Seeing the notebook with a light yellow cover, Xin Sheng's hands began to tremble slightly. "Arlene, do you still have this?" She opened the first page of the notebook. There is a photo attached to it. In the photo, young Sister Lin and Xin Sheng took a photo together in a beautifully decorated room. There are a few more lines of words written below. July 20th, 2013, I bought this notebook. From now on, Arlene and I will use it to record our daily lives. July 20th, 2013, Xingxing and I finally finished decorating our room. This will be our new home from now on. Xin Sheng bit her lip and turned the next page with trembling fingers. July 21st, 2013, it feels so good to live with just 2 people. Xingxing's designs are so beautiful. She will definitely become a great designer in the future. July 21st, 2013, hey, classmate Alan, even if you praise me like this, I will never forgive you for breaking my computer. Please treat me tonight. August 20th, 2013, taking photos to commemorate Xingxing finally learning how to cook. I can enjoy it in the future too. August 20th, 2013, Arlene's cooking is still the best, you are not allowed to enjoy it, otherwise I will not be able to enjoy it. September 15th, 2014, happy birthday Xingxing. Actually I wanted to say this a long time ago, the notebook Xingxing bought is really great, we should keep recording and fill it up. September 15th, 2014, I bought a lot of notebooks so I can record things for a long time. Xin Sheng's tears slid down and dripped onto the notebook. It dripped onto this line of words. February 8th, 2015, goodbye, Xin Sheng. Starting from January 2015, there were only Sister Lin's handwriting in the notebook, and no more Qin Sheng's handwriting.
And after February 8th, it is completely blank.
Qin Sheng closed the notebook, held it in one hand, covered his mouth with the other, and tried not to cry too loudly. But she couldn't control her tears, which fell down her face like pearls from a broken string.
Right at this moment,
a hand reached out, holding a piece of toilet paper. Qin Sheng was stunned and looked at Sister Lin, who was walking towards him drunk. There is a piece of toilet paper in Sister Lin's right hand. In his left hand, he held the commercial liquor that was available in the hotel room. She looked at Qin Sheng and said drunkenly, "Which one do you want?" Qin Sheng was silent for a moment. Then, he took the bottle of wine from Sister Lin's left hand.
Chapter 123, Dreaming the Same Night and Putting on the Same Makeup at Dawn. Chapter 123, Dreaming the Same Night and Wearing the Same Makeup at Dawn.
Qin Sheng changed into Sister Lin's clothes and sat on the bed with Sister Lin. She held the bottle of wine in her hand, unopened. Sister Lin hasn't sobered up yet, but after vomiting, she is much more sober than before. At least she could tell that the person next to her was Qin Sheng, and she was not dreaming. She turned her head and looked at Qin Sheng, and said, "What do you want to do here?"
"I told you, I have something to tell you. I also said that I don't want to hear it."
"I'm sorry, Arlene.
I'm really sorry about what happened back then." Listening to Qin Sheng's apology, Sister Lin couldn't help laughing. "You apologize to me?"
"Yes, you should apologize to me. But you shouldn't apologize for what happened back then, but for what happened this time." Sister Lin said this, then she lay down on the bed and burped again, reeking of alcohol. "You should understand, Qin Sheng, that from the moment I was willing to cooperate with you and came here to shoot a commercial with you, I no longer cared about what happened back then." Qin Sheng pursed his lips. She held the bottle tighter and said, "You really don't care about that notebook?"
"I can use it as a table leg, can't I?"
"Arlene, I know how deeply I hurt you back then, and I understand how much you hate me. I've been trying to make amends over the years, but only this time did you respond to me." Sister Lin sneered, "Yeah, I responded to you, but in the end it was still a hole you dug." Qin Sheng said helplessly, "Originally, I really just wanted to cooperate with you in shooting a simple commercial, but Qinchuan. If I don't make a big move this year and fight back once, Mingyue will have to change its owner next year. I'm sorry, Arlene."
"I admit that I was wrong this time too."
After seeing Qin Sheng finish speaking, Sister Lin glanced at her.
Then he said, "Is that all you want to say? When you're done, let's go." "Arlene, I..."
Sister Lin closed her eyes and ignored Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng pursed his lips. He sat by the bed for a long, long time without saying a word. Her eyes were always red. She had a lot to say to Sister Lin. More than 10 years ago, she and Sister Lin were both in college. They share upper and lower bunks in a dormitory and are good sisters living together. They are good friends in the eyes of outsiders, but only they themselves know that they are more than just best friends. They like each other. It's about the kind of liking that is love. After graduating from university, Qin Sheng wanted to be a jewelry designer, while Sister Lin started writing scripts. Relying on the money Sister Lin earned from writing scripts, the two of them rented a house and lived there together. Sister Lin, who is good at cooking, is responsible for cooking, while Qin Sheng does the housework. There are two people, one writes scripts and the other draws blueprints, both of them are stay-at-home moms. They hardly go out, but they live happily with each other. They have looked forward to the future and fantasized about growing old together. But the cruel reality shattered all of this.
Qin Sheng's parents found out about this.
Qin Sheng was forced to return to his hometown, but this was just the beginning of the incident. After returning, Qin Sheng naturally wanted to meet Sister Lin again, but Qin Sheng's parents insisted that Qin Sheng give up this idea. So, her parents forced Qin Sheng to break up with Sister Lin in person, and threatened her with the drawings that Qin Sheng was going to use for the designer competition. Those drawings were the result of Qin Sheng's hard work since he started preparing them in college. On one hand is dream, on the other hand is love. When Qin Sheng was in a dilemma, her father suddenly became seriously ill. The father lying on the hospital bed cried and told her that he wanted to see her live a normal life and hold his grandson as soon as possible. The mother even knelt on the ground and begged her. Qin Sheng was finally forced into a corner and met Sister Lin again on February 8, 2015. Sister Lin, who came all the way by train, thought Qin Sheng wanted to live with her again. But in the end, what she waited for was Qin Sheng's cold breakup. The February wind was bitingly cold. But it seemed not as cold as Qin Shing's words. After saying this, Qin Shing got into his mother's car and left without even looking back. Sister Lin was crying her heart out in front of the train station. Since then, Qin Shing has hardly contacted Sister Lin again. Even if Qin Shing became successful and famous in the future and got rid of his parents. But there was no way to contact Sister Lin anymore. Except for this advertisement for Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. In fact, Qin Shing herself was forced into a desperate situation and she was also a victim. But it was also because of this that she realized how deeply Sister Lin was hurt by her. Qin Shing sighed. Sister Lin, who was lying on the bed, also sighed softly. Qin Shing didn't leave and didn't sleep. She wasn't asleep either. Even though she was drunk, she couldn't open her eyes. But her mind was full of Qin Shing, and she still found it difficult to fall asleep. In fact, a few years after the breakup, Sister Lin also learned the truth of the matter. I found out that Qin Shing was under multiple coercions and had no choice but to break up. But by then, Sister Lin had cut her long hair, put on a smart suit, and became an agent. She felt that work could replace those memories, and she felt there was no need to face the past that could never be returned to. Or, she was just being sulky. It has been going on until now. It got to the point where she received a cooperation contract from Mingyue Jewelry. When Sister Lin saw the name Mingyue, she thought of Qin Shing. Because this was the pen name she used when she wrote scripts when she lived with Qin Sheng. Sister Lin felt that so many years had passed and she had let go of everything. Considering the development of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, Sister Lin finally took over the advertisement. So today's reunion came about. However, it was only after they actually met again that Sister Lin realized this. It turns out she hasn't let go of everything yet. At least, he hasn't let go of Qin Shing yet. She hasn't let go of the memories of those years at all. She knew she wanted to reconcile with Qin Shing. She also knew that she looked as ridiculous as an elementary school student when she was being upset. But she just couldn't help it. Even Sister Lin herself couldn't explain why. It was not until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning that Qin Shing stood up silently. She wanted to leave, but walked to Sister Lin's side. He stroked Sister Lin's hair with his hand, his eyes filled with guilt and reluctance. Finally, he reached the door of the room. He put his hand on the door handle. Just as I was about to open the door, I suddenly heard Sister Lin's voice from behind me. It's too late. It's not safe to go back alone. So? Qin Sheng was a little surprised. Did Sister Lin want to invite her to stay overnight? So you can go find a hotel and get a room. Qin Sheng. What are you looking at me for? Do you expect me to get you a room? Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, you didn't like to make jokes like this before. Sister Lin said casually, you will become like this too after being with Shinfeng and Wanwan for a long time. Since you took care of me tonight, please stay. Sister Lin said, looking at the night view outside the hotel window again, just today. Qin Sheng laughed, nodded, and sat back on the bed. She picked up the unopened bottle of wine that she had placed on the bed. Qin Sheng looked at the bottle and then said, do you have a bottle opener? I want to drink some, too. I'll help you look for it. The two people searched the room for a long time in the middle of the night but couldn't find the bottle opener. Finally returned to bed. Lying together, Qin Sheng held up the bottle and said, there is wine but no bottle opener. This hotel is so stupid. Yeah, that's stupid. Sister Lin closed her eyes, why are you so stupid? So are hotels. Qin Sheng too. So does she. The next day. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock, but Sister Lin hadn't gotten up yet. No one replied to my messages and the phone was turned off when I called. Jiang Wanwan, who was extremely worried, ran to and knocked on Sister Lin's door. Soon, the door was opened. Jiang Wanwan was about to speak when she saw the person who opened the door. It was Qin Sheng. What stunned her the most was that Qin Sheng was still wearing Sister Lin's clothes. Jiang Wanwan swallowed. Thinking about what happened between Sister Lin and Qin Sheng yesterday. Let us look at the current situation. Jiang Wanwan immediately showed an I know expression on her face and said, Boss Qin, am I disturbing you? It's okay, but Arlene drank too much yesterday and stayed up all night. I don't think she will wake up for a while today. Qin Sheng smiled and said, I have already notified the studio that the filming will be moved to the afternoon. Jiang Wanwan nodded quickly, then suddenly rolled her eyes and whispered, Boss Qin, do you need me to keep this secret for you? As long as the benefits are in place, I will keep it a secret and won't let anyone else know. Qin Xing glanced at Sister Lin, who was still sleeping. She smiled helplessly and said, "You are really as naughty as she said. Take it. It's not much money, but it should be enough for us to spend. And as long as you can help our Mingyue fight back against Jinchuan, there will be more benefits in the future." Qin Xing handed over a bank card in a casual manner. Jiang Wanwan's eyes almost popped out. What is the aura of a domineering president? Others give benefits by sending red envelopes, but he gives it directly to a bank card. This is the pattern. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will definitely keep your secret. I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Jiang Wanwan said this and ran back to her in Xin Feng's room. Then, with shining eyes, he pulled Xin Feng and said with a gossipy expression, "Fengzi, Fengzi, Fengzi. Big news. Boss Qin and Sister Lin are sleeping together." Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. But he looked at the bank card in Jiang Wanwan's hand. "What is this?" "Hush money." Jiang Wanwan answered without hesitation. Xin Feng smacked his lips. This mouth sealed the loneliness. Chapter 124, the so-called high-quality idol? Chapter 124, the so-called high-quality idol? There was no filming in the morning, so Jiang Wanwan and Xin Feng just sat there doing nothing the whole morning. Jiang Wanwan was bored and was browsing her phone, but she saw a lot of news about them on Weibo. For example, some big verses in the entertainment industry posted specifically on Weibo. Big news. Someone took a photo of the Chuansua couple in Fuyan at the same time in a studio in Beijing. I don't know if they were filming together or just happened to meet. This Weibo post was posted yesterday and was accompanied by 2 photos, which were snapshots of Xin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and Fu Yan entering and leaving the studio. Judging from the clarity of the shot, this was definitely not an accidental discovery that was taken hastily. It must have been taken by someone who had been lurking there for a long time with some plan in mind. The comments below this one are full of hostility. Fans of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are fine, but fans of Fu Yan strongly expressed that they do not want Fu Yan to film with Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Those noble high-quality idol fans look down on our Fu Yan, so don't try to ride on our Fu Yan's popularity and don't film with him. Some people are really shameless, stepping on our Fu Yan while trying to take advantage of our popularity. There are also some people who pretend to be rational passers-by. I'm just a passerby, but I think Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan can't compare to Fu Yan, so they should not film together. There are also some that are more straightforward. Can some of those second-tier celebrities please stay away from our brother? Are you worthy? Looking at these comments, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but curl her lips. It's like who would want to film with him? With his acting skills, I'm afraid I'll beat him to death when I'm filming opposite him. Jiang Wanwan muttered. When she had nothing to do before, Jiang Wanwan dragged Xin Feng to watch a few episodes of the TV series starring Fu Yan. The original idea was that knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Even if the opponent's strength is average, it is best to take it seriously. As a result, Jiang Wanwan couldn't watch any more after less than 1 episode. From a professional perspective, Jiang Wanwan felt that the director must have been blind to let this person be the lead actor. From an unprofessional perspective, Jiang Wanwan felt that this drama was just a joke and the laughs were all due to Fu Yan's acting. The lip-sync lines, awkward expressions, and stiff movements are completely disproportionate to Fu Yan's salary of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Jiang Wanwan would really rather not film than act opposite such a person. This blogger just posted another Weibo post. You can go check it out. Xin Feng, who was sitting next to him, said. When Jiang Wanwan heard this, she refreshed the blogger's homepage again. Sure enough, just as Xin Feng said, this blogger just updated another Weibo post. The content this time is much more realistic than last time. The latest news is that Fu Yan is the spokesperson for Jinchuan Jewelry, while Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are the spokespersons for Mingyue Jewelry. The 2 jewelry companies are suspected to be competing in advertising. Not long after, the blogger posted another long article. We have counted the conflicts between Jinchuan Jewelry and Mingyue Jewelry over the years. And at the end, he emphasized that this might be Mingyue Jewelry's last counterattack. Seeing this long article, Xin Feng smiled and said, it seems that this blogger is someone that President Qin hired. Jiang Wanwan nodded. There are many parts in this blog post that favor Mingyue Jewelry. Most importantly, the article emphasizes that this time the 2 jewelry companies want to compete with each other through advertising. This approach of putting the two companies on opposite sides, deciding the outcome on the same stage, and announcing the news to the world was exactly the same as Xin Feng's plan that day. I have to say that Fu Yan is indeed very popular. Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan have also been quite popular recently. So not long after this blog post was published, terms such as hashtag Chuansua couple Fu Yan fight hashtag and hashtag Mingyue jewelry Zhenchuan jewelry hashtag became hot searches. In the entry for the competition, Fu Yan's fans quickly flooded the screen with comments, expressing their disdain for Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan between the lines. Weibo posts such as Fu Yan will win and Fu Yan is invincible appeared one after another. In the end, the term competition was even pushed to the top of the hot search list. Seeing such popularity, Xin Feng's smile deepened. This is the effect he wants. Fu Yan's fans are doing this to make a big fuss, which is actually a disguised way of promoting this advertising competition. Xin Feng didn't care how many people on Weibo were optimistic about Fu Yan and how many people belittled him and Jiang Wanwan. He only cares about the intensity of publicity and whether enough people know about it. As long as enough people know about it, Xin Feng will achieve his goal. Although Fu Yan has a lot of fans on the internet, the number of fans of Fu Yan is still smaller than the number of passers-by who do not follow Fu Yan. When the advertisements of the two companies come out, passers-by will compare the quality and make a judgment in their minds as to which one is better. At this time, in the studio. After taking a shot that didn't pass, Fu Yan said he wanted to take a break. He was scrolling through his phone and saw the trend on Weibo. He couldn't help but sneer. Agent Guan Hong and his assistant came over. Guan Hong looked somewhat serious, and his assistant walked with a limp. My legs became numb from squatting and they haven't fully recovered yet. Guan Hong held up his phone and said to Fu Yan, "Did you see the trending searches on Weibo?" "I see, well done." Fu Yan praised, "Just like that, put them on the opposite side of us and let them know how weak they are." Guan Hong frowned and said, "I didn't do this. The trending search terms and the big V were not bought by us. Someone else is controlling it." Fu Yan said, "Oh." Then he waved his hands and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter who is behind this. Look at the momentum on Weibo right now. My fans have the upper hand. This is definitely a good thing for us." Having said that, I always feel that this matter is not that simple. Guan Hong wanted to say something, but Fu Yan sneered. "What's so difficult about that? You just think too much. Look at the studio next door. Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were so scared that they didn't even dare to come today. They've obviously given in. What do you have to worry about?" As he spoke, Fu Yan picked up his phone and took a selfie. It was then posted on Weibo. A special text was also added. "Fu Yan, today is another hard day of filming. But the couple from the studio next door didn't come, otherwise we would have taken a photo together. Heart, heart, picture." Not long after this Weibo post was published, many fans reposted, commented, and liked it. Many fans directly forwarded this Weibo post to the entry hashtag. Then he mocked the fans of Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "Is this what you call a high-quality idol? My brother is filming a commercial, where are your high-quality idols? Even more famous than our Fu Yan, right? This is what a high-quality idol looks like." I was originally planning to see how Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan competed with Fu Yan, but now I feel like there is no need to watch it at all. Their work attitudes are all different. Yes, there is a reason why they are top stars, and there is also a reason why some people who claim to be high-quality idols are only second-tier stars, huh? Looking at these Weibo comments, Fu Yan's smile became brighter. "Xin Feng, Jiang Wanwan. You guys still want to play with me? That's quite a far cry." Chapter 125 Which in Time. Chapter 125 Which in Time. In the afternoon, Sister Lin drove and took Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to the studio. Sister Lin didn't say a word about Qin Chang. Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan didn't ask. It was not until they got off the car and went to the lounge to wait for makeup that Jiang Wanwan whispered to Xin Feng, "Sister Lin and President Qin are not having a fight again, are they?" "Why do you say that?" Xin Feng didn't know how Jiang Wanwan came to this conclusion. Jiang Wanwan sighed and said, "Fengzi, let's say we had a fight. We don't quarrel." I said hypothetical. Jiang Wanwan said, "Suppose we have a fight, and then you coax me and make me calm down, and I have to go to work in the afternoon. Will you let me drive myself or take me to work?" "I'll take you there." Xin Feng answered without hesitation. Jiang Wanwan nodded, yes. So if Sister Lin and President Qin really reconciled, President Qin should drive Sister Lin to the studio instead of letting Sister Lin come alone. Shin Feng felt helpless. Boss Qin, the CEO of a listed jewelry company, came out of the same hotel and room as Sister Lin, who was also her agent. He even drove Sister Lin to the studio himself. If he acts like they are close, what is the difference between that and announcing their relationship to the world? I guess Sister Lin herself doesn't want to make this relationship too public, right? After all, she is also an insider in the entertainment industry and is our manager. Once this relationship is exposed and used by someone with ulterior motives, she, Mr. Qin, and us will all be affected. Given Sister Lin's personality, she definitely doesn't want to see this happen. This kind of relationship itself is not easily recognized by the world for the time being, and Sister Lin is a person in the entertainment industry, with a special and sensitive identity. Sister Lin must handle these things carefully. Seeing the makeup artist coming, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan stopped talking about this matter. After the two of them put on their makeup and changed their clothes, they went to the studio to film. As soon as the shooting mode was entered, Ning Qiong immediately became excited again and directed Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan in the shooting with full energy. On the contrary, Sister Lin, who was equally serious yesterday and had been watching Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan filming, became absent-minded today. He looked at his phone from time to time, as if he was sending messages to someone. Sometimes, I would even lower my head and laugh softly. This afternoon's shooting went much more smoothly than yesterday. Shin Feng is now able to get into the state quickly. In this afternoon, he not only finished filming the scenes with the knight and the princess, but also filmed new clips. The main theme of Mingyue Jewelry's advertisement this time is magic, and the western, which obviously has a strong magical color. So this time Jiang Wanwan is going to play an immortal witch. But this time, Shin Feng has to play the role of an ordinary person. Even though the gap between ordinary people and witches seems huge. But in fact, this script is far more brilliant than Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan imagined. If the advertisement of the knight and the princess tells the story of protection, then what is shown between the witch and the common people is the separation of life and death. At the beginning of the advertisement, Jiang Wanwan, who was wearing a black evening dress, a black magic hat on her head, and had a seductive and dazzling makeup, lifted the chin of Shin Feng, who was only wearing a cloth shirt. The way she looked at Shin Feng was as if she was looking at an interesting toy. In the next scene, Shin Feng seemed to have become Jiang Wanwan's servant, guarding Jiang Wanwan and taking care of her daily life. Later, Shin Feng, who had served the witch Jiang Wanwan for many years, has entered middle age, while Jiang Wanwan's appearance remains the same. Shin Feng now no longer has the enslaved expression he had at the beginning. He was more like the witch's husband, embracing the witch and willingly giving everything for her. He made a ruby necklace for the witch and put it on her snow-white neck with his own hands. In the next scene, Shin Feng already had white hair. The witch is still as bright and beautiful as ever, but now it is her turn to take care of Shin Feng. The old hand gently stroked the witch's pretty face, and finally fell slowly but weakly. The last scene. The witch was alone, stroking the necklace around her neck. She still looks the same. But the people around me are no longer seen. There was only a lonely grave next to her. Their love transcends the gap in status. But he was defeated by the ruthless time. I have to say, this script is really very touching. More appealing than the one with the knight and the princess. So during the performance, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's performances were more dynamic. Except for the time Shin Feng spent putting on makeup and gradually aging, there were almost no pauses in the filming between each scene, and there were very few NGs. The shots along the way were nearly perfect. Even the nitpicking Ning Qiong couldn't find any fault with it. Not to mention Ning Qiong, even many of the directors and staff in the neighboring studio shed tears while watching the scene. The shooting in the studio next door did not go smoothly today. Today we were originally going to shoot scenes of Fu Yan interacting with several female models. The shot itself is very simple, and it is enough for Fu Yan to show that affectionate feeling. But unfortunately, Fu Yan's performance was not affectionate at all. Instead, it seems like there is a disease. To be honest, this kind of performance can actually be used in advertisements. It has even reached the average level of most celebrity-endorsed advertisements on the market. But this time, Jinchuan's goal is not just to shoot a simple advertisement. It was also to suppress Mingyue and not give Mingyue any chance to fight back. The filming of The Moon Next Door was so exquisite that the director Jinchuan certainly had to raise his standards. So the director Jinchuan did several NGs in order to achieve the best effect. This made Fu Yan angry again. The director could only tell Fu Yan that there was nothing wrong with Fu Yan's performance, but that it was the problem with those female models. As a result, Fu Yan told the director to train these female models well and not to waste his time. Then Fu Yan and his team finished their work and left the studio. The director and the female models were really depressed. But there is no way, he is a big star and was invited at a huge price. You can only worship them as your ancestors. So the Xinchuan crew, who had nothing to do, started watching Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan's filming. This is a remarkable sight. Although there are no special effects, the scene is also built rather simply. But the performances of Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan still caught the attention of people like Xinchun. From the seductive and domineering Jiang Wanwan when she conquered Shenfeng at the beginning, to the passionate love between Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan later. The deep affection that Shenfeng showed when he put the ruby necklace on Jiang Wanwan, and the silent companionship between the two after Shenfeng grew old. Especially towards the end. Jiang Wanwan was alone, standing beside the lonely grave, stroking the necklace. Although he didn't say a word, he didn't shed a tear. But that kind of piercing sadness seemed to penetrate the heart of any audience member who saw the scene. By the time the filming was finally completed, everyone in Jinchuan couldn't help but applaud. The female models even cried, even though they knew it was a performance. But this kind of performance is so contagious. Ning Xiong also clapped her hands and said to Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan, "Thank you for your hard work. This is really great. I originally only wanted to take 2 shots to see how it goes, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. You guys should take a break as well." Shenfeng nodded and helped Jiang Wanwan to the locker room to change clothes. He could see that Jiang Wanwan was immersed in the role. Because now her body is trembling slightly. Shenfeng felt a little distressed and said softly, "It's okay, those were all acting, it's all over." "Of course I know I'm acting," Jiang Wanwan whispered. "Then why are you still shaking?" "I'm so hungry." Jiang Wanwan cried and grabbed Shenfeng's arm. "I ate too little at noon." Shenfeng. He took a biscuit from his bag and gave it to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan took 2 bites and then let out a long sigh as if she was resurrected. After changing clothes and going out, Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan just saw Qin Xing coming. Behind Qin Xing, there were 2 people following him. He was carrying many bags of different sizes. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I'm here to visit the set and brought you some milk tea," Qin Xing said with a smile. The staff cheered and ran to get milk tea. Jiang Wanwan also wanted to run over to get it, but Shenfeng saw that there were too many people, so he didn't let her squeeze in. Instead, he walked over and clapped his hands. "Everyone, I have something to say." When they heard Shenfeng's voice, the staff who were scrambling for milk tea immediately quieted down and looked at Shenfeng. I thought Shenfeng was going to say something important. As a result, Shenfeng smiled. He said calmly, "Give me 2 cups of milk tea, too, thank you." Staff. Soon, Shenfeng returned to Jiang Wanwan with milk tea. He handed a cup to Jiang Wanwan. "This one has full sugar and ice, it suits your taste." Jiang Wanwan smiled and took a big sip. "Sure enough, you still understand me. By the way, where are Sister Lin and President Qin? Why can't I see them?" Jiang Wanwan looked around while drinking, but found that Qin Cheng and Sister Lin were nowhere to be found. Outside the studio. In Qin Cheng's car. Sister Lin was pulled into the car by Qin Cheng. Then Qin Cheng took out a cup of the most exquisitely packaged milk tea from the car and handed it to Sister Lin. Sister Lin smiled helplessly. "I'm already an adult, I don't drink these anymore. I bought it especially for you. It's from the old coffee shop in the university town." Qin Cheng said, "The store is now very luxurious. The original owner is old and has retired behind the scenes. Now his son is in charge of the store. But the taste of the milk tea is still the same as it was back then. I buy it often." Qin Cheng said, inserting a straw and handing it to Sister Lin. "Add more pearls and no ice, it was your favorite order." Sister Lin rubbed her forehead, smiled and sighed. She didn't take the milk tea from Qin Cheng. Instead, he leaned forward, took the straw in his mouth, and took a long sip. Really? Still the original taste. Chapter 126. His eldest brother is a talented person. Chapter 126. His younger brother is a talent. In the evening, Qin Cheng proposed to treat everyone to dinner. Of course, Sister Lin didn't refuse this time. Qin Cheng took Sister Lin, Shenfeng, Jiang Wanwan, Ning Xiong, and some other important staff members of the group to the very upscale Jingyun Hotel in Shangjing City. Looking at this luxurious hotel, Jiang Wanwan pulled Sister Lin's hand and asked in a low voice, "We are not going to bankrupt Mr. Qin, are we?" Sister Lin patted her head and said, "No matter how much you eat, you can't eat Qin Cheng to bankruptcy.
Although Mingyue Jewelry has been targeted by Jinchuan Jewelry in recent years, he is still the CEO of a listed company. Qin Shang would have enough money to spend in a hotel like this. After entering the private room, everyone sat around the dining table. Qin Shang naturally sat in the main seat, while Ning Qiong and other staff members deliberately gave up the seats next to him. Their original intention was to leave it to Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan. After all, these two were the protagonists of the advertisement. Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan looked at each other, but neither of them sat next to Qin Shang. Of course, they did this to make room for Sister Lin. When Sister Lin saw the scene, she rolled her eyes at Jiang Wanwan and Shenfeng. She knew that her relationship with Qin Shang could not be hidden from these two people, but she didn't expect them to find out so quickly. In the end, Sister Lin sat next to Qin Shang. The two people just nodded and greeted each other. But the smile in Qin Shang's eyes was still caught by Jiang Wanwan, who had been secretly glancing at this side. After asking the waiter to bring the menu, Qin Shang asked Shenfeng and Jiang Wanwan to order first. Jiang Wanwan originally wanted to order all the dishes that Shenfeng and Sister Lin liked. But when she thought of the flirting between Qin Shang and Sister Lin, Jiang Wanwan tactfully did not order any of Sister Lin's favorite dishes. Then he handed the menu to Qin Shang. He also gave Qin Shang a wink. That look clearly said, "Do you think I understand?" It's like he's taking credit. Qin Shang smiled and then personally ordered several of Sister Lin's favorite dishes. After ordering, Qin Shang asked, "Sister Lin, do these dishes suit your taste?" You know the answer, but you still ask. Sister Lin whispered these words from between her teeth, and kicked Qin Shang lightly with her foot hidden under the table. Then he said with a fake smile, "I can eat anything, thank you, Mr. Qin." You're welcome. Come on, Xiao Ning, order 2 dishes. Qin Shang's smile deepened as he handed the recipe to Ning Qiong and the others. While Ning Qiong was ordering, Qin Shang took out his cell phone and operated it. After a while, Jiang Wanwan heard the notification sound of her cell phone. She took out her cell phone and looked at it, and her face showed horror. She quietly approached Shenfeng and waved the phone in front of him. Shenfeng took a look and couldn't help but look a little surprised. The WeChat interface is displayed on Jiang Wanwan's phone. Qin Shang sent Jiang Wanwan a WeChat transfer of up to 10,000 yuan. There were a few more words following it. Well done, keep up the good work. Mr. Qin is really willing to do this. He is indeed the kind of big boss who gives a whole bank card as hush money. After the dishes were served, there were more little actions between Qin Shang and Sister Lin. Either Qin Shang would secretly pick up food for Sister Lin, or if there was something on Sister Lin's plate that she didn't like, Qin Shang would pick it up for her. I have to say that Jiang Wanwan did a great job as a wingman. Always cooperating with Qin Shang. So much so that after 3 rounds of drinks, no one noticed that there was anything fishy going on between Qin Shang and Sister Lin. Jiang Wanwan is so tired of collecting money. Shenfeng looked at Jiang Wanwan, who had received tens of thousands of yuan, and couldn't help but said, "Brother Wan, you don't really think this is a thank you fee from President Qin, do you? She used all this money to curry favor with you. Now you are like Sister Lin's in-laws. If you took this money and sided with President Qin, it would be the same as selling out Sister Lin. Is Sister Lin so valuable?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up. Shenfeng, that's not the point. The point is, if Sister Lin finds out that you have this kind of deal with Mr. Qin behind her back, do you think Sister Lin will forgive you? Jiang Wanwan shook her head. I will definitely not be spared. Do you still dare to accept this money? Shenfeng asked. Jiang Wanwan thought about it seriously. Then all the money was transferred to Shenfeng's WeChat. He also sent a message to Qin Shang, transfer all the money directly to Shenfeng. Don't give it to me. After Qin Shang said received, Jiang Wanwan quickly withdrew the message and erased the evidence. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, I hope Sister Lin won't cause me any trouble now. Shenfeng, I won't cause you any trouble. After all, you put the blame on me. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Jiang Wanwan ran to the toilet. Shenfeng accompanied Jiang Wanwan and waited at the bathroom door. As he was waiting, he suddenly saw the door of another box not far away being pushed open. Fu Yan walked out of the box drunk, and there seemed to be a middle-aged woman who looked quite old behind him who escorted him out. Fu Yan said a few words to the middle-aged woman, and then walked towards the bathroom alone. At first, he seemed not to see Shenfeng and had half a foot in the bathroom. But suddenly, he seemed to notice Shenfeng and abruptly retracted his foot. Then he drunkenly pointed at Shenfeng and said, Why, are you here too? Shin Feng didn't answer him, but asked, "Are you here to eat?" Fu Yan burped, "Yeah."
Shin Feng stepped aside and gestured to the bathroom, "Enjoy your time."
"I won't disturb Mr. Fu."
Fu Yan also drank a little too much, and subconsciously said thank you at first. Then he realized what Shin Feng meant and became anxious. "You are the one who eats shit.
You are so brave to play with me like this. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a normal person, I'm not horny enough to play with you."
Shin Feng smiled, "But what you said is quite right. Those who dare to play tricks on you are very courageous. After all, it's a face that was created by plastic surgery. If you kiss someone, you might end up sucking out a piece of the implant." Fu Yan became even more annoyed when he heard this, and angrily said, "What are you talking about?" He grabbed Shin Feng by the collar, but Shin Feng still looked calm.
"I didn't say anything.
I just said that the person who played you was quite courageous."
"Ah, could it be that the person who played you was in a very high position?" "I can't tell you." "May I ask who she is?"
"She is the CEO of Kaiyun Trading."
"Bah! Are you trying to trick me?"
As Fu Yan spoke, he grabbed Shin Feng's hand even harder. Shin Feng lightly grabbed Fu Yan's wrist and took away Fu Yan's hand that was grabbing his collar. Then he glanced at the door of the box that Fu Yan had just walked out of and said, "Song Liru, the president of Kaiyun Trading, the widow of Ma Meng, the former president of Kaiyun Trading, is now the third richest person in the country in terms of total assets, right? It's no wonder you've been able to climb to your current position since you can be with such a rich man." After Fu Yan heard what Shin Feng said, he sobered up a lot. He broke free from Shin Feng's hand, took 2 steps back and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not true. I can get to where I am now entirely thanks to myself."
"Indeed, relying on your body is also relying on yourself, it's not shabby."
Shin Feng smiled.
"You, Shin Feng,
if you dare to say something nonsense again. I can say 8 or 10 nonsense sentences, but I'm afraid Mr. Fu, you don't have the time to listen." Shin Feng said, patting Fu Yan's shoulder, "President Song was talking to you at the door just now, and you rushed to the bathroom after you said a few words.
You must be very anxious, right?"
After saying that, Shin Feng whistled softly. If Shin Feng hadn't said anything, Fu Yan could have held his pee for a while longer.
But after Shin Feng's reminder, Fu Yan couldn't bear it anymore. Plus this fatal whistle.
Fu Yan almost solved the problem on the spot.
He didn't bother to pay attention to Shin Feng and rushed into the bathroom.
He avoided Jiang Wanwan, who was washing her hands, and broke into the toilet with the words "men's restroom" on it. Then, I heard a woman's screams coming from the toilet. Shin Feng was still a little surprised when he saw Jiang Wanwan pulling him and running towards the box while trying not to laugh.
Shin Feng ran after Jiang Wanwan and asked, "What happened in the toilet?"
Jiang Wanwan almost laughed herself to death and said, "I was washing my hands after using the restroom just now. I heard you talking to Fu Yan and knew he wanted to use the restroom, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. Then, I swapped the sign on the men's restroom with the sign on the women's restroom."
Shin Feng tried hard not to laugh out loud. His eldest brother is also a talented person. Chapter 127, More Than Just One Word of Miserable. Chapter 127, More Than Just a Miserable Word.
Back in the box, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan acted as if nothing had happened. They had no idea what Fu Yan would encounter afterwards.
This is a nightmare for Fu Yan.
Fu Yan, who was unable to hold it any longer, just walked into the restroom when he ran into a lady who was about to leave.
The lady was old and didn't seem to know Fu Yan.
I only saw a man enter the women's restroom, and immediately there was a scream.
The decibel level of this voice is extremely high. I have to say, it's scary. And Fu Yan is also a human being.
So Fu Yan was scared.
So Fu Yan, I peed.
But Fu Yan didn't care about his wet pants and hurriedly tried to run out of the women's room first. But unfortunately, his feet slipped and he fell face down on the ground. The security guards in the hotel and the people in the men's restroom nearby also rushed over after hearing the lady scream. They didn't see Fu Yan's face, but they saw a man falling face down in the women's restroom.
And the lady was still shouting, "Rogue!"
The security guards and enthusiastic people immediately stepped forward and pushed Fu Yan, who was about to get up, back to the ground. Fu Yan screamed in pain and shouted hurriedly, "You bunch of idiots!
I am Fu Yan, how can I act like a hooligan? Let me go." To be honest, if the people holding Fu Yan down were all women,
after hearing Fu Yan's voice, maybe he would really let Fu Yan go. Unfortunately, the people holding Fu Yan down now are a group of grown men. In addition to the security guards, they are also a group of men who are qualified to dine in high-end hotels like Jingyun Hotel. Not to mention whether these people have heard of Fu Yan. Even if they had heard of him, no one was a fan of his. There are even many people who are his haters. The composition of Fu Yan's fans is so distorted. 90% of the fans are female, and the remaining 10th, it's hard to say. In addition, Fu Yan called them idiots. Even if they were not black fans, they would be angry at this moment. So when several enthusiastic people heard what Fu Yan said, they immediately left several big footprints on Fu Yan's buttocks. Fu Yan screamed in pain. Originally, the security guards didn't dare to take action, but when they saw Fu Yan face down on the ground and unable to see anything, they plucked up the courage to hit Fu Yan twice. Then he pretended to maintain order and said, "Hey, stop kicking, let us handle it." Then he pretended to help Fu Yan up, and gestured to a few enthusiastic people to kick him a few more times. By the time Fu Yan stood up completely and wanted to see who was so wicked to kick him, those enthusiastic people had already run away. Fu Yan was angry and hurt. He bared his teeth and yelled at the security guards, "What are you guys doing? Catch those people who kicked me just now. Do you know who I am? I'm Fu Yan. I know the CEOs of your companies. Do you understand?" The security guard quickly said, "Well, we will find a way to find him. Why don't you go with us to the security room and change your pants first?" Fu Yan cursed and was helped out by the security guard. But when people are unlucky, it's like drinking cold water and getting something stuck in their teeth. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, I saw a few women walking towards the bathroom from a distance. As I walked, I heard them talking. "Fu Yan? Is there really a Fu Yan? Where is he? That's my idol. I didn't expect he'd eat here too." These women are the female family members of those enthusiastic people mentioned earlier. As soon as the enthusiastic people said that they saw Fu Yan in the toilet, these female family members who were Fu Yan's fans naturally wanted to come and see what was going on. When Fu Yan saw that it was his fan, he was stunned on the spot. If his fans saw him with a bruised face and wet pants, he would have lost his reputation. He immediately shouted to the security guard, "Go back quickly." The security guard was very obedient and helped Fu Yan back to the women's restroom. Fu Yan angrily yelled, "I'm going to the men's restroom. Are you guys idiots?" The security guard helped him to the men's restroom again. Then Fu Yan pointed at a security guard and said, "You, take off your pants. Change them for me later." He pointed to another security guard and said, "Go watch the door. If anyone asks me where I am, just tell them I'm gone." Then Fu Yan went into a cubicle, took off his pants, and waited for the security guard outside to hand him clean pants. The two security guards looked at each other. Then he started muttering softly. "What the hell, he wears my pants, what should I wear? That's true, and I don't know who he's calling an idiot. How about we just leave and ignore this guy? I find him annoying. What if he goes to the manager and the manager picks a fight with us? Who cares? We're both wearing masks, and he's drunk. There are 5 or 6 security guards on this floor. How can he recognize us?" The two of them discussed it. The last piece ran away. Fu Yan was left alone and took off his pants and waited in the toilet for a long time. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer and asked through gritted teeth, "Why are you taking so long to take off your pants? Take them off now." As he spoke, he opened the door of the compartment and peeked out through the crack. As a result, there was someone in the men's room who was about to urinate. Just as I unbuckled my belt, I heard Fu Yan's words. The guest looked back and saw that the door of the compartment where Fu Yan was open. Fu Yan was still looking out with a sly look in his eyes. The guest became anxious and cursed loudly on the spot. "You're a pervert, aren't you? You want to watch a grown man take off his pants?" Fu Yan was frightened and quickly closed the door of the compartment. Only after the customer left cursing did he dare to push the door open again. But he found that the 2 security guards had disappeared long ago. "Fuck! Are you trying to trick me?" Fu Yan was almost going crazy. He wanted to use his cell phone to call Guan Hong and ask him to come and help him. But the cell phone happened to be left in the private room where he and Song Liru were having dinner. Fu Yan was desperate. Not to mention whether anyone outside will see it. If he really looked like this, returning to Song Liru's box in a mess with wet pants, he would probably be blocked by Song Liru. Without this top financial sponsor, Fu Yan would be truly finished. But if he kept hiding in the bathroom and didn't come out, making Song Liru wait anxiously, he would be in trouble.
Time cannot be delayed, but we cannot go back wearing such pants.
Just when Fu Yan felt that he was finished,
suddenly, in the cubicle next to me, there was the sound of someone making a phone call.
Fu Yan thought of something, and after the man finished the call, he asked the man to help call Guan Heng. The man was kind-hearted and helped Fu Yan. Even though Fu Yan repeatedly asked him to come as soon as possible, Guan Heng arrived in just 10 minutes and brought the pants to Fu Yan.
What's wrong with you?
Looking at the wet pants that Fu Yan threw into the trash can, Guan Heng frowned and asked.
Fu Yan gritted his teeth and said, someone screwed me. Who?
Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan.
They? What did they do to you?
Fu Yan was embarrassed to say it. But in the end, he still said, Shin Feng whistled and made me want to go to the toilet, so Jiang Wanwan changed the signs of the men's and women's toilets.
Guan Heng. Fu Yan, damn it. I saw you smile.
Guan Heng coughed lightly and said, do you have any evidence for what you said?
If so, they will be in trouble next.
Fu Yan was helpless. What evidence could he have? There is no camera in the toilet, so the fact that Shin Feng whistled at him to pee cannot be used as evidence. Anyway, I won't let them off the hook on this matter, but I have to hurry back to the box. The old woman has been waiting for so long, I wonder if she's angry. Fu Yan said, pointing at Guan Heng, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan are left to you. You must teach them a lesson and help me get revenge. Looking at Fu Yan leaving, Guan Heng rubbed his face.
Another lesson.
The last time Fu Yan Rang taught Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan a lesson, the assistant almost squatted in the toilet and doubted his life. Although that incident was purely an accident and had nothing to do with Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan directly. But Guan Heng felt that with the abilities of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, if he really wanted to take action against the couple, he would be the first to suffer. But there was no other way, so Guan Heng finally gritted his teeth, found the private room where Shin Feng and the others were having dinner, knocked on the door and went in. Then he looked at the people in the room and said, I'm looking for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
Guan Heng and Sister Lin naturally all knew each other. Sister Lin raised her eyebrows at Guan Heng and asked, what are you looking for them for? Is there something wrong?
Well, what I'm looking for them for depends on what they did to our Fu Yan.
Guan Heng said bravely. I'm here to seek justice for Fu Yan. Shin Feng stood up and walked to Guan Heng.
He pulled Guan Heng to sit on the sofa in the box.
Pour a glass of water for Guan Heng.
Then he smiled and asked, then why don't you tell me in detail what we did to the great star Fu?
You, what have you done? Don't you know it? How can we know if you don't tell us? Stop playing dumb. You know exactly what happened. Shin Feng smiled. Then he sat next to Guan Heng.
He picked up the cup and poured it for Guan Heng, but Guan Heng didn't drink it and took a sip himself. Then he said, Guan Heng, I'm really not pretending to be stupid.
Let's be frank. All you have to do today is tell me what I did to Fu Yan and what happened to Fu Yan. Forget about seeking justice. Even if I have to apologize publicly on Weibo or quit the entertainment industry, that's fine. As long as you can tell me what happened to Fu Yan.
He took out his cell phone, turned on the recording, and slammed it on the table. Made a gesture of invitation.
Don't be polite, just say it. Guan Heng was numb. Explain?
What the hell is that? If he were to tell Fu Yan that he had wet his pants now, then Fu Yan would never be able to stay in the entertainment industry again.
Guan Heng had a headache. This Shin Feng is indeed difficult to deal with.
Helplessly, he stood up and said in a deep voice, Shin Feng, today we are completely enemies.
This matter is not over yet, just wait and see.
After saying this, Guan Heng was about to leave. He knew that there was no point in staying here any longer. But he had just taken 2 steps when Qin Xing, who had been sitting in the main seat without saying a word, suddenly spoke.
Is that Fu Yan's agent Guan Heng?
Qin Xing said indifferently. His tone was completely different from the gentle one he used when talking to Sister Lin.
Guan Heng nodded.
Qin Xing pointed to the empty seat at the table and said calmly, sit over there.
Mr. Qin, I'm leaving. Guan Heng said.
I said, sit over there. Qin Xing narrowed his eyes. The voice also turned cold, don't make me repeat it again.
Guan Heng shuddered subconsciously.
Even though he is the agent of a big star, his aura is still far inferior to that of a real president like Qin Sheng. He gritted his teeth and sat in that position. Qin Sheng leaned back in his chair, looking at Guan Hong with cold eyes. He said slowly, "You came to my Qin Qing's dinner party for no reason and bothered my guest.
And you want to leave just like that? Guan Hong, even your master doesn't dare to ignore me like this, do you understand? Today, either you explain the reason clearly,
or you apologize to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Otherwise, let Fu Yan come over here and lead the people."
Chapter 128, Transcending Destiny, Seeking Romance. Chapter 128, Transcending Destiny, Seeking Romance.
In the end, Guan Hong could only apologize to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, and then left the box silently. He dared to offend Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, but he would never dare to offend Qin Cheng. No matter how difficult the situation was for Qin Qing's company, it was still a well-known large enterprise, and it was also in the lucrative jewelry industry. In front of such huge capital, let alone Guan Hong being just an agent, even if Fu Yan was here, he would have to give Qin Qing some face. Looking at Guan Hong, who left in disgrace, Sister Lin whispered to Qin Qing, "Thank you."
"Is it worth thanking me for such a small thing?"
Qin Qing said, moving a little closer to Sister Lin. "If you really want to thank me, why not pick some food for me?" Sister Lin rolled her eyes at Qin Qing, but still stretched out her chopsticks and picked up some food for Qin Qing. Although he looked reluctant, in the end, all the dishes he picked up were Qin Qing's favorites. The meal lasted about half an hour before everyone left after having eaten and drunk their fill. The crew members went home one by one, and Qin Qing asked Sister Lin, Shin Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and others to get in her car and took the three of them back to the hotel where they were staying. After arriving at the hotel, Qin Qing first watched Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan return to their room. Then, I went into Sister Lin's room with her. The filming of the commercial continued for several days.
Because Mingyue Jewelry plans to shoot more commercials this time, and the content is more detailed. In addition, director Ning Qiong has high standards and strict requirements.
So by the time Jinchuan next door had finished work, Mingyue had only filmed 2/3 of the way. Jin Chun, who finished the shoot first, took a few photos of Fu Yan's makeup and posted them on Weibo as a promotional trailer. After seeing these photos, Fu Yan's fans, apart from those who were praising their brother, the rest were making sarcastic comments about Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan.
"Didn't we say that we were going to compete? Why is it that our Fu Yan's advertisement has started to promote, but there is no sign of a certain high-quality idol?"
It's normal, after all, when Fu Yan was shooting the commercial, the two were resting. For such a big star, of course the shooting was slow.
"Brother is really handsome in this photo. He is better than Shin Feng. Now Mingyue Jewelry doesn't even dare to fart, are they afraid to compete? They are comparing heads. Can they beat my Fu Yan?" Looking at the momentum on Weibo, Zhao Deqing, CEO of Jinchuan Jewelry, is very happy.
It turned out that he made the right decision to ask Fu Yan to be the spokesperson. That Qin Qing actually wanted to find someone to challenge him.
How naive.
What qualifications do two artists who have just become famous through variety shows have to compete with a big traffic star like Fu Yan? Although Zhao Deqing also heard from the director that Fu Yan's acting skills were not good and the filming results were very poor, they had to be carefully retouched. However, the actors Mingyue hired all had excellent acting skills and were very serious about the filming. But Zhao Deqing didn't take these to heart.
With his many years of experience, he knows exactly what advertising relies on. It's nothing more than an influence. Besides, he didn't think there was much difference between one advertisement and another.
It's not a movie or TV series, it's just a few minutes of commercial, so the quality of the acting is not important to him. It doesn't matter whether the photo is good or bad. The spokesperson should be of high quality, which is what the current market values most. It seems that I will still be able to suppress Mingyue this year.
Maybe I can start to acquire it by this time next year. Zhao Deqing thought about it and couldn't help laughing. It was as if the Mingyue Jewelry was already under his control. In fact, Zhao Deqing was not the only one who thought so. Many people in the industry, whether in the jewelry circle or the entertainment circle, are now waiting to see Mingyue make a fool of herself.
Although many people in the industry know that Fu Yan's acting skills are not good, the effects of the commercials he shoots will definitely be average. But it doesn't matter, because Fu Yan has shot countless low-quality commercials like this before. But no matter which product you endorse, no matter how poor the effect of the endorsement is, there will always be fans willing to buy it.
Even sales are excellent.
In contrast, the number of fans of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan combined may just be a fraction of Fu Yan's fans. Such a huge gap has actually doomed Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to lose.
Moreover, many people have the same idea as Zhao Deqing.
They all feel that, when it comes to advertisements, even if some are good and some are bad, how big can the difference be? Especially jewelry advertisements, which are limited by the subject matter. Mainstream jewelry advertisements are nothing more than close-ups of a few celebrities and a few close-ups of jewelry, that's all. Even if Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's acting skills surpass Fu Yan's, how much weight does acting play in an advertisement like this? Therefore, people from both the entertainment and jewelry circles felt that Mingyue had already lost this competition. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have already lost. However, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan did not take the online rumors and various speculations from people inside and outside the circles seriously. In recent days, they rarely even checked Weibo, but devoted themselves to the filming. After a few more days, Mingyue's filming was finally completed. Entered the stage of polishing and fine-tuning. As for Jinchuan, he has already released the processed advertisement. It caused another heated discussion on Weibo. Although Fu Yan looks a little stiff in the advertisement, fans don't seem to care at all. Even passers-by who saw the ad and commented like the expression is a bit stiff or it doesn't match the jewelry well would be criticized by fans for a long time. He was last year's Golden Swallow Award winner. How could his acting be stiff? Don't you see how high the ratings of Fu Yan's TV series are? How can his acting be bad? What do you mean it doesn't match with jewelry? If it doesn't match, would you choose him to shoot an advertisement? So you guys know more about it than the professionals, right? Stop complaining, why don't people ask you to take the photo? If you can do it, go ahead. Under the powerful fighting power of Fu Yan's fans, many passers-by didn't even dare to comment. If you say anything bad, you will be criticized for a long time. Who would want to suffer this? Zhen Chunzeren also posted the purchase link for the jewelry in the advertisement on Weibo. Within an hour of the ad being released, more than 5,000 sets of this jewelry were sold. Jinchuan Jewelry's Weibo account was even more deliberate in its attempts to stir up trouble. For every 1,000 sets sold, Jinchuan would post a new Weibo post to celebrate. Every time we celebrate, we would add the tag hashtag behind it. It's obvious that he's showing off to Mingyue Jewelry. On the other hand, there has been no movement from Mingyue Jewelry. It's like admitting defeat. Upon seeing this, Fu Yan's fans rushed to Mingyue Jewelry and Shinfeng Jiang Wanwan's Weibo to provoke them. Didn't you say that strength speaks volumes before? Come on, what about your strength? Heh, you coward, you're still a high-quality idol? Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan, one is a pure newcomer and the other is a second-tier star, how good can the commercials they shoot be? If they have a little self-awareness, they should just cower and admit defeat. Fans of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan were all anxious after seeing this. One by one, they are discussing it non-stop in super topics or fan groups. Have Fengzi and Wanwan finished filming? Fu Yan's fans are writing on their faces, and they still don't show any expression. You didn't think you could win, so you ran away? Fuck, you must be a fake fan. Is my Wangu that kind of person? Even if she is, Fengzi is not. Can anyone contact Fengzi and Wanwan to ask about the situation? I'm getting so anxious seeing Fu Yan's fans showing off every day. Fu Yan's fans were jumping for joy as they thought they had won. Amid the concerns of Shinfeng Jiang Wanwan's fans. 5 days later, Mingyue Jewelry quietly posted a Weibo post. There is only one video and one line of text on Weibo. Crossing fate and pursuing romance. Next is a 6-minute video. This Weibo post does not contain any tags. So not many people noticed it at first, and it didn't cause any particularly big waves. Only fans who have been following Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, and Mingyue saw this video. What really made this video go viral and become popular on the internet was a forwarding. Zhou Yilin, the waves behind chase the sand, which amazes and makes me sigh. It has been a long time since I cried so much after watching a short film. Repost. The repost from the veteran actor instantly brought the popularity of the Weibo post released by Mingyue Jewelry. At first, many people didn't understand why an advertisement deserved such an evaluation from Zhou Yilin. Many people are still saying that the old movie star is starting to be unfair and has accepted money. But when they clicked on the video released by Mingyue Jewelry, all the confusion and doubts seemed to disappear at this moment. It's not that the old actor is unfair, nor is it that the advertising company gave him money. But because this advertisement is worth it. Chapter 129. This is an advertisement. Chapter 129. This is the advertisement. The short 6-minute video presents 5 stories. The witch and her male servant, from hostility to love. The butler put the necklace he made himself on the witch's neck, as if expressing his vow to stay together for life.
But time flies and people grow old. The butler was old after all.
He could no longer serve the witch as he used to, and slowly ended up sitting in a wheelchair again. Finally, he lay on the bed and it became difficult for him to move. But the witch is still young, as if time has not left any trace on her. The witch stayed by the bed, guarding him all day. The servant knew that he was going to die today. The servant wanted to comfort the witch, he wanted to give her a hug. Just like when he first told her that he loved her. But the servant tried his best and could only raise one hand. He gently stroked the witch's face. The servant's hand touched the witch's face with difficulty, but then slipped away weakly. Along with it, tears from the witch's eyes were as crystal clear as the gems around her neck.
In the end, the witch is still the same witch.
But she was standing beside a lonely grave. The former joy on her face is no longer there.
Next, there are the wandering brave man and the orphan girl.
The orphan girl without parents was bullied and was rescued by a brave man who happened to pass by. It was just a casual act, but he didn't expect the orphan girl to follow him. The brave man was used to being alone and didn't like anyone following him, so he repeatedly gave the orphan girl a cold look, trying to scare her away. But no matter how cold he was, the orphan girl always had a smile on her face. She would carefully pack the brave man's luggage, cook for him every day, and take good care of him. She also likes to make wreaths and put them on the heads of heroes with a smile.
She doesn't care even if the heroes pull them off impatiently every time.
Occasionally, like other girls, she would scream in fear when she saw a snake, or couldn't sleep when she heard thunder at night, so she would crawl into the arms of a brave man. The hero would sometimes glare at her when he was woken up. Even though the orphan girl was frightened by the thunder and her eyes were filled with tears, she would still respond to the brave man with a smile.
That day, the orphan girl found a gem.
She simply tied the gem to a straw rope and put it around the brave man's neck with a smile. The brave man felt it was a burden and wanted to tear it off. But when he saw the orphan girl's smile, he sighed and held back. The orphan girl was laughing when she suddenly started coughing painfully. She grew up without a father or mother and had no one to take care of her. She was sickly and in very poor health. Seeing the blood coughed up by the orphan girl, the brave man's heart ached unusually. He gave up his original destination and visited the best doctors to treat the orphan girl. But the orphan girl's health is getting worse day by day. The scene changes and the sun sets. The orphan girl dressed in white stood under the wine-red sunset, and her face, which was pale and bloodless due to illness, showed a bright smile again. She walked towards the hero with her hand outstretched. The brave man wanted to catch her, but the figure of the orphan girl disappeared like a bubble. The brave man woke up from his dream, and all he had in his hand was the gem tied with a straw rope. As the day dawned, the brave man picked up his bag and set off again. But the girl with a smiling face like a flower was no longer by his side. There was only a somewhat withered wreath hanging on the luggage.
The third story is about the knight and the princess.
The knight guards the princess and accompanies her for half of her life. When it is windy, the knight makes a cloak for the princess to protect her from the wind.
When it rains, the knight serves as an umbrella for the princess. When there is an enemy, the knight is the shield that blocks the sword. The country is broken and the mountains and rivers are in turmoil. In the end, it was the princess and the knight who defended the country. The princess ascended the throne and became the new queen. But in the lonely palace, only the knight was with her. The knight personally placed the crown symbolizing the queen on her head. Put on that gorgeous sapphire necklace for her. Next up is the fourth story, the fifth story. 6 minutes is not a long time, but it brings the audience an immersive experience almost like a movie.
There are 5 stories in total, with joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, perfect endings, and regrettable endings.
Many people couldn't help but shed tears as they watched. Not just because of the plot.
It is also because of Shin Fong and Jiang Wanwan's impeccable acting skills. Even if you don't know the plot, just seeing the loneliness in the witch's eyes as she stands alone beside the grave, and the pain in the hero as he wakes up from his dream and tightly grasps the gem, is enough to make people tremble and be moved. Such acting skills are fully worthy of Zhou Yilan's repost and such high praise. All the audiences who watched it were convinced. I cried, and I haven't wiped away my tears yet.
Pre-order reminder, this video contains hidden dangers.
The hero and the little girl are so tear-jerking, and the moment the hero wakes up in the end is so touching.
I almost forgot I was watching an ad. I thought I was watching a movie.
Although the special effects are a bit poor, the acting is too fierce, and Wanwan's last look is too killing me.
I never thought I would be addicted to watching commercials, but now I find out I was wrong. Can there be a sequel to that werewolf and vampire story? I really want to see the sequel. So sweet. However, I am not well educated, so I can only say which out of the world. Fengzi Wan Wan is awesome. And most importantly, although the advertisement seems to be telling 5 stories, it has nothing to do with promoting jewelry. But as a director, Ning Qiong gave Mingyue Jewelry enough eye-catching shots to show the 5 types of jewelry it wants to sell. And the picture is perfectly controlled, so that the 5 types of jewelry in the 5 stories have enough appearance rate and give people a deep impression. Therefore, the advertising effect of this advertisement for the 5 types of jewelry is not bad at all. Within an hour after Zhou Yilin reposted this Weibo, thousands of people left comments asking for the purchase link for these jewelry. There was even a comment like this that received a lot of likes. You cheated me of my tears, and you want to cheat me of my money. Okay, I'll give it to you. Then you can give me a purchase link. But Mingyue Jewelry has never released the purchase link. At this time, Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, Sister Lin, and Qin Xing were sitting together, watching the situation change on Weibo. None of them are in a hurry to release the purchase link. Because now, it's not the time yet. Soon, half a day passed. With the repost of Mr. Zhou Yilin, more and more people saw this advertisement shot by Mingyue Jewelry. Terms such as hashtag Mingyue Jewelry hashtag and hashtag Chuansuwa couple advertisement hashtag were even pushed to the top of the hot searches. Fu Yan has a lot of fans on Weibo. But there are definitely more people who are not fans of Fu Yan than those who are fans of her. In the past few days, the news that Jinchuan Jewelry and Mingyue Jewelry were competing, and Fu Yan and Shinfeng Jiang Wanwan were competing, was known to almost everyone on the internet. Many people, even if they are not fans of either side, will join in the fun to some extent. These passers-by had seen the video shot by Fu Yan a few days ago and all felt disdainful of it. I find it incomprehensible that so many people buy into an advertisement of this quality. But Fu Yan's fans were so powerful that many passers-by did not dare to speak out. But it's different now. Now with the comparison of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's high-quality advertisements, it is clear which one is better. These passers-by immediately became emboldened, and they all wished they could take these ads and put them on the faces of Fu Yan's fans. Open your eyes and see clearly. What is a good advertisement? We can't do it in We 1T Go, but Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan can. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Your Fu Yan's acting skills can't even compare to Shinfeng's eyes. I heard you guys are fighting? I really don't know what is so good about this, crushing. The days when celebrities could endorse advertisements by just posing and looking cool are over. This is advertising. Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's fans were even more proud at this moment. A few days ago, they were attacked and insulted by Fu Yan's fans, and they were so frustrated. Now that Mingyue Jewelry's advertisement has come out, fans can finally fight back with pride. He immediately chased after the group of Fu Yan's fans and sprayed back. Fu Yan's fans were panicked. But the one who was even more panicked was Fu Yan. He is the CEO of Jinchuan Jewelry, Zhao Decheng. Look at Mingyue Jewelry's advertisement, and then look at your own advertisement. Zhao Decheng is not blind, how could he not see the difference between the two? He thought that after all, an advertisement is just an advertisement, and even if the actor's acting skills are good or bad, the effect of the advertisement will not be much different. But now, this advertisement of Mingyue Jewelry is like a big slap in his face. Zhao Decheng's secretary saw that Zhao Decheng's hands were shaking as he held the water cup, and couldn't help but say, "Boss, Mingyue hasn't put up the purchase link yet, they just put up an advertisement. What's the point of just having good reviews for the ad? They won't necessarily sell more than us." The purchasing power of Fu Yan's fans is very strong. Zhao Decheng leaned back in his chair and glanced at the secretary weakly. What do you know? Do you think this competition is really about who can sell more goods in the end? Zhao Decheng said with a headache, from the moment Mingyue's advertisement became popular, we had already lost. With such great popularity and good reputation, even if Mingyue's products don't sell as much as ours in a short period of time, its reputation has already spread. I have worked hard for so many years to continuously suppress Mingyue's brand and reduce its influence. But now this advertisement has directly made all my efforts in the past years go to waste. Zhao Decheng said this and exhaled deeply. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number with gritted teeth. This is his last trump card. He had already planted a secret agent inside Mingyue a long time ago and had already gained considerable power. Mingyue had been suppressed by him before, and this hidden line played a vital role.
However, because this secret line involves too many things, he doesn't want to use it unless the situation is urgent. But now, the situation has become very urgent. He must mobilize the secret line again and let the secret line find a way to create some scandal within Mingyue to cool down Mingyue's current popularity. He has worked so hard for so long to win Mingyue, he can't just give up like this. The phone was connected. He put the phone to his ear and said in a deep voice, "Zhou Xian, find a way to make something happen for me inside Mingyue, even if it means exposing yourself. This is an extraordinary period. We must do everything we can to suppress Mingyue's current popularity. Do you hear me? Hey! Zhao Xian. Speak! Do you hear me?" Zhao Duqing spoke several words into the phone, but never got a response. Zhao Duqing frowned and said angrily, "What are you doing? Did you hear me?" "Yes." Suddenly, a young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. But when Zhao Duqing heard this voice, his expression changed. Because this is not Zhao Xian's voice. "Who are you? Where is Zhao Xian?" The man on the other end of the phone smiled. He said casually, "I have evidence that Zhao Xian embezzled company funds and leaked company information. I have asked Zhao Xian to go through legal procedures. His phone is temporarily in my hands as evidence. As for who I am, didn't Mr. Zhao see the commercial I shot? I thought Mr. Zhao cared about me a lot. Okay, let me introduce myself then. My name is Shin Feng." Chapter 130 Talking Business with Gangsters. Chapter 130 Talking Business with Gangsters. When Zhao Duqing heard the name Shin Feng, he was stunned. Shin Feng? The second-tier star hired by Mingyue Jewelry? Even if it was Qin Chang who answered the phone, Zhao Duqing would not be so surprised. But what's going on with this Shin Feng? Would Qin Chang let this second-tier little star get in touch with the internal affairs of Mingyue Jewelry? Is such a small star qualified to hold Zhao Xian's phone and talk to him? Is this little star worthy? This is a matter between Mingyue Jewelry and me. It's not something a small fry like you can get involved in. Let Qin Chang answer the phone." Shin Feng smiled. "Sorry, Mr. Qin doesn't have time at the moment." "No time? Is she dealing with Zhao Xian's matter? Or is she dealing with your advertisement?" Zhao Duqing frowned. "Neither. She is spending time with the person she loves." "Zhao Duqing?" Shin Feng continued, "So she paid me to negotiate with your Jinchuan Jewelry to discuss Zhao Xian and your previous malicious competition." "Discuss? Just you? What qualifications do you have? Even a star of Fuyan's level has to behave himself in front of me, so who do you think you are?" Zhao Duqing said unhappily. He felt that Qin Chang letting Shin Feng deal with him was an insult to him. Could it be that in Qin Chang's eyes, he, the CEO of Jinchuan Jewelry, is only worthy of negotiating with a second-rate star? Shin Feng was not annoyed by Zhao Duqing's rude words. Instead, he said with a smile, "If Mr. Zhao thinks I am not qualified, please hang up the phone." Zhao Duqing was about to hang up the phone immediately. But the next second, his mobile phone rang with a notification sound indicating that he had received an email. Then, Shin Feng said, "As soon as President Zhao hangs up the phone, I guarantee that within 10 minutes, this email will be sent to the CEOs of the top 10 jewelry companies in the country, one copy for each person." When Zhao Duqing opened the email, his face turned pale instantly. Just as Qin Chang said before, Zhao Duqing's Jinchuan Jewelry is only a company of similar size to Mingyue Jewelry. I have been able to climb to my current position through malicious competition and unfair and despicable means. Even several jewelry workshops that cooperated with Jinchuan were forced to close down due to Jinchuan's malicious breach of contract. There was a workshop owner who was heavily in debt. He was unable to repay his debts and jumped off a building and died. The content of the email is all the evil deeds that Jinchuan Jewelry has done in the past, including some unequal contracts that they deliberately set as traps. If this email was sent to the CEOs of other jewelry companies, Zhao Duqing would know without a doubt what would happen to Jinchuan. Why do you have these things in your hands? Did Mingyue investigate secretly? Zhao Duqing's voice began to tremble. To be precise, I investigated it. Shin Feng said, "I said that I took Mr. Qin's money, so I naturally have to work for Mr. Qin." Okay, since Mr. Zhao feels that there is nothing to talk to me about, I will hang up first. As for this email, Mr. Zhao, you don't have to worry about it. Bye. Shin Feng said this and was about to hang up the phone. Zhao Duqing panicked and said hurriedly, "No, no, no.
Wait a minute. Let's talk it over. What do you want to discuss?
Shinfeng smiled and said, as far as I know, Mr. Zhao, your wife, and your confidants hold a total of 50% of the shares of Jinchuan Jewelry. Transfer a portion to our President Qin and let her become a shareholder of Jinchuan.
Is this request not too much? Zhao Duqing frowned and thought about it. Finally, he said helplessly, okay, how much is the transfer?
Since someone had the upper hand over him, Zhao Duqing had no choice but to admit defeat.
There is no way.
If this email really falls into the hands of other jewelry companies, he will probably end up in debt and end up in jail, let alone shares.
Transfer 49%. Shinfeng said. Too much. Very much. Zhao Duqing glared angrily, what's the difference between this and asking for my life? I sent the email then. Zhao Duqing. He rubbed his forehead weakly and said, brother, you are not talking about business, you are blackmailing, do you know that? Yes, I am blackmailing you. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not.
Shinfeng said as a matter of course.
The bandit temperament is fully revealed.
This left Zhao Duqing speechless.
He talked business with many people.
But I've never done business with gangsters.
Now, he talked about it. He had MMP in his mind. I want to speak, but I dare not. Finally, Zhao Duqing could only compromise and say, 49% is too much, less. Then 50% is fine. Zhao Duqing.
Just when Zhao Duqing felt that he couldn't communicate with this person, Shinfeng spoke again. How about this, Mr. Qin and you have known each other for many years, and we have a good relationship, so let's both take a step back. Shinfeng said in a gentle tone, we only want 30% of your shares.
We will be Jinchuan's first shareholder.
At that time, Mr. Zhao will still be the second shareholder and hold the power in the company. However, Mr. Zhao wants to transfer these 30% shares at a low price, half of the market value. After hearing what Shinfeng said, Zhao Duqing pondered for a long time. He really wanted to go and discuss it with someone else, but Shinfeng didn't give him the chance.
Just say either agree or send the email.
What's even more unethical is that he gave Zhao Duqing a countdown, with a time limit of 5 minutes.
I even made a timer that was ticking down. Listening to the ticking sound, Zhao Duqing felt numb.
This sense of urgency made his scalp tingle and his mind went blank. Finally, he said weakly, okay, I agree. By retaining 20% of the shares, he is still the company's largest shareholder, second only to the president. It's better than those emails being exposed, and him being condemned by the public and becoming a prisoner. After agreeing to Shinfeng, Shinfeng also stopped the countdown of the timer. The dripping sound stopped and Zhao Duqing breathed a sigh of relief. My head became a little clearer. After a moment, he laughed bitterly and said, brother, I realized I was tricked. You, Mingyue, probably couldn't afford to buy 50% of the full price shares from the beginning, and you thought that if you threatened me and forced me to sell these 50% shares at a low price, I would fight you to the death. If you force us to fight to the death, you may not even get 1% of Mingyue's shares in the end. So your original plan was to acquire 30% of the shares, and then you made a concession so that I would willingly lower the price, right? Congratulations, you got the answer right, but unfortunately there is no prize. Shinfeng praised him and then said, please ask Mr. Zhao to prepare the equity transfer contract.
I think Mr. Zhao's team should be very efficient, right? Well, bye.
Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Zhao Duqing put down the phone, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He never expected that he would end up suffering a great loss at the hands of such a young man.
What kind of monsters are the young people nowadays? At the same time, Mingyue Jewelry.
In the reception room, Qin Qing and Sister Lin sat together eating snacks. While eating, Qin Qing glanced at the time.
Then he asked Sister Lin, Alan, do you really think Shinfeng has the ability to earn these 3 million from me? This afternoon, after Mingyue Jewelry's advertisement became popular.
Qin Qing said jokingly that he wondered if Zhao Duqing would be convinced after seeing the advertisement and would be so moved that he would give Jinchuan away. However, Shinfeng said that if Qin Qing really wanted Jinchuan, he had a way to help. Originally Qin Qing thought it was just a joke and didn't take it seriously. But Jiang Wanwan instigated the situation and suggested that Shinfeng and Qin Qing make a bet. Qin Qing didn't care too much and casually said that if Shinfeng could really get Zhao Duqing to give up Jinchuan, she would give Shinfeng 3 million. At this point, Qin Qing felt that this was all a joke. But in the afternoon, Shinfeng occupied her office and then called away Zhao Xian, a senior executive of their company. Qin Chang was very surprised.
Was Shin Feng serious? Does he really want to force Xiao Daqing to hand over Jinchuan by himself? This is totally impossible.
Sister Lin glanced at Qin Shang and shook her head first.
Then he nodded. If it was anyone else, I don't think it would be possible. But if it's Shin Feng, I don't think it's impossible.
Qin Shang was a little surprised. You trust Shin Feng too much.
This is a business war, not acting. But since you believe in Shin Feng, why don't we make a bet?
Qin Shang suddenly smiled. If Shin Feng takes down Jin Chun, you win, otherwise I win.
If you win, you can set any conditions you want.
If I win, you agree to one of my requests.
How about that?
Sister Lin thought about it and finally nodded, okay. Qin Shang smiled, already thinking about what request to make to Sister Lin.
Just as he was thinking about it, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan walked into the reception room. Then
Shin Feng said, I've asked for 30% of Jinchuan's shares at half price. When the contract is ready, Mingyue will be the largest shareholder of Jinchuan. The smile on Qin Shang's face froze for a moment.
She didn't know whether she should continue laughing now. Chapter 131 Your acting is too bad. Chapter 131 Your acting is too bad. The next day, it was the same as when the ad was posted. Mingyue Jewelry once again quietly released purchase links for the 5 pieces of jewelry in the advertisement. The only difference from yesterday's advertisement was that as soon as Mingyue Jewelry's Weibo post was released today, countless people noticed it. Because now, there are so many netizens visiting Mingyue Jewelry's Weibo. After a day of fermentation, Mingyue Jewelry's advertisement has become extremely popular.
Not only did it dominate the hot searches for a whole day and night, but news about this advertisement was almost overwhelming on TikTok, Bilibili, and various video websites. The reason why this advertisement has become so popular is not only because of the promotion by veteran actor Zhou Yilin, but also because the advertisement is well shot and touching.
Moreover, the appearance of this advertisement broke an unspoken rule in the current domestic entertainment industry. That is, traffic is everything.
Celebrities with high traffic can get approval for anything they shoot, even if the products they endorse are poor or expensive, or the commercials are cheap, and can still drive a large number of fans to buy them.
It's not just advertising. There are also various movies and TV series.
As long as the star is famous enough and has enough traffic, no matter how bad the movie is, there will be fans following it and it will sell well at the box office. The directors spend all their money on hiring these actors, with a top star receiving tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars in salary. Instead, the areas where money should really be spent, such as costumes, props, scripts, and special effects, were greatly discounted, resulting in one bad movie after another. On the other hand, those unknown grassroots actors, even if they try their best and work hard to make a good movie, will be buried because they have no money for publicity and no fame.
Many people have already expressed their dissatisfaction with the current situation where traffic is more important than anything else on the internet.
And now, a high-quality commercial shot by 2 new generation actors, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, immediately became a sharp sword for these people to attack those traffic stars who have no strength.
Don't use your youth as a cover for your poor acting skills. If you don't have the ability, you don't have the ability.
It's not that we don't accept the growth of young artists without talent, but we don't want to accept that traffic stars without talent can get dozens or even hundreds of times more pay than veteran actors just by relying on their looks. If your acting skills were half as good as Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, these domestic web dramas wouldn't have received so many low scores and negative reviews.
A 6-minute commercial is more exciting than some people's 120-minute movies.
This requires not only artists to reflect, but also some directors to reflect. You paid those popular stars a huge salary, but in the end you made a piece of shit.
Are you worthy of the audience? Under this wave of public opinion, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's advertisements seem to have become a banner. How could the popularity be low? How could there be few netizens who came here to watch this advertisement? Many viewers who watched this advertisement were moved by it and wanted to buy jewelry. But Mingyue did not post any purchase link on Weibo all day yesterday. It's like they don't want to make this money at all.
Many netizens had money but nowhere to spend it, and they frantically at Mingyue Jewelry in the comments section of the advertisement.
It was not until today that Mingyue Jewelry's official Weibo account finally released the purchase links for the 5 pieces of jewelry in the advertisement. A tip is also included.
In order to avoid impulsive purchases, the purchase link will be released one day later.
Please remember to consume rationally when purchasing jewelry. This explains why the purchase link was released one day later.
It forms a sharp contrast with Jinchuan jewelry. Jinchuan Jewelry would post a Weibo post to show off every time it sold 1,000 sets of jewelry, while Mingyue Jewelry, on the other hand, advises fans to consume rationally.
The difference is obvious. However, what is more obvious is the sales volume of jewelry. Jinchuan Jewelry sold 8,000 sets in 1 hour, relying on Fu Yan's wealthy fans. As for the subsequent purchasing power, it is much worse.
Until today, only 10,000 sets have been sold in total. Mingyue Jewelry's 5 types of jewelry, each limited to 10,000 sets, were sold out in less than half an hour after the purchase link was released.
Although this is also related to the slightly lower pricing of Mingyue Jewelry, the most important thing is the audience. The low-quality advertisements shot by Fu Yan can only induce fans to buy.
But Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan's advertisements, even if they cannot stimulate every viewer's desire to buy, will at least tempt those who already want to buy jewelry. Compared to the products endorsed by Fu Yan, which can only be sold to fans, the advertisements of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan are the ones that truly achieve wide publicity. At this time, Fu Yan, who had already left Shangjing City and returned to his mansion, was slumped on the sofa. Watching the screen being dominated by traffic stars, the netizens who were already deeply resentful of him were criticizing him, and watching the crushing sales of Mingyue Jewelry. Fu Yan's hands were shaking as he held the phone.
Everything was fine until you two showed up.
He stared at the photo of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan on his phone with cold eyes.
As he was watching, Fu Yan's cell phone rang. He answered the phone and said in a cold voice, "Have you found any dirt on them?"
Guan Heng on the other end of the phone said, "No, Shinfeng has only been in the industry for 2 months, and although Jiang Wanwan has been acting for a few years, she has almost no scandals. It doesn't seem that easy to use negative information to attack them."
Fu Yan frowned. "What should I do then?"
Guan Heng said on the phone, "The only way to bring down these two people now is to tell everyone that they are not as perfect as they appear to be, and they are even very dirty behind the scenes. If they do this, those fence sitters will not only stop supporting the two of them, but may even turn the tables and blame them.
Since we can't find any dirt on them, let's create some. Do you understand what I mean?" Fu Yan said, "You mean, we need to arrange for the Navy? It's useless to rely on the internet army alone.
What we need now is more powerful black material."
Guan Heng said in a deep voice, "Aren't Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan a married couple?"
"Then we should find a way to start with their relationship as husband and wife."
"You mean?"
"Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have opened their own studios now, and they are short of people. If we put someone in their studio and let her and Shinfeng have some scandals, not only will the CP image they have been working on collapse, but their relationship will also break down." Guan Heng said with a cold smile, "The so-called perfect idol turned out to be a scumbag who cheated on his wife. This material alone is enough to pull Shinfeng down from his current position. As long as the public opinion on the entire network is against Shinfeng, it will be much easier for us to defeat him."
Listening to Guan Heng's plan, a smile appeared on Fu Yan's face. "Just do as you say. I'll give you all the funding you need. You must bring down Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan for me." 1 day later. Shangjing City, Mingyue Jewelry.
After signing the equity transfer contract, Xin Chang let out a long sigh. Until now, she still feels like she is in a dream. She never expected that Shinfeng was actually able to make Xiao Daqing give up 30% of his shares. And at a price less than half of its market value.
"Thank you, Shinfeng."
Walking out of the conference room, Xin Chang looked at Shinfeng in front of the door and said with a smile. Xiao Daqing, who was beside Xin Chang, glanced at Shinfeng, sighed, and shook hands with Shinfeng again. "Young people are formidable, I admit defeat.
You're just spitting out something that doesn't belong to you in the first place. Don't be so sorry."
Shinfeng said, and then looked at Qin Qing. "Mr. Qin, you're welcome. I have to thank Mr. Qin for the 3 million. Qin Qing smiled. She was willing to accept the loss of the 3 million, and felt that it was worth it.
"It's not just because of taking down Jinchuan. It's also because I have witnessed Shinfeng's abilities.
This young man is really as extraordinary as Arlene said." At noon, Qin Qing invited Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, and Sister Lin to have a meal. This meal is a practice meal.
Because Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan are planning to return to Shanghai City. Jiang Jie's birthday is coming soon, so of course Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan have to go back.
Especially Shinfeng, who had promised to give Jiangju a surprise, so this could not be delayed.
As for Sister Lin is not going back with Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan this time. Of course, this doesn't mean that she has to stay in Shangjing City forever.
According to Qin Qing, the two old friends just wanted to reminisce about the past. Although Jiang Wanwan didn't feel bored with being together all day long, sleeping in the same bed at night was considered normal for them to reminisce about the past. But considering Qin Cheng's 3 million, Jiang Wanwan had no intention of taking Sister Lin away. After lunch, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng boarded the plane back to Shanghai City. Moreover, these two people were very luxurious and sat in business class. The two people's itinerary was very secretive, so after returning to Shanghai City, there was basically no one to pick them up at the airport except for a few fans who got the inside scoop from somewhere. After leaving the airport, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly took Shen Feng home. She hasn't eaten the food cooked by Shen Feng for several days, and she can't wait. Shen Feng was actually quite anxious to go home. He hasn't eaten Jiang Wanwan for several days, and he can't wait any longer. However, just after leaving the airport, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan saw a young woman dressed fashionably and beautifully, pacing back and forth at the airport gate with a headache on her face. Because it was late and there were not many people around the airport, the woman dressed like a peacock was quite conspicuous. When she saw Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the woman's eyes seemed to light up. Run forward quickly. At first, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan thought they were recognized. But the young woman took out her phone and walked up to ask, "Hello, do you know where Wan Fenglin's studio is?" Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan looked at each other, and their eyes became strange. The young woman even came closer, especially to Shen Feng, and handed the phone to Shen Feng to look at. It seemed that there was information about Wan Fenglin's studio on the phone. But it was not known whether she really slipped or what happened, but when the woman approached Shen Feng, she suddenly staggered and fell towards Shen Feng. The paparazzi who had been hiding in the dark picked up his camera, waiting to capture the scene of Shen Feng hugging the young woman. He has been waiting for the scene for a long time. Result. As a result, Shen Feng was seen retreating. The woman fell to the ground immediately. The paparazzi was stunned. The young woman was also dumbfounded. Is this guy really straight? Can't he lend a hand? How does a guy like this find a wife? Just when the young woman fell and was cursing Shen Feng in her heart, Jiang Wanwan kindly squatted beside her and helped her up. While helping him up, Jiang Wanwan asked gently, "Are you going to Wan Fenglin to apply for an acting position?" The young woman pretended to be pitiful. "Yes, can you tell me how to get there?" "No," Jiang Wanwan smiled gently, "but I can tell you that you don't have to go there." "Why?" "Because your acting is so bad, they won't accept you there." As she spoke, the gentle smile on Jiang Wanwan's face disappeared. She stared at the young woman with cold eyes. "With your acting skills, you still want to touch my man in front of me? You still want to go to my studio? If I don't show my power, do you think I have a good temper and am easy to bully?" The young woman didn't expect to be exposed so soon. She opened her mouth to try to make some excuses. But Jiang Wanwan only responded by giving her a middle finger in 2 words. "Get lost." Chapter 132. You can't afford to play, you're just sneaking up on me. Chapter 132. You can't afford to play, you sneak attack. Fengzi, you are popular with women. When a young lady falls, she wants to fall into your arms. After scolding the young woman away, Jiang Wanwan glanced at Shen Feng and said in a sarcastic tone. Hearing his wife's tone, Shen Feng felt helpless. As he pulled Jiang Wanwan in one direction, he said, "I'm dodging now." "Humph, a girl fell down in front of you, you have no mercy at all. How can you, as a new century 5 good youth, be so heartless?" Shen Feng glanced at Jiang Wanwan. "What if I hug her?" Jiang Wanwan smiled. "I am a generous person, just hug me if you want. Now we live in a society ruled by law, can I still kill you? At most, you can chop off the hand that held you." As the two were talking, they walked to a bench near the airport. There was a person sitting on the bench. He was dressed simply, wearing a mask on his face, holding a newspaper in his hand, and a camera hanging around his neck. Shen Feng sat on the left side of this man, while Jiang Wanwan sat on the right side of this man. The man immediately shuddered and whispered, You sit down, I'll make way for you." Having said that, he stood up and was about to leave. But Shen Feng grabbed his shoulder and pushed him back into his seat. "You can go, but first tell me whether you are in the same group with that woman just now, and who sent you here." What are you talking about? I don't understand," the man said while suppressing his panic. He was the paparazzi who just wanted to capture Shen Feng hugging the young woman. He pushed Shen Feng's hand away and was about to leave. This time Shen Feng didn't stop him. But he had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard Shen Feng's voice behind him. "The latest model of Fruit 13, it looks like you just bought it."
For a paparazzi like you to be able to buy such a good phone, who gave you the funding? The paparazzi was stunned.
Then he quickly reached into his trouser pocket. Only then did he realize that the Fruit 13 that was originally in his pocket was missing. He turned around and saw Shin Feng playing with his cell phone. Jiang Wanwan, who was standing by, said with praise, "Your hands are so fast, you haven't even practiced stealing before, have you?" "A little bit," Shin Feng said modestly. The paparazzi immediately became anxious and turned around to try to snatch the phone back, cursing, "How could you steal my things?
Do you have any manners? Taking your things without your knowledge is stealing, but now that I've specifically informed you, this should be considered robbery, right?"
Shin Feng put the phone into his pocket and said with a smile. The paparazzi came up and wanted to reach out to grab Shin Feng's pocket, but his hand was immediately grabbed by Shin Feng. Shin Feng's method of holding his wrist was very unique, which made the paparazzi unable to exert any strength and his wrist felt extremely sore. The paparazzi was in so much pain that he thought his hand was going to break. He was so scared that he tried to pull his hand back.
But when I pulled it out, my hand hurt even more. Finally, the paparazzi could only twist his body in a weird way to relax his wrist as much as possible, and screamed, "Let go, let go. My hand is going to break."
Shin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at him, and asked, "Who sent you here?"
"Hey, I don't know. We all get anonymous black jobs from the internet.
They pay us to do things.
We don't know the other party's identity." "What website?" "Send me the URL.
I have a computer in my car with the website records in it."
"Can you go to my car?" Shin Feng then let go, and then took out Guozi 13 and shook it in front of the paparazzi. "If you want to get your phone back, be honest, do you understand?"
The paparazzi nodded, rubbed his sore wrist, and led the way for Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. However, when he turned his back to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the look in his eyes became a little gloomy. But there was another companion in his car.
Including the young woman from before, there were 3 people in their group. And there are only 2 people, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. It's not certain who will threaten whom by then.
The paparazzi's car was parked in a remote path outside the airport.
There were not many people at this time, and this place is remote, so there were not many people. The paparazzi led Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan to the car and opened the door.
The young woman who had fallen badly and was limping, and a bald man walked out of the car.
The young woman was holding a baton, while the bald man was holding a baseball bat.
The paparazzi turned around and looked at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, sneering, "You two are really bold. You are 2 celebrities after all, but you dare to be so arrogant without even bringing bodyguards. Just give me your phone back and help us take a few photos.
Once we complete the mission, we'll let you go. Otherwise."
As the paparazzi spoke, he took out a small tripod for photography from the car and pointed it at Shin Feng. Shin Feng looked at the paparazzi and suddenly smiled. "You have a strong sense of professional ethics.
You are still thinking about completing the task. If I were you, I would definitely not care about the mission and just take my bank card. Wouldn't the money in it be much more than the mission?" The paparazzi sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid? If I do that, you can just report it to the police. I can get the money, but I won't be able to spend it. Is it necessary?"
"Stop talking nonsense, just return your phone honestly, and then take a few photos of us holding this girl, and let us report back.
I'll let you go, and everyone will be safe and happy. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. You can return your cell phone in exchange for showing me your computer.
As for taking photos, forget it." Shin Feng didn't seem to care about the 3 armed men opposite him and spoke in a calm tone.
Seeing his attitude, the paparazzi frowned and said, "Do you really think we dare not take action if we don't teach you a lesson?"
The paparazzi said this and exchanged glances with the bald man and the young woman next to him. Then the 3 of them walked towards Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan together. After the paparazzi walking in front approached Shin Feng, he swung the tripod in his hand and smashed it towards Shin Feng.
Shin Feng sighed.
He suddenly threw the fruit in his hand towards the paparazzi.
The paparazzi's expression changed and he quickly dropped his tripod, trying to catch the phone.
Shin Feng took this opportunity to step forward, held down one of the paparazzi's arms with one hand, and put his foot on the paparazzi's knee. With a strong push, he forced the paparazzi to kneel on the ground. Seeing this, the bald man rushed over with a frown in his hand and swung a baseball bat at Shin Feng. Shin Feng picked up the tripod that the paparazzi had just thrown away and pushed forward.
A baseball bat is short, a tripod is long.
As the old saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. The bald man who was rushing over couldn't hold back his strength, and before he could hit Shin Feng, he had already crashed into the tripod. The bald man's face was distorted with pain. Shin Feng suddenly put down the tripod, causing the bald man to lose his support and stumble again. Before the bald man could stand firm, Shin Feng had already punched him in the abdomen. The bald man trembled nervously at first. Then he blinked strangely. Then he looked at Shin Feng with a sneer and said, "Boy, you don't usually exercise, right? You don't have any strength, and it doesn't hurt at all." Shin Feng smiled calmly and said casually, "Yes, I can't compare to your strong body. I just don't know if your head is that hard too." The bald man was stunned and didn't realize what it meant at first. Until he caught a glimpse of the young woman who was knocked down by Jiang Wanwan out of the corner of his eye. "Where is Jiang Wanwan?" The bald man's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He subconsciously had a bad feeling and quickly turned around to look behind him. Then he saw Jiang Wanwan holding a brick and dunking it on his head. Bang! The bald man took the blow upright. He swayed. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng who were walking towards them. "You guys can't afford to play, so you're trying to sneak attack." After saying, he closed his eyes. Fell to the ground. On that shiny bald head, there was a half-square brick mark left. Chapter 133, Repairing the Plank Road in the Open, but Marching Through Chinsong in Secret. Chapter 133, Repairing the Plank Road in the Open, but Marching Through Chinsong in Secret. Although the paparazzi was knocked down by Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, he did not faint. He struggled to get up from the ground and turned around, just in time to see Jiang Wanwan dunking on the bald man. The paparazzi were stunned when they saw Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan knocking down the bald man. Are these two stars? This is obviously even more outrageous than them. Seeing Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan walking towards him, the paparazzi sat back on the ground and asked in a trembling voice, "Is it too late for me to pretend to be dead now?" "It's too late." Shin Feng came over. "Where's your computer? Take it out and let me see it." The paparazzi had no choice but to run to the car in shame and give the laptop to Shin Feng. While finding the URL for Shin Feng, the paparazzi muttered, "I really didn't lie to you. The website where we paparazzi take jobs is called the Black Market, and most of them log in anonymously. We collect a deposit when we accept a job, and then the platform pays the balance after the job is completed, just like Taobao, so we basically don't have any contact with the people who send the tasks. Because most of the tasks on this website are to spread rumors about certain celebrities or to buy online trolls, the identities of the employers are kept secret. Also, the website's security system is said to be designed by a hacker boss and is unbreakable, so if you want to find out who hired us through the website, it's basically impossible." The paparazzi hasn't finished speaking yet. Then Shin Feng said, "The phone associated with this employer account belongs to Guan Heng. It seems that this is someone Fu Yan hired." Paparazzi. Paparazzi? He looked at the mess of codes on the computer screen and was dumbfounded. What about the strict confidentiality you promised? What happened to the unbreakable promise? Fu Yan. I guessed it was this guy. Jiang Wanwan frowned slightly. He can't win in terms of strength, so he resorts to underhand tactics. How disgusting. The paparazzi glanced again at the bald man who had just been attacked by Jiang Wanwan and was still lying on the ground. Didn't dare to speak. But Fu Yan is really stupid. He doesn't want to find someone powerful, but this kind of incompetent trash. He wants to deal with us? Jiang Wanwan said. Shin Feng shook his head. He pointed at the computer screen and said, "The total reward for this mission targeting us is only 100,000. If Fu Yan really regards us as a thorn in his side, he would never spend just this little money to deal with us. Since he has come out, it means that either he doesn't intend to deal with us too harshly, or this so-called mission is actually just part of the plan. They are repairing the plank roads in the open, but are secretly attacking Chinsong. Fu Yan first spends a little money and deliberately finds someone with no ability to come and give it to us for free, so that we think we have cracked their conspiracy. Once we let down our guard, Fu Yan will use the Chinsong he prepared, and let his elite troops hired at a high price sneak in secretly to gain our trust." Jiang Wanwan frowned. Is Fu Yan that smart? Would he think so much? Shin Feng smiled. Fu Yan isn't smart enough, but Guan Heng is pretty good. I've met Guan Heng a few times in the studio before. This guy is a little smarter than Fu Yan. But it's just a clever trick. To put it bluntly, this plan is completely unnecessary and may even alert our enemy and make us alert in advance.
But given Guan Heng's personality, he probably wouldn't think of these things. Maybe right now, Guan Heng is intoxicated by the ingenious plan he has come up with. On the surface, I hired a few losers and deliberately let Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan find out. I think they will probably think that they have broken the conspiracy and are safe now. But in fact, this move was an open move by me, and my real killer move was the hidden move I prepared. After that, I will secretly put the person I really invited next to Shin Feng. Shin Feng will definitely not notice it. Then, hee. At Fu Yan's home, Guan Heng was talking to Fu Yan about his plan with great excitement. He felt that his plan was perfect. First, repair the plank road to show the enemy that they are weak and let Shin Feng relax his vigilance. He then secretly sent a master hired at a high price to lurk beside Shin Feng. Slowly get close to Shin Feng, slowly gain Shin Feng's trust, and even let him appear in the public eye with Shin Feng. When the time is right, let her take action against Shin Feng and create a scandal. This plan is invincible. Fu Yan didn't have the patience to listen to Guan Heng's chatter. He waved his hands and frowned. You just need to tell me when you can bring down Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. 1 month. The opportunity one need is the talent show Shin Feng will be participating in later. Guan Heng said, you'd better disappear for a month and stay quiet for a while. It will be most appropriate for you to appear again when Shin Feng's reputation turns around. Fu Yan nodded. Now he has almost become a joke on Weibo. They get paid sky-high salaries and earn thousands of times more than the average person, but their acting is so stiff even when they are shooting a simple commercial. In stark contrast to Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan. Now the internet is full of complaints about those young handsome guys who are not worthy of their positions and have good looks but no real ability. Fu Yan is the most representative one among them. Many of the originally fanatical fans gradually came to their senses amid the waves of condemnation. Look at the advertisement that Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan put so much effort into, and then look at Fu Yan's acting skills that cannot be saved even with fine-tuning. In the end, many of these fans turned into passers-by. The situation on the internet was absolutely negative for Fu Yan, so before Shin Feng was finished, all he could do was to pretend to be dead temporarily and disappear. Fu Yan felt itchy when he thought about the losses that would be caused if he didn't take any advertisements or show up in public for a month. All of this is thanks to Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. If I don't destroy you, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. The paparazzi saw today what a real robber is. He thought that Shin Feng would let him go once he found the employer behind the scenes. Of course, Shin Feng did let him go and did not do anything cruel to him. But he didn't let go of his computer, his cell phone, his camera. There were even bottles of yogurt and snacks in his car. I guess if the car didn't have a license plate, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan would have driven away with it. The angry paparazzi wanted to call the police. I saw Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan leaving with a bunch of things. The paparazzi are also tough. He suddenly rushed in front of Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. There was a fierce look in his eyes. Bend your legs. With a plop, he knelt in front of the two men. Then she hugged Shin Feng's thighs and cried, wiping her tears and said, Brother Shin, please give me a way to live. These are the ones we eat. If you take them all away, what will we eat in the future? Jiang Wanwan threw a bag of snacks she had looted from the car to the paparazzi. Is this for you? Paparazzi, that's not what I meant. I mean, I still have to rely on these to make money. Without these computers and cameras, we will all be left with nothing. Shin Feng shook his head. I can show you a clear way. The paparazzi looked like they were listening attentively. You should wait until the southeast wind blows before you open your mouth, so you won't have to drink the northwest wind. Paparazzi, brother, do you think you are humorous? He hugged Shin Feng's thigh and sniffed, Brother Shin, I have received the deposit from others. If the task cannot be completed, I have to return the money. But we have already used this money to buy mobile phones. If you take away all the money I earned, we won't be able to pay back the money, then we will be finished. Shin Feng said, oh. Then he asked, you are finished, what does it have to do with me? No, please don't stand by and watch us die. At least don't add insult to injury and make our situation even worse. The paparazzi pleaded, you save people from suffering, you do good deeds, we will definitely remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. Shin Feng stroked his chin and thought for a while, then finally said, how about this, I'll pay you back the money you owe me. The paparazzi's eyes lit up. Brother Shin, you are such a kind-hearted person. From now on, we will follow your lead. Just tell us what you need. We will do anything for you, said the paparazzi. Shinfeng smiled and waved his hand. No need to risk everything. I just know a friend who sells kidneys to people. When the time comes, I can just sell the kidneys from the three of you to pay off the debt. The paparazzi are numb. Chapter 134 How to Make Delicious Dog Meat. Chapter 134 How to Make Delicious Dog Meat. In the end, Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan did not return the computer and camera to the paparazzi.
Nor did he take the paparazzi with him to sell his kidney. However, Shinfeng did give him the cell phone.
It's not that Shinfeng is so kind.
The main reason was that he found that the phone was broken during the previous fight.
He was too lazy to take it to be repaired.
As for how these three people would pay back the money later, Shinfeng didn't care at all. He has never been a particularly kind person. Not to mention the three people who originally had ill intentions towards him and Jiang Wanwan. After taking a taxi back to their villa with Jiang Wanwan strongly requested Shinfeng to make her a meal of sweet and sour pork ribs.
Shinfeng hugged Jiang Wanwan and whispered in her ear, "Why don't we have something simple today? It's getting late, it's time to go to bed. It's only 8 o'clock. How can you sleep?" Jiang Wanwan protested, "You always go to bed at 11 or 12 o'clock. Shinfeng rubbed her head, "Wan Ge, don't play dumb." I'm not playing dumb, what are you talking about?" Jiang Wanwan turned her head and looked away.
Shinfeng smiled helplessly, and finally took Jiang Wanwan to the supermarket to buy some ribs and made her a sumptuous dinner. Jiang Wanwan, who had just finished her meal, had not even had time to wipe her mouth before Shinfeng carried her to the bedroom on the second floor.
Jiang Wanwan once again expressed strong protest, "Can't you just let me wipe my mouth?"
As a result, she had just spoken. Shinfeng had already kissed her on the mouth. He kissed the side of her face again. He licked the remaining sauce from her mouth clean.
Then he whispered, "Now that your mouth is wiped, is there anything else you need to do?" Jiang Wanwan opened her mouth and wanted to say something.
But Shinfeng sealed her mouth again, blocking her words. The lights in the house dimmed. When Jiang Wanwan woke up the next day, she felt sore in her back and waist. Filming under Ning Qiang's guidance was not this tiring. The most important thing is that when she opened her eyes, she found that Shinfeng was not by her side.
This made Jiang Wanwan very unhappy. "Where has this heartless bad Fengzi gone?" Jiang Wanwan muttered. Then, Shinfeng walked into the bedroom with a sumptuous breakfast. There is also Jiang Wanwan's favorite, Shinfeng's special honey-glazed chicken steak. Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up, "Fengzi, you are so nice."
Shinfeng put the breakfast on the table in the bedroom and said while helping Jiang Wanwan get dressed, "I'm not good. I'm a bad Fengzi with no conscience." Jiang Wanwan didn't feel embarrassed when someone heard her saying bad things. He laughed and said, "Who said you have no conscience? I think she must be talking nonsense." "Yeah, then you said she was talking nonsense, how should I punish her?" Shinfeng asked with a smile. Jiang Wanwan gave Shinfeng a kiss on the face. "This is how I punish you." After the two of them finished their breakfast and packed up their things, Jiang Wanwan suggested going home to visit. Although Jiang Zhi's birthday hasn't arrived yet, it was still a long journey after all. "Now that I'm back, I should go and see him." Especially now that the relationship between Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zhi has long been eased, Jiang Zhi no longer has any opinion about Shinfeng. The most important thing is, the steamed bread is still in Jiang Zhi's house. Su Yan hates dogs the most, so she has to take it back quickly. Shinfeng drove and took Jiang Wanwan to Jiang Zhi's house. When she arrived at the door, Jiang Wanwan knocked. The person who opened the door was not Jiang Zhi or Su Yan, but a nanny in the house. This nanny has been with Jiang Zhou and Su Yan for many years and has a good relationship with Jiang Wanwan. Seeing Jiang Wanwan coming back, the nanny immediately smiled and said, "Wanwan, you're back." "Aunt Li." Jiang Wanwan also smiled and hugged the nanny. They looked so close. Shinfeng came in following Jiang Wanwan. At first, Aunt Li didn't see him. When she saw Shinfeng, Aunt Li's expression became even more interesting. She let go of Jiang Wanwan and greeted Shinfeng happily. "Oh. Isn't this my son-in-law? Come in quickly." A distinguished guest. If you say that when Aunt Li saw Jiang Wanwan, the expression on her face was laughter. When she saw Shinfeng, Aunt Li's face was already full of smiles. She hurriedly pulled Shinfeng to the living room, saying as she walked, "Sir, come and sit down. I'll make you some tea." He was so enthusiastic that he seemed to have completely forgotten that Jiang Wanwan was beside him. When Shin Feng looked at this scene, he always felt a sense of déjà vu.
Once upon a time, when he was taking Jiang Wanwan back to his home, Tang Ping and Shin Zhaoguo also treated Jiang Wanwan warmly and ignored him. This is probably the changing of times,
Shin Feng thought to himself. Then, he saw Jiang Wanwan drinking the tea that Aunt Li poured for him.
Shin Feng felt a little emotional again. This is probably the family status,
the kind that won't change no matter how you turn it.
Zhang Zhe went to work and was not at home. Su Yan was the only one at home.
At first, Jiang Wanwan didn't see any steamed bread at home, and was worried that Su Yan hated the steamed bread so much that she stewed it. As a result, Su Yan was seen coming down from upstairs holding a steamed bun. Jiang Wanwan was almost stunned by what she saw.
She hated Guzi's mother the most.
She held the steamed bread as if she were a big treasure. And Wotu nestled in Su Yan's arms, enjoying himself very comfortably. When he saw Jiang Wanwan, his expression didn't change.
It seems that he no longer wants to recognize Jiang Wanwan as his master. Mom, you don't like dogs, right?
Why?
Seeing Su Yan sitting next to her holding a steamed bread, Jiang Wanwan asked with trembling lips.
Su Yan smiled and said, "Oh, I don't like dogs, but I like steamed bread." Wanwan, you don't know how obedient and sensible Wotu is. He is so well behaved. And he is very smart. I have never seen such a clever dog. He is so cute. Su Yan stroked the dog and said, "Since Wotu came, I've been happier every day." Wotu lay in Su Yan's arms and yawned with his mouth wide open. Then he licked Su Yan's hand as if to please her. Su Yan laughed happily, went to the kitchen and got a big meat bone for Wotu, which Wotu gnawed happily.
Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but her eyelids twitching as she watched. Mom, do you usually feed Wotu with this kind of meat and bones?
Su Yan waved her hands. Why do you always feed it these meat bones?
Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. Otherwise, wouldn't the dog be eating as well as she is?
Then Su Yan said, in addition to meat and bones, I also asked someone to prepare special dog food for it, and also specially made beef jerky. Oh, and I also got some preserved fruits for it as snacks, and it loves them.
Jiang Wanwan.
She finally understood why Wotu behaved so obediently and honestly and liked to please Su Yan so much.
So this guy eats so well every day? Mom, Wotu is just a local dog. You don't need to buy so many good things to feed it. It's enough to make it full. I only feed it ordinary dog food and ham sausage at home. As a result, after Jiang Wanwan said this, Su Yan immediately rolled her eyes.
Wotu is such a good dog, how can you be so stingy to raise it?
No wonder when your father brought it here, I saw that it was so skinny.
Wotu, tell me yourself, do you like to follow your mother or your sister Wanwan?
Jiang Wanwan didn't expect that she was of the same generation as Wotu.
What was even more unexpected was that Wotu, the ungrateful dog, actually jumped into Su Yan's arms without hesitation. He also pointed his butt at Jiang Wanwan. He shook his big tail proudly.
Jiang Wanwan clenched her fists in anger.
The dog is relying on the power of the man. The dog is relying on the power of the man. She took out her cell phone and typed a line of words in the search bar.
How to make delicious dog meat.
When Su Yan saw Jiang Wanwan's search, she immediately snatched Jiang Wanwan's phone away. He stared at Jiang Wanwan and said, Wanwan, let me tell you, Wotu is now an important member of our family.
Don't even think about touching a hair on it. Jiang Wanwan looked at Su Yan aggrievedly.
Mom, I finally came back from a business trip to see you, but you kept talking about steamed bread and didn't care about me at all.
Who is your daughter? Am I not your sweet little cotton padded jacket?
Su Yan sneered, you know your mother doesn't like dogs, but you still send the dog here. You are not a caring little cotton padded jacket, you are a black-hearted little cotton padded jacket. Besides, why should I care about your affairs?
Isn't Fengzi taking care of you? Jiang Wanwan pouted, aren't you afraid that Fengzi will bully me?
Su Yan ignored her and said to Shin Feng earnestly, Fengzi, if Wanwan dares to bully you in the future, remember to tell Mom.
Mom, my dad hasn't accepted Fengzi openly yet. Can you cooperate with my dad and pretend to be a little mean to Fengzi? Jiang Wanwan said pitifully. Su Yan nodded, okay then.
Then he looked at Shin Feng fiercely and said, Fengzi, if Wanwan dares to bully you in the future, remember to tell Mom.
Jiang Wanwan. Okay, this is really my mother. Chapter 135 He can't be the only one suffering from bad luck. Chapter 135 He can't be the only one suffering.
When Jiang Zhe returned home at noon, he heard from the nanny that Shin Feng was cooking in the kitchen. When Jiangja heard this, his eyes lit up. As a fellow foodie, Jiangja was very satisfied with Shin Feng's cooking skills. He crept to the kitchen door and peeked inside. Shin Feng's cooking skills were very professional, and Jiangja felt that he learned a lot from watching him. Just as he was watching intently, Jiangja felt someone patting his shoulder. Jiangja, feeling guilty, almost fainted from fright. When he turned around, he realized it was his daughter Jiang Wanwan. Jiangja touched his chest and said with a sigh, "Wanwan, what are you doing? Are you going to scare Dad to death? I want to ask you what you are doing. This is your home, okay? Why are you being so sneaky? Are you secretly learning how to cook from Shin Feng?" Jiang Wanwan said. Jiangja immediately straightened his chest and raised his head, pretending nothing happened, and said, "What are you talking about? I just came back from the company and heard the sound of cooking in the kitchen, so I took a look. As for my cooking skills, are they bad? Do I need to learn from him secretly? It's almost the same as if I could teach him." After Jiangja finished speaking, he left without looking back. But having said that, Jiangja ate no less than anyone else at lunch. While eating, Jiangja asked Shin Feng whether the gift he had mentioned earlier was ready. Shin Feng smiled and nodded. "Then take it out," Jiangja said. In fact, he really wanted to see what the surprise that Shin Feng had promised him would be. Now Jiangja has witnessed Shin Feng's abilities. Whether it was the previous variety shows or the recent commercials, this young man was far better than he had expected. So even if the gift Shin Feng prepared for him was not that good, Jiangja would not care too much. Now, he is just simply curious. "Dad, Fingzi said she would give it to you on your birthday, can't you just bear with it for 2 more days?" Jiang Wanwan said this and picked up a piece of food for Jiangja with her chopsticks. He also picked up a small piece of meat for Shin Feng. Finally, I picked up a big piece of meat for myself. Jiangja smacked his lips as he looked at the meat in Shin Feng's bowl, then he coughed and said, "Since everything is ready, it shouldn't take 2 days, right? I'm already this old, and I don't celebrate my birthday that often. There's no need to make it special. Besides, with the current situation at the company, I don't have the idea of celebrating my birthday." "What happened to the company?" Seeing that Jiangja's tone seemed a little melancholy, Jiang Wanwan asked. Jiangja wanted to say something, but Su Yan quietly touched Jiangja and whispered, "What do you say to the children? Let them worry about nothing." Jiangja immediately shut up and didn't mention the matter again. Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng looked at each other and both felt a little strange. What problems has the company encountered? Shin Feng had clearly already dealt with all of Jiang's hostile companies before, so logically speaking, the company's development should be going smoothly now. Jiang Wanwan was very confused. In the afternoon, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan left Jiangja's house. Originally, Jiang Wanwan wanted to take Wodu with her, but Su Yan liked Wodu, and Wodu also enjoyed life here, so in the end, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to let it stay here. Shin Feng drove to the villa, while Jiang Wanwan made a phone call in the car. "Hello? Uncle Ming, is there any problem with my dad's company now?" Jiang Wanwan asked into the phone. Sun Tianming was originally Jiangja's assistant, and started the current business with Jiangja. Now he has become a senior executive of Jiang family. Jiang Wanwan often played with Sun Tianming when she was a child and was quite familiar with him. Sun Tianming felt a little emotional after hearing Jiang Wanwan's question. Wanwan, the situation in the company is very complicated right now." Jiang Wanwan's heart tightened when she heard Sun Tianming's heavy tone. "Did something big happen in the company?" "It's not internal, it's external. It's some rival companies that don't get along with our Jiang group." Jiang Wanwan used the hands-free mode. So Shin Feng, who was standing by, also heard what Sun Tianming said. He frowned, parked the car on the side of the road, took out his cell phone, and planned to have another heart-to-heart talk with the CEOs of the rival companies. He sent a message to Mr. Li of Shanha Trading, whom he had threatened before. "Shin Feng, Mr. Li, what's wrong with you? You don't take me seriously, do you?" "Shanha Trading, Mr. Li, huh? We are fine, what happened?" Shin Feng was about to continue typing. Then Sun Tianming said, "I don't know what happened to those companies that have been at odds with Jiang recently. They all seem to have changed into different people. Not only have they stopped targeting our Jiang family, some have even offered us an olive branch and expressed their willingness to cooperate with us. The most important thing is that it's not just one company that did this, but many companies that did this together as if they had agreed to do so. You know, many of these companies were our mortal enemies who were eager for us to go bankrupt.
Sun Tianming sighed. Boss Jiang and I both suspect that these companies are secretly working together to plot something big.
These days we dare not import goods or sign contracts, just to see what other companies are planning.
As a result, we have lost a lot of money. Jiang Wanwan. Shun Feng.
After listening to Sun Tianming's words, the two were speechless.
Oh my god, Jiang Zhou is worried about this? Even lost money for it? Jiang Wanwan didn't know what to say to Sun Tianming for a moment. Shun Feng also looked at his mobile phone. On WeChat on his mobile phone, Mr. Li of Shanha Trading asked anxiously, "Brother, what's the matter? What happened? Shanha Trading, Mr. Li, please speak up. If there is anything we did wrong, please let us know and we will definitely correct it."
Mr. Li had witnessed with his own eyes how ruthless Shin Feng's methods were last time, so he really didn't dare to offend him. Shin Feng typed a few words helplessly. "Shin Feng, it's okay, I sent it to the wrong person, don't worry about it."
Mr. Li from Shanha Trading was staring at his phone in a daze. Sent to the wrong person? Who are you fooling? You clearly mentioned Mr. Li by name before. However, Mr. Li still replied, it's okay, just come to me if you have any problems."
After sending this message, Mr. Li turned off his phone. As a result, at this moment, Shin Feng sent another message.
Shin Feng, yes, there is one thing. Do you know when Jiang Zhi's birthday is? Mr. Li was stunned. How could he possibly know when Jiang Zhi's birthday was? Shanha Trading, Mr. Li, I don't know. How about I ask someone to find out for you?
Shin Feng, no need to ask, I know, it will be in 2 days.
Shin Feng, so Mr. Li, do you know when Jiang Zhi's birthday is now?
Mr. Li rubbed his face. This guy deliberately told him that Jiang Zhi's birthday was in 2 days.
Isn't the meaning obvious enough?
It's obvious that she wants him to give her a gift.
But Mr. Li could only respond honestly. Shanha Trading, Mr. Li, I understand what you mean. Shin Feng, that's good. Bye.
Shin Feng said goodbye. But Mr. Li started to worry as he looked at his phone.
For no reason, I suddenly have to give gifts to Jiang Zhi, my former enemy. No matter who it is, they will feel uncomfortable. Mr. Li sucked his teeth.
Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. A message was sent to a group of bosses who were also completely obedient to Shin Feng's treatment. Shanha Trading, Mr. Li, special notice, Jiang Zhi's birthday is in 2 days. Special notice, Jiang Zhi's birthday is in 2 days. Special notice, Jiang Zhi's birthday is in 2 days. He even copied 3 more specially, as if he was afraid that the bosses wouldn't see them. Those bosses who received the message from Mr. Li wanted to curse.
If they didn't know when Jiang Zhi's birthday was, then of course they didn't need to give him any gifts.
But now, President Li had slapped the news in their faces that Jiang Zhi's birthday was in 2 days, and they couldn't play dumb anymore. These bosses were so angry that their teeth were itching and they hated Mr. Li to no end. But Mr. Li felt refreshed. If he were the only one who was unlucky, he would be very miserable. But if everyone is unlucky, then he will feel much more balanced.
Chapter 136, Shin Feng's cousin. Chapter 136, Shin Feng's cousin. In the afternoon, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan drove to Qinglu County. Before, they always took the bus to Qinglu County because it was more convenient. The reason for driving this time is also because it is more convenient. Because Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan planned to bring Shin Xiaogua and Tang Ping to the city so that they could attend Jiang Zhi's birthday party 2 days later. This was proposed by Su Yan.
Before Jiang Zhi came, Su Yan told Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan that she had actually talked to Shin Feng's parents a long time ago and they had also discussed having dinner together later.
Jiang Zhi's birthday is obviously a good opportunity. After driving back to Qinglu County, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan arrived at Shin Feng's parents' home and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. However, the person who opened the door surprised Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. It's neither Shin Xiaogui nor Tang Ping. Instead, it was a young girl who was about the same age as Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan. Her appearance is not as outstanding as Jiang Wanwan, but she is still pretty among ordinary people. As soon as she saw Shin Feng, the girl showed a look of surprise on her face. Brother Fengzi, you're back.
As she said that, the girl was about to hug Shin Feng. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately pulled Shin Feng behind her. Then he looked at the girl kindly and said, "Excuse me, who are you?"
"Ah, Sister Wanwan. I forgot to say hello to you. Don't you remember me? I'm Yuaya.
The girl had a sweet smile on her face and stretched out her hand towards Jiang Wanwan.
Crescent moon? Jiang Wanwan thought about it and then remembered this person. Li Yuaya, a distant cousin of Shinfeng. This cousin seems to have a miserable life.
Her parents died early, and she has been living with relatives since she was a child. When she was a child, she also lived in Shinfeng's house for about a year. Because Jiang Wanwan lived opposite Shinfeng's house at that time, so I had seen her when I was a child. However, a woman's sixth sense told Jiang Wanwan that there seemed to be something wrong with Li Yueya, who had a sweet smile and looked very friendly. As soon as she saw Shinfeng, she was so happy that she wanted to throw herself on him. This cousin only lived in Shinfeng's house for 1 year when she was a child.
Is it necessary to be so close to him? You are already in your 20s, but you still don't know that men and women should not touch each other? So naive? Is it possible?
She remained wary of Li Yueya in her heart, but on the surface, Jiang Wanwan's superb acting skills concealed all her emotions. She smiled and said to Li Yueya, "It's Yueya, it's been a long time since I last saw you, I didn't remember you for a while.
I haven't seen you for so many years.
You've really grown into a big girl and are much prettier."
Li Yueya also said, "I can't compare to you, Sister Wanwan.
Not only are you beautiful, you're also a big star.
You're amazing." Shin Zhaogua also came out at this time.
When he saw that it was Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan who came back, he hurriedly welcomed them in. While letting the two sit down and rest, Shin Zhaogua said, "Fengzi, Yueya, you still remember the cousin who lived in our house when she was a child? She worked outside for the past 2 years and recently returned to Qinglu County, intending to find a job here. But she couldn't find a suitable house to rent. You're not at home, and there's an empty room in our house.
Your mom and I discussed it and decided to let Yueya live there first."
Li Yueya brought over 2 drinks and placed them in front of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. Then he said politely, "I have to thank my uncle, otherwise I wouldn't know where to live during this period. I'm really sorry to cause you trouble."
Shin Zhaogua laughed. "Oh, what are you talking about? We are all family.
Besides, you have been helping us a lot at home, doing the laundry and cooking."
We still feel embarrassed. After hearing what Shin Zhaogua said, Li Yueya seemed to have just remembered something.
She said with a cry, "Brother Fengzi and Sister Wanwan are back, so the meal we cooked tonight is not enough. I'll go prepare some more."
Okay, Fengzi is back, you don't have to worry about the kitchen anymore."
Shin Zhaogua patted Shinfeng on the shoulder and said, "Fengzi, go cook 2 dishes and let Yueya taste your cooking skills. Your mother has gone to the supermarket and will be back soon." Shinfeng nodded and was about to walk towards the kitchen.
Li Yueya hurriedly followed and said, "Then I'll help Brother Fengzi, otherwise he will be too busy." As she spoke, Li Yueya also wanted to walk into the kitchen.
Jiang Wanwan saw it and immediately stood up and said, "Yueya, you just take a rest, I will help Fengzi."
"Sister Wanwan, you just came back from outside, you should take a rest first."
"Yueya, you are a guest, there is no reason for you to keep guests busy. I cook here all the time, don't worry, Sister Wanwan. I'm more skilled at helping Fengzi, Yueya, you really don't need to help."
"Sister Wanwan, let me do it. Yueya, let me do it."
Seeing the 2 people in a stalemate, Shinfeng silently called his mother.
"Mom, I'm going home.
When you come back from the supermarket later, buy some vegetables."
Li Yueya. Jiang Wanwan.
The 2 women looked at each other. More or less, they all saw a hint of something wrong in each other's eyes. While waiting for Tang Ping to come home, Jiang Wanwan ran to the bathroom. Squatting on the toilet, he sent a message to Shinfeng.
"Fengzi, what's wrong with your cousin?" At this moment, Li Yueya was peeling oranges for Shinfeng in the living room.
After Shinfeng politely said that he didn't want to eat, he took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Wanwan.
"She has been deliberately approaching me and trying to please me. There are 3 possibilities. What is possible?
First, she's attracted to my money.
Second, she's attracted to me as a person. Jiang Wanwan, what about the third one?"
Shinfeng, third, I'm interested in them all.
Jiang Wanwan.
Although he sent a string of ellipses, Jiang Wanwan felt that what Shinfeng said made sense. But she felt a little confused. She and Shinfeng are a legal couple with a certificate, and they even announced it on Weibo. Even if this matter is known to the entire internet, relatives of Shinfeng like Li Yueya should also know about it. Li Yueya dared to flirt with Shinfeng in front of her legal wife. He really didn't take her seriously.
Jiang Wanwan squatted on the toilet and thought for a long time. Finally, she sent another message to Shinfeng. Jiang Wanwan, Fingzi, come to the bathroom. Shinfeng, what? No more paper? Jiang Wanwan, I've been squatting for too long and my legs are numb.
Shinfeng had no choice but to help Jiang Wanwan out of the bathroom.
As soon as she came out, Li Yueya came up to her with a worried look on her face and asked, Sister Wanwan, are you feeling sick in the stomach? Do you want me to get you some medicine? Hypocritically. Jiang Wanwan curled her lips secretly.
His face remained expressionless as he replied, It's okay, don't worry.
It's alright, it's alright. Li Yueya seemed relieved.
The more Jiang Wanwan looked at it, the more fake it seemed. This woman has such a deep mind and such contrived acting skills.
Back in the living room, the three of them chatted idly. Li Yueya even peeled an orange for Jiang Wanwan and handed it to her. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the big, nice orange in Li Yueya's hand and said with a fake smile, Yueya, you are too polite. I can peel it myself. Sister Wanwan, have this. I picked it especially for you. It must be sweet.
Jiang Wanwan narrowed her eyes.
Definitely sweet? How could a woman like you who is obsessed with someone else's husband be so kind? Maybe you picked a bad orange for me on purpose. Jiang Wanwan wouldn't be fooled. She looked at the orange in front of Shinfeng. I guess this orange was peeled by Li Yueya for Shinfeng.
This woman is bent on hooking up with Shinfeng, so the oranges she picks for Shinfeng must be the sweetest and best. Thinking about this, Jiang Wanwan smiled and took the orange in front of Shinfeng, saying, I'll just eat this. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan broke off a petal and put it into her mouth.
Li Yueya's face changed. He hurriedly stopped her and said, Sister Wanwan, don't eat that. But it seems, it's a step too late. Jiang Wanwan took a bite of the orange. He immediately covered his cheeks. So sour. Chapter 137 Sister, did you hug the wrong person? Chapter 137 Sister, did you hug the wrong person? Shinfeng gave Jiang Wanwan some salt water to rinse her mouth, and Jiang Wanwan's twisted face finally relaxed. She likes sweet food, but particularly dislikes sour food. The kind that people don't even dip dumplings in vinegar.
Shinfeng had to make many sweet and sour dishes specially for Jiang Wanwan so that they were not sour at all, and only then would Jiang Wanwan like them. To her, the destructive power of this orange slice was too great. After rinsing her mouth and coming back to life, Jiang Wanwan let out a long sigh. Then he glared at Li Yueya and said viciously, Why are the oranges you peeled so sour? What are you thinking? She was right, this woman was really bad. Sister Wanwan, I really didn't mean to hurt you. I peeled that orange for. Halfway through her words, Li Yueya glanced at Shinfeng and quickly shut her mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan suddenly remembered. Yes, the orange she just ate was peeled by Li Yueya for Shinfeng. It's not for her to peel. So why is it so sour? Jiang Wanwan ran to the living room with a frown and picked up the big orange that Li Yueya had peeled for her. He broke off a petal and handed it to Shinfeng. Try the poison. Shinfeng opened his mouth and ate the orange that Jiang Wanwan handed to him. He also kissed Jiang Wanwan's fingertips. Jiang Wanwan blushed, but when she thought of Li Yueya beside her, she immediately became tough again. She even pinched her throat and asked, Honey, is it sweet? Seeing Li Yueya showing an uncomfortable expression, Jiang Wanwan felt proud. Shinfeng tasted it and then nodded. This is sweet. Very sweet. I've already told you, what I gave to Sister Wanwan is sweet. Li Yueya had a strange expression on her face and defended herself in a low voice. Jiang Wanwan frowned slightly, then why did you give Fingzi such a sour one? I said it was a coincidence, do you believe it? Li Yueya said in a low voice. Jiang Wanwan didn't say anything. Shinfeng said, In that bag of oranges, only the one you peeled for me had a green skin. You said it was a coincidence, do you believe it? Li Yueya lowered her head as if admitting her mistake. Jiang Wanwan felt very strange. Li Yueya acted so close to Shinfeng at the beginning, but she deliberately picked bad oranges for Shinfeng to eat. What on earth is she thinking? Jiang Wanwan wanted to ask something else, but Tang Ping happened to have just returned home. This Li Yueya is indeed scheming. As soon as he saw Tang Ping coming, he immediately helped Tang Ping carry her bag and hung clothes for her, being extremely attentive. Jiang Wanwan didn't even have the chance to question Li Yueya. At the dinner table, Shinfeng told Tang Ping and Xin Zhaogua that he planned to take them to the city to celebrate Jiang's birthday. Xin Zhaogua agreed quite readily. Although they haven't seen each other for a while, it turns out that he and Jiangja still have a good relationship. Now that they are relatives again, he is of course happy to help his old friend and in-laws celebrate their birthdays.
But Tang Ping was a little hesitant.
We are willing to go, but what will happen to Yueya if we are gone for a few days?
Li Yueya said timidly, Brother Fingzi, can you take me with you when the time comes?
Of course, I don't have to go on my birthday. I just want to go to the city to have some fun.
Is that okay? Zhang Wanwan quietly kicked Shen Feng and gave him a wink. Shen Feng immediately understood and said to Li Yueya, sorry, we drove here, and the car is small, so there may not be enough room.
It's okay, we still have a car. Shen Zhaogua said with a smile. Shen Feng rubbed his forehead speechlessly, then toasted his father with a glass of wine.
You are a good father who is professional in destroying your son's career. Tang Ping glanced at Shen Feng, then at Zhang Wanwan.
She is an experienced person and her thoughts are more meticulous than Shen Zhaogua's. Tang Ping had already seen the eye contact between Shen Feng and Zhang Wanwan.
It seemed that Shen Feng and Zhang Wanwan didn't like Li Yueya very much.
Tang Ping picked up a dish for Li Yueya and said with a smile, Yueya, we are worried about no one being at home for a few days.
How about, could you stay at home for a few days? I'll take you to Zhonghai City later, okay?
Shen Feng toasted his mother with another glass of wine.
There is an old saying in the Shen family. If you have any questions about internal affairs, ask Tang Ping.
When he was unsure about foreign affairs, he asked Tang Ping for help. His mother is indeed much more reliable than his father.
But Shen Zhaogua frowned and said, what if no one is home for a few days?
You let Yueya look after the house while you go out to play, do you feel comfortable with that? As soon as Shen Zhaogua said this, he was immediately glared at by Shen Feng, Tang Ping, and Zhang Wanwan. Shen Zhaogua scratched his head, thinking that he was drunk again and talking nonsense. During the dinner, no conclusion was reached as to where Li Yueya was. However, Li Yueya showed a strong desire to go to Zhonghai City with Shen Feng. This made Zhang Wanwan feel even more uncomfortable. After finishing dinner and cleaning up the dishes, Zhang Wanwan took Shen Feng and said she wanted to go out for a walk.
As a result, Li Yueya followed out again. Zhang Wanwan pulled Shen Feng and walked quickly, and Li Yueya jogged behind to catch up. Pulling Shen Feng to walk slower, Li Yueya pretended to look at the scenery around. Finally, Zhang Wanwan took Shen Feng to a dead end in the old city. Li Yueya also followed. Zhang Wanwan turned around and smiled at Li Yueya. Sister, are you still following? Li Yueya coughed and nodded. Okay, then you continue. Zhang Wanwan smiled and stepped on the low wall at the end of the dead end.
In no time, he climbed over the wall.
Li Yueya was so stunned.
She looked at Shen Feng blankly.
You can't climb walls, right? Shen Feng didn't answer. Instead, he told Li Yueya through his actions. Indeed, he would.
And from the other side of the wall, Zhang Wanwan's voice came.
Bye, sister. Go home by yourself. I won't play with you anymore.
Li Yueya hurriedly wanted to flip over and catch up. But she is not like Shen Feng and Zhang Wanwan, who have been climbing high and picking fruits from trees since they were young. She has not forgotten the traditional skills even when she grew up, and she has also innovated and mastered the skill of climbing over the wall in the middle of the night to go out and surf the internet. After climbing twice, Li Yueya failed to climb up. It made her very depressed. Helpless, she turned around and wanted to leave. But just after turning around and walking a few steps, a wild dog slowly walked towards the entrance of the alley. Li Yueya and the wild dog looked at each other.
You look at me and I look at you.
Then, the wild dog immediately started barking at the top of its lungs.
He also pounced on Li Yueya.
Li Yueya was so frightened that she screamed, squatted on the spot trembling, and covered her head with her hands. But just when she thought the dog was going to pounce on her and bite her, she screamed in fear. Behind her, there were two sounds of feet falling to the ground. She raised her head with some fear. Then Zhang Wanwan was seen holding a branch that she had found from somewhere and rushing towards the wild dog. That speed is probably faster than a dog. The wild dog that was running towards Li Yueya saw Zhang Wanwan and its eyes immediately widened. Then the four claws pressed hard on the ground to break.
Then turn around and run.
Zhang Wanwan chased after the wild dog for 2 steps, threw the branch at it again, and then snorted coldly, "You are so brave and yet you still act like a dog.
You are not even as cruel as my Wodu." Shen Feng helped Li Yueya up and asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?"
Li Yueya was so scared that she cried just now. She sniffed and threw herself forward in grievance. Jiang Wanwan thought that this woman was going to take the opportunity to throw herself into Shen Feng's arms, and her heart was startled. But before she could pull Shen Feng away, Li Yueya threw herself directly into her arms. She cried out at the top of her lungs, "Sister Wanwan! I'm so scared!" Jiang Wanwan was stunned. "Sister, did you hug the wrong person? Shouldn't this bad woman hug Shen Feng and cry and wipe her tears? Why hold her?" At this time, Shen Feng picked up the mobile phone that Li Yueya had dropped when she was squatting on the ground. After looking at the lock screen picture of his phone, Shen Feng sighed helplessly. She probably didn't hug the wrong person, because the lock screen of her phone is all your pictures. Jiang Wanwan? What is going on? Chapter 138 Who do you think you are? Chapter 138 Who do you think you are? 3 Court Trial. On the curb of the street, Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and Li Yueya sat side by side. Jiang Wanwan frowned and asked, "So, you are actually my fan?" Li Yueya nodded carefully. "Still a fan?" Li Yueya nodded again. "Or is it Poison Wei?" Li Yueya nodded and then shook her head. She whispered, "It's not that I'm a fan, it's just I don't want you to be with Shen Feng." "Why?" "Because he's not a good guy." Shen Feng. Looking at Li Yueya, who was glaring at him, Shen Feng said helplessly, "Then why did you want to hug me, peel oranges for me, and pester me to go to Shanghai City with me?" Li Yueya snorted. "I was just trying to show Sister Wanwan what a scumbag you really are. There may be good things about men, but you're definitely not one of them. If I hug you and you show that you like me, Sister Wanwan will definitely see through you and won't have to be with you anymore. What a pity. As for the oranges, the ones I peeled for you were sour. I went to Shanghai City just to spend more time with Sister Wanwan. Who cares about you?" Li Yueya muttered. Shen Feng was surprised. Could it be that he had offended Li Yueya before? Jiang Wanwan was also very surprised. "Can you tell me why you think Shen Feng is not good?" Li Yueya lowered her head and whispered, "Is there any need to wonder? I lived in his house for more than a year when I was a child. Of course I know what kind of person he is. He's cowardly, timid, stupid, and irresponsible. Most importantly, he's been pretty decent since he was a kid. Little girls have always stuffed love letters into his pockets, and he never refuses them." Shen Feng felt that he was wronged. What does it mean to accept everyone who comes? At that time, he just didn't know how to refuse. Li Yueya continued, "He's just a guy who pretends to be honest and simple on the surface, but is actually a complete pervert in his heart. He's a typical loser. How can he be worthy of you, Sister Wanwan? Sister Wanwan, I'm telling you, I've been your fan since you debuted. At first I just thought it was novel that a sister I know is a celebrity, but the more I watched you, the more I thought you had great acting skills, and I was instantly attracted to you. Then I heard that Shen Feng had appeared on a dating variety show with you and even got married to you. I was so angry that my teeth were itching. How could such a person be worthy of such an outstanding person like you? The most infuriating thing is that there are actually many people praising Shen Feng online, saying that Shen Feng is a high-quality idol and that you two are a good match. Humph, a high-quality character is not something that is artificially created. How can I not know what kind of person Shen Feng is?" Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows. "So you were lurking in Shen Feng's house just to find ways to separate me from Shen Feng? I'm not that free. I really plan to find a job in Qinglu County and live in my aunt's house temporarily. I didn't expect you to come back," Li Yueya said. After saying that, she tugged at Jiang Wanwan's hand and said, "Sister Wanwan, you and Shen Feng grew up together, so maybe in your eyes, you are used to Shen Feng's shortcomings and have ignored them. But those who are involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. I know that this damn Shen Feng is definitely not worthy of such an excellent person like you." After hearing what Li Yueya said, Jiang Wanwan looked a little helpless. Not everything is hidden from the inside. Especially love. You can judge whether my decision on a matter is correct, but you cannot judge whether my love is reasonable. Love has nothing to do with whether it is reasonable or not. It's just that he loves me and I love him. It's that simple. No one in the world is absolutely perfect, and no one is completely compatible with anyone else. Since I like Shen Feng, I have already been prepared to accept his shortcomings. I don't need outsiders to remind me." Jiang Wanwan said, hugging Shen Feng beside him like a brother. "Besides, my Fengzi has become a very good person now.
I know this better than anyone else.
If there is anything to say, it is that I am not worthy of him, not that he is not worthy of me.
Shin Feng never expected that Zhang Wanwan would actually say such words one day.
He was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Shin Feng gently rubbed Zhang Wanwan's face with his hand and said, "Don't say such things.
You are the best one in my heart." Zhang Wanwan also smiled sweetly.
Looking at the couple in front of her, Li Yueya felt complicated. She still felt that Zhang Wanwan was bewitched and blinded by love.
How can someone with Shin Feng's personality compare to Zhang Wanwan?
Shin Feng is very popular now, and what is reliable is not only his personality, but also the popularity he had when he participated in variety shows with Zhang Wanwan.
Can a person who becomes famous by riding on the popularity of her idol be worthy of her idol? Seeing that Li Yueya still had an indignant expression on her face, Zhang Wanwan didn't know what to say. Love is a matter between her and Shin Feng.
Only the person who drinks the water knows whether it is hot or cold.
She doesn't need Li Yueya to judge anything, nor does she need Li Yueya's approval.
So she pulled Shin Feng up, patted her butt and prepared to leave.
Li Yueya can think whatever she wants, as long as she doesn't want to hook up with Shin Feng, nothing matters to Zhang Wanwan.
Li Yueya stood up immediately afterwards and suddenly said, "Sister Wanwan, I know I can't persuade you now, but I sincerely hope that you can be happier.
So, can you get Shin Feng to accept my challenge?
Within 3 days, I will definitely find a way to expose Shin Feng's true colors. Let you see his shortcomings and know that he is not worthy of you."
After saying that, Li Yueya looked at Shin Feng again. "Shin Feng,
do you dare to accept the challenge?"
Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan were walking towards home.
Hearing this, Shin Feng turned around.
Looking at Li Yueya, he slowly said, "Li Yueya, who do you think you are? You are not my father, nor are you Zhang Wanwan's mother. What qualifications do you have to decide these things for her? Just because you are her fan, she should listen to you? Just because you want to make her better, I have to accept the challenge?"
To be honest, I originally thought that Wanwan's fans were of high quality, at least not as brainless as Fuyan's fanatical fans.
But now it seems that there are exceptions to everything. To put it nicely, you are just an outsider. To put it bluntly, who do you think you are? Shin Feng's words made Li Yueya bite her lips tightly.
He didn't say a word for a long time.
She just stood there, watching Shin Feng and Zhang Wanwan walk further and further away. After walking for several minutes, Zhang Wanwan looked back. From a distance, one could only see Li Yueya's figure squatting under the streetlight. It seems like crying. Zhang Wanwan scratched his head and said, "Shouldn't I have said it so harshly?"
"Little kid, you're too obsessed with star chasing and think you're a celebrity," Shin Feng said, holding Zhang Wanwan's hand. "You need to speak harshly to make her sober up and face reality.
Speaking of my cousin, she had a miserable life since she was a child.
She had always lived in other people's homes. From a psychological point of view, such people are either likely to be withdrawn and cowardly, or they are likely to like to find spiritual sustenance for themselves.
Li Yueya's spiritual sustenance is chasing stars, and chasing you.
Looking at her current situation, if not pathological, it has gone a little too far. If we don't let her wake up now, she is more likely to go to extremes in the future,"
Shin Feng said.
Li Yueya has never been disciplined by her parents since she was a child, and many relatives do not interfere too much in her growth. Just like the issue of excessive star chasing, if Shin Feng hadn't said anything, perhaps no one would ever wake Li Yueya up by scolding her.
Zhang Wanwan nodded.
Then he said with some surprise, "Come to think of it, it has been 800 years.
How come you still remember your cousin so clearly? Maybe it's because I keep reminiscing about the past.
If I don't think about something and repeat the same thing every day, I'll go crazy."
Then do you recall what Li Yueya just said about the love letter?
Zhang Wanwan suddenly narrowed her eyes. "When you were a kid, there were little girls who stuffed love letters into your pockets?
How come I didn't know about this?" "Huh?"
Shin Feng glanced away and said in a relaxed tone, "I really don't remember this."
It's been 800 years. Who can remember it so clearly? I'm not a god. My memory is not that good.
Tell me who gave you these love letters.
Name one and I'll kiss you later. Zhang Wanwan showed a seductive smile on her face. Zhao Li, Sun Xiaohong, Qin Yu, Lu Qimeng.
Shin Feng was halfway through his speech.
Then I saw Zhang Wanwan looking for something on the ground. Then, I saw her picking up half a brick. Chapter 139. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Chapter 139. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Of course Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan would not leave Li Yueya alone outside late at night. This girl had good intentions towards Jiang Wanwan, but she was so obsessed with star chasing that she went astray, a bit like those girlfriend fans of male stars on Weibo. If a male star has the slightest scandal with another female star, this group of people will get extremely anxious. It seems that male stars are given two choices: either marry them or remain single and become monks for the rest of their lives. To put it nicely, this kind of person thinks too highly of himself. To put it bluntly, it's just a little bit of disease. Because of her family environment, no one ever told Li Yueya whether these things were right or wrong. So she went astray. But in essence, it can be seen from the fact that she is willing to help Shin Jiaogua and Tang Ping with work and is deeply loved by Shin Jiaogua and Tang Ping that she is still a good child. After walking around the area, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to Li Yueya. Li Yueya had finished crying and was squatting there in a daze. Seeing Jiang Wanwan handing her a piece of paper, she immediately folded it carefully and put it in her pocket, as if she wanted to keep it. Then she snatched the paper from Shin Feng's hand, wiped her tears, and blew her nose hard. Finally, he threw it to the ground and stepped on it several times. He picked it up again and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road. Shin Feng. This cousin seemed to be even more resentful towards him. But it's no wonder. After all, he had said that to Li Yueya before. Shin Feng didn't really care, he just said, "It's late, go back to bed." "I'm not going back with you." Li Yueya glared at Shin Feng like a puppy. Jiang Wanwan patted her on the shoulder and said, "Stop being upset and go back." Li Yueya leaned into Jiang Wanwan's arms like a cat. "Why don't you just stay outside?" Shin Feng looked at Li Yueya, who was trying hard to get into Jiang Wanwan's arms, and said in a deep voice. Li Yueya rolled her eyes at him. "I'll go back. That's my aunt's house, not yours. Why don't you let me live there? Just go back. I'll piss you off. I'll piss you off. I'll piss you off." Shin Feng clicked his tongue. Who said this cousin is a good kid? After returning home, the three people who were planning to go to bed discovered another embarrassing problem. That is, Li Yueya actually lives in Shin Feng's room. Shin Jiaogua's home only has 2 bedrooms. In other words, there are no empty rooms at home now. Besides, Li Yueya is not a little girl anymore, she can't sleep with Shin Feng Jiang Wanwan. So Shin Feng and Li Yueya each put forward their own opinions. Shin Feng felt that this bedroom belonged to him, and he and Jiang Wanwan should sleep in the bedroom, while Li Yueya should sleep on the sofa. Li Yueya felt that Shin Feng, as a grown man, should live a harder life and sleep on the sofa, allowing her to sleep with Jiang Wanwan. In the end, it was Jiang Wanwan who solved the problem. Jiang Wanwan was unwilling to sleep with Li Yueya. But she felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to let her and Shin Feng sleep in the bedroom and let Li Yueya sleep on the sofa. So Jiang Wanwan decided. Li Yueya slept in the bedroom, and she and Shin Feng squeezed on the sofa. "No. You're a big star, how can I let you sleep on the sofa?" Li Yueya protested immediately. But unfortunately, the protest was in vain. After returning home, Li Yueya was pushed back to the bedroom. Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan squeezed on the sofa in the living room. The two of them hugged each other and prepared to go to sleep. After a while, Shin Feng asked softly, "Are you asleep?" "Jiang Wanwan, I can't sleep." Shin Feng sat up again, holding Jiang Wanwan in his arms. He sighed and said, "Take your ID card. There's a hotel nearby." "Good." Jiang Wanwan nodded with a slightly red face. Early the next morning, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned. "I also bought some breakfast and we all ate together." After what happened last night, Li Yueya not only stopped hooking up with Shin Feng, but also became obviously hostile towards Shin Feng. Didn't say a word all morning. He also gritted his teeth while eating the breakfast brought by Shin Feng. It seemed as if the fried dough stick in his hand was Shin Feng. This morning, Li Yueya went out to work. Li Yueya doesn't have a stable job yet. Shin Jiaogua originally wanted to let her work in his own supermarket, but Li Yueya felt that she had already troubled Shin Jiaogua's family enough, and she couldn't let Shin Jiaogua pay her a salary. "So I started working as a cleaner in a nearby shopping mall, doing odd jobs while looking for a more suitable job. Yesterday was a day off and she happened to be at home, so today it was her turn to go to work. When it's time for lunch at noon, Li Yueya usually goes home to eat. But this afternoon, Li Yueya had not returned yet. Shin Jiaogua called Li Yueya, but Li Yueya didn't answer. Shin Jiaogua and Tang Ping both became a little worried. "Yueya has been staying here for a few days.
Before, she would either come back for dinner or call to let me know if she wasn't coming back.
Why didn't she even answer the phone today?
Shinjagwa took out his phone and sent a few more messages, but received no response.
Tang Ping also said worriedly, yes, the child is quite obedient. What happened today? Fengzi, why don't you go take a look to see if anything has happened? Shin Feng nodded.
Jiang Wanwan also went with Shin Feng, wearing a hat and a mask, and went to the shopping mall where Li Yueya worked. This mall is quite old-fashioned, it only sells things and there are no restaurants.
So there weren't many people here at lunchtime.
Shin Feng found the service desk and wanted to ask where the shopping mall's cleaning room was. Then I heard the staff at the service desk talking about a cleaning lady who had gotten into trouble today. Shin Feng's heart moved, and he asked where the cleaning lady who caused the trouble was. The staff member said she was in the manager's office.
Shin Feng immediately took Jiang Wanwan to the manager's office.
Before I even went in, I heard the sound of an argument coming from inside.
My shoes cost 20,000 yuan. This necklace is a new limited edition. Who are you trying to fool with these few hundred yuan? I'm telling you, this matter is not over today.
If you don't pay me 50,000, we'll meet at the police station.
Along with it came Li Yueya's voice.
She seemed to be crying, and her tone was a little weak. I'm sorry, but I really can't come up with so much money.
Can I write an IOU first, please? Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan looked at each other and immediately walked into the cleaning room. In the room, there were two young men and women dressed fashionably, pointing and talking. Li Yueya, who was wearing work clothes, wiped her tears and apologized.
There was a manager-like man nearby who was mediating the situation, helping to apologize and scolding Li Yueya. Seeing Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan come in, the manager immediately said, "Excuse me, we have something to do here. If you need any help, please wait a moment."
We know this cleaner, Shin Feng said. What happened?
When the manager heard that he knew Li Yueya, his attitude changed. The tone changed from polite to unfriendly.
What happened? Something big happened.
This Li Yueya, she didn't look at the floor when she was mopping, causing others to slip. The heels of her shoes worth tens of thousands of dollars were broken, and her jewelry was broken in two.
People said you can't leave without 50,000 yuan. Since you know Li Yueya, hurry up and help pay the money.
The manager said angrily. The woman in the young couple also lifted her heel, revealing the broken heel.
She pointed to the broken jewelry on the table and said, "See?
That's the cleaning lady's fault. I tell you, asking you for 50,000 is too little."
Less?
Shin Feng took a look at the jewelry and then said calmly, "The jewelry is 9,800 yuan, and you just said that your shoes are 20,000 yuan, which adds up to at most 30,000 or 40,000 yuan.
How dare you ask for 50,000 yuan?" The woman didn't say anything.
A scoundrel-looking man came forward and approached Shin Feng, sneering, "What's wrong, kid?
Do you still want to pick a fight?"
Let me tell you, those jewelry pieces are endorsed by Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, and they are the latest limited editions. They were sold out as soon as they were released, and now you may not be able to buy them online for 30,000 or 40,000 yuan, do you know that?
I'm telling you this.
Either you pay me 50,000 and we'll be done with it, or, I'll see you at the police station.
Shin Feng smiled.
Then he took out his cell phone and said, "Give me your card number and I'll transfer it to you." The young man and woman looked at each other, their eyes lit up. The man immediately gave his card number and watched Shin Feng transfer 50,000 yuan to him.
Li Yueya lowered her head, held Jiang Wanwan and kept saying sorry. Jiang Wanwan also smiled like Shin Feng. She patted Li Yueya and whispered, "Don't cry." "But, I made you lose money." "Compensation?" Jiang Wanwan whispered, "It's not certain who will pay the money.
If they want to extort money from Fengzi, they are 800 years too early."
Li Yueya didn't understand.
I have clearly given the money to the other party, so why does Jiang Wanwan still say this? But then, she saw Shin Feng blocking the young man and woman who were about to leave.
The man blared at Shin Feng, "Why, you still want the money back?" Shin Feng shook his head. "I didn't want to come back, I just suddenly remembered something."
"What's up?"
the man asked with a frown.
1 minute ago, you and your girlfriend used knockoff shoes and fake jewelry to extort 50,000 yuan from me. There are transfer records and the mall manager as proof. Fraudulently defrauding 50,000 yuan is a crime of fraud, which is a huge amount of fraud. According to the law, the offender can be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of more than 3 years but less than 10 years. Shin Feng folded his arms and looked at the two of them with a smile on his face.
You just said we'd meet at the police station, right? Okay, how about we go there? The expressions of the young men and women couldn't help but change.
The man pushed Shin Feng aside and was about to walk out, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?
Who is cheating? Get out of here. We are leaving." Shin Feng didn't stop them.
Instead, he let them leave and chuckled. Just a friendly reminder to you, returning the proceeds of the fraud and turning yourself in is different from reporting it to the police and getting arrested.
If you don't believe it, you can try it.
Chapter 140. It's no use discussing this with me.
Chapter 140. It's no use discussing it with me.
Shin Feng's words really frightened both of them. The young man and woman who were about to leave came back. The woman pulled the young man's clothes with some concern.
The man frowned and said as toughly as he could, "Why are you reporting a case? We didn't commit any crime, why are you reporting a case? You said our shoes and jewelry are knockoffs. Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, we will sue you for defamation." The woman followed suit and said, "Yes, we are all people of status. Why would we use counterfeit goods? Don't slander us with nonsense."
"Don't worry, I'm trying to reason with you." Shin Feng smiled and said, "Whether it is a knockoff or not is not up to me to decide, but the anti-counterfeiting measures. Judging from the logo on the lady's broken heel pair of shoes, they should be from the luxury brand Laufey. The luxury goods they produce are all equipped with professional anti-counterfeiting marks, and the anti-counterfeiting marks on shoes should be printed on the soles.
Let's take a look, shall we?" Both young men and women felt a little guilty.
They know that their products are indeed counterfeit and shoddy products.
So the so-called anti-counterfeiting and the like, there is no such thing on their shoes.
The woman was a little nervous and hid behind the man, covering her feet.
The man also blocked the woman and said, "Can you take off my shoes whenever you want? Are you trying to be a hooligan? No way. You don't have to take off your shoes, you can just lift your feet and take a look." "My feet hurt, I can't lift them up," the woman stammered.
Seeing this scene, the mall manager nearby also understood what was going on. It can be seen from the attitudes of these two people that the shoes they call worth 20,000 or 30,000 yuan are definitely fakes. Thinking that he had been deceived, the manager also said angrily, "You too, if you want compensation, just cooperate."
"Why should we cooperate with you?
Wife, let's go." When the man saw that even the manager was unwilling to help him, he pulled the woman away. But after taking only 2 steps, he was stopped by Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan took a chair from somewhere and sat down at the door with her legs spread wide. He crossed his legs like a gangster. The young man and woman wanted to walk away, but Jiang Wanwan stopped them with just her hand.
"Things haven't been explained yet, don't leave in a hurry."
Jiang Wanwan had a smile on her face even though she was wearing a mask. One could still tell that her smile was sinister.
"I'm telling you, get out of my way right now. We have urgent matters to deal with.
If you dare to stop me again, be careful or I'll hit you," the man said through gritted teeth.
Jiang Wanwan didn't care at all. Instead, she said, "You can try. Now you are just a fraud. If you use force, you will be intentionally hurting others. You want to spend more than 10 years in prison for these 2 crimes? You."
Seeing that the man seemed to be getting really angry, the mall manager quickly called the security guard. Several security guards wanted to enter the manager's office, but Jiang Wanwan was blocking the door. They could only stand behind Jiang Wanwan for the time being. He looked just like the younger brother that Jiang Wanwan brought with him.
It's quite impressive.
When the security guard arrived, the man didn't dare to take action.
I could only grit my teeth and say, "You are restricting my personal freedom. I will call the police to warn you."
"Whatever, but before you sue us, let's first clarify the matter of the copycat. Let's put the shoes aside for now and take a look at your broken jewelry,"
Shin Feng said, holding a necklace in his hand. "This necklace is what you called the limited edition jewelry endorsed by Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, right?" Hearing Shin Feng's voice, the young man and woman looked back first.
When they saw the broken necklace in Shin Feng's hand, their expressions changed.
The man hurriedly felt his pocket and said in astonishment, "When did you take it?"
"While you were chatting with my wife." Shin Feng said, "That's not the point."
"The point is, you said this is limited edition jewelry endorsed by Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan, right?" "Yeah, what's wrong? Give it back to me now."
The man reached out to grab it.
Shin Feng didn't stop him and let the man take the necklace away. But then he took off a necklace from his neck.
While waving it in front of the man, she said, "What a coincidence, I also have a necklace they endorse, and it's the same style as yours. However, why is your necklace not only smaller than mine, but also much lighter, even though they are of the same style and model?" The man didn't expect that Shinfeng actually had the real necklace in his hand. He swallowed nervously, then argued, maybe your necklace is fake." "My necklace is fake?" Shinfeng smiled and took off his mask and hat. "You mean, as a spokesperson, I can't even afford my own endorsement products? I have to buy fake products to save face?" When the man saw Shinfeng, he was stunned at first. Then he frowned and said, Why do you look familiar?" The smile on Shinfeng's face stiffened for a moment. He thought that this guy was using his name and the products he endorsed to cheat people, so he must know him. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't recognize me at first glance. He's been pretending to be so arrogant in vain. Zhang Wanwan on the side also laughed out loud. The man did not recognize Shinfeng, but the woman behind him recognized Shinfeng immediately when she saw him. The woman stared at Shinfeng with eyes wide open, and stuttered for a long time before saying, You are Shinfeng. So, then are you Zhang Wanwan? Oh my god, did I actually see a celebrity? Seeing the woman's excitement, the man came to his senses. He looked at Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan in astonishment. He never expected that these two people were the Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan he had been talking about before. In fact, men rarely pay attention to news in the entertainment industry, so they are not very familiar with Shinfeng and Zhang Wanwan. But ever since they filmed the commercial, the jewelry in the commercial has become very popular. As a result, many high-quality imitation products have appeared on Taobao. That's why the man picked out this high-quality imitation necklace that cost 9.9 yuan with free shipping on Taobao, intending to use it to blackmail people. Unexpectedly, I was blackmailed. The man's hands were shaking at this moment. He was no longer rude and a smile appeared on his face. While taking out his cell phone, he said with as much smirk as possible, "Well, hello, although ours are all high-end imitations, it is true that the cleaner broke my wife's heel and damaged her jewelry. It is reasonable for us to ask for some compensation. Well, how about this? I'll return the money to you and we don't need any compensation. Is that okay?" But Shinfeng showed no intention of collecting the money. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and looked at the man and said, "It has come to this point, and you still want to put all the blame on my cousin, saying that she broke your things? Where's the broken heel? Take it out." The man smiled and said, "Don't be serious, brother. We are all going to return the money. I don't like to repeat myself too much. Take out your heels." Shinfeng said slowly, "I'm not being serious, I just want to clear my cousin's name. I'll count to 3. Hand over the things and we can discuss everything. If you don't, I will investigate this matter to the end." The man rubbed his hands and wanted to say something. But Shinfeng had already started counting down. 3. "Brother, let's not be like this. We don't want any compensation. Let's just forget about it," the man said hurriedly. 2. "Don't be so extreme. You are a celebrity. If this matter gets out of hand, it will definitely affect you." The man began to threaten Shinfeng again. 1. Seeing that Shinfeng's expression had not changed, the man had to grit his teeth, took out the broken heel and handed it to Shinfeng. Shinfeng took a look at it, then tore off a piece of dry glue on the broken surface of the heel. He brought the glue in front of the man and said word by word, "The heel was broken a long time ago, and I just used glue to stick it together. That piece of jewelry of yours was also damaged by someone. It would not be damaged to that extent simply by falling. Whether it's the heels or the jewelry, you prepared them in advance for the purpose of blackmailing others. Now, are you still going to put the blame on my cousin?" The man showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He rubbed his hands and whispered, This is our first offense, really our first offense. I didn't expect to offend you. Yes, you are right. We deliberately blackmailed her. We are really sorry. But since my wife is your fan, please let us go this time. We are willing to apologize to your cousin." Shinfeng smiled and patted the man on the shoulder. "Let you go, huh? Dream. The $50,000 will remain with you. It will serve as evidence to prove that you have paid the price for breaking the law." The man's face turned pale. There was no smile on his face anymore, but he grabbed Shinfeng's arm in panic. He hurriedly said, You just said that as long as I show you the heel, everything can be negotiated.
Where is the negotiation? You lied to me.
Shinfeng pried his hands apart. While taking out her cell phone and dialing the police, she looked at the man and said, "You can discuss anything you want with me.
Unfortunately, it's not me who decides how many years you'll be sentenced to, but the law. So it's no use discussing it with me." Chapter 141. Li Yueya also got carried away. Chapter 141. Li Yueya also got excited. The young man and woman were eventually taken away. Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, and Li Yueya also went to record a statement.
Before leaving, Shinfeng called Shin Xiaogui to report that he was safe and told him not to wait for them for dinner. When I finished taking the statement, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Li Yueya followed Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan out of the police station and found a restaurant nearby to eat. It was past 2 o'clock and there were basically no people eating. Shinfeng, Jiang Wanwan, and the others found a corner and were not too worried about being recognized.
Li Yueya kept her head down and remained silent. She didn't eat a single bite of the food even after it was served.
Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan whispered to comfort her, "It's okay, Yueya, the 50,000 yuan will definitely come back in the end.
It's not your fault, and we don't blame you or anything, so don't be unhappy." I'm not unhappy about this.
Li Yueya pursed her lips and spoke softly. She looked at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan with some complexity, then lowered her head. While drinking water, he said vaguely, "I just feel that it's a bit awkward."
Before this incident, Li Yueya's impression of Shinfeng was still stuck in their childhood. In Li Yueya's opinion, Shinfeng is really not worthy of Jiang Wanwan.
Because she didn't want to see Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan together, she almost never watched the show Let's Start Dating Today. He had no idea that Shinfeng was completely different from when he was a child. But what happened today was discovered by Li Yueya. Jiang Wanwan was right, Shinfeng had really changed. When she was most scared and helpless, it was Shinfeng who stood up. He handled everything for her with ease. Even though they had found evidence of the young couple's blackmail, he still insisted on clearing her name and insisted on checking her heels. When Shinfeng said, "I'm not being serious.
I just want to clear my cousin's name," Li Yueya really couldn't help crying.
She grew up without a father or mother and lived with relatives. She knew that many relatives seemed close to her on the surface, but secretly regarded her as a burden. If she was bullied outside, she would not be protected by her parents or cared for by her family like other children. Once she got into trouble, even if she was wrongly accused, many relatives would just scold her indiscriminately. Even if she was the victim, those relatives would only apologize on her behalf to other children who had actually done something bad. No one has ever stood in front of her and said to her, "I will clear your name." Except Shinfeng today. Tears began to fall unconsciously again, and Li Yueya tried to wipe them away in a hurry. A piece of paper was handed over. Li Yueya looked up and found that it was handed over by Shinfeng. She took the paper, but cried even louder. I lay on the table and cried for a long time. Jiang Wanwan sat beside her, stroking her back and comforting her. The shop owner heard the noise and wanted to come over to take a look, but was silently driven away by Shinfeng. But before leaving, the boss asked Shinfeng for an autograph. It took a long time before Li Yueya stopped crying. She sniffed and said to Jiang Wanwan, "Sister Wanwan, I'm fine, thank you." Besides, Li Yueya looked at Shinfeng again. Holding the piece of paper Shinfeng gave her in her hand, she said softly, "Thank you, brother." Shinfeng smiled. He pushed the dish in front of Li Yueya and said, "Eat it quickly. If it gets cold, I'll ask the boss to heat it up again." Li Yueya took a big bite of the food and her red and swollen eyes curved up into a smile. Li Yueya didn't go to work in the afternoon. After what happened in the morning, almost everyone in the mall now knows that she is Shinfeng's cousin. If I go to work again, people will just stare at me like a rare animal. After dinner, Li Yueya and Shinfeng went home late. I told Tang Ping and Shin Xiaogui the general idea of the matter. After listening to this, Tang Ping repeatedly praised her son for doing a good job. However, Shin Xiaogui has been worried about whether he can get the 50,000 yuan back. Li Yueya didn't go to work in the afternoon. After helping with the housework at home, she stayed in her room. I don't know what he is doing. Occasionally he would come out of the room and take a look at Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. There is always a strange smile on that face. Jiang Wanwan felt a little scared when she saw it. Could it be that this girl was stimulated by something? Especially at dinner time. Every time Shinfeng picked up food for her, Li Yueya would stare at the two of them. From time to time, the corners of his mouth would curl up and reveal a smile. Jiang Wanwan was even more frightened by what she saw. So after dinner in the evening, Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng went to Li Yueya's room together, intending to talk to this girl and ask her what was going on. As a result, as soon as Li Yueya saw Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan coming in, she immediately gave up her bed. He also said with a smile, "Brother? Sister Wanwan. You two can sleep in the bedroom tonight." "No, you are a guest, how can you sleep on the sofa?" Jiang Wanwan said. As a result, just as he finished speaking, he heard Li Yueya say, "It's okay, it's okay. I won't sleep on the sofa, I'll just stand next to you and watch you two sleep, okay?" Shin Feng? Jiang Wanwan? Both of them looked at Li Yueya strangely. Li Yueya blushed and whispered, I went to watch the variety show you recorded this afternoon, but because of the short time, I watched the highlights edited by others." Afterwards, Li Yueya suddenly became excited again, jumping and shouting, "Although it's just a highlight reel, you two are so sweet. How can there be such an interesting CP? I'm totally obsessed with it. Can I watch you guys sleep because I'm your cousin? Or you can just hug and kiss me in front of me. If you kiss me hard, I'd be willing to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures for a year. Ah, and the commercial you two shot is so amazing. Woohoo, why did I see this commercial so late? Why did I become a fan of your CP so late? Circle locked couple YYDS." Shin Feng covered his forehead with his hands as he felt a headache. Good job. This girl went from being a brainless toxic fan of Jiang Wanwan to an avid CP fan of him and Jiang Wanwan. And maybe it's because she is already in the fan circle, so she is obviously more obsessed than others. Finally, Shin Feng said helplessly, "Li Yueya, calm down, we won't sleep in this room. If you guys must squeeze onto the little sofa to sleep, I'd be happy to watch. Let's go to the hotel. Can we get a triple room?" Shin Feng took Jiang Wanwan and turned away, locking Li Yueya in the room. On the way to the hotel, Jiang Wanwan also asked speechlessly, "Fengzi, what is Li Yueya's current condition called in psychology?" "I'm so excited to be a CP," Shin Feng said. The next morning, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan drove Shin Xiaogua and Tangping to Shanghai City. Of course, there was also Li Yueya in the car. Before, Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan were unwilling to bring Li Yueya with them because they suspected that Li Yueya had bad intentions towards Shin Feng. And now Li Yueya's attitude has changed to hoping that Shin Feng has something bad to do with Jiang Wanwan, and she is watching from the side. They even waved flags and cheered. So Shin Feng took her with him. Jiang Wanwan's car is quite big. When Shin Feng said before that it couldn't accommodate Li Yueya, he was just lying to her. There were 5 people in the car, and it didn't seem particularly crowded. In front of Shin Xiaogua and Tangping, Li Yueya was much more restrained. Although he would glance at Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan from time to time, he only looked at them secretly. Because Jiang Jia's birthday party is tonight, the 5 people are not in a hurry. When passing by a beautiful lake between Qinglu County and Shanghai City, Shin Feng stopped the car and let a few people get off to play. While standing side by side with Jiang Wanwan and admiring the lakeside scenery, Shin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Li Yueya who sent him a message. I clicked on it and found that Li Yueya had sent me a photo. In the photo, he and Jiang Wanwan were standing side by side, admiring the scenery. Li Yueya is quite good at taking photos, and this scene was captured by her quite beautifully. The two stood side by side, with the lake and the sky connecting in front of them. Shin Feng let Jiang Wanwan take a look at the photo, and Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up. Then he gave a thumbs up to Li Yueya behind him. Li Yueya smiled, trotted over and said, "The environment here is so nice, why don't you two kiss each other? I'm sure I can take better pictures." The smile on Jiang Wanwan's face disappeared in an instant. Instead it was Shin Feng. He looked at Jiang Wanwan with a smile and said softly, "Wife, I think my cousin is right." Jiang Wanwan rolled up her sleeves. "I think you're itchy." Shin Feng's smile disappeared. But Li Yueya just kept on grinning foolishly and said, "Fighting is fine. The love-hate relationship between a young couple is the strongest. Fight. Fight. I'll record it for you." Shin Feng clicked his tongue and reached out to flick Li Yueya's head. Li Yueya pouted immediately and pulled Jiang Wanwan to complain, "Sister Wanwan, my brother hit me." As a result, Jiang Wanwan also flicked Li Yueya on the head. Li Yueya rubbed her head and suddenly smiled secretly. "They both hit me with the same strength. They are such a perfect match." Looking at Li Yueya, who was grinning foolishly again, Shin Feng said to Jiang Wanwan, "You are too ruthless. You made her stupid?"
Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes.
If I really did something dirty, it wouldn't be just my hands.
Shen Feng remembered the half-brick that night.
He nodded in agreement.
Chapter 142, Has your account been stolen? Chapter 142, Has your account been stolen?
At noon, Shen Feng and his party arrived in Zhanghai City. Shen Feng first took people to Jiang Wanwan's villa. Although today is Jiang's birthday, Jiang's company will not take a holiday. So Jiang still has to go to work during the day today.
Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan didn't plan to go to Jiang's place too early.
At noon, Shen Feng cooked himself and made a lot of delicious dishes. Shen Jiaogua and Tang Ping had already tasted Shen Feng's cooking skills, so they were not too surprised.
But Li Yuaya was extremely excited.
First, I took pictures of the food on the table with my mobile phone. Then he put on a pilgrim's posture, picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth with a pious look.
It was so delicious that I almost cried.
Brother, your cooking skills are so good.
No wonder all the chefs in the variety shows praise you.
This is definitely the most delicious dish I have ever eaten in my life.
And these spare ribs. Why are your stews so much more delicious than mine? Now Li Yuaya has become a huge fan of Shen Feng.
On the way, he praised Shen Feng for his superb driving skills, and now he is praising Shen Feng for his amazing cooking skills. Shen Feng, who was full of shortcomings in her eyes before, has now become like a saint. All that's missing is a halo above his head. Fortunately, Shen Feng was thick-skinned and accepted all the compliments.
After dinner, Li Yuaya ran to wash the dishes consciously, and was quite diligent. I have to say, since yesterday, Li Yuaya has been behaving very well except for the fact that she was drunk.
Even Jiang Wanwan started to like this cute little sister a little.
The premise is that this sister doesn't say something unspeakable like, "Can I watch you guys sleep?"
Jiang Wanwan's small villa has 3 bedrooms, one for Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, and the other 2 are guest rooms. Shen Jiaogua, Tang Ping, and Li Yuaya took a nap in the guest room at noon.
Although it was said to be a lunch break, Li Yuaya didn't rest at all.
She lay on the bed with her phone, scrolling through various video clips of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. The smile on his face never stopped. After seeing a particularly interesting video, she forwarded it to a fan group of Jiang Wanwan.
This forwarding caused Jiang Wanwan's fan group to go crazy. Bunny bunny bunny, oh my god, what did I see? Yuaya actually reposted the CP video of the circle lock couple? Did the sun rise from the west today? Or did I travel through time? Wengchu and Dondahe, turtle, could Yuaya's account have been hacked? Isn't she Shen Feng's #1 hater and a staunch anti-CP supporter? Group leader would like to say something, or is it me? Li Yuaya, who was happily watching videos, switched back when she saw someone tagging her in the group. Crescent Bay, it's me. Have you seen the video? It's super interesting. Bunny bunny bunny, the videos you forwarded are all ones we have watched N times a month ago. That's not the point. The point is you. Crescent Bay, what's wrong with me? Wengchu and Dongdahe, aren't you Shen Feng's #1 anti-fan, and you also claim to be firmly against Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan being a couple? Why did you start forwarding their videos today? This Jiang Wanwan fan group was established a long time ago. The group is not big and there are not many people in it.
However, they all joined the group not long after Jiang Wanwan debuted, and they are basically old acquaintances and know each other. After Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan appeared on a variety show together, some people in the group, like Li Yuaya, initially did not like the pairing of Jiang Wanwan and the newcomer Shen Feng. But slowly, with the broadcast of date, Shen Feng gained fans of these people. So much so that later on, except for Li Yuaya, everyone else in the group turned from being Jiang Wanwan's personal fans to being CP fans. Only Li Yuaya insisted on slandering Shen Feng until 2 days ago, saying that Shen Feng was not worthy of Wanwan. Because everyone in the group is a friend who has known each other for several years, they won't quarrel just because of disagreements. Therefore, Li Yuaya and other group members had always kept their distance from each other. When group friends posted videos of couples, Li Yuaya didn't watch them and didn't say much. Li Yuaya scolded Shen Feng, and the group members pretended not to see anything. Unexpectedly, today, for the first time in history, group members saw Li Yuaya repost the CP video of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. This is the first time a grown-up girl is getting married. Li Yuaya looked at the message sent by the group members and immediately typed a reply. Crescent Bay, who is Shen Feng's #1 anti-fan? Don't talk nonsense, I am Shen Feng's #1 fan, okay? Crescent Bay, the Chuansuo couple is the eternal god. If anyone dares to say something bad about the Chuansua couple, I will be the first to cause trouble to them. Crescent Bay. Also, let me tell you another secret, Shinfeng is actually my brother.
From the forgotten river to the sea. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Group Master.
Group Leader, it seems that this child is really stimulated and has problems with his brain.
Bunny, 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 Yuaya, please wake up.
Although I also want to have such an omnipotent and perfect brother, it is a pity that this is impossible.
Yuyawan, hey, why don't you believe me? Shinfeng is really my brother. He just made lunch for me.
Crescent Bay. Wangchuan, you haven't said anything for such a long time, you must believe me.
Wangchuan Dangde,
no, I just consulted a psychiatrist for you, and he said that in your case it's best for you to go to the hospital for a checkup. From Wangchuan to the east to the sea, if you seek treatment early, there may still be hope.
Crescent Bay.
Li Yueya bit her nails, with a very depressed expression on her face.
These guys, believe it or not.
Originally, she wanted to send some photos of Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan that she took secretly to the group.
Now, just keep it for her to enjoy. Li Yueya snorted and went to watch videos again. But as she was swiping, Li Yueya's phone screen suddenly went black. Pressing the power button or any other button again, there is no response.
She frowned and used her universal repair method to hit the phone several times with her hands. As a result, the phone was not restored.
It seems to be even darker. This made Li Yueya's face turn pale. Because of family reasons, her life was not easy before.
The money I earn from occasional part-time jobs is all used for housing and food, and I don't have much money left to buy a new phone. She has been using this phone for many years, and its response has indeed been a bit slow recently. I just didn't expect that it would break down so suddenly today.
Without her cell phone, Li Yueya suddenly became depressed.
She tossed and turned in bed for a long time and didn't want to take a nap.
Finally, I walked out of the room and planned to go downstairs to watch TV.
As a result, as soon as he went out, he met Shinfeng, who was also going downstairs.
Shinfeng glanced at Li Yueya and asked, "Why, didn't you take a nap?" Brother, didn't you take a break either?" "I remembered something. I need to go buy something." Li Yueya nodded. Seeing Shinfeng was about to go out, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother, you were so good, can you repair the phone?" Li Yueya realized that her brother seemed to be omnipotent now.
From cooking to singing to advanced mathematics to piano to chess, he is simply a genius.
I wonder if such a genius like him can repair mobile phones. "Is your phone broken?" Shinfeng raised his eyebrows and asked. Li Yueya nodded, took out the old mobile phone from 4 or 5 years ago and handed it to Shinfeng. "Can you help me fix it?"
Shinfeng glanced at the phone, then nodded and said, "I see, don't worry, I will help you solve it."
Li Yueya's eyes lit up. "Brother, you are so awesome.
You really know how to repair cell phones."
"Won't." Shinfeng shook his head. Li Yueya was stunned. Then you said you would help me solve it." "It's very simple."
Shinfeng said, "Just buy a new one."
Li Yueya. Is this what rich people say?
She is such a poor bastard, she is jealous.
Chapter 143, Explosive.
A high-quality celebrity cheated on her husband.
Chapter 143, Explosive.
A high-quality celebrity cheated on her husband. Originally, Shinfeng just planned to buy some gifts so that Shin Xiaogua and Tang Ping would not go empty-handed when they went to Jiang's house. Although he knew that Jiang Jia and Su Yan definitely didn't care about this, he still had to show some appreciation. Jiang Wanwan had no interest in choosing gifts for her parents, so she planned to sleep at home and let Shinfeng buy them himself. But now, when it comes to buying a mobile phone for Li Yueya, Jiang Wanwan seems to be interested again.
Followed Shinfeng and Li Yueya and went to the mall together.
There were many people in the mall, so in order not to be exposed, Jiang Wanwan and Shinfeng put on masks, sunglasses and hats on their heads. Walking together with Li Yueya, who was dressed refreshingly, she formed a sharp contrast. After entering the mall, Jiang Wanwan asked Shinfeng and Li Yueya to buy a mobile phone together. And she was going to pick something out for herself. Shinfeng had no objection, so he took Li Yueya to the mobile phone counter on the first floor of the mall.
"Hello, are you planning to buy a mobile phone?" The salesperson came up to me enthusiastically and asked. Shinfeng nodded. "Fruit 13, is it in stock now?" When Li Yueya heard that Shinfeng was going to choose the latest expensive mobile phone, she quickly pulled Shinfeng and said, "Brother, I don't want such an expensive phone." Although Li Yueya came to the mall with Shinfeng, she didn't actually intend for Shinfeng to pay for a mobile phone for her.
She understood that she was just a distant cousin of Shinfeng. He had spoken harshly to Shinfeng before. It is neither moral nor logical for Shinfeng to spend money on her. So she thought about using her own savings to buy a mobile phone. She then turned to the salesperson and said, do you have a mobile phone that costs around 1,000? I don't need one with too high configuration. Shinfeng glanced at her. This girl really doesn't like to take advantage of others. Li Yueya also looked at him and whispered, brother, I'll just spend my own money. It's already very troublesome for you to live in my aunt's house. Yesterday you even paid 50,000 yuan to the liar to help me out. I just need to buy an ordinary mobile phone to use, really. Li Yueya is independent and self-reliant and doesn't like to take advantage of others, which is a good thing. Shinfeng also didn't want Li Yueya to become a parasite. So Shinfeng smiled and said, I'm afraid that buying a cheap phone will affect your ability to take photos of me and your sister Wanwan. Since you don't want me to spend money to buy it for you, I won't force you. How about this, you write me an IOU and I'll pay it back in installments later. Li Yueya thought about it. Then he looked at Shinfeng hesitantly, well, then I may only be able to pay back a few dollars a day. You can pay back a few cents, Shinfeng said, and if you find a good job in the future, wouldn't it be easy to pay back this little money? Having a little debt can give you motivation and make you work harder, right? Li Yueya was troubled for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and nodded. After signing a note for Shinfeng, he bought the latest Fruit 13. However, what Shinfeng and Li Yueya didn't notice was, at this moment, it is in a corner of the mobile phone counter. Someone was holding up a cell phone and taking a few photos of them. If Shinfeng could look over here, he might be able to recognize it. This person was the paparazzi that Shinfeng beat up at the airport a few days ago. This paparazzi is also miserable. Not only was he beaten up by Shinfeng, but his dining utensils were also taken away by Shinfeng and Jiang Wanwan. They also have to face the dilemma of paying compensation and maintaining a deposit. There was no other choice, the paparazzi could only think of selling the Fruit 13 in his hand to temporarily alleviate the financial crisis. But his cell phone was broken after being dropped, so he couldn't sell it for a high price. The paparazzi went to various mobile phone stores in the city to ask for prices, compare prices, and try to sell the phones as expensively as possible. Today, he happened to find this mobile phone store in the mall. When Shinfeng and Li Yueya came in just now, the paparazzi noticed these two people. It's not that his eyesight is very good, he could tell at a glance that Shinfeng was wrapped tightly. Instead, he was attracted by Li Yueya first. Li Yueya's appearance is definitely not as good as Jiang Wanwan's, but among ordinary people, she can be considered to be above average in appearance. Even better looking than most internet celebrities. The paparazzi first noticed Li Yueya. Then he saw Shinfeng beside Li Yueya. At first glance, the paparazzi did not recognize the fully armed Shinfeng. But from his professional point of view, anyone who was so tightly wrapped up in a shopping mall must have some little secrets. So he found a corner that was not easy to be discovered and secretly observed Shinfeng. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. The more I feel like he looks like Shinfeng. He found some old photos of Shinfeng to compare them and became more certain. Although the face is obscured and cannot be seen clearly, the height and body shape are almost the same. Especially that outfit, which Shinfeng had also worn in his previous photos. It's simply rock solid. Shinfeng actually brought a woman other than Jiang Wanwan to the mall? And he even wanted to buy her a cell phone? My goodness, this is big news that just came to our doorstep for free. The paparazzi immediately sensed the gossip. It was as if he saw the popularity and traffic waving at him. In his eyes, Shinfeng and Li Yueya are no longer two different people. But it's the walking traffic and money. So the paparazzi hurriedly took pictures of the two of them, and took several pictures. A sinister and complacent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the salesperson came over and asked, "Hello sir, are you still selling your second-hand phone?" Sell? Sell what? The paparazzi proudly tossed his hair and said, "In 2 days, I will buy all the mobile phones in your store, believe it or not." Having said that, the paparazzi walked around Shinfeng and hurriedly left the mall. Having shot such good material, he definitely didn't want to waste it. He wanted to work hard to create the most explosive news that would shock the entire entertainment industry. He has even thought of a title. It's called Breaking News. A high-quality idol is suspected of having an affair during marriage and secretly meeting a beautiful girl behind his wife's back. Unfortunately, The paparazzi did not see that not long after he left the mobile phone store, Jiang Wanwan walked in carrying several bags.
Shen Feng had just bought a mobile phone for Li Yueya. Li Yueya was changing the SIM card and fiddling with the new phone. Then I saw Jiang Wanwan walking over with a few bags. Have you finished shopping? Jiang Wanwan asked. Shen Feng nodded and looked at what Jiang Wanwan was holding. What did you buy? Makeup and some skincare products.
Jiang Wanwan chuckled. Sister Yueya is pretty, but I think she doesn't seem to have taken care of her skin or put on makeup. It's such a waste of her beauty. When Li Yueya heard that they were buying things for her again, she hurriedly said, Sister Wanwan, I don't need these, you don't spend money.
Oh, it's not that expensive. Come on, sit over here and let me put some makeup on you. It will definitely make you look completely different. Jiang Wanwan said this and pulled Li Yueya to the rest area and started to put makeup on Li Yueya with the newly bought cosmetics.
Jiang Wanwan was applying foundation on her face.
But Li Yueya felt that what was photographed was not foundation at all. This is all money.
How much does this cost? How many IOUs do I need to write?
Li Yueya felt very disappointed. Jiang Wanwan is an actor after all.
Although her makeup skills are not as good as those of makeup artists, they are better than those of ordinary people.
After a simple bit of dressing up, Li Yueya looked as if she had been completely transformed. Even Li Yueya didn't expect that she would have such a big change, and she was almost stunned when she looked in the mirror.
Jiang Wanwan clapped her hands proudly. Well, Sister Yueya is still very beautiful. Just use these skincare products and cosmetics and dress yourself up beautifully every day.
But I don't know how to put on makeup.
Li Yueya pursed her lips. This makeup is really beautiful, even she herself feels moved by it.
But she also understood that she was not as good as Jiang Wanwan in putting on makeup. Taking these expensive cosmetics is just a waste.
When Jiang Wanwan heard this, she immediately said, It doesn't matter if you don't know how to put on makeup.
Follow my Weibo account at one, which contains makeup tutorials I've posted before.
They are simple and easy to learn, and I promise you'll learn them all, so you can witness your own beauty. I think I've seen this advertising scene in your variety show highlights. Li Yueya said, and I have read every Weibo post you posted, Sister Wanwan, but I am clumsy, and I still don't think I can learn to put on makeup.
Oh, what are you afraid of? At worst, I can give you on-site guidance. I don't believe there is anyone dumber than me. Bah, I don't believe there is anyone I can't teach.
Jiang Wanwan said, pulling Li Yueya up. Okay, now that you've finished choosing your cosmetics, I'll take you to pick out some clothes.
Without waiting for Li Yueya to refuse, Jiang Wanwan had already run out with Li Yueya. Shen Feng was left alone.
And a table full of large and small bags of cosmetics. Shen Feng sighed helplessly. He silently picked up all the bags and followed the two of them.
Like an oppressed slave laborer.
Chapter 144 That's called Seeing a Ghost.
Chapter 144 That's called Seeing a Ghost.
Girls, when they were little, liked to play with dolls and dress up all kinds of toys. When they grow up and have access to computers, some of them like to play dress-up games on the computer.
And now, dress up Li Yueya. Let Jiang Wanwan find that kind of fun again.
Although she didn't play with dolls much when she was a child, she spent most of her time with Shen Feng in the kindergarten to kill everyone.
Come on, try this on and see how it works. Not bad, not bad.
Come on, Yueya, change into this one.
This one suits you well.
Change your style, try this on.
Jiang Wanwan took Li Yueya and tried on clothes in the mall for 2 or 3 hours.
Basically, Jiang Wanwan would buy every item she tried on.
Even though Li Yueya repeatedly said that she didn't need so many clothes, she couldn't stop Jiang Wanwan from spending money.
Maybe instead of dressing up, Jiang Wanwan is just enjoying the pleasure of spending money.
It's the same mentality as those who shop on Double 11. Jiang Wanwan is indeed a real rich woman now.
Ever since Shen Feng helped Xin Qing acquire the Jinshuan jewelry, Xin Qing gave Shen Feng a huge sum of money.
Of course, this huge sum of money naturally fell into Jiang Wanwan's pocket.
For Jiang Wanwan, who has a huge amount of money, buying hundreds of clothes for Li Yueya is not a problem. Li Yueya was being manipulated by Jiang Wanwan, changing her clothes one after another like a rag doll.
My heart is bleeding. This one is over 700, this one is 1,100, this one is 800, this one is 2,000. How much money do I need to write an IOU for now? How long will it take me to pay it off? Li Yueya is desperate. The only thing to be thankful for is that Shen Feng only has 2 hands.
When Xin Feng's hands were full of shopping bags and he couldn't hold even one bag, Zhang Wanwan finally stopped.
Then he took Xin Feng and Li Yueya and went back.
Xin Feng said helplessly, "Wan Go, we are not here just to buy mobile phones and clothes.
And to pick out some gifts to bring to your house, have you forgotten?" If Xin Feng hadn't said it, Zhang Wanwan would have really forgotten it.
She thought about it, then said, "Well, I'll go pick a gift for you.
It will definitely satisfy my father.
You just wait here." Having said that, Zhang Wanwan ran upstairs to the shopping mall.
Xin Feng took Li Yueya to a nearby clothing store to rest for a while. Because Zhang Wanwan and Li Yueya had just spent a large sum of money here, the salesperson in the store did not stop them from taking a rest when they saw them here.
Instead, he brought a glass of water to Xin Feng and Li Yueya. Xin Feng was carrying a lot of bags and had been shopping with Li Yueya and Zhang Wanwan for a while.
He was a little thirsty at the moment.
After saying thank you, he took the cup, took off his mask and took a sip. After he finished drinking it, he saw the salesperson looking at him with surprise.
You are really Xin Feng?
I thought your voice sounded like you just now, but I didn't expect it to be you.
Fengzi, I'm your fan. Can you take a photo with me and sign an autograph for me?
The salesperson said excitedly. Xin Feng didn't expect that he has become so popular that he can easily meet fans. After smiling, Xin Feng nodded. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, and the salesperson was very warm and thoughtful when serving Li Yueya and Zhang Wanwan just now. He signed an autograph for the salesperson and then took a photo with him.
When taking the photo, the salesperson pulled Li Yueya next to her and said, "Beautiful lady, I just heard you chatting with brother Feng Wanwan, you seem to be brother Feng's sister, right? Brother is handsome, sister is pretty, come on, let's take a photo together."
I'm not good looking, so I don't need it.
Li Yueya felt a little embarrassed. If you don't look good, then we won't be able to see anyone. Come, let's take a photo together. The salesperson was very enthusiastic and finally pulled Li Yueya to take a photo with him.
Then he asked Xin Feng excitedly, "Brother Feng,
can I post this photo on Weibo? This is the first time I take a photo with my idol. I'm so happy." Xin Feng glanced at Li Yueya. Seeing that Li Yueya didn't show any reluctance, he said to the salesperson, "Sure."
The salesperson was excitedly posting on Weibo and telling Xin Feng how she became a fan of Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan. He said it with great enthusiasm and devotion. She didn't even notice that many people had commented on the photo of her, Xin Feng and Li Yueya shortly after she posted it online.
Fuck, who is that pretty girl next to Fengzi? Why isn't Fengzi with Wanwan? Who is this woman? Is she a passerby? She is so pretty. I don't think he's a passerby. He seems to be standing quite close to Fengzi. Fengzi wouldn't. Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan became much more popular after filming the commercial. Especially since Fu Yanyan has stopped making any noise recently, the entertainment industry has become quiet with few big news. The once bustling entertainment industry has become barren recently.
Therefore, this photo of Xin Feng and other beautiful women was quickly discovered by netizens who had nothing to do recently. In just over 10 minutes, the discussion became increasingly heated. In fact, if it was a photo of Xin Feng and Zhang Wanwan, perhaps there wouldn't be so many people paying attention and commenting on it. But this time, it was a photo of Xin Feng and other women.
This is very unusual.
It's not that I don't agree with Xin Feng taking photos with other women, it's just that the girl in the photo is very beautiful, and she seems to be quite close to Xin Feng. He doesn't look like an ordinary passerby at all, but instead seems to have some relationship with Xin Feng.
Many people started discussing it.
Some people insisted that this person should be the passerby who took a photo with the salesperson next to him, but he was just a little prettier. Some people also speculated whether Xin Feng really did something wrong behind Zhang Wanwan's back. Both sides held their own opinions and the argument was unresolved for a while.
This dispute was discovered by the paparazzi.
After taking the pictures of Xin Feng and Li Yueya, the paparazzi ran back to his studio at the speed of light. I started writing articles frantically, hoping to write a report that is explosive and eye-catching enough in the shortest possible time. Having finally found such explosive news, he must of course seize the opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop.
As the article was being written, the paparazzi discovered that someone seemed to have posted the photo of Xin Feng and Li Yueya on Weibo.
This made the paparazzi a little uneasy. I thought this was first-hand information he had. Who would have thought that someone would be one step faster than him and send out the photo? The paparazzi was a little annoyed at first. But when he saw that many people on Weibo were still arguing about whether this beautiful woman was a passerby or really had some relationship with Shin Feng, the paparazzi suddenly calmed down.
This is actually an opportunity for him. Ready-made popularity, ready-made topics, ready-made traffic.
Now it is so easy for him to catch the attention of these netizens. Thinking of this, the paparazzi immediately took advantage of the popularity and posted a Weibo. Everyone, stop guessing, this woman is not just a passerby, she is Shin Feng's mistress. I have real evidence that can prove that Shin Feng bought a mobile phone for this mistress on the first floor of this mall.
If you want to see the picture, follow me.
I will post the picture immediately if this Weibo is forwarded more than 1,000 times.
There are always many people who like to read gossip.
Especially reading the gossip about celebrities who are popular recently. After seeing the paparazzi's Weibo post, many netizens forwarded it, and the number of reposts exceeded 1,000 within a few minutes. There were also people urging the paparazzi to post the pictures quickly.
The paparazzi chuckled and sent out the photos he had taken earlier of Shin Feng and Li Yueya buying mobile phones.
Brothers, here are the pictures. I risked my life to take these pictures, so they are absolutely authentic. In addition, I have some explosive news in my hands. This Weibo post has been forwarded over 10,000 times. I will reveal some real big news to you. Picture, picture, picture. When the onlookers saw the photos leaked by the paparazzi, they were shocked again. These pictures are enough to prove that this beautiful woman is definitely not just a passerby. Shin Feng bought her a mobile phone and took her shopping in the mall.
Could it be that Shin Feng really had a mistress? Some people have such associations. And at this time, Fu Yan and Guan Han became a little excited when they saw the current momentum on Weibo.
Originally, Fu Yan and Guan Han were planning to slowly frame Shin Feng. Who would have thought that Shin Feng would actually go find the mistress himself and expose the scandal himself?
This is simply goddess help for them.
Guan Han also struck while the iron was hot and mobilized all his navy troops to start discrediting Shin Feng immediately. We also contacted the group owners of some of Fu Yan's big fan groups, and asked them to take the fans of Fu Yan and the group to Weibo to stir up trouble.
Suddenly, there was an uproar on Weibo. But Shin Feng, Zhang Wanwan, Li Yueya, and even the salesperson didn't know any of this.
Zhang Wanwan had just bought the gift and returned to Shin Feng. He handed Shin Feng a bag of dog food and some dog toys. Shin Feng looked at Zhang Wanwan in astonishment. I asked you to buy a gift for your father, my father-in-law, Zhang Zhe. Are you sure it's okay to send these?
Zhang Wanwan nodded seriously. I'm sure, there will be no problem.
Shin Feng. Zhang Wanwan patted Shin Feng on the shoulder and explained, Fengzi, you are still too young.
Let me ask you, who is my dad most afraid of? My mother-in-law?
Yes.
Then who does my mother love the most now?
You? Zhang Wanwan shook her head. I have fallen out of favor, it's a thing of the past. A family can only have one treasure, and now my mother's only treasure is steamed bread.
My mother will only be happy if I can make Wota happy. Only when my mom is happy can my dad live comfortably, do you understand?
Shin Feng said helplessly, but I think that on my father-in-law's birthday, our family brought him a bunch of dog food and dog toys.
He probably wouldn't feel comfortable at all, right?
Zhang Wanwan has something else to say. But at this moment, the cell phone in her pocket rang.
Zhang Wanwan took a look and saw that it was Sister Lin calling.
This made her raise her eyebrows.
After answering the phone, Zhang Wanwan asked with a smile, What's wrong, Sister Lin? Are you tired of being alone together and are you willing to call me? But Sister Lin didn't mean to be joking at all. Instead, he asked Zhang Wanwan in a serious tone, Wanwan, is there any problem between you and Shin Feng?
Ah.
Zhang Wanwan was stunned. Sister Lin, on her part, took a deep breath.
Then, he said solemnly, Okay, then I will ask directly.
Did Shin Feng find a mistress? Did he cheat on his wife?
Zhang Wanwan glanced at Shin Feng beside her. The corners of his mouth twitched. Although Shin Feng and I are together almost every day, we are not together 24 hours a day. He was with me all day, and the only private time I had was probably to go to the bathroom.
If he has time to find a mistress, that's not cheating, that's hell. Chapter 145 I was just kidding. Chapter 145 I'm just kidding.
Zhang Wanwan would rather believe that Asao can climb a tree than believe that Shin Feng would cheat.
Whether you have time or not is actually secondary.
The main reason is that Zhang Wanwan knows how sincere Shin Feng is to her. Anyone in this world can cheat, except Shin Feng.
She asked Sister Lin on the other end of the phone. Sister Lin, have you heard any news? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?
Sister Lin heard Jiang Wanwan's tone seemed normal, so she thought that maybe nothing was wrong. She breathed a sigh of relief, then said, someone just posted a photo of Xin Feng and a beautiful girl on Weibo, and a paparazzi account posted a photo of Xin Feng buying a phone for that girl. And the paparazzi said he had even more explosive information, so I called you to ask. Sister Lin rubbed her forehead and said, I didn't call Xin Feng directly. After all, if he really did something to let you down, I would definitely stand on your side. Although Sister Lin is the agent of both Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Moreover, Xin Feng's performance in all aspects seems to be excellent at the moment. But in Sister Lin's heart, Jiang Wanwan is always more important than Xin Feng. When Jiang Wanwan heard this, she asked for Xin Feng's phone and started checking Weibo. Then I saw the group photo that Sister Lin mentioned, as well as the Weibo post posted by the paparazzi.
And of course, there are the comments below.
When the paparazzi exposed the photos of Xin Feng and Li Yueya buying a mobile phone, many comments began to accuse Xin Feng of having his image collapsed and of having an affair during marriage. It is obvious that there are traces of water army leading the trend. But there is a saying that goes, a lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. With so many people leading the trend in an organized manner, many passers-by believed it. They started to curse Xin Feng together.
The entertainment industry, or the internet, is like this. The previous second, you might have been a glass jade cup held high by someone. The next second, those people will throw you to the ground, smash you to pieces, and step on you hard. On the internet, everyone is a fence-sitter.
Many people don't try to distinguish right from wrong, nor do they care about right or wrong. As long as they can be righteous keyboard warriors, they are willing to stand on the moral high ground and use the most vicious words to harm another person who has no grudge against him.
Even if that person is wrongly accused, these keyboard warriors won't care.
Jiang Wanwan frowned as she watched.
Sister Lin, how long have these Navy soldiers been around?
7 or 8 minutes, not a long time, but there were a lot of people, the pace was fast, and it was very professional.
They should all be employed by Phoenix Entertainment. Phoenix Entertainment is Fu Yan's agency.
In other words, these Navy troops are all Fu Yan's men.
Fu Yan has been suppressed recently and has not dared to show his head. He finally caught Fengzi's handle and will definitely do his best to deal with Xin Feng. Unfortunately, they only have these few minutes to give their best. Jiang Wanwan said to Sister Lin again, Sister Lin, don't worry, that woman is Fengzi's cousin, not someone else. Leave this matter to Fengzi and me. It's just a small matter. Just enjoy your time with your boss Qin. Bye. Jiang Wanwan chuckled and hung up the phone.
After hearing what Jiang Wanwan said on the phone, Xin Feng knew something had happened. He took Li Yueya's phone and opened Weibo, and sure enough, he saw all kinds of discussions about him on Weibo. The salesperson who had been there before also went to take a look, and his face turned pale. Did I get into trouble? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have posted the photo, and I should have mentioned that that was my younger sister. Seeing the salesperson blaming himself, Xin Feng smiled and said, it's just a small matter, don't worry too much. Besides, we agreed to let you post the photo.
You can't be blamed for this.
Jiang Wanwan also nodded, yes, this is just a small matter that can be solved with a photo, don't worry, don't worry. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan took out her phone and started taking selfies. Find a good angle, show a perfect smile, and take a perfect selfie. Jiang Wanwan simply photoshopped the photo and then posted it on her Weibo with satisfaction.
Jiang Wanwan, let us go shopping today.
Picture. After the photos of Xin Feng and Li Yueya were exposed, countless people have been following Xin Feng and Jiang Wanwan's Weibo. I just want to wait for them to reveal some explosive news.
In the end, instead of getting any explosive news, I got a selfie of Jiang Wanwan.
Jiang Wanwan in the photo was smiling happily, like a silly girl who didn't know what had happened. But everyone who saw this photo understood that Jiang Wanwan was definitely not unaware of what happened.
She absolutely, totally knows everything. For everyone who is not blind can see clearly. Just behind Jiang Wanwan's selfie, there were two people sitting.
It was Xin Feng and the mistress who was photographed buying a mobile phone with Xin Feng.
Seeing this photo, the onlookers were stunned. Where is the mistress? Didn't we agree to have a secret meeting behind Jiang Wanwan's back? Isn't Jiang Wanwan standing in front of them? This clearly shows that they know each other. Immediately, a fan asked a question under this Weibo post. One gu, what is going on? Who is this woman? Did Fengzi cheat on her? Jiang Wanwan replied to this message casually.
Jiang Wanwan, if things he cheated, you wouldn't be able to see the complete version of him in the photos now. Of course, you might not be able to see my selfies, but I might appear in the legal evening news tomorrow, laughs. Jiang Wanwan, oh, I forgot to mention that the pretty girl is Fingzia's cousin, the kind who calls Fingzia's mom aunt. After replying, Jiang Wanwan pulled Li Yueya and took a photo together. Li Yueya knew that this photo shoot was for serious business, so she cooperated very well. In the photos taken, both of them had sweet smiles on their faces. One wears light makeup, the other has delicate makeup.
One is a sunny, confident, and radiant sister.
One is a little shy, but also shows his sister in front of the camera.
Jiang Wanwan also posted this photo on Weibo. 2 photos, a few replies.
But all the rumors flying around were refuted. The public opinion on Weibo immediately reversed. The onlookers who were criticizing Shinfeng just now immediately turned their guns on the internet trolls and the paparazzi. All the Navy soldiers hired by Fu Yan and Guan Hong were dumbfounded. They have had nothing to do for a long time since Fu Yan disappeared. Today, Fu Yan had finally assigned them a new task, and they were just getting ready to make their mark. As a result, they were unemployed again after only working for a dozen minutes. Not only did he lose his job, but he was also chased and scolded by the crowd for half a street.
What was even more dumbfounded was the paparazzi. Just a few minutes ago, the paparazzi called Guan Hang.
Of course, it was to take credit. He told Guan Hang that he took the photos and posted them. Guan Hang also agreed not to pursue his deposit and would also give him a large reward. As a result, the conditions had just been negotiated and the phone call was not even hung up. I just saw Jiang Wanwan posted a few Weibo posts. The paparazzi were all dumbfounded. Guan Heng on the phone was silent for a few minutes. After a while, the paparazzi heard Guan Heng say, "All the deposits will be returned in full. If you pay $1 less, you'll end up in jail." After saying that, Guan Heng hung up the phone. The paparazzi's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly wanted to call back. But before he could dial, a caller ID popped up on his phone.
It's an unfamiliar phone number. The paparazzi answered the phone and asked, "Hello? Hello, who is this? Who do you think I am?"
Shinfeng's voice came from the other end of the phone. The paparazzi's face immediately turned pale.
How do you have my phone number?"
Shinfeng said in a calm voice, "Not only do I know your phone number, I also know where you live, and I also know that you just called Guan Heng."
The paparazzi swallowed.
But he still said stubbornly, "I didn't call just now."
"Also, what do you want to do with me? How did I offend you?"
Shinfeng smiled and said, "I just heard that you still have some of my spices, so I wanted to ask you."
"Oh, why didn't you tell me that you still have my peppercorns and cumin? Come on, tell me what else you have."
"After all, I am also curious about how you can make up a story." Shinfeng's tone gradually turned cold. I didn't know that was your cousin." Hearing the coldness in Shinfeng's tone, the paparazzi finally got scared and dared not play dumb anymore.
"You didn't know she was my cousin, so she must be the mistress I found? Bro, you have really good logic."
Shinfeng said slowly, "To be honest, I really didn't expect that you would have the guts to pick a fight with me."
"You didn't forget, your laptop is still in my hand. Don't you know how many offensive things are in your computer?"
When the paparazzi heard this, he immediately panicked.
How could he have forgotten this?
His computer contains countless fabricated negative information about other celebrities, as well as countless secret chat records with his financial sponsors. After all, not all the people who hired him contacted him through the secret website of the black market. If these things were to be exposed, he would not only offend the stars he had blackened, but also the financial backers who hired him. By then, let alone whether he can continue to stay in the circle, it will be difficult for him to avoid being sued. He grabbed the phone and said quickly, "Brother,
I did something wrong. I didn't think it through. Can you give me one more chance? I won't dare to do it again." Shinfeng smiled. "I'm just kidding, don't get so excited. Seeing that you are so sincere, I also want to give you another chance." The paparazzi's eyes lit up. "Thank you, brother. I will work like a slave for you in the future and I will never dare to offend you again." But the second half of Shinfeng's sentence completely confused the paparazzi. "Why, you don't really believe I'll let you go?" Shinfeng said with a smile. "I told you, I was joking." Chapter 146, A Murderous Look. Chapter 146, A Murderous Look.
Shin Feng ignored the paparazzi who was already crying on the other end of the phone. He hung up the phone directly and sent some information he had previously searched from the paparazzi's computer to those who were interested in knowing the information. Working as a paparazzi is the most offensive thing. The big stars in the entertainment industry often have powerful backers behind them. So Shin Feng only needs to do this much, and it will be a huge trouble for the paparazzi. As for what would happen to the paparazzi later, Shin Feng didn't care at all. At this time, he was taking Jiang Wanwan and Li Yueya to buy a few bottles of red wine. Although they are all things from the mall, they are definitely not of high quality. But Shin Feng felt that it was better to visit his father-in-law with red wine than with dog food. After buying things, Shin Feng and his friends drove back to the villa. After temporarily putting down the bags that Jiang Wanwan had bought, Tang Ping and Shin Jiaogua planned to go to Jiang's house together. However, Shin Jiaogua and Tang Ping, who came out of the room, were both stunned when they saw Li Yueya's appearance. Obviously, no one recognized Li Yueya at first sight. "Yueya, why are you dressed so beautifully?" Li Yueya was a little embarrassed. "Sister Wanwan did it for me." Jiang Wanwan also smiled proudly. "How is it? My cooking skills are not bad." "Mom, do you want me to dress you up?" "Why should I dress up when I'm this old?" Tang Ping waved her hand and said with a smile, "Come on, dress up." It's just like a kid who says he doesn't want red envelopes but tries hard to snatch them from adults during Chinese New Year. Li Yueya and Jiang Wanwan went to put makeup and dress up for Tang Ping again. Shin Feng and his son Shin Jiaogua could only wait downstairs. Shin Jiaogua took a puff of his cigarette with melancholy. "This woman is just trouble." Shin Feng nodded. Shin Jiaogua added, "Your mother loved to be vain back then. Every time I went out with her, she would spend half a day putting on makeup. After she got older, she became more restrained." Shin Feng nodded again. Shin Jiaogua then said, "You are already an old woman, why do you still need to dress up? Is it necessary?" Shin Feng nodded again. Then he said to Shin Jiaogui, "Dad, my mom is behind you." Shin Jiaogui. He glanced back at the stairs behind him. "I found that Tang Ping was actually standing there." Shin Jiaogua smiled and said, "Why, didn't you go to put on makeup?" "Well, come down and get something." Tang Ping walked down the stairs step by step, walked to Shin Jiaogua, took the mobile phone on the coffee table, and walked up again. "Wait until Tang Ping leaves." Shin Jiaogua took another long puff of his cigarette. Then he exhaled a cloud of smoke, looked at Shin Feng with even more melancholy and said, "Son, why didn't you say so earlier?" Shin Feng patted Shin Jiaogui on the shoulder. "Dad, don't be afraid." "Why would I be scared? I'm your dad and I've seen the world." "Then why is your hand holding the cigarette shaking so badly?" Shin Jiaogua looked at his trembling right hand and hurriedly steadied it with his left hand. Then he smiled with chattering teeth and took another puff of his cigarette. "It's getting cooler today. It's a little chilly, a little cold." Shin Feng did not use today's high temperature of 37 degrees to expose Shin Jiaogua's lies. Men understand each other. He approached Shin Jiaogua and whispered, "Dad, I have a way to save you." Shin Jiaogua quickly put out his cigarette. "Hurry up and tell me." Shin Feng ran over and got a necklace. "This is the necklace I endorse. The company gave me 2 sets, one set has 5 pieces, and this is one of them. You can give it to my mother later, and say a few sweet words to her, and it will definitely help." "My dear son." Shin Jiaogua held Shin Feng's hand. "Dad has not raised you for so many years in vain. The necklace costs 9,800 yuan. Should I pay by WeChat or Alipay?" Shin Feng said. Shin Jiaogua let go of his hand. He picked up the extinguished cigarette and took another puff. "I've raised you in vain. Besides, when has your father ever had more than $200? I'm kidding." Shin Feng smiled and handed the necklace to Shin Jiaogui. "You are my father, of course I won't really ask you for money. So you can just write an IOU." Shin Jiaogui. Shin Jiaogua snatched the necklace from Shin Feng. Of course, Shin Feng would not really ask Shin Jiaogua for money. The father and son waited downstairs for more than an hour, and Tang Ping, Li Yueya, and Jiang Wanwan finally came downstairs. After all, Tang Ping is old, so Jiang Wanwan didn't put heavy makeup on her. She mainly tried to improve her skin tone and remove wrinkles. It was more about picking out a suitable piece of clothing for Tang Ping. Jiang Wanwan has quite a few clothes, but not many are suitable for Tang Ping's age. So Jiang Wanwan also put in some effort. After finishing her makeup and helping Tang Ping choose her clothes, she simply touched up Li Yueya's makeup and then put on some simple makeup for herself.
In other words, Zhang Wanwan is more skilled and quick.
If she were replaced by some girl who does not have such rich makeup experience, it may not be possible to finish one person's makeup in more than an hour. When Tang Ping, Li Yueya and Zhang Wanwan walked down the stairs, Shen Feng and Shen Jiaogua felt that they, father and son, had instantly become two country bumpkins. It was the kind that had just been pulled out of the ground and was covered in mud. Tang Ping's wrinkles were mostly covered up after she put on makeup, and she looked 10 years younger. But the dark dress she wore made her look like the dignified and mature parent. Li Yueya also changed into a sleeveless dress that Zhang Wanwan had just bought for her. The tight-fitting dress flattered her figure, and the moon-white fabric set off her skin tone, turning her from a girl next door into a rich princess. As for Zhang Wanwan, she didn't put too much effort into her makeup. She never liked to put on heavy makeup. Shen Feng also asked her this question, and Zhang Wanwan's answer was, "I'm already pretty enough, why do I need to wear so much makeup?" The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally without any embellishment.
Zhang Wanwan didn't wear an evening gown-style long skirt.
She was active by nature, and that kind of skirt would only slow down her speed in drawing the sword. She was wearing a loose light pink t-shirt on the upper body and a pair of jeans on the lower body. Although her outfit is simple, it makes her look so approachable.
Bright and vibrant.
In comparison, Shen Feng and Shen Jiaogua, whose complexion was several shades darker because they had no makeup on, looked like two African blacks of impure descent. Although they are not that dark, the contrast with Zhang Wanwan and the other two is too stark. Fortunately, Shen Feng and Shen Jiaogua didn't really care about these things. At Shen Feng's reminder, Shen Jiaogua hurried to meet Tang Ping. While taking out the jewelry and putting it on Tang Ping, he said, "Wife, you are so beautiful. Come here, this is a gift I bought especially for you.
Try it on and see if it looks good on you."
Tang Ping glanced at the necklace around her neck and said with a forced smile, "It looks good."
"Very good. As long as you like it, as long as you like it." Shen Jiaogua just breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Ping then said, "Is this the necklace endorsed by Fengzi and Wanwan?"
"I remember it cost less than 10,000 yuan.
Shen Jiaogua, when did you get so much money in your pocket?" Shen Jiaogua swallowed his saliva. He quickly said with a big smile on his face, I bought this from Pinduoduo. It's cheap, only a few dozen yuan." Tang Ping sneered again, "Okay Shen Jiaogua, if you want to give me a gift, you're going to give me a grade product, right? Is this all you have in mind?"
Shen Jiaogua had no choice but to tell the truth. "No, this is not an A-grade product, this must be real, this is given to me by my son." But Tang Ping obviously had no intention of letting Shen Jiaogua off. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "You dare to lie to me and say that you bought the things your son gave you?"
"Sure, you are brave enough to lie like that."
Shen Jiaogua didn't know what to do at the moment, and looked at Shen Feng for help.
Shen Feng smiled and walked to Tang Ping. "Mom, actually I didn't give this necklace to my dad. I don't know where he got it from."
Shen Jiaogua stared at Shen Feng.
A look of shock. Tang Ping also stared at Shen Jiaogua.
A murderous look on his face.
Chapter 147, Playboy. Chapter 147, Playboy.
On the way to Jiang's house, Comrade Shen Jiaogua kept looking at Shen Feng, who was driving with a resentful look on his face.
"Someone once said that a daughter is a caring little cotton padded jacket that can give you warmth. And your son is like a fur coat that can protect you from wind and rain at critical moments." To be honest,
Shen Jiaogua didn't think that Shen Feng was protecting him from the wind and rain. Instead, he felt that he was always calling the shots. He was like a lightning rod, afraid that the lightning would not explode on his head.
What a filial son.
When Shen Feng drove to Jiang's house, Jiang had just returned from the company. The two people's cars stopped together. After getting off the car, Jiang started chatting with Shen Jiaogua and Tang Ping. Especially the chat with old friend Shen Jiaogua was so lively. He seemed to have completely forgotten that his current character is still the villain who disagrees with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan being together. After entering the house, Shen Jiaogua handed the red wine bought by Shen Feng to Jiang and Su Yan.
Li Yueya gave Jiang Wanwan the dog food she bought.
When Su Yan saw the red wine, she just smiled and said thank you. But when he saw the dog food, his eyes immediately lit up.
He held Li Yueya's hand and praised Li Yueya for a long time. Sure enough, steamed bread is Su Yan's treasure. Su Yan will be good to whoever is good to Wotu.
Shen Jiaogua, Tang Ping, and Su Yan, Jiang, the in-laws, sat in the living room and chatted.
Zhang Wanwan took Shen Feng and Li Yueya to play with Wotu. Wotu is also smart. It seems that he knows that Li Yueya brought dog food and toys for him. He ignored Shin Feng and Jiang Wanwan and kept playing with Li Yueya.
You are such an ungrateful person, Jiang Wanwan snorted coldly. I bought all that dog food for you, you know that. When Wotu heard this, he wagged his tail, moved closer to Jiang Wanwan's feet, and stuck out his tongue.
That look is so snobbish.
The three were playing with the dog when Jiang's doorbell suddenly rang.
Nanny Antli went to open the door, and Jiang Wanwan also looked up in the direction of the door.
Then, the door opened. A young, handsome man who looked slightly younger than Jiang Wanwan walked in.
In his hands, he was holding a gift. Aunt Li.
As soon as the young man came in, he greeted Aunt Li, obviously knowing her. When Aunt Li saw the young man, she also said enthusiastically, Mingming is here, come in quickly. The young man smiled and nodded, then walked into the living room and politely greeted Jiangja and Su Yan. Seeing this young man, Jiangja and Su Yan also smiled and introduced Tangping and Xinjiagui to the young man.
Mingming, these are your sister Wanwan's father-in-law and mother-in-law.
The young man also greeted Xinjiagui and Tangping politely.
Hello, uncle and aunt, I am sister Wanwan's cousin, my name is Jiang Tianming. Mingming, we saw you when we were little. You came to my house to play at that time. Have you forgotten?
Tangping said with a smile. Back then, Jiang's family lived across the street from them. As Jiang Tianming was Jiang Wanwan's cousin, Tangping had naturally met him before. Okay Mingming, your sister and the others are playing with Wotu over there, go find them, we'll go eat after 6 o'clock. After Su Yan finished speaking, Jiang Tianming nodded and walked to Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. With a smile on his face, he greeted Shin Feng and said, Brother Fengzi, no, I should call you brother-in-law now.
Long time no see.
Shin Feng nodded at him.
Of course Shin Feng knew Jiang Tianming.
After all, this is Jiang Wanwan's cousin. Jiang Tianming's parents are richer than Jiangja, and Jiang Tianming also studied abroad since he was a child. He is well educated, handsome, and rich, a perfect example of a tall, rich, and handsome man. But don't be fooled by the fact that this boy looks honest and polite now. But Shin Feng knew that this guy was a playboy. It is said that after returning to China, he often hung out with some bad friends and changed girlfriends one after another.
Shin Feng didn't have much interaction with him, they were just at the acquaintance stage.
Seeing Jiang Tianming greet Shin Feng so warmly, Jiang Wanwan immediately protected Shin Feng and said, I warn you, don't lead my Fengzi astray.
Sister, what are you saying? It's as if I'm not a good person.
Jiang Tianming smiled helplessly.
As he spoke, his gaze moved to Li Yueya who was beside Shin Feng. Li Yueya didn't say anything and just stayed beside Shin Feng.
At first Jiang Tianming didn't see her appearance clearly, so he didn't care.
But now it seems that Li Yueya is actually a beautiful girl.
Jiang Tianming immediately came forward and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. My name is Jiang Tianming, may I know who this beautiful lady is?
Jiang Wanwan slapped Jiang Tianming's claw away.
He also sternly warned, this is Fengzi's cousin, you are not allowed to have any bad ideas.
Jiang Tianming rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Sister, what do you mean by bad idea? We are all the same age, what's wrong with making friends? As he spoke, Jiang Tianming took out his mobile phone, Beauty, add me on WeChat.
Li Yueya is a rather slick girl. She could see that Jiang Wanwan didn't seem to want her to get to know Jiang Tianming. So he rubbed his hands and said in an awkward manner, I don't have WeChat.
Oh, that's okay, you can add me on QQ. I don't have QQ either. You don't use domestic social software? How about Line or Skype?
Li Yueya said, no, actually I don't have a cell phone.
Beauty, your trick is boring. It's a different era now. Who doesn't have a cell phone? Jiang Tianming clicked his tongue twice, don't be afraid. Don't look at what my sister said about me. I'm actually a good person. Good people don't say they are good people. Li Yueya whispered.
Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows and rolled up his sleeves. What you said is wrong, who told you that? I have to find him to argue with him.
My brother told me. Li Yueya hid behind Shin Feng. Although Shin Feng didn't remember telling Li Yueya this. But he still acted as Li Yueya's shield and said to Jiang Tianming, is there a problem with what I said? Jiang Wanwan stood beside Shin Feng and said, is there a problem with what he said? No problem, my brother-in-law is right.
When I think about it carefully, I'm really not a good person. Jiang Tianming said immediately.
Alright, stop talking nonsense. I'm warning you, don't have any bad thoughts towards Yueya, or I won't let you go. Jiang Wanwan said. Jiang Tianming nodded immediately.
Then he was suddenly stunned again, as if he thought of something.
He pulled Jiang Wanwan and asked, Sister, what did you just say was the name of my brother-in-law's sister? Yueya, Li Yueya, what's wrong? Crescent moon.
When Jiang Tianming heard this, he looked Li Yueya up and down again. Li Yueya felt goosebumps on her back as she stared at him. He hid behind Shinfeng and didn't dare to show his head. Jiang Wanwan kicked Jiang Tianming again, and Jiang Tianming retracted his gaze, smiled, and then said, Sorry, my sister is really beautiful, I was fascinated by her.
Let's not talk about it for now. My stomach suddenly hurts a little. I need to go to the toilet.
Having said that, Jiang Tianming ran to the toilet. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes when she saw this.
It's inexplicable.
Yueya, let me tell you, Jiang Tianming is not a good person.
He is a playboy. You better stay away from him. Jiang Wanwan gave Li Yueya instructions. Yeah. Li Yueya nodded quickly.
Ever since Jiang Tianming kept staring at her, she no longer liked this guy.
She must stay away from Jiang Tianming.
After the three of them chatted for a while about Jiang Tianming, Li Yueya started playing with her phone by herself. I was scrolling through my phone when I suddenly saw someone tag Jiang Wanwan in her fan group.
Wanchuan east to the sea at Crescent Moon Bay. Crescent Moon, are you really Shinfeng's cousin? Li Yueya raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Didn't these people suspect that she was mentally ill before? Why did they start to believe her again today? Crescent Bay, no, I'm crazy. How could I be Shinfeng's cousin?
I should go see a doctor as soon as possible.
Li Yueya was typing there. But what she didn't realize was,
at this time, Jiang Tianming had already walked out of the toilet.
While holding the phone, he looked at Li Yueya who was typing. After looking for a long time, a smile appeared on Jiang Tianming's lips. He also typed a line on his phone.
Li Yueya, who was staring at her phone, saw that Wang Chuandong Daohai had sent another message.
Wang Chuandong Daohai, it's been a while since we played games together. Do you want to play a couple of games tonight? In the early years, people in Jiang Wanwan's fan group often organized gaming groups.
Sometimes we spray pesticides, sometimes we kill and eat chickens.
Li Yueya was also one of them.
However, since Li Yueya hasn't changed her mobile phone for a long time and her phone configuration is outdated and can't run those games, Li Yueya hasn't played games with these friends for a long time. Now seeing that Wang Chuandong Daohai is organizing again, Li Yueya, who just bought a new mobile phone, became interested again. Crescent Bay, okay, let us call Tutu and the others to join us in a 5-person team tonight.
Jiang Tianming looked at the message on his phone and wanted to say, it's fine for just the two of us to come.
But after thinking about it, he deleted these words.
Sent a message again.
Wanchuan east to the sea, okay, let us go together in the evening.
Chapter 148, Get Out and Get Back. Chapter 148, Get Out and Get Back.
When Jiang Tianming returned to Jiang Wanwan and the others, he looked quite happy.
Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him. Why are you grinning like an idiot? You must have had diarrhea and your brain has gone out. Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming, sister, you are a big star, can you speak more elegantly? Jiang Wanwan nodded. Then he asked again, why are you smiling foolishly? Did you leak your pig head when you went to the toilet? Jiang Tianming was even more speechless.
He squatted aside and played with Wotu.
Li Yueya pulled Shinfeng aside and asked, brother, what does pig head mean? Pig head. Shinfeng said.
When Li Yueya heard this, she stamped her feet in anger. I just asked you a word.
I am indeed poorly educated, but you shouldn't scold me.
She snorted and turned to look at Jiang Wanwan. Sister Wanwan, tell me what pig head means.
Fengzi is right, means pig head. Li Yueya.
She was now embarrassed and wanted to tease Wotu.
But when she saw Jiang Tianming there, she held back. This person is a playboy, absolutely stay away from him. So the embarrassed Li Yueya went back to checking her phone.
At this time, the group has become lively because Wang Chuandong and Hai are organizing a game in the evening. Several familiar faces were eager to sign up, but Wang Chuandong Daohai, who had been very active just now, was silent at this moment.
I don't know where he went.
Li Yueya looked at the chat history in the group, and then tagged a few people in the group who wanted to play games.
Crescent Bay, I might have to attend someone else's birthday party in the evening, so I will probably be a little late. Rabbit, it's okay, I'll wait for you. Group leader, what a coincidence.
I just had a private chat with Wang Chuan and asked him what time he would play games in the evening. He also said that someone was having a birthday in the evening and would call me later. Group leader, you two can't possibly know each other in real life, or have some affair. Yu Yuan, huh? We don't know each other. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Thinking about this, Li Yueya opened Wang Chuan Dongdahai's private chat again. I wanted to chat with him. But after seeing the chat records with Wang Chuan, Li Yueya felt a little melancholy again. In fact, a few years ago, when she often played games with other people in the group, Wang Chuan Dongdahai was a very good friend of Li Yueya. At that time, Li Yueya was 17 or 18 years old, just the age when she was beginning to fall in love. This Wang Chuan Dongdahai is humorous, good at playing games, and very caring. It is said that she is still single and has no partner. Li Yueya began to feel a little amorous. However, before she had the chance to confess her love to Wang Chuan Dongdahai, Wang Chuan said in the group that he was no longer single and had found a girlfriend. At that time, everyone in the group secretly celebrated that Wang Chuan was no longer single, and Wang Chuan even sent out red envelopes worth several hundred yuan to thank everyone. Li Yueya couldn't remember what her mood was at that time. Looking back now, I just celebrated with everyone in a daze, and felt an inexplicable bitterness and sadness in my heart. After all, it was just a youthful memory that had never begun, so Li Yueya didn't feel too much about it, but just felt a little sad. I heard that Wang Chuan broke up with his girlfriend later. I heard from Wang Chuan's real friends in the group that the woman was attracted to Wang Chuan's money and played with his feelings. After cheating Wang Chuan out of his money, he not only dumped Wang Chuan, but also called him a fool and an idiot with very vicious words. That friend said that Wang Chuan had never been in a relationship before and was cheated the first time, which really hurt Wang Chuan's heart. Li Yueya felt that he was quite pitiful and tried to comfort him. I don't know if he has found a girlfriend now, or if he is still being deceived. Li Yueya muttered to herself. Jiang Tianming, who was playing with the dog, felt an itchy nose for some reason and sneezed on Wotu. Wotu looked at Jiang Tianming resentfully. Jiang Tianming patted its head and said, "Don't look at me like that. It must be you who caused my allergy and that's why I sneezed." Steamed bread. Wotu has always been a vengeful dog. Once, in order to get revenge for a sausage, he chased Jiang Wanwan to her home. This time, he had snot sprayed all over his head for no reason and was wrongly accused. How could Wotu tolerate this? I can't stand it. Wotu immediately raised his legs and soaked Jiang Tianming's feet. Jiang Tianming was startled and dodged while cursing, "You." Before he could even curse, he heard Jiang Wanwan say in a sarcastic tone, "This is my mother's most precious son, why don't you try to curse him?" TSK. Jiang Tianming pointed at the steamed bread for a long time and said, "You are such a naughty dog." After saying that, he ran to brush his shoes. Seeing Jiang Tianming's cowardly look, Li Yueya on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although this guy is a playboy, he seems quite interesting. After Xin Zhaogui and Jiangzhou and other elders chatted for a while, they decided to go to the hotel. Because Su Yan knew in advance that Xin Zhaogui's family was coming, and also knew that Xin Feng wanted to give Jiangzhou a big gift on his birthday, Su Yan specially booked a better hotel in the city for the sake of grandeur. Wow, what a beautiful hall. Seeing the hotel lobby, Li Yueya sighed. Wow, what an exquisite corridor. Seeing the hotel corridor, Li Yueya sighed. Wow, what a beautiful box. Sitting in the private room booked by Su Yan, Li Yueya sighed again. Damn, what an expensive dish. Finally, seeing the ridiculously expensive dishes on the menu, Li Yueya couldn't help but sigh again. A plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes, named golden and jade like silk, costs 168. A dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms, named Feng Chi Wu Tong, costs 488. A serving of boiled cabbage, named boiled cabbage, costs 888. Sister Wan Wan, look, why is it so expensive to cook cabbage? Li Yueya pulled Jiang Wanwan aside and complained. Before Jiang Wanwan could say anything, Jiang Tianming on the side said with a smile, "This boiled cabbage is a state banquet dish, and it is very troublesome to prepare." How troublesome? Are they all freshly planted cabbages? Li Yueya muttered, "It's still cheap no matter how much trouble it takes. One dish is worth half a month's salary for me. This is too much." Jiang Tianming also whispered to Li Yueya, "In fact, the chefs here are very good. This price is already good for restaurants of the same level. I guarantee that you have never eaten better food than here." Li Yueya rolled her eyes, "How do you know I haven't eaten it? The chef here is a disciple of a former state banquet chef. Have you ever eaten state banquet level dishes?
I've eaten my brother's cooking, Li Yuaya said. Jiang Tianming fell silent immediately. Shit, how could he have forgotten about this?
Of course, Jiang Tianming also watched the variety show of Jiang Wanwan and Shin Feng. Naturally, everyone knows Shin Feng's cooking skills. Even Uncle Li, the state banquet chef, praises him highly. I wanted to show off my knowledge in front of Li Yuaya, but I didn't expect to fail.
However, Jiang Tianming was indeed thick-skinned. He immediately changed the subject and said, Sister Yuaya, I also want to eat the food your brother cooks. Can you let me go to your house for dinner next time?
Li Yuaya didn't answer Jiang Tianming, but said to Jiang Wanwan, Sister Wanwan, Jiang Tianming said he wanted to invite my brother to dinner. Tell him to get out of here and don't lead my Fingzi astray.
Jiang Wanwan said. Li Yuaya looked at Jiang Tianming, did you hear it? Your complaints are meaningless. Can we still have fun? I never wanted to have fun with you, you playboy.
Li Yuaya stuck out her tongue at Jiang Tianming. While the two were interacting, there was a knock on the door of the box. Originally Jiang Jia and the others thought it was a waiter, so they asked him to come in. But when the door of the box opened and Jiang Jia saw the middle-aged man with a face full of flesh walking in, his expression changed immediately. With a gloomy face, he looked at the middle-aged man and said in a cold voice, Mr. Li. This seems to be the box I booked. What are you doing here? The person who came was Mr. Li from Shanha Trading. He is a strong business rival that gives Jiang Jia a headache. At one point, Mr. Li even wanted to collude with other companies that were hostile to the Jiang family to suppress the newly developed Jiang family. It almost brought the Jiang family to its knees and made Jiang Jia bankrupt. It is no exaggeration to say that this person is Jiang Jia's mortal enemy in business. However, the person who made Jiang Jia look the ugliest was not Mr. Li. Because behind Mr. Li, Mr. Sun, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Liu and several other CEOs from other companies all came in.
Stand straight in a row. Jiang Jia's face turned completely dark.
He stood up and shouted coldly, Today is my Jiang Jia's birthday, and there are juniors here, what do you want to do? Mr. Li, who was in charge, felt helpless. He rubbed his hands and said in a slow tone as much as possible, Mr. Jiang, don't get me wrong, we know that today is your birthday, so you picked today on purpose to cause trouble, right?
Jiang Jia said angrily. I'm telling you, Mr. Li, today is a very important day for me and my family.
If you dare to make trouble today, I, Jiang, will destroy your Shanha trade even if I have to break off all ties with you and burn my boats.
Get out.
Mr. Li looked a little embarrassed, but seeing Jiang Jia's angry face, he had no choice but to take that messy group of people out. But just as he went out, Mr. Li received a WeChat message from Shin Feng.
Why are you walking so fast? Can't you explain your purpose clearly? Get back here. Mr. Li.
With a sad look on his face, he knocked on the door again.
Chapter 149, Everything in the Dream. Chapter 149, Everything in the Dream.
Mr. Li and his friends returned to the box. Jiang Jia was furious when he saw Mr. Li and others coming back.
You guys are determined to destroy my place today and ruin my birthday, right?
Seeing Jiang Jia lose his temper, Mr. Li quickly explained, Mr. Jiang, listen to us.
We are not here to mess things up this time.
We are here to give you a present and wish you a happy birthday. As he spoke, Mr. Li asked someone to bring a bottle of wine and placed it in front of Jiang Jia. I had someone bring this bottle back from the old wine cellar of Chateau Nalu in France.
It's an absolutely authentic 1971 Lafite.
Jiang Jia looked at Mr. Li suspiciously. This old dogly actually gave him such good wine today? Are we really here to celebrate his birthday? Impossible. It can be said that there is no mutual incompatibility between them. This is definitely Li Laogo's conspiracy. Behind Mr. Li, several other CEOs also took out the gifts they had brought. Soon, a pile of things were placed in front of Jiang Jia. Red wine, white wine, grape wine, gold watches, silver watches, and diamond watches.
Jadeite, Hatian emerald, blue and white tricolor cloisonné.
The life and death of these bosses are held in Shin Feng's hands.
If you want to give a gift, of course you dare not give a bad one.
They were afraid that Shin Feng would be unhappy and give away their secrets. Then they are screwed. Jiang Jia was even more dumbfounded when he saw so many good things in front of him.
Is this reasonable?
So many old enemies and sworn enemies actually sent him so many good things as birthday gifts. Where did the sun come from today? No, there must be something fishy going on here. Jiang Jia pushed all the gifts back, then frowned at Mr. Li and the others and said, "Don't try to play tricks on me.
Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Since a few weeks ago, none of your companies have made any moves.
All those who targeted our Jiang group have disappeared without a trace. Since then, I have suspected that you have some conspiracy and have planned some strategy to secretly harm my Jiang family.
Now I am even more certain. If you didn't have some ulterior motive, how could you be so kind as to give me so many expensive gifts?"
Jiang Zhe glared at Mr. Li and the others. "You just want to use these gifts to pretend to be friendly with me and make me relax and let down my guard. In fact, you have other plans, intending to take advantage of my laxity to wipe out my Jiang family."
Right.
Mr. Li was almost crying.
"Brother, my dear big brother, can you please not be so imaginative? Do you think we are giving you gifts voluntarily? Do you think we are making peace with you voluntarily?
It's because your son-in-law has the leverage over us, so we have no choice but to give in." Seeing that Jiang Zhe was about to chase people away again, Shenfeng finally stood up. He walked to Jiang Zhe's side and said to him, "Uncle, please accept their gifts. You don't have to worry so much, because this is actually a gift from me to you." Shenfeng smiled and placed a stack of contracts that he had prepared in advance in front of Jiang Zhe. "I had a heart-to-heart talk with Mr. Li and his team before, and they all realized that it was wrong to target Jiang's company before, so they signed these contracts with me to cooperate with Jiang's company. Now, they can actually be considered allies of the Jiang family, so uncle, they are here to celebrate your birthday this time with sincerity."
Yeah. Mr. Li and others responded quickly. Jiang Zhe was stunned after hearing what Shenfeng said.
Then he picked up the contracts and looked at them carefully. He looked at Shenfeng again, and then at the contract.
He looked at Mr. Li and others again.
Then he opened his mouth. "I want to say something, but I don't know how to start." After a moment, he stood up and pulled Mr. Li aside. He whispered to Mr. Li, "Old dog Li, how many years have we been friends?" "We have been friends for more than 2 weeks, Mr. Li said.
"More than 2 weeks ago, we were enemies."
"Yes, so tell me the truth, did Shenfeng pay you to perform this drama for me?"
Jiang Zhe asked. "Mr. Li? Mr. Li, brother, can you tell me how you came to this conclusion?"
Jiang Zhe analyzed. "Before, my son-in-law boasted that he would give me a surprise on my birthday. And for me, this scene now is obviously enough of a surprise. But I also feel that he is just a young boy, and he should not be able to defeat you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, several old foxes. So I guess, did he pay you to act for me on purpose?" Mr. Li rubbed his forehead and said, "Brother, my Shanha trading makes hundreds of thousands per minute.
How much money do you think your son-in-law can afford to treat me? To treat so many of us?
Then why are you so cooperative with him?
You even gave me so many gifts. What do you want?"
Jiang Zhe was very confused. Based on his many years of experience in the business world, Mr. Li and his group are typical examples of people who will not do anything without profit. How could Shenfeng be so worthy as to take down this group of old foxes?
Mr. Li sighed.
He patted Jiang Zhe on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I can't say much more.
I can only tell you that your son-in-law is awesome. I really can't afford to offend you. Does he have any powerful backers?" "No."
Mr. Li shook his head. "He himself may be his most powerful backer. At least in all these years, I haven't fought with such a ruthless person. And you should have heard about the news of the change of ownership of Jinchuan Jewelry.
I asked someone and found that your son-in-law might be behind that incident." Jiang Zhe was shocked.
He thought there was something wrong with his ears. If Shenfeng could defeat Mr. Li and his people, Jiang Zhe could barely accept it. Jiang Zhe found it really hard to accept that Shenfeng caused the change of major shareholder of Jinchuan Jewelry. Whether it is Shanha Trading or his Jiang Group, they can only be regarded as small companies in Zhanghai City. But it's really pure jewelry. He is one of the top 5 jewelry tycoons in the country. Trading with Shanha and Jiang family is not a heavyweight at all. Shenfeng, a young man in his 20s, an actor with no background, could change the ownership of a commercial giant like Jinchuan Jewelry.
Is this some kind of fantasy story?
Seeing Jiang Zhe was shocked, Mr. Li patted Jiang Zhe on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be too shocked.
This is your son-in-law. You should have the dignity of a father-in-law.
Where's your grace and your bearing? Show them out, suppress Shenfeng, and make him call you daddy. Remember, all he did was to surprise you.
You are the protagonist."
Jiang Zhe heard this and nodded.
"You are right.
No matter how powerful Shenfeng is, he is still his son-in-law.
He was also under the control of his daughter. I am his father-in-law, I am his second father.
Muttering I am his second father, Jiang Zhe walked back to the dining table. His eyes were fixed on Shen Feng.
Try to keep your breathing steady as much as possible.
Then he opened his mouth and spoke.
Dad. Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Zhe.
Damn it, I keep repeating that sentence, but I'm saying it wrong.
Jiang Zhe was eager to slap himself in the face.
To be honest, Jiang Zhe felt a little nervous when he thought that Shen Feng was actually able to shake a big company like Xinchuan Jewelry. It's not that he is not steady enough, it's mainly because the incident was too shocking.
Fortunately, Jiang Zhe reacted quickly.
After calling out Dad, Jiang Zhe immediately followed up with the next sentence.
Dad. Dad is proud to have a son-in-law like you.
You really gave me a big surprise, and I believe that you are capable of taking good care of my daughter.
From today on, I acknowledge you as my son-in-law.
Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on his face, and he bowed politely to Jiang Zhe. Then he called Dad respectfully.
He also offered Jiang Zhe a cup of tea.
Looking at Shen Feng, Jiang Zhe felt a lot of emotion.
Once upon a time,
the timid and cowardly little boy who was scolded by him and expressly forbidden by him to be with Jiang Wanwan. Now he has grown into a young talent whose abilities are beyond his imagination.
Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain.
Jiang Zhe took the tea offered by Shen Feng and drank it all in one gulp. He was truly relieved to leave his daughter to such a Shen Feng. Looking at this scene of serving tea, Mr. Li and others were also quite moved.
Everyone has children. Why aren't their sons so outstanding? Can't their daughter find a husband like this? When Mr. Li thought of his daughter, he went up to Jiang Wanwan to ask for advice. Wanwan, how did you find such an excellent husband like Shen Feng? Jiang Wanwan glanced at Mr. Li. Then he frowned and said, Boss Li, you don't want to find a husband like Shen Feng, do you? How could it be me? Wanwan, you must be joking. Mr. Li smiled awkwardly. So you want to find a husband like Fengzi for your wife? Jiang Wanwan looked at Mr. Li with an even stranger look. Mr. Li said helplessly, Can't I find one for my daughter?
Jiang Wanwan touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then he said, Then you must first have a daughter as outstanding as me.
Mr. Li. Mr. Li, then how can I have such an outstanding daughter like you?
Go back quickly, take a shower and go to bed.
Jiang Wanwan said.
Mr. Li raised his eyebrows and said, You mean, let me go back and sleep with my wife early, work harder, and have a chance to give birth to a good daughter in the future?
Jiang Wanwan looked at Mr. Li with sympathy.
What I mean is, instead of thinking so much, you might as well go to sleep and dream. After all, dreams can contain anything.
Mr. Li. Chapter 150 You are still a good carrot. Chapter 150 You are still a good carrot. Mr. Li and his friends left after giving their gifts.
Only Shen Feng, Jiang Zhe and others were left in the box.
However, the atmosphere in the box was a bit weird. Jiang Zhe is fine.
After all, he is a businessman and his horizons are broader than ordinary people.
Now I have accepted the reality.
But Li Yueya, Zhang Tianming, Su Yan, and the couple Shen Xiaogua and Tang Ping who were standing next to them had not yet recovered from their shock. Especially Shen Xiaogua and Tang Ping. They both looked at the pile of expensive gifts on the table.
Look at Shen Feng again. Look at the gift again. Look at Shen Feng again. No matter how hard I tried,
I couldn't figure out where my son got such great abilities from. He was able to make so many business tycoons who were on par with Jiang Zhe listen to him and send Jiang Zhe so many valuable gifts. Originally Shen Xiaogua and Tang Ping thought that their son had become cheerful and could cook, which was a big change. Later, when their son became a star, they began to feel proud of him. In the variety show, my son showed off his knowledge, piano skills, and even played chess against a national chess player. Shen Xiaogua and Tang Ping could barely explain these as the result of their son's excellence and hard work.
But now,
the 4 words study hard seemed to be insufficient to explain all this.
Zhang Tianming and Li Yueya were equally shocked.
Zhang Tianming knew the previous Shen Feng, so even though he had watched variety shows and knew that the current Shen Feng was completely different from the past, in Zhang Tianming's eyes, Shen Feng was just a relatively outstanding person, nothing more.
But now Zhang Tianming realized that the current Shen Feng could not be described as relatively excellent at all.
It should be said that it is too awesome. Shen Feng glanced at the few people who had not yet recovered from their shock, and said with a smile, I just happened to have talked to those bosses and got to know them. Rather than this, now is the time to wish your father-in-law a happy birthday.
Jiang Wanwan quickly followed suit and said, Yes, Dad, happy birthday.
She raised her glass, and everyone else in the box raised their glasses as well.
Jiang Zhou and Xin Zhaogua both drank a lot tonight.
When the two of them went downstairs, they supported each other. They were shouting incoherently and no one could hear what they were saying. But they seemed to be in sync with each other. After one of them finished shouting a sentence, the other one would immediately continue shouting.
I don't know what language they speak.
Tang Ping and Su Yan followed behind them and felt a little emotional when they saw this scene.
It's been a long time since they drank like this since we moved. Su Yan said. Tang Ping nodded. Yeah, so many years have passed in a flash. Fengzi and Wanwan have grown up, and we have also grown old. Su Yan smiled and said, Sister Ping, what are your plans for Fengzi and Wanwan's wedding? They got their marriage certificates secretly without telling us. There was no engagement ceremony, and no wedding either.
At first, Lao Jiang didn't agree with them being together, but later he agreed but was too eager to save face. Now he has finally officially accepted Fengzi, and it's time to give the couple a wedding.
Tang Ping glanced at the younger generations walking in front. Jiang Wanwan was a little tipsy and half lying on Xin Feng's back like a sloth.
Xin Feng held her carefully, looking caring and considerate, as if he was protecting a treasure. Then the two looked at each other. The slightly tipsy Jiang Wanwan had a confused smile on her face, while Xin Feng had a doting smile on his face. Tang Ping rubbed her eyes and said with red eyes, they are not children anymore, let them make the decision. And given Wanwan and Fengzi's personalities, they probably don't want to trouble us to help them organize their wedding.
Su Yan also nodded. That's true. These two children have grown up. Sister Yueya. Be careful. While Tang Ping and Su Yan were talking, they heard Jiang Tianming's voice behind them. Then came Li Yueya's scream. The two of them hurriedly looked back. Jiang Tianming and Li Yueya, who were carrying bags full of gifts, fell to the ground together. Jiang Tianming was looking at Li Yueya nervously and asked, Sister Yueya, are you okay? Li Yueya was nervously checking the gifts. Then he let out a long sigh, luckily it didn't break, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford the compensation if I sold it. What's wrong? Su Yan and Tang Ping came over and asked. Li Yueya felt a little embarrassed. She and Jiang Tianming were the last ones to walk. Because she was thinking about going home to play games, Li Yueya took out her mobile phone to check the group chat, intending to tell everyone in the group. As a result, she was so busy looking at her phone that she didn't pay attention to the road, and she tripped over the raised edge of the carpet. Jiang Tianming, who was holding a gift at the side, reached out his hand to help her, but he was carrying a bunch of things in his hands, so it was not very convenient. So in the end even Jiang Tianming was brought down by Li Yueya. Li Yueya knew that it was all her fault. She was about to apologize to Su Yan and Tang Ping, but before she opened her mouth, Jiang Tianming spoke first. Jiang Tianming picked up the gifts and said with a wry smile, I wasn't paying attention when I was walking just now. I accidentally tripped and brought Sister Yueya down with me. Li Yueya was stunned. It was clearly her responsibility, why did Jiang Tianming? Be careful, it doesn't matter what you have, but don't let anything get hurt. Are you okay? Su Yan had no intention of blaming Li Yueya or Jiang Tianming, but asked with concern. Jiang Tianming shook his head. I'm fine, I just don't know how Sister Yueya is doing. I'm fine too. Li Yueya finally came to her senses and quickly shook her head. I'm glad you're okay. Let's go. After Su Yan finished speaking, she and Tang Ping continued to walk out. Jiang Tianming also packed up his things and planned to follow. Seeing this, Li Yueya wanted to go up and thank Jiang Tianming. But as soon as she took a step, she felt a pain in her ankle. Sure enough, I sprained my ankle again. Li Yueya pursed her lips. You shouldn't play with your phone while walking. She forced herself to support her sore ankle and tried to keep walking despite the pain. But after taking a few steps, she couldn't help but gasp in pain. Jiang Tianming, who was walking in front of her, turned around and looked at her when he heard it. Seeing her limping, Jiang Tianming sighed. Even though I sprained my ankle, I still cared whether the gifts were broken or not. I don't think these gifts are worth that much. Li Yueya whispered, besides, I'm fine and can still walk. Li Yueya had just finished speaking when she saw Jiang Tianming leaning down with his back to her. Li Yueya was stunned. Jiang Tianming said helplessly, what are you looking at? Lie on my back and I will carry you. No, you don't have to do that. You're carrying something. Besides, my injury isn't that serious. It's okay. Sister Yuaya, come up if I tell you to. Don't let a handsome guy like me stand with my butt sticking out for too long, okay? It's not very decent.
Jiang Tianming said this and leaned closer to Li Yuaya.
Li Yuaya was actually a little embarrassed and a little scared.
But her foot was indeed injured, and it was indeed difficult for her to walk in a short period of time.
After hesitating for a while, Li Yuaya whispered, can you really carry me? You are carrying so many things, why don't you just let me help you? Sister Yuaya, if you question a man's strength, you are questioning his masculinity, which is an insult to him. Do you understand?
Jiang Tianming said, don't be fooled by my handsome appearance.
I have been practicing. Don't worry. If a man can't even carry a woman, is he still a man? After hearing this, Li Yuaya finally lay down behind Jiang Tianming.
Jiang Tianming slowly straightened up.
He staggered 2 steps carrying Li Yuaya on his back.
Then he stopped.
You can't carry it anymore? Li Yuaya asked a little embarrassedly.
Jiang Tianming took a deep breath and said, I've said before, questioning a man's strength is an insult to him.
Jiang Tianming put Li Yuaya down and said, but I have to admit that your doubts are correct. Li Yuaya. Li Yuaya, didn't you say that a man who can't even carry a woman is not a man?
Jiang Tianming was silent for a moment, then said, there is another saying that a man should be able to bend and stretch. In the end, Li Yuaya still grabbed Jiang Tianming's arm, used Jiang Tianming as a crutch, and walked out of the hotel.
Before leaving, Li Yuaya whispered to Jiang Tianming, thank you.
Although you are a playboy, you are still a good carrot.
Jiang Tianming gave a helpless smile.
Then he showed his dissolute look as he asked Li Yuaya for her contact information during the day, and said, Sister Yuaya, can you add me on WeChat later?
Adding WeChat is not going to work, but you can come back.
Suddenly such a voice was heard.
Jiang Tianming was stunned.
Then he turned around and looked to his side. He saw Jiang Wanwan standing next to him without knowing when.
Jiang Tianming, I should have warned you to stay away from Yuaya,